Chapter 1. Cast down to the mortal realm, crashing into the heavenly Xian sect. Old Wuji, swiftly take your wayward disciple away. This nine-turn golden lotus, which I have cultivated for 3,000 years, has been entirely ruined by him. On the peak of the immortal medicine, a white-haired elder fumed, his spittle flying as he glared at the Wuji immortal emperor. With a resigned gesture, the Wuji immortal emperor wiped his face, inwardly cursing his incompetent apprentice profusely. Old Wuji, you must provide me with an explanation today. A graceful beauty descended from the sky, her elegant brows furrowed, fury blazing in her eyes. Madame Lu, why such an outburst? The Wuji immortal emperor, feeling utterly helpless, knew all too well that his wayward disciple was the cause of yet another calamity, and he mentally chastised him once again. Of all the people to provoke, why did he have to target the Pear Blossom Immortal Palace? This place, inhabited solely by female cultivators, was not a situation one could reason with. You must inquire of your esteemed disciple, who stealthily infiltrated my Pear Blossom Immortal Palace yesterday, and even trespassed into the bathing chamber of my disciples. At this point, Madame Lu paused, her complexion slightly flushed. Clenching her silver teeth, her cheeks puffed slightly, her fury seemingly solidifying the very air around her. The Wuji immortal emperor cursed Yi Chun internally once more. Old Wuji, your disciple Yi Chun has audaciously kidnapped our sacred maiden, demanding a ransom of 1 million superior spirit stones. You must provide me with a satisfactory explanation today. Another enchanting middle-aged beauty soared onto the peak, pointing accusatorily at the Wuji immortal emperor, her rage palpable. Madame Su, is there truly such a matter? Surely there must be some misunderstanding. The Wuji immortal emperor forced a smile, feigning ignorance. Humph. There is no misunderstanding. Our sacred maiden merely glanced at Yi Chun amidst the crowd, yet your disciple insists she covets his beauty, claiming his heart has been wounded and demanding compensation for her perceived transgression. Madame Su fumed, stamping her foot in frustration. The Wuji immortal emperor found himself at a loss for words, his lips twitching in disbelief at his disciple's audacity. This marked the 864th complaint he had received this month alone, each stemming from the outrageous antics of his beloved pupil, Yi Chun. Stealing precious herbs, spying on celestial maidens bathing, and extorting ransoms. There seemed to be no limit to the mischief this lad would engage in. Yet, he possessed remarkable talent. Having entered the void refinement realm at the tender age of 15, with the entire Wuji immortal palace backing him, the various sects of the immortal realm could only express their indignation in silence, coming to him to lodge their grievances. Please, everyone, remain calm. I shall retrieve that rebellious disciple and ensure that each of you receives a proper resolution. The Wuji immortal emperor maintained a conciliatory demeanor while calculating how to apprehend Yi Chun. Master, did you summon me? At that moment, an infuriating voice echoed from outside the hall that Yi Chun appeared, clad in a resplendent white robe and elegantly wielding a folding fan, sauntering in with the grace of a dashing young gentleman. Rebellious disciple, how dare you return? The Wuji immortal emperor was so enraged that his beard seemed to stand on end, pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Chun as he berated him. Do you realize the extent of your mischief? The entire celestial realm has been thrown into disarray because of you. Yi Chun, unfazed, nonchalantly cleaned his ears. Master, you must be mistaken. I have always been engaged in virtuous deeds. How could I possibly be the cause of such turmoil? Wuji, if you fail to provide us with a satisfactory explanation today, we shall take our grievances to the heavenly emperor. Indeed, Yi Chun must face severe consequences. We will not rest until justice is served. Your disciple has devoured my steed. The great rock, you must compensate me at once. Upon hearing Yi Chun's unapologetic words, the accusers present were engulfed in fury, vociferously denouncing his transgressions. Outside the grand hall, the voices of various sect leaders and elders rose and fell like a tempest, resonating throughout the Wuji immortal palace. Alas, how can you misjudge a good person? I am merely engaged in charitable acts, bringing joy to others. Yi Chun shook his head, adopting an expression of innocence and grievance. The assembled accusers momentarily paused, taken aback by Yi Chun's pitiful demeanor, awaiting his next words. Old Qing Feng, your 9-turn golden lotus has languished in medicinal fields for 3 millennia. On the verge of decay, I merely took the initiative to retrieve it for you, and instead of gratitude, you choose to blame me. Yichen pointed at the elder, feigning deep sorrow. In you, I noticed that the disciples of the Pear Blossom Immortal Palace are all young ladies in need of solace. I intended to comfort their spirits. Turning to the leader of the Pear Blossom Palace, Yichen added, who could have anticipated that I would stray into the bathing area? I had no inkling that your disciples bathe without garments. I merely cast a fleeting glance. They suffered no loss, nor did they shed a single ounce. And you, Sovereign Su, your saintess coveted my handsome visage, and while I am indifferent to that, I was merely concerned for her safety, offering to escort her home. Is it unreasonable to request a modest fare? And as for the rest of you, Wei Chen's eloquence flowed effortlessly as he deftly countered each accusation. In that moment, the accusers were rendered speechless by his shameless rebuttals. Master, you see, I have committed only acts of kindness. They are left without a word. Yi Chan spread his hands wide, a triumphant smile gracing his face. You. The Wuji Immortal Emperor was so incensed that he nearly gasped for breath, his finger trembling as he pointed at Yi Chan. Even though his composure had thickened over the years due to Yi Chen's antics, he could no longer maintain his poise in the face of such brazen arguments. Taking a deep breath to suppress his fury, the Wuji Immortal Emperor turned to Yi Chan and declared, "Wretched disciple, today I shall expel you from my teachings and cast you down to the mortal realm. Without my command, you shall never set foot in the celestial realm again." Ah, master, surely you jest. After all the good deeds I have done, you would punish me? This defies all reason. Upon hearing that he was to be banished to the mortal realm, Yi Chan was instantly flustered and hastily defended himself. However, the Wuji Immortal Emperor's resolve was unyielding. With a sweeping gesture, he sealed Yi Chen's cultivation and, with a forceful kick, sent him plummeting from the clouds. Ah, old man, you are serious. Yi Chan let out a cry of despair, cursing as he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. In the Kanglan realm, also known as the Kanglan continent, lies the Tianxian sect. At this moment, the Tianxian sect was in the midst of recruiting new disciples, with throngs of people gathered in the square, lining up to assess their qualifications. Boom! A tremendous noise erupted as something struck the sect's grand entrance with immense force, leaving a large crater in its wake, splintering wood and sending dust billowing into the air. Who dares to intrude upon my Tianxian sect? The gatekeeper disciples, witnessing the chaos, were instantly filled with fury and drew their swords, charging forward. As one of the gatekeepers focused his gaze, he beheld a strikingly handsome young man clad in a white brocade robe, sprawled in the crater with a bewildered expression. Who are you? Why have you recklessly trespassed into my Tianxian sect? A gloomy-faced disciple at the Foundation establishment stage barked sharply, his sword aimed directly at Yi Chan. His name was Jiao Hogang, a direct disciple of the Grand Elder, and in truth, the Grand Elder's illegitimate son. He was also the most gifted talent of the Tianxian sect, having broken through to the Foundation establishment stage at merely 18 years of Aegea rarity throughout the Kanglan continent. This led him to harbor an inflated sense of superiority, behaving arrogantly, and exercising tyrannical power with a vengeful disposition towards even the slightest grievances. Creating content is no easy task. I cannot expect every reader to appreciate my work. I kindly ask those who may not enjoy to show some leniency and refrain from leaving unfavorable reviews. I extend my heartfelt gratitude in advance. Chapter 2. Su Taishu takes a disciple. Yi Chen bargains. Yi Chan rubbed his aching rear and climbed out of the pit, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Impatiently, he exclaimed, "Enough of this nonsense. Summon your sect leader. Impudent. How dare you show disrespect to our Tianxian sect?" Jiao Hogang seethed with rage, drawing his sword menacingly. "A mere swarm of ants dares to act presumptuously before me." With a cold smirk, Yi Chan was about to teach these arrogant fools a lesson when he suddenly realized that he was utterly devoid of power, unable to summon even a trace of his magical energy. What is happening? Where is my power? Damn it, my cultivation has been sealed. His expression shifted dramatically as he cursed. "You old fool, by sealing my cultivation, do you wish to ensure that no one will be there to send you off in your final moments? Brother, This fellow seems to be an ordinary person. We should simply subdue him. One disciple, noticing Yi Chen's flustered demeanor, bravely suggested. Attack! Zhao Hogan commanded, and several disciples exchanged glances before rushing forth, swords raised, to assault Yi Chen. Seeing this, Yi Chen remained calm. Although his power was sealed, he had once been at the void refinement stage in the celestial realm. And with his physical prowess, he could easily dispatch Foundation establishment cultivators. Bang, 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 with a punch for each. Yi Chen swiftly knocked the gasping disciples of the Qi refinement stage to the ground, blood streaming from their noses. A bunch of useless trash. Zhao Hogan, witnessing his disciples' inability to subdue even an ordinary person, erupted in fury. I had no intention of killing you, but my mind has changed. His gaze darkened as he fixed it on Yi Chen. Yi Chen, arms crossed over his chest and head tilted at a casual angle, whistled nonchalantly, seemingly oblivious to the threat. You. Zhao Hogan's face grew colder at Yi Chen's dismissal. He lunged forward, intent on cleaving Yi Chen in two with his sword. Still ignoring him, Yi Chen waited until Zhao Hogan was in close range, then suddenly lifted his sizable foot and forcefully stamped it onto Zhao Hogan's face. The impact sent Zhao Hogan flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground, his sword flying from his grasp. Struggling to rise, he was met with excruciating pain, his head buzzing. Blood poured from his mouth and nose, a size 42 footprint starkly imprinted on his face. How dare you? I will kill you, Zhao Hogan bellowed, charging at Yi Chen once more. Yi Chen merely chuckled derisively, sidestepping effortlessly to evade the attack, and then delivered another kick to Zhao Hogan's abdomen. Zhao Hogan spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise again. The onlooking disciples stared in shock, frozen in disbelief that a person devoid of any spiritual energy could incapacitate a cultivator of the Foundation establishment stage. You dare to injure our senior brother. You are finished. Zhao Hogan's sycophants finally snapped back to reality, drawing their swords and rushing towards Yi Chen. Stop! At that moment, a furious shout echoed, and a figure darted through like lightning, instantly appearing before Yi Chen, striking down several disciples with a single palm. Master! Sect leader! As the crowd focused their gaze, they recognized the newcomer as the esteemed leader of the Tianxian sect, the transcendent expert, Master Xuanji. With a grim countenance, Master Xuanji's piercing gaze swept over the shaken disciples before finally resting on Yi Chen. His tone, though not angry, carried an undeniable authority. You have brazenly trespassed upon the gates of my Tianxian sect, destroyed our entrance, and injured our disciples. What do you have to say for yourself? Yi Chen, regaining his composure, realized that the day's events were unlikely to conclude favorably. He clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, striving for a calm demeanor as he replied, I am Yi Chen, and I did not intend to offend. I merely stumbled in by accident. You possess great audacity to destroy my sect's gates and dismiss it with a mere claim of accidental intrusion? Master Xuanji's anger surged, his voice resonating like thunder. Indeed. Young man, do you understand the worth of the Tianxian sect's gates? One disciple scolded, pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Chen. Yi Chen rolled his eyes at the ignorance of these rustic fools, pondering, what do they know of value? Pray tell, how shall I compensate? Growing impatient, he began to dig at his ears. Internally, he was anxious, for he possessed no spirit stones for reparations when he was cast down to this realm. The old man had thoroughly stripped him of his treasures and spirit stones. His cultivation had also been sealed, while he might contend with a few Foundation establishment cultivators. Against this master of the transformation realm, he had no chance to flee and could only buy time. Sect leader, it is evident this lad has come to sow chaos. Why not capture him, strip him of his cultivation, and make him a servant to repay his debt? One disciple proposed. I concur. Others chimed in eagerly. Silence. A soft reprimand rang out as a white figure glided in, landing before Yi Chen. This newcomer was another elder of the transformation realm, exuding an ethereal presence. With white hair framing a youthful visage, he was none other than the supreme elder of the Tianxian sect, Su Taishu. Upon his arrival, Yi Chen sensed a subtle resonance of the laws emanating from Su Taishu, accompanied by an almost celestial aura. Remarkable, this is a concealed powerhouse. Far more complex than it appears, Yi Chen murmured to himself. The power of the laws is only comprehended upon reaching the tribulation realm, and the celestial aura signifies one who has attained immortality. a truth that eludes the inhabitants of the Kanglan continent. However, having just descended from the celestial realm and spent his days in the company of celestial emperors, Yi Chun was acutely aware of the essence of the laws and the celestial energy that enveloped Su Taishu. Although well concealed, he could not escape the perception of Yi Chun's multifaceted body. Moreover, this prodigy had grasped the power of the laws even in the void refinement realm, making him intimately familiar with it. Supreme Elder. The crowd quickly bowed in respect. Su Taishu paid no heed to their reverence, instead scrutinizing Yi Chun from head to toe, a glint of intrigue sparkling in his eyes. So, it is the body of all laws. Fascinating, truly fascinating. Su Taishu stroked his beard, murmuring to himself. Young man, what is your name? Yi Chun, he replied impatiently. Yi Chun, do you wish to take me as your master? Su Taishu suddenly inquired. What? The crowd erupted in astonishment. The Grand Elder intended to accept this young man as his disciple? Yi Chun wore a perplexed expression, pondering the ulterior motives of the old man. To take you as my master? What benefits could that possibly entail? Yi Chun regarded Su Taishu with a sidelong glance. He was unimpressed by Su Taishu's proposition. As a distinguished junior disciple of a premier sect in the celestial realm, he had never been one to curry favor with others. How audacious! To show such disrespect to the Grand Elder. A disciple bellowed in outrage. That is of no consequence. Su Taishu waved his hand dismissively, smiling warmly. Young man, you possess considerable potential, and I hold you in high regard. If you agree to become my disciple, I assure you that within 3 years, you shall be recognized as the foremost genius of the Kanglan realm. The title of the foremost genius? That certainly piqued Yi Chun's interest. However, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. I currently find myself devoid of resources. You must provide some form of initiation gift, no? Having just arrived in the Kanglan realm, he was utterly penniless, with all his treasures and spirit stones confiscated by that old man, Wu Ji Xiandi. The title of the foremost genius was inconsequential. He had already been hailed as such in the celestial realm. The crux of the matter lay in the promise of benefits and spirit stones. If the rewards were substantial, he could consider the notion of becoming a disciple, even if it meant conceding some ground. As long as the spirit stones were plentiful, Yi Chun would be willing to barter his very soul and flesh. Chapter 3. Su Taishu is the illegitimate son raised by the old man in the mortal realm. What would you like as a meeting gift? Su Taishu inquired. Spirit stones, the more the better, Yi Chun replied without hesitation. You little rascal, how audacious you are. Su Taishu chuckled helplessly, realizing the boy was indeed asking for a king's ransom. Very well, I shall grant your request, as long as you become my disciple. I will provide you with 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Su Taishu gritted his teeth as he spoke. 100,000? Isn't that rather meager? After all, you are a dignified elder. Your offer seems rather paltry. Yi Chun scoffed, his disdain evident. You. Su Taishu nearly spat blood in exasperation. This boy had an audacity unlike any he had encountered. Many had begged to be his disciple, yet here was Yi Chun, unwillingly negotiating terms. 300,000. That is the absolute limit. Su Taishu stated through clenched teeth. In the Kanglan realm, 300,000 medium-grade spirit stones was indeed a substantial sum, far beyond what an average person could muster. Medium-grade spirit stones served as the primary currency in the Kanglan realm, while the higher realms predominantly utilized superior and premium spirit stones for trade. How powerful are you? If I were to find myself in trouble, could you protect me? Yi Chun pondered for a moment before asking. Given that his cultivation was currently sealed, it was imperative to find a formidable ally. Moreover, he was in dire need of spirit stones. The swiftest way to acquire them was, of course, through robbery, which necessitated a strong backing. He began to feel disdain for his myriad lost body. His cultivation seemed utterly futile. He could only feed a vast quantity of spirit stones and spiritual herbs to the heavenly Tao Pearl, which would then convert them into his own spiritual energy to enhance his cultivation. Were it not for this, why would he resort to pillaging and kidnapping for spirit stones in the celestial realm, inciting widespread anger and ultimately being banished to the Kanglan continent by his master? With a cold snort, Su Taishu declared, Humph. In this Kanglan realm, there is no one I cannot protect. As long as you become my disciple, not only will I shield you from minor troubles, but even if the sky were to fall, I would stand as your safeguard. Yi Chun's eyes sparkled with delight. If he truly had such a powerful ally, he could stride confidently through the Kanglan realm. It's a deal. He readily agreed. You. Su Tai-su suddenly felt a sense of being duped. Master, please allow me to pay my respects. Yi Chen cheerfully knelt and bowed his head. Su Tai-su shook his head in resignation. This boy was indeed a cunning little trickster. It appeared that becoming Su Tai-su's disciple might not be such a disadvantage after all. He kept this thought to himself. Should Su Tai-su learn of it, he would surely kick him down to the mortal realm. All right, rise. Su Tai-su assisted Yi Chen to his feet, then turned to address the others. From this day forth, Yi Chen shall be my direct disciple. Any who dare to show him disrespect will be expelled from my teachings. Yes. Although the crowd harbored their discontent, none dared defy Su Tai-su's command. Yi Chen, come with me. Su Tai-su led Yi Chen away from the square, beginning to introduce him to the intricacies of the Tiangshuanzong sect. Although Yi Chen feigned earnestness in his attentiveness, his mind wandered, already devising various schemes to amass spirit stones. It appeared that the Tiangshuanzong was not particularly remarkable. As he listened to Su Tai-su's exposition, he secretly derided the sect while quietly noting some details about it, preparing to seize an opportunity to display his prowess. Su Tai-su brought Yi Chen to a mist-shrouded peak, known as Qingzhou Peak, the very mountain where Yi Chen would henceforth cultivate. He handed Yi Chen 300,000 mid-grade spirit stones along with a jade slip containing a martial art. Little Chen, he cautioned, this technique must not be disclosed to outsiders. Should you have any questions, seek me out at the back mountain. With that, Su Tai-su departed. Yi Chen carelessly tossed the jade slip aside, inwardly scoffing. What technique could possibly warrant secrecy from outsiders? Back in the celestial realm, he had auctioned off even celestial-grade techniques for spirit stones. He then deposited all 300,000 spirit stones into the Tiandao pearl, as his cultivation had been sealed, and he could only hope that the pearl could break the seal. Sitting cross-legged, he allowed the Tiandao pearl to absorb the spiritual energy from the stones to breach the confinement. After a fragrant incense stick had burned out, the spirit stones were exhausted, and Yi Chen's cultivation had only returned to the 5th level of qi refinement. Infuriated, he cursed the Wuji immortal emperor 1,000 times in his heart. 300,000 mid-grade spirit stones only restored this little bit of cultivation. How many spirit stones would it take to fully recover? That old coot. Not only did he banish me to the lower realm, but he also sealed my powers. Does he truly wish for no one to attend to his last moments? In this realm, the cultivation levels are categorized as qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, void refinement, integration, great ascension, and tribulation crossing, with each level further divided into 9 minor stages. After calming his emotions, Yi Chen picked up the jade slip given by Su Tai-su. Though he initially dismissed it, he felt compelled to examine it. It would not bode well to be caught unaware if Su Tai-su inquired about it. As his divine sense swept into the slip, Yi Chen was taken aback and leaped to his feet. It was, astonishingly, a forbidden technique from the Wuji immortal palace of the celestial realm. Yi Chen's composure shattered. The forbidden techniques could only be cultivated by direct disciples. How could Su Tai-su possess such a technique in the lower realm? Could it be that Su Tai-su is a secret progeny of that old man? Indeed, that must be the case. Otherwise, how could one explain his possession of a forbidden technique from the Wuji immortal palace? Yi Chen had firmly concluded this to be true. Ah, you old rascal. Appearing pious while secretly raising an illegitimate child in the lower realm. His mind spun with derision and self-fantasy. However, a nagging thought struck him. The Wuji immortal emperor, the foremost emperor of the celestial realm, would have no reason to deny his own blood, even if he were to disown him. He shouldn't be banished to the lower realm. After all, he is still his own son. The more Yi Chen pondered, the more he sensed discrepancies. Su Tai-su, though ostensibly at the divine transformation stage, subtly emanated an aura of law and celestial energy. Could it be that Su Tai-su is a senior brother of mine, similarly punished by the old man and relegated to the mortal realm? As Yi Chen contemplated this, he suddenly smote his thigh and leapt to his feet, exclaiming, "Indeed, it must be so. Have I unwittingly taken my own senior apprentice as my master? No, I must seek him out to dissolve our master-apprentice bond and demand the return of my bow." With urgency, Yi Chen raced towards the back mountain and arrived at a wooden cabin, entering without knocking. Inside, Su Tai-su was preparing tea when he saw Yi Chen burst in. His actions paused as his gaze fixed intently upon Yi Chen. The intensity of Su Tai Su's stare made Yi Chen feel uneasy, and the words he intended to speak were stifled, cultivating at the 5th level of Qi refinement. A prodigy, a marvel, achieving such a breakthrough after only a brief period of training. Su Tai Su regarded Yi Chen as though he were an unparalleled treasure. Meanwhile, Yi Chen internally grumbled. What of it? It cost me 300,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The thought of that expenditure made him wince. What brings you to seek me? Su Tai Su inquired, striving to regain his composure. I was hoping to ask. Yi Chen hesitated, uncertain how to address Su Tai Su. Calling him master felt awkward, while referring to him as senior brother seemed too direct. Perhaps a more subtle approach would suffice. Have you ever committed any grave mistakes? You know, the kind that one would regret for a lifetime, or that could have lasting repercussions. Yi Chen added, seeking clarification. Chapter 4. The disgraced senior brother Su Taishu wore a perplexed expression, unable to fathom why Yi Chen posed such a question. Nevertheless, he found himself ensnared in memories from years past. A handsome young man frolicked with a fairy, ethereal and radiant as if sculpted from jade, laughter echoing between them. Yet, the fairy eventually slipped away, leaving the dashing youth engulfed in profound sorrow. As Su Taishu drifted deeper into reminiscence, a faint smile graced his lips, only to be swiftly replaced by an expression of anguished despair. Observing this transformation, Yi Chen felt vindicated. This was indeed his long-lost senior brother, cast down to the mortal realm by the old man. A swell of empathy surged within Yi Chen, and he cursed the supreme immortal emperor 1,000 times in his heart. Meanwhile, far above in the celestial realm, the supreme immortal emperor sneezed repeatedly, perplexed by the sudden onset of misfortune. That old man truly had no regard for humanity, Yi Chen muttered under his breath. What did you say? Su Taishu was jolted from his reverie by Yi Chen's exclamation. I said, that old man has no regard for humanity, Yi Chen retorted, his teeth clenched in indignation. Rebellious disciple. Su Taishu, mistaking Yi Chen's words as an affront, bellowed in anger and kicked him away. Ouch! My backside! Yi Chen cried out, clutching his rear as he soared through the air, tracing a parabolic arc before crashing into the ground. Boom! He landed in the plaza of Tiangshuanzong, creating a sizable crater. His appearance disheveled and covered in dust. A swarm of disciples gathered around, gazing at the figure sprawled in the pit. Confusion etched on their faces as they speculated about the incident. Ugh! Even his kicks are identical to that old man's. This confirms it. He is undoubtedly the old man's disciple, Yi Chen murmured as he struggled to rise, still bewildered. Wait, I haven't even hit my head yet. How could he have kicked me out? Yi Chen pondered, reflecting on his purpose for seeking out Su Taishu, only to be unceremoniously expelled. Ah well, as the saying goes, an elder brother is like a father. I shall endure this minor grievance. Yi Chen consoled himself with a sigh of resignation. At that moment, the sounds of a fierce battle emanated from the arena, capturing his attention. The onlookers soon diverted their focus from Yi Chen, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Grabbing hold of a disciple to inquire, Yi Chen learned that it was a duel between the 5th and 6th elders of the sect, contending for a coveted cultivation cave. The victor would claim it as their own. Embracing the philosophy that one should never miss the opportunity for excitement, Yi Chen hurried to join the throng. Ah, the 6th elder is quite the trickster, Yi Chen muttered to himself, observing the combatants. Though the 6th elder appeared to be at a lower realm than the 5th elder, he had cleverly concealed his true prowess, in fact, surpassing the 5th elder by 2 minor realms. On the stage, the 5th elder pressed the 6th elder, yet the latter deftly countered every attack, clearly intent on keeping his capabilities hidden. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This was a splendid opportunity to amass spiritual stones. Swiftly, he retrieved a table from his storage pouch. With a sharp thud, it was placed on the ground. Come, place your bets. Bet on Elder 5 for a 10-fold return. Bet on Elder 6 for a 1-to-1 payout. Yi Chen shouted, his voice hoarse, as if he were a street performer. The onlooking disciples of the Tianxian sect regarded Yi Chen with astonishment. Clearly, Elder 5 was destined to win. Was there truly such a stroke of fortune? Could this lad be a fool? Elder 5's victory was a certainty, and a 10-fold return at that? Regardless, since someone was offering spirit stones, they had no reason to refuse. Thus, a crowd began to gather, eager to place their bets. I bet 1,000 low-grade spirit stones on Elder 5. One disciple called out, tossing a bag of spirit stones onto the table. I bet 500. I bet 2,000. All the disciples wagered on Elder Five's victory. Fearful of missing out, Yi Chun observed the towering pile of spirit stones, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Brother, are you certain you don't want to bet on Elder Six? Yi Chun said earnestly to a disciple who had wagered on Elder Five. It's a guaranteed win at 1-to-1. The disciple shot a disdainful glance at Yi Chun. Do you take me for a fool? Elder Six is about to be knocked down. Just remember, you can't blame me for not warning you later. Yi Chun feigned regret, shaking his head with an expression that suggested he had already foreseen this outcome. You are Yi Chun, are you not? A burly youth with a muscular build approached Yi Chun, his tone less than cordial. I am. Do you seek me for something? Yi Chun replied without lifting his gaze, unperturbed by the potential confrontation. I am Shiklang. The one you struck, Jiao Hogang, is my junior brother, and I wish to challenge you. Shiklang's eyes widened with anger as he pointed at Yi Chun, his muscles taut, as if ready to spring into action. Dung beetle? Yi Chun's lips twitched at the absurdity, a mental image of a beetle rolling a small yellow ball flashing in his mind, provoking a wave of revulsion. Indeed, he was taught by a master who had chosen such a grandiloquent name. Dung beetle heel. Yi Chun inwardly scoffed. I have no interest in fighting. He shrugged, hands raised in indifference. To him, Shiklang appeared no more than a child. What enjoyment could there be in sparring with one so juvenile? Humph, afraid to accept the challenge? You're nothing but a coward. You, a 6th-level foundation establishment cultivator, dare to challenge me, a mere 1st-level chi refinement novice? Have you no shame? Yi Chun cast a dismissive glance, openly mocking him. You. Shiklang's face turned crimson with rage, his fists clenched as he glared at Yi Chun. However, the sect had strict rules prohibiting random violence. Severe transgressions could lead to expulsion. Disputes must be resolved in the arena. With Yi Chun refusing the challenge, Shiklang found himself powerless, his frustration evident in the throbbing veins on his forehead. Shiklang cast a glance at the contest upon the arena, producing a pouch of spirit stones and slamming it onto the table. Young man, 100,000 spirit stones for the victory of Elder Wu. Can you afford it? 100,000 spirit stones? Yi Chun's eyes sparkled with delight, a broad smile gracing his face. This senior brother is indeed affluent, with a commitment to integrity and fairness. He would never shortchange you by even a coin. Yi Chun gleefully rubbed his hands together, as if envisioning the spirit stones already in his possession. However, senior brother, Elder Lu is bound to triumph. Are you certain you wish to wager on Elder Wu's victory? Yi Chun inquired earnestly, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Not betting on Elder Lu's victory? Shiklang snorted, wholly disbelieving Yi Chun's ruse. Humph, cease your deceptive words. Elder Wu is destined to win. He forcefully placed the pouch of spirit stones on the table. Yi Chun ceased his persuasion, swiftly stowing the spirit stones into his cosmos bag. Don't say I didn't warn you, he muttered softly. Chapter 5, Under the Veil of Night. A brutal assault on the 5th Elder Yi Chun had long been prepared. With a swift movement, he effortlessly evaded the sword energy, grinning as he remarked, 5th Elder, do not let embarrassment cloud your judgment. I merely speak the truth. Seizing the opportunity while the 5th Elder was distracted, the 6th Elder unleashed a powerful palm strike, the force of which howled through the air with the might of a raging tempest. The 5th Elder hastily sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the blow. Yet the gust of energy still tore through his robes, leaving a trace of crimson seeping forth. The 5th Elder, filled with trepidation, resolved never to allow himself to be distracted again. Meanwhile, Yi Chun continued to egg them on. 6th Elder, pull his hair. Slap his face. Oh dear. This move should be renamed the monkey steals the peach. Kick him in the face. What purpose do your size 52 feet serve? The onlooking disciples were rendered speechless, bewildered by the spectacle unfolding before them. Was this a duel, or merely a brawl reminiscent of a scorned woman? Hair-pulling, face-slapping, and monkey-stealing peaches. What outrageous phrases these were. Young man, you are utterly outrageous. The 5th Elder, listening to Yi Chun's intolerable taunts, felt an intense surge of fury rise within him. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his eyes seemed to blaze with fire. The 6th Elder, somewhat stirred by Yi Chun's suggestions, recognized that each of Yi Chun's directives was indeed the optimal course of action at that moment. However, he found it difficult to adopt such a brazen style of combat. While he harbored animosity towards the 5th Elder, he still wished to maintain a semblance of dignity. Yet, it was evident that defeating the fifth elder without revealing his own cultivation level would be an arduous task. Ultimately, in a fight, one's ability to win was paramount. The methods employed were secondary. Yi Chun nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders. At that moment, the fifth elder unleashed his ire upon the sixth elder. Enraged, he brandished his treasured sword and charged ferociously at the sixth elder. The sixth elder, quick to react, deftly sidestepped the attack. The fifth elder, overextending himself, brushed past the sixth elder and continued his forward momentum. "Kick his backside," Yi Chun shouted. Upon hearing Yi Chun's command, the sixth elder instinctively lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick to the fifth elder's rear. The fifth elder was sent tumbling off the stage, landing in a most undignified manner. The disciples who had bet on the fifth elder's victory now wore expressions more ghastly than if they had tasted excrement, with some having wagered their entire fortunes. Among them, Shikulang had initially hoped to see Yi Chun lose all his spirit stones, but now he felt thoroughly duped by Yi Chun's antics. "Yi Chun, you scoundrel! How dare you sabotage my success? This is not over." The fifth elder, struggling to rise from the ground, furiously pointed at Yi Chun, ready to retaliate. One should not disgrace themselves in the face of inability. Losing and blaming others is foolish. Yi Chun is the newly accepted disciple of the Grand Elder. Do you dare to lay a hand on him? The sixth elder interposed, warning the fifth elder against his reckless intentions. Upon realizing Yi Chun's affiliation with the Grand Elder, the fifth elder's hand froze mid-air. Yet the fury etched upon his visage remained unabated, his gaze fixed on Yi Chun with murderous intent. Ultimately, he snorted coldly and stormed off, his pride wounded. Yi Chun shrugged nonchalantly, watching the retreating figure of the fifth elder, a sly smile curling at the corners of his lips. He had just gleaned from the discussions among the observing disciples that this fifth elder was in charge of the resource hall, responsible for distributing the training resources for all sect disciples. This elder often exploited his authority for personal gain, withholding resources from the disciples. Given his narrow-mindedness, it was likely he would covertly sabotage you. After the fifth elder departed, the sixth elder cautioned Yi Chun. "If you are unafraid of consequences, then come forth." Yi Chun shrugged again, smiling indifferently. The sixth elder gazed at Yi Chun in slight astonishment, not anticipating such a response. Indeed, it was no wonder he had been taken as a disciple by the Grand Elder. "Should any issues arise, feel free to seek me at the Sword Peak," the sixth elder remarked before turning to leave. Just as Yi Chun intended to depart, he was surrounded by Shikulang and his entourage. "What is the meaning of this?" Yi Chun queried, perplexed. "Yi Chun, you have deceived us. You knew the fifth elder would lose and intentionally led us to bet on his victory." Shikulang glared at Yi Chun, his eyes wide with fury, seemingly ready to strike. "You foul creature, do not slander me. I have consistently warned you to bet on the sixth elder's victory. It is your own folly for not heeding my advice," Yi Chun replied, arms crossed, a hint of a mocking smile gracing his lips. "You." Shikulang trembled with rage, fists clenched, veins bulging, staring intently at Yi Chun, yet at a loss for retort. The other disciples hung their heads in shame, acknowledging that Yi Chun had indeed advised them to bet on the sixth elder from the outset. It was their own greed for tenfold returns that had led them astray. Enraged and humiliated, Shikulang bellowed, "Yi Chun, I challenge you." "I decline," Yi Chun replied curtly, hands raised in refusal. Shikulang, incensed by Yi Chun's outright rejection, seethed, "Humph. Afraid to accept the challenge. You are but a coward. You, a mere foundation establishment sixth layer, dare to challenge me, a novice in chi refinement?" Yi Chun cast him a scornful glance, deriding him directly. "You." Shikulang's face turned a dark shade, yet he refrained from acting, well aware of the sect's rules. Yi Chun shook his head, finding the encounter tedious, and turned to leave. As night fell, the entire Tianxian sect fell into a hushed silence. A middle-aged man clad in dark attire appeared before the fifth elder's cave, this man being Yi Chun in disguise. With a forceful kick, he shattered the entrance of the fifth elder's dwelling. "Who?" The fifth elder, seated cross-legged on his bed in meditation, abruptly opened his eyes, warily regarding the disguised Yi Chun. Yi Chun stepped into the cave, slowly approaching the fifth elder. "Who are you? Why have you intruded upon my abode at this hour?" The fifth elder asked, terror rising within him, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. "Oh, nothing much, merely seeking to borrow a few items." Yi Chen replied with a casual air. Yi Chen smiled mischievously as he raised his fist and struck towards the fifth elder's eye. The elder could only perceive a fist gradually enlarging before him. Ah! The fifth elder screamed, as one of his eyes transformed into a panda eye. Wait, my friend. Have I ever offended you? With no strength to retaliate, the fifth elder hastily begged for mercy. You have not offended me. I merely wish to give you a beating. Yi Chen replied with a playful grin, relentlessly delivering blows to the elder's face. The fifth elder was utterly defenseless against Yi Chen's onslaught, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. In mere moments, he was rendered unconscious by Yi Chen's assault. So fragile, yet in the nascent soul realm. Yi Chen remarked disdainfully. Furrowing his brow, he carelessly tossed the fifth elder onto the ground and proceeded to search him, confiscating all his magical artifacts and his Chinquan bag. Subsequently, he ransacked the fifth elder's cave abode, gathering every valuable item he could find before departing with a sense of triumph. Upon returning to his residence, Yi Chen began to inventory the treasures he had acquired from the fifth elder. Chapter 6. Stealing the Spirit Mine. A display of acting skills within the confines of the Spirit Stone Mine. There existed an abundance exceeding 10 million, alongside a myriad of magical artifacts. In his heart, Yi Chen vehemently chastised Elder Wu. How many cultivation resources had this elder withheld from the disciples of the sect to amass such a substantial fortune? Yet, all of it now fell into Yi Chen's hands. Unable to suppress a broad grin, he mused that Elder Wu had labored his entire life for him. Yi Chen stowed away all the magical artifacts, which he deemed unworthy, waiting for an opportune moment to sell them for spirit stones. Subsequently, he deposited all the spirit stones, including his gambling winnings, totaling 2 million, into the celestial pearl, attempting to break through the cultivation seal. However, upon exhausting all the spirit stones, Yi Chen found his cultivation merely restored to the 4th level of foundation establishment. Infuriated, he inwardly cursed the infinite immortal emperor, his heart bleeding, his face contorted in pain. After venting his frustrations upon the infinite immortal emperor, Yi Chen concealed his cultivation once more, revealing only the 1st level of qi refinement. The following morning, the anguished cries of Elder Wu reverberated throughout the Tianxian sect. The disciples rushed to the scene, discovering Elder Wu's residence in disarray, and the elder himself battered and bruised, sprawled on the ground. Who did this? Who is responsible? Elder Wu roared in fury, his voice laden with sorrow and despair. The disciples exchanged glances, none daring to speak. At that moment, the sect leader, Master Xuanji, arrived, his face darkened with rage upon witnessing Elder Wu's plight. What transpired? The sect leader demanded. I do not know. A mysterious figure broke in last night and assaulted me, stealing my magical artifacts and my Chinquan bag. Elder Wu struggled to rise, lamenting to the sect leader. Did you see the assailant's appearance? Master Xuanji inquired. It was a middle-aged man I had never seen before, not from our sect. And he was exceedingly ruthless, Elder Wu replied, his face a mask of grief, his eyes reddened with indignation. Master Xuanji furrowed his brow, pondering how an intruder could breach the sect unnoticed. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, I shall thoroughly investigate this matter. You must focus on your recovery. Meanwhile, the instigator, Yi Chen, awoke late, stretching languidly and yawning as he emerged from his chamber, exuding an air of nonchalance. Observing the tense patrolling disciples around him, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, realizing the news of Elder Wu's beating had spread. However, he feigned a look of puzzlement and curiosity on his face. What is the matter? Why does everyone seem so anxious? Yi Chen deliberately asked a nearby disciple. Are you unaware? Elder Wu was severely injured last night. The disciple responded, a look of disbelief on his face. What? Yi Chen exclaimed in feigned shock. Elder Wu was attacked? Who could be so audacious? We do not know who it was. The disciple shook his head. The sect is currently conducting a thorough investigation. An extensive inquiry swept across the entire sect. Yet upon examination, the formations revealed no signs of an intruder having breached their defenses. Yi Chen remained utterly indifferent to these matters, leisurely wandering through the sect. For there were no outsiders intruding. The one causing trouble was himself. He engaged in casual conversations with various disciples, subtly inquiring about the sect's circumstances, such as who possessed the greatest wealth. Yi Chen had a penchant for aiding others, particularly the affluent. Indeed, it was assistance, certainly not robbery. However, During his discourse with the disciples, Yichen learned of a forbidden area located in the rear mountains of the sect, the nature of which remained a mystery to all. Intrigued, he resolved to investigate. Upon infiltrating the forbidden zone, he was astounded to discover a vein of spirit stones. This was an unimaginable fortune. Yichen grinned from ear to ear. If I excavate this spirit stone mine, it will be more than sufficient for me to restore my cultivation. At that point, I shall stride confidently across the Kanglan continent. As Yichen circled the spirit stone vein, a frown creased his brow. Alas, this was actually a source of energy for the sect's protective array. If the spirit stones were extracted, the array would collapse entirely. Yichen pondered whether to proceed. If the protective array were to vanish, the Tianxian sect would be left defenseless, completely exposed to potential assaults. Extracting a small portion would pose little issue. Once my cultivation is restored, I could effortlessly re-establish a minor protective formation. After a moment of contemplation, Yichen ultimately decided to proceed with the excavation. After all, such tremendous wealth lay before him, and relinquishing it was not in his nature. He took out his tools and began to dig. Yet as he worked, a voice echoed in his ear. "Good disciple, what are you doing?" Su Tai Su appeared silently behind Yichen, greeting him with a mischievous tone. Startled, Yichen dropped his mining tool, turning around to find Su Tai Su, which brought him a sense of relief. "It's you, old Su. You startled me," Yichen exclaimed, wiping non-existent sweat from his forehead. "What happened to your cultivation?" Su Tai Su noticed that Yichen only displayed the first level of qi refinement, and his brow furrowed slightly. I was just trying to keep a low profile." Yichen scratched his head, revealing a playful grin. Upon hearing Yichen's response, Su Tai Su's lips twitched. "Is it really necessary for you to maintain a low profile at the qi refinement stage?" Suddenly, Su Tai Su snapped back to reality, jumping up and grasping Yichen's ear. "Hey, you little rascal, what did you just call me?" "Ouch, that hurts." "Old Su, let me explain. I can't call you master. It's for your own good." Yichen grimaced in pain, hastily pleading for forgiveness. "For my own good? You're spouting nonsense. Explain yourself." Su Tai Su's brow was tightly knitted, and he resolved that if Yichen's explanation did not satisfy him, he would confine him for several days. Yichen had already determined that Su Tai Su was his senior brother, and calling him master was absolutely out of the question. It felt too awkward to utter. He quickly concealed his smile and began his performance. Adopting an expression of utmost agony, his eyes reddened, and his voice grew choked. "Old Su, I once had a master to whom I showed the utmost reverence and obedience." As I recount this, tears well up in Yichen's eyes. With a trembling voice, he continues, "However, he held me in disdain, often chastising and striking me, until one day, upon learning that I had been doing good deeds and helping others, he erupted in fury, stripping me of my cultivation and expelling me from the sect." The anguish in Yichen's words is heart-wrenching, his voice quaking with sorrow, tears streaming down his cheeks. In that moment, he seems genuinely ensnared in the torment of his memories, unable to extricate himself. Were this performance to be set in modern times, he would undoubtedly be awarded an international film prize. Yet, internally, he silently laments, "Old man, do not blame me. It is you who have forsaken humanity, casting down my senior brother, and now seeking to cast me down as well." He continues, his voice thick with intensity, cursing his master in the most unflattering and venomous terms. Chapter 7. The stupefied elder of the law enforcement hall. "If I were to address you as master, would that not imply a derogatory remark towards you as well? My profound respect for you precludes any such disrespect. I am well aware that a teacher is akin to a father for life, and thus I should not speak ill of my former mentor. Yet, whenever I reflect upon the agonizing past, I cannot help but mutter a few curses." Yichen has gone to great lengths to avoid calling Su Tai Su master. Su Tai Su opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. Seeing Su Tai Su's silence, Yichen's heart sank, fearing that the title displeased him. "If you dislike the name Old Su, I could refer to you as Old Tai instead. If that still does not suffice, Old Su would also be acceptable." With fervent anticipation, Yichen gazed expectantly at Su Tai Su, his thoughts quite remarkable. Upon hearing Yichen's words, Su Tai Su's facial muscles twitched as he clenched his fists tightly, feeling as though he might lose control at any moment. He stared at Yichen, momentarily rendered speechless. Had it been anyone else, they would have already received a swift slap. Old Tai and Old Su sounded utterly awkward, plunging Su Tai Su into deep contemplation, sensing that something was amiss. Unbeknownst to Yi Chun, he was teetering on the edge of self-destruction. Taking a deep breath, Su Tai Su forcibly suppressed his rising anger. Yi Chun, are you implying that you were expelled from the sect for performing good deeds? Pray tell, what deeds have you accomplished? Su Tai Su felt he had grasped the crux of the matter. Being cast out for doing good would surely dishearten many. As Yi Chun responded to Su Tai Su's inquiry, he began to justify his actions in the celestial realm. I assisted an elderly gentleman in salvaging herbs on the verge of decay in the medicinal field. I consoled a young girl whose spirit was wounded, helping her stabilize her resolve. I aided a lost girl in safely returning home. I even escorted a great rock to the land of its dreams. Yi Chun displayed a pitiful demeanor, appearing deeply aggrieved. Su Tai Su's expression turned peculiar as he listened to Yi Chun's so-called good deeds. Although he had only recently taken Yi Chun under his wing, he could discern his character. Were those good deeds not merely the pilfering of an old man's herbs? Did you not take advantage of the young girl? And that great rock, might it not have ended up in your stew? Su Tai Su chuckled as he corrected Yi Chun's accounts of his supposedly noble actions. Yi Chun widened his eyes in disbelief. Aside from not having taken advantage of the girl, the rest of Su Tai Su's assertions were alarmingly accurate. Old Su, I never imagined that you would perceive me in such a light. My intentions were entirely benevolent. Yi Chun feigned a pitiable expression, as though he had suffered a great injustice. Spare me your flowery words. Your conduct is well known to your master. Su Tai Su glared at Yi Chun's pitiful display, his hands trembling with rage, wishing he could deliver a swift demise to Yi Chun. Could you not act a tad more convincingly? Old Su, I am now your genuine disciple. You must believe that I am a person of commendable character. Yi Chun blinked innocently with wide eyes, his face radiating sincerity. Commendable character? Su Tai Su's lips twitched slightly. No matter how he looked at Yi Chun, he seemed to embody anything but virtue. Very well. I have no desire to delve into your past misdeeds. Call me as you wish. Su Tai Su waved his hand in resignation, his expression one of disdain. All right then, please. Old Su, I shall now proceed to mine for spirit stones. Yi Chun grinned, picking up his mining tools and preparing to commence his work. Disciple, are you truly in such dire need of spirit stones? Did I not just provide you with 3 million spirit stones? Su Tai Su frowned slightly, hastily stopping Yi Chun to inquire. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun immediately set down his mining tools, ready to launch into his dramatic performance. He instantly adopted a heart-wrenching expression, his eyes reddening as if lost in a painful memory. Just as Yi Chun was about to fabricate a tale of his past struggles with hunger and poverty, Su Tai Su swiftly interrupted him. Enough, enough. No need for theatrics. Feel free to mine the spirit stone vein. With that, Su Tai Su took flight, eager to escape, fearing that if he lingered for even a moment longer, he might be compelled to strike Yi Chun down. Alas, Old Su, do not depart. My tragic tale has yet to be told. Old Su, Old Su. Seeing Su Tai Su soar away, Yi Chun shouted loudly towards the sky. At that moment, an elder from the law enforcement hall, having just arrived at the entrance of the forbidden area, halted upon hearing Yi Chun's cries. He stood at the entrance, staring in the direction Su Tai Su had flown, utterly astounded. His face bore an expression of disbelief, scarcely able to trust his own ears. The disciples following the elder were equally astonished, exchanging incredulous glances. The Grand Elder, shrouded in mystery, was known to be unyielding when provoked, showing no deference even to the sect leader. Yet, Yi Chun had the audacity to address the Grand Elder in such a manner, and the elder did not seem angered in the slightest. Could it be that Yi Chun possessed an extraordinarily powerful background, rendering him indifferent to the Grand Elder's authority? The elder from the law enforcement hall began to entertain wild thoughts. It turned out that Shi Kalang and Zhao Hogang harbored resentment towards Yi Chun and had been secretly monitoring him. Upon learning of Yi Chun's entry into the forbidden area, they rushed to the law enforcement hall to lodge a complaint. The elder from the law enforcement hall, upon receiving the news, promptly gathered several disciples and hastened towards the forbidden area. Disciples of the sect were not permitted to enter the forbidden area at will. Those who violated this rule faced the severance of their cultivation and expulsion from the sect. Yi Chun sensed someone at the entrance and turned to look towards the elder from the law enforcement hall. The elder, noticing Yi Chun's movement, immediately averted his gaze to the sky, as if completely oblivious to Yi Chen's presence. The disciples of the law enforcement hall, seeing their elder's behavior, mimicked him, some gazing upward, others looking down, deliberately avoiding the direction where Yi Chen stood. Zhao Hoging and Shi Kelang stood among the disciples of the law enforcement hall, their hearts brimming with anticipation for the severe punishment that awaited Yi Chen. Yi Chen had trespassed into a forbidden area. Zhao Hoging, unable to gauge the gravity of the situation, arrogantly issued directives to the elders of the law enforcement hall, relying on his status as the illegitimate son of the Grand Elder. Startled, the elder trembled and swiftly sealed Zhao Hoging's mouth with spiritual energy. Shi Kelang, eager to voice his thoughts, met the same fate, his mouth sealed by the elder's power. The other disciples fell into a hushed silence, too intimidated to speak further. "Oh, is that not the esteemed members of the law enforcement hall? Are you out on patrol?" Yi Chen observed their demeanor, a sly smile creeping onto his lips as he spoke aloud. Indeed, we are merely passing by." The elder of the law enforcement hall froze momentarily, managing a forced chuckle. With that, he gripped the napes of Shi Kelang and Zhao Hoging as one would lift a chick, one in each hand, and hurriedly led the disciples away. Yi Chen watched their retreating figures, a wicked smile gracing his features. How dare Shi Kelang and Zhao Hoging seek trouble with him? He would not hold back. In the dead of night, Yi Chen once again transformed his appearance into that of a middle-aged man and quietly approached Shi Kelang's cave dwelling. Chapter 8. An encounter with the elder. At this moment, Shi Kelang and Zhao Hoging were secretly plotting within their cave, devising a scheme to harm Yi Chen. Disguised, Yi Chen burst through the door without uttering a word, and before the two could react, he felled them to the ground with a swift punch each. Shi Kelang and Zhao Hoging gazed at the unfamiliar middle-aged man before them, their hearts gripped by terror. "Who are you? How dare you intrude upon my abode?" Shi Kelang shouted. Feigning composure, Yi Chen, a master of delivering blows, answered his query with his fists, relentlessly pummeling their faces until they succumbed to unconsciousness. Only after rendering them insensible did Yi Chen lose interest and discreetly depart after pillaging all valuable items. The following dawn, a bruised and battered Shi Kelang and Zhao Hoging gradually regained consciousness, surveying the wreckage of their cave and the empty treasury, their fury boiling over. Who could have done this? Zhao Hoging bellowed. The elders of the sect gathered, their expressions grim. The sect had been breached repeatedly, yet no clues had emerged. Consequently, the sect heightened its defensive measures. Meanwhile, Yi Chen reveled daily in the mining of spiritual stones. Sighing softly, he reflected on the spiritual stone vein before him. With the unsealing of his cultivation realm, the demand for spiritual stones escalated exponentially. After mining for over half a month, he had only reached the 7th level of foundation establishment. Yi Chen cursed the immortal Emperor Wuji once more in his heart. Today, the sect leader personally visited, pleading with Yi Chen to cease his mining, as further excavation could jeopardize the protective array of the sect. Now a part of the Tianxian sect, Yi Chen felt compelled to oblige, albeit reluctantly sighing. Fortunately, the sect leader imparted crucial news. In a mysterious valley in the southern region of the Kanglan realm, a rare treasure was about to emerge, attracting numerous cultivators in search of fortune. Ever intrigued by such peculiar phenomena, Yi Chen was eager to seize this opportunity. However, he was still uncertain of his combat prowess. He had heard that the forthcoming treasure would allure cultivators at the void refinement and integration stages. Perhaps I should seek out old Su for a spar? Yi Chen contemplated testing his current strength against Su Tai Su. Yet, he dismissed the idea, knowing that his senior brother had descended earlier and was undoubtedly far stronger, along with the risk of exposure if he were to be caught. After further reflection, he considered the Grand Elder, who was at the mid-stage of the transformation realm. It could be worthwhile to challenge him. Haha? Yi Chen nodded with a mischievous grin, deciding to seek out the Grand Elder for a friendly bout later that night. As night descended, the Tianxian sect lay in tranquil silence. Yi Chen again altered his appearance to that of a middle-aged man and stealthily departed from Qingzhou Peak under the cover of darkness. Who dares to intrude upon the Tianxian sect? Upon arriving at the Qiyun Peak, where the Grand Elder was meditating, Yi Chen was swiftly detected. The Grand Elder emerged from his cave, appearing atop the peak, gazing at Yi Chen from a distance. Who are you? Why do you persistently intrude upon my heavenly Xian sect? The Elder recognized Yi Chen, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the images of the previous intruders. Yi Chen, however, paid no heed to the elder's inquiries, letting out a strange cry as he lunged toward him. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. It should have been effortless for Yi Chun to defeat someone at the peak of the transformation stage, and escaping from the void refinement stage would pose no challenge either. Having gauged his own combat prowess, Yi Chun deemed it unnecessary to continue this entanglement with the elder. He began to deviate from conventional tactics, seizing the elder's hair with a sudden and unexpected maneuver. The elder was caught off guard, his hair firmly grasped by Yi Chun. "Ah, you shameless wretch," the elder roared. Yi Chun paid him no mind and swiftly landed a resounding slap across the elder's face, leaving a pronounced imprint. Enraged and humiliated, the elder swung a fist in retaliation, but Yi Chun nimbly evaded, delivering a swift kick to the elder's backside. "Haha, old man, let's see what you can do." Yi Chun laughed triumphantly. The elder trembled with fury, releasing the pressure of his fifth stage of transformation. His fists clenched as he aimed a powerful blow at Yi Chun's face. The sheer force of the punch seemed capable of igniting the air around them. Yet, Yi Chun remained undaunted, dodging left and right, seizing the opportunity to retaliate with a punch aimed at the elder's abdomen. "Ouch, missed," he taunted while evading further attacks. The elder, driven to madness, summoned his sword to strike at Yi Chun. The fierce sword intent surged toward Yi Chun's vital points. With fingers poised like a blade, Yi Chun unleashed an even more formidable sword intent that shattered the elder's assault. His foot, a size 42, connected solidly with the elder's face, causing the elder to stagger precariously. A large footprint marked the elder's visage. "Damn it, I will see you dead," he seethed, teeth clenched in rage. The humiliation of being pulled by his hair, slapped, and kicked had left the elder deeply shamed. Bruised and battered, his eyes burned with fury, teetering on the brink of explosion. Yet, Yi Chun remained unperturbed, employing an array of shameless tactics that left the elder in a state of disarray. "Old man, our game ends here for today. I shall take my leave," Yi Chun remarked, eyeing the bulging Qiankuan bag in his possession with a sly grin before vanishing like a streak of light into the night. "You little thief, halt," the elder bellowed, unwilling to relent and prepared to pursue. However, Yi Chun's speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he had disappeared without a trace. The elder was left clueless about the direction Yi Chun had taken, forced to stand there in frustration, scanning the surroundings in search of the vanished figure. Yi Chun had employed the supreme technique of the Wuji Immortal Palace, shrinking the earth to an inch, making it nearly impossible for even a being at the fusion stage to catch up. "Ah, thief, don't let me catch you. I will make you wish you were never born." The elder stood there, roaring in anger. His furious roar reverberated through the still night sky, soon startling the sect leader and the other esteemed elders. The sect leader, accompanied by several elders, hastened to the scene, only to be taken aback by the sight of the Grand Elder, battered and bruised. "Grand Elder, what has transpired?" the sect leader inquired, furrowing his brow. "It was this individual again. After assaulting me, he made off with all my savings," the Grand Elder replied, presenting an image of a middle-aged man whose appearance had been altered by Yi Chun. The sect leader and the elders exchanged glances. For this man had infiltrated the sect multiple times, yet they had been unable to uncover the slightest clue. Upon returning to Qingzhou Peak, Yi Chun promptly fell into a deep slumber, preparing for the treasure hunt in the mysterious valley the following day. On the morrow, after departing from the sect, Yi Chun deliberately altered his appearance, disguising himself as an inexperienced youth. He mingled with a group of wandering cultivators also heading to the southern valley, embarking on the journey towards the enigmatic gorge. Along the way, he convincingly portrayed a timid and apprehensive demeanor, frequently inquiring about news from the fellow cultivators beside him. Chapter 9. The ingenious acquisition of the 9 transformation golden spirit fruit. The curious demeanor of this young lad made it difficult to associate him with the notorious troublemaker who had once stirred chaos in the celestial realm. "Esteemed friend, may I inquire what extraordinary treasures lie within this valley that have drawn so many cultivators here?" Yi Chun tugged at the sleeve of a burly man with a bushy beard, feigning curiosity as he posed the question. "Kid, at the first level of Qi refinement, you dare to seek treasures in this valley? Are you not merely courting death?" The bearded man shot a sideways glance at him, his impatience evident upon seeing Yi Chun's youthful and naive appearance. Undeterred, Yi Chun shrank back in mock fright, whispering, You speak truly, my friend. I am but a newcomer. Having heard tales of rare treasures emerging in this locale, I came to test my luck and enhance my abilities. I humbly seek your guidance." As he spoke, he discreetly slipped a low-grade spirit stone into the bearded man's hand. The man weighed the spirit stone in his palm, his expression softening slightly. Clearing his throat, he leisurely replied, "Since you show some understanding, I shall enlighten you. It is said that within this valley grows a millennia-old spirit fruit tree, which bears a single 9-transformation golden spirit fruit every 1,000 years. Consuming it can cleanse one's marrow and fortify one's cultivation. It is an unparalleled treasure." Yi Chun feigned astonishment, his mouth agape and his eyes brimming with desire. The 9-transformation golden spirit fruit could indeed assist him in breaking the seals on his cultivation, and he was determined to acquire it. After half a day's journey, the crowd finally arrived at the mysterious valley. The entrance was shrouded in swirling mist, with ethereal spiritual energy wafting through the air. Ancient trees, towering and lush, emanated an aura of age and mystery. At the valley's entrance, a throng of people bustled about, with powerful figures arriving from all directions, some riding flying swords, surrounded by a tempest of sword chi, others mounted on exotic beasts, exuding an air of authority. Amidst this assembly of formidable cultivators, Yi Chun, a mere first-level chi refinement practitioner, appeared remarkably out of place. Where did this Navi child come from? A first-level chi refinement cultivator dares to join this commotion? Bellowed a stout man, eliciting laughter from those around. Humph, utterly oblivious to the peril. He likely does not even comprehend how he might perish, sneered a scrawny cultivator, casting a contemptuous glance at Yi Chun. Such treasures are beyond the reach of weaklings like you. Go home and suckle, one individual remarked derisively. Yi Chun remained impassive, dismissing their mockery with indifference. In his eyes, they were merely frogs at the bottom of a well, deriding a descending deity. He observed the surroundings keenly, mentally noting the terrain and geographical features. Subsequently, he set up concealed restrictions, waiting for the opportune moment to ensnare those who had ridiculed him. With his preparations complete, Yi Chun smirked inwardly and followed the crowd deeper into the valley. "Look, what is that?" Suddenly, a voice cried out from the crowd, pointing towards an open space deep within the valley. As the crowd turned towards the source of the sound, they beheld an extraordinary fruit tree in the clearing, its entire form resplendent in golden hues. The branches were laden with fist-sized golden fruits, exuding an enticing aroma. Indeed, it was the legendary 9-turn golden spirit fruit. Upon sighting the coveted fruits, the eyes of the crowd brimmed with avarice and longing. "Ha ha, this treasure is mine," roared a burly man as he surged forward, disregarding everyone else. "Seize it," a voice rang out, igniting a fervor in the previously composed crowd, which now surged toward the spirit fruit tree, each individual desperate not to lag behind. In an instant, chaos erupted. Formidable warriors unleashed their might, spells illuminated the air, and the clashing of magical artifacts echoed incessantly. Yi Chun deliberately positioned himself at the back of the throng, a cunning smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, as the crowd neared the spirit fruit tree, the ground trembled violently. An array of magical barriers sprang to life, ensnaring everyone within. What is happening? Damn it, it's a trap. The unexpected turn of events left the crowd flustered and panicked. In a flash, Yi Chun executed a technique that allowed him to traverse space, effortlessly bypassing the magical barriers to stand beneath the spirit fruit tree. He plucked every ripe 9-turn golden spirit fruit, gazing at the unfortunate souls trapped within the barriers. Yi Chun's lips curled into a smug grin. He casually collected several of their spatial bags into his own possession. It was only at this moment that the unfortunate individuals realized what had transpired and erupted in curses, but their predicament rendered their protests futile. Just as Yi Chun prepared to depart, several formidable presences descended, blocking his escape. 3 powerful cultivators of the harmonization stage materialized before him. Elder. It was he who plucked all the 9-turn golden spirit fruits. A youth trapped within the array exclaimed to an elderly man with a head of white hair. Interesting, the elder remarked, casting a glance at the youth within the barrier. A mere first-stage chi refinement brat dares to venture here. Here's the deal. Hand over the 9-turn golden spirit fruits, and I shall spare your life. The elder spoke with an air of indifference, looking down upon Yi Chun, who appeared to be an easy target. Ha ha, I harvested the 9-turn golden spirit fruits through my own skill. Esteemed elders, you seek to rob me. Yi Chen responded without a hint of trepidation, calculating his chances of escape with the arrays he had previously laid out. Enough nonsense. If you do not surrender them, you shall find only death awaiting you. One of the impatient middle-aged harmonization stage cultivators barked. Yi Chen let out a cold snort. Then come and try? With that, he vanished in a flash, employing his technique to flee into the distance. That brat concealed his cultivation. He is not merely at the Qi refinement stage. The 3 harmonization stage cultivators realized they had been outmaneuvered and quickly pursued him. As Yi Chen fled, he skillfully activated the previously arranged arrays to ensnare his pursuers. In an instant, a radiant light flickered as the formation activated, temporarily ensnaring the 3 formidable warriors within its confines. This brat actually set the formation in advance. One of the warriors exclaimed in fury. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Chen hastened toward the depths of the valley. The 3 combined forces shattered all the formations with relentless vigor. Do not let him escape, the leader bellowed, quickening their pursuit. The scattered cultivators and disciples of various sects followed closely behind. Yi Chen continued to sprint deeper into the valley, where the presence of demonic beasts grew increasingly abundant and powerful. A mischievous grin adorned his lips as he launched attacks against the beasts, striking and retreating, even daring to slap those that lay peacefully in their lairs. The valley reverberated with the furious roars of the agitated beasts. Yi Chen's provocation had successfully incited a multitude of them. In a moment, the entire valley erupted in chaos, with the demonic beasts relentlessly pursuing Yi Chen. Just as the 3 combined stage warriors were on the verge of catching up, a throng of enraged beasts surged forth behind Yi Chen. Chapter 10. Escape from the Valley. Encounter with the tyrant in Tianwu City. That wretched lad. How cunning he is! Exclaimed the leading cultivator of the fusion stage in a fit of rage. With an abundance of high-tiered demonic beasts, the 3 fusion stage experts dared not recklessly traverse through them to capture Yi Chen. They could only lock onto his aura and pursue him from behind. In the valley, Yi Chen led a throng of demonic beasts at the forefront, occasionally striking a few beasts by the roadside, thereby amassing an ever-growing army of them. Trailing behind the demonic beasts were the 3 fusion stage masters, followed by a motley crew of scattered cultivators and disciples from various sections. Upon reaching a fork in the road, Yi Chen nonchalantly picked up a leaf, infusing a trace of his essence into it before tossing it down the left path. The leaf instantly transformed into an apparition of Yi Chen, dashing into the left fork. Meanwhile, Yi Chen himself swiftly suppressed his aura with the heavenly Dao Pearl and sped down the right path. The demonic beasts, sensing Yi Chen's aura, surged after the illusion into the left path. When the 3 fusion stage experts arrived at the fork, they detected Yi Chen's aura fluctuating on the left and hastily pursued. Once everyone had entered the left path, Yi Chen reappeared at the fork, just in time to see the youth who had just reported to the fusion stage elder trailing at the back. Without a second thought, Yi Chen approached and knocked him unconscious, lifting him by the nape like a chick and sprinting towards the valley's exit. As the crowd and the demonic beasts chased for a distance, the leaf that had transformed into Yi Chen reverted back to a mere leaf, drifting gently to the ground. And only then did they realize they had been deceived. Oh no, we've been tricked. One of the fusion stage experts bellowed in fury. Just as they turned to return, the demonic beasts, realizing their target had vanished, fell into a frenzied state. Roar! A colossal 2-headed bear was the first to pounce towards the crowd. Damn it, these beasts have lost their target and are now using us as punching bags, cursed one of the fusion stage masters. The scattered cultivators and sect disciples immediately fell into chaos. Some attempted to resist the demonic beasts, while others fled in all directions. Everyone, remain calm. Do not panic. The leading fusion stage expert tried to regain control, but his efforts were rendered ineffective amidst the chaotic onslaught of the beasts. At that moment, Yi Chen was nearing the valley's exit, still holding the unconscious youth. He stored the youth's Qianquan bag and then struck him awake with a slap. Groggily, the youth awakened, his eyes clouded with confusion as he struggled to comprehend the situation, his face stinging with pain. When he finally focused on Yi Chen before him, terror gripped him, and he instinctively attempted to resist. Yi Chen regarded him coldly, stating, "Humph, do not move. I shall not kill you, for now." The youth, trembling in fear, stuttered, "What do you want? Speak. Your name and your faction, Yi Chun commanded imperiously. Please don't kill me. My name is Xin Yushu. A direct disciple of the Ziyang sect, the youth quivered, his eyes wide with fright, unconsciously shrinking back. Who is that old man in the integration stage to you? Yi Chun inquired. He is the ancestor of the Ziyang sect, and also my great-grandfather, Xin Yushu replied candidly, without daring to conceal the truth. Upon hearing her response, Yi Chun's eyes gleamed with interest. So, you must be quite valuable, he remarked with a mischievous grin, gazing at Xin Yushu as if she were a trove of spirit stones. Xin Yushu's countenance turned pale at his words, her speech faltering. Why you mustn't act recklessly. My great-grandfather will not spare you. Yi Chun scoffed dismissively. He can barely protect himself. How could he possibly concern himself with you? With that, he subdued Xin Yushu, sealing her consciousness before casting her into the space of the heavenly Tao Pearl, intending to find an opportunity to exchange her for spirit stones from the Ziyang sect. Meanwhile, the echoes of battle cries and the roars of demonic beasts continued to reverberate through the valley. The three integration stage cultivators, along with disciples from various sects and scattered practitioners, found themselves in a dire predicament. Yi Chun glanced back at the chaos in the depths of the valley, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he hastened away from this perilous place. In the flourishing Tianwu city of the Kanglan realm, which fell under the jurisdiction of the Tianxian sect, Yi Chun strolled leisurely along the streets, his gaze occasionally drifting to the shops lining either side. Suddenly, a flash of indignation crossed his face, only to be replaced moments later by a smirk of amusement. Not far ahead, a group of elegantly dressed youths surrounded a flamboyantly attired young master, who strutted out of a tavern with an air of arrogance. This young master, portly and with a face full of excess, had small, greedy eyes that gleamed with avarice. Passers-by on the street instinctively steered clear of the young master, as if avoiding a band of ruthless brigands. As the young master emerged from the tavern, he spotted a stunning female cultivator by the roadside. Immediately, his lascivious intentions ignited, and he swaggered over, reaching out to touch her delicate face. Beautiful maiden, come entertain me, he leered. The female cultivator's face drained of color as she recoiled. A young man in green, accompanying her, stepped forward protectively, shielding her behind him. Esteemed young master, please show some restraint, he implored, his voice trembling yet filled with courage. The young master's expression darkened. Humph, who do you think you are to thwart my desires? At this moment, onlookers unafraid of confrontation began to murmur among themselves. This young master was Shi Kachong, the second son of the Shi family, one of the four prominent families in Tianwu City, whose power was unparalleled. The young couple seemed destined for misfortune. Indeed, it was said that Shi Kachong's elder brother, Shi Koyang, had been accepted as a disciple by the Grand Elder of the Tianxian sect, which emboldened Shi Kachong to act with impunity, frequently bullying men and women alike, committing all manner of wrongs. The four great families are no paragons of virtue. They often perpetrate evil and abduct innocent maidens. Alas, what can we do when they possess such formidable lineage? We can only seethe in silence. Young master, please temper your anger. My junior sister and I merely passed by and did not intend to offend. I kindly ask you to spare my junior sister, the young man in green hastily implored. Spare her? The enchanting beauty I have set my sights upon shall not be so easily relinquished. If you are wise, you will obediently submit to me, and I shall ensure your desires are met beyond your wildest dreams, sneered Sheik Chong, his gaze greedily roaming over the female cultivator. Young master, my junior sister is an innocent party. I humbly beseech you to show mercy, the young man in green continued, bowing deeply, his body trembling slightly. Sheik Chong let out a cold snort. Cease your prattling. Today, you will comply, or you shall not leave this Tianwu city. The female cultivator, gripped by fear, clutched tightly at the sleeve of the young man in green, her eyes filled with terror and helplessness. Yi Chun, observing this scene from the side, felt a surge of anger welling up within him. With a calm demeanor, he discreetly retrieved a jade pendant from his bosom, gently caressing it as he pretended to pass by Sheik Chong. Chapter 11. Teaching a lesson to the rascals and seizing the spirit stones. The jade pendant, resplendent and translucent, emanated a subtle aura of spiritual energy, unmistakably a rare treasure. With his keen eyes, Sheik Chong immediately noticed the pendant in Yi Chun's hand, his gaze shining with excitement. Hey, stop right there. That pendant is of great interest to me. Sheik Chong's eyes fixated on the jade, and he shouted while extending his plump hand to block Yi Chen's path. Seeing that Yi Chen was merely at the first level of qi cultivation, he assumed the youth was easy prey. Feigning surprise, Yi Chen looked up at Sheik Chong, and then he narrowed his eyes slightly, a mocking expression adorning his face as he crossed his arms, exuding an air of indifference. Kid, stop wasting words. If I desire something, it rightfully belongs to me. Sheik Chong was incensed by Yi Chen's nonchalant demeanor. Oh, if you have the capability, come and take it. Yi Chen shrugged carelessly. Sheik Chong, hearing this, erupted with fury. Typically, anything he fancied was promptly delivered to him, yet this young man seemed utterly dismissive of his authority. You ungrateful wretch. Bring him down. As soon as the command left his lips, a swarm of lackeys surged forward, attempting to seize Yi Chen. However, before their hands could even touch him, they were met with a blinding flash, and Yi Chen's figure vanished from sight. Where is he? The crowd looked around in confusion, only to find no trace of Yi Chen. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air as one of the lackeys doubled over, clutching his abdomen in agony, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, Yi Chen had inexplicably appeared behind another lackey, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. You. The lackey pointed at Yi Chen, terror etched across his face, rendered speechless. With a cold chuckle, Yi Chen seized the man's hair and slammed his head into the ground. Ah! The lackey, taken by surprise, had his head struck against the earth, a clump of hair torn out, leaving him bloodied and battered. You lot think you can steal my possessions? Yi Chen stated coolly, placing a foot on the chest of the fallen lackey. Kid, you're courting death. Sheik Chong, witnessing his underlings being bested, was consumed by rage and drew a long sword from his waist, lunging toward Yi Chen. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, Yi Chen evaded the sword as though he were a specter, simultaneously delivering a powerful punch that struck Sheik Chong squarely in the abdomen. Poof! Sheik Chong let out a wretched cry, blood spewing from his mouth as he was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Yi Chen swiftly advanced, planting a foot upon Sheik Chong's groin. The sound of cracking eggs echoed, and Sheik Chong was transformed into a figure worthy of serving in the palace among the consorts. Ah! Sheik Chong screamed, his hands clutching his groin, trembling in pain, cold sweat pouring from his brow. Lying on the ground, writhing in agony, his body contorted like a large shrimp, he struggled to rise. The remaining sycophants, witnessing the scene, were instantly struck with terror, losing their nerve to continue their assault, and they fell to their knees in supplication. Please spare us, my lord. We failed to recognize your greatness and have offended you. Yi Chen regarded them coldly, uttering disdainfully, a bunch of useless fools. At that moment, a chorus of cheers erupted from the onlookers. Well done. This wicked young master has been arrogant for too long. Someone ought to teach him a lesson. An elderly man exclaimed, his face alight with satisfaction. Indeed, this young hero truly embodies courage. Let us see if Shirkunchong dares to act recklessly again. A robust man echoed, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Exactly. Such bullies should have been dealt with long ago. A young woman could not contain her excitement, her eyes sparkling with fervor. Thank you, noble benefactor, for your timely assistance. Had it not been for you, my junior sister and I would surely have met a dire fate today. A young man in blue approached with his companion, bowing deeply in gratitude. Your grace is beyond repayment, the female cultivator added, her eyes glistening with emotion. Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. You should leave quickly to avoid further trouble. The young man in blue insisted, noble benefactor, the Shi family wields immense power in Tianwu City. They will not let this matter rest. Yi Chen chuckled lightly. It matters not. Let them come to me. It saves me the trouble of seeking them out. He would not let this opportunity to acquire spirit stones slip away. The young man wished to plead further, but was interrupted by Yi Chen. You must leave now. Do not linger. Reluctantly, the young man expressed his thanks once more before hastily departing with his sister. Is your name Dung Beetle? Yi Chen turned, looking down at Shirkunchong with a faint smile. Shirkunchong's face paled in pain, and upon hearing Yi Chen's inquiry, he gritted his teeth and shouted through his agony. You bastard. My name is Shirkunchong. Yi Chen scoffed. Oh, with your character, Dung Beetle seems a more fitting name. He continued to mock. Your brother must be a dung beetle too. After all, both are equally repugnant. Shirkunchong, seething with rage yet unable to retaliate due to his pain, clenched his teeth and threatened, "You wait. My Sure family has a nascent soul ancestor. He will not spare you." Yi Chen squatted down, leaning closer to Sure Kunchong with a teasing tone. "Tell me, if I were to kill you now, could your ancestor bring you back to life? Why you dare not?" Sure Kunchong's eyes widened in fear as he instinctively recoiled. "If you wish to live, surrender all the spirit stones you possess." Realizing his life rested in Yi Chen's hands, Sure Kunchong dared not resist and hurriedly commanded his subordinates to relinquish all the spirit stones from his storage bags. Yi Chen took the storage bag, and upon a brief scan with his divine sense, he discovered it contained over 1,000,000 medium-grade spirit stones, which instantly brightened his expression. "Indeed, it appears that this plump sheep is quite substantial," Yi Chen said with a smile. "However, this amount of spirit stones is insufficient. What more do you desire?" Sure Kuchong asked in terror. "Quite simply," Yi Chen replied nonchalantly, "have your family send an additional 3 to 5 million medium-grade spirit stones, or else." As he spoke, he flicked his wrist, revealing a black rope in his hand, the binding immortal rope. 3 to 5 million spirit stones. Sure Kuchong's face turned ashen upon hearing this, realizing it represented several years of his family's earnings. "What? Are you unwilling?" Yi Chen observed him with a half-smile. "And no, that's not it." Sure Kuchong gritted his teeth, trembling as he spoke. "I will have someone retrieve it immediately." Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction, binding the binding immortal rope around Sure Kuchong's body, then lifting him as one would a small chick. "Let us proceed. Take me to your home, so I may collect it personally." Sure Kuchong had no choice but to obediently lead Yi Chen towards his family's residence. Chapter 12. The Phantom Thief and the Esteemed Clan. Within the heart of Sure Kuchong, a tempest of fury raged. He was resolute that upon returning to his family, he would ensure Yi Chen's demise. That wretched scoundrel dared to rob him of his lineage. Once back among his kin, he would demand 1,000-fold retribution to satiate his seething anger. In due course, the two arrived at the gates of the Sure family estate. The guards, upon witnessing the pitiful state of their young master, were struck with alarm and hurried into the manor to deliver the news. Soon after, a man of opulent attire, exuding an air of authority, emerged, a middle-aged gentleman known as Sure Durong, the current head of the Sure family. "Who dares to harm my son?" Sure Durong bellowed, his voice resonating with fury. Sure Kuchong, upon seeing his father, was akin to a shipwrecked sailor spotting land. He began to lament his plight. "Father, you must avenge me. He has rendered me incapable of manhood. Impudent wretch, you possess an audacity beyond measure." Sure Durong glared at Yi Chen, his eyes ablaze with indignation. "Enough of your prattle. Bring forth the spirit stones to negotiate his release. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee his survival." Yet Yi Chen remained unperturbed, raising the binding ropes in his hand defiantly. At that moment, a powerful aura erupted from within the Sure estate, and two figures materialized like phantoms. "Who dares to act with such insolence in my Sure family?" One of the elders thundered, his gaze piercing, emanating a chilling pressure characteristic of the nascent soul stage. A smirk of disdain danced upon Yi Chen's lips, utterly unfazed by the oppressive presence of the two elders. "A mere nascent soul? I could easily subdue you," he retorted with a light laugh. "Seeking death, are you?" The elders, incensed by Yi Chen's disregard, launched a direct assault, completely indifferent to Sure Kuchong's fate. With a cold snort, Yi Chen casually discarded Sure Kuchong aside like refuse, his form a blur as he moved with an astonishing swiftness. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chen had seized the necks of both elders, as if they had willingly presented themselves to him. Their eyes widened in disbelief and terror, unable to fathom Yi Chen's immense strength. "Do you dare to be arrogant before me?" Yi Chen's voice dripped with coldness, intensifying his grip. At this moment, the members of the Sure family were engulfed in tumultuous emotions. This mere cultivator of the Qi refining stage had effortlessly subdued their elders. Sure Durong, witnessing the scene, quickly intervened. "Young friend, hold your horses, let us not act rashly. We can discuss this matter amicably." Sure Durong's tone had shifted, acknowledging Yi Chen's overwhelming prowess beyond their wildest imaginations. Initially believing that the family's nascent soul elders could easily subdue Yi Chen, they were taken aback by his instantaneous countermeasure, grasping the lives of the two elders within his control. If Yi Chen were to unleash his wrath, the Sure family would suffer an irreparable loss of two vital nascent soul elders, an utter catastrophe for them. Oh, now you wish to negotiate? Had you spoken thus earlier, we might have avoided this whole mess. Yi Chen remarked with a mocking expression, binding the two nascent soul elders and discarding them at his feet. What conditions must be met for the release of the hostages? Shi Durong suppressed the rising tide of anger within him. 2 million medium-grade spirit stones for one individual. There are 3 here. Who will the head of the Shi family choose? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. You, young friend, your demands are exceedingly exorbitant. Shi Durong's fury ignited, for this wealth had taken their family a century to amass. The head of the Shi family surely would not be willing to exchange spirit stones for lives, rendering these 3 useless. Yi Chen shrugged nonchalantly, poised to take action. Hold on. My Shi family possesses an ancestor in the void refinement realm. If you force his hand, it will lead to a relentless conflict. Do you truly wish to proceed? Shi Durong glared at Yi Chen, his eyes fixed in a menacing stare, veins bulging on his forehead. Humph. Do not attempt to intimidate me with that decrepit figure who is already half in the grave. Yi Chen scoffed, glancing deeper into the Shi estate. He had already discerned the presence of a nearly lifeless ancestor in the void refinement realm, whose strength was but a fraction of its former self. One strike would surely lead to its demise. You. Shi Durong trembled as he pointed at Yi Chen, his chest heaving with agitation. Indeed, their ancestor had reached the limits of life. One more action would spell swift death. To his astonishment, Yi Chen had easily perceived this. Do as he says and hand over the spirit stones. At that moment, the aged voice of the void refinement ancestor resonated from within the Shi estate, carrying an undeniable authority. The members of the Shi family were taken aback, their faces betraying their unwillingness. Ancestor, this is the culmination of our family's 100-year effort. Shi Durong could not help but protest. Humph. The ancestor bellowed. You worthless lot. You bully the weak and flaunt your power. This is your just retribution. Hearing this reprimand, the Shi family members bowed their heads, silenced. After a moment of hesitation, Shi Durong gritted his teeth and ordered an elder by his side to retrieve the spirit stones. Shortly thereafter, the Shi family reluctantly yielded 6 million medium-grade spirit stones to Yi Chen. Had you done this sooner, we could have avoided this waste of time. Yi Chen collected the spirit stones, a satisfied smirk gracing his lips. Young friend, I apologize on behalf of these inept descendants. I hope you will not hold their folly against them. The ancient voice of the Shi family's ancestor resounded once more. Old man, in light of your reasonableness, I shall refrain from pursuing this matter further. I trust you will discipline your descendants appropriately in the future. With that, Yi Chen turned to depart, a playful smile lingering on his lips. He had heard much among the onlookers about the deeds of the 4 great families and various clans in Tianwu City, their oppressive actions against the weak. In the dead of night, a shadow slipped into the Li family of the 4 great families. Moments later, the anguished cries of the family head echoed from within. Spare me, young sir. All of our spirit stones are here. Please accept them. Humph. You are wise to recognize your situation. Today, I shall spare your life. The figure clad in black swiftly departed from the Li family after collecting the spirit stones. Have you heard? The Li family was also visited by the elusive thief, Night Shadow, last night. Indeed, it is said that Night Shadow appears and vanishes like a wraith, leaving the guards of the Li family utterly oblivious. They deserve it. After all, the Li family has long been notorious for their malevolent deeds, oppressing the good-hearted. This robbery can be seen as divine retribution. Indeed, it is rumored that Night Shadow only targets the ill-gotten wealth of the unkindly rich, which brings great joy to the people. Who could argue otherwise? Now, the esteemed families in the city resemble startled birds, too fearful to continue their nefarious activities. Ha ha. Indeed, I have heard that throughout Tianwu City, in every street and alley, in tea-houses and taverns, people are abuzz with discussions about the heroic exploits of the thief. Night Shadow. Chapter 13. Infiltrating the auction house to auction Xuanyu's book at this moment, Yi Chen, the mastermind behind it all, sat in a tea house, savoring fragrant tea while eavesdropping on the surrounding discussions, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It seemed the outcome was quite satisfactory, he mused. Ever since the Shi family had offered 6 million medium-grade spirit stones, Yi Chen had donned a disguise. Transforming into a shadowy thief clad in black, he prowled the night, targeting the affluent families who were notoriously unkind to the common folk. In just half a month, Yi Chun had visited various families in Tianwu City, each time returning with bountiful spoils. These prominent families, emboldened by their considerable power, had long engaged in oppressive practices against the common people. Yi Chun did not consider himself a paragon of virtue, yet he could not ignore the abundance of spirit stones possessed by these heartless families. In a way, he had indirectly alleviated the suffering of the populace. However, a tinge of frustration lingered in Yi Chun's heart, despite amassing a substantial amount of spirit stones, all of which he had refined using the heavenly Tao Pearl. His cultivation had only reached the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. Yet, upon entering this stage, he discovered that the laws he had previously comprehended could now be wielded. At that moment, two remarkable young men, elegantly attired in azure robes, entered Tianwu City. They were Lin Shuo, the eldest disciple of the Tianxian sect, and Su Chun, the second disciple. Having spent several years honing their skills in the outside world, they were returning to the sect and decided to rest in Tianwu City. As they overheard the animated discussions regarding the exploits of the shadowy thief, Yi Chun, they paused in their tracks. The shadow? How intriguing, Lin Shuo remarked, a frown creasing his brow as curiosity peaked within him. Do you have something in mind, senior brother? Su Chun inquired, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. This shadow can indeed be considered a righteous figure, Lin Shuo remarked nonchalantly, his tone revealing no discernible emotion. Indeed, the affluent families of Tianwu City have long deserved a lesson. Su Chun concurred eagerly. Let us investigate who this shadow truly is, Lin Shuo declared, striding towards the city. I, too, wish to uncover the identity of this shadow. Su Chun quickly followed. The duo arrived at the estate of a prominent family within Tianwu City. Senior brother, why have we come here? Su Chun asked in a hushed voice. To see if the shadow has left any traces behind, Lin Shuo replied calmly. That makes sense. Su Chun nodded in agreement. Lin Shuo closed his eyes, unleashing a powerful divine sense to meticulously probe the surroundings. Found it. Moments later, Lin Shuo suddenly opened his eyes wide, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. What have you discovered, senior brother? Su Chun inquired urgently. I sensed a faint trace of the power of laws, Lin Shuo said, a smile gracing his lips. The power of laws. Could it be that this shadow is a tribulation stage cultivator? Su Chun gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. His expression one of utter astonishment. Indeed, this individual is likely one who has comprehended the power of the laws at the tribulation stage. Lin Shuo nodded affirmatively. Hiss. Su Chun inhaled sharply. Senior brother, is it possible to locate this person using a trace of the laws? The power of the laws can only be grasped by formidable beings at the tribulation stage and above. It is exceptionally rare for someone at the void refinement stage, like Yi Chun, to comprehend such power. No, unless this person takes action and reveals the power of the laws, Lin Shuo replied, shaking his head. Sigh. Su Chun let out a light sigh, appearing somewhat disheartened. Junior brother, let us wander around the city. Perhaps we may stumble upon something of value, Lin Shuo encouraged, patting Su Chun on the shoulder. At that moment, Yi Chun in the tea house set down his teacup, casually tossed a spirit stone, and rose to leave. As he strolled through the bustling streets, his mind was occupied with his subsequent plans. Suddenly, he heard a commotion ahead, suggesting a lively market. Intrigued, Yi Chun decided to immerse himself in the excitement, relishing such vibrant occasions, especially since he might discover some treasures. He lowered his stature and blended into the crowd, soon realizing that the Wanbao Pavilion was hosting a public auction. The Wanbao Pavilion is the largest auction house in the Kanglan continent, wielding immense influence. They dare to auction any treasure, and none would dare to cause trouble at their events, with branches spread across the entire continent. Transforming himself into a mysterious figure clad in a black robe and a wide-brimmed hat, Yi Chun infiltrated the auction venue. The exhibition stage was adorned with a dazzling array of rare treasures, captivating the eye. As the auction commenced, an elderly man passionately introduced the items on offer. Yi Chun glanced over, noting that the items were predominantly spirit herbs, elixirs, and low-tier magical artifacts, all of which held little appeal for him. Though these items were indeed rare treasures in the Kanglan continent, who was Yi Chun, the beloved junior disciple of the most powerful sect in the celestial realm? Accustomed to luxury, naturally regarded such treasures with disdain. It wasn't he until he spotted a familiar face in the front row that his interest piqued. This individual was none other than the ancestor of the Ziyang sect, Xian Yushu's great-grandfather. Xian Yushu was still within Yi Chen's Tiandao Pearl space, and he was contemplating sending a message to the Ziyang sect to exchange spirit stones for her release. What a fortuitous encounter. He grinned mischievously, formulating a plan, and made his way to the auction's backstage. Moments later, as the auction neared its conclusion, Yi Chun returned to the main hall. The next item to be auctioned was the final piece of this event, just delivered by a mysterious individual. The elder announced loudly, "This item is rather unique. It is the first time Wanbao Pavilion is auctioning such a treasure." The elder's expression was peculiar as he introduced the item. As the elder's voice faded, a servant behind him swiftly removed the white cloth draped over an iron cage. Within the cage, Xian Yushu was bound tightly, revealed to the astonished audience. Instantly, a wave of murmurs erupted among the spectators, who had not anticipated that the final item for auction would be a person. This last item for bidding is indeed a human. Can a person truly be auctioned off? This individual appears to be Xian Yushu from the Ziyang sect. Yes, I recognize him. He is indeed Xian Yushu of the Ziyang sect. Upon seeing Xian Yushu within the cage, the patriarch of the Ziyang sect's expression changed drastically, his eyes widening in fury as he abruptly rose to his feet. "Who possesses the audacity to abduct my disciple from the Ziyang sect?" he thundered, his voice brimming with wrath and authority, rendering the auction hall silent in an instant. He fixed his gaze upon Xian Yushu, his hands clenched into fists, exuding an overwhelming aura that everyone around could sense. Xian Yushu was not only a descendant of the Ziyang sect's patriarch, but also among the most exceptional disciples of the younger generation. Having been missing from the mysterious valley for half a month, the patriarch had never anticipated his reappearance in such a manner. "What is the meaning of this, Wanbage?" The patriarch coldly directed his gaze towards the elder on stage. Chapter 14. Toying with the ancestor of the Ziyang sect. Upon facing the inquiries of the ancestor of the Ziyang sect, the elder of the Wanbao Pavilion's countenance darkened, and he instantaneously unleashed a formidable pressure of the great ascension stage, forcefully suppressing the aura of the Ziyang sect's ancestor. Here at Wanbao Pavilion, you are not in a position to act recklessly. If you wish to rescue someone, you must bid honestly, the elder warned coldly. Under this overwhelming pressure, the ancestor of the Ziyang sect's expression grew increasingly grim, yet he was acutely aware that the strength of Wanbao Pavilion was not something his sect could easily provoke. "Very well, I shall see who dares to snatch someone from the Ziyang sect," he retorted through gritted teeth, suppressing his mounting fury. At that moment, the crowd below erupted in astonishment, none anticipating that events would escalate to such a degree. Concealed within the throng, Yi Chen's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. "The bidding shall commence now, with a starting price of 1 million mid-grade spirit stones, and each subsequent bid must increase by no less than 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones," the elder of Wanbao Pavilion announced with a stoic expression, his gaze sweeping over the spectators. 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. The ancestor of the Ziyang sect, seething with rage, was the first to place a bid, casting a warning glance around to deter others from participating. Silence enveloped the crowd. For a moment, no one dared to bid. After all, this involved the Ziyang sect, and no one wished to offend them lightly. 2 million mid-grade spirit stones. Just then, Yi Chun, shrouded in a black cloak, flashed a cunning smile and raised his bidding paddle. The Xian Yushu had been ensconced within Yi Chen's heavenly Dao Pearl for over half a month, and he considered it only fair to compensate for his care during that time. To bid merely 1 million spirit stones would be a grievous loss in his eyes. Thus, he did not hesitate to raise the stakes. Moreover, the ancestor of the Ziyang sect had pursued him ruthlessly in a mysterious valley, and Yi Chun was not one to suffer in silence. Vengeance was necessary. Additionally, this presented an opportunity to amass more spirit stones, which was indeed a win-win situation. Upon hearing Yi Chen's bid, the ancestor of the Ziyang sect was immediately consumed by fury, his glare fixed intently on Yi Chun. "Who are you to dare oppose the Ziyang sect and bid against us?" His voice brimmed with intense rage. "The highest bidder wins. There is no need for such superfluous discourse." Yi Chen's voice emerged low and gravelly from beneath his cloak. "You insolent wretch. Do you have any idea of the consequences of provoking the dignity of the Ziyang sect?" The ancestor trembled with indignation. "Consequences? Spare me your threats, old man. If you wish to save someone, simply bid. Yi Chen replied with a dismissive gesture. Ancestor of the Ziyang sect, please adhere to the rules of the auction. The highest bidder prevails, so do not disrupt the fairness. The elder of Wanbao Pavilion interjected once more, issuing a warning. He understood that only the ancestor of the Ziyang sect would bid high for Xian Yushu. Had it been anyone else, they would have been outbid long ago, and he would not have spoken so gently. The ancestor's face turned ashen, yet he dared not offend Wanbao Pavilion. Forcing himself to suppress his anger, he declared, "Fine. Let us see just how many spirit stones this lurking individual possesses. 5 million mid-grade spirit stones. 6 million mid-grade spirit stones." Yi Chen let out a derisive laugh and continued to raise the bid. 7 million mid-grade spirit stones. The elder of the Ziyang sect exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury. 8 million mid-grade spirit stones. Yi Chen unhesitatingly increased the offer. At this moment, the elder's countenance darkened considerably. He had not anticipated Yi Chen to be so troublesome, and this price had far exceeded his expectations. "May I inquire who you are? Has my Ziyang sect ever offended you?" The elder's face turned ashen, his anger reaching a boiling point. Even the dimmest of minds could surmise that this figure in black had a grudge against the Ziyang sect. Otherwise, no one would bid such an exorbitant price to vex them. "I have not wronged you. I merely find this amusing. Is that not acceptable?" Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, a wicked grin adorning his face, arms crossed nonchalantly over his chest. "You." The elder of the Ziyang sect pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Chen. Now realizing that it was indeed this cloaked individual who had brought Xian Yushu to auction, his gaze, filled with murderous intent, bore into Yi Chen, wishing he could immediately rush forward and obliterate him. Yet, in order to rescue Xian Yushu and preserve the dignity of the Ziyang sect, he gritted his teeth and shouted, 10 million mid-grade spirit stones. A profound silence enveloped the crowd, everyone taken aback by such a staggering price. 10 million mid-grade spirit stones could deplete an entire sect's treasury. Yi Chen felt that this was sufficient. Should he raise the bid further, the Ziyang sect might have to concede. "Very well. Since the elder of the Ziyang sect is so persistent, I shall yield to you." Yi Chen smiled gently, refraining from further bidding and speaking casually. "Alas, I had thought to rescue Brother Yushu at a high price, and now that I cannot fulfill that wish, it is truly a pity. Nevertheless, the Ziyang sect is indeed a grand establishment, affluent and influential. I hope upon your return, esteemed elder, you shall not treat Brother Yushu poorly." With a slight bow, Yi Chen wore a smile that was almost mischievous, his gaze concealing a hint of cunning. The surrounding crowd erupted in whispers upon hearing Yi Chen's remarks. "Are you conceding? You have been the one raising the price all along. Is there anyone as shameless as you? Aren't you afraid of a beating?" The audacity of this figure in black to mock the elder of the Ziyang sect was astonishing. Did he not fear retribution? "Hush, keep your voices down, lest you attract trouble." Yet today, the Ziyang sect has indeed suffered a heavy loss. Who was this cloaked individual to dare challenge the Ziyang sect and walk away unscathed? Humph, the Ziyang sect, known for its arrogance, has finally encountered a formidable opponent. Some murmured quietly, but most opted for silence, observing from a distance, wary of being swept into this tempest. The elder of the Ziyang sect trembled slightly, veins bulging on his forehead. His eyes seemed to blaze with fury, as he glared at Yi Chen, seething with rage. "This wretch has humiliated my Ziyang sect today. He shall not find peace in death." He was acutely aware of the severe repercussions of taking action at the Wanbao Pavilion auction, thus he could only suppress his fury. With a cold snort, he averted his gaze from Yi Chen and, after relinquishing 10 million mid-grade spiritual stones, hastily departed with Xian Yushu. As he left, he discreetly signaled to several of his disciples. They understood his intent and quietly slipped away from the crowd, trailing Yi Chen at a distance, meticulously observing his every move, awaiting the opportune moment to exact revenge. After Yi Chen collected the spiritual stones from the auction of Xian Yushu at the Wanbao Pavilion, he prepared to return to his sect. Having been away for over half a month, he had nearly exhausted the resources of the various families in Tianwu City. With a bulging storage bag in hand, he stepped out of Tianwu City in high spirits. As soon as Yi Chen exited the city, he noticed that members of the Ziyang sect were covertly following him. A sly smile crept across his face. It seemed the bearers of spiritual stones had returned. Yi Chen feigned ignorance, maintaining a leisurely pace as he strolled towards the direction of the Tianxian sect. Furious, the patriarch of the Ziyang sect, upon receiving word, immediately took to the skies with a few trusted disciples, pursuing the direction in which Yi Chun had departed. Chapter 15. A vicious beating of the ancestor of Ziyang's sect. The audacious young man in the black robe dared to humiliate the Ziyang sect so brazenly. The elders seethed with rage, vowing to rend him into pieces. His teeth clenched, killing intent surged within him like a volcano ready to erupt, wishing fervently to devour Yi Chun whole. Meanwhile, Lin Shuo and Su Chun wandered through Tianwu City, yet found no trace of Night Shadow. Brother, it seems we have exhausted all leads on Night Shadow, Su Chun lamented, disappointment evident in his tone. It matters not. Fate will bring us together if it is meant to be. Let us return to the sect, Lin Shuo replied, his gaze profound and calm. Brother is right. Let us make our way back then. Su Chun nodded in agreement. Yi Chun strolled leisurely, paying no mind to the fortune-bringing boy trailing behind him. Suddenly, a formidable pressure descended from the heavens, enveloping his entire being. Yi Chun paused, a wicked smile creeping across his face. Is it finally time for action? He mused to himself. The figure of the Ziyang sect's ancestor plummeted from the sky, blocking his path, his expression dark and eyes glinting with murderous intent. Kid, you possess considerable audacity to abduct my sect's disciple and shamelessly auction him off, thus humiliating the Ziyang sect. Today, you shall pay the price. The ancestor bellowed, his voice booming like thunder. Yi Chun scoffed inwardly. The old man was clearly losing his composure, pursuing him so swiftly. Old man, one may indulge in chaotic feasting, but words should not be trifled with. When have I ever insulted your sect? Yi Chun feigned innocence, his expression a mask of naivety. Humph, spare me your pretense. Do you think I am unaware that it was you who abducted Yushu? The Ziyang sect's ancestor retorted, his fury morphing into a mocking grin as he pointed a finger at Yi Chun. Alas, old man, you have wronged me. I merely placed a bid at the auction. If I were the one who abducted him, would I still need to bid? Yi Chun asserted earnestly, his face reflecting sincerity. You, the ancestor, nearly spat blood in his fury. This kid was utterly impervious to reason, inverting truth and falsehood. Child, you seek death. The ancestor roared. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he raised his hand and struck towards Yi Chun. This strike contained terrifying might, as if intending to reduce Yi Chun to mere pulp. Observing this, Yi Chun remained unhurried, invoking the laws of space, causing his figure to vanish from the spot in an instant. The ancestor, being in the fusion stage, contrasted sharply with Yi Chun's current golden core stage. A direct confrontation would surely lead to his defeat. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as nearby trees were obliterated, and a massive pit formed where Yi Chun had just stood. The laws of space. The Ziyang sect's ancestor was taken aback, astonished. The mastery of such laws was typically reserved for the extraordinarily gifted transcendent beings. Yet this black-robed individual, possessing only golden core strength, had grasped such a supreme principle. The ancestor's heart raced with doubt. There were scarcely any tribulation stage cultivators throughout the entire Kanglan continent. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Should this figure in the black robe truly be a formidable being in the tribulation stage, then today's events might culminate in calamity, potentially leading to the annihilation of the Ziyang sect. In the fleeting moment of the Ziyang sect's ancestor's bewilderment, all those he had brought were rendered unconscious by Yi Chun. Friend, may I inquire if the Ziyang sect has unwittingly offended you? The ancestor's tone was laced with a hint of trepidation, even addressing Yi Chun as friend. Yi Chun, disinterested in his words, utilized the spatial laws to teleport behind the ancestor, delivering a powerful punch. The ancestor sensed the gust of wind from the fist behind him and turned just in time to receive a blow to his eye. Before he could react, Yi Chun lifted his formidable foot and kicked him squarely in the face. The ancestor was sent sprawling to the ground, as Yi Chun seized his hair with one hand, while delivering a barrage of slaps with the other, reddening the ancestor's cheeks. You old wretch, daring to lay a hand on me. Today you shall learn your lesson. Yi Chun exclaimed amidst the onslaught, cursing as he struck. This is what you get for being arrogant, for being overbearing. Continuing his assault, Yi Chun relentlessly kicked the ancestor in the abdomen, each kick infused with power, causing him to double over in pain. Aren't you quite the expert? Come on, keep going. Yi Chen's fists rained down upon the ancestor, who found himself utterly defenseless, dazed and disoriented from the blows. The ancestor attempted to resist, but was constrained by Yi Chen's formidable laws, only able to emit muffled groans of agony. Yi Chen's fervor increased with each strike, as he spat out taunts. "Experience my might, and see if you dare to act so brazenly in the future." In no time, the ancestor lay in a pitiful state, his garments tattered and torn. Just as he was being thoroughly subdued, Lin Shuo and Su Chun sensed the fluctuations of battle nearby. What immense power of laws, akin to that which lingers in the noble families of Tianwu City. Lin Shuo discerned the essence of the laws emanating from Yi Chen's battle. Could it be Night Shadow? Su Chen exclaimed in astonishment. "Let us investigate." Lin Shuo's eyes sparkled with determination as he led Su Chun towards the source of the conflict. They moved with incredible speed, arriving at the battleground in an instant. At that moment, Yi Chun had the Ziyang sect's ancestor pinned to the ground, rummaging through their storage bags. "Oh, thank you for your hospitality," Yi Chun exclaimed, his face alight with triumph as he collected the spoils, having thoroughly looted the ancestor and his companions. Yi Chun was in high spirits, preparing to make his exit when he suddenly sensed two unfamiliar auras rapidly approaching, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. More who dare to come for riches. Could they be reinforcements from the Ziyang sect? He scanned their auras and discovered that one of them was imbued with the power of laws, clearly a being in the tribulation stage. It seemed today's unexpected guests were rather plentiful. A sly grin spread across Yi Chen's face, glimmers of cunning flashing in his eyes. The early bird catches the worm. The latecomer suffers the consequences. He is far from a mere innocent soul. Given that the adversary harbors ill intentions, one should not lament his ruthless actions. "Are you not the renowned thief known as Nightshade?" Lin Shuo furrowed his brow. He had distinctly sensed the power of the laws, yet before him stood Yi Chun, merely at the golden core stage, with only Yi Chun remaining upright, while the venerable ancestors of the Ziyang sect lay unconscious. This cloaked figure must harbor some secrets. Lin Shuo stood with hands clasped behind his back, contemplating whether, as a transcending tribulation practitioner, he should test the waters. "Nightshade, what manner of being is that? Is it valuable?" Yi Chun gazed at the two with a smile, his tone laced with a hint of jest. The transcending tribulation cultivator was currently beyond his reach, compelling Yi Chun to rely on spatial laws for his escape. Lin Shuo smiled slightly and launched an attack against Yi Chun, eager to ascertain whether he was indeed Nightshade. Upon witnessing Lin Shuo's immediate assault, Yi Chun became increasingly convinced that he was an ally of the Ziyang sect. Without hesitation, he resolved to take the initiative. Spatial laws, teleportation. In an instant, Yi Chen's figure flickered and vanished from sight. Chapter 16. The Challenge from the Heavenly Sword Sect. Defeated by Yi Chen, a sense of alarm surged within Lin Shuo as he realized the implications of the spatial laws at play. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a blinding flash preceded a resounding blow. Bang! Yi Chen's fist struck Lin Shuo's left eye with tremendous force, leaving him seeing stars. Bang! Before Lin Shuo could gather his wits, another fist landed squarely on his nose, causing blood to pour forth. "You!" Lin Shuo gasped, clutching his nose in disbelief as he stared at Yi Chun. He never anticipated that Yi Chun could move with such astonishing speed and possess such overwhelming strength. "Behold my sword." Su Chun, witnessing the unfolding chaos, let out a furious roar and summoned a flying sword, aiming it at Yi Chun. Such trivial skills. Yi Chun scoffed, evading the attack with a swift motion. Bang! Yi Chen's fist connected with Su Chen's right eye, transforming it into a swollen mess. "Ah!" Su Chen shrieked, propelled backward by the force of the blow. Utilizing the spatial laws once more, Yi Chun vanished from sight. Lin Shuo, a genuine tribulation realm cultivator, realized he had to flee or risk losing his chance entirely. Damn it! He escaped. Lin Shuo and Su Chen struggled to rise, surveying the empty surroundings with eyes full of frustration. They had merely wished to test if Yi Chun was Night Shadow, only to be thoroughly beaten. "This individual is peculiar. We must return to the sect and devise a new strategy," Lin Shuo stated gravely, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Indeed, senior brother." Su Chen nodded, begrudgingly. They could hardly fathom how elite disciples of the heavenly profound sect could be bested by a mere golden core cultivator, and in such a disgraceful manner at that. Yi Chun, harnessing the spatial laws, flickered and arrived at the entrance of the heavenly profound sect. He shed his black robe, revealing his true form, and suppressed his cultivation to the 6th level of chi refinement. Then, he ascended the mountain step by step, mindful that chi refinement cultivators were forbidden from flying on swords. Wishing to conceal his identity. Heavenly profound sect. I, Yi Chun, have returned. A playful smile danced on his lips as he gazed upon the majestic gates of the sect. Upon entering the sect, he overheard numerous disciples rushing toward the martial arts platform, animatedly discussing the latest events. It is said that disciples from the Heavenly Sword sect have come to provoke us again. This marks the 3rd time this year. I wonder if we can reclaim our honor this time. Intrigued, Yi Chun joined the throng heading toward the martial arts platform. Atop the platform, a disciple from the Heavenly Sword sect brandished a long sword, standing tall with an arrogant demeanor. Is there not a single capable fighter among you heavenly profound disciples? He taunted. The disciples from the Heavenly Profound sect, drenched in sweat, had evidently suffered in their previous encounters. Is this all the ability your sect possesses? Truly disappointing. The derision in the Heavenly Sword sect disciples' expression deepened. I had thought this was a renowned sect, but it turns out to be composed entirely of inept individuals. He cast a disdainful glance at the members of the Tianxian sect below. I see that this so-called Tianxian sect is nothing more than a facade, a mere name without substance. The disciple from Tianxian sect, gritting his teeth, shouted in anger, "Do not be so arrogant, let us fight again." However, his attack was glaringly flawed in the eyes of the disciples from the Tianxian sect. How dare you think yourself worthy to engage me? Such arrogance is laughable. The disciple from Tianxian sect effortlessly sidestepped, sneering derisively. The members of Tianxian sect below were flushed with indignation, yet powerless due to their limited abilities. Do not rely solely on those flashy moves. Strike at his lower stance. Yi Chun, unable to bear it any longer, shouted from below. The Tianxian disciple instinctively directed his attack toward the opponent's lower stance upon hearing Yi Chun's words, but still failed to turn the tide. Oh dear, move swiftly. Use finesse, not brute strength. Yi Chun exclaimed in exasperation. What foolish creature dares to shout aimlessly here? A disciple from the Tianxian sect glanced disdainfully at Yi Chun, scoffing at his audacity to offer guidance with such meager cultivation. Yi Chun paid no heed to their scorn and continued to bellow. To the left, to the right, oh. Go up. Kick him in the backside. Grab his hair. The disciples of Tianxian sect burst into laughter at Yi Chun's chaotic advice, exclaiming, "How ridiculous that Tianxian sect relies on such nonsensical ramblings for guidance. Where did this madman come from, spouting such disorganized words? Has Tianxian sect fallen so low that they would allow such a clueless individual to make a fool of themselves?" An elder from Tianxian sect scoffed at the 6th elder of Tianxian sect, saying, "Look at your Tianxian sect. Reduced to such a state that you accept disciples with no sense of discipline. It is truly lamentable." The 6th elder of Tianxian sect smiled, casting a dismissive glance at the elder from Tianxian sect. He, having been guided by Yi Chun, understood the profoundness of his advice. The laughter of these individuals would soon turn to embarrassment. Meanwhile, the disciples of Tianxian sect had grown accustomed to Yi Chun's unconventional style of guidance. Though it appeared somewhat awkward, they remained focused on the unfolding battle. Regardless of what others said, there were times when Yi Chun's advice proved beneficial. Indeed, let us finish this match first. They believed in their fellow disciples, encouraged by their companions. The Tianxian disciple felt his fighting spirit rekindle and charged once more at the Tianxian disciple. Distracted by Yi Chun's commotion, the Tianxian disciple faltered momentarily, allowing the Tianxian disciple to launch a few counterattacks, but he was soon suppressed again. In a fit of urgency, Yi Chun rushed onto the stage. Step aside, I shall teach you how to fight." As he spoke, he recklessly charged towards the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, employing both hands and feet in a chaotic manner, resembling a frenzied shrew. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect were caught off guard by Yi Chun's sudden and bizarre tactics, leaving them flustered and momentarily unable to defend themselves. Let this serve as a lesson to your arrogance and pride. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Chun clawed and grabbed, incessantly muttering, "You shameless scoundrel! How dare you behave so recklessly?" The disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect were both furious and vexed. Yet, Yi Chun paid them no heed, continuing his unruly antics. The Heavenly Sword sect disciples found themselves in utter disarray, unable to mount any defense, ultimately succumbing to defeat. The disciples of the Heavenly Profound sect below were initially taken aback, but soon erupted into fervent cheers. The defeated disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect wore expressions of extreme gloom. The elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, seething with rage, rose to his feet and pointed at the crowd from the Heavenly Profound sect, exclaiming, "Do not celebrate too soon. Today, you merely resorted to underhanded tactics. Next time, we shall make you pay dearly." The disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect echoed his sentiments, shouting, "Indeed, consider yourselves fortunate this time. Next, we shall reclaim our honor." Chapter 17. The Ambush on the Heavenly Sword sect. Elder Chun, you have already lost. There is no need to dwell on the details. There are no specific regulations governing the techniques in combat, the sixth elder remarked, stroking his beard with a smug smile. Over the past few years, the Heavenly Sword sect, having taken in several talented disciples, has been incessantly challenging us, and the Heavenly Xian sect has endured relentless defeats. Today, we have finally vented our frustrations. Just wait. Heavenly Xian sect, our accounts are far from settled. Elder Chun of the Heavenly Sword sect snorted disdainfully, leaving the martial stage with his disciples in a huff. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Heavenly Xian sect basked in the joy of victory, dismissing the threats posed by the Heavenly Sword sect. As he watched the departing figures of the Heavenly Sword sect, Yi Chen's mind began to formulate a plan. He dusted himself off, a sly grin spreading across his face. He mused inwardly. Do they truly believe they can return safely? Such foolishness. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Chun transformed his appearance and donned a black robe. The black robe adds a certain flair to the act of robbery. As the elders and disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect hurried along, their anger simmered as they discussed their next move. Next time, let us poison their food directly, rendering them weak and helpless. Let us see how they can fight us then. The elder from the Heavenly Sword sect declared grimly. Wise words, elder. We could bribe their disciples to introduce the poison into their meals, one disciple chimed in. Despicable. A wretched bunch, resorting to such vile tactics. Upon overhearing the shameless plot of the Heavenly Sword sect's elder and disciples, Yi Chen cursed internally. In an instant, he appeared before the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. Without allowing them a moment to react, he unleashed a powerful punch. Who dares? The elder from the Heavenly Sword sect quickly recovered, positioning himself in front of his disciples, unleashing his divine pressure towards Yi Chun. Unfazed by the elder's divine pressure, Yi Chun struck him squarely in the face. I will kill you. The elder, blood streaming from his nose, howled in rage. But before he could act, Yi Chun landed another punch, this time striking around his eye. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect attempted to assist, yet were rendered immobile under the weight of Yi Chun's power. With one hand, Yi Chun seized the elder's hair, while the other delivered relentless blows to his face. Yi Chun, a master of humiliation, focused solely on the elder's visage, transforming it into a portrait of bruises and blood. The elder cried out in agony until he finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Only then did Yi Chun release him, turning his attention towards the remaining disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. What followed was a chorus of anguished cries, as the disciples were swiftly knocked to the ground. Writhing in pain, Yi Chun struck with ferocity, leaving them battered but alive. He thoroughly searched their storage bags, emptying their contents. Before binding them with rope and discarding them aside, Yi Chun rubbed his chin, his gaze sweeping back and forth over the tightly bound disciples of the Tianjian sect, resembling a miser who has stumbled upon a trove of treasures. This is an unimaginable fortune. Yi Chun chuckled, his eyes glinting with avarice. He retrieved a communication talisman from one of the relatively conscious disciples. Listen, I shall send a message to your sect. Inform them that you are in my custody. 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones for each of you. Since there are 8 of you, I am feeling magnanimous and will offer a discount, charging only 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. Remember, be quick about it, or you will regret it. Yi Chun declared menacingly, delivering a forceful kick to a nearby bound disciple of the Tianjian sect. The designated disciple, filled with terror, trembled as he accepted the talisman and, under Yi Chun's coercion, stammered out a plea for help to his sect. After completing this task, he looked at Yi Chun with a pitiful expression, fearing that a moment of displeasure might result in further violence. He felt deeply aggrieved. This discount was more of a reverse discount. Originally, it should have been 800,000 mid-grade spirit stones for 8 individuals, yet now it had escalated to 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. This was not a discount. It was outright extortion. Behave yourselves and patiently await your sect's rescue. If you dare to pull any tricks, Yi Chen crossed his arms, a mocking expression adorning his face as he observed them. After a prolonged wait, a sudden, powerful fluctuation of energy surged from the horizon. A figure, like a streak of light, rushed towards Yi Chen, landing before him in an instant. The newcomer was an elderly man clad in a blue robe, exuding an overwhelming aura. He was none other than the ancestral master of the Tianjin sect in the harmonization stage. Who dares to bind my disciples of the Tianjin sect? The elder bellowed, his eyes wide with fury, his voice resonating like a thunderclap. You old fool! Your disciples are despicable and shameless. They deserve a lesson. Yi Chen, feeling the immense pressure, did not betray any signs of fear. Instead, he stood tall, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Presumptuous! Release them at once, or I shall ensure you find no rest in death. The harmonization stage elder's brow furrowed, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. If you want me to release them, bring forth the 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. Yi Chen retorted, unwavering. The elder's expression darkened. You are courting death. Yi Chen crossed his arms defiantly. Spare me your theatrics. Bring the spirit stones, and you may take your people. Otherwise, there's nothing to discuss. The atmosphere grew intensely taut. At that moment, the harmonization stage elder suddenly waved his hand, unleashing a fierce sword energy directed at Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen had anticipated this and vanished in an instant, utilizing the laws of space. The elder's eyes narrowed, instantly on high alert as he scanned the surroundings for Yi Chen's whereabouts, confusion and anger flickering in his gaze. He never imagined that Yi Chen had comprehended the laws of space, believing instead that he possessed some extraordinary treasure. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had silently maneuvered to the elder's rear, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he delivered a swift kick to the elder's backside. Ouch! The elder of the harmonization stage stumbled forward, nearly losing his balance. In a fit of rage, he turned around, exclaiming, You seek death. How dare you ambush me? To which Yi Chen retorted with a laugh, Ah, old man, this is merely the art of deception in battle. The elder's face flushed with fury as he launched another attack at Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen, employing the principles of spatial manipulation, continuously evaded the onslaught, leaving the elder's strikes to fall futilely into empty air. Old man, you can't touch me. Yi Chen taunted while skillfully dodging. The elder, infuriated, intensified his attacks. Yet Yi Chen had a knack for vanishing at critical moments, only to reappear in unexpected locations. Suddenly, he materialized behind the elder once more and, seizing the opportunity, landed a punch squarely on his face. Bang! A bruise instantly blossomed on the elder's visage. Ah! He roared in anger, turning to retaliate, but Yi Chen had once again vanished from sight. Thus, Yi Chen repeatedly exploited the advantage of spatial laws, achieving successive ambushes, until the elder's face was left battered and bruised. Chapter 18. The eccentric Yi Chen, the ancestral figure of the integration stage, lay defeated upon the ground, utterly powerless to retaliate, gasping for breath, his eyes brimming with anger and resentment. You little brat, you are quite ruthless. The elder ground out through clenched teeth. If only you had acted sooner. Hand over the spirit stones. Yi Chen declared, hands placed defiantly on his hips, a grin adorning his face. With no other choice, the elder begrudgingly retrieved 10 million mid-grade spirit stones from his storage ring and handed them over to Yi Chen. Yi Chen accepted the stones, scrutinizing them meticulously before nodding in satisfaction. Old man, this is insufficient. Surrender all your valuable possessions. Yi Chen insisted, pressing his advantage. You are pushing it too far. The elder's face darkened, reluctant to part with his treasured artifacts. Disregarding his protests, Yi Chen took matters into his own hands, stripping the elder of his artifacts, medicinal pills, and other precious items. Yi Chen hastily stored these spoils in his own storage ring before untying the ropes binding the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. Begone! Do not let me encounter your underhanded tricks again. With a bountiful haul, Yi Chen swiftly teleported away. Moments later, he materialized before the gates of the Heavenly Profound sect. Restoring his appearance, he entered the sect with a cheerful tune on his lips, elated by the successful extortion of the Heavenly Sword sect, which not only filled his coffers, but also allowed him to vent his frustrations, truly exhilarating. As he hummed merrily, he returned to Qingtian Peak. Upon stepping into the bamboo cottage, he found his master, Su Taishu, sitting with an air of solemnity, flanked by two others. These two were none other than Lin Shuo and Su Chun, the very individuals Yi Chun had previously bested. At present, their faces were bruised, reflecting their discontent. Su Taishu was reprimanding them. "Oh, old Su, you are here." Yi Chun scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. Upon hearing Yi Chun's casual address, Su Taishu's expression froze momentarily. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, revealing a flicker of helplessness and embarrassment in his gaze. "This boy dares to address me so casually in front of my two esteemed disciples. Where then is the dignity of a master?" With resignation, Su Taishu could only nod coolly in acknowledgement, suppressing a sigh in his heart, lamenting his own decision to take Yi Chun as his disciple. Lin Shuo and Su Chun were taken aback by Yi Chun's informal reference to their master, their eyes widening in disbelief. Lin Shuo mused to himself, "This Yi Chun is unbelievably audacious. How dare he show such disrespect to the master?" And yet the master remains calm. His facial muscles twitched slightly as he fought to keep his astonishment at bay. Su Chun pondered similarly. Could it be that Yi Chun is the master's illegitimate son recently returned? A tumult of revelations surged within him, but he maintained an expression of utmost seriousness, daring not to reveal a hint of his thoughts. Exchanging glances, both turned their attention to Yi Chun. Yi Chun, now noticing the bruised faces of the two, felt a slight tightening in his chest. Is it really so coincidental? Yi Chun mused internally, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Surely, they wouldn't recognize me. He reflected on their previous encounter, convinced he had not revealed any vulnerabilities. "Xiao Chun, come here. I shall introduce you to two of your senior brothers," Su Taishu stated, no longer fixated on how Yi Chun addressed him, a faint smile gracing his lips. "This is senior brother Lin Shuo, and this is second brother Su Chun. They will guide you in your cultivation henceforth." "Greetings, esteemed senior brothers," Yi Chun said, mustering a smile as he approached, bowing respectfully. Lin Shuo and Su Chun regarded Yi Chun with somewhat awkward expressions. Their first encounter with the junior brother was amidst bruises. How could they maintain their seniority now? They could scarcely fathom that this seemingly harmless junior brother was the very one who had left them battered and bruised. "Junior brother is being modest," Lin Shuo remarked with an uneasy smile. "Greetings, junior brother," Su Chun echoed, offering a slight smile in return. "Why do you both appear so remarkably valiant?" Yi Chun inquired, feigning ignorance as he observed their battered faces. Lin Shuo and Su Chun exchanged glances, each seeing the embarrassment reflected in the other's eyes. They could hardly admit they had been bested by a mere golden core cultivator. "Oh, it's nothing. We merely had a little fall." Lin Shuo hastily concocted an excuse. "Yes, a fall, haha." Su Chun chimed in, mirroring his senior's words. Yi Chun suppressed a chuckle, thinking to himself, a fall? Quite a symmetrical one at that. One had a black eye from the left, while the other bore a bruise on the right. Su Taishu observed this scene with a sigh, shaking his head in disappointment, feeling a sense of exasperation. His eldest disciple, a tribulation-stage cultivator, was left battered. Should word of this spread, it would tarnish his reputation across the Kanglan continent. Su Chun, being of golden core level, could be excused, but Lin Shuo had reached the pinnacle of the Kanglan continent. Su Taishu couldn't help but chastise Lin Shuo a few more times for failing to protect even his junior brother. After his reprimand, Su Taishu produced a vial of ointment and handed it to Su Chun. Yi Chun noticed the preferential treatment Su Taishu seemed to extend toward his second disciple, who shared the same surname. Could Su Chun possibly be Su Taishu's illegitimate son? Yi Chun's mind began to wander into strange and fanciful thoughts. "All right, you three shall be brothers from this day forward. Support each other and advance together. Xiao Chun, as you are new to the path, do not hesitate to seek guidance from your two senior brothers in your cultivation." Su Taishu concluded his admonishment. "Understood, old Su," Yi Chun replied, blinking as he scrutinized Su Taishu and Su Chun with a mischievous expression, as if he had uncovered a great secret. "Now, you may all take your leave." Su Taishu waved his hand dismissively. Yi Chun followed Lin Shuo and Su Chun out of the bamboo cottage, silently resolving that this secret must remain undisclosed to outsiders. Lin Shuo and Su Chen walked ahead, both enveloped in a tense silence, creating an awkward atmosphere. Yi Chun trailed behind, his mind racing with thoughts. Wasn't this illegitimate child of old Su merely his own junior? It seemed that Lin Shuo also fell into the same category of his juniors. As Yi Chun began to untangle their relationships, a spark of inspiration struck him. After all, as a senior, one ought to present a token of goodwill upon first meeting. Thus, he stepped forward, placing a hand on Su Chen's shoulder. Young Su, in light of our first encounter, I have a small gift for you. As he spoke, Yi Chun produced a precious magical artifact he had acquired through rather dubious means and extended it towards Su Chun. Upon hearing Yi Chun refer to Su Chun as Young Su, both Lin Shuo and Su Chun halted in their tracks. After all, he was their second senior brother. How could he address him so informally? Their minds momentarily drifted from the artifact. Though considering that Yi Chun even called his own master Old Su, they found solace in the familiarity. Su Chun looked at Yi Chun, whose expression was earnest, and opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 19. Gossip. Yi Chun believed he was overwhelmed by the exquisite artifact, and he handed it to Su Chun, stating, "Take this, I have no use for it." With that, Yi Chun produced another artifact and passed it to Lin Shuo. "Here, little Lin, this one is for you." Lin Shuo instinctively accepted the artifact, momentarily rendered speechless, his mouth agape, yet no sound emerged. Both Lin Shuo and Su Chun gazed at the artifact in their hands, their expressions a blend of emotions. "Junior brother, this is far too precious. We cannot accept it." Su Chun broke the silence. "Indeed, junior brother, keep it for yourself. You have just begun your journey," Lin Shuo hastily concurred. "Take it without hesitation. I insist. Besides, I have no need for these artifacts." Yi Chun waved his hand dismissively, appearing unconcerned. He truly had no use for them, as he regarded them with indifference. In the celestial realm, his artifacts were of the highest quality. However, they had all been taken by his master, the infinite celestial emperor, when he was cast down to the mortal realm. Exchanging glances, Lin Shuo and Su Chun hesitated for a moment before ultimately accepting the artifacts. Su Chun scratched his head and said, "Well, junior brother, should you require anything from your senior brother in the future, don't hesitate to ask." "Exactly. There's no need for formality among us brothers," Lin Shuo added. Yi Chun smiled and nodded, and the atmosphere among the trio began to ease somewhat. "Come, my dear brothers, I invite you both to drink," Yi Chun declared with exuberance. "Yes, we won't return until we are intoxicated," Lin Shuo and Su Chun chimed in unison. The three of them, arm in arm, began grilling meat and drinking on Qingzhou Peak, swiftly becoming a close-knit group. After several rounds of drinks, their faces flushed and signs of inebriation evident. Yi Chun turned to Lin Shuo and asked, "Little Lin, what is your cultivation level on this continent?" Lin Shuo was momentarily taken aback, uncertain why his junior brother would inquire about such matters, perhaps questioning his combat prowess. "Don't misunderstand. I'm merely a novice in cultivation and am unaware of the highest levels of power on this Kanglan continent," Yi Chun clarified, noticing Lin Shuo's confusion and hoping to dispel any misunderstandings. Upon hearing Yi Chun's explanation, Lin Shuo found it reasonable, acknowledging that his junior brother had just begun his cultivation journey and might not be familiar with the hierarchy of power. "Junior brother, the highest cultivation level in Kanglan continent is the tribulation stage. Once one surpasses that, they ascend to the higher realms," Lin Shuo explained, nodding thoughtfully, then continued. "I am at the tribulation stage, and few can contend with me on Kanglan continent." Lin Shuo initially intended to mention that besides Su Tai Su, he was invincible on this continent. However, recalling his recent encounter with a golden core cultivator, he refrained from finishing his statement. Yi Chun's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. He had just gained an additional free protector. From now on, he would stride confidently across Kanglan continent. "I must always bring this free protector along when I venture out," Yi Chun mused, a radiant smile illuminating his face. "Junior brother, with your innate talent, if you diligently cultivate, you could reach the transcendence realm and ascend to the righteous path," Lin Shuo remarked, his gaze infused with anticipation and hope. Ascend? Yi Chun had never contemplated such a notion. After all, he had just been unceremoniously cast down by his master, the immortal Emperor Wuji, and still harbored resentment. He feigned satisfaction, nodding in agreement, while turning to rest a hand on Su Chen's shoulder. "Little Su, What is your relationship with old Su? Yichen could no longer suppress the curiosity bubbling within him and posed the question he had long desired to ask. Upon hearing Yichen's inquiry, Su Chen's mouth fell slightly agape, his expression one of perplexity as he regarded Yichen. He felt utterly lost in the convoluted thoughts of his junior brother. Junior brother, why do you ask such a thing? My relationship with the master is simply that of mentor and disciple. I notice the master shows you exceptional care, hence my curiosity. Yichen chuckled, his eyes clouded with inebriation. Little brother, you are overthinking it. The master treats all of us equally, Su Chun replied, shaking his head in resignation. Yichen chose not to press further, glancing at the nearly emptied wine jar and waving his hand. The wine is nearly finished. I shall retire to my chamber for some rest. With that, he staggered to his feet, meandering towards his room while muttering to himself. Old Su's surname is Su, and little Su's surname is also Su. Could it be that I have misjudged? His murmurs resonated clearly in the ears of Lin Shuo and Su Chun, who exchanged incredulous glances, momentarily taken aback. Surely this little junior brother does not believe you are the masters, Lin Shuo exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. What could possibly be swirling in this junior brother's mind? Su Chin felt both amused and exasperated. In a fleeting moment, he too had considered the absurd possibility that Yi Chun might be the master's long-lost illegitimate child. With a shared shake of their heads, they resumed sipping the remaining wine, though their minds lingered on Yi Chin's bewildering remarks. Upon returning to his room, Yi Chun deposited the over 20 million spiritual stones he acquired through an involuntary donation drive into the celestial pearl. Moments later, as the stones were consumed, his cultivation merely returned to the 4th level of the golden core. Yi Chun directed a stream of invective towards the heavens, cursing the immortal Emperor Wuji. His heart ached. Having expended over 20 million mid-grade spiritual stones, yet only unsealing 3 minor realms in return. For several months, Yi Chun remained sequestered, neglecting his cultivation at Qingzhou Peak, opting instead to languish on a recliner beneath the sun, adopting a posture of nonchalance and indolence. His elder brother, Lin Shuo, observed Yi Chen's languorous disposition with a heavy sigh. Today, he could no longer bear to watch. As the elder brother, he felt a responsibility when his junior brother showed no ambition in his cultivation. Junior brother, you cannot continue to squander your potential like this. Do you not wish to ascend the righteous path sooner rather than later? Lin Shuo approached Yi Chun with a serious demeanor. I have no desire. What is so great about ascending? I have yet to fully explore the Kanglan realm. Yi Chun retorted, remaining motionless and blunt in his response. This is unacceptable, junior brother. Your mindset is flawed. Rise and practice with me. From this day forth, I shall oversee your cultivation daily. Lin Shuo, embodying the sense of responsibility befitting a senior brother, reached out to hoist Yi Chun to his feet. Senior brother, spare me the trouble. I am utterly exhausted. Yi Chun languidly lifted his eyelids, invoking the senior brother's authority to evade training. Lin Shuo, undeterred by Yi Chen's protests, resolutely dragged him to the training grounds. However, not long into the session, Yi Chun unexpectedly succumbed to slumber, emitting soft snores. Yi Chun, awaken at once. Lin Shuo, both exasperated and helpless, called out loudly to rouse him. Startled by the outburst, Yi Chun jolted awake, his eyes barely open. Senior brother, just let me sleep a little longer, he murmured, promptly closing his eyes again, intending to drift off. How can you possibly succeed in this manner? Without diligent cultivation, how shall you enhance your abilities? Lin Shuo, filled with frustration, felt a greater urgency than Yi Chun himself. What is the rush? I have my own sense of timing, Yi Chun replied, rubbing his eyes with an air of indifference. Lin Shuo shook his head in disbelief, utterly at a loss with his lethargic junior. Observing Lin Shuo's helplessness, Yi Chun decided to alleviate his concerns by suddenly unleashing the prowess of the 8th level of Qi training. Chapter 20. Late Night Swordplay, The Secret Realm Unveiled. Junior brother, you have actually reached the 8th level of Qi cultivation, Lin Shuo exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment as he sensed Yi Chen's cultivation aura. Disbelief etched across his face. Although I was sleeping, my cultivation has not lagged behind, Yi Chen replied with a proud smile. Junior brother, with such extraordinary talent, you ought to devote yourself to diligent practice and establish your foundation at the earliest opportunity. With your aptitude, you are destined for ascension within a millennium, Lin Shuo remarked. initially taken aback but quickly regaining his composure, speaking earnestly. "Senior brother, establishing a foundation is not so simple. Isn't it better to let things unfold naturally?" Yi Chen retorted, pursing his lips, as he had no desire for early ascension. A month passed, during which Lin Shuo diligently supervised Yi Chen and Su Chen's training. Yet Yi Chen would invariably fall asleep during his practice. Each time Lin Shuo offered guidance, Yi Chen displayed an indifferent attitude. In contrast, Su Chen was a fervent practitioner, consumed by his training day and night. Seeing Yi Chen's lackadaisical approach, Lin Shuo resolved to oversee his sword practice instead, reasoning that this would surely keep him awake. "Junior brother, come, let us practice our sword techniques," Lin Shuo said, drawing forth his sword. Though Yi Chen appeared reluctant, he picked up his sword and faced Lin Shuo. Beginning their duel, they engaged in a purely physical exchange of sword strikes, devoid of spiritual energy. On the surface, Yi Chen seemed dismissive, waving his sword haphazardly, while Lin Shuo watched with a heavy heart. However, as their sparring progressed, Lin Shuo gradually discerned that each of Yi Chen's seemingly careless moves was, in fact, remarkably intricate. What appeared to be flaws were deftly resolved whenever Lin Shuo attempted to attack. "Junior brother is indeed a genius of the sword," Lin Shuo thought, a mix of surprise and delight swelling within him. "Senior brother, this is so dull," Yi Chen remarked, still maintaining his nonchalant demeanor, mumbling under his breath. As Yi Chen exchanged blows with Lin Shuo, he pondered internally. Although senior brother's swordplay is commendable, it still harbors numerous imperfections. He was aware that pointing them out now would surely embarrass Lin Shuo and risk revealing his own capabilities. Perhaps it would be wise to discreetly offer guidance at an opportune moment. This way, I can assist senior brother without causing him discomfort. Yi Chen resolved to seek an opportunity later that night to challenge Lin Shuo in a more private setting. After finishing the duel with Lin Shuo, Yi Chen had no time to rest before Su Chen eagerly stepped forward. "Junior brother, I too wish to exchange blows with you," Su Chen declared earnestly. With a resigned shrug, Yi Chen picked up his sword once more. From the outset of their match, he noticed several glaring issues in Su Chen's swordsmanship, such as improper force application and lack of fluidity in technique. Yet, Yi Chen maintained his composure, outwardly appearing unfazed. Once their exchange concluded, Su Chen, panting heavily, gazed at Yi Chen with anticipation, seemingly awaiting his evaluation. Yi Chen merely smiled, offering no further comment. Contemplating inwardly, Yi Chen thought, "The swordsmanship of this second senior brother has numerous flaws. I shall take the opportunity tonight to offer guidance, thus preventing future complications." As darkness enveloped the sky and the first lights illuminated the surroundings, Yi Chen transformed into a shadow of the night, preparing to impart a unique swordsmanship lesson to Lin Shuo and Su Chen. Clad in a black attire suited for nocturnal stealth, Yi Chen glided through the night's embrace on Qingzhou Peak. Upon arriving at their dwelling, Lin Shuo and Su Chen instantly sensed a disturbance. "Who goes there?" Lin Shuo bellowed, when they recognized the figure before them as the black-clad cultivator who had previously bested them soundly. Their hearts raced with trepidation. Before they could gather their wits, Yi Chen unsheathed his sword and unleashed a formidable sword intent, its powerful aura rendering the very air around them nearly stagnant. "Is that truly a perfected sword intent?" Lin Shuo and Su Chen were taken aback, but quickly seized their swords in response. Yi Chen's strikes were both fierce and precise. Amidst their duel, what appeared to be an assault was, in essence, a subtle guidance through his swordplay. "Your sword strikes with excessive force. Such rigidity is prone to breakage," Yi Chen advised Lin Shuo as he executed his moves. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuo felt a sudden jolt of realization regarding his shortcomings. With a slight adjustment to his sword stance, he found his movements to flow with newfound ease. "The connection of your strikes must be fluid and instinctive. Rigidity will hinder your progress." Yi Chen imparted further wisdom to Su Chen. Following this counsel, Su Chen adjusted his technique and immediately felt his strikes gain considerable potency. In the nocturnal ambience, the three figures danced among intertwining sword shadows, with Lin Shuo and Su Chen making remarkable advancements under Yi Chen's tutelage. Observing their significant improvement, Yi Chen felt satisfied and decided to withdraw from the engagement. Employing the laws of space, he vanished from sight and instantaneously returned to his dwelling. Lin Shuo and Su Chen, startled by Yi Chen's sudden disappearance, feared for his safety and hastened toward his residence. Moments later, they arrived at Yi Chen's door, knocking urgently. At that moment, Yi Chen lay in bed, and upon hearing the knocks, he feigned sleepiness as he rose to open the door. "What brings you two brothers to seek me at this late hour?" Seeing Yi Chen appear as though he had just been roused from slumber, Lin Shuo and Su Chun released a sigh of relief, believing he was unaware of the disturbance. "Junior brother, we just spotted a mysterious figure and came to check on you. Fearing for your well-being," Lin Shuo explained. "Thank goodness, all is well. Please, continue to rest, junior brother." Su Chun added, "I appreciate your concern, brothers. I am quite all right," Yi Chen replied with a yawn. After exchanging a few words of caution, Lin Shuo and Su Chun departed. Yi Chen, observing their retreating figures, smirked to himself, closed the door, and returned to his slumber. Days later, deep within an uninhabited mountain range of the Kanglan realm, a colossal beam of light surged toward the heavens, accompanied by a cacophony of thunderous roars, as if threatening to rend the very fabric of the world asunder. A secret realm is about to be unveiled. This news swiftly spread like wildfire throughout the entirety of the Kanglan realm. Countless cultivators, stirred by the news, hastily made their way towards the mountain range, eagerly anticipating the opening of the secret realm. This secret realm, a remnant from ancient times, is a haven of celestial wonders. Within its confines lie innumerable opportunities and treasures, yet it is equally rife with peril and the unknown. Upon learning of the imminent unveiling of this mystical domain, the foremost sects of the Kanglan realm swiftly convened their senior members to embark on an exploration. The enigma of this realm is profound, fraught with danger. Disciples of excessive cultivation may inadvertently trigger its collapse. An elderly man, his hair as white as snow, spoke with a grave demeanor. Indeed, disciples at the golden core stage and below are comparatively more adaptable to the realm's inherent rules, providing the younger generation with ample opportunities for growth. Another sect leader nodded in agreement. However, it is imperative to make thorough preparations, equipping the disciples with sufficient magical artifacts and elixirs to ensure their safety, someone added. After meticulous investigation and deliberation, they ultimately resolved to dispatch disciples of the golden core stage and below to the secret realm in search of fortune. Chapter 21. Entering the secret realm, the imperial sword acknowledges its master. Various sects commenced the selection of suitable disciples, gathering resources in preparation for the impending journey into the secret realm. Yi Chen and Su Chun naturally found themselves on the list of those destined to enter. As they readied to embark on their expedition, Su Tai Su approached Yi Chen. "Little Chen, your cultivation is too low. Take these talismans. Anything below the nascent soul stage cannot harm you." Su Tai Su handed Yi Chen a large bundle of protective and offensive talismans. "Old Su, you have such skills," Yi Chen exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with delight as he clutched the talismans. "Brat, I possess many more talents." Su Tai Su retorted with a roll of his eyes and a light snort. "Old Su, you're impressive." Yi Chen nodded vigorously, giving Su Tai Su a thumbs up. After 2 days of travel, the elder of Tian Xian's sect arrived at the entrance of the secret realm with the disciples set to enter. Lin Shuo was among them, tasked with ensuring the safety of his 2 junior brothers. The entrance was desolate, with withered grasses swaying feebly in the wind. Nearby, several barren trees stretched their bare branches, silently narrating the passage of time. "Junior brother, once inside the secret realm, conceal yourself first. I will come to find you," Su Chun instructed Yi Chen at the entrance. The realm was about to open, and upon entry, they would be scattered, randomly transported to various locations within. "Rest assured, Xiao Su, with the talismans given by old Su, I shall be fine," Yi Chen chuckled, secretly wishing to act alone for the sake of convenience in his endeavors. As the secret realm opened, numerous cultivators eagerly stepped inside, Yi Chen following the crowd. Upon entering, the scenery transformed dramatically. The barren mountains gave way to a valley filled with the sweet songs of birds and fragrant flowers. The valley was suffused with abundant spiritual energy, clearly a prime location for cultivation. Yi Chen altered his appearance, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. Soon, he noticed a throng of people congregating, fiercely competing for what appeared to be a treasure. Stealthily, he approached and beheld a gleaming sword plunged into the ground at the center of the crowd, emanating powerful waves of spiritual energy. Yi Chen fixated on the sword. Recognizing its extraordinary nature, it was no ordinary item. This sword was an imperial artifact. He sensed a faint imperial might radiating from it, leaving him astounded. Imperial artifacts are exceedingly rare, even in the celestial realm, and should not exist in the mortal world. I shall claim this sword. Those who know their place should retreat. A voice rang out, filled with arrogance. Humph, treasures belong to the worthy. Why should it go to you? The surrounding cultivators engaged in a fierce struggle for the imperial sword, their eyes glinting with greed. Yi Chen shook his head at the scene. Such an imperial sword could not be obtained through mere contention. It required the sword to acknowledge its master before it could be taken, or else they would find it nearly impossible to even approach it. Suddenly, a cultivator approached the imperial sword, extending his hand to draw it, only to be repelled by a surge of imperial might emanating from the sword. The cultivator spat blood and fell heavily to the ground. Yet, the other cultivators did not relent. Instead, they fought even more fiercely, each believing themselves to be the destined one. Observing their fierce competition, Yi Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. He unleashed the profound sword intent he had comprehended towards the imperial sword. Sensing Yi Chen's sword intent, the imperial sword vibrated and emitted a joyous ringing, as if it were destined to belong to Yi Chen. The sword conveyed a divine thought, yearning to establish a connection with Yi Chen and recognize him as its master. Receiving the sword's divine thought, Yi Chen immediately forged a bond with it. The imperial sword and Yi Chen harmonized perfectly, as if they had always been one. Yi Chen felt an inexplicable familiarity with the sword, his heart awash with a complex tapestry of emotions, difficult to articulate. In a flash, he appeared beside the imperial sword like a specter, extending his right hand to draw it from the ground. He raised the sword high, its blade gleaming with a chilling light, reflecting the sunlight as if it were exhaling a frosty brilliance. This sudden turn of events astonished the crowd, who turned to face Yi Chen, their eyes filled with rage and wariness. "Brat, you seek death. Release the sword. It does not belong to you," bellowed a burly cultivator, swinging a massive axe toward Yi Chen's head. The imperial sword emitted a resonant cry, releasing an aura of imperial might that rendered those around it immobile. Simultaneously, a memory not belonging to Yi Chen surged into his consciousness. He found himself drawn into a vast starry expanse. Below lay a shattered world, seemingly ravaged by an apocalyptic war. In this boundless cosmos, resplendent stars appeared to be ignited by the fires of conflict. A magnificent celestial emperor stood proudly, clad in resplendent battle armor, wielding the formidable imperial sword, Jinghong. Opposing him was an ominous demon emperor, exuding a malevolent aura, with demonic energy swirling like dark ink across the starry void. The clash of their powers reverberated through the cosmos, intertwining light and darkness. The celestial emperor's gaze was piercing as he wielded the Jinghong sword. Each strike seemed to harbor the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. The demon emperor, undeterred, unleashed bizarre demonic techniques, engaging the celestial emperor in a desperate struggle. Yi Chen was transfixed by their battle, etching every sword strike of the celestial emperor into his memory. After a prolonged clash, the celestial emperor executed the Jinghong sword technique, striking down the demon emperor. However, he too bore grave wounds, his body swaying precariously, blood staining his armor. The Jinghong sword slipped from his weakened grasp, tracing a brilliant arc through the cosmos as it fell into the unknown. The celestial emperor's figure gradually dimmed, ultimately dissipating within the starry realm, leaving behind an endless desolation and a poignant tale of a heart-stirring past. Yi Chen remained entranced, a profound sense of desolation surging within him, as if he were the very celestial emperor who perished in battle to protect his realm. Even the mighty, undying celestial emperor could fall before an overwhelmingly powerful foe. The world was not as serene as it appeared. Perhaps formidable adversaries lurked unseen in the shadows. He gazed at the Jinghong sword in his hand and began to murmur, "So your name is Jinghong. Our encounter must surely be fate's design. I shall ensure that your renown echoes throughout the heavens and the earth, honoring the glory of the celestial emperor of yore." With a firm grip on the Jinghong sword, he caressed it momentarily before absorbing it into his being. Just as he turned, he found himself face to face with a towering cultivator wielding a massive axe aimed directly at him. Yi Chen let out a cold laugh, sidestepping effortlessly to evade the blow, while simultaneously extending his hand to seize the cultivator's throat with lightning speed. "You!" The cultivator's face flushed crimson, his eyes wide with terror, He could scarcely fathom that this seemingly ordinary youth possessed such terrifying power. If you wish to live, surrender your storage pouch. Yi Chen disregarded the cultivator's panic, his gaze sweeping over the others poised to attack him. Still paralyzed by the fear instilled by the Emperor's sword, none dared to resist. They hastily unfastened their storage pouches and cast them to the ground. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction, collecting the pouches into his possession before vanishing in an instant. Once Yi Chen had departed, the onlookers took a while to regain their composure. Damn it, that brat actually took the sword. One cultivator gritted his teeth in frustration. We cannot allow him to escape. We must retrieve the sword. Another echoed. At that moment, all remnants of the fear they had just experienced at Yi Chen's hands faded, leaving only an insatiable desire for the Emperor's sword. One by one, they produced communication talismans to relay messages to their comrades, rallying reinforcements to pursue Yi Chen and reclaim the Jinghong sword. Chapter 22. The Legacy of the Heavenly Emperor. Bestowing benefits upon my senior brother at this moment, Yi Chen had long distanced himself from the tumultuous realm. He found solace in a secluded cave, meticulously examining the contents of the storage bag he had recently acquired. A triumphant smile adorned his face as he reveled in the bountiful harvest, which included a considerable number of spirit stones. Meanwhile, Su Chun anxiously searched for Yi Chen's figure in another part of the secret realm. Where on earth have you gone, little junior brother? He murmured to himself, scouring every corner with great diligence. In the cave, Yi Chen inadvertently overheard two passing cultivators engaged in conversation. I heard that a location related to the Heavenly Emperor's legacy has been uncovered, and many experts are already making their way there. Why wait? Let us hasten, for there may be tremendous opportunities awaiting us. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Yi Chen's eyes. The Heavenly Emperor's legacy? It was certainly worth investigating. Without further ado, he abandoned his meticulous counting and set off in the direction of the legacy's location. On the other side, Su Chun had also caught wind of the news regarding the Heavenly Emperor's legacy during his search for Yi Chen. Perhaps my little junior brother is headed there as well. He pondered, quickening his pace as he searched for Yi Chen while making his way toward the site of the legacy. After traversing several mountain ranges, Yi Chen beheld a palace suspended in the sky. A celestial ladder connected to the palace, coiling upward like a great dragon, exuding an aura that was both mysterious and ancient. However, both the palace and the ladder were enveloped in a colossal barrier. The barrier shimmered with radiant light, its runes flickering, emanating a formidable presence. Outside the barrier stood a stone tablet for assessing qualifications. Only those who passed the tablet's scrutiny, meeting the required qualifications, could enter the barrier. At this moment, a throng of cultivators had gathered, all vying for the Heavenly Emperor's legacy. Yi Chen spotted Su Chen among them, who was scanning the surroundings in search of Yi Chen's figure. Disguised, Yi Chen refrained from approaching to greet him, as he wished to keep his identity concealed. A long line of cultivators formed before the stone tablet, each taking their turn for the qualification assessment. Some placed their hands upon the tablet, which flickered briefly before dimming. The individual's face paled, and they walked away dejectedly. Others, however, placed their hands on the tablet and were met with a brilliant display of light, indicating their qualifications were satisfactory. Those who passed beamed with joy, striding confidently into the barrier. At that moment, a burly man, having failed the assessment, was unwilling to depart without a fight. With a fierce roar, he attempted to force his way through the barrier. In an instant, the barrier unleashed a tremendous force, its light flashing, reducing the man to ashes. This spectacle caused the onlookers to gasp in astonishment, heightening their caution regarding the qualification assessment. Furthermore, those who entered the barrier would still face the trial of the celestial ladder. As a cultivator stepped onto the ladder, they were immediately crushed by an overwhelming pressure, while others, unable to withstand the burden, tumbled down from the ladder. Some cultivators persevered under the immense pressure, laboriously ascending the heights. However, it appeared that the higher they climbed, the more arduous the journey became, as the oppressive force intensified with altitude. Yi Chen observed quietly from the side. Harboring little interest in the legacy of the Celestial Emperor, he had his own path and required no other inheritances. Nonetheless, curiosity piqued within him regarding what treasures the palace might hold, particularly if it contained abundant spirit stones. His mind was consumed with thoughts of these precious stones, for he needed a vast quantity to enhance his cultivation. Utilizing the laws of space, Yi Chun traversed the barrier and entered the palace undetected. The moment he stepped inside, an ancient and mysterious aura enveloped him. The interior of the palace was spacious and magnificent, with a lofty dome seemingly capable of housing the stars themselves. The walls were adorned with peculiar gemstones that emitted a soft and resplendent glow, illuminating the entire palace in a dreamlike radiance. At the very center of the palace stood a colossal statue, depicting the celestial emperor engaged in battle with the demon emperor, wielding the sword of the celestial swan amidst the starry sky. The statue exuded an imposing presence, its gaze piercing as though surveying all of existence. As Yi Chun scrutinized the statue, a hazy luminescence enveloped it, and an ethereal figure gradually emerged. Yi Chun's heart raced, instantly alert. "Young one, do you know who I am?" The spectral image of the celestial emperor fixed its gaze upon Yi Chun and began to speak. "Who are you?" Yi Chun furrowed his brow. I have forgotten my own identity. I am merely a remnant of thought, waiting here for a fated individual to whom I may bestow my legacy." The celestial emperor's specter paused momentarily, sighing softly. "I perceive your extraordinary talent. Entrusting this legacy to you would undoubtedly advance your journey of cultivation." He regarded Yi Chun with an expression of hope. "Thank you for your kind intentions, senior. But I have my own path, and accepting your legacy would be detrimental to it." Yi Chun replied without hesitation, declining the offer. "Very well. It is indeed rare to remain steadfast in one's own way." The celestial emperor's remnant was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Yi Chun's refusal, before nodding in approval. He surveyed the crowd below, shaking his head. Among the throng, no cultivator possessed the qualifications to satisfy him. The celestial emperor's remnant discerned at a glance that even among those who had passed the stone tablet's test, none were capable of ascending the heavenly ladder. "Alas, it seems my legacy is destined to fade. This remnant of mine shall soon dissipate, and thus the secret realm has manifested, in hopes of finding a qualified individual of fate to continue my legacy." After a brief silence, the celestial emperor's remnant sighed in resignation. Upon hearing this sigh, a vision of Su Chen flashed through Yi Chun's mind. This remnant left behind by the celestial emperor would undoubtedly not allow the legacy to come to an end. Even if no one could ascend the palace, he would surely seek out a cultivator of promising potential among the crowd below to pass on the inheritance. This legacy, freely given, must not fall into the hands of the unworthy. Guided by the principle of seizing every opportunity, Yi Chun was determined to acquire this inheritance. While he had no personal need for it, his senior brother, Su Chun, certainly did. Yi Chun resolved to secure some benefits for his brother. "Esteemed predecessor, the individual below is my senior brother, Su Chun. I firmly believe he is capable of inheriting your legacy," Yi Chun proclaimed, gesturing towards Su Chun, who was anxiously awaiting his turn to be assessed. The remnant of the heavenly emperor followed Yi Chun's indication, his gaze settling upon Su Chun with a discerning scrutiny. At that moment, Su Chun, visibly tense, pressed his hand against the stone tablet, which erupted in a kaleidoscope of radiant colors, revealing his exceptional qualifications. Indeed, this young man exhibited extraordinary talent, ranking among the finest of all the aspirants tested today, a truly unparalleled choice. The remnant of the heavenly emperor nodded in satisfaction, seeing the prospect of his legacy continuing. Su Chen successfully passed the stone tablet's assessment and entered the barrier, ascending the celestial ladder. "Esteemed predecessor, might there be any spiritual stones or treasures left within your palace? Having discovered such an exceptional heir for you, surely a token of appreciation is in order." Yi Chun seized the opportunity to solicit a reward from the remnant of the heavenly emperor with a cheerful demeanor. Chapter 23. Su Chun accepts the inheritance. The valley is blockaded. The treasures amassed by an immortal emperor must be extraordinarily abundant, while other artifacts may hold little significance for Yi Chun. The spiritual stones are of paramount importance, as they can greatly enhance his cultivation. Is it not enough that you have obtained the stunning sword, my young friend?" The remnant of the heavenly emperor chuckled as he regarded Yi Chun. "Senior, I acquired this stunning sword through my own efforts. It cannot be conflated with the merit of aiding you in finding an heir." Yi Chun replied, a hint of disdain in his voice. Enough. You little rascal are indeed greedy. Take it, there are some spiritual stones inside, a token of my gratitude." The remnant of the heavenly emperor cast a resigned glance at Yi Chun and waved his hand, tossing him a storage ring. Yi Chun received the ring and, Probing it with his divine sense, his eyes instantly sparkled with delight. The wealth of the immortal emperor was indeed profound. Thank you, Senior. You are truly generous. The storage ring brimmed with exquisite spiritual stones, eliciting a broad smile from Yi Chun. At this moment, Su Chen stood before the heavenly staircase, preparing to ascend. He took a deep breath and stepped onto the staircase, his movements light and effortless, a serene expression adorning his face. Observing the cultivators beside him, who were suffering under the oppressive force, he felt a profound confusion. Why was their struggle so arduous while I feel not a trace of pressure? Su Chen pondered, perplexed. Meanwhile, the remnant of the heavenly emperor in the palace silently watched Su Chen, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. He discreetly employed his divine powers to dissipate the pressure exerted upon Su Chen. Su Chen swiftly advanced up the staircase, leaving the other cultivators far behind. A sight that astonished those still grappling with the force. How is this possible? Why does he appear so untroubled? Could he possess some secret treasure that shields him from the staircase's pressure? Perhaps he is cheating. Why should we struggle while he strolls effortlessly? The cultivators ascending the staircase cast envious and jealous glances at Su Chen. It seemed the inheritance would surely fall into his hands, rendering their efforts futile. How utterly unfair. By what right does he receive such special treatment? Perhaps he is the destined master of this heavenly emperor's inheritance, while we must simply concede our fate. Some cultivators harbored not merely envy and jealousy, but a cold, murderous intent. They fixated on Su Chen's rapidly ascending figure, silently plotting. Once he completes the inheritance, they would surely slay him and seize it for themselves. Indeed, this inheritance ought not belong to him. United, they would surely succeed. Even if he possesses extraordinary abilities, he shall not escape alive amidst our collective assault. Exchanging glances filled with unspoken understanding, they awaited Su Chen's emergence from the palace, ready to unleash a bloody contest for the inheritance. The air was rife with voices of jealousy and fury on the staircase, yet Su Chen remained undeterred, resolutely advancing towards the pinnacle. Yi Chun observed Su Chen steadily advancing towards the pinnacle of the heavenly ladder, fully aware that the subsequent events required no further concern on his part. Senior, I implore you not to mention my visit here to my master. Yi Chun turned to the remnant of the heavenly emperor, offering a respectful gesture, as he was not yet ready to reveal his identity. The remnant of the heavenly emperor nodded slightly, allowing Yi Chun to turn away with a sense of relief. He employed the laws of space to conceal himself within the void, his gaze intently fixed on the direction of the heavenly ladder. Before long, Su Chen successfully entered the palace. The remnant of the heavenly emperor began imparting the legacy to Su Chen, a radiant light enveloping him. As powerful waves of energy permeated the palace, Yi Chen silently observed from the void, noting that Su Chen was seamlessly receiving the legacy without any unforeseen incidents. Now that Xiao Su has attained the legacy, I can depart with peace of mind, Yi Chen murmured to himself, and with a flicker of his form, he vanished completely from the expanse of void. After leaving the hall of the heavenly emperor's legacy, Yi Chen found himself in a secluded valley. Within the valley, a group of cultivators with unfriendly expressions were searching eagerly for some treasure. The one who stole the sword is over there. As soon as Yi Chen appeared in the valley, a sharp-eyed cultivator spotted him and shouted loudly. Instantly, the unfriendly group turned their gaze towards Yi Chen, fixated on his figure. They were the same individuals who had previously sought to seize the Jinghong sword. After Yi Chen had taken the Jinghong sword, they had summoned their fellow disciples and scoured the area to reclaim the treasured blade. Yi Chen furrowed his brow, cursing his misfortune inwardly. However, he felt no fear. Instead, he stood with a playful demeanor. The crowd swiftly encircled him, trapping him in the center. They were hesitant to attack Yi Chen, for he wielded the Jinghong sword, the might of which many among them had already experienced. Prior to their ambush, they had deliberated and concluded that Yi Chen's cultivation level was low, believing he could not wield the sword for long. The disciples of various sects were not foolish, and none wished to be the first to take action. Although Yi Chen might struggle to maintain control over the treasured sword for an extended period, the first to strike would undoubtedly bear the brunt of its power. For now, they could only devise a means to compel Yi Chen to yield the sword willingly before making any further decisions. Brat, hand over the sword, and perhaps we shall spare your life. The leader, a cultivator of the 9th layer of Golden Core, initiated the confrontation, his eyes brimming with menace. He was Jian Wufeng, the foremost disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Renowned as the premier sword sect of the Kanglan continent, the emergence of a treasured sword was not to be trifled with. As the chief disciple, Jian Wufeng bore the weighty responsibility of upholding the sect's honor and seizing treasures. At this moment, his gaze was as sharp as a sword, fixed intently on Yi Chen, as if he would strike him down at the slightest hint of defiance. "Oh, is that so? With so many of you here? And only one sword, to whom shall it be given?" Yi Chen's lips curled into a slight smirk, a glimmer of mockery in his expression. Upon hearing his words, the disciples of various sects were thrown into a state of dilemma and chaos. This was a deliberate ploy. Yi Chen, disinterested in direct confrontation, sought to incite them to turn against one another. They all aspired to seize the treasured sword for themselves, and none were willing to concede. Yi Chen cast a glance around. Those who had arrived were among the most formidable factions from the Kanglan continent, each unyielding in their resolve. "Humph! We of the 10,000 Poison Sect possess unparalleled prowess. This sword rightfully belongs to us," exclaimed a disciple of the 10,000 Poison Sect, his gaze menacingly fixed on the others. "With your despicable tactics, do you truly believe you deserve this sword? It is destined to belong to my Fire Cloud Sect," retorted a disciple from the Fire Cloud Sect, indignation evident in his voice. "Ba, let not anger cloud your judgment. Yet should this sword hold a connection to our Buddha, we shall certainly strive for it," intoned the monks of the Diamond Temple, one elder among them speaking solemnly. A gaggle of hypocritical bald heads, coveting the sword while feigning righteousness. Yi Chen inwardly scoffed at the monk's words, his expression one of disdain. "Do you truly believe you can contend with my Heavenly Sword Sect? Such delusions." Sword Wufeng of the Heavenly Sword Sect sneered arrogantly, embodying an air of supreme confidence. Chapter 24. As long as one lacks morality, one shall not be captured. Yi Chen observed their heated debate, an amused smile creeping onto his face. "Gentlemen, why not settle your differences before we discuss the rightful ownership of this magnificent sword?" His words intensified the already charged atmosphere among the various sections. As the factions quarreled, the tension mounting, a monk from the Diamond Temple, known for his astuteness, suddenly regained his composure. "Do not fall into this young man's trap. He clearly seeks to incite us to mutual destruction, allowing him to reap the benefits unchallenged." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, contemplating their next move. At that moment, Jian Wufeng also pondered the situation. Confronting Yi Chen directly would yield no results. Hence a change in strategy was imperative. "My dear friend, you are unaware of a crucial matter." Jian Wufeng sighed heavily, as if burdened by an immense weight. "The Jinghong sword is a treasure bequeathed by the Heavenly Emperor, tasked with safeguarding the Kanglan continent. It is not to be monopolized by any single person or sect." His fervent declaration painted Yi Chen's desire to possess the sword as a grave moral transgression. The other disciples of various sects began to grasp Jian Wufeng's intent and soon joined in urging Yi Chen. "Friend, could you bear witness to the suffering of the Kanglan continent's denizens?" The monk from the Diamond Temple began reciting scriptures, attempting to sway Yi Chen through Buddhist teachings. "Indeed, my friend, you are still quite young. It is likely that you cannot fully wield such a formidable weapon." An elder from the Wandu sect stepped forward, earnestly advising him. If the sword were to fall into the hands of evil, the consequences would be dire. Yi Chen listened to their concerns, bemused by their attempts to portray him as a villain. They sought to ensnare him with their moral rhetoric. But who was Yi Chen? He could easily see through their ploys. For those who feigned righteousness, he had no regard for morality and would never be shackled by it. Yi Chen firmly believed that as long as one lacks morality, one cannot be bound by it. As for the Jinghong sword, it had already acknowledged Yi Chen as its master. If he could not wield it, then no one else could. Even if he were to relinquish the sword to them now, they would be unable to withstand the imperial might it emanated. "You speak wisely, esteemed seniors. I shall take your words to heart," Yi Chen replied, a disarming smile gracing his features, his tone sincere. Seeing Yi Chen seemingly receptive, the crowd's faces brightened with hope, believing he was about to nobly surrender the sword. "Then, let us safeguard this sword together, shall we?" Jian Wufeng eagerly proposed, anxious that Yi Chen might reconsider. "Safeguard together?" Yi Chen feigned surprise, inquiring. "But there is only one sword. How shall we manage to share it?" The assembly fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. They had only considered how to deceive Yi Chun into handing over the sword, without devising a plan for its division. How about this? A sly smile curled at the corner of Yi Chun's lips. To ensure fairness, why don't we engage in a duel? The victor shall claim the treasured sword. What say you? Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances. Though they were driven by greed, the sword remained firmly in Yi Chun's grasp, and none dared to make the first move. What is the matter? Are all you esteemed seniors from reputable sects afraid to accept the challenge? Observing their silence, Yi Chun deliberately provoked them. Impudent boy, do not be so arrogant. Jian Wufeng, enraged by Yi Chun's words, could not tolerate such disrespect. Being a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, today, my sect shall uphold justice and eradicate your wickedness. Let us strike together and eliminate him. With a furious roar, Jian Wufeng unsheathed his sword and lunged at Yi Chun. The others followed suit, drawing their swords to attack Yi Chun. Uphold justice? You think you are worthy? Yi Chun sneered, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing before Jian Wufeng, delivering a powerful palm strike to his chest. Bang! With a dull thud, Jian Wufeng's body flew backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto the ground, blood spurting from his mouth, his breath faint. What? The remaining crowd, witnessing this, were struck with horror, halting their advance. They had never anticipated Yi Chun's strength to be so formidable, incapacitating Jian Wufeng with a single move. Being the top disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect was no small feat. Only the most exceptional talents among the younger generation could earn such a title. Jian Wufeng, a prodigy among the elite, could not withstand even one of Yi Chun's attacks. Some cultivators began to reconsider their rash intentions. Do you lot, with your lack of merit, dare to covet the celestial sword? Yi Chun cast a cold glance over the crowd, his tone dripping with disdain. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. As soon as the words left his mouth, he vanished once more. These individuals sought his life, and thus they had forfeited their own. In the next moment, he materialized amidst the throng, akin to a tiger among sheep, unleashing a massacre. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of screams and shattering bones filled the air as Yi Chun struck ruthlessly, showing no mercy. In the blink of an eye, dozens lay slain at his feet. In the realm of cultivation, murder and treasure-seeking were the norm. Those lacking strength were mere prey. These individuals had come to seize the imperial sword, and even if Yi Chun were to hand it over, they would slay him to prevent any leaks of information. Yi Chun, naturally, would not show them any leniency. How is this possible? The remaining crowd was utterly terrified, realizing the magnitude of the threat they had provoked. Flee! Quick, escape! Someone shouted, and instantly, the crowd scattered like frightened birds. Trying to escape? It's too late. Yi Chun chuckled coldly, his figure transforming into a blur as he pursued the fleeing cultivators, dispatching them one by one. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the valley was left strewn with lifeless bodies, permeated by an overwhelming stench of blood. Yi Chun dusted off his hands, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. The slayers inevitably meet their own demise. Those who seek to kill and seize treasures must be prepared to face death themselves. He approached the fallen, thoroughly scavenging their spatial bags and magical artifacts before departing the valley with a sense of fulfillment. A group of fools, attempting to morally bind me? They should take a good look in the mirror. Yi Chun muttered to himself as he walked, a smirk of derision gracing his features. As he strolled through the forest, he hummed a light tune, leisurely making his way. While walking, he toyed with a spatial bag, freshly acquired from Jian Wufeng. TSK. It's no wonder he is the chief disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. His wealth is indeed substantial. Yi Chun's consciousness delved into the spatial bag, revealing it brimming with spirit stones, elixirs, and magical artifacts, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Chapter 25. A soothing bath in the spirit spring. The descent of a celestial maiden Yi Chun was in high spirits, his steps noticeably lighter as he ambled along a mountain path. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a hidden cave ahead. Intrigued by its allure, he approached the entrance. As he neared the cave, an intense aura of spiritual energy enveloped him. Such rich spiritual energy. Surely, there must be treasures within this cave. Filled with excitement, Yi Chun hastily entered. Inside, the cave was shrouded in darkness, rendering his hand invisible before him. With a swift incantation, he conjured a flame in his palm, illuminating the surroundings. To his astonishment, upon gaining clarity of the cave's interior, he found himself gazing at a breathtaking scene reminiscent of a paradise beyond the mortal realm. The air was filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers, while verdant trees offered ample shade. A crystal-clear stream meandered gracefully, shimmering under the sunlight. Beside the brook lay a naturally formed spirit spring, its waters crystal clear and brimming with potent spiritual energy. What a remarkable place! Truly an exceptional sanctuary for cultivation. Yichen could not suppress his admiration. He eagerly traversed the cave, arriving at the edge of the spirit spring. The spiritual energy within this spring was several times purer than what he had absorbed outside. Taking a deep breath, he felt invigorated, his body filled with a sense of ease. Since he had discovered such an exquisite location, he decided to rest here for a few days. Resolved, Yi Chun retrieved all the items from his spatial bags, meticulously sorting through the treasures and spirit stones. After counting, he stored all the artifacts into the storage ring he had received from the remnants of the Celestial Emperor, while placing the spirit stones into the heavenly Tao Pearl. Once these tasks were completed, Yi Chun leaped into the spirit spring. Ah, how delightful! The warm spring water enveloped his body, eliciting a soft sigh of contentment. This was the essence of life. Closing his eyes, he began to circulate his cultivation method, drawing the spiritual energy from the spring into the heavenly Tao Pearl. As time flew by, 3 days passed. During this period, Yi Chun remained immersed in the spirit spring, with the heavenly Tao Pearl tirelessly devouring spirit stones and spiritual energy, providing him with an unending source of power. Finally, on the evening of the 3rd day, the seal within him was shattered. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from his body, sweeping across the entire valley. The nascent soul stage. Alas, after expending so many spirit stones, his cultivation had only reached the nascent soul stage. When would this end? Yi Chun opened his eyes, filled with a sense of helplessness, cursing the infinite celestial emperor in his heart 100 times. Just as he pondered this, a graceful figure suddenly descended from the heavens. With a splash, she fell into the spirit spring, landing squarely in Yi Chun's embrace. Yi Chun instinctively embraced the unexpected visitor, and upon closer inspection, he found himself gazing upon a young maiden of around 16 or 17 years of age. Her beauty was breathtaking, her skin as pure as freshly fallen snow, and her eyes tightly shut, with long lashes trembling slightly, as if startled. The young girl appeared still in shock from the abrupt turn of events, her delicate frame quivering ever so slightly. Yi Chun, captivated by the exquisite countenance of the maiden in his arms, found himself momentarily entranced. She resembled a celestial being, her ethereal beauty accentuated by skin so flawless it seemed almost fragile, her lashes fluttering delicately, and her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue born of both shyness and fright. A sight that was simply breathtaking. It was as though the spiritual essence of the spring surrounding them became more vibrant in her presence, stirring something deep within Yi Chun's heart. He quickly composed himself, softening the astonishment in his gaze to one of concern and gentleness. "Do not be afraid, my lady. Are you unhurt?" His voice was tender, cautious not to further frighten this startled fawn. As the young girl heard his soothing words, she gradually opened her eyes. Upon realizing she was cradled in Yi Chun's embrace, her face flushed crimson, and she let out a startled cry. After her exclamation, her gaze inadvertently fell upon Yi Chun's bare torso. He possessed a tall and robust physique, with well-defined pectorals and sculpted abdominal muscles, each sinew embodying latent power. His features were strikingly handsome, with sharp brows and bright eyes, a prominent nose, and lips that curled into a playful smile. His tousled black hair cascaded over his shoulders, adding an air of nonchalance to his demeanor. The young girl was momentarily entranced by his striking appearance, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Her previously flushed cheeks now burning with an even deeper intensity. She quickly lowered her gaze, unable to meet Yi Chun's eyes, her hands nervously clutching the hem of her garment. I am fine," she stammered, her voice barely above a whisper, yet it possessed a hauntingly melodic quality. "Fear not. This was merely an accident," Yi Chun reassured her hastily. "Who are you? What brings you here?" The girl broke free from his embrace, stepping back warily, her expression tinged with caution. "I am Yi Chun, and I have been resting here," he replied with a resigned smile. "But pray tell, how did you come to fall from the sky?" My name is Luo Qingqing. I was cast down a cliff by a third-tier demon beast, and I am unsure how I ended up here, she admitted, biting her lip as she glanced upward. Yet there was no cliff in sight, leaving her puzzled. It seems that the fairy Luo has fortuitously stumbled upon another entrance to this secluded paradise, Yi Chen speculated. Luo Qingqing furrowed her brow, contemplating Yi Chen's words, finding a semblance of logic in them, though her wariness lingered. This spiritual spring is immensely beneficial for cultivation. Perhaps you might consider training here, Yi Chen suggested as he rose from the spring, swiftly donning his garments. Are you about to depart, young Master Yi? Luo Qingqing inquired, her wariness towards Yi Chen still lingering, yet she could not help but pose the question. Indeed, I had intended to leave, but it appears that you have fortuitously arrived, Yi Chen replied, surveying his surroundings and employing the laws of space to ensure their safety. Rest assured, this place is secure. There is but one entrance to this cave, and the portal through which you arrived is a one-time use. Yi Chen nodded slightly, his expression earnest and resolute. I am grateful for your assurance, young Master Yi, Luo Qingqing remarked, observing the sincerity in his demeanor, which alleviated some of her apprehension. Then, I shall take my leave while you focus on your cultivation, Yi Chen said with a gentle smile before turning to depart. As Luo Qingqing watched his retreating figure, an inexplicable sense of loss welled up within her. However, she quickly composed herself, calming her mind to commence her training. After exiting the cave, Yi Chen glanced back, his heart filled with a tangle of emotions. He shook his head, dismissing the thoughts, and with a flicker, he vanished from sight. Once outside, he transformed his appearance to resemble that of Night Shadow and donned a black cloak. Chapter 26. Su Chun encounters assassination. Yi Chen makes his appearance meanwhile. Not far from the valley where Yi Chen resided, a group of cultivators pursued Su Chun with ferocious intent. Su Chen, there is no escape for you. Surrender the legacy of the Heavenly Emperor, and we may allow you to keep your life. A youth clad in black barked. If you desire the Heavenly Emperor's legacy, let us see if you possess the capability. Su Chun retorted coldly, sweeping his sword to unleash a sharp sword aura that felled several cultivators. Damn it! How can this brat be so formidable? The black-clad youth's expression changed, foreboding dread filling his heart. Since Su Chun had acquired the Heavenly Emperor's legacy and emerged from the Emperor's palace, they had relentlessly pursued him. They initially believed Su Chun to be merely a fledgling with a recently acquired legacy, easy prey to capture. Little did they expect his strength to far exceed their expectations. Brothers, let us attack together. We shall see if we cannot vanquish him, the black-clad youth shouted in fury, leading the charge towards Su Chun. The other cultivators also summoned their treasures, launching a concerted assault. In an instant, the air was filled with cries of battle, the brilliance of their artifacts illuminating half the sky. Though Su Chun was powerful, he was ultimately outnumbered, and gradually found himself at a disadvantage. At that moment, his body was drenched in blood, nearing the point of being unable to resist. Haraha! Su Chun, your end is near. The black-clad youth, witnessing Su Chun falter, erupted into triumphant laughter. However, his mirth was abruptly silenced as he suddenly sensed a chilling and murderous intent locking onto him. Who? The black-clad youth's face paled as he hurriedly turned to look. There stood a young man in a black robe, having appeared behind him without his notice. The youth wore a smile, yet his gaze was frigid, reminiscent of a reaper from the depths of the underworld. Who are you? Fear surged within the black-clad youth as he trembled, inquiring with a quavering voice. The one who will kill you, Yi Chen replied with a calm smile, slowly raising his right hand. And no. The black-clad youth's pupils constricted in terror. He attempted to utter a protest, but it was already too late. With a gentle wave of his right hand, Yi Chen unleashed an invisible sword aura that pierced through the youth's brow. Thud! The black-clad youth's lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Is there anyone else? Yi Chen surveyed his surroundings, his tone icy as he inquired. The remaining cultivators, witnessing this scene, were instantly paralyzed with fear, scattering in every direction. Trying to flee? Not so easily. Yi Chen snorted coldly, his form flickering into a shadow as he pursued the fleeing cultivators. They had nearly killed Su Chun. There was no way Yi Chen would let them escape so readily. Wherever Yi Chen passed, sword auras surged, and the sounds of agony echoed. In a matter of moments, those who had pursued Su Chun were annihilated by Yi Chen's wrath. Su Chun gazed at Yi Chen, who stood before him like a demonic deity, filled with gratitude and astonishment. "Thank you, Brother Ying, for your assistance," Su Chen said, bowing respectfully. He was immensely curious about this enigmatic figure, yet he was certain that Ying was not there to seize the inheritance. A few months prior, this very Ying had bested him and his senior brother Lin Shua outside Tianwu City, leaving them bruised but unharmed. Moreover, he had infiltrated Tianxian sect several times under the guise of sparring, secretly guiding them through their practice. Su Chen believed that had Ying intended to kill him, he would have had no chance to react. Unbeknownst to him, Ying was none other than his long-sought junior brother, Yi Chun. No need for formalities. "It is merely a matter of righteousness," Yi Chun replied, waving his hand and absorbing all the storage bags of the slain into his grasp. He turned away, leaving no room for Su Chen to speak, and swiftly vanished from his sight. Su Chen stared in the direction where Yi Chun had disappeared, rendered speechless. He understood well that if it were not for Yi Chun's intervention today, his life would have likely been forfeit. After departing, Yi Chun did not venture far, as the secret realm was set to close in a few days. He restored his original appearance, preparing for a chance encounter with Su Chen. Strolling leisurely through the woods for 2 days, Yi Chun eventually fortuitously crossed paths with Su Chen. Upon seeing Yi Chun unscathed, the weight on Su Chen's heart finally lifted. "Junior brother, are you all right? I have been searching for you within the secret realm, I thought." Su Chen's voice was tinged with concern, his expression reflecting his anxiety. Yi Chun felt a touch of warmth in his heart, but feigned a look of trepidation, patting his chest. "Oh, do not mention it, brother. I was ensnared in a ghastly array the moment I entered. I nearly perished. Fortunately, my intelligence and exceptional talent allowed me to break free just now. And here I am, encountering you at last." As he spoke, Yi Chun discreetly observed Su Chen's expression, feeling a swell of pride when he noted that Su Chen harbored no suspicions. "By the way, brother, what has transpired? You appear exceptionally formidable," Yi Chun inquired, feigning ignorance as he examined the wounds adorning Su Chen's body. With a sigh, Su Chen recounted the details of his pursuit. "What? Such a thing occurred?" Yi Chun feigned astonishment, his eyes widening. "These individuals are utterly outrageous. How dare they attempt to rob you, showing such blatant disregard for our Tianxian sect? Come, brother, take me to confront them. I wish to see who possesses such audacity." Yi Chun, filled with righteous indignation, rolled up his sleeves, ready to stand up for Su Chen and reclaim his honor. "Junior brother, those individuals are quite powerful. You." Su Chen felt a mix of gratitude and concern. Yi Chun, at merely the 8th level of Qi refinement, was ill-equipped to face the majority of disciples in the Golden Core stage who had entered the secret realm. "What is there to fear? Have you forgotten, brother? I am a genius. Fighting beyond my level is my forte." Yi Chun, brimming with confidence, patted his chest, exuding an air of fearlessness. Observing his unwavering self-assurance, Su Chen chose not to voice any further objections and instead guided him towards the exit of the secret realm. Before long, they encountered a group of cultivators intent on pursuing Su Chen. At the forefront stood a striking young woman clad in red, her beauty radiant and her figure alluring, yet her demeanor betrayed a hint of arrogance. She was Shun Hanxiao, the daughter of the Beastmaster sect's leader, mounted upon a colossal white tiger. Behind her trailed several disciples from major sects, accompanied by a throng of Beastmaster sect disciples, advancing menacingly towards Su Chen and Yi Chun. "Su Chen, you despicable scoundrel, how dare you seize my heavenly emperor's legacy? Hand it over at once." Shun Hanxiao scolded, her voice laced with fury and disdain. "Humph, the heavenly emperor's legacy is something I obtained through trials. How can it possibly belong to you?" Su Chen retorted coldly, locking eyes with her without a trace of fear. "How audacious! You dare speak to our young lady in such a manner?" Stepping forward was a burly young man, glaring fiercely at Su Chen. He was Zhao Wuxiao, the Beastmaster sect's senior disciple, renowned for his formidable strength and celebrated as a prodigious talent among the younger generation. Chapter 27. The young lady of the Beastmaster sect must be worth a fortune. The legacy of the Heavenly Emperor is a treasure that only our young lady is entitled to possess. What are you, to dare to covet it? Zhao Wuxiao spoke coldly, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Enough with the idle chatter. If you seek the inheritance, then let your skills determine your fate. Su Chen, weary of their prattle, drew his sword without hesitation. Seeking death, are we? Zhao Wuxiao roared. brandishing a colossal axe that he swung down towards Su Chen's head. Su Chen raised his sword in defense, yet was forced to retreat repeatedly, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Senior brother, Yi Chen, witnessing this, rushed forward to support Su Chen, his voice laced with concern. Are you all right? I'm fine, junior brother. Just be cautious. These individuals possess formidable strength. Su Chen shook his head, signaling that he was unharmed. Rest assured, senior brother. Watch how I deal with them. Yi Chen patted Su Chen's hand reassuringly, then turned to face Zhao Wuxiao and his companions, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Oh, do many bully the few? What kind of prowess is it to target my senior brother? Come at me if you dare. Yi Chen taunted, his tone dripping with disdain. You insolent wretch, you seek your own demise. Zhao Wuxiao and his associates were incensed by Yi Chen's demeanor, each summoning their magical artifacts to launch an assault on him and Su Chen. Bring it on. A glint of determination flashed in Yi Chen's eyes as he advanced towards the oncoming magical artifacts. Junior brother, be careful. Su Chen gasped, startled, and quickly warned him. Fear not, senior brother, just watch me. Yi Chen laughed heartily as a multitude of offensive talismans materialized in his hand. With a deft flick, he unleashed a barrage of talismans that struck down the magical artifacts with precision. What? Zhao Wuxiao and his companions were taken aback, astonished by Yi Chen's unexpected arsenal of powerful offensive talismans. Such talismans are exceedingly rare, beyond the means of ordinary disciples. Those who can afford them must hold considerable status. And Yi Chen's ability to produce so many at once indicated his extraordinary background. This boy is not to be underestimated. Everyone, attack together. Let us eliminate him. Zhao Wuxiao's countenance darkened as he commanded. Kill. The other disciples from various sects echoed his battle cry, charging once more at Yi Chen and Su Chen. Humph. A gaggle of insignificant creatures dares to act insolently before me. Yi Chen scoffed, unleashing his talismans in rapid succession. The talismans soared like a tempest, forcing the disciples of the Beastmaster sect to retreat in disarray. Damn it! How does this lad possess so many talismans? Zhao Wuxiao was utterly astonished. He had never encountered an adversary who wielded talismans with such audacity. It was as if they were free of cost. Young lady, what should we do? A frightened disciple of the Beastmaster sect inquired. What is there to fear? We still have our trump cards. A fierce glint flashed in Shun Hanxiao's eyes as she retrieved a jade talisman from her bosom. Explode, she commanded sharply, shattering the talisman in her grasp. A resounding boom erupted as a torrent of sword intent surged forth from the talisman, hurtling towards Yi Chen and Su Chen. This is bad. It's lesser sword intent. Su Chen gasped, his complexion paling. Sword intent is categorized into various grades: initial, intermediate, advanced, lesser completion, medium completion, greater completion, immortal, and eternal. Typically, only after establishing their foundation can cultivators begin to grasp sword intent. The fact that this lesser sword intent could be inscribed upon a jade talisman indicated that its wielder must possess at least the strength of the divine transformation realm, rendering its explosive power formidable. Brother, you focus on protecting yourself. I shall handle it. A hint of disdain flickered in Yi Chen's eyes as he affixed a protective talisman to Su Chen. Yi Chen had long since comprehended greater sword intent. A mere strand of lesser sword intent could be effortlessly dispelled by him. Were it not for his desire to conceal his true prowess, he could have effortlessly dealt with these individuals with a mere decree of his will. However, as Su Chen attempted to voice further concerns, Yi Chen interrupted him. No more hesitations. If we delay, it will be too late. As he spoke, the protective talisman on his person ignited, launching several talismans at the lesser sword intent. Although Yi Chen could extinguish this sword intent with ease, he understood the importance of maintaining appearances. Otherwise, the talismans bestowed by old Su would be squandered in vain. Boom. The sword intent collided with the talismans, and after consuming 5 of them, it was finally extinguished. The residual force from the sword intent surged outward, devastating the surrounding flora. How is this possible? Shun Hanxiao gasped in disbelief. The sword intent talisman had been a gift from her father for self-preservation, yet it had been effortlessly countered by Yi Chen's talismans. Zhao Wuxiao and the others bore grim expressions as well. Yi Chen offered them no chance for further dialogue, directly producing a multitude of offensive talismans and hurling them towards them. The talismans scattered like petals from a celestial maiden, exploding in succession among the crowd. The cacophony of detonations was deafening, flames reaching skyward amidst a shroud of smoke. There were simply too many talismans for the disciples of the Beastmaster sect to evade. They could do nothing but struggle amid the relentless onslaught. Ah, help! Cries of despair filled the air as their figures were engulfed by the blinding light and smoke of the explosions. As the chaos gradually subsided and the smoke cleared, the disciples of the Beastmaster sect lay scattered on the ground, battered and bloodied, their attire in tatters, utterly devoid of combat capability. Su Chun stood frozen in shock, mouth agape, rooted in place by the spectacle of Yi Chen's actions. Zhao Wuxiao lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with terror and despair. Shen Hanxiao, too, appeared disheveled, her once beautiful visage now etched with fear and regret. With such meager abilities, how dare they attempt to seize the legacy? Yi Chen clapped his hands, his tone dripping with mockery. Junior brother, what shall we do next? Su Chen stepped forward, surveying the fallen figures around him. Brother, these individuals are elite disciples from the major sects. They must be quite valuable. Yi Chen appeared to have conceived an ingenious idea, a mischievous grin adorning his face. Ah, junior brother, what are you up to? Su Chen, unaware of Yi Chen's intentions, found himself at a loss for words. Yi Chen approached Shen Hanxiao, crouching before her and delicately lifting her chin. You are the esteemed daughter of the Beastmaster sect. Surely you must be quite valuable. A wicked smile played upon Yi Chen's lips, his eyes gleaming with cunning as he teasingly pinched her cheeks. What do you intend to do? You cannot behave this way. My father will not spare you. Shen Hanxiao's eyes widened in terror, her voice trembling as she instinctively recoiled. She feared that Yi Chen coveted her beauty and intended to sell her into a brothel. Ignoring her, Yi Chen moved to Zhao Wuxiao, delivering a couple of kicks to his side. You are the senior brother of the Beastmaster sect, so you must also possess some worth. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, a victorious smirk gracing his lips, arms crossed over his chest, exuding an air of confidence. You dare to lay a finger on us? The Beastmaster sect will ensure your utter destruction. Zhao Wuxiao seethed with rage, his teeth clenched. Slap. Humph. Now that you are all in my grasp, dare you still speak defiantly? Yi Chen scoffed, delivering a resounding slap to Zhao Wuxiao. Chapter 28. If I let it surrender, I shall not feast on this flesh, junior brother. This does not seem prudent. What if we attract grave trouble? At that moment, Su Chen approached, his visage etched with concern. What is there to fear, senior brother? They are intent on seizing your inheritance. Surely we are entitled to collect some interest? Yi Chen interjected, dismissing the significance of these sections. For the sake of spirit stones, he was prepared to confront them. Moreover, Old Su had assured him that even if he pierced the heavens, Old Su would ensure his safety. After a moment's contemplation, Su Chen found merit in this reasoning and eventually nodded in agreement. Even if they were to release them today, they would inevitably return to cause trouble in the future. Thus, it was wiser to extract a greater interest now. They proceeded to bind them, intending to demand a ransom from their sects once the secret realm was sealed. Yi Chen observed Su Chen's reaction with satisfaction, a promising disciple indeed. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Beastmaster sect were filled with terror and began to plead for mercy. Please spare us. We shall not dare again. Yi Chen remained unmoved, directing Su Chen to assist him in binding their captives. Moments later, they were all securely tied, and Su Chen had sealed their cultivation powers. After confiscating their spatial bags, Yi Chen's gaze fell upon the white tiger ridden by Shen Hanxiao. Senior brother, did you bring any wine? Yi Chen asked, his mouth watering at the sight of the majestic beast. No, junior brother, why do you ask such a thing? Su Chen replied, bewildered. With the secret realm about to close within a day, this young disciple was still contemplating drinking. Such a large white tiger would surely be delectable when roasted with wine. It would be perfection. Yi Chen rubbed his hands together, a look of regret on his face. You dare. This is my spirit pet. If you lay a finger on it, I shall haunt you. Shen Hanxiao exclaimed, both angered and fearful. The white tiger had been her companion since childhood, and they shared a deep bond. Humph, you have no say in this now. You should be more concerned for your own well-being. Yi Chen scoffed as he stowed all the bound individuals within his spatial ring. With that, he prepared to slay the white tiger. Spare me, noble sir. I am willing to acknowledge you as my master. I only implore you to spare my life. At that moment, the white tiger unexpectedly spoke, its voice ambiguous in gender. Oh, you can speak? Very well. If you acknowledge me as your master, I shall grant you your life. Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, realizing that its ability to speak indicated at least a golden core level of cultivation. The white tiger eagerly nodded, a ray of light entering Yi Chun's brow, completing the bond of master and servant. Excellent. From now on, follow me. There will be meat to feast upon. Yi Chun patted the tiger's head with satisfaction. Thank you, master. The white tiger instantly transformed into a loyal companion, nuzzling against Yi Chun's leg. Do you have a name? Yi Chun inquired, stroking its head. My name is Shun Gonghu, given to me by my mistress, the white tiger replied, lowering its head slightly, a glimmer of nostalgia in its eyes. Despite Shun Hanxiao's capricious and sometimes harsh demeanor, she had treated it well in many respects. Shun Gonghu? That name is rather unappealing. Yi Chun was thoroughly dissatisfied with this name. Are you a male tiger? Yi Chun resolved to bestow a new name upon the white tiger, first inquiring about its gender to avoid an unappealing choice. Upon hearing Yi Chun's question, the white tiger slightly lowered its head, somewhat bashful. If the white tiger could blush, it would surely have a faint rosy hue upon its cheeks at this moment. Master, I am a girl, it replied, gently scratching the ground with its paw. Oh, so it is a tigress. That makes naming her quite simple. Yi Chun tilted his head, pondering what name to give the white tiger. After a brief moment of contemplation, a smile graced his face, as if he had finally thought of a fitting name. Let us call her Xiaobai. It's quite lovely, I assent it. Simple, elegant, and refined. Yi Chun beamed with pride, thoroughly pleased with his naming prowess. Upon hearing this name, the white tiger's paw froze mid-scratch. Seriously? After all that deliberation, this is the name I receive? Such a simple name hardly requires thought. The white tiger could only muse silently, not daring to voice her thoughts. After all, what if the master were displeased and decided to roast her? Thank you for the bestowed name, master. The white tiger obediently accepted the name, not wishing to become a roasted whole tiger. Meanwhile, Su Chun gazed at Yi Chun's actions, utterly astonished. Yi Chun then turned his attention to a black panther. Since he would not be consuming the white tiger, perhaps he could feast upon this black panther instead. The black panther, upon catching Yi Chun's gaze, shuddered in fright. Instantly reacting, it transformed into a sycophantic creature, eager to please its master. Waving its tail, it approached Yi Chun, presenting an amusing sight. Observing the black panther's obsequious demeanor, Yi Chun displayed a look of disdain. This black panther was the mount of Zhao Wuxiao, though it could not yet speak. It possessed considerable intelligence. Noticing Yi Chun's expression of distaste, the black panther hesitated momentarily before altering its course and making its way towards Su Chun. After all, as long as it could appease one of these two, it would secure its life. The black panther approached Su Chun and lay down before him, wagging its tail and extending its tongue to lick Su Chun's feet, even nudging its head against his ankles. Do you wish to acknowledge me as your master? Su Chun naturally understood the black panther's intention. The black panther stood, wagging its tail in affirmation, and gently nudged Su Chun's legs. In that moment, one could hardly dispute its title as the first sycophant of the Kanglan realm. Very well, then you shall accompany me. Su Chun chuckled helplessly. Upon hearing this, the black panther let out a few excited calls, quickly recognizing Su Chun as its master, fearful that Su Chun might change his mind. After acknowledging its master, the black panther began to circle around Su Chun. Do you have a name? Su Chun inquired, watching the jubilant black panther. Its name is Shingongbao. The white tiger Xiaobai chimed in. Su Chun furrowed his brow. What sort of naming convention does the Beastmaster sect employ? They are all quite unpleasant. Su Chun lamented the naming skills of the Beastmaster sect. Henceforth, you shall be called Xiaohong. After his admonishment, he bestowed upon the black panther a name that was simple yet elegant. Upon hearing that name, the black panther momentarily froze. The distinction between this name and that of the little white creature was negligible. The only difference lay in their color. However, the thought of having a new name was certainly more favorable than the previous one, prompting it to joyfully wag its tail in acceptance. Indeed, my master is exceptionally talented, possessing a knack for naming akin to my own. Yi Chun was quite pleased with Su Chun's choice for the black panther's name. Su Chun offered a slight smile, tilting his head to conceal his embarrassment. Did he truly wish to bestow this name? He had merely chosen a name that came to mind. As he struggled to think of something more fitting, Su Chun felt utterly befuddled, convinced that he was utterly inept at naming. Yi Chun then turned his gaze towards the last remaining beast in the vicinity, the sunflower wolf. At that moment, the wolf was baring its teeth. But upon noticing Yi Chun's attention, it quickly suppressed its demeanor, ready to concede. Yi Chun, however, did not afford it an opportunity. He swiftly hurled an attack talisman at it. Struck by the talisman, the sunflower wolf met its demise instantly. Yi Chun would not allow it the chance to surrender or to curry favor. He knew that if he hesitated, he would lose the opportunity for a meal. Skillfully, he processed the sunflower wolf, and alongside Su Chun, they set up a barbecue grill to commence cooking. The little white and little black creatures trembled in trepidation nearby, grateful for their swift concession. Otherwise, they would have found themselves roasting over the fire. Chapter 29. Unfortunately, your young master has been captured by me. The roasted wolf meat is exquisitely crisp on the outside and tender within, filling the air with an enticing aroma. It would be perfect with a bit of wine. Yi Chun lamented regretfully while savoring his meal. Just as his words faded, a melodious voice floated in from behind. If young master Yi desires wine, I happen to have several jars of exquisite floral brew. Turning at the sound, Yi Chun was met by the sight of Luo Qingqing approaching gracefully, accompanied by several enchanting senior sisters, each radiating beauty. So it is Fairy Luo? Yi Chun exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he quickly rose and saluted. Su Chun also stood to greet them, though his gaze inadvertently wandered toward one of the sisters beside Luo Qingqing. This sister, Yu Chu Man, possessed a striking beauty and a gentle demeanor, captivating Su Chun entirely. Since that is the case, why not let us all dine together? Yi Chun warmly invited, his thoughts still lingering on the soft embrace he had experienced in the Peach Blossom Land. Then I shall graciously accept the invitation, Luo Qingqing replied, and the group settled down without further ado. Yu Chu Man produced several jars of floral brew from her spatial pouch. As the wine flowed and laughter filled the air, the atmosphere became exceedingly harmonious. Through their conversations, Yi Chun learned that Luo Qingqing and her companions were disciples of the Hundred Flowers Palace, with Luo Qingqing being the most gifted among them, having broken through to the golden core stage at the tender age of 16. Emboldened by the wine, Su Chun frequently raised his cup to toast Yu Chu Man, eliciting hearty laughter from those present. After a satisfying meal and drink, the secret realm was about to close, prompting everyone to prepare to depart. Fairy Luo, once we exit, do remember not to stay too close to us, Yi Chun suddenly whispered to Luo Qingqing, lowering his voice. Luo Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by his words. You will understand once we are outside, Yi Chun replied with a mysterious smile, choosing not to elaborate further. In his heart, he knew that having kidnapped so many cultivators, along with Su Chun obtaining the legacy of the Heavenly Emperor, a bloody storm awaited them outside. The Heavenly Emperor's legacy represented a chance for transcendence. The possessor would undoubtedly ascend to immortality. The sect would rise to prominence, soaring high. The allure of this legacy was immense, particularly for those in the tribulation stage, aged and depleted of potential, who saw no possibility of ascent. The Heavenly Emperor's legacy could be considered their second spring, igniting their hopes for transcendence and prompting them to risk their very lives to seize it. Rather than allow Luo Qingqing to be ensnared in this conflict, it was wiser to keep her at a distance. This reflected Yi Chun's gentle side, a blend of darkness and kindness. Sure enough, as soon as they exited the secret realm, Yi Chun and Su Chun were surrounded by a group of aggressive individuals. They were cultivators who had failed to seize the legacy from Su Chun during their pursuit within the secret realm. Having exited first, they informed their sect, which dispatched powerful figures to the secret realm's exit to block Su Chun. Yi Chun scanned the area and noted the presence of numerous formidable opponents, including several from the integration and great ascension stages. He faintly sensed that several cultivators in the tribulation stage were concealed nearby. Yi Chun and Su Chun were utterly unconcerned, as their senior brother, Lin Shuo, was hidden in the void. Lin Shuo was indeed in the tribulation stage, and if necessary, he could summon Su Tai Su. Yi Chun was convinced that Su Tai Su was invincible in the Kanglan continent. Su Chun, swiftly hand over the legacy of the Heavenly Emperor, or today shall be your demise. A figure clad in a black robe proclaimed loudly, flanked by several stern-looking elders, evidently senior members of his sect. At that moment, Luo Qingqing comprehended why Yi Chun had advised them to maintain their distance. They had obtained the legacy of the Heavenly Emperor, and preventing them from drawing near was a measure to shield them from this conflict. Ah, so many people. Are they here to welcome us back from the secret realm? Yi Chen observed with a teasing smirk, seemingly dismissive of the assembly before him. Kid, stop pretending. If you know what's good for you, hand over the legacy promptly, or do not blame us for our rudeness. Elder Chen from the Tianjin sect glared at Yi Chen, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Previously, he had led his disciples to challenge the Tianjin sect, only to be thwarted by Yi Chen, who had disregarded the rules and defeated his disciples. On the return journey, he was also ambushed and beaten by Yi Chen's alter ego in black, losing all his Chinkoan bags in the process. Elder Chen attributed all his wrath to Yi Chen. Behind him stood an ancient ancestor in the great ascension stage, with hair as white as snow, which bolstered Elder Chen's confidence. Oh, it is Elder Chen. There is no need to rush concerning the legacy. Not everyone has arrived yet. Yi Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he crossed his arms, beginning to jest at Elder Chen's expense. Surrendering the legacy was out of the question. He intended to wait until all the major sects had gathered to extract the disciples he had kidnapped from his storage ring in exchange for spirit stones. Humph, brat. Do not delay any further. Hand over the legacy now. The black-robed cultivator snorted coldly, believing Yi Chen was stalling for time. Do you think we would believe your nonsense? Hurry and relinquish the legacy, or do not blame us for our lack of civility. Other cultivators echoed his sentiments, glaring fiercely at Yi Chen. Yet, none dared to make the first move, aware that the presence of numerous powerful individuals meant that striking first would merely serve to benefit others. Suddenly, a commotion erupted within the crowd. Look, it is the people from the Beastmaster sect. Why are the Beastmaster sect members here? Do they also seek the legacy of the Heavenly Emperor? Conversations buzzed throughout the assembly as they turned their gazes toward the direction of the Beastmaster sect. A group of disciples clad in the sect's attire approached, led by a robust middle-aged man. His expression was grim, his gaze sharp, exuding a formidable aura of pressure. It is the Grand Elder of the Beastmaster sect, Zhao Tiangang. Someone recognized the middle-aged man, and gasps of astonishment filled the air. Zhao Tiangang was indeed a powerful elder of the Beastmaster sect, the father of Zhao Wuxiao, who had already brushed against the threshold of the tribulation stage, enjoying a formidable reputation throughout the Kanglan continent. Upon his arrival, he instantly captivated the attention of all present. Zhao Tiangang's gaze swept across the assembly, ultimately resting upon Yi Chen and Su Chen. When he beheld Yi Chen atop the white tiger and Su Chen upon the black panther, his pupils constricted sharply, a flicker of rage igniting in his eyes. You two audacious youngsters dare to manipulate the spirit beasts of my Beastmaster sect, Zhao Tiangang thundered, his voice resonating like a clap of thunder in the ears of the crowd. Oh, Elder Zhao, you have misjudged us. It was these two spirit beasts that chose us as their masters. Yi Chen retorted with a mischievous grin, as if oblivious to the fury blazing in Zhao Tiangang's eyes. Spare me your pretense. Speak quickly. Where are the two young masters of my Beastmaster sect? Zhao Tiangang bellowed, referring to his son Zhao Wuxiao and Shen Hanxiao. Elder Zhao, your two young masters, unfortunately, have fallen into my hands, Yi Chen replied, arms crossed and demeanor utterly nonchalant. You dare to capture the young masters of my Beastmaster sect? Boy, today you shall not leave here alive. Zhao Tiangang's countenance darkened further, his teeth clenched in fury. Chapter 30. Not a dog bullying the weak, but bullying the weak with power. Elder Zhao, please refrain from losing your temper. Your precious young master is currently safe and sound. However, this depends on the amount of spirit stones you are willing to part with. Yi Chen scoffed lightly. At that moment, the other cultivators from various sects began to whisper among themselves. How audacious Yi Chen was to openly offend the Beastmaster sect. Humph. Does he truly believe that by capturing the young master of the Beastmaster sect he can intimidate Zhao Tiangang? Such naivety. What exactly do you want? Zhao Tiangang suppressed his fury, wishing to crush Yi Chen. Elder Zhao, there is no need for agitation. We can discuss matters calmly. Yi Chen wore a smile, as if he were conversing with an old friend. Discuss? You have captured the young master of my Beastmaster sect and still have the audacity to talk about discussions? Zhao Tiangang, in a fit of rage, forced a laugh. This boy was truly oblivious to his own peril. Ah, Elder Zhao, one cannot say it that way. I am merely a victim of circumstance. Yi Chen feigned innocence, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Oh, pray tell, Who has compelled you? Zhao Tiangang, striving to contain his wrath, was curious to hear what nonsense this boy would concoct. It is none other than your two precious young masters, who insisted on seizing my senior brother's inheritance. We were left with no choice but to act in self-defense. As he spoke, Yichen deliberately adopted a fearful expression. Zhao Tiangang was nearly driven to the brink of bloodshed in his fury. In the secret realm, it was commonplace for opportunities to be contested. All present had come to seize the inheritance obtained by Su Chun. Yet, they could never have imagined that Yi Chun would deviate from the norm and audaciously abduct their disciples. Elder Zhao, please do not be upset. I have actually come today with the intent of proposing a transaction. Yi Chun, sensing the moment was ripe, finally revealed his purpose. A transaction? What sort of transaction? Zhao Tiangang, struggling to suppress his rage, inquired. Quite simple. You shall redeem your precious young master with spirit stones. What say you? Yi Chun replied with a smile, as though discussing an ordinary matter. You brat, are you attempting to extort me? Zhao Tiangang seethed with anger. This boy dared to extort him. Elder Zhao, your words are rather harsh. I am merely conducting business with you, devoid of deceit, and I do not offer credit. Yi Chun declared with utmost seriousness. You. Zhao Tiangang trembled with fury. This boy was utterly despicable. Just then, a fragrant breeze swept through the crowd, and several graceful figures pushed their way to the front. Yi Chun, Su Chun, are you both unharmed? Luo Qingcheng looked at Yi Chun and Su Chun with concern etched on her face. Miss Luo, we are fine. What brings you here? Upon seeing Luo Qingcheng, Yi Chun's face instantly brightened with a gentle smile. I heard that you were surrounded by members of the Beastmaster sect, so I hurried here to check on you. Luo Qingcheng explained. Miss Luo, there is no need to worry. We can handle this. Yi Chun reassured her. He wished for the Baihua Palace to remain uninvolved, as their participation would undoubtedly lead to considerable trouble in the future. With Su Taisu backing him, Yi Chun felt fearless. He believed that even if every sect on the Kanglan continent were to unite against the Tianxian sect, as long as Su Taisu intervened, they could all be annihilated. However, Luo Qingcheng still harbored some apprehensions. Rest assured, I am here, Yi Chun reassured her, patting his chest. You needn't worry for this lad. Yi Chun is brimming with cunning. Nothing will go amiss. Yu Chuman also chimed in to offer her encouragement. Senior sister, let us beseech our master. Surely, he will come forth to assist Yi Chun and the others. One of the senior sisters proposed. Indeed, how did I not think of that? Let us go seek our master at once. Luo Qingcheng exclaimed, eagerly pulling her fellow sisters along to find their mentor. They approached their master, recounting the events that had transpired and imploring her for assistance. Their master, a benevolent old woman skilled in transcending tribulations, listened intently before shaking her head with a smile. Oh, you need not fret. Those two boys will be just fine. But master, the Beastmaster sect has so many members, and Yi Chun and his companion are but two. How could they possibly contend? Luo Qingcheng voiced her concerns anxiously. Those two boys are disciples of Su Taisu, a figure of enigmatic origins and immeasurable power. Even if the Beastmaster sect were to unleash their full might, they would not stand a chance against him. The old woman regarded Luo Qingcheng with a knowing glance. Within the Kanglan continent, none were aware of Su Taisu's true background. They only knew he had appeared at the Tianxian sect a century ago. At that time, several Tribulation Stage demon cultivators had launched a surprise attack on the Tianxian sect. But upon Su Taisu's arrival, he effortlessly vanquished them with a single strike. Thereafter, he remained at the Tianxian sect, revered as a supreme elder. Is that truly the case? Luo Qingcheng and her sisters expressed their astonishment. Indeed, it is true. That lad's master is fiercely protective. Anyone who dares to harm his disciple will find no respite, the old woman said with a smile. Wonderful. Luo Qingcheng and her sisters erupted in joyful cheers. Now, you needn't worry. Simply remain here and observe. Those sects are in for a misfortune, the old woman remarked with a smile. She understood that should Su Taisu be provoked, the sects that dared to strike would suffer greatly. Understood. Luo Qingcheng and her sisters nodded obediently, standing at ease as they awaited the unfolding of events. Meanwhile, Zhao Tiangang and several other major sects had become so enraged by Yi Chun that they had lost their composure. As the foremost powers of the Kanglan continent, they could not allow themselves to be outmaneuvered by two mere youngsters. They disregarded the risks of overpowering the weak and the potential for becoming pawns for others, furiously launching an assault against Yi Chun and Su Chun. Su Chun, arms crossed, had no intention of retaliating. Alas, Yi Chun shook his head, letting out a soft sigh, and called out into the void, "Senior brother." Lin Shua's figure stepped forth from the ethereal realm, positioning himself between Su Chun and Yi Chun. An aura of immense power emanating from the tribulation stage surged outward, instantly immobilizing everyone in its vicinity. The overwhelming pressure instilled a quaking fear in all present, rendering them unable to advance an inch. Those lurking in the shadows, hoping to seize Su Chun amidst the chaos, also halted their movements. Attempting to snatch someone away from a tribulation stage cultivator was a futile endeavor. Moreover, these individuals hailed from disparate factions, their mutual distrust fostering an ever-present risk of betrayal. Alas, I had intended to engage in a fair transaction with you, yet you have compelled me to resort to the intimidation of numbers. Yi Chun shook his head in resignation, his expression one of profound disappointment. Upon hearing Yi Chun's characterization of himself as a bully reliant on others, Lin Shua and Su Chun exchanged glances, their lips twitching in disbelief. "I am not a dog. Rather, you are the dog. Your entire family is comprised of dogs." Upon hearing Yi Chun's description, Luo Qingqing and her fellow disciples also shifted uncomfortably. "Junior brother, it is bullying with power, not dogs relying on people." Su Chun could not resist correcting him. "Oh, it seems I have been befuddled by these ruffians," Yi Chun retorted, now adopting a facade of indignation, expressing his disappointment in them. Chapter 31. Do not gaze at me thus. I possess no affection for Dragon Yang. Lin Shua and Su Chun exchanged knowing glances, exasperation evident as they rubbed their foreheads. This junior disciple of theirs, always speaking with such levity, indulging in nonsensical banter. Meanwhile, those from various sects, rendered immobile by Lin Shua's oppressive aura, dared not breathe a word. In their hearts, they cursed silently, lamenting that if only they had known about the senior brother in the tribulation stage. This transaction could have been concluded long ago. "Senior brother, must you resort to such violence? We are engaged in fair trade, devoid of deceit." Yi Chun placed a hand on Lin Shua's shoulder, winking at him. The elders and disciples from each sect were overwhelmed with a torrent of frustration. With a senior brother in the tribulation stage present, any word uttered would be law. Who would dare voice dissent? Lin Shua, feeling helpless, retracted his oppressive force, acknowledging that this mischievous junior had a talent for stirring chaos. As the pressure lifted, everyone felt a wave of relief wash over them. "Esteemed guests, shall we proceed to discuss matters in earnest?" Yi Chun turned to address the now relaxed assembly, his voice resonating. They exchanged glances, none daring to break the silence. "Young Master Yi, what terms do you propose for the transaction?" After a moment of hesitation, Elder Chun from the Tianjian sect steeled himself to inquire. "Oh, it appears even the form of address has shifted. Where they once called him brat, they now refer to him as young master. Such is the benefit of having a powerful patron. Quite simple, 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones for the release of one individual, and furthermore, do not entertain any notions regarding the Heavenly Emperor's legacy," Yi Chun stated leisurely, his hands clasped behind his back. A profound silence enveloped the assembly upon hearing Yi Chun's terms. 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones for a single person. Such a sum was exorbitant. Yet, with Lin Shua, a tribulation stage powerhouse, standing close by, they dared not voice their objections. "Very well. I shall offer 2,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones for the return of our sect's 2 young masters." Zhao Tiangang of the Beastmaster sect spoke first, extending a Qinkuan pouch towards Yi Chun from a distance. Yi Chun accepted the pouch, a sly smile gracing his lips. He was acutely aware of Zhao Tiangong's intentions, eager only to reclaim his son and the sect leader's daughter, indifferent to the fates of the other disciples. From his storage ring, Yi Chun produced a common disciple of the Beastmaster sect, gripping him by the nape as one might lift a chick. "Ah, Elder Zhao, I apologize. It seems I have mistakenly selected the wrong individual. Allow me to exchange him." Yi Chun feigned ignorance, preparing to switch for another. "Oh, this one is also from your Beastmaster sect. Elder Zhao, what say you? Shall I keep this one?" Yi Chun stifled a laugh, pretending to just realize that he was holding one of their own disciples. This was a tactic of moral coercion. All prominent sects within the Kanglan continent had disciples present. If Zhao Tiangang were to abandon his sect's disciple in front of such an audience, word would spread swiftly across the continent. The Beastmaster sect would face public scorn, and no disciple would dare to join their ranks thereafter. With no fresh blood, the sect would rapidly decline, becoming but a relic of history. Yes, Zhao Tiangong's face darkened, gritting his teeth as he reluctantly uttered a single word. He is a man of virtue, and thus he was abducted, unlike Yi Chun, who lacks morality and cannot be captured. In front of the entire world, he would not dare to forsake his own sect's disciples, as he would not risk incurring universal condemnation. Yi Chun tossed the disciple in his grasp to Zhao Tiangang and produced yet another ordinary disciple from the Beastmaster sect. Without a care for Zhao Tiangang, Yi Chun hurled the disciple towards him. Elder Zhao, our transaction requires payment before the exchange of individuals. Might you first provide the spiritual stones for the remaining disciples? Yi Chun maintained a smile, exuding sincerity, as if to assure the other party that, rest assured, once he received the spiritual stones, the individuals would certainly be delivered. Zhao Tiangang, filled with resentment, clenched his teeth and offered an additional 2 million mid-grade spiritual stones to Yi Chun. Yi Chun proceeded to extract another ordinary disciple from his storage ring. At that moment, Zhao Tiangang felt as though his teeth would shatter, yet he found himself powerless. With Yi Chun's formidable backing, he could only accept the situation in silence. Watching from a distance, Luo Qingsheng and her companions stifled their laughter, finding Yi Chun's antics delightfully wicked. Luo Qingsheng, in particular, developed a profound interest in him. It was only when Yi Chun had exhausted the ordinary disciples from his storage ring that he finally retrieved Shen Hanqiao. Yi Chun showed no mercy, gripping the back of Shen Hanqiao's neck. Disheveled and filled with resentment, she glared fiercely at Yi Chun. He had stolen her spirit beast and bound her. As a lady of the Beastmaster sect, she had never endured such humiliation. Ah, do not look at me like that. While I may possess a handsome countenance, you are simply not my type. There will be no outcome for us, Yi Chun remarked, raising his chin slightly to display a smug smile, while also giving a gentle wave to Shen Hanqiao. Fuming with anger, Shen Hanqiao trembled, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Yi Chun, you shameless scoundrel. You humiliate me today. I shall not let you off the hook in the future. She seethed, tears welling in her eyes. Oh, the young lady has a temper. Speak again when you possess the capability, Yi Chun retorted indifferently, then kicked her behind, sending her towards Zhao Tiangang. At the moment Shen Hanqiao was caught by Zhao Tiangang, she finally shed the tears of humiliation. With so many witnesses present, having her behind kicked like that would surely tarnish her reputation as the young lady of the Beastmaster sect. Yi Chun paid no mind to her thoughts, swiftly retrieving Zhao Wuxiao next. Zhao Wuxiao glared at Yi Chun with venomous eyes, filled with murderous intent. Do not look at me like that. I have no interest in your kind, nor will your notions bear any fruit, Yi Chun replied disdainfully, kicking Zhao Wuxiao towards Zhao Tiangang. Lin Shuo and Su Chun exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words, their foreheads lined with dark expressions. The current generation truly knows how to play. They began to doubt their own age and whether they could keep pace with their junior's thought process. Zhao Wuxiao felt his face flush with embarrassment at Yi Chun's words. Meanwhile, those from the Sword of Heaven sect and the Purple Sun sect regarded Yi Chun's actions with a sense of eerie familiarity. They had been brutally beaten and kidnapped by the Black Robe Knight Shadow, an experience strikingly reminiscent of the encounters with Yi Chun. Yet, at this moment, Yi Chun's displayed cultivation level was merely at the 8th stage of Qi refinement. It was difficult to associate the one who had been kicked by a nascent soul master and beaten by a core formation expert with such a low level of prowess. Had Yi Chun been aware of their thoughts, he would undoubtedly have delivered a significant surprise. Heh, I am indeed the Night Shadow, he might have quipped. At this juncture, other sect members observed that the Beastmaster sect had completed its transaction and turned their gazes towards Yi Chun. Young Master Yi, may I inquire how many of our disciples are in your possession? One elder from a sect asked. Patience, one at a time. We shall proceed according to the rules, Yi Chun replied, raising an eyebrow with an air of nonchalance. Subsequently, Yi Chun continued to execute transactions with the other sects in succession. Once all transactions were concluded, he gathered an abundance of spirit stones into his possession. Gazing at the mountains of spirit stones piled within his storage ring, Yi Chun's eyes squinted into slits with delight. Junior brother, we have struck it rich. Let us celebrate heartily upon our return, he exclaimed. Su Chun, witnessing Yi Chen's collection of spirit stones, was filled with excitement. He had never encountered such a vast quantity of spirit stones before. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Yi Chen paused momentarily, sensing that Su Chun might be coveting his spirit stones, while he might be amenable to parting with other treasures. Spirit stones were an entirely different matter. There was no way he would yield even to his senior brother. Haha, my two esteemed brothers. I have acquired 2 magical artifacts in the secret realm, which I wish to bestow upon you, Yi Chen proclaimed, transforming into a humble junior as he retrieved 2 top-tier magical artifacts from his storage ring, presenting them to Lin Shuo and Su Chun. What? You claim Yi Chun has no principles? One might scoff. Indeed, for the sake of spirit stones, he could trade away his body and soul, and even sell his morals. It was not a lack of principles, but rather an ability to lower them infinitely. Yi Chen's sudden gesture left Lin Shuo and Su Chun momentarily stunned. They were uncertain of what scheme this junior brother was concocting. Unbothered by their thoughts, Yi Chen directly placed the magical artifacts into their hands. Take them, my brothers. I have no use for these artifacts. Seeing that Yi Chen was genuinely indifferent, Lin Shuo beckoned Su Chun to accept the magical artifacts. As a cultivator in the Tribulation Transcendence stage, he found these artifacts somewhat inconsequential, but recognized it as a heartfelt offering from his junior brother. With both senior brothers accepting the artifacts, Yi Chen sighed in relief, thinking, now you surely cannot feel comfortable taking my spirit stones. Among the elders of 2 sects, upon witnessing the magical artifacts Yi Chen had given away, their hands trembled. These were the treasured possessions of their sects. Their sects possessed only a handful of such items, intended to accompany their most trusted disciples into the secret realm, providing safety in perilous situations. Little did they expect that these treasures would come to rest in Yi Chen's hands. Chapter 32. Danger Strikes First Indeed. These 2 treasures were acquired by Yi Chen from the disciples of various sects within the secret realm. However, with his senior brother in the Tribulation Transcendence stage present, they dared not utter a word, merely pretending not to see. After Yi Chen smiled and nodded at Luo Qingqing, he turned and left with his 2 senior brothers. Lin Shuo soared on his sword, hastening towards the direction of the Tiangshuanzong. Behind him, Xiao Bai and Xiao He carried Yi Chen and Su Chun, who lounged lazily on their backs. Lin Shuo glanced back, shaking his head in resignation. His second junior brother's approach to tasks was increasingly reminiscent of his youngest junior brother. Senior brother, do you think they might intercept us along the way? Su Chun, seated on Xiao He, asked with a hint of concern. After all, their haul had been substantial, and it was plausible that envy might stir in others. Surely not. There are so many watching. Even if they were audacious, they wouldn't dare to rob us openly, Lin Shuo replied uncertainly, having sensed several fluctuations of the Tribulation Transcendence laws at the exit of the secret realm. He could not dismiss the possibility that those individuals might resort to desperate measures. Nevertheless, he felt untroubled, even if they were outmatched. Escaping with his 2 junior brothers would pose no difficulty. Haha, senior brother, you are still too young. Human nature is treacherous. Yi Chen feigned maturity, shaking his head with an air of worldly wisdom. You young junior brother, what do you know? With senior brother here, they wouldn't dare. Su Chen shot Yi Chen a glance, clearly having unwavering confidence in Lin Shuo. Ah, Xiao Su, you do not understand. I lack many talents, but my 6th sense is remarkably acute. I can guarantee they will come, Yi Chen asserted emphatically, as if he had already foreseen the future. In truth, he had already sensed weak fluctuations of the laws behind them. Had it not been for his universal body, he would not have detected them. Lin Shuo and Su Chun exchanged glances, both recognizing a hint of exasperation in each other's eyes. Their youngest junior brother had begun his nonsensical rambling once again. However, just as they conversed, several figures suddenly emerged ahead, blocking their path. Fellow Taoists, please halt. The leader, clad in a black robe and wearing a grotesque mask, spoke in a low, gravelly voice that sent chills down one's spine. These individuals were the Tribulation Transcendence cultivators who had long been lurking in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to seize the inheritance. Yet, with Lin Shuo present and hailing from different sects, they remained wary of one another. Seeing Yi Chen about to depart, they proposed a collaboration, unite to confront the trio, and, upon acquiring the inheritance, comprehend it together. Who are you? What do you want? Lin Shua's expression darkened as he demanded sternly. Ha ha, who we are is of little consequence. What matters is the heavenly emperor's inheritance. We shall have it. The figure in black spoke ominously, his eyes glinting with avarice. Umph, do you truly think you can rob us with just the few of you? How utterly foolish. Lin Shua scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. Ha ha, young one, you are exceedingly arrogant. Do you even know who we are? A burly man behind the figure in the black robe retorted with an angered smirk, exuding the formidable pressure of the tribulation stage. I care not who you are. If you have any sense, you'd best vacate immediately, or we shall show no mercy. Lin Shua replied fearlessly, his own aura erupting with the might of the tribulation stage. Very well, since you seek death, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. A glint of murderous intent flickered in the black-robed man's eyes as he waved his hand, prompting several figures behind him to charge at Yi Chun and his companions. Humph, seeking death. Lin Shua scoffed, unsheathing his long sword. A sharp wave of sword energy slicing through the air, aimed directly at the black-robed figure. Childish trickery. The black-robed man disdainfully snorted, conjuring a black shield to deflect Lin Shua's sword energy. After Lin Shua's attack was thwarted, the assailants swiftly encircled them. A sense of dread washed over Lin Shua as he realized that all 6 opponents were indeed masters of the tribulation stage. Although he himself stood at the pinnacle of the tribulation stage, facing 6 such experts gradually placed him at a disadvantage. Seeing Lin Shua falter, Su Chun grew anxious. Yet Yi Chun remained remarkably composed. The moment the 6 tribulation stage foes appeared, Yi Chun decisively crushed the communication talisman gifted by Su Tai Su. He would not foolishly wait until Lin Shua was overwhelmed before calling for help. He understood that in perilous situations, one must act swiftly to avoid being ensnared. Boom. Suddenly, a rift tore through the void, a terrifying pressure enveloping the scene in an instant. Who dares? The black-robed figures were taken aback, overwhelmed by a force far beyond their comprehension. You insignificant wretches, dare to bully my disciple. A resounding voice thundered from the void, followed by a figure stepping forth from the rift. It was none other than Su Tai Su, the esteemed elder of the Tianxian sect. Having received Yi Chun's message, he had swiftly traversed the void to arrive. Upon his appearance, Su Tai Su unleashed an awe-inspiring pressure at the pinnacle of the tribulation stage, akin to a mountain descending upon the black-robed men, leaving them gasping for breath. The intensity of the pressure he exuded was not something the present adversaries could withstand. Pinnacle of the tribulation stage? The black-robed figures turned pale, their eyes filled with terror. They had never anticipated that this young man had such a formidable backing. Though Su Tai Su's outward cultivation appeared to be only at the divine transformation stage, the pressure he emitted was that of the tribulation stage's zenith. Master. Lin Shua and Su Chun were both astonished, having not expected that Yi Chun could summon Su Tai Su. Hey, senior brother, are you surprised? Is it unexpected? Yi Chun grinned at the astonished Lin Shua, as though he had accomplished a trivial feat, you little rascal. Well done. Lin Shua shook his head helplessly, feeling somewhat underestimated by his junior disciple. Humph, a mere swarm of ants dares to covet my disciple. Su Tai Su snorted coldly and with a wave of his hand. An invisible force instantaneously bound the few men in black robes. Senior, spare us. Please spare us. The black-robed men, utterly terrified, hastily pleaded for mercy. Oh, now you know to beg for mercy? It is too late. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Su Tai Su's eyes as he prepared to strike. Hold on. Yi Chun suddenly interjected. What do you intend to do, Xiao Chen? Su Tai Su inquired, puzzled. Hee old Su. These individuals may yet prove useful. Why not? Yi Chun leaned close to Su Tai Su's ear and whispered a few words. Upon hearing this, Su Tai Su's eyes brightened instantly. Indeed, he was his beloved disciple. Well done, my boy. Your cleverness is truly commendable. He nodded in approval, growing increasingly satisfied with Yi Chun, recognizing his burgeoning prowess. Just average, third in the world. Yi Chun modestly chuckled. Cough, cough. Lin Shua and Su Chun stood nearby, their expressions darkening. This lad truly seized every opportunity to show off. Listen well. You lot. Yi Chun approached the black-robed man, his eyes narrowing into slits as he smiled. If you wish to survive, hasten to inform your sect to prepare spirit stones for your ransom. What? The black-robed men were instantly dumbfounded. This brat intended to take them as hostages, extorting their sect. This was akin to killing them with despair. It was far worse than death. A dignified crossing tribulation realm cultivator, the highest power in the Tsanglan continent, had been captured. If word of this got out, how could they ever show their faces again? Moreover, how many spirit stones would their sect be forced to part with? If they offered too little, they'd be ridiculed for their crossing tribulation phase being worthless. If they offered too much, the sect could not bear the burden. Senior, young sir, this is a personal matter, unrelated to our sect. One black-clad man attempted to distance himself and his sect from the predicament, hoping to avoid implicating them. What? Unwilling? Yi Chen's expression darkened, a chilling glint flashing in his eyes. He cared not whether these men acted independently or as representatives of their sect. Ultimately, their sect would bear the consequences. And no, we wouldn't dare. The black-robed men trembled in fear, hastily acquiescing. After all, with their lives hanging by a thread, who would still concern themselves with the fate of their sect? That is more like it. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. Remember, the more spirit stones, the better. Otherwise, he made a gesture across his throat. The black-robed men, now thoroughly terrified, quickly promised to ensure their sect would provide sufficient spirit stones for their release. They certainly did not wish to perish, after painstakingly cultivating for thousands of years to reach their current crossing tribulation phase. They could not afford to die in such a humiliating manner. Chapter 33. Imprisoned by Su Taishu in the Starry Soul Tower, though their potential had been utterly depleted and the prospect of ascension appeared bleak, the possibility of transcending still lingered, contingent upon the right opportunity. Excellent. Yi Chen clapped his hands, a smile illuminating his face. Then swiftly relay the news to your respective sects. With that, he dismissed the cloaked figures, turning instead to Lin Shuo and Su Chun, awaiting their delivery of spirit stones. Lin Shuo and Su Chun exchanged a glance, a hint of resignation reflected in their eyes. This junior brother truly had a knack for stirring up trouble. Nevertheless, they could not deny that Yi Chen's approach was indeed the most effective. After all, those sects would spare no expense to rescue their ancestors in the tribulation phase. Such figures were not commonplace. Only the most elite sects could boast an ancestor at that level. Before long, the sects of the cloaked individuals arrived, each bearing spirit stones, eager to redeem their ancestors. It was no jest. A singular ancestor in the tribulation phase was irreplaceable, and given that their ancestor had been easily subdued, they had no room left for resistance. Haha, wealth has come to us. Yi Chen beamed at the mountain of spirit stones, grinning from ear to ear. Lin Shuo and Su Chun exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. They simply could not comprehend their junior brother's obsession with spirit stones. Su Taishu observed the elated Yi Chen with a sense of bemusement. Since his entry into the sect, Yi Chen had been tirelessly scavenging for spirit stones, devising games of chance for the disciples, mining spirit veins, and even seeking apprenticeship primarily for the allure of spirit stones. Contemplating this, Su Taishu's lips twitched. He hoped his young disciple would not stray too far down this path of avarice. Time to go. Let's head home and count our riches. With a grand flourish, Yi Chen gathered the towering pile of spirit stones into his possession, his joy radiating. Su Taishu shook his head in resignation. This little disciple was indeed lost in the allure of wealth. With another wave of his hand, he tore through the void, returning alongside his 3 disciples to the Tianxin sect. Welcome back, elder. The mountain guards bowed respectfully upon seeing Su Taishu. He nodded slightly and led his disciples directly to Qingzhou Peak. At Qingzhou Peak, within Yi Chen's abode, Su Taishu expressed his satisfaction regarding Su Chen's acquisition of the Heavenly Emperor's legacy. Meanwhile, Yi Chen could hardly contain his excitement as he poured forth all the spirit stones, which piled up like a small mountain, shimmering enticingly. Wealth has come to us, Yi Chen exclaimed, his glee manifesting in animated gestures. With these spirit stones, he could unlock several minor realms of cultivation. Junior brother Yu. Lin Shuo and Su Chun looked at the money-obsessed Yi Chen, shaking their heads in exasperation. Elder brother, second elder brother, you simply do not understand. These are spirit stones, Yi Chen said, enraptured. With these spirit stones, I can. You can continue to be idle, can't you? Su Taishu spoke with a hint of irritation. Heh, old Su, you are quite astute. Yi Chen replied with a grin. Indeed, it is quite delightful to be idle. As long as the spirit stones are sufficient, I can simply recline and enhance my cultivation. After all, My own efforts in training yield little benefit. I must rely on the heavenly Tao Pearl to refine the spirit stones. However, this grand secret was known only to him. Even the supreme immortal who had raised him since childhood remained oblivious to it. Su Tai Su, exasperated, puffed his cheeks and glared. This little disciple of mine is truly beyond hope. Enough of this nonsense. Focus on your cultivation. With a stern tone, he continued, you possess remarkable talent. But such laxity cannot be tolerated. Otherwise, how will you inherit my legacy? The notion of inheriting the legacy struck Yi Chun as profound. He began to delve into the meaning behind Su Tai Su's words, and suddenly, realization dawned upon him, his expression shifting dramatically. Is it possible, old Su, that your time is drawing near? Yi Chun's eyes widened in disbelief. The three individuals present were momentarily stunned, failing to grasp the implication of Yi Chun's statement. They exchanged puzzled glances, seeking clarity. Meanwhile, Yi Chun scrutinized Su Tai Su, noting the latter's robust physical condition, devoid of any hidden injuries. Perhaps the Supreme Immortal had played some tricks when banishing old Su to the mortal realm, he mused. At that moment, Su Tai Su regained his composure and, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, you impudent brat, what nonsense are you spouting? When have I ever claimed my time is drawing to a close? He punctuated his statement with a hefty slap. Ouch! Old Su, you lack martial ethics. Yi Chun exclaimed, clutching his head and retreating several meters. Humph! Who asked you to speak so recklessly? After satisfying his impulse, Su Tai Su wore a smug expression. I was merely concerned for your well-being. It is only those nearing their end who seek successors. Yi Chun rubbed his head, still feeling a bit disgruntled. Lin Shuo and Su Chun exchanged glances, their mouths slightly agape, sensing that they were never quite on the same wavelength as this junior disciple. What chaotic thoughts occupy your mind, you rascal? Su Tai Su huffed. When I mention you inheriting my legacy, it is to ensure that my skills are passed on and flourished, not for the twisted notions you entertain. Oh, so that is what you meant. You should have clarified earlier. Yi Chun mumbled, yet he remained unconvinced. Inheriting a legacy? He still wished to enjoy a few more carefree years. Besides, there were two senior brothers above him, after all. Seeing that Yi Chun was unyielding, Su Tai Su shook his head in resignation. He did not press the matter further, recognizing that this young disciple had only been in training for a few months, yet had already reached the 8th level of Qi refinement, an extraordinary feat in the Kanglan continent. With a sigh, he turned and departed. Lin Shuo and Su Chun, equally bemused, followed suit. After all, what could be more delightful than slumber? After a few individuals departed, Yi Chun chuckled softly to himself. He returned to his chamber, eagerly casting all his spirit stones into the heavenly Tao Pearl. In a fleeting moment, the stones were entirely consumed, and his cultivation was unsealed to the 9th level of the nascent soul. Exhaling deeply, Yi Chun felt the surging power within him, yet a trace of bitterness crossed his face. The expenditure of spirit stones was astronomical, and his cultivation had only reached the 9th level of the nascent soul. He gazed up at the ceiling, having grown weary of cursing the infinite immortal emperor. It was time to relish life. For several months, Yi Chun languidly reclined on his lounge chair, doing nothing but indulging in idleness. Today, he organized the magical artifacts he had seized, contemplating when he might sell them. This would yield a substantial sum of spirit stones, allowing him to elevate his cultivation even further. However, Su Tai Su, witnessing Yi Chun's lethargy daily, could no longer bear it. He approached Yi Chun and quietly observed him as he slept. After all, he would likely have little opportunity for slumber in the foreseeable future. Let him enjoy one last beautiful dream. Moments later, Yi Chun awoke, his eyes hazy, staring at Su Tai Su, who stood before him with a benevolent expression. Old Su, what brings you here? Yi Chun rubbed his sleepy eyes and inquired. I wish to take you to a delightful place. Su Tai Su replied with a warm smile. Old Su, where are we going? I have a feeling you might be leading me into a trap. Yi Chun regarded Su Tai Su's smile with suspicion. The Starry Soul Tower. Su Tai Su's grin grew even brighter. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun sensed impending misfortune. Such a name could hardly signify a pleasant destination. The Starry Soul Tower, a treasured artifact of Su Tai Su, possessed its own spatial realm, where the flow of time differed from the outside world, and cultivation within yielded remarkable efficiency. Furthermore, the Starry Soul Tower served another purpose, the trial of disciples. within its confines. One must endure immense pressure and confront various illusory trials, truly a harrowing experience. Before Yi Chun could react, a small tower materialized from Su Tai Su's being. Once detached, the tower rapidly expanded, enveloping Yi Chun entirely. Ah! Yi Chun let out a cry of despair as he vanished from his original location. He felt a dizzying sensation before finding himself in an entirely unfamiliar realm. Here was. Yi Chun surveyed his surroundings, discovering he was situated within a vast expanse of white, with naught to be seen. This was the interior of the Starry Soul Tower. Cursed old Su. Yi Chun couldn't help but curse under his breath. He realized that he had truly fallen victim to Su Tai Su's machinations. Old Su, let me out. I promised to cultivate diligently. Yi Chun attempted to plead, striving to persuade Su Tai Su to release him. Chapter 34. Comprehending the Immortal Sword Intent Humph. So now you wish to cultivate. Alas, it is too late. You shall remain here to train diligently. 5 years hence, I shall release you. With that, Su Tai Su stroked his beard and departed, wearing a look of smug satisfaction. He left the Starry Soul Tower perched upon Qingzhou Peak. Yi Chun sighed in resignation. Realizing that pleading for mercy was futile, he could only muster the courage to explore this enigmatic place. The interior of the Starry Soul Tower was vast, and with each ascending level, the challenges intensified. The first level, is this all there is? 3 puppets at the Qi refinement stage, merely a child's play. Yi Chun scoffed, effortlessly slicing the puppets into fragments with a few waves of sword energy. The Starry Soul Tower was not so formidable after all. Had he known, he would have entered sooner and found a more comfortable place to rest. Stretching lazily and yawning, Yi Chun remained blissfully unaware of the trials that lay ahead. As he delved deeper, the challenges grew increasingly formidable, transitioning from Qi refinement stage puppets to foundation establishment and golden core stages, ultimately culminating in the emergence of puppets at the great ascension stage. Goodness, that old Kutsu is truly intent on putting me to death. Puppets at the Great Ascension stage have appeared. While dodging the puppets' relentless attacks, Yi Chun could not help but curse vehemently. Yet, despite his vocal fears, a thrill of excitement coursed through him. He grinned. The greater the pressure, the swifter the progress. These puppets were his whetstones. A fierce glint ignited in his eyes, and his fighting spirit soared. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. In those 2 years, Yi Chun faced countless life and death crises. Yet each time he emerged unscathed. Though his cultivation had not progressed an inch, his combat prowess had improved remarkably. He now felt confident enough to contend with Lin Shuo of the Tribulation Transcendence stage. At last, he had arrived at the final level. Standing atop the Starry Soul Tower, Yi Chun gazed upon the empty expanse before him, exhaling a long breath. The last level must surely conceal the greatest secret of the Starry Soul Tower. Surveying his surroundings, Yi Chun's gaze settled upon an ancient stone tablet at the center of the space. The tablet was intricately carved with dense runes, emanating an aura of antiquity and profundity. This tablet holds intrigue. Approaching the stone tablet, Yi Chun's consciousness slowly penetrated its depths. Boom! A torrent of information surged into his mind, leaving him momentarily dizzy. The Starry Soul Tower, an unclaimed artifact. With my blood essence, I have laid countless formations, awaiting a fated individual. Enter the hidden space to obtain my legacy and become the new master of the Starry Soul Tower. So it was. As Yi Chun absorbed the revelations from the stone tablet, a brilliant light sparked in his eyes. That old Kutsu, it turns out, was not the true master of the Starry Soul Tower. He merely suppressed it through sheer strength. Moreover, the true secret of the Starry Soul Tower lay concealed within the hidden space. Yi Chun was filled with exhilaration, harboring a profound premonition that upon entering the hidden space, he would be presented with unparalleled opportunities. Hidden space, here I come. Taking a deep breath, he began to search for the entrance as recorded on the stone tablet. Before long, he discovered the entrance to the hidden space, a teleportation array shimmering with a soft white light. I hope it will not disappoint me. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Chun stepped boldly into the array. In the next instant, he felt a dizzying flash before arriving in an entirely new realm. This space, though not extensive, was saturated with rich spiritual energy and permeated by a formidable sword intent. Such potent sword intent. Yi Chun was taken aback. Its strength surpassed his own by hundreds or even thousands of times. This is the immortal sword intent. He swiftly discerned the level of this sword intent, his astonishment deepening. Could it be that the master of this hidden space was a formidable sword practitioner? Curiosity and anticipation welled up within him as he ventured deeper, soon arriving at a sword tomb. Within the tomb stood an array of exquisite swords, each emanating a piercing sword aura. What a remarkable place! Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Though these swords could not rival his own stunning sword, they were indeed rare and formidable weapons. However, these swords held little value for him at this moment. Yi Chen shook his head, his current aim being to locate the master of the hidden space and acquire his legacy. Pressing onward, he ultimately discovered a modest thatched cottage nestled deep within the sword tomb. Could this be the abode of the hidden space's master? Intrigued, Yi Chen approached the cottage and gently knocked on the door. "Come in," an ancient voice beckoned from within. Yi Chen opened the door to find an elderly man clad in coarse linen, seated cross-legged upon a mat. His hair and beard were completely white, yet he radiated vitality, his eyes gleaming as if they could perceive the essence of all things. "Junior Yi Chen pays his respects to the esteemed elder," he said respectfully, bowing deeply. "You are quite remarkable to have found your way here," the elder replied with a faint smile, a glimmer of appreciation in his gaze. "You flatter me, esteemed elder." "I am merely fortunate," Yi Chen humbly responded. "Ha ha, fortune is also a part of strength," the elder chuckled before continuing. "Since you have arrived here, it signifies a fateful connection between us. I am the spiritual imprint of the previous master of the Starry Soul Tower. You may call me Sword Elder." "Sword Elder." Yi Chen bowed once more. "I observe that you possess commendable swordsmanship talent and have already comprehended the great achievement sword intent. However, I can guide you further still." The Sword Elder regarded Yi Chen, appearing calm, yet internally astonished. It was noteworthy that this young man, who had yet to reach the age of 18, had achieved such mastery of the great achievement sword intent. At the age of Yi Chen, he had only just begun to comprehend the minor sword intent, a feat unparalleled in history. "I beseech you, esteemed elder, for your guidance." Yi Chen felt a surge of joy within and promptly bowed in respect. "Watch closely," the Sword Elder instructed, gesturing with his finger as if wielding a sword, lightly slicing through the void. With a resonant hum, a brilliant sword light instantly illuminated the entire space. This sword light was both sharp and unmatched, yet imbued with a dynamic grace, as if it possessed a life of its own, evoking a sense of reverence in those who beheld it. "This is..." Yi Chen's eyes widened, fixated on the radiant beam, a tempest of emotions surging within him. "This is the immortal sword intent." Indeed, it was the immortal sword intent. The Sword Elder nodded, his eyes reflecting a deep nostalgia. "In my youth, I roamed the celestial realm, facing few adversaries. Alas, I ultimately fell short in my strategies and perished here." The Sword Elder sighed, his tone laced with regret and unfulfilled aspirations. "Esteemed elder, Yi Chen opened his mouth, wishing to offer words of comfort, yet found himself at a loss for what to say. "Let us not dwell on the past," the Sword Elder interrupted with a wave of his hand. "You possess great potential. Today, I shall assist you in grasping the immortal sword intent." With a sweep of his right hand, waves of immortal sword intent permeated the surroundings. Yi Chen felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him, nearly rendering him breathless. "Young one, my time is limited. Hasten your comprehension. When you fully master the immortal sword intent, the Starry Soul Tower shall recognize you as its master." "Yes," Yi Chen nodded, settling into a meditative position as he began to contemplate the immortal sword technique. As time slipped away, 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout these months, Yi Chen immersed himself in the study of the immortal sword technique, to the point of neglecting food and sleep. Fortunately, his efforts bore fruit. Under the attentive guidance of the Sword Elder, Yi Chen's understanding of the immortal sword intent advanced by leaps and bounds. Finally, on a day 3 months later, Yi Chen successfully comprehended the immortal sword intent. With a resounding hum, a terrifying sword intent erupted from within him, soaring towards the heavens. The entire Starry Soul Tower trembled violently beneath this formidable sword intent. "Well done, young one, to master the immortal sword intent in merely 3 months." The Sword Elder gazed at Yi Chen, astonished and filled with pride. "Your praise is too generous, esteemed elder. It is your exceptional teaching that has guided me." Yi Chen humbly replied, "Ah, do not be modest. Your talent is evident, The sword elder chuckled, continuing, "Now that you have grasped the immortal sword intent, the Starry Soul Tower has willingly acknowledged you as its master." "Thank you, esteemed elder," Yi Chun said earnestly. "Young one, my time is drawing to a close," the sword elder remarked, his form beginning to wane into an ethereal state. Chapter 35. A reunion with Luo Qingcheng in Tianwu City Senior, Yu. Yi Chun gazed at sword elder, his eyes brimming with gratitude and reluctance. He, all gatherings in this world must eventually come to an end. There is no need for sorrow, sword elder replied with a gentle smile. I have lingered for far too long. It is time for me to depart completely. Senior. Yi Chun wished to say more, but was interrupted by sword elder. Enough, you may leave now. Remember my words. Cultivate diligently and do not disappoint my expectations. Sword elder concluded, his figure gradually fading until it vanished entirely. Senior. Yi Chun stared at the empty thatched cottage, his heart heavy with sorrow and longing. He understood that sword elder had truly departed. Rest assured, Senior, I will cultivate earnestly and will not betray your hopes. Yi Chun bowed deeply to the void. With a long sigh, Yi Chun momentarily suppressed the sadness and longing within him. 2 years had passed. At last, he could leave this place. He needed to visit Tianwu City and sell all the magical artifacts he possessed. With a thought, Yi Chun exited the Starry Soul Tower. After recognizing its master, he could now enter and exit freely. Before leaving, he left behind a false version of himself within the tower. Su Tai Su would periodically probe with his divine sense to check on Yi Chun's status. It was imperative that he remained unaware of Yi Chun's departure. Given Su Tai Su's capabilities, it would take no time at all for him to capture Yi Chun again. Tianwu City, a city under the auspices of the Tianxian sect, served as a subordinate city of the sect. Upon his arrival, Yi Chun wandered the streets for several days, sampling the culinary delights offered by various taverns. After 2 years confined within the Starry Soul Tower, his palate had grown exceedingly bland. Once satiated, Yi Chun altered his appearance to resemble Yi Ying and made his way to the Wanbao Pavilion. He was greeted by the elderly proprietor, Wan Xiuwu, who had presided over the previous auction of the precious book, Yu Xian. "Ah, young master Yi Ying, it is a pleasure to see you well," Wan Xiuwu exclaimed, a smile spreading across his face. "Master Wan, I have come today with a collection of magical artifacts I wish to sell," Yi Chun replied with a respectful gesture. "Surely, young master Yi Ying is not here to auction off another young master from some noble family?" Wan Xiuwu jested with a chuckle. 2 years prior, Yi Chun had captured the esteemed disciple of the Ziyang sect, Yu Xian, and brought her to the Wanbao Pavilion for auction. Wan Xiuwu had been utterly astonished. In his millennium of experience, he had never encountered such a scenario. When you mentioned that Yu Xian's grandfather would be present and willing to pay a handsome price, I agreed to the auction, Wan Xiuwu recalled with a laugh. "You jest, Master Wan," Yi Chun said, shaking his head slightly while a faint smile graced his lips. "Haha, I was merely teasing. Young Master Yi Ying, please, let us speak further inside," Wan Xiuwu invited, gesturing for Yi Chun to enter. Once inside the private chamber, Yi Chun began to produce the magical artifacts from his possession, filling the entire room with an impressive array of items. Wan Xiuwu was utterly astonished, pondering how many sects had been plundered to amass such a plethora of magical artifacts. As he examined them closely, he discovered that many of these treasures were of exquisite quality. "Young Master Yi, many of these artifacts are indeed of superior grade. Pray tell, from whence did you acquire them?" A flicker of surprise crossed Wan Xiuwu's eyes as he scrutinized the items. "Ah, Master Wan, that is not for you to concern yourself with. Simply provide me with your price," Yi Chun replied with a smile. "Let us settle on this sum." After a moment of contemplation, Wan Xiuwu extended 3 fingers. "Master Wan, your price seems somewhat low," Yi Chun frowned. "You are aware, young Master Yi, that the current market conditions are such. I assure you, I am offering a generous price," Wan Xiuwu responded with a wry smile. "This price is unacceptable." Yi Chun shook his head resolutely. After a round of negotiation, they ultimately settled on a transaction of 50 million mid-grade spirit stones. "Haha, young Master Yi, may our collaboration be delightful," Wan Xiuwu exclaimed, smiling. "Master Wan, I appreciate your straightforwardness. I shall take my leave now," Yi Chun said as he rose to exit the VIP room, with Wan Xiuwu following closely behind. As Yi Chun passed by a counter in the hall of Wanbage, he suddenly halted. His gaze fell upon 2 talismans that were exceedingly familiar to him. One was a defensive talisman, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from cultivators below the nascent soul stage, priced at 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. The other was an offensive talisman, capable of inflicting damage on those below the nascent soul stage, also marked at 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. Yi Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on the talismans. Is this defensive talisman truly worth so much? His expression darkened. Young Master Yi, you may not be aware, but crafting these defensive and offensive talismans is an arduous task. The materials required are scarce, and the process of inscribing the talismans demands a significant expenditure of spiritual energy and effort, coupled with a notably low success rate. Hence, the elevated price is understandable. Wan Xiuwu explained with a smile upon noticing Yi Chen's reaction. Yi Chen's frustration surged, his heart brimming with regret. What a monumental loss. He roared internally, struggling to maintain his composure. 2 years prior, within the secret realm, a group of cultivators had pursued Su Chun, and in an effort to conceal his own cultivation level, he had carelessly scattered hundreds of offensive talismans. Had he known their worth, he would have willingly revealed his prowess rather than squander such precious resources. Wan Xiuwu was taken aback by Yi Chen's sudden outburst. Young Master Yi, what is the matter? He inquired, bewildered. Master Wan, please assess how many spirit stones my talismans can fetch. Yi Chen exclaimed as he retrieved dozens of defensive and offensive talismans from his storage ring. Wan Xiuwu gazed in astonishment at the talismans in Yi Chen's hands, realizing that while others sold them in small quantities, Yi Chen had produced dozens in one go. He hurriedly accepted the talismans from Yi Chen, scrutinizing them with great interest. The young master of Nightshade, your talismans possess a quality that surpasses what we offer by an entire echelon. Each defensive talisman could fetch at least 150,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Wan Xiuwu exclaimed with palpable excitement. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's heart sank even further, for those talismans he had carelessly scattered were indeed a considerable fortune in spirit stones. Fortunately, he still had a few dozen left. Manager Wan, I leave these talismans in your capable hands, Yi Chen said, nodding slightly as he extended the talismans, contemplating an opportunity to recoup his losses. Rest assured, young master, I will handle this matter with utmost diligence, Wan Xiuwu assured him, nodding emphatically. After the transaction was complete, Yi Chen departed from the Wanbao Pavilion, clutching the newly acquired spirit stones. As he hummed a cheerful tune, he idly toyed with a piece of high-grade spirit stone, feeling elated as he exited the pavilion. Had I known talismans were so valuable, I would have asked old Su for a few hundred more back then, he mused, shaking his head and chuckling to himself. Suddenly, he noticed a commotion not far ahead. A young girl clad in a delicate blue dress was encircled by several young men in opulent attire, her face etched with anxiety and helplessness. The girl was breathtakingly beautiful, her skin as fair as snow, her features exquisitely crafted, especially her clear eyes that seemed to harbor the vastness of the cosmos, enticing one to lose themselves within. Is that not Fairy Luo? Yi Chen recognized the encircled lady as Luo Qingqing. Oh, little beauty, don't waste your efforts. Come along with us willingly. One of the young men in a brocade robe, fanning himself with a folding fan, approached her with a mischievous grin. Indeed, if you comply, I assure you a life replete with indulgence and splendor. Another burly man, his face marred by excess, chimed in, egging on the situation. Stay back. If you come any closer, I shall not hold back. The girl warned, her charming face taut with anger, gripping a long sword that trembled slightly, betraying her fear. Halt. At that moment, a clear voice rang out, and Yi Chen stepped forward, a nonchalant smile adorning his face. Who is this brat, daring to meddle in our affairs? The brocade-clad man frowned, casting an irritated glance at Yi Chen. Oh, look, a few young lads in the nascent soul stage dare to emulate others by abducting maidens? Yi Chen remarked, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he surveyed the group. You're courting death, the burly man roared, swinging his fist towards Yi Chen. Begone. Yi Chen did not even spare him a glance, casually waving his hand, and an invisible force sent the burly man hurtling away. Thud. The man crashed heavily to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth, clearly injured. Third brother. The brocade-clad man's expression shifted dramatically, a look of terror flashing in his eyes. He had never anticipated that this seemingly harmless youth possessed such terrifying strength. Chapter 36. Breaking into the Ziyang sect. Who are you really? The man in the brocade robe questioned, struggling to suppress the fear within him. Your grandfather. Yi Chun retorted with a cold smirk, his figure flickering as he instantly appeared before the brocade-clad man. Bang! With another dull thud, the brocade man followed in the footsteps of the burly figure, sent flying by a punch from Yi Chun. With a series of swift movements, Yi Chun dispatched the remaining assailants to the ground. Young Master Yi, thank you for your assistance, Luo Qingcheng exclaimed, rushing forward to express her gratitude as the danger subsided. Fairy Luo, there is no need for such formality between us. Yi Chun waved his hand dismissively, his gaze softening as it fell upon Luo Qingcheng. Are you unharmed? Fairy Luo? I am fine. Thank you for your concern, young master, Luo Qingcheng responded, shaking her head and casting a grateful glance at Yi Chun. What brings you to Tianwu City alone, Fairy Luo? Yi Chun inquired. Luo Qingcheng hesitated before ultimately deciding to share her circumstances with Yi Chun. I slipped away secretly. My master was gravely injured years ago and has less than a century to live. He needs a millennium ginseng to extend his life. I heard that Tianwu City once had a millennium ginseng, so I came to try my luck in finding it. As she spoke, a determined glint shone in her eyes, and she slightly bit her lip. Millennium ginseng? Yi Chun pondered, stroking his chin. While millennium ginseng was quite common in the celestial realm, it was exceedingly rare in the Kanglan realm. Do you know where this information about the millennium ginseng originated? I received word that someone sold a millennium ginseng to the Wanbao Pavilion, Luo Qingcheng replied softly. I am familiar with Wanbao Pavilion. Let me accompany you, fairy. Yi Chun smiled, extending his hand in invitation. Really? I cannot thank you enough, young Master Yi. Luo Qingcheng's beautiful eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope upon hearing this. Given the rarity of millennium ginseng in the Kanglan realm, possessing spirit stones might not guarantee her success in purchasing it. If she ventured to Wanbao Pavilion alone, they might not sell it to her. However, with Yi Chun's acquaintance with the pavilion, there was hope for her to acquire the millennium ginseng. It's a small matter. Yi Chun waved his hand and turned, leading Luo Qingcheng towards Wanbao Pavilion. Manager Wan, I heard you have a millennium ginseng. Is it still available? Yi Chun transformed into the guise of Night Shadow and directly approached Wan Xiaowu. At that moment, Luo Qingcheng realized that Yi Chun was indeed the Night Shadow who had caused such turmoil in Tianwu City 2 years ago. It turned out he was a hidden powerhouse, appearing to be at the Qi refinement stage while capable of overpowering those at the integration stage. Luo Qingcheng observed Yi Chun closely, noting that he genuinely only possessed Qi refinement stage cultivation. She was puzzled as to how he managed to defeat cultivators at the integration stage. However, she understood that everyone in the cultivation world held their own secrets, and she did not press further. Wan Xiaowu, upon hearing this, pondered for a moment. To be candid, young Master Yi, some time ago, I indeed acquired a millennium ginseng. However, Wan Xiaowu hesitated at this juncture. However what? Wan Zhonggui urged, his tone direct. However, that millennium ginseng has already been secretly purchased by a wealthy merchant, and I am unaware of its current whereabouts, Wan Zhonggui replied, a troubled expression crossing his face. As the proprietor of Wanbao Pavilion, he felt it was inappropriate to disclose customer privacy. Wealthy merchant? What is his background? A glint of sharp interest flickered in Yi Chun's eyes. He was unconcerned about customer confidentiality. He believed that as long as he offered a sufficient price, he could reclaim it. With his vast reserves of spiritual stones, he was confident that even if the merchant declined them, he could easily trade a volume of celestial-level techniques in exchange for the millennium ginseng. That wealthy merchant's surname is Zhao. He is a prominent figure in Tianwu City, renowned for his immense wealth, rivaling nations, and possesses a formidable sect backing. Wan Xiaowu answered truthfully. He understood that Yi Chun was not as simple as he appeared, and given Yi Chun's righteous disposition, Wan Xiaowu believed he would not act recklessly. Intriguing, a playful smile curled upon Yi Chun's lips. It seems we must pay a visit to this merchant Zhao. As night fell and the lights illuminated the surroundings, Yi Chun and Luo Qingcheng stealthily infiltrated the Zhao residence. This Zhao Yuanwei certainly knows how to indulge, Yi Chun remarked, gazing at the opulent estate before him. The merchant had a splendid reputation. Otherwise, 2 years prior, Yi Chun, disguised as Night Shadow, would have already visited the Zhao estate. Young Master Yi, we should hasten to locate the millennium ginseng, Luo Qingcheng urged anxiously. Do not rush. Haste makes waste, Yi Chun replied calmly, though his eyes darted about in search of something. Suddenly, as if he had discovered a clue, he seized Luo Qingqing's hand and led her toward a secluded courtyard. "What have you found?" Luo Qingqing inquired, perplexed. "Shu, do not speak, just follow me." Yi Chun gestured for silence, guiding her to the entrance of the courtyard. The courtyard's door was ajar, and faint sounds of a struggle emanated from within. Exchanging glances, they cautiously pushed the door open and stepped inside. A strong stench of blood assaulted their senses as they entered. The courtyard was littered with dozens of corpses, the ground stained crimson, resembling a hellscape. This, Luo Qingqing covered her mouth, suppressing her discomfort. Yi Chen's brow furrowed as his gaze swept over the bodies, finally resting on a middle-aged man clad in luxurious garments, a dagger embedded in his chest, still clinging to life. "Are you Zhao Yuanwei?" Yi Chen approached, his voice low and serious. "Why, yes, it is I." Zhao Yuanwei nodded weakly, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. "Who has done this to you? Where is the Millennium Ginseng?" Yi Chen continued to inquire. "Is it the Ziyang sect? They have stolen the Millennium Ginseng." Zhao Yuanwei gasped, uttering his words in a fragmented manner. The mention of the Ziyang sect elicited a glint of cold fury in Yi Chen's eyes. "What audacity! To dare commit murder and theft!" he declared. "Zhao Yuanwei, I shall avenge you." He regarded the nearly breathless Zhao Yuanwei with resolve. Upon hearing Yi Chen's vow, Zhao Yuanwei gradually closed his eyes. While Yi Chen was not a paragon of virtue, Zhao Yuanwei held a commendable reputation in Tianwu City. Yi Chen intended to reclaim the Millennium Ginseng from the Ziyang sect, and avenging Zhao Yuanwei was a fortuitous opportunity. "Young Master Yi, what shall we do now?" Luo Qingqing inquired. "What else can we do? We must storm the Ziyang sect and eradicate this menace." Yi Chen retorted with a cold smirk. 2 years prior, the Ziyang sect had pursued Yi Chen in the mysterious valley, seeking to seize the 9-turn golden spirit fruit he had obtained. At that time, he had refrained from slaying them, opting instead to abduct their cherished disciple, Xian Yushu. However, the Ziyang sect was the foremost sect in Tianwu City, teeming with formidable masters. But the Ziyang sect boasts elders in the ascension and even tribulation stages. Luo Qingqing expressed her concerns. Although she was now aware of Yi Chen's hidden prowess, capable of vanquishing those in the fusion stage, the Ziyang sect's elders posed a significant threat. "What is there to fear? With me here, I assure you, you shall face no peril," Yi Chen proclaimed confidently. While he might not be able to overpower those in the tribulation stage, he possessed the ability to escape with ease. With that said, he retrieved a black cloak from his storage ring and handed it to Luo Qingqing. "Put this on, we must depart." Without hesitation, she donned the cloak. Yi Chen also cloaked himself, obscuring his features. They exchanged a determined glance, resolute in their purpose. In the next moment, 2 shadows soared into the sky, hurtling toward the direction of the Ziyang sect. Under the cover of night, they appeared as vengeful specters, carving chilling arcs through the heavens. Yi Chen and Luo Qingqing swiftly reached the mountain gate of the Ziyang sect in mere moments. The sect, built against the mountains, boasted an imposing presence, with 2 colossal stone lions at the entrance, exuding an air of majesty. "Halt! Who dares trespass upon the Ziyang sect?" The 2 guarding disciples, alerted by the descending shadows, drew their swords and demanded sternly, "Call your sect leader out and inform them an old acquaintance has come to visit." Yi Chen responded with an air of indifference, yet his tone carried an undeniable authority. The sect leader was one of the 3 fusion stage elders who had pursued him in the mysterious valley. "What audacity! Do you not realize the gravity of this place to demand our leader's presence?" One disciple scoffed derisively. "Indeed, do you not take a moment's reflection upon your own worth? Our leader's stature is far beyond what you presume to be deserving of an audience." The other disciple chimed in agreement. Chapter 37. The Ascendant of Ziyang Sect Takes Action. Humph, reckless fool. A glint of cold light flashed in Yi Chen's eyes as he vanished from his original position like a specter. With 2 crisp sounds, the 2 mountain-guarding disciples were sent flying as if severed from their strings, crashing heavily to the ground and losing consciousness immediately. "Let us go," Yi Chen called to Luo Qingqing, striding confidently into the Ziyang sect. As soon as he stepped into the sect, a throng of disciples surged towards him like a tidal wave. "Who dares to wreak havoc in the Ziyang sect?" the foremost disciple shouted, fury radiating from him. Yi Chen, disinterested in their ramblings, unleashed the formidable pressure of his nascent soul stage, which instantly bore down on the disciples like a mountain, causing them to gasp for breath and collapse one after another. Quickly, notify the sect master, one disciple shouted in panic. Moments later, the current sect master of Ziyang's sect, an elderly man clad in purple robes with an ethereal demeanor, arrived in haste accompanied by several elders. Who dares to disturb the peace of my Ziyang sect? The sect master's gaze was as sharp as lightning, swiftly scanning the area before locking onto Yi Chun with the intensity of a hawk. I am Ying. I come today to request a certain item from your esteemed sect, Yi Chun replied leisurely, casually removing his cloak to reveal his true form as Ying. It's you. The sect master's expression darkened immediately, his face turning ashen, as if ink could drip from it. He recognized Yi Ying as the one who had snatched the 9-turn golden spirit fruit from the valley 2 years prior. Indeed, it is I. I have come for the Millennium Ginseng. I hope the sect master can accommodate my request. Yi Chun smiled faintly, his tone polite, yet his demeanor resolutely firm. Humph. Just because of you? 2 years ago, you managed to escape by mere chance, and now you come willingly into the lioness den. Do not blame me for being ungracious. The sect master of Ziyang's sect scoffed, his laughter laced with fury and disdain. Humph. What do you think you are to demand anything from my Ziyang sect? Roared an irascible elder, his expression one of fury as if he intended to devour Yi Chun alive. Indeed, do you not realize where this is? Do you think our Ziyang sect is a place you can enter and exit at will? Another elder chimed in, equally scornful. Esteemed elders, please remain calm. The sect master raised his hand to signal for silence, his gaze now burning with intensity, like a torch fixed upon Yi Chun. You claim that the Millennium Ginseng is within my Ziyang sect. Do you have any evidence? The sect master was reluctant to acknowledge that the sect had seized the Millennium Ginseng. As a prestigious sect on the Kanglan continent, should word spread that their ancestors engaged in such nefarious deeds, they would be ridiculed mercilessly by the world. Moreover, he felt a sudden unease in his heart, sensing that Yi Chun was not an ordinary individual, especially since he had effortlessly escaped from 3 integration stage experts 2 years ago. Before his demise, Zhao Yuanwai's final words were spoken. Can this not serve as evidence? Yi Chun scoffed, his smile laced with scorn. Such nonsense. Our Ziyang sect is a prestigious and righteous sect. How could we engage in such despicable deeds? The sect leader of Ziyang vehemently denied it, his face flushed with indignation. Huh. It seems the leader has quite the selective memory. 2 years ago, did you not partake in similar actions? Yi Chun gazed at the Ziyang sect leader with an amused expression, his eyes sparkling with mockery, as if he were witnessing a farcical performance. Upon hearing this, the sect leader's complexion paled to a ghostly white. 2 years prior, he and 2 ancient ancestors of the sect had pursued the shadow that Yi Chun transformed into, seeking to seize the 9-turn golden spirit fruit from him. However, Yi Chun proved to be exceedingly cunning, evading capture with ease, and the matter was ultimately left unresolved. Now, with Yi Chun publicly recalling this incident, it was akin to delivering a stinging slap to the face of the Ziyang sect in front of all. What is it that you seek? The Ziyang sect leader's tone now carried a hint of trepidation, his voice trembling slightly. Yi Chun had effortlessly escaped the pursuit of 3 cultivators at the merging stage. The audacity with which he had approached them now suggested he possessed formidable backing. What I desire is of little consequence. What matters is that today, I shall take the Millennium Ginseng with me, Yi Chun declared, stepping forward without a hint of hesitation. An overwhelming aura of terror instantly enveloping the entirety of the Ziyang sect. Impudent. The Ziyang sect leader's expression darkened at once. Although he feared the potential might behind Yi Chun, this was the Ziyang sect. How dare a mere child behave so recklessly? Seize him. At the leader's command, several elders rushed forward in unison to subdue Yi Chun. Overestimating yourselves. Yi Chun sneered, his figure flickering like an apparition, vanishing in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of muffled thuds, several Ziyang sect elders were sent flying by a single strike from Yi Chun, blood spewing from their mouths as they collapsed to the ground. With such meager strength, you dare to show off before me? Yi Chun clapped his hands dismissively, his expression one of disdain, as if mocking a troop of buffoons. You. The Ziyang sect leader's face twisted into a ghastly hue, comparable to that of a liver. He had never anticipated that this youth would be so formidable, that even the elders of the Ziyang sect could not withstand a single blow. It seemed that today, he must reveal his true power. A fierce glint flashed in the leader's eyes as he swiftly formed intricate seals. An overwhelming aura of merging stage energy surged forth from within him. Supreme Master, I beseech you to take action and eradicate this fiend. The Ziyang sect leader bowed respectfully toward the mountain's rear, his demeanor exceedingly reverent. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as a figure shot forth from the back mountain like a rocket, steadily hovering in midair. Before him stood an elderly man adorned in a golden robe, his hair as white as snow, yet his visage youthful, exuding an aura of chilling terror that seemed to emanate from the depths of the abyss. The tribulation stage. Yi Chen's gaze sharpened, and he mused quietly that it was indeed as he suspected. Young man, dare you trespass upon my Ziyang sect and harm my disciples? Today, I shall ensure you leave without return. The golden-robed elder's eyes were as cold as frost, fixated on Yi Chen with a chilling tone that sent shivers down the spine. Ah, old man, you have finally chosen to reveal yourself. Yi Chen scoffed, devoid of fear, his eyes igniting with fierce combat spirit. Humph, a mere child, yet you presume to be audacious before me. The elder huffed disdainfully, a flicker of contempt crossing his gaze, regarding Yi Chen as insignificant. To him, despite Yi Chen's modest prowess, his youth and limited cultivation rendered him no match. Old fool, you underestimate me far too much. A playful smirk graced Yi Chen's lips, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes, akin to a fox poised for the hunt. Allow me to experience the true extent of your tribulation stage prowess. With his words barely spoken, Yi Chen surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, racing towards the golden-robed elder with lightning speed. Seeking death, the elder's eyes flared with fury upon witnessing Yi Chen's advance. He struck forth with a palm, unleashing a terrifying surge of spiritual power that transformed into a colossal golden hand, hurtling towards Yi Chen with ferocity. Child's play, Yi Chen retorted with a dismissive snort, standing resolute as he nonchalantly cast forth a jade talisman. This was the ultimate defensive talisman inscribed by Su Taishu, capable of withstanding the full might of a tribulation stage attack. Additionally, Su Taishu had bestowed upon Yi Chen several sword intent talismans, each inscribed with formidable sword energy potent enough to slay tribulation stage experts. The talisman absorbed the brunt of the assault, morphing into a golden fist radiance that collided violently with the enormous golden palm. A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very foundation of the Ziyang sect, as if a seismic event of great magnitude had transpired. The terrifying waves of energy surged forth like a relentless tsunami, sweeping outwards in all directions. Gasping, Yi Chen felt the residual force of the tribulation stage attack reverberate through him, causing his blood to surge. As a trace of crimson escaped from his lips, he was propelled backwards like a cannonball. Young Master Yi, are you all right? Luo Qingcheng soared forth to catch him, her face etched with concern and urgency, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. I'm fine, merely unsettled by the aftershock, Yi Chen replied with a faint smile, casually wiping the blood from his lips. He had intentionally feigned injury to lower the elder's guard, hoping to unleash the sword intent talisman at a pivotal moment to inflict a grievous wound upon the golden-robed elder. Chapter 38. The Sword Intent Jade Talisman. Slaying the ancestor of the Ziyang sect in tribulation, is this your audacious confidence, young man? The elder in golden robes hovered in the air, casting a disdainful gaze upon Yi Chen, as if he were merely observing an inconsequential ant. Have you become so conceited at the very onset? Yi Chen clutched tightly a jade talisman imbued with sword intent, a flicker of madness igniting in his eyes. What follows will be the true battle, he proclaimed, summoning the Jinghong Emperor's sword with grandiosity, a faint imperial might emanating from the blade, instilling dread in those who beheld it. The golden-robed elder's brow furrowed slightly, an ominous premonition swelling within him. Who exactly is this young man? The elder's expression grew increasingly grave as he fixated intently on the Jinghong Emperor's sword in Yi Chen's grasp, not daring to exhibit any sign of negligence. With his extensive experience in the Kanglan realm, he could not ascertain the grade of the Jinghong sword, yet he understood that it was far from ordinary. The imperial might radiating from the sword instilled a sense of fear within him. The other disciples of the Ziyang sect, who were of lower cultivation, were completely silenced by this overwhelming presence, cold sweat drenching their brows. Having never encountered such a high-grade artifact in the Kanglan realm, The golden-robed elder felt a surge of greed, contemplating the elimination of Yi Chun to seize the emperor's sword for himself. With the emperor's sword in hand, Yi Chun initiated the assault, his spiritual energy swirling around him, exuding an indomitable aura. "Old fool, prepare to meet your end," Yi Chun bellowed, his figure launching forth once more, the sword radiating brilliance as it cleaved toward the elder. This strike was merely a feint, given Yi Chun's current cultivation. Slaying a tribulation stage powerhouse was an unrealistic endeavor. However, as he executed the strike, the sword intent jade talisman in his hand also locked onto the golden-robed elder. The elder waved his hand, conjuring an exceedingly sturdy spiritual energy shield before him. Clang! The emperor's sword collided with the shield, producing a deafening sound. Sparks flying in all directions. "Humph! Is this all you are capable of, boy?" The elder scoffed. "Is that so? Then allow me to present this." A cold smirk graced Yi Chun's lips. With that, he instantly activated the sword intent jade talisman. A fierce and piercing sword intent erupted from the talisman, sweeping toward the golden-robed elder. The elder's expression changed drastically as he sensed the terrifying sword intent, realizing too late that evasion was no longer an option. This was the sword intent inscribed by Su Tai Su. Though it was merely the undying sword intent, it was potent enough, given Su Tai Su's cultivation, to slay a tribulation stage cultivator. The sword intent effortlessly penetrated the elder's defenses, leaving a profound gash upon him. The elder spewed forth a mouthful of blood, severely wounded and teetering on the brink of collapse. "Supreme Master." The disciples of the Ziyang sect gasped in horror at the sight. Several elders were equally petrified, cold sweat streaming down their foreheads, having never before encountered such a formidable sword intent. However, Luo Qingxing noticed that the formidable sword intent unleashed by Yi Chun was not significantly inferior to that of the jade talisman of sword intent. She gazed at Yi Chun, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Among the crowd, Xian Yushu sat paralyzed on the ground. 2 years ago, Yi Chun had kidnapped him and sold him at an auction, leaving him utterly humiliated and unable to hold his head high. His hatred for Yi Chun was profound, and over the past 2 years, he had diligently cultivated his skills, yearning for revenge. The moment Yi Chun appeared at Ziyang's sect, he plotted to ambush him, fixated on the thought of putting Yi Chun to death. Yet, upon witnessing Yi Chun's strength, fear overwhelmed him, rendering him limp and hopeless. With his innate talent, even a century of training would not make him Yi Chun's match. At this moment, he had abandoned thoughts of vengeance, merely wishing to go unnoticed by Yi Chun. Yi Chun, however, had no inclination to pay attention to a character as insignificant as Xian Yushu. In that instant, he seized the opportunity to press his advantage, wielding the imperial sword once more to attack the elder in the golden robe. "You insolent brat, do not push your luck." The elder, summoning the last remnants of his strength, blocked Yi Chun's strike with a roar. He was already at the end of his tether, devoid of further combat power, and a wave of fear surged within him. Yi Chun refrained from attacking again, sheathing his sword and awaiting the elder's next move. Coughing violently, the elder spat blood, staining his snow-white beard, and trembled as he pointed a shaking finger at Yi Chun, his eyes filled with terror. Who are you? Such sword intent. It cannot be. In the Kanglan continent, only the most accomplished sword intents had ever been witnessed. The notion of an immortal sword intent was entirely alien to them. Yi Chun approached him with a smile, placing a foot on his chest, gazing down with a tone that was nonchalant, yet laced with authority. "Old senior, shall we discuss the matter of the Millennium Ginseng now? You see, my patience is limited, especially when dealing with unreasonable individuals." "Millennium Ginseng? What Millennium Ginseng? I know not of what you speak." The elder, clinging to his final breath, retorted defiantly. He was unwilling to part with the Millennium Ginseng, as he had reached the limits of his lifespan during the tribulation phase. Without the ginseng, he would soon exhaust his life force and succumb. The elder was not ready to accept his demise so easily. He hoped to use the Millennium Ginseng to prolong his life. With enough time, he fancied there might still be a chance to ascend to immortality. However, this was merely the elder's wishful thinking. His potential had already been spent. Even with another millennium, he would have no opportunity to advance further, let alone achieve immortality. Oh, it seems the esteemed elder prefers to drink punishment rather than wine. The smile on Yi Chun's face gradually faded, replaced by an icy demeanor. I abhor being deceived. Tell me, if I were to turn your Xiang sect upside down, could I find what I seek? You dare. The elder bellowed with a facade of bravado. Yet the weakness in his tone betrayed his underlying fear. Do you doubt my resolve? As Yichen spoke, he exerted a slight pressure with his foot, and the elder let out a wretched scream, his head tilting as he perished. Stop! At that moment, two figures raced down from the back mountain, swift as lightning. The Grand Elder, the Ancestor, the disciples of the Xiang sect, upon seeing the newcomers, erupted with exclamations of relief, as if they had encountered saviors. The arrivals were indeed the Grand Elder and the Ancestor of the Xiang sect, both formidable beings at the pinnacle of the integration stage, having nearly reached the threshold of the ascendant stage, renowned throughout the Kanglan realm. Although they were not powerful enough to transcend the tribulation, the disciples believed that Yi Chun had only defeated their tribulation stage ancestor through the use of the sword intent jade talisman. They were convinced that Yi Chun could not possibly possess such a talisman. The sword intent jade talisman was a treasure that even tribulation stage experts required decades of immense effort to forge, with an exceedingly low success rate. No one would expend such effort unless for the sake of someone extraordinarily important. Young man, how dare you slay the Grand Master of the Xiang sect? Today shall be your demise. The Grand Elder bellowed, striking towards Yi Chun with a palm. Terrifying spiritual energy transformed into an enormous golden hand, blotting out the sky as if to crush Yi Chun into a pulp. Is that all you've got? Yi Chun retorted with a cold laugh, standing his ground and meeting the attack with a palm of his own. Boom! The two golden hands collided, producing a deafening roar. A wave of terrifying energy surged forth, causing the entire Xiang sect to tremble violently, as if it were on the verge of collapse. Cough! The Grand Elder grunted, being forced back several steps by Yi Chen's strike, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. How is this possible? The Grand Elder's face paled, disbelief flooding his eyes. He was a peak integration stage expert, yet he had been wounded by a mere youth? This young man is formidable. The Ancestor's expression also turned grave, as he discerned that Yi Chen's strength was far beyond mere appearances. Old man, now it is your turn. Yi Chen disregarded the Grand Elder's shock, directing his gaze towards the Ancestor, a glint of combativeness in his eyes. You are exceedingly arrogant. The Ancestor scoffed, a terrifying pressure erupting from his being, enveloping the entire Xiang sect. But do you think this will allow you to rampage in my Xiang sect? Today, I shall show you what a true expert is, just as I wish. Yi Chen laughed heartily, his combat fervor intensifying. Stop! At that moment, a clear and cold voice rang out. Luo Qingqing flew to Yi Chen's side, grasping his hand, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. Young Master Yi, please do not continue fighting. We can find another way regarding the 10,000-year ginseng. Though Yi Chun was capable of injuring an integration stage expert with a single palm, the multitude of skilled individuals in the Xiang sect posed a severe threat. Should they be encircled, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 39. The Annihilation of the Xiang sect. The Millennium Ginseng at hand. Luo Qingqing was acutely aware of the perils involved. She did not wish for Yi Chun to jeopardize himself for her sake. Her sole desire was for both of them to depart this treacherous place safely. Observing the worry etched on Luo Qingqing's face softened Yi Chen's heart. He understood her intentions were for his well-being, wishing to shield him from danger. Yet, his resolve remained unwavering. He grasped Luo Qingqing's hand tightly. Having already made his decision, today's events would not be easily forgotten. Rest assured, Luo Fairy, I possess my own discernment, Yi Chen reassured her, gently patting her hand to instill a sense of calm. Young man, do you have any final words to convey? The ancestral patriarch, seething with fury at Yi Chen's apparent dismissal, spoke with a chilling tone. Final words? I require no such sentiments to deal with you, Yi Chen retorted, a cold smile gracing his lips, a glint of frost flashing in his eyes. But tell me, are you prepared to meet your demise? As he spoke, Yi Chen nonchalantly retrieved 2 jade talismans from his storage ring, gently swaying them in his hand. Sword intent talismans. The ancestral patriarch and the supreme elder's faces paled, terror evident in their eyes. They could scarcely fathom that Yi Chen possessed such formidable artifacts. Impossible. This cannot be. The supreme elder exclaimed in disbelief. How could you possibly have so many? These talismans require decades of relentless effort to forge, with an exceedingly low success rate. The entire Ziyang sect possesses not a single one. Yet here you are, effortlessly producing two. What an enigma this young man is, they thought. There is nothing impossible. Yi Chen replied with a serene smile, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Now, you may proceed to your deaths. Without hesitation, he activated the two sword intent talismans in his grasp. Whoosh, whoosh. Two razor-sharp strands of sword intent erupted from the talismans, piercing through the foreheads of the ancestral patriarch and the supreme elder in an instant. Thud, thud. The lifeless bodies collapsed to the ground, their eyes still reflecting profound terror and disbelief. A once mighty force had perished in an instant. The onslaught of sword intent continued unabated, targeting the remaining elders and the sect leader. These elders, merely at the Yuan Ying and Huashan stages, had no time to react before the sword intent pierced their skulls, extinguishing their lives. The entire Ziyang sect fell into a profound silence. All disciples stood agape, as if turned to stone, their hearts surging with tumultuous waves of shock. The Ziyang sect bore a notorious reputation, and Yi Chen felt no pressure in executing his wrath. This is utterly terrifying. Two peak stage fusion realm experts, along with several at the Huashan stage, have been annihilated in mere moments. Their fusion realm leader has also met the same fate. What manner of monster is this young man? Now, who dares to oppose me? Yi Chen surveyed his surroundings, his voice icy and laden with an oppressive force that rendered the air heavy. No one dared to speak. All heads were bowed, their eyes brimming with dread. What a jest! Even the ancestors, the esteemed elders, and the sect leader had been slain. Who would dare to act recklessly? The Ziyang sect had essentially been obliterated, with all elders above the transformation stage dispatched by Yi Chen. Without formidable guardians, the remaining disciples of lesser cultivation either scattered like birds and beasts, ultimately absorbed by other sects, or faced annihilation at the hands of rival sections. Yi Chen paid little heed to these disciples, refraining from executing them. Their future lay in their own choices. He wished to avoid excessive bloodshed, for the sect's ill repute stemmed primarily from its upper echelon's misdeeds. These disciples, merely influenced by their leaders, were not inherently malevolent. The higher-ups of the Ziyang sect often engaged in unsavory dealings, and the disciples emulated their example. After all, a crooked beam leads to a warped structure. Though Yi Chen was decisive in his actions, he was not a bloodthirsty individual. Today's events served as a lesson for the Ziyang sect. He hoped these disciples would learn to discern right from wrong and choose a righteous path, avoiding past mistakes. Is there anyone who dares to defy me? Yi Chen's voice resonated like the chill of the abyss, echoing over the silent Ziyang sect, carrying an oppressive weight that made souls tremble. The disciples fell into a profound silence, no longer daring to utter a word of dissent. What folly it would be to approach when even the ancestors had been instantaneously vanquished. Yi Chen ignored the insignificant minions and strode directly to the pile of corpses. With a wave of his hand, he drew all their spatial bags into his possession. TSK. These old fellows certainly amassed their wealth at the expense of the common folk. As he rummaged through the bags, he shook his head in bemusement. Master Yi, what are you searching for? Luo Qingqing inquired, observing Yi Chen's seemingly frivolous demeanor. An age-old ginseng, a lifeline for your master, Yi Chen replied without lifting his gaze, his hands continuing their work, turning one spatial bag after another inside out. He collected all the spirit stones into his storage ring, along with the magical artifacts, which could later be exchanged for spirit stones at the treasure pavilion. At last, upon discovering the spatial bag of the golden-robed elder, the Ziyang sect's tribulation stage ancestor, Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with delight. Found it. He retrieved a jade box from the spatial bag, opening it to reveal a crystal-clear, vibrant life essence emanating from a millennium-old ginseng. This old fellow had quite a treasure trove. With a smile, Yi Chen handed the jade box to Luo Qingqing. Here, the item you sought. Thank you, Master Yi, she said, her beautiful eyes filled with gratitude. No need for thanks. It was a mere trifle. Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively, his expression nonchalant. Not only had he dealt with the Ziyang sect, but he had also emptied their treasury, acquiring an immense fortune in spirit stones. Gazing at the towering pile of spirit stones, Yi Chen could hardly contain his joy. Let us depart. This place is no longer safe for lingering. As soon as the words left his lips, Yi Chen and Luo Qingqing transformed into two streaks of light, vanishing instantly from the horizon, leaving behind a ground strewn with corpses and an eerie silence enveloping the Ziyang sect. The news of the massacre at Ziyang sect spread like a tempest, rapidly sweeping across the entire Kanglan continent. No one could have anticipated that this colossal entity, with a legacy spanning thousands of years, could be obliterated overnight. What was even more astonishing was that the perpetrators were merely two youthful individuals. In an instant, various rumors erupted. Some claimed that the assailants were a pair of extraordinary powerhouses, a handsome young man and a breathtakingly beautiful young woman, whose combined strength could even challenge those in the Tribulation Transcendent stage. Others speculated that the culprits were celestial beings from the upper realms, avenging a slight against the Ziyang sect by those who should not have been offended. Countless versions of the tale painted Yi Chun and Luo Qingcheng as almost mythical figures, as if they were merciless fiends who killed without a flicker of hesitation. Chapter 40. Heartfelt conversations unbeknownst to them. Yi Chun and Luo Qingcheng found themselves nestled within a secluded mountain range. Under the twilight sky, Yi Chun kindled a fire, roasting the exquisite meat of a spirit beast acquired from the Ziyang sect. Meanwhile, Luo Qingcheng sat beside him, her captivating eyes fixed unwaveringly on Yi Chun, brimming with curiosity. "What is it? Is there something on my face?" Yi Chun, feeling increasingly uneasy under her gaze, finally inquired. "Young Master Yi, despite your impressive cultivation, why do you choose to conceal it?" Luo Qingcheng questioned, her expression one of bewilderment. "What advantage does high cultivation bring? It merely invites challenges from various individuals, leading to incessant troubles," Yi Chun replied with a chuckle. "It is far preferable to keep one's cultivation hidden, to act discreetly, and to seek tranquility, allowing for restful slumber. This is worth more than anything else. Whereas others pursue fame and the admiration of countless people, young Master Yi is truly unique in his outlook," Luo Qingcheng remarked, a gentle smile gracing her lips, akin to the warmth of spring. For a moment, Yi Chun found himself entranced by her smile. Sensing his gaze, Luo Qingcheng's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes darting away, unable to meet his. Noticing the shift in her demeanor, Yi Chun quickly regained his composure, his expression tinged with awkwardness. "Oh, well, I am indifferent to such superficial accolades. As long as I can follow my heart and remain unburdened by trivial matters, that is sufficient for me," he said, somewhat bashfully waving his hand. "Your perspective is indeed refreshing," Luo Qingcheng replied, her blush deepening as she too felt a tinge of embarrassment. "Here, have some meat." "It is quite delightful," Yi Chun said, breaking the awkward silence as he handed her a piece of the roasted spirit beast. Luo Qingcheng accepted the offering, taking a delicate bite, and a wave of indescribable flavor spread across her palate. "Delicious," she exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. "If you find it good, then indulge a little more," Yi Chun encouraged with a smile. "Once we've satisfied our appetites, we must continue on our journey." As they ate and conversed, the atmosphere gradually transformed into one of warmth and camaraderie. Merely unable to suppress her curiosity, Luo Qingcheng pondered over Yi Chun's cultivation level. Noticing that Luo Qingcheng had abandoned her speculation, Yi Chun retracted his smile and spoke earnestly. "Fairy Luo, I assure you, I have indeed reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. However, the unique nature of my cultivation method has granted me an insight into the power of certain laws, enabling me to catch formidable opponents off guard in battle." Luo Qingcheng's eyes widened, her expression etched with astonishment. "Young Master Yi, to have reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage before the age of 18 is truly extraordinary, and to comprehend the power of laws, this is simply unfathomable. Moreover, your sword intent displayed at the Ziyang sect clearly surpasses that of a perfected state." This, her face radiated disbelief. In the Kanglan continent, breaking through to the golden core stage at 18 was already a mark of prodigious talent. Yet Yi Chun had ascended to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. "Fairy Luo, there is no need for astonishment. My physique is unique, naturally attuned to the laws," Yi Chun replied with a gentle smile. "Young Master Yi, might you share your understanding of the power of laws with me?" Luo Qingcheng inquired tentatively, having regained her composure. Yi Chun nodded. "Since you wish to know, I shall gladly explain." With that, Yi Chun began to elucidate the key points of comprehending the power of laws to Luo Qingcheng, who listened intently, nodding in agreement. Understanding the power of laws is not an overnight achievement. It requires prolonged accumulation and refinement, Yi Chun concluded after sharing his insights. Your explanation, young Master Yi, has greatly benefited me. I shall certainly contemplate it further. Luo Qingsheng expressed her gratitude. There is no need for such formality, Fairy Luo. Simply call me by my name from now on, Yi Chun said with a slight smile, gesturing gently with his right hand. A faint blush crept onto Luo Qingsheng's cheeks. Yi Chun, then you too may call me by my name, she replied warmly, looking into his eyes. Very well, Qingsheng, he responded with a smile. The atmosphere between them grew increasingly warm as their familiarity deepened. Young Master Yi, what are your plans for the future? Luo Qingsheng broke the silence with her inquiry. Qingsheng, I currently have no definitive plans. I am merely contemplating a life of wandering, as returning to the sect is not an option for me, Yi Chun said, gazing up at the sky with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Why is that? Luo Qingsheng asked, her face reflecting curiosity. My master, the old demon Su, confined me in a dilapidated tower for 2 whole years, compelling me to cultivate. I barely managed to escape, Yi Chun replied with a wry smile. Such a thing occurred? Why would Senior Su treat you so? Luo Qingsheng exclaimed, astonished. I never practiced in the sect, and fearing I would neglect my cultivation. My master locked me away to force me to train, Yi Chun sighed, offering an awkward smile. Luo Qingsheng's eyes widened, her face a canvas of shock. Yi Chun, it is truly astonishing that you possess such remarkable prowess without any cultivation. What an extraordinary talent you must have. Qingsheng, do refrain from inquiring further. I am as perplexed as you are, Yi Chun replied with a resigned shrug. He preferred to remain reticent about the secrets of the Taoist pearl and the ability to refine spirit stones to elevate one's cultivation. Luo Qingsheng nodded thoughtfully. In the realm of cultivation, every individual harbors their own mysteries, and she chose not to press further. Nevertheless, her heart was still filled with curiosity and admiration for Yi Chun's innate gifts. The two began to engage in light conversation. Luo Qingsheng recounted her story with her master. It was then that Yi Chun learned that her master, Yao Miao Yi, was a renowned medical immortal on the Kanglan continent. Regrettably, she had suffered grave injuries while tending to the needs of the common people, leading her life to dwindle. The legendary ginseng, it seemed, was the sole remedy capable of extending her lifespan. How enlightening, Yi Chun mused, his heart swelling with sympathy for both Luo Qingsheng and her master. And you, Yi Chun? What compels you to assist me? Luo Qingsheng inquired. Chapter 41. Entering the 100 Flowers Palace. Yi Chun exhibits his medical skills upon encountering injustice. One must draw their sword to assist. Is this not the conduct befitting a chivalrous individual? Yi Chun mused, recalling the memories of his meeting with Luo Qingsheng 2 years prior in the Heavenly Emperor's secret realm. Thank you, Yi Chun. Luo Qingsheng expressed her gratitude once more, a peculiar glimmer flickering in her beautiful eyes. She extended an invitation to Yi Chun to visit the 100 Flowers Palace, eager to share insights on the understanding of the laws. With no particular destination in mind, Yi Chun readily accepted. Thus, the two journeyed together, engaging in leisurely conversation, their bond growing ever closer. Gradually, Yi Chun found himself harboring a unique affection for the kind and beautiful woman. In just a few days, they arrived at the 100 Flowers Palace. Yi Chun reverted to his original appearance, his cultivation level revealing only the 9th stage of qi refinement. The location of the 100 Flowers Palace was suffused with floral fragrance, and colorful butterflies danced about, resembling a dreamlike paradise. Traditionally, the palace only accepted female disciples, hence no male figures were seen within the sect. Generally, men were prohibited from entering the 100 Flowers Palace unless granted permission or an invitation from the higher-ups. As the new generation saintess, Luo Qingsheng possessed the authority to invite trustworthy males into the palace. Yi Chun, welcome to the 100 Flowers Palace, Luo Qingsheng smiled as she introduced him. Indeed, it was a place of unparalleled beauty. Yi Chun could not help but exclaim in genuine admiration. Upon entering the palace, numerous female disciples greeted them with respectful salutations. Senior Sister Luo has returned. The saintess is back. Luo Qingsheng led Yi Chun to a courtyard and arranged for him to settle in. Yi Chun, please rest here for a moment. I shall go see my master, she said. Yi Chun nodded in acknowledgement. After Luo Qingsheng departed, he strolled leisurely around the courtyard. Suddenly, a melodious voice broke the tranquility. You are the Yi Chun who returned with Senior Sister Luo? Turning, Yi Chun beheld a girl clad in a pink dress. Indeed, that is I. May I ask for your name, fair maiden? He inquired. I am Xiao Tao, a junior sister of senior sister Luo, she replied, her bright eyes sparkling with curiosity. The two engaged in conversation, with Xiao Tao inquisitively probing into Yi Chun's experiences with Luo Qingqing. At that moment, Luo Qingqing approached. Xiao Tao, do not pester Yi Chun, she admonished gently. With a playful tongue out, Xiao Tao skipped away. My master wishes to meet you, Luo Qingqing informed Yi Chun. She recounted to her master the incident wherein Yi Chun assisted her in acquiring the millennial-old ginseng. However, she refrained from disclosing Yi Chun's true cultivation level and the annihilation of the Ziyang sect, considering those to be his secrets, even in the presence of her master. As long as Yi Chun remained silent, Luo Qingqing was resolute in keeping that information to herself. She merely stated that Yi Chun was acquainted with the Wanbao Pavilion, and it was through his intervention that they agreed to sell the ginseng to her. Following Luo Qingqing into a room, Yi Chun beheld the medical immortal seated on the bed. Though her countenance appeared weary, her gaze retained a benevolent warmth. Yi Chun, this is my master, the renowned healer. Yao Miaoyi. Luo Qingqing gently introduced Yi Chun as she guided him to the bedside. Junior Yi Chun, it is an honor to meet the esteemed medicinal sage. I have long heard of your illustrious reputation, and to behold you in person today is truly awe-inspiring. Yi Chun slightly bowed, revealing an innocent and harmless smile, his tone imbued with just the right amount of concern. Young Master Yi, there is no need for such formalities. I am grateful to you for taking care of Qingqing. Yao Miao Yi replied with a faint smile, waving her hand in modesty. Your words are too kind. Qingqing is kind-hearted and always willing to help. It is indeed my privilege to assist her, Yi Chun remarked, his gaze discreetly scanning Yao Miao Yi, pondering silently. The injuries she sustained are even more severe than I anticipated. It is no wonder that even the legendary 10,000-year ginseng can merely prolong her life. During his time in the celestial realm, Yi Chun had perused numerous texts, including some long-lost alchemical secrets. With his remarkable memory and profound understanding of the principles of heaven and earth, he had acquired substantial knowledge of alchemy. At this moment, he subtly activated the myriad law celestial eye, meticulously observing Yao Miao Yi's condition. He discovered that her meridians were completely severed, and her internal organs had suffered significant damage. Had she not possessed profound cultivation, she would have long since perished. While the 10,000-year ginseng is indeed precious, it only addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause. To thoroughly heal the elder's injuries, several exceedingly rare medicinal materials are required. Yi Chun withdrew his gaze and casually remarked, "Oh." Both Yao Miao Yi and Luo Qingqing were taken aback, turning their attention toward Yi Chun in unison. Luo Qingqing's beautiful eyes brimmed with astonishment. She had assumed Yi Chun was merely a highly skilled young practitioner, not realizing that he was also well-versed in the art of healing. Moreover, he had immediately pinpointed the critical limitation of the 10,000-year ginseng in treating her master's injuries. As a healer of great renown, Yao Miao Yi naturally grasped the implications of Yi Chun's words. Might I inquire what medicinal materials you are referring to, young Master Yi? She asked, suppressing her excitement. Yi Chun smiled slightly, feigning contemplation for a moment before slowly responding. In addition to the 10,000-year ginseng, we also require the 9-petal snow lotus, 9-leaf rejuvenation grass, and 7-leaf heavy tower. With each name he uttered, both Luo Qingqing and Yao Miao Yi felt a tremor of apprehension. Each of these materials was a rare treasure, and the prospect of gathering them was daunting. Young Master Yi, we have considered these medicinal materials as well, but Luo Qingqing hesitated, a glimmer of melancholy flashing in her beautiful eyes. But they are far too precious and nearly impossible to obtain, correct? Yi Chun interjected, his tone laced with a hint of playful irreverence. Luo Qingqing nodded gently, yet her heart was filled with even greater bewilderment. How could Yi Chun possess such knowledge? Was he truly just a lackluster disciple of the Ziyang sect who shunned cultivation? Qingqing, you are unaware of certain matters. Yi Chun deliberately prolonged his words, a mysterious smile adorning his face. In that instant, Luo Qingqing's heart leapt to her throat. Could it be that Yi Chun truly held the key to a solution? Indeed. Yi Chun paused, his gaze sweeping over Luo Qingqing's exquisite face, which was filled with anticipation. Internally, he chuckled to himself, thinking how remarkably innocent and easily deceived this girl was. In truth, I possess no extraordinary talents, but my fortune is exceptionally favorable. I have fortuitously encountered all these medicinal herbs. Yi Chen deliberately adopted a nonchalant demeanor, yet his tone exuded an undeniable confidence. What? Luo Qingcheng and Yao Miaoi exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with disbelief as they stared at Yi Chen. How could this be possible? He had seen those legendary treasures that only existed in tales. Observing the astonished expressions on their faces, Yi Chen felt a sense of secret satisfaction, while maintaining an outward appearance of casual indifference, as if he were merely stating the most commonplace of facts. However, Yi Chen shifted his tone, now laced with a hint of difficulty. Those medicinal herbs are located in perilously dangerous places. Acquiring them is no simple task. Chapter 42, The Extraordinary Elixir. Crafting the 9 turns resurrection pill as long as it can heal my masteress wounds. I, Qingcheng, am willing to venture into any perilous place. Luo Qingcheng declared without hesitation, her beautiful eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. Qingcheng, Yao Miao, the skilled healer, gazed at her disciple with profound appreciation and joy. Yi Chen, do you truly have a solution? Luo Qingcheng turned her gaze towards Yi Chen, her eyes brimming with hope. Yi Chen met her clear gaze, feeling a stir in his heart. This girl was indeed endearingly foolish. Well, I do have a way, albeit not without its challenges. Yi Chen deliberately prolonged his words, a mischievous smile curving his lips, his eyes twinkling with playful mockery. Luo Qingcheng, both flustered and anxious, could not help but eagerly anticipate his next words. Yi Chen, do tell. Luo Qingcheng urged, her impatience evident as she stamped her foot, shedding her usual cold elegance to reveal a girl who was utterly captivated and impatiently yearning. Watching from the side, Yao Miao stifled a laugh. This girl, who typically maintained an icy demeanor with everyone, transformed entirely in the presence of Yi Chen. You see, I may lack many talents, but I possess good fortune. As for these medicinal herbs, I have fortuitously encountered them all, and Yi Chen suppressed a chuckle, cleared his throat, and continued at a leisurely pace. Moreover, they are all right here with me. Noticing that Luo Qingcheng was becoming increasingly agitated, Yi Chen ceased his teasing. He paused, observing the tension in both her and Yao Miao as they held their breaths in anticipation, before speaking slowly and deliberately. What? Luo Qingcheng and Yao Miao exclaimed in unison. Disbelief etched on their faces as they looked at Yi Chen. How could this be possible? Those legendary materials, he actually carries them with him? Yi Chen relished the astonishment on their faces, secretly reveling in their shock, while maintaining an air of calm, as if he were merely stating the most ordinary fact. He slowly raised his right hand, and with a flash of light in his palm, a radiant 9-turned snow lotus appeared, exuding a soft white glow. The snow lotus was translucent and exquisite, with droplets of dew clinging to its petals, emanating a fragrance that was utterly enchanting, unmistakably a rare spiritual object. Then, Yi Chen continued in the same manner. 9-leaf resurrection grass, 7-leaf heavy tower. One after another, legendary materials materialized in his hands, filling the entire table. Luo Qingcheng and Yao Miao were utterly mesmerized. They had never witnessed such a plethora of extraordinary materials before, especially not from someone who appeared to be merely 18 or 19 years old. These are, Luo Qingcheng stammered, excitement rendering her speechless as she stared at Yi Chen in awe. These are for treating the injuries of our esteemed elder, Yi Chen replied with a gentle smile, placing the herbs carefully on the table. Qingcheng, rest assured, I promise I will heal the elder's wounds. Though his tone was understated, it exuded an undeniable confidence that compelled one to believe him. Yi Chen, you. Luo Qingcheng gazed at Yi Chen, her beautiful eyes shimmering with tears, and all her unspoken words coalesced into a simple yet heartfelt whisper. Thank you. Foolish girl, what is there to thank? You are. Yi Chen began but abruptly halted, an awkward shadow crossing his face. You are what? Luo Qingcheng inquired with curiosity. And nothing. Yi Chen hurriedly shook his head, organizing the herbs in his hands. It's getting late. I shall commence alchemy. With that, he turned his focus entirely to the task at hand. Immersed in the intricate process of concocting elixirs, his hands moved with remarkable agility, as flames erupted seemingly from thin air, enveloping the precious herbs and slowly refining them. Yao Miaoi and Luo Qingcheng observed in silence, scarcely daring to breathe, fearful of disturbing Yi Chen's concentration. Although they lacked knowledge of alchemy, they could discern the extraordinary skill with which Yi Chen operated. The rare herbs in his hands appeared to possess a life of their own, morphing with every movement he made. Eventually, they fused together, transforming into radiant and translucent pills. As seconds ticked by, beads of sweat began to form on Yi Chen's forehead. Yet, he pressed on without faltering, growing even more focused and meticulous. Finally, at the moment the last pill was completed, Yi Chen exhaled a long breath, a relieved smile breaking across his face. "It's done," he murmured, his voice tinged with fatigue, yet overflowing with joy and satisfaction. "Yi Chen, are you all right?" Luo Qingcheng hurried forward, concern etched on her features. "I'm fine, just a bit drained." "A short rest will suffice," Yi Chen replied, shaking his head as he handed the pills to Yao Miaoi. "Senior, these are the elixirs I prepared for you. Please take them." Yao Miaoi accepted the pills, scrutinizing them for a moment, her eyes widening in astonishment. This is the 9-turn soul recovery pill," she exclaimed, incredulous as she gazed at Yi Chen. "You truly managed to concoct the 9-turn soul recovery pill." The 9-turn soul recovery pill is a legendary elixir reputed for its miraculous ability to bring the dead back to life. Even across the vast Kanglan continent, it is an exceedingly rare treasure. She could hardly fathom that Yi Chen was capable of producing such a mythical potion. "Senior, you have keen insight. This indeed is the 9-turn soul recovery pill," Yi Chen replied with a slight smile, pride evident in his voice. The alchemical arts he practiced stemmed from the supreme Dan Dao of the infinite immortal sect, and for him, the 9-turn soul recovery pill was but a trifling feat. "Yi Chen, who exactly are you?" Yao Miaoi looked at Yi Chen, her eyes filled with a complex array of emotions. The youth, seemingly no older than 18 or 19, possessed unfathomable skills and mastery in the art of alchemy. He was even capable of concocting the legendary 9-turn soul recovery pill, a talent that was utterly unprecedented. Just as Yi Chen was about to elucidate, he was interrupted by Luo Qingqing. "Master, Yi Chen is my friend. He has come to assist in healing your wounds," Luo Qingqing declared, suggesting that other matters could be discussed later. Upon hearing this, Yao Miaoi cast a profound glance at Yi Chen, ultimately nodding in acquiescence without further inquiry. She understood that everyone harbors their own secrets, and since Yi Chen was reluctant to share, she felt it inappropriate to press him. "Yi Chen, I am truly grateful," Yao Miaoi said earnestly, her gaze fixed upon him. "Thanks to you, I might have otherwise." "You flatter me. It was merely a small effort," Yi Chen replied with a gentle smile, his tone understated yet imbued with an undeniable confidence. Chapter 43. A life of leisure in the 100 Flowers Palace. He understood that the 9-turn resurrection pill could not only heal the injuries of the esteemed physician Yao, but also enable her to advance further along the path of martial arts, potentially reaching an even higher realm. This was precisely what he yearned to witness. After all, Luo Qingcheng was the woman he had chosen, and naturally, he wished for her happiness and joy. The well-being and contentment of physician Yao, as Luo Qingqing's mentor, were of utmost importance to her. For Luo Qingqing's sake, he was willing to sacrifice everything, even if it meant defying the heavens. Without a moment's hesitation, physician Yao placed the 9-turn resurrection pill into her mouth. The pill melted instantly, transforming into a gentle stream of warmth that flowed through her body. Her previously pallid complexion quickly regained a rosy hue, and the frailty that had enveloped her began to dissipate. The severed meridians began to reconnect, and her damaged organs were restored at an astonishing pace. The onlookers were spellbound, witnessing the remarkable transformation of physician Yao. Her once haggard face gradually became smooth and firm, as if the wrinkles had been erased. Her skin radiated a youthful, resplendent glow. In a short while, physician Yao opened her eyes, which sparkled with vitality, exuding an overwhelming sense of vigor and life. Her hair, once as white as snow, had transformed into a lustrous black, making her appear decades younger, reminiscent of an alluring and graceful mature woman. "I feel better than ever," physician Yao exclaimed, rising to her feet and stretching her limbs, her face alight with surprise and gratitude. "Master, you are finally well," Luo Qingcheng cried out, overwhelmed with joy as she rushed into physician Yao's embrace, tears of happiness streaming down her cheeks. "This is all thanks to Yi Chen." Physician Yao gently patted Luo Qingqing's back. "Seeing you, my dear disciple, So elated at my recovery brings me genuine happiness, Yi Chun replied with a subtle smile, appearing unfazed by the attention. The numerous disciples of the 100 Flowers Palace hurried over, their expressions a mix of astonishment and joy as they beheld Physician Yao's transformation. The palace master has recovered. This is truly wonderful. We are forever grateful for young Master Yi's great kindness. Cheers erupted, and the entire 100 Flowers Palace was enveloped in a sea of jubilation. Yi Chun, the debt of gratitude I owe you is immeasurable. From now on, you may command us as you wish, Physician Yao said, her gaze filled with appreciation, clearly pleased with him. Yi Chun had not only saved Physician Yao, but also safeguarded the entire 100 Flowers Palace. As an establishment comprised solely of women, it would have been vulnerable to the assaults and divisions by various sects without a strong protector. The disciples could have been captured and forced to serve as vessels for nefarious cultivators. Please, do not mention it. I am merely a friend of Qingqing. This is what I ought to do, Yi Chun promptly replied. Regardless, you shall always be a distinguished guest of the 100 Flowers Palace, Physician Yao assured him. In the days that followed, Yi Chun made his residence in the 100 Flowers Palace. He deposited all the spirit stones he had acquired into the heavenly Tao Pearl, which subsequently unlocked his cultivation to the 3rd level of the divine transformation stage. After breaking through to a new level of cultivation, Yi Chun sealed his abilities at the 9th level of Qi refinement. During his days at the 100 Flowers Palace, he indulged in a leisurely lifestyle, grilling meat each day. The lively Xiao Tao frequently visited Yi Chun, eager to partake in his grilled delicacies, and she was quite curious about his lack of dedication to cultivation. In response, Yi Chun could only express his laziness, unwilling to engage in training. While he had the desire to cultivate, he found it futile. His progress could only be enhanced by refining spirit stones with the Tao Pearl or by absorbing an exceptionally dense amount of spiritual energy. Luo Qingsheng also visited Yi Chun daily to share insights on comprehending the laws of cultivation, and their bond grew increasingly intimate. With Yi Chun's assistance, Luo Qingsheng successfully grasped the laws, advancing her cultivation to the nascent soul stage. Overjoyed, she leaped with delight and, unable to contain herself, planted a kiss on Yi Chun's cheek before fleeing like a startled deer. Achieving the nascent soul stage at the tender age of 18 was an unparalleled feat in the Kanglan continent, especially since she had also comprehended the power of the laws. In the immortal realm, such occurrences were exceedingly rare, save for Yi Chun, an extraordinary being who broke through to the void refinement stage at just 15, also mastering the laws. As Yi Chun relished his tranquil days at the 100 Flowers Palace, accompanied by beautiful women, a troubling matter was brewing far away at the Tianxian sect, one that would surely infuriate him. The Tianxian sect, shrouded in mist, resembled a celestial paradise. However, within the main hall of the peak, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Master Xuanji sat at the head, his brow slightly furrowed, gazing at a captivating woman and a charming young girl beside her, silently sighing. This enchanting woman was none other than Lu Qingyi, the leader of the Qingyin Pavilion, while the young girl was Murong Shui, the pavilion's saintess. Master Xuanji, our Qingyin Pavilion is facing a grave crisis. I implore the Tianxian sect to lend us assistance. Remembering our past bonds, Lu Qingyi spoke with a tone of despair, her eyes reddened and brimming with sorrow. Speak, junior sister. Whatever help the Tianxian sect can provide, we shall not decline. Master Xuanji replied solemnly. Our ancestor in the tribulation stage has passed away, and now our sect lacks any strong guardians. I fear. Lu Qingyi's voice faltered, her tears flowing freely, evoking pity in anyone who beheld her sorrowful visage. Are you suggesting? Master Xuanji's heart stirred, as he began to grasp the implications. I beseech the Tianxian sect to unite in marriage with our Qingyin Pavilion to safeguard our sect's legacy for another century. Lu Qingyi rose and bowed deeply. Murong Shui followed suit, her gaze lowered, her long eyelashes quivering slightly, concealing the complex emotions in her eyes. In a world of cultivation where the strong prey upon the weak, a sect without a powerful protector would inevitably become prey, especially for a sect like Qingyin Pavilion, predominantly composed of female cultivators. Moreover, recent rumors of the Ziyang sect being annihilated by a mysterious figure spread unease throughout all sections. Master Xuanji felt overwhelmed by the weight of the situation. A marriage alliance? This was indeed a significant matter. Within the vast expanse of the Tianxian sect, There truly exists no suitable candidate among the younger generation of disciples. It would be utterly preposterous to expect this old fellow to arrange a union with a young maiden. Would it not? How shameless of the esteemed Master Xuanji to digress. Murong Shui, as the holy maiden of the Qingyin Pavilion, cannot simply be wed to any disciple. The match must align in age, talent, and status with that of the holy maiden. Master Xuanji found himself in a quandary. The Tianxian sect currently lacked a holy son, and there were no disciples meeting the requisite criteria. Junior sister, this matter. Just as he was about to decline, a sudden flash of inspiration illuminated his mind, conjuring the image of a languid figure. Of course, how could I have forgotten that lad? Please wait a moment, junior sister. I must confer with the venerable elder. With that, Master Xuanji rose hastily and departed. On the rear mountain, amidst the purple bamboo grove, Su Taishu reclined in a rocking chair, leisurely basking in the sun, a jug of wine in hand, savoring it in small sips, utterly content. Ah, elder, you truly know how to indulge. Master Xuanji observed this scene with a heart full of envy. He too longed to embody the carefree spirit of Su Taishu, but alas, he found it beyond his reach. As the sect leader, he could not afford the same indulgence as Su Taishu. Chapter 44. Su Chun rejects the marriage alliance. Since you refuse to engage in a marriage alliance, let Yi Chen take your place. What brings you here to disturb my tranquil cultivation, young man? Su Taishu remarked languidly, not even lifting his eyelids. Grand Elder, someone from the Qingyin Pavilion has arrived. Xianji Zhenren stated directly. Qingyin Pavilion? Is that not the sect of your old flame? Have they been yearning for me? Su Taishu teased. Recalling the fleeting romance between the sect leader Lu Qingyi and Xianji Zhenren in their youth, which ultimately could not blossom due to various sect-related reasons. Grand Elder, please refrain from jesting about my age. Xianji Zhenren responded, bemused. The Qingyin Pavilion has come seeking assistance. Oh, assistance? They are a first-rate sect. What could possibly compel them to seek aid from our Tianxian sect? Su Taishu inquired with newfound interest, sitting up straight, anticipating some juicy gossip. Their tribulation stage ancestor has passed away, and currently, they lack a powerful figure to protect them. They are apprehensive. Xianji Zhenren trailed off. The implication clear. So, they wish for our Tianxian sect to send someone as a bodyguard? Su Taishu scoffed, momentarily losing interest in their gossip. They seek a marriage alliance, Xianji Zhenren ventured, bracing himself. Uft. Su Taishu spluttered, eyes widening in astonishment. A marriage alliance? With whom? You? Grand Elder, please do not mock me. Xianji Zhenren exclaimed, his face flushed with embarrassment. At my age, such matters are far from my thoughts. Then whom do they have in mind? Su Taishu probed, curiosity piqued. They did not specify, but I observed Lu Qingyi glancing repeatedly in your direction. Xianji Zhenren paused suddenly, a strange expression crossing his face. Behind you? What lies behind you? Could it be that you have hidden away the saintess of Qingyin Pavilion? Su Taishu's face lit up with intrigue. Grand Elder, please do not indulge in such fanciful thoughts. Xianji Zhenren sighed, bemused. Not far behind me was that young rascal Su Chun, who happened to pass by. Could it be? A bold thought surged in Xianji Zhenren's mind. Grand Elder, I do have an unreasonable request. Outside the purple bamboo grove, Su Chun had just returned, intending to practice his swordplay when he received a telepathic summons from Su Taishu. Master, what do you require of me? Su Chun entered the grove, a look of confusion on his face. Su Chun, I am inclined to arrange a marriage alliance between you and the saintess of Qingyin Pavilion. It would be a splendid affair, Su Taishu declared, looking intently at Su Chun. Master, that is utterly out of the question. I, Su Chun, have already found someone I cherish. I cannot possibly enter into an alliance with another. Upon hearing this, Su Chun's expression changed dramatically, and he resolutely refused. Oh, which maiden has captured your heart? Su Taishu inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. It is the esteemed senior sister Yu Chu Man of the Baiwa Palace. From the moment I first laid eyes upon her, I was enchanted. I shall marry no one but her in this lifetime. Su Chun declared with unwavering conviction. Yu Chu Man is the senior sister of Luo Qingqing, and their first encounter took place in the secret realm of the Celestial Emperor. Oh, what is it about Yu Chu Man that has led you to such steadfast devotion? Su Taishu squinted slightly, stroking his beard. His curiosity piqued as he gazed at Su Chun. Master, Miss Yu is gentle and kind, beautiful and graceful. and possesses profound cultivation. Whenever I am in her presence, my heart is filled with joy and tranquility, Su Chun replied eagerly, fearing that Su Tai Su might compel him to wed the saintess of the Qingyin Pavilion. Very well, my lad. You are indeed a romantic, Su Tai Su remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips. He was indifferent to the prospect of a marriage alliance, even harboring a mild aversion to those who forced their disciples into such unions. Su Tai Su had merely wished to indulge in the gossip of Xuanji Jinren, curious to discern Su Qin's willingness to unite in matrimony. Thank you, master, for your understanding. Su Qin expressed his gratitude before hastily departing. The atmosphere felt perilous. Should Su Tai Su change his mind and pressure him into a marriage, it would spell trouble. Thus retreating was the wisest course. After Su Qin's departure, the purple bamboo grove returned to a fleeting tranquility. However, this peace was soon shattered by Xuanji Jinren's anxious entrance. Alas, what shall I do? He fretted, his face etched with worry as he muttered incessantly. He was deeply concerned. If the marriage alliance fell through, he feared he would never be able to face Lu Qingyi again. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Yi Chun. As a disciple of the transcendent elder in the tribulation stage, he held a sufficiently esteemed status. Although his current cultivation was somewhat lacking, his potential was remarkable. Yi Chun had achieved the 8th level of qi refinement in less than a year of training. The more Xuanji Jinren contemplated, the more he believed that Yi Chun was an excellent candidate. Great elder, since Su Chun is unwilling to marry, what if your young disciple Yi Chun were to wed the saintess of the Qingyin Pavilion? He hastily proposed to Su Tai Su. Taking a sip of wine, Su Tai Su fell into deep thought. He was rather resistant to the notion of marrying off his disciples. He preferred that they choose their own paths in love. Yet, the image of Yi Chun lounging about, neglecting his training, and exhibiting a carefree demeanor made Su Tai Su's head throb with frustration. Perhaps it would be prudent to find a suitable partner for that lad to instill some discipline in him, he mused aloud. Yes, the great elder is indeed wise. Xuanji Jinren exclaimed upon hearing Su Tai Su's musings, his eyes brightening as he seized the moment. The saintess of the Qingyin Pavilion is gentle and virtuous, well-educated and cultured. She would surely able to tame that rascal Yi Chun. Su Tai Su stroked his beard, appearing somewhat swayed by the suggestion. Let us inquire about his own wishes first. Upon uttering these words, Su Tai Su focused his consciousness and penetrated into the starry soul tower, intending to extract Yi Chun. However, in the next moment, Su Tai Su's expression changed dramatically. What on earth was happening? Where was Yi Chun? Su Tai Su attempted several times. Yet he could not retrieve Yi Chun from within the starry soul tower. Could it be? A sudden wave of foreboding surged within Su Tai Su, prompting him to lock his consciousness onto the figure seated cross-legged within the tower. As Su Tai Su's consciousness drew nearer, that figure gradually became ethereal, ultimately transforming into a wisp of green smoke, dissipating without a trace. A mere illusion? Su Tai Su suddenly realized that he had been outwitted by that rascal Yi Chun. That boy dared to deceive me. Infuriated, Su Tai Su fumed. Wishing he could seize Yi Chun and give him a thorough beating, he endeavored to enter the starry soul tower to investigate further, only to find that he could no longer control this treasured artifact. The starry soul tower had already acknowledged its new master. When had this boy? Su Tai Su finally comprehended that Yi Chun had long since departed from the heavenly profound sect. Moreover, he had stealthily made the starry soul tower recognize him as its master. Chapter 45. Journey to the City of Blossoms. The profligate Prince Ma Ji, you impudent Yi Chun. How dare you run away? Just wait until I catch you. I shall discipline you properly. Su Tai Su gritted his teeth in frustration, feeling utterly helpless. He had initially intended to confine Yi Chun within the starry soul tower for rigorous cultivation, but he had no inkling of when Yi Chun had slipped away. Alas, since this lad wishes to frolic, let him indulge to his heart's content. As for this alliance, I shall take matters into my own hands. Su Tai Su huffed disdainfully, dismissing Yi Chun's opinions with a wave. With a decisive gesture, he arranged for Yi Chun to wed the saintess of the Qingyin Pavilion, Mu Rongshui. This elder, Yi Chun, the realization master, Su Ji, was left dumbfounded, struggling to voice his concerns, but was silenced by a piercing glare from Su Tai Su. Thus it was settled. Upon Yi Chun's return, he shall be wed to the saintess of the Qingyin Pavilion. Su Tai Su's tone brooked no dissent, clearly resolved to surprise Yi Chun. Meanwhile, At the Baiwa Palace, 1,000 miles away, Yi Chun reclined leisurely in a rocking chair. In one hand, he held a roasted beast's leg, savoring it while engaging in delightful gossip with Xiao Tao. For several months, Yi Chun had been living a celestial existence at Baiwa Palace, feasting on grilled meats and enjoying wine, while frequently exchanging insights on principles with Luo Qingqing. One day, news reached Baiwa Palace that a scion of a prominent family in the City of Blossoms had been terrorizing the populace, resulting in several fatalities. Luo Qingqing was incensed. As the saintess of Baiwa Palace, she could not abide such a rogue within her domain. Determined to personally eliminate this menace, she sought Yi Chun's company for the journey. Qingqing, I heard that a young lord in the City of Blossoms has been bullying the weak, causing several deaths. Shall we pay a visit? Yi Chun, reclining in his chair with a half-eaten beast's leg in hand, responded nonchalantly. He had just learned of the debauchery in the City of Blossoms from Xiao Tao and was contemplating accompanying Luo Qingqing. Humph, such scum deserves to be eradicated. Luo Qingqing's brows furrowed slightly, a glint of coldness flashing in her beautiful eyes. I want to go too. I want to go too. Xiao Tao bounced over, tugging at Luo Qingqing's sleeve with a playful demeanor. Very well, let us all go together. Luo Qingqing affectionately ruffled Xiao Tao's hair. Let us be off. The sooner we return, the sooner I can continue grilling. Yi Chun stretched lazily, adopting a carefree attitude. The three of them soared on their swords, transforming into 3 streaks of light as they headed towards the City of Blossoms. In the City of Blossoms, the streets bustled with activity. Have you heard? That profligate young master from the Wang family has abducted another woman. Alas, the Wang family, relying on their status as the foremost family in the City of Blossoms, engages in nefarious deeds without remorse. They truly are a scourge. Indeed, the scions of the Li and Zhao families are no paragons of virtue either. Sigh. It is hoped that the 100 Flowers Palace will take action regarding this matter. Otherwise, the 100 Flowers City will inevitably fall victim to his tyranny. The townsfolk by the roadside engaged in fervent discussions, their words brimming with indignation towards the extravagant scion of the Wang family and a fervent desire for intervention from the 100 Flowers Palace. Upon hearing their discourse, Luo Qingqing's countenance darkened further. Increase your speed, she commanded coldly, and the pace of her flying sword surged once more. The Wang family, the foremost aristocracy of 100 Flower City, boasted a grand estate of vast expanse and imposing presence. At this moment, outside the grand gates of the Wang residence, a rotund man clad in fine garments was shamelessly embracing a tattered woman, indulging in lewd banter. This man was none other than Wang Maji, the eldest son of the Wang family. My dear, come with me, and I promise you a life of luxury. Wang Maji leered, reaching out to caress the woman's face. The woman struggled desperately, crying out, help. Someone please help. The onlookers, filled with sympathy and anger, dared not voice their outrage, relegated to observing from a distance. Just then, 3 streaks of light descended from the heavens, landing before the gates of the Wang residence. Stop! Luo Qingqing's voice rang out like celestial thunder, causing Wang Maji's ears to buzz. He looked up to see 3 figures standing before him, one of whom was extraordinarily beautiful, her presence ethereal, resembling a celestial maiden descended from the heavens. Well, who is this enchanting beauty? Quite temperamental, I see. Wang Maji's lascivious gaze roamed over Luo Qingqing, his eyes filled with insatiable greed. Are you Wang Maji? Luo Qingqing inquired coldly. Indeed, it is I, the young master. What? Do you wish to entertain me? Wang Maji replied arrogantly, dismissing Luo Qingqing entirely. You seek death. A glint of icy determination flashed in Luo Qingqing's eyes as she waved her delicate hand, unleashing a fierce sword chi directed at Wang Maji. Chapter 46. The Slaying of Wang Maji. The Wrath of the Wang Patriarch, merely a trivial skill. Wang Maji scoffed disdainfully, his corpulent frame surprisingly agile as he evaded Luo Qingqing's sword aura. Intriguing, Yi Chun observed with keen interest, showing no inclination to intervene. He was curious to see what further abilities Wang Maji possessed. Xiao Tao, let us enjoy the spectacle, he remarked, munching on a beast's leg. Yes, Xiao Tao nodded excitedly, her wide eyes fixed intently on the unfolding battle. Though Wang Maji was a wastrel, he was in his 30s and had several minor realms of cultivation above Luo Qingqing. Yet, Luo Qingqing was an unparalleled prodigy, her movements swift as lightning, her swordplay exceptionally fierce. After a few exchanges, Luo Qingsheng let out a delicate shout, her long sword slicing through the air in a flurry of strikes, manifesting numerous sword shadows. Wang Mazi's eyes widened in terror as he attempted to evade, but it was too late. Thud! The sword shadows pierced through Wang Mazi's body, and he coughed up a significant amount of blood, his hefty form crashing heavily to the ground, his vitality waning. Wang Mazi, your misdeeds are numerous. Today, I shall act on behalf of justice. With that, Luo Qingsheng raised her sword, poised to deliver the fatal blow. Everyone, please calm down. The boy is merely thoughtless and has offended you. I implore you to show mercy. At that moment, the patriarch of the Wang family rushed in, witnessing the scene and hastily offering apologies. Show mercy? For such heinous crimes. How could he be so easily spared? Luo Qingsheng halted her movements, disdain evident in her voice. Who are you to dare cause chaos in the Wang family? Only then did Wang Maji realize that his adversaries were formidable, his tone slightly trembling. We are from the 100 Flowers Palace, here specifically to deal with you. The reckless scion. Xiao Tao proclaimed boldly, hands on her hips. The 100 Flowers Palace. Wang Mazi's complexion drained of color, his body trembling. Fear gripped him. The 100 Flowers Palace was not an entity his family could provoke. Although the Wang family held significant influence in 100 Flower City, they appeared as insignificant as ants before the formidable palace. Wang Mazi had assumed that the deaths of a few mortals would not capture the attention of the 100 Flowers Palace. He had not anticipated their concern for the lives of a handful of commoners. Now that the palace intended to intervene, there was no way the Wang family could protect him. Father, save me. Please, save me. Wang Maji cried out desperately, realizing his doom, yet unwilling to relinquish his final plea for help. Fairy, my son has been unruly and offended you. I am willing to offer compensation. I beseech you, show mercy and spare his life. The patriarch of the Wang family, aware of the immense power of the 100 Flowers Palace, appeared tearful and implored pitifully. Compensation? He has blood on his hands. Can mere compensation resolve such matters? Luo Qingqing's tone was frigid, her eyes filled with a chilling intent to kill. Please, Fairy, show mercy. He is my only son. The head of the Wang family knelt on the ground, feigning an unbearable sorrow, hoping that Luo Qingsheng would show mercy and spare his son. But what of it? A life for a life is a fundamental principle. Luo Qingsheng, uninterested in further discourse, swung her sword, unleashing a fierce blade of energy that instantly cleaved Wang Maji in two. No. The head of the Wang family's eyes widened in anguish as he let out a heart-wrenching roar. Consumed by the pain of losing his son, he disregarded everything else, oblivious to the potential repercussions from the 100 Flower Palace. The oppressive aura of the nascent soul stage erupted, bearing down upon Luo Qingsheng and Yichun. How audacious! How dare one strike at the holy maiden of the 100 Flower Palace? Xiao Tao, terrified, hid behind Yichun, trembling uncontrollably, seeking death. A glint of cold light flashed in Yichun's eyes as he unsheathed his purity sword. If the Wang family sought demise, he would gladly oblige. Just as Yichun prepared to strike down the head of the Wang family, intent on annihilating the entire clan, an elderly voice resonated through the air. A white-haired elder materialized, forcefully pushing the head of the Wang family back with a single palm. Ancestor. The head of the Wang family hastily knelt upon seeing the newcomer. The 100 Flower Palace is beyond our means to provoke. The ancestral figure sighed, casting a wary glance at Luo Qingqing. Ancestor, this vile woman has slain Jier. You must avenge him. The head of the Wang family cried out, pointing at Luo Qingqing. Silence. The elder snapped, glaring fiercely at the head of the Wang family. The perpetrator is already dead. I implore the fairy to spare the remaining members of my family. I am willing to offer compensation. The elder bowed respectfully to Luo Qingqing, his tone imbued with deference. Compensation? Yichun finally interjected, his interest piqued at the mention of recompense, eager to seize the opportunity to collect spirit stones. Very well. 100 million middle-grade spirit stones, not a single one less. Yichun said with a smile, yet his tone brooked no argument. The chief instigator is dead, and the remaining members of the Wang family are indeed not deserving of death. If it can be avoided, Yichun had no desire to wipe them out entirely. After all, excessive killing would be detrimental to his future cultivation, and acquiring some spirit stones in the process would be advantageous. Oh, 100 million? The elder's expression shifted dramatically. This was no trifling sum. Fury ignited within him, yet he dared not express it, feigning a conciliatory demeanor. What? Is it too much? Then I shall simply annihilate your Wang family and search for treasures elsewhere. As Yi Chen spoke, he waved his purity sword, sending terrifying sword radiance slicing through the sky. And no, I agree. The elder, feigning terror, quickly acquiesced. He could see that Yi Chen was not jesting. Although he was at the integration stage and not intimidated by Yi Chen, he could not afford to provoke the 100-flower palace. Before them, he was but an ant. Spirit stones could be earned again, but the loss of the Wang family would mean losing everything. As for Yi Chen and his companions, once they left 100-flower city, he had ways to deal with them. As long as the Wang family remained discreet, the 100-flower palace would not trace the matter back to him. If only it had been like this from the beginning. Yi Chen sheathed his immaculate sword and spoke with a cheerful smile. Yay, brother Yi Chen, with so many spirit stones, can you buy Xiao Tao lots of delicious treats and fun toys? Upon hearing that the ancestor of the Wang family had agreed to provide spirit stones, Xiao Tao joyfully leaped in excitement. Of course, once everything is settled, whatever you desire. Dear Xiao Tao, I shall procure for you. Yi Chen replied with a slight smile, affectionately ruffling her hair. Ancestor. The members of the Wang family grew anxious upon hearing this, eager to dissuade him. Silence. The Wang family's elder barked, interrupting their words, and turned his gaze toward Yi Chen. 100 million medium-grade spirit stones. I shall gather them as swiftly as possible. I kindly ask the three of you to wait a moment. There's no rush. Yi Chen replied with a beaming smile. We have all the time in the world. The Wang family elder suppressed his fury and turned to instruct his kin to gather the spirit stones. Observing the flurry of activity among the Wang family members, a sly smile crept across Yi Chen's lips. Though the elder outwardly consented to Yi Chen's request, his heart bled with resentment. Meanwhile, he secretly plotted to dispatch assassins to eliminate Yi Chen and his companions after their departure, seeking to avenge today's indignities. Chapter 47. The joint revenge of the various clans. After a brief moment of anticipation, the patriarch of the Wang family, with a somber expression, handed a storage pouch to Yi Chen. It contained precisely 100 million mid-grade spirit stones. With the substantial sum in hand, Yi Chen declared with a smile, Let us proceed to the next clan. I am eager to witness the extravagance of the scions of Baiwa City. Yi Chen weighed the pouch in his hands, grinning at Luo Qingqing and Xiao Tao. Oh, Yi Chen, we must acquire even more spirit stones, exclaimed the exuberant Xiao Tao, her joy akin to that of a child. Luo Qingqing smiled gently, shaking her head in resignation. She had come to realize that those who provoked Yi Chen invariably faced dire consequences. In the Heavenly Emperor's secret realm, those who dared to challenge him were captured, leading their sects to pay a hefty ransom for their release. The treasury of the Ziyang sect had been entirely plundered, culminating in their obliteration at Yi Chen's hands. Rest assured, Qingqing, we are merely ridding the populace of harm, restoring peace and order to Baiwa City. Upon noticing Luo Qingqing's shaking head, Yi Chen misconstrued her sentiment as dissatisfaction with his methods. He struck a pose of righteous indignation, embodying the image of a chivalrous hero. Exactly, Senior Sister Luo. Yi Chen is the best. He is performing a noble deed for us. Xiao Tao chimed in, still reveling in the excitement of Yi Chen's promise to indulge her in shopping. Luo Qingqing was amused by Yi Chen's demeanor, finding him endearing rather than disapproving of his actions. It was simply that he appeared somewhat obsessed with wealth. Thus, Yi Chen and the trio proceeded to replicate their earlier actions, systematically eliminating the remaining scions of various families in Baiwa City. Each clan, after compensating with a considerable sum of spirit stones, retreated in haste. News of Yi Chen and Luo Qingqing's rapid actions spread like wildfire throughout Baiwa City. On this day, the once vibrant city was enveloped in an unusual atmosphere. The notorious ruffians who had previously terrorized the populace now resembled wilted vegetables, cowering in their homes, too afraid to venture outside. This was due to the fact that the miscreants had been systematically hunted down, and over half had been slain by Luo Qingqing and her companions. Have you heard? Wang Maji of the Wang family was slain by the sword of Fairy Luo from Baiwa Palace. Not even his nascent soul could escape. And Li Tianba of the Li family, emboldened by his golden core cultivation, oppressed the innocent, only to be reduced to a pulp by young hero Yi and Zhao Wenlin of the Zhao family. Throughout the streets and alleys, tea houses and taverns of Baiwa City, discussions abounded about these events. While the common folk dared not openly criticize the noble families, their words were laden with satisfaction. These clans, relying on their formidable power, had long oppressed the people without mercy, inciting public outrage. Now, with Yi Chun and Luo Qingcheng eliminating the ruffians, they had indeed delivered the populace from suffering. Young hero Yi, Fairy Luo, you are truly our saviors in Baiwa City. Indeed, were it not for you, we would still be at the mercy of those tyrants. Some common folk, once oppressed by the debauched science, gathered spontaneously outside the inn where Yi Chun and Luo Qingcheng were residing, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. With a casual wave of his hand, Yi Chun offered a faint, indifferent smile. Indeed, those rascals deserved their fate. Xiao Tao, beside him, waved her small fist, speaking fiercely yet adorably. Luo Qingcheng regarded Yi Chun and Xiao Tao, a helpless smile gracing her lips. She understood that beneath Yi Chun's seemingly cynical demeanor lay a heart of kindness. Otherwise, he would not have sought out the families of the victims after vanquishing their tormentors, bestowing upon them a substantial sum of wealth. Yi Chun, do you think those aristocratic families will seek revenge against us? Luo Qingcheng inquired, concern etched on her face. Revenge? Yi Chun's lips curled into a disdainful smirk at her words. Do they even have the right? His voice, though soft, resonated with unwavering confidence. Looking at Yi Chun, Luo Qingcheng felt an inexplicable sense of assurance. Indeed, considering Yi Chun's prowess, what could those aristocratic families possibly do? Their highest cultivators barely reached the integration stage, while Yi Chun's true strength could easily overpower them. Meanwhile, in Baiwa City, at the Wang family estate, the head of the family, Wang Pe, sat in the main seat of the conference hall, a sinister expression on his face as he seethed with anger. Surrounding him were several other family heads, all wearing grim visages. They were the heads of families whose scions had been slain by Yi Chun. Wang family head, what use is there in discussing this now? The pressing matter is how to avenge our children, exclaimed a burly man with a thick beard, slamming his hand on the table. He was Li Baiyuan, the head of the Li family, whose son, Li Tianba, had been killed by Yi Chun with a mere slap. Indeed, that brat has slain so many of our kin. This grudge cannot go unanswered. He must pay in blood. The other family heads chimed in agreement. Revenge? How do we achieve that? Zhao Zhijing, the head of the Zhao family, suddenly stood, pointing accusatorily at the other family heads. They are disciples of Baiwa Palace. Who among you dares to kill them? His words rendered the assembly speechless. They were indeed disciples of Baiwa Palace. How could they dare to oppose such a formidable force? Are we to simply watch our children perish in vain? Li Baiyuan shouted, his face contorted with frustration. Of course not. Wang Pe inhaled deeply, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. I refuse to believe there is no one in this world capable of dealing with that brat. Wang family head, do you have a plan? The other family heads' eyes brightened with intrigue as they turned their gaze towards Wang Pe. Chapter 48, The Assassin's Organization. Shadow Pavilion. I have established contact with an assassin organization comprised of desperate individuals who will eliminate anyone for the right price. A glint of ruthless determination flickered in Wang Pe's eyes. An assassin organization? The heads of the clans immediately brightened at his words. Indeed, since they could not handle Yi Chun, they could hire assassins. Very well, let us proceed as the Wang family head suggests. I, from the Li family, am willing to contribute 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The Zhao family also pledges 500,000. The clan leaders expressed their willingness to fund the assassin organization's intervention. In that case, let us unite to hire the assassins and eliminate that brat, avenging our children. A chilling murderous intent flashed in Wang Pe's eyes. Meanwhile, Yi Chun and Luo Qingcheng, accompanied by Xiao Tao, were leisurely strolling through Baiwa City. Wow, senior brother Yi Chun, look at that beautiful dress, Xiao Tao exclaimed, pointing at a lovely pink gown displayed in a shop. If you like it, then buy it. Yi Chun affectionately ruffled Xiao Tao's hair, smiling. Thank you, senior brother Yi Chun. Xiao Tao cheered, tugging Luo Qingcheng into the shop. Observing Xiao Tao's lively and adorable demeanor, a tender smile graced Yi Chun's face. You are truly kind to Xiao Tao, Luo Qingcheng remarked, casting a smile in Yi Chun's direction. Xiao Tao is your junior sister, and therefore my sister as well. I must treat her well. Yichen replied with a gentle smile, his gaze softening as he looked at Luo Qingqing. As Luo Qingqing met Yichen's gaze, a blush crept onto her cheeks. She understood all too well that Yichen was subtly expressing his feelings. Qingqing, do you have anything you desire? Speak freely. Today, I shall cover the expenses, Yichen said, amused by Luo Qingqing's bashful demeanor. Just as Luo Qingqing was about to respond, her expression suddenly shifted. What's wrong? Yichen noticed her change and inquired. I sense that someone is following us, Luo Qingqing whispered. Following us? Yichen's lips curled into a playful smirk, his focus entirely on Luo Qingqing, oblivious to any pursuers. How intriguing. It seems someone cannot remain idle. A glint of cold light flickered in Yichen's eyes. Let us go confront them, he said, taking Luo Qingqing and Xiao Tao by the hand as they ventured toward the outskirts of the city. Outside the city, within a dense forest, several shadowy figures concealed themselves among the trees, their cold gazes fixated on the trio. Is it them? A chilling voice emerged from one of the shadows. Indeed, it is them. That man is Yi Chun, another shadow pointed at Yi Chun. Excellent. The icy voice echoed once more. Let us take action. As the words fell, several shadowy figures suddenly surged forth from the woods, charging towards Yi Chun and his companions with lethal intent. Humph. Yi Chun scoffed, a glimmer of disdain flickering in his eyes. Do you wretched scoundrels dare to seek your own demise? With that, Yi Chun's figure flickered and he vanished from sight. The principle of spatial law? The shadowy figures were instantly struck with terror. Before they could react, they were enveloped by an overwhelming pressure. Thud, thud, thud. In the next moment, crimson flashes erupted, and those shadows were swiftly severed into fragments, blood splattering and staining the ground. What? In the distance, amidst the trees, a cold voice gasped in astonishment at this sight, its countenance shifting dramatically. This lad possesses the cultivation of the tribulation stage? The voice brimmed with disbelief. Yi Chun, so young yet wielding such power. It had been presumed that, despite their youth, Yi Chun and his companions would not be formidable. However, it was now evident that Yi Chun's prowess had been gravely underestimated. In their understanding, the power of law could only be comprehended at the tribulation stage, and it required a genius of that stage to grasp it, especially the spatial law, which was notoriously difficult to fathom even for the most gifted. Damn it. This mission may prove quite challenging. The cold voice muttered to itself. Yi Chun, who are those people? Luo Qingqing inquired, her gaze fixed upon the lifeless forms of the shadows on the ground. They are likely assassins hired by the aristocratic families, Yi Chun replied coolly, examining the bodies. Assassins? Luo Qingqing's expression shifted slightly. Those families dare to employ assassins against us. Humph, they are courting death. Yi Chun's eyes flicked to the distant woods, a cunning smile gracing his lips. He surmised that the noble families of Baiwa City would not relent and would seek out even more powerful assassins to eliminate him. Upon inspecting the corpses, Yi Chun discovered that these assassins were from the Shadow Pavilion. He had heard of the Shadow Pavilion, the largest assassin organization in the Kanglan continent, willing to undertake any task as long as the payment was sufficient. They had taken contracts from commoners to tribulation stage cultivators, rarely failing. The individuals Yi Chun had just dispatched were merely minor players of the transformation stage. They were so insignificant that they didn't even know the whereabouts of the Shadow Pavilion. Yi Chun had displayed his strength merely to lure out the bigger fish from the Shadow Pavilion. As the largest assassin organization in the Kanglan continent, how much wealth and spirit stones must lie within? This immense fortune caught Yi Chun's eye, and he would not let it slip away. Senior brother Yi Chun, what should we do next? Xiao Tao asked timidly. Fear not, Xiao Tao. We shall remain still for now and wait for their larger prey to take the bait. Yi Chun gently patted Xiao Tao's head, offering reassurance. Yi Chun, are you confident in dealing with the experts that the Shadow Pavilion may send? Luo Qingqing furrowed her delicate brows. Perhaps I should send a message to my master, requesting their assistance against the Shadow Pavilion. Luo Qingqing expressed her concern, unwilling to see Yi Chun come to harm. Rest assured, Qingqing, there will be no trouble. Summoning Elder Yao now would only serve to alert the enemy. Perhaps the Shadow Pavilion will choose to refrain from appearing, Yi Chun replied, a confident smile gracing his lips. Elder Yao, a top-tier figure in the tribulation stage, would certainly give the Shadow Pavilion pause for thought. Yi Chun had no intention of scaring off the Shadow Pavilion. He eagerly awaited the appearance of their assassins, hoping to capture one and extract the location of their headquarters before plundering it completely. Very well, Yi Chun, but we must remain vigilant, Luo Qingqing said. Observing Yi Chun's confident demeanor, though her heart was still troubled, she chose to place her trust in him. Let us return to Baiwa City. With that, Yi Chun took Luo Qingqing and Xiao Tao by the hand, turning to leave. In Baiwa City, the Wang family. What? The mission has failed? Wang Po's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the report from his subordinate. How could this be? Those assassins have a reputation for never missing their mark. Wang Po exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his face. Chapter 49. Xiao Tao was taken aback, tormenting the assassin. Master, those assassins are all dead, reported a subordinate, who was Guo Huai, the chief steward of the Wang family, and also the figure hidden in the woods at that time. What? They are all dead? Wang Po felt as though struck by lightning, his corpulent form collapsing onto the grand chair, his lips quivering. Those were assassins from the Shadow Pavilion. How could they fail? Could it be? Could that young man be playing the fool to catch the wise? Master. The three assassins cried out the space law just before their demise. They suspect that Yi Chun possesses the cultivation level of the tribulation stage. Guo Huai recounted everything he had witnessed in the woods. Impossible. That Yi Chun is merely in his teens. How could he possibly reach the tribulation stage? He must have used some kind of artifact. Wang Po declared resolutely. In the Kanglan continent, finding a golden core cultivator under 20 was already a rarity, let alone someone at the tribulation stage. Such a notion was utterly absurd. What shall we do now, master? Should we contact the Shadow Pavilion again? Guo Huai inquired cautiously. Contact them, of course. Wang Po sprang to his feet, his eyes glinting with ferocity. I refuse to believe that a mere boy, barely out of his childhood, can turn the tide. This time, I will demand the strongest assassins from the Shadow Pavilion, and at any cost, eliminate him. Meanwhile, Yi Chun and his companions were seated in the opulent private room at the top of the star-picking tower in Baiwa City, savoring exquisite delicacies while admiring the view outside. Senior brother Yi Chun, this drunken immortal brew is truly delightful, though it still pales in comparison to our Baiwa Palace's Baiwa brew. Xiao Tao exclaimed cheerfully, sipping the spirit wine. That is only natural. No matter how exquisite the drunken immortal brew is, it cannot compare to a single drop of Baiwa brew. Yi Chun chuckled, serving pieces of spirit beast meat to Luo Qingqing and Xiao Tao. Yi Chun, when do you think the Wang family will make their move? Luo Qingqing inquired, taking a delicate sip of her wine, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. Let them act whenever they wish. For now, let us enjoy our feast. Yi Chun replied nonchalantly with a smile. Exactly. Let us fill our bellies first, Xiao Tao declared, grabbing a chicken leg with her bare hands and devouring it without grace. Yi Chun secretly hoped the Wang family would act swiftly. He was eagerly awaiting the spirit stones from the Shadow Pavilion to enhance his cultivation. In a secret chamber within the Shadow Pavilion's Baiwa City branch, a man clad in a black robe, wearing a ghostly mask, furiously tossed the intelligence report onto the table. His voice was as cold as the depths of hell. He was the esteemed assassin, Ghostface, and the head of the Baiwa City branch. Useless. A bunch of inept fools. They couldn't even handle a few yuaning stage ants. Lord Ghostface, we have discovered that Yi Chun is a disciple of Su Tai Su from the Tianxian sect. Su Tai Su possesses tribulation stage cultivation, and his origins are mysterious. A subordinate began to report. Silence. Ghostface bellowed, interrupting the subordinate's account. What of the tribulation stage? The Shadow Pavilion has killed at that level before. However, there is no however. A glimmer of cold light flashed in the eyes of the ghost face. This time, I shall witness what abilities this Yi Chun possesses that embolden him to kill members of my Shadow Pavilion. One of his subordinates intended to dissuade Ghost Face from the assassination of Yi Chun. The terror of Su Tai Su was something he had the fortune to witness a century ago near Tianxian sect. On the surface, Su Tai Su appeared to possess only the cultivation of the transformation stage, yet with a mere wave of his hand, he annihilated several tribulation stage demon cultivators. 3 days later, outside Baiwa City, upon a desolate expanse of Gobi, Yi Chun and his companions strolled leisurely, shadowed by 3 dark figures, the assassins dispatched by the Shadow Pavilion. Brother Yi Chun, where are we headed? Xiao Tao inquired curiously. To kill, Yi Chun replied without turning back. To kill? Xiao Tao gasped. Who are we killing? Behind them trailed a few small rodents. Luo Qingqing's lips curled into a chilling smile. As Xiao Tao attempted to glance back, she was halted by Luo Qingqing. Do not look back. Luo Qingqing took Xiao Tao's hand, continuing forward. Humph, a bunch of insignificant clowns daring to court death. A trace of disdain flickered in Yi Chen's eyes, and in the next instant, he vanished from his original position. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chen appeared before the three assassins. Before they could react, he unleashed a punch. Bang, bang, bang. Three muffled thuds resounded as the assassins were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spewing from their mouths, their vitality diminished. Who are you? One of the assassins asked in terror, disbelief etched in his features. The three of them were formidable experts of the integration stage, yet they could not withstand a single blow from Yi Chen. Xiao Tao was left agape, astonished that three integration stage cultivators had been so effortlessly vanquished. In recent days, Yi Chen had continuously astonished her. Initially, Xiao Tao believed him merely a qi refinement cultivator. Later, in Baiwa City, Yi Chen effortlessly dispatched foundation establishment and gold core young masters, leaving her slightly shocked. Subsequently, he annihilated three transformation stage assassins with a single strike, further deepening her astonishment. Now, even integration stage cultivators lay gravely wounded by his hand, leaving Xiao Tao in utter disbelief. The one who will take your lives, Yi Chen replied coolly, devoid of any compassion. You can't kill us. We are members of the Shadow Pavilion. If you slay us, the Shadow Pavilion will not let you off. The assassin threatened, a facade of bravado masking his inner fear. The Shadow Pavilion? Yi Chen mused, a playful smirk gracing his lips. I have been troubled finding them, and now they have conveniently presented themselves. With a few deft touches, Yi Chen sealed their cultivation, preventing any possibility of self-destruction. What do you intend to do? The assassin felt an ominous premonition rising within him. Tell me, where is the headquarters of the Shadow Pavilion? Yi Chen gazed down upon the three assassins with an air of supremacy, his tone frigid and unequivocal. You must be dreaming. One of the assassins snarled through clenched teeth. So you wish to play tough? Yi Chen replied with a cold chuckle, a sly grin dancing at the corners of his mouth. I am eager to discover just how tough your resolve truly is. He instructed Luo Qingqing to escort Xiao Tao away temporarily, directing them to wait for him ahead, for the ensuing spectacle was not fit for their eyes. Once Luo Qingqing and Xiao Tao had departed, Yi Chen's figure flickered, and he appeared instantaneously before one of the assassins. With a mere touch of his finger, an enigmatic force surged into the assassin's body. Instantly, the assassin was overtaken by an insatiable itch, rolling on the ground in a frantic attempt to alleviate his torment. As he writhed, he clawed desperately at his skin, emitting anguished cries. Well versed in the arts of medicine and alchemy, Yi Chen found such torturous endeavors to be child's play. I'm dying from the itch. Please, make it stop. Make it stop. The assassin pleaded in desperate agony. Chapter 50. Confronting the Shadow Pavilion, yet Yi Chen remained unmoved, coldly regarding him as he spoke. Will you speak? If not, the itching shall persist. The assassin, driven nearly to madness by the insufferable itch, still gritted his teeth, unwilling to divulge anything. It was not that he was unwilling to speak. Rather, he was incapable of doing so, for revealing the truth would seal his fate. Observing his torment, Yi Chen gently pressed once more, this time inflicting not only an unbearable itch, but also a sensation akin to countless ants gnawing at his bones. The searing pain, penetrating to the marrow, elicited a wretched cry that seemed to pierce the heavens, reaching the most vulnerable corners of the human soul. His hands flailed like uncontrolled claws, wildly raking at his own body. Under the force of this frenzy, his clothing was soon reduced to tatters. His skin bore deep lacerations, revealing the bone beneath, as if carved by grotesque canyons, drenched in blood and horrifying to behold. Well, will you not speak? Yi Chen wore a mocking smile upon his face. He felt no compassion in tormenting an enemy intent on his assassination. The two other assassins, witnessing their comrade's agony, turned pale, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, the tortured assassin could bear it no longer. With a sudden gasp, he spewed forth a mouthful of blood and slumped lifelessly. What a pitiful display. Unable to withstand such a brief ordeal, Yi Chen sighed lightly, turning to the remaining two assassins. I'll talk. Please, spare me the torment. Terrified, the two assassins hastily pleaded for mercy, their fear of a drawn-out death far outweighing their indifference to mortality they had embraced since becoming assassins. Yichen crossed his arms, awaiting their confession. The Shadow Pavilion's headquarters we do not know, but our branch is located in the southern part of Baiwa City, one assassin stammered. Baiwa Palace, at the rear of the main peak. Achoo! In the midst of her secluded training, the skilled healer Yao Miaoi suddenly sneezed, her brow furrowing slightly. How peculiar. Who is speaking of me? She murmured to herself, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. I must check on Qingqing and Xiaodao. I hope nothing untoward has occurred. Disturbed by her anxious thoughts, Yao Miaoi promptly rose and made her way towards Baiwa City, where Yichen awaited. Baiwa City, on the Gobi Desert. Heh. Lead the way, my dear assassins, Yichen grinned, playfully patting the two trembling assassins, much like a cat toying with a mouse. Terrified by Yichen's methods of torment, the assassins dared not employ any tricks. They obediently guided Yichen and his companions through a labyrinth of turns until they arrived at what appeared to be an ordinary residential courtyard in the southern part of Baiwa City. Is this truly it? The Shadow Pavilion is rather shabby, is it not? Surely a killer organization would not hide its headquarters within a mere privy? Xiao Tao remarked disdainfully as she surveyed her surroundings. The fairy jest. The entrance lies within the well. One of the assassins smirked wryly, gesturing towards a desolate well in the corner of the courtyard. Yichen stepped forward, his consciousness sweeping over the area, and indeed discovered a hidden world at the bottom of the well. Quite adept at concealment, he mused, had it not been for these two inept guides. Finding it would have proven quite a challenge. With a wave of his hand, Yichen enveloped Luo Qingqing and Xiao Tao in a gentle surge of spiritual energy, propelling them into the depths of the well. At the bottom lay a dimly lit secret passage, its walls adorned at intervals with luminous pearls that cast a soft glow, illuminating the path. The Shadow Pavilion is rather affluent. Even their secret passage is so lavishly constructed, Xiao Tao remarked, her eyes wide with wonder as she surveyed her surroundings. Yichen paid no heed to her incessant chatter, instead expanding his consciousness to meticulously assess the environment. Before long, he discerned a chamber at the end of the passage, fortified with numerous protective barriers and harboring several potent auras within. It appeared to be the headquarters of the Shadow Pavilion's 100-Flower City branch. A cold smile crept across Yichen's lips, a glint of frost flashing in his eyes. Shall we storm in directly? Luo Qingqing inquired, drawing her sword with a vigilant expression. Not yet. Let us first ascertain the situation, Yichen replied, swiftly incapacitating the two guiding assassins. Trusting these two completely was unwise. There could be an ambush. And given that the Shadow Pavilion had several cultivators at the tribulation stage, Yichen remained cautious about whether 100-Flower City housed any as well. Silently, Yichen infiltrated the chamber, with Luo Qingqing and Xiao Tao trailing closely behind. Inside, a man clad in a black robe, adorned with a ghostly mask, sat in a chair, eyes closed in meditation. Behind him stood several formidable figures in dark attire. Master, those little rascals have yet to return. Could something have happened to them? One dark-clad figure queried in a hushed tone. A bunch of useless fools, failing at such a trivial task. They deserve their fate. The masked figure sneered, impatience flickering in his eyes. Master is wise. The dark-clad man quickly flattered. At that moment, Yichen and his companions emerged unexpectedly from the shadows. Who goes there? The masked figure exclaimed, his eyes snapping open, glinting with cold fury. Upon hearing the command, the dark-clad man reacted swiftly, recognizing Yichen as a stranger, and launched a punch toward him. Yichen met the attack with a punch of his own. Bang! The dark-clad man, merely at the void refinement stage, was sent flying by Yichen's strike, crashing violently against the wall and spewing blood. Who are you to dare intrude upon my Shadow Pavilion? The masked figure demanded, glancing at his flung comrade. Where is the headquarters of the Shadow Pavilion? Yichen inquired, ignoring the question directed at him. The masked figure scoffed derisively. Do you think you, of all people, could learn the whereabouts of the Shadow Pavilion's headquarters? How utterly delusional. With that, several black-clad assassins roared in unison, charging towards Yichen, a swarm of ants. Daring to be audacious, Yichen let out a cold snort, his figure darting like lightning as he weaved between the several black-clad figures. These individuals possessed merely the cultivation of the transformation stage. With a few agile movements, Yichen sent them all flying. With such meager strength, Did they dare to emerge and embarrass themselves? Yi Chen clapped his hands, casting a disdainful glance at the masked figure. Who are you, really? State your name. For Gui Mian does not slay nameless individuals. The masked figure showed no concern for the fate of those black-clad men. In the Shadow Pavilion, those at the transformation stage were inconsequential assassins, most of whom didn't even know the location of the pavilion's entrance. Gui Mian prepared to take matters into his own hands. He was at the ascension stage and had already brushed against the threshold of the transcendent stage. Confident in his abilities, he believed he could easily subdue Yi Chen. The one who will kill you, Yi Chen. Yi Chen replied casually. Yi Chen. The masked figure paused, a flicker of recognition crossing his face. You are the one who slaughtered the majority of the aristocratic youths from Baiwa City. Indeed, that is I. What is this? The Wang family hired you to kill me, yet you do not even recognize your target? You are quite the incompetent assassin. Yi Chen's lips curled into a mocking smile as he teased. Chapter 51. The Plunder of the Shadow Pavilion. Since you have arrived at my Shadow Pavilion, you shall leave your life behind. With those words, the ghost face launched an assault towards Yi Chen. That depends on whether you possess the capability. A cold glint flashed in Yi Chen's eyes as he suddenly manifested a jade talisman imbued with sword intent, gifted by Su Taishu. Die! Ghost face roared furiously, striking towards Yi Chen with a palm. Buzz! At that moment, Yi Chen activated the jade talisman. A fiercely sharp sword intent soared into the sky, instantly shredding Ghostface's attack. Puff! With a pained scream, Ghostface was sent flying by the sword intent, crashing heavily to the ground. His breath weak and his body gravely injured. What kind of power is this? Ghostface gazed in terror at the jade talisman in Yi Chen's hand, disbelief filling his eyes. He never imagined that Yi Chen possessed such a terrifying trump card. Now, can you reveal the location of the Shadow Pavilion's headquarters? Yi Chen tucked away the talisman, looking down at Ghostface with an icy demeanor, his tone leaving no room for argument. You will not get anything from me. Ghostface gritted his teeth defiantly. Stubborn, are we? Yi Chen sneered, approaching Ghostface and tapping a few times on him. Instantly, Ghostface felt an unbearable itch spreading across his body, causing him to tremble. Yet, he still clenched his jaw, refusing to utter a word. Yi Chen, unperturbed, turned and led Luo Qingcheng and Xiao Tao into the adjacent treasury. Upon entering, the trio was taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment at the sight before them. Inside the treasury, spirit stones were piled high like mountains, radiating a brilliant glow, while an array of magical treasures and cultivation resources dazzled the senses. Wow! So many spirit stones! Xiao Tao exclaimed, jumping with excitement. The Shadow Pavilion must have assassinated countless individuals to amass such wealth. Luo Qingcheng, though unable to hide her excitement, slightly furrowed her brow, a trace of disgust flickering in her gaze. Indeed, being an assassin is quite lucrative. Yi Chen mused. This was merely one branch of the Shadow Pavilion. One could only imagine the wealth contained within the headquarters. The thought of the spirit stones at the headquarters intensified Yi Chen's desire to locate it. He predicted that with the spirit stones from the headquarters, he could undoubtedly restore his cultivation back to the void refinement stage. Without hesitation, Yi Chen stored the spirit stones in his storage ring and began selecting magical treasures for Luo Qingcheng and Xiao Tao. Qingcheng, this defensive treasure is suitable for you. Yi Chen picked up a shield emanating a gentle glow and handed it to Luo Qingcheng. Xiao Tao, this bell will enhance your illusionary abilities. Yi Chen then selected a delicate bell and offered it to Xiao Tao. Both women received their treasures with joy. Yi Chen gathered the remaining magical treasures and cultivation resources into a bag of holding, which he handed to Luo Qingcheng. Qingcheng, take this back to the sect. It should aid in its development. Thank you, Yi Chen. Luo Qingcheng solemnly accepted the bag of holding. She neither refused nor expressed further gratitude, merely uttering a simple thank you. These treasures and cultivation resources are of paramount importance to the development of the sect. Luo Qingcheng understood that Yi Chen was indifferent to such matters. She would repay him in other ways. Yi Chen had already determined his feelings for her, and she too had, in her heart, acknowledged him. After thoroughly ransacking the treasure vault, Yi Chen and his companions approached the ghostly figure, who remained curled up on the ground, gritting his teeth. Ah, quite resilient, aren't we? Yi Chen crouched down, gazing at the ghost with a smile, as if observing a peculiar curiosity. However, with such a tough exterior, I wonder if you can withstand my forthcoming methods. As he spoke, he reached out and tapped the ghost a few more times. Ah! The ghost let out a piercing scream, as if his very marrow were being gnawed upon by countless ants, thrashing frantically on the ground. Well, care to speak now? Yi Chun inquired leisurely, his tone laced with mockery. You may as well kill me. The ghost gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse. TSK, why resort to such extremes? Yi Chun shook his head, feigning deep sorrow. If you had spoken sooner, you would have suffered less. Must I resort to my trump card? With that, he produced a jade vial from his pocket, uncorking it to release a peculiar fragrance that immediately filled the air. What is this? The ghost's expression shifted dramatically, terror evident in his eyes. This is the upgraded version of my treasured itch powder, Deep Bone Itch, Yi Chun explained with a smile. I assure you, you will experience what it truly means to be caught between life and death. You wouldn't dare? The ghost was consumed by fear, preferring death by blade over enduring such inhumane torment. Do you think I wouldn't? Yi Chun retorted, feigning emotion to pour the powder over the ghost. Wait, I'll talk. Isn't that enough? The ghost finally broke down, shouting hoarsely. Wouldn't it have been better to say so from the start? Yi Chun smiled as he tucked the jade vial away, wearing an expression of approval. The headquarters of the Shadow Pavilion is in Zhongzhou City. The ghost weakly uttered. The headquarters of the Shadow Pavilion is actually located in Zhongzhou City. Luo Qingcheng exclaimed, her face a picture of disbelief. Zhongzhou City? What kind of place is that? Yi Chun asked, curiosity etched on his face. Although he had been in the Kanglan continent for over 3 years, 2 of which were spent confined within the Starry Soul Tower, he had ventured out only a few times and was not well acquainted with the power dynamics of the continent. Zhongzhou City is the territory of the Qingyun sect, one of the top 10 sects in the Kanglan continent, possessing immense strength, Luo Qingcheng explained, astonished that the Shadow Pavilion's headquarters was situated there. There's nothing particularly strange about that. Yi Chun dismissed with a scoff. The most perilous places can often be the safest. However, before Luo Qingcheng could articulate her thoughts, she was interrupted by Yi Chun. Enough of that for now. He gestured with a wave of his hand and turned his gaze towards the ghost face. Do you have anything left to say? The ghost face, enveloped in utter despair, realized that being in Yi Chun's clutches meant there was no escape. He closed his eyes and remained silent. Since you have nothing more to offer, then may you embark on your journey peacefully, Yi Chun remarked, conjuring a flame that he flicked with ease, instantly engulfing the ghost face. Let us proceed to our next destination, Yi Chun declared, clapping his hands before turning to exit. Next destination? Where to? Luo Qingcheng and Xiao Tao quickly followed suit. Of course, we are going to pay a visit to those who seek my demise, Yi Chun replied, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Those who dare to employ assassins against us must be prepared to face the consequences. Outside Baiwa City, amidst the void, the newly arrived Yao Miaoi observed the departing figures of Yi Chun and his companions, a flicker of complexity passing through her eyes. Chapter 52. Settling accounts with the aristocracy of Baiwa City, she had originally rushed here with concerns for the safety of Luo Qingcheng and Xiao Tao, but she was taken aback by the scene before her. This young man truly possessed audacity beyond measure, having laid waste to the entrance of the Shadow Pavilion and daring to seek out their headquarters. Yao Miaoi murmured to herself, her tone tinged with a blend of resignation and affection. She understood Yi Chun's character. Though he appeared irreverent, he was, in fact, meticulous and shrewd, concealing his true intentions beneath a facade. Very well, if he wishes to proceed, I shall offer my protection from the shadows. Yao Miaoi shook her head, her form gradually dissipating into the void. She resolved to safeguard Yi Chun and his companions while simultaneously producing a communication talisman to send a message. She was keenly aware of the sentiments shared between Yi Chun and Luo Qingcheng. She also recognized the potential in this future son-in-law and could not allow him to come to harm. As for Yi Chun, it seemed he sensed Yao Miaoi's presence, a sly smile curling at the corners of his lips. How delightful it was to have a free bodyguard. Yi Chun reveled in his quiet triumph, his steps growing lighter. With a free protector concealed in the shadows, what was there to fear? The trio of Yi Chun laughed and chatted merrily as they soared through the air on their swords, arriving above the Wang family estate. Patriarch Wang, come out and reminisce with me. Yi Chun's voice rang out, playful yet resounding like thunder above the Wang family residence. Inside, Patriarch Wang Pa paced anxiously in his study. Upon hearing Yi Chen's voice, he trembled in shock, his teacup clattering to the ground, shattering into pieces. How did he arrive? Could it be does he know? Wang Po's face turned pale as a wave of intense unease washed over him. Patriarch, it's bad news. That rascal Yi Chen has come knocking. A flustered servant rushed in. Kneeling on the ground, his voice quivering. Calm yourself. I am not deaf. Wang Pa bellowed, striving to maintain his composure. Gather all elders and disciples. We shall go out to greet him. Though fear gripped his heart, Wang Pa feigned calmness, leading a contingent of Wang family experts as they braced themselves outside the estate. Why, young Master Yi, what brings you here? Wang Pa managed to force a smile that resembled more of a grimace, cautiously inquiring. What? Am I not welcome? Yi Chen inquired, a playful yet piercing glint in his eyes. And no, not at all. Young Master Yi, your visit is indeed an honor for our Wang family. Wang Pa stammered, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he hastily denied. Since it is an honor, why not invite us inside for a chat? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, his tone teasing. Yes, my oversight. Young Master Yi, Miss Luo, and Miss Xiao Tao, please, step inside. Wang Pa quickly stepped aside, ushering Yi Chen and his companions into the estate. Upon entering the hall, Wang Pa instructed his servants to present fine tea. Might I inquire about the reason for your esteemed visit today, young Master Yi? Wang Pa asked, his demeanor cautious. It is nothing of great consequence. I merely wish to inquire of the esteemed Lord Wang whether he has recently engaged in any unscrupulous activities. Yi Chen raised his teacup, taking a delicate sip, and casually posed the question. Unscrupulous activities? I assure you, after the previous incident, I have adhered strictly to the law and have not committed any misdeeds, protested Lord Wang, his forehead beaded with cold sweat, his eyes flickering as he dared not meet Yi Chen's gaze. Oh, is that so? Yi Chen set down his teacup, a playful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Pray tell, do you know what the Shadow Pavilion is? The Shadow Pavilion? At the mention of it, Lord Wang's countenance paled further, his body trembling involuntarily. Young Master Yi, what? What are you insinuating? I do not comprehend. Lord Wang stammered, his eyes darting, avoiding Yi Chen's penetrating stare. Do not comprehend? Yi Chen scoffed, striking the table with force as he stood, towering over Lord Wang. Wang, I shall inquire once more. Will you speak? I. Lord Wang, overwhelmed by Yi Chen's imposing presence, collapsed to the ground, an unpleasant odor emanating from his trousers. So frightened that he has lost control. Yi Chen observed this with a look of disdain, his expression one of utter disgust. Luo Qingsheng and Xiao Tao pinched their noses, one hand waving in front of their faces, equally repulsed. Yi Chen turned his gaze to Luo Qingsheng, his demeanor softening. Qingsheng, how do you propose we deal with him? After all, we are within the jurisdiction of the Hundred Flowers Palace, and Yi Chen felt it necessary to regard Luo Qingsheng's opinion. Yi Chen, such a person deserves death. It would be too merciful. A glint of coldness flickered in Luo Qingsheng's beautiful eyes as she spoke in a frigid tone. Oh, does that mean, dear Qingsheng? Yi Chen inquired with genuine interest. Perhaps we should summon all those involved in this matter, and then. Luo Qingsheng paused deliberately, a mischievous glimmer dancing in her eyes. And then what? Yi Chen pressed, already suspecting her intentions. Then, compel them to commit suicide in atonement. Luo Qingsheng articulated each word distinctly, her tone chilling. An excellent suggestion. Yi Chen's eyes lit up at her words, a smile breaking across his face. Qingsheng, you are indeed clever. Oof, naturally. Luo Qingsheng elevated her chin in pride, exuding an air of superiority. This expression was one only Yi Chen was privy to. She remained aloof and distant from all other men. Lord Wang, you have heard this, I trust? Yi Chen turned his icy gaze upon the prostrate Lord Wang. Now, at once, send word to those individuals, instructing them to bring all their treasures and spirit stones and arrive here within the hour to seek my forgiveness. Otherwise, their family shall have no reason to exist. At this moment, Wang Po was utterly shattered, aware that he was facing insurmountable peril that day. In a desperate bid for survival, he had no choice but to comply. An hour later, all the heads of the families involved in the assassination attempt on Yi Chen gathered in Baiwa City, each bearing their family's treasures and spirit stones, kneeling before him, trembling and ashen-faced. Young Master Yi, please spare our lives. We were merely momentarily misguided. We beseech your magnanimity to forgive us this once." The family heads pleaded from their prostrate positions, hoping Yi-chun would show them mercy. "Spare you?" Yi-chun scoffed, his gaze icy as it swept over the assembly. "Did you ever consider sparing me when you conspired with the Shadow Pavilion to assassinate us?" The family heads fell silent, their faces pallid, realizing they were indeed trapped in a dire fate. "Young Master Yi, we acknowledge our wrongs. We are willing to offer all our assets to atone for our sins. Please grant us a chance to live," implored the head of the Zhao family, his expression one of despair. Indeed, we are ready to sacrifice everything, just pleading for your mercy to spare our lives." The other family heads echoed in unison. Chapter 53. Entering the headquarters of the Shadow Pavilion, "Do you truly believe that your lives are worth this paltry sum?" Yi-chun scoffed coldly. What do you wish for us to do?" The head of the Li family asked, summoning his courage. "End your own lives as an act of contrition," Yi-chun replied icily. "Otherwise, I shall render your existence more miserable than death itself. Your families will also face dire consequences." "What? Self-termination as an apology?" The expressions of the family heads shifted dramatically, their faces paling, eyes brimming with despair. They had never anticipated such ruthlessness from Yi-chun, demanding their own demise as atonement. "Are you unwilling?" A glint of icy malice flickered in Yi-chun's gaze. "If that is the case, I shall grant you the release you seek." As he spoke, he prepared to take action. "Wait." At that moment, one of the family heads suddenly shouted, "Young Master Yi, we are willing to end our lives. But could you spare our families afterward?" "Indeed, young Master Yi, we are prepared to die in atonement, provided you show mercy to our kin." The other family heads pleaded earnestly. "I can assure you this. As long as you take your own lives in repentance, I shall not retaliate against your families." Yi-chun replied after a brief silence. He was not a bloodthirsty individual who would annihilate entire clans for the errors of a few. "Very well. In that case, we shall die in atonement. We hope you will honor your word, young Master Yi." The family heads, realizing they had no avenue of escape, resigned themselves to their fate. They believed Yi-chun to be a disciple of the Flower Palace, which was well known for not accepting male disciples. They had previously speculated that he might be an illegitimate child of a high-ranking member of the Flower Palace. Otherwise, it was inconceivable for them to admit a male disciple. Had Yi-chun been aware of their thoughts, he would have offered them a sharp retort. "I hail from the celestial realm, and I am no one's illegitimate offspring." With gritted teeth, the family heads raised their hands and struck their own crowns, ending their lives. Moments later, the hall was strewn with lifeless bodies, the air thick with the scent of blood. Yi-chun surveyed the scene with neither pity nor remorse, only an endless chill. "Let us depart," he said flatly, turning to exit. Luo Qingsheng and Xiao Tao silently followed in his wake. After leaving the Wang family, news of the event spread swiftly throughout the Flower City. The populace, upon learning of the incident, applauded fervently, praising Yi-chun for ridding them of a great menace, bringing them immense relief. Those noble families that had not participated in the assassination of Yi-chun breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that their kin had not engaged in the senseless slaughter of innocents. They also intensified their vigilance over their offspring, fearing they might provoke trouble and invite calamity upon their families. Meanwhile, Yi-chun, accompanied by Luo Qingsheng and Xiao Tao, made his way toward the headquarters of the Shadow Pavilion in Zhongzhou City. "Qingsheng, Xiao Tao, let us proceed to confront this Shadow Pavilion." A playful smile danced upon Yi-chun's lips, as if he were not venturing to confront an adversary, but rather attending a gathering with an old friend. With the presence of the adept healer, a formidable protector in the late stages of tribulation, he felt no trepidation. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Shadow Pavilion in Zhongzhou City, a disciple rushed into the grand hall, panic-stricken. "Report, Master. The entrance of Baiwa City. It has been annihilated." The disciple knelt upon the ground, his voice trembling with fear. "What?" The jovial atmosphere in the hall shifted dramatically, faces pale with shock. "What did you say? Repeat that." The pavilion master, an elderly man clad in a black robe with a grim visage, slammed his palm upon the table, his voice resounding with fury. "The entrance of Baiwa City has been destroyed, and the hall master, Ghostface, he has also been slain." The disciple quivered, hastily reiterating the grim news. "Who did this?" A burly elder bellowed, his voice thundering throughout the hall. Reporting to the elder, "It was a young man named Yi-chun. His cultivation is unfathomable. Ghostface could not withstand even a single move against him, The disciple's voice dwindled to a whisper, nearly inaudible. Useless. Ghostface was also a fool. The elder's wrath erupted as he shattered a nearby chair with a single strike. Master, this matter is of utmost importance. How shall we respond? Another elder inquired gravely. Humph. To dare extinguish a branch of my shadow pavilion is to court death. A glint of cold light flickered in the pavilion master's eyes as he spoke with chilling resolve. Send orders to pursue this young man with all our might. Upon discovery, eliminate him without mercy. Understood. The disciple bowed and departed. Elders, what are your thoughts? The pavilion master scanned the assembly, his tone somber. Master, this situation is exceedingly peculiar. We should ascertain the facts before proceeding, one elder advised cautiously. Indeed, Ghostface possessed perfected cultivation at the Great Ascension stage, easily capable of dispatching him. This individual must be at the Tribulation stage, another elder concurred. Humph. Regardless of who he is, anyone who dares to touch my shadow pavilion will pay dearly. The pavilion master scoffed, his murderous intent palpable. In Zhongzhou City, bustling with far greater prosperity than Baihua City, the streets teemed with throngs of people. The sounds of vendors clamoring incessantly. Yi Chun and his companions, following the map provided by Ghostface, arrived at what appeared to be an unremarkable tea house. Is this the place? It hardly seems like a den of murderers, Xiao Tao remarked skeptically, noting the tea house's elegant decor and the refined patrons that frequented it. A stark contrast to the sinister image of an assassin's lair. The most perilous locales often conceal themselves beneath the most mundane facades. Yi Chun replied enigmatically as he stepped into the tea house. Inside, a storyteller animatedly recounted tales of the martial world, captivating the audience with his vibrant narration. Yet, Yi Chun paid no heed to these matters and strode directly to the counter, slapping a black token etched with clandestine symbols upon the table. This was the token of the ghostly mask, granting entrance solely to its bearer into the headquarters of the Shadow Pavilion. The gatekeeper recognized only the token, not the individual. For the various masters from different regions often disguised themselves, never revealing their true identities. The shopkeeper, initially drowsy, was jolted awake at the sight of the token. He scrutinized Yi Chun from head to toe. Please, esteemed guests, ascend to the upper floors, he whispered, before leading Yi Chun and his companions through a concealed corridor to a foam mountain. Within this artificial mountain lay a hidden underground passage. After ushering Yi Chun and his companions into the tunnel, the shopkeeper turned and departed. This shopkeeper, appearing as an ordinary person, was in truth the gatekeeper of the Shadow Pavilion's headquarters, possessing the cultivation of the Great Ascension stage. Halt! Who are you? How dare you trespass into the sacred grounds of the Shadow Pavilion? As Yi Chun emerged from the other end of the underground passage, he was immediately surrounded by several guards clad in black. Luo Qingqing and Xiao Tao instinctively assumed defensive stances. Chapter 54. Negotiating business with the Shadow Pavilion. Only those of the rank of Hall Master and above are permitted to enter the Shadow Pavilion. Upon entry, one must shed any disguise and revert to their true appearance. The Guardians, familiar with the Hall Masters from various regions, had never encountered Yi Chun, a newcomer. They were determined to interrogate him thoroughly, for any unauthorized intruder, regardless of their identity, would be swiftly eliminated. I have come today simply to converse with your pavilion master, Yi Chun remarked, ignoring their inquiries, a playful smile dancing at the corners of his mouth. Presumptuous. The pavilion master is not someone you can simply meet at will. One of the guards shouted angrily, a glimmer of lethal intent flashing in his eyes. Well, I must see him today, Yi Chun retorted with a cold chuckle, swiftly evading several guards and making his way directly into the heart of the Shadow Pavilion. Impudent. The guards, enraged by his audacity, drew their weapons and launched an attack. However, their assaults were mere childish play to Yi Chun. Without even glancing at them, he casually waved his hand, unleashing a flurry of sword chi that sent the guards flying, crashing to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths, their fates uncertain. Who dares to wreak havoc in my Shadow Pavilion? A booming voice thundered, followed by a shadow that soared from within the pavilion, materializing before Yi Chun. It was the pavilion master, his gaze dark and filled with murderous intent. Are you the pavilion master? Yi Chun assessed the man before him, inquiring nonchalantly. Indeed. Boy, who are you? Why have you trespassed into the headquarters of my Shadow Pavilion? The pavilion master demanded coldly. My name is Yi Chun. I have come here to discuss a business matter with you. Yi Chun replied, his demeanor cool and composed. Discuss business? What business? The pavilion master furrowed his brows, intrigued. Typically, assassination contracts are handled through the various halls. Neither the pavilion master nor the elders would meet directly. I require compensation from your shadow pavilion for the assassination attempt I suffered, Yi Chun said, a sly smile curling his lips. What? The pavilion master was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. Boy, are you jesting? Do you even realize what you were saying? His laughter abruptly ceased as he recalled that it was also a Yi Chun who had obliterated the hall in 100 Flower City. Could this young man be the same? He was uncertain, given the youthfulness of Yi Chun. The pavilion master's gaze turned icy, revealing his murderous intent, whether or not Yi Chun was the one he thought. An intruder in the shadow pavilion would meet death. I am well aware of what I am saying, Yi Chun replied, oblivious to the pavilion master's thoughts. In 100 Flower City, I fell victim to the assassination attempts of your shadow pavilion. Do you not feel a pang of conscience for targeting someone as virtuous as I? Yi Chun presented himself with an expression of profound sorrow. Thus, you must compensate us for our emotional distress. Luo Qingcheng and Xiao Tao stood aside, utterly astonished by Yi Chun's audacious maneuver. Is it necessary to concoct a justification when demanding reparations? Even if one were to seek a reason, it should at least be a plausible one. How can your rationale be so implausible? Xiao Tao blinked her bright, expressive eyes, nodding in agreement. Feeling as though she had learned yet another trick from Yi Chun, even the elusive Yao Miaoui, concealed in the void, could not help but twitch the corners of her mouth. So, it turns out that you were the ones who annihilated the Flower City Hall. The leader of the Shadow Pavilion glared at Yi Chun, disdain evident in his cold laughter. Boy, I care not who you are or what connections you possess. Today, you shall not leave here alive. Is that so? I am most curious to witness how you intend to prevent my departure from this place. A cold smirk graced Yi Chun's lips, his eyes glinting with a frigid light. Seeking death, the leader of the Shadow Pavilion bellowed furiously, his form flickering as he launched an attack towards Yi Chun. His strike was executed with unwavering resolve, devoid of any restraint. The terrifying fluctuations of his tribulation stage cultivation surged forth like a tempest, crashing towards Yi Chun. Observing this, Yi Chun's eyes shimmered with disdain. With a cold snort, he flipped his hand, revealing the jade talisman imbued with sword intent that Su Tai Su had bestowed upon him. Upon activation, an immortal sword intent shot forth, aimed directly at the leader of the Shadow Pavilion. What? The leader of the Shadow Pavilion's expression shifted drastically, his eyes wide with terror. From this sword intent, he sensed a horrifying aura that made his heart race. He had never encountered such a formidable sword intent before. How could this be possible? The leader of the Shadow Pavilion, filled with dread, hastily summoned all his true energy to form a massive protective shield before him. Boom! The shadow of the sword collided violently with the true energy shield, producing a thunderous resonance. The terrifying energy fluctuations erupted like a volcanic explosion, sweeping outward. The structures surrounding the Shadow Pavilion headquarters crumbled under the onslaught of this dreadful energy wave, reducing them to ruins. The leader of the Shadow Pavilion coughed weakly, blood spewing forth. His body was sent reeling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground, his face as pale as parchment, his breath weak and feeble. How could this be possible? Struggling to rise from the ground, the leader of the Shadow Pavilion stared at Yi Chun with a look of utter disbelief. He could scarcely comprehend that he, a dignified tribulation stage powerhouse, had been vanquished in a single move by a mere youth. Moreover, the opponent had done so with such nonchalance, as if it were a trivial matter. Who are you? The leader of the Shadow Pavilion trembled as he spoke, terror evident in his gaze. I have previously mentioned that my name is Yi Chun, Yi Chun stated calmly. Now, do you still believe that I lack the qualifications to demand compensation from your Shadow Pavilion? Upon hearing this, the master of the Shadow Pavilion fell into silence. He understood that he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle today. He also realized that the terrifying sword intent talisman could only have been forged by someone of immense power supporting Yi Chun. The individual behind Yi Chun possessed unfathomable strength, far beyond what he could contend with. What do you wish to do? The master of the Shadow Pavilion inhaled deeply, suppressing the fear within, and inquired. Quite simply, I seek compensation for the spiritual anguish we endured due to the assassination attempt, Yi Chen replied indifferently. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to ensure that your shadow pavilion vanishes from this world. You, the master of the shadow pavilion, upon hearing this, erupted in fury. This boy dared to threaten him. Young man, do not be overly arrogant. The master of the shadow pavilion bellowed. My shadow pavilion has stood firm on the Kanglan continent for thousands of years, and we have never feared anyone. Is that so? A cold smile curled at the corners of Yi Chen's lips, and a glimmer of frost flashed in his eyes. In that case, allow me to demonstrate the methods of Yi Chen. Chapter 55 The Shameless Su Laomo. Just as Yi Chen was about to impose punishment on the sect master, several elders of the shadow pavilion, in the tribulation stage, hurried over upon hearing the commotion. Sect master, what has transpired? One elder inquired anxiously. It is this brat, who grievously injured me with a mere strike of his treasure, the sect master replied grimly, pointing at Yi Chen. The elders were taken aback, their gazes turning wary as they scrutinized Yi Chen. You insolent wretch! Who do you think you are to wreak havoc in my shadow pavilion? One elder bellowed furiously. Humph! You dared to send someone to assassinate me. This debt must be settled today? Yi Chen retorted with a cold smirk. Arrogant! Another elder shouted, his figure flickering as he lunged at Yi Chen. Unfazed, Yi Chen activated the sword intent jade talisman in his possession once more. A piercing sword intent surged forth, hurtling towards the elder. The elder, sensing the terrifying power of the sword intent, paled in shock. He attempted to evade, but it was too late. Uffed. The sword intent pierced through the elder's body, causing him to spew blood as his form was sent flying. The remaining elders gasped in horror, their hearts filled with astonishment and dread. How? How can this be possible? If you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, none of you shall leave here alive, Yi Chen declared, proudly holding the sword intent jade talisman. The elders exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Meanwhile, the sword intent jade talisman in Yi Chen's hand exhausted its uses, disintegrating into fine powder. Each jade talisman could only be used 3 times. Yi Chen had 3 in total, and now only 1 remained, which he chose not to reveal. With 4 elders in the tribulation stage present, Yi Chen felt no trepidation. Yao Miaoi was concealed in the void, and as long as she intervened, these 4 elders would be no match for her. Yi Chen wished to conserve this last jade talisman for future dangers. An astute elder noticed the jade talisman dissolve into powder and was instantly elated, growing arrogant. Haha, brat! Without that treasure, let us see how you maintain your arrogance, he proclaimed, extending his palm to strike at Yi Chen with all his might, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Yi Chen, be careful! Xiao Dao and Luo Qingcheng exclaimed, their faces paling, realizing that without the sword intent jade talisman, Yi Chen could not possibly withstand such a blow. Luo Qingcheng even stepped forward, prepared to block the deadly strike for Yi Chen. In that critical moment, Yao Miaoi, fearing for Yi Chen's safety upon believing he had exhausted his jade talisman, acted swiftly to intercept the elder. Yao Miaoi appeared out of thin air. Her sleeve sweeping forth as a powerful force sent the elder reeling back several paces. Who dares to harm my disciple? Yao Miaoi thundered, radiating an overwhelming aura that astonished all present. Master! Xiao Tao exclaimed joyfully, waving her small hands in excitement, her face alight with delight. The tension within her heart dissipated. Everything would be fine now that the master had arrived. Master, what brings you here? Luo Qingqing's anxious feelings eased as a glimmer of surprise crossed her eyes, and she slightly inclined her body in greeting. With the master present, Yi Chen felt secure. At last, the esteemed elder had chosen to reveal himself. Yi Chen appeared relaxed, greeting the renowned healer, Yao Miaoi, with a cheerful smile. Yao Miaoi shot him a glance filled with annoyance, realizing now that Yi Chen had been aware of her presence all along. Simultaneously, she was astonished at how he had detected her. Despite Yi Chen's cultivation being merely at the 9th level of qi refinement, he could defeat nascent soul and transformation stage practitioners, and yet discern her whereabouts. Meanwhile, the members of the Shadow Pavilion were visibly shaken, not anticipating the sudden emergence of such a formidable figure. Who are you? An elder, having been repelled, displayed a face of terror. Humph! Yao Miaoi of the 100 Flowers Palace. How dare you, Shadow Pavilion, lay hands on my disciple? Truly audacious. Yao Miaoi snorted coldly. The Shadow Pavilion's leader and several elders exchanged alarmed glances, fully aware that Yao Miaoi was not to be trifled with, and today's events would likely not conclude amicably. The elders of the Shadow Pavilion communicated silently, their eyes darting as they conspired. Suddenly, they all launched an assault toward Yao Miaoi. Even the injured elder and the leader, lying on the ground, summoned their remaining strength to attack her. "Master, be careful." Xiao Tao and Luo Qingqing's expressions changed dramatically as they cried out a warning. However, Yao Miaoi remained unfazed, scoffing, "You overestimate yourselves." With swift motions, she formed seals with her hands, and a dazzling radiance erupted from her, manifesting a powerful shield. Yichen also gripped the last of his sword-intent jade talismans, preparing to activate it. Buzz! Su Tai Su stepped forth from the void, his finger transforming into a sword as he swung it. An overwhelmingly potent and indomitable sword intent surged forth, targeting the six from the Shadow Pavilion. Before they could react, the sword intent struck them, sending them sprawling to the ground, their fates uncertain. Qingqing and Xiao Tao both sighed in relief, while Yi Chun tucked the talisman away. When Yao Miaoi heard Yi Chun was heading to the Shadow Pavilion, she had sent a telepathic message to Su Tai Su, knowing that several tribulation stage experts resided there. She did not dare to be careless. Upon receiving the message, Su Tai Su hastily arrived with Su Chun, though he had assigned Su Chen a task. He remained concealed within the void after his arrival, unnoticed even by Yao Miaoi and Yi Chen's myriad law's body. Su Tai Su suddenly appeared before Yi Chun. "Hee, my dear disciple, have you had your fill of fun?" He wore a self-satisfied smile, which, to Yi Chun, appeared as a concealed threat. "Hey, old demon Su, are you planning to take me back and lock me up again?" Yi Chun retreated several meters, his expression wary. He certainly did not wish to be confined again. How dreadfully boring that would be. Yao Miaoi, Luo Qingqing, and Xiao Tao gaped in astonishment at Yi Chun. He audaciously referred to his master as Old Demon Su. Yi Chen's intense reaction, along with his address of Old Demon Su, left Su Tai Su momentarily stunned, his facial muscles twitching slightly. After a brief pause, Su Tai Su regained what he believed to be a warm smile. My disciple, how could I ever confine you? Did I not allow you to slip away unimpeded?" Su Tai Su stroked his beard. "You see, with my abilities, how could you possibly escape unnoticed? I was well aware of your clandestine departure. It was all intentional on my part." He donned an expression of benevolence, speaking gently. Nonsense. Old Demon Su, you are utterly shameless. You speak lies without the slightest hint of embarrassment. It is evident that you are oblivious to when and how Yi Chun made his escape. Yet you proclaim it as if it were all within your control. Is it, truly?" Yi Chun found himself uncertain of the veracity of Su Tai Su's words. He merely understood that Su Tai Su was far more complex than he appeared. "Of course it is true. You are my disciple. How could I ever wish you harm?" Su Tai Su clapped his hands together, palms open, his expression one of sincerity. Chapter 56. Disciple, return for a surprise. He indeed held great affection for Yi Chun, his disobedient disciple. What astonished him even more was Yi Chen's silent ability to claim the Starry Soul Tower as his own. This was something that Su Tai Su himself had never accomplished. The tower had remained unclaimed in his possession for millennia. Yet, Yi Chen achieved this remarkable feat in a mere 2 years. At that moment, Lin Shuo and Su Chen stormed in, accompanied by a group of disciples from Tianxian sect. Lin Shuo was carrying an elderly man, who appeared to be on the brink of death. "Greetings, elder." Upon seeing Su Tai Su, they all bowed respectfully. "There's no need for formalities," Su Tai Su replied lightly. Lin Shuo carelessly tossed the elderly man onto the ground. This man was the manager of the tea house, stationed at the entrance. "Master, all the members of the Shadow Pavilion outside have been eradicated. This old man is the manager of the tea house," Lin Shuo reported to Su Tai Su with a cupped fist. The old man lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with despair and terror. "Humph, daring to assassinate my disciple. This is the consequence," Su Tai Su remarked, giving a slight nod as he glanced at the old man and let out a cold snort. Luo Qingqing and Xiao Tao were somewhat astonished. The Tianxian sect had swiftly vanquished the notorious Shadow Pavilion. However, Yi Chun remained indifferent to these events, solely fixated on the spirit stones within the Shadow Pavilion's treasury. He winked at Luo Qingqing and Xiao Tao before heading towards the treasury. Understanding his intent, they promptly followed. This boy only thinks about treasures, Su Tai-su sighed, shaking his head at Yi Chen's actions. Lin Shuo and Su Chun exchanged glances and chuckled helplessly, recognizing that their little junior brother was indeed obsessed with wealth. The three soon arrived at the treasury, which was vast and filled with spirit stones, various magical artifacts, and cultivation resources, all dazzling to behold. Wow, so many treasures! Xiao Tao exclaimed excitedly. Luo Qingxing could not help but display her surprise as well. Yi Chun gazed at the mountain of spirit stones, overwhelmed with excitement. He had never anticipated that the Shadow Pavilion's headquarters would contain such an abundance of spirit stones. It felt as though this sudden wealth was almost too extravagant. With this, he could elevate his cultivation further. A broad grin spread across Yi Chen's face, reaching his ears. Without hesitation, he waved his hand, collecting all the spirit stones into his storage ring. These are all mine. No one is to snatch them from me, Yi Chen declared with a cheerful laugh. You only know how to be greedy. Luo Qingxing shot him a disapproving glance. Meanwhile, Xiao Tao began selecting her favorite magical artifacts. At that moment, Lin Shuo and Su Chun, along with the disciples of Tianxian sect, entered the treasury. Su Chun and the disciples stood frozen, gazing at the array of magical artifacts and cultivation resources, their mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg inside. Lin Shuo, however, scanned the room disinterestedly, showing no fascination for the treasures. Hurry, pack it up and take it back to the sect. Su Chen finally regained his composure and instructed the disciples behind him. Hearing Su Chen's command, the disciples behind him immediately sprang into action, hastily retrieving their cosmic bags to store the treasures and cultivation resources. They filled a total of over a dozen cosmic bags, bulging with bounty. The disciples of Tiang Xuanzong were exhilarated, exclaiming in joy. Such a windfall was unprecedented. Even combined, the two Tiang Xuanzong factions had never possessed such a plethora of treasures and resources. Lin Shuo took half of the treasures and resources, approaching the esteemed Yao Miaoi. Senior Yao, I owe you my gratitude for relaying the message to my master. Please accept these. Lin Shuo offered several cosmic bags to Yao Miaoi. This is too much. The 100 Flowers Palace has not contributed, and thus cannot accept such a generous gift. Yao Miaoi quickly waved her hands in refusal. Please, Senior Yao, do accept. Tiang Xuanzong cannot possibly utilize all of this, and it is only fair we share. Yi Chen interjected from the side. To him, it mattered not as long as his spiritual stones remained intact. Very well, thank you, young Master Lin, and thank you, Daoist Su. Yao Miaoi hesitated momentarily, but ultimately nodded in acceptance. These resources were crucial for the development of her sect, and she could no longer decline. Senior Yao, you are being too polite. Our two factions must interact more in the future, Lin Shuo replied with a faint smile. Su Taishu also nodded slightly. Upon hearing the suggestion of increased interactions, Su Chen's eyes gleamed. He was still yearning for Yao Miaoi's senior disciple, Yu Chu Man. After everyone had gathered their treasures, they prepared to depart from the Shadow Pavilion. Upon exiting, they arrived at an open expanse. Yi Chun discreetly slipped a cosmic bag to Luo Qingxing, containing 6 9-turn golden spirit fruits he had obtained 2 years prior in a mysterious valley. Consuming these fruits could cleanse the marrow and enhance one's cultivation, making them a rare treasure in the Kanglan realm, highly beneficial for both Luo Qingxing and Xiao Tao. Farewell, Princess Yao. May we meet again, Su Taishu said with a respectful gesture. Yao Miaoi smiled in response. Farewell, Daoist Su. Luo Qingxing gazed at Yi Chun, her eyes brimming with reluctance, her lips moving slightly. Yet ultimately she said nothing. Yi Chen felt similarly, his heart filled with unspoken words, unsure where to begin. Senior Sister Luo, Brother Yi, your demeanor suggests you might as well express your feelings directly, Xiao Tao remarked, unable to contain herself as she observed their exchanges. Xiao Tao, do not speak out of turn, Luo Qingxing blushed, chiding her gently. Yi Chen also scratched his head awkwardly. All right, let us be off. Yao Miaoi laughed, taking Luo Qingxing and Xiao Tao into the void. Before vanishing, Luo Qingxing cast one last deep gaze at Yi Chen, turning away to follow Yao Miaoi. Yi Chen stood there, watching their retreating figures, lost in thought. Junior brother, stop staring. They've already left. Su Chen approached with a peculiar expression, patting Yi Chen on the shoulder. He was already aware that Yi Chen had declined the alliance with Qingyin Pavilion, and Su Taishu had privately arranged a marriage pact for him. Yi Chen regained his composure and sighed. Let us proceed. However, Su Tai Su remained oblivious to Yi Qin's unusual demeanor as he approached his side. Disciple, upon our return, I have a delightful surprise in store for you. Su Tai Su said cheerfully. Su Qin opened his mouth, intending to voice something, yet ultimately refrained. In his heart, he mused, young junior brother, this is your tribulation. You must navigate it on your own. Observing the smile of the old sorcerer, Yi Qin felt a hint of discomfort. An ominous premonition stirred within him, suggesting that this surprise might indeed be a fright. He felt an urge to flee, though escaping under the watchful gaze of the old sorcerer was an impossibility. Yi Qin possessed a degree of foresight, albeit lacking the confidence to transform that intuition into certainty. Su Tai Su, along with his 3 disciples, vanished into the void. The remaining disciples of Tianxian sect were required to hone their skills and return independently. Shortly thereafter, Su Tai Su reappeared at Tianxian sect, entering the purple bamboo forest on the back mountain. Disciple, you are 18 this year, are you not? Su Tai Su inquired with a beaming smile, his gaze resembling that of a weasel who had successfully pilfered a chicken. Yi Qin's heart sank. Sensing trouble, the old sorcerer's lewd grin could only signify mischief. What of turning 18? He replied, furrowing his brow. Chapter 57. The disciples of Tianxian sect are robbed of. To be 18, youth is indeed a splendid blessing. Su Taishu sighed, his head swaying as if lost in the reverie of cherished memories. Let us get to the point. Stop pretending to be profound. Yi Qin rolled his eyes, finding Su the Elder's theatrics excessively drawn out. His thoughts wandered. If Su the Elder had good news promising a reward of spirit stones, he would graciously accept. However, should it involve a disadvantageous matter, such as a marriage contract, he would unhesitatingly resort to retreat as his best strategy. Ah, my disciple, why are you more anxious than your master? Fear not. This surprise will undoubtedly delight you, Su Taishu replied slowly, presenting a knowing expression. Upon hearing Su Taishu's words, Su Qin's lips twitched slightly. He was uncertain whether his junior disciple would appreciate the supposed engagement. For the young disciple, it was likely not a surprise, but rather a fright. Lin Shuo, equally exasperated with Su Taishu, thought, as a master, can't you be a bit more straightforward? You've prattled for ages without mentioning the matter at hand. Cough, cough. Su Taishu discerned the disdain in his 3 disciples' gazes and realized he had indeed been overly verbose. Alas, such is the plight of age. A bit of rambling is to be expected. Clearing his throat, he was about to unveil the grand news. Suddenly, Su Qin's expression shifted dramatically, and he sprang to his feet. What's wrong? Junior brother, what happened? Lin Shuo inquired, unable to contain his concern. Master, there's trouble. I just received a message. The resources we acquired from the Shadow Pavilion have been stolen. Su Qin's solemn gaze met Su Taishu's. At these words, the others furrowed their brows slightly. Who had the audacity to rob them? Truly, they must be tired of living. Lin Shuo seethed with anger. What on earth transpired? Please explain. Su Taishu's smile vanished. While he may not have valued those resources excessively, as a senior elder of the Tianxian sect, he felt the need to address such an affront. After all, they must be retrieved. Taking a deep breath, Su Qin recounted the entire sequence of events. It turned out that after Su Taishu departed with his 3 disciples, the Tianxian sect disciples responsible for escorting the resources followed the original plan to return to the sect. However, upon exiting Zhongzhou City, they were ambushed by a group of mysterious figures clad in black. These assailants were formidable and ruthless, leaving the Tianxian sect disciples utterly defenseless, stripped of their armor and unable to retaliate. In the end, over 20 disciples were injured, and all their resources, including treasures and cultivation materials looted from the Shadow Pavilion's treasury, were completely ransacked. Unbelievable. These individuals truly possess a reckless audacity. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuo was filled with righteous indignation, vowing to seek retribution against those clad in black. Su Laoma, cease your days. Let us swiftly reclaim our honor. Yi Qin rubbed his fists together, eager to engage. Although he feigned indifference toward the treasures and resources, the fact remained that they were seized through his own efforts. The loss felt akin to having one's diligently cultivated crops pilfered. Such an affront was intolerable to Yi Qin. Indeed, master, we shall unearth those miscreants and make them realize that the possessions of the Tianxian sect are not easily taken. Su Qin echoed in agreement. Very well. The three of you shall proceed to Zhongzhou City and ascertain who dares to covet the Tianxian sect. It was deemed unnecessary for Su Taishu to intervene personally. Sending the tribulation stage Lin Shuo was already a considerable concession. Lin Shuo, accompanied by Su Chun and Yi Chun, transformed into three streams of light, racing towards Zhongzhou City. At this moment, however, Yi Chun's thoughts were preoccupied with another matter. Once I uncover who has absconded with the resources, it will be another opportunity to amass a fortune in spirit stones. Externally, he appeared to be filled with righteous fury, but internally he reveled in secret glee. Having completely forgotten the significant matter Su Taishu had intended to discuss earlier. Whoever dared to pilfer from the Tianxian sect must undoubtedly be affiliated with a major sect, and one could only imagine the abundance of spirit stones within such a powerful organization. Outside Zhongzhou City, within a small grove, over 20 disciples of the Tianxian sect stood with bruised faces, their spirits utterly deflated, resembling wilted vegetables. Lin Shixiang, Su Shixiang, this is the spot. We were robbed right here. One disciple pointed at the chaotic footprints on the ground, his face a mask of despair. Did you manage to discern who the assailants were? How many were there? Lin Shuo surveyed the surroundings, his brow furrowed, and inquired solemnly. Responding to Lin Shixiang, all of them were masked, and there were approximately 30 or more, with cultivation levels above the golden core and nascent soul stages. Another disciple replied, still trembling with fear. Over 30 at the golden core stage, and even nascent soul? Lin Shuo's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing this. Such a multitude of skilled practitioners clearly indicated that this was not the doing of an ordinary faction. It seemed this incident was far more complicated than it appeared. Su Chun, too, wore a furrowed brow, pondering deeply. Yi Chun crouched down, feigning an investigation of the marks on the ground. Yet a playful smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Over 30 at the golden core stage, and even a nascent soul? TSK. They truly hold our Tianxian sect in high regard. Yi Chun's myriad forms sense the presence of a transformation stage cultivator having been there, coinciding perfectly with the timing of the disciples' robbery. Junior brother, have you made any discoveries? Su Chun could not help but inquire, noticing Yi Chun's demeanor. Indeed I have. I detected a trace of the transformation stage's aura. Yi Chun replied with a grin, a glint of cunning flickering in his eyes. Transformation stage? Lin Shuo and Su Chun queried in unison. The disciples of the heavenly profound sect are all at the golden core and early nascent soul stages. Yet their adversaries have dispatched a transcendent being to seize treasures from them. Follow me. The direction in which the aura departs leads towards Central State City. Yi Chun turned and set his course toward the city. Lin Shuo and Su Chun exchanged glances, instructing the disciples of the heavenly profound sect to return to their sect before closely trailing behind Yi Chun. Upon arriving outside Central State City, the trio did not hasten to enter, but instead sought a secluded spot. Yi Chun discreetly activated the heavenly Dao Pearl to begin his investigation. The pearl possesses the capability to trace the precise location of the aura's owner. Soon, he detected a faint trace of a transcendent being's aura at the location where the group of black-clad individuals had vanished. Found you. A cold smile crept across Yi Chun's lips, a glint of icy determination flashing in his eyes. He had confirmed that this transcendent being's aura had indeed entered Central State City. Oh, where are they? Lin Shuo and Su Chun exclaimed with joy, eagerly inquiring. Chapter 58. This young junior brother is quite frugal. He has entered the city of Zhongzhou. Yi Chun, accompanied by two companions, made his way into Zhongzhou City. In Zhongzhou City, the drunken immortal pavilion stood out as one of the most renowned brothels, bustling with patrons, filled with melodious songs and vibrant dances, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled excitement. At this moment, within a private room on the second floor of the drunken immortal pavilion, a middle-aged man was indulging himself, flanked by beautiful women, sipping on fine wine. A lavish array of delicacies and exquisite drinks lay before him, while several singing maidens surrounded him, flattering him with their charms. This middle-aged man was extraordinarily generous, continuously bestowing gold, silver, and jewels upon the maidens beside him. Girls, serve me well, and you shall reap the rewards, he boasted. I have recently come into great fortune. He shamelessly groped the two maidens, reveling in their company. As Yi Chun and his companions arrived at the entrance of the drunken immortal pavilion, They stood side by side, their mouths agape, staring intently at the grand door. It was their first visit to such a place, and the sight of the heavily made-up women posing provocatively within made them feel somewhat awkward. "Junior brother, are you certain that presence entered here?" Lin Shuo inquired, his expression betraying his unease. "Absolutely certain. The owner of that aura is indeed inside," Yichen replied, his own countenance also displaying discomfort. While he was adept at acts of thievery and mischief, facing these alluring maidens felt far more daunting than traversing a mountain of blades or a sea of fire. "Then what are we waiting for? Let us quickly drag him out," Su Chun exclaimed, eager to take the lead. "Yes, we await your triumphant return," both Lin Shuo and Yichen chorused, their gazes fixed upon Su Chun. However, Su Chun hesitated, his foot poised to step forward but retracting instead. "Perhaps we should go together," he suggested. Feeling a rush of anxiety, he had intended to take the initiative to bolster the courage of Lin Shuo and Yi Chun. Inside the drunken, immortal pavilion, the group of singing maidens had already noticed the trio standing in a row. They were quite accustomed to such scenarios. Many young men, on their first visit, would exhibit similar shyness. When faced with the choice to enter or not, they often required a gentle push. For once inside, they would be enchanted and yearn to return. A lead singer exchanged glances with a few of her companions, who promptly understood her cue. "Gentlemen, would you care to join us for a bit of fun?" she cooed. "I just started today and have yet to entertain any guests. Please, indulge me just this once. I assure you, my skills are exceptional, and I will ensure your satisfaction." A throng of elegantly adorned maidens encircled Yi Chun and his companions. The melodious voices echoed in their ears, mingling with the fragrant scent of perfume, creating a dizzying atmosphere. Cough, cough. Yi Chun cleared his throat, preparing to decline, but was abruptly pulled back by Lin Shuo. "Junior brother, don't be shy. Now that we're here, let us relax and enjoy ourselves," Lin Shuo declared, leading Yi Chun towards the interior of the drunken immortal pavilion. Su Chun, witnessing this, followed suit with a mischievous grin. Yi Chun, feeling helpless, allowed himself to be led into the drunken immortal pavilion. He understood that Lin Shuo intended to seize this opportunity to uncover the identity of the being whose aura resonated with the transformation stage. Yi Chun sensed the presence of this entity within a private chamber, and his eyes gleamed with anticipation. He exchanged glances with Lin Shuo and Su Chun, and the three discreetly approached the room occupied by a middle-aged man. As they arrived at the entrance, Su Chun attempted to push the door open, only to be halted by a group of young women. "Oh dear, young master. This room is already occupied. Let us move to the next one." The young women playfully tugged and pushed, ushering Yi Chun and the others into an adjacent chamber. Upon entering, they were promptly served exquisite food and fine wine. The young women immediately seated Yi Chun and his companions, surrounding them closely as they served dishes and poured drinks. Yi Chun felt overwhelmed by the throng of women, nearly breathless from the attention. "Ladies, might I request a moment of privacy for my companions and myself?" he implored, frowning in discomfort. The young women merely giggled, mistaking his earnestness for shyness. "Do not be bashful, young master. Such matters between men and women become familiar with time." One of the ladies cast him a flirtatious glance, her voice sweet and teasing. "Indeed, let us share some wisdom with you," another chimed in, echoing the sentiment. Yi Chun, exasperated, felt an urgent need to communicate his distress to Lin Shuo, casting frantic glances his way. However, Lin Shuo remained oblivious, misinterpreting Yi Chun's discomfort as mere bewilderment in the face of such exuberance. "Senior brother, please offer them some coin to leave. They will depart once compensated," Yi Chun urged in a hushed tone, nearly jumping out of his skin. Realization dawned upon Lin Shuo, who scratched his head, preparing to retrieve some money. Yet just as he reached for his pouch, he hesitated, his lips twitching uncomfortably. His junior brother had amassed a fortune in spirit stones, yet he still hesitated to part with a mere sum. Lin Shuo wrestled with an impulse to chastise Yi Chun for his frugality. "Come on, senior brother," Yi Chun insisted. Seeing Lin Shuo's indecision, Lin Shuo, gazing blankly at Yi Chun, thought about how he would have dealt with anyone else in this situation. Reluctantly, he retrieved a handful of low-grade spirit stones from his bag. The moment the young women laid eyes on the stones, their expressions lit up with delight. "Forgive us, ladies. We truly have pressing matters to attend to, and we kindly ask for your understanding," Lin Shuo said, distributing a spirit stone to each woman. Their joy was palpable. They were mere mortals who typically dealt in silver and gold, and receiving spirit stones was a rare occurrence. One stone could equate to their earnings for an entire month. Yet, they were also aware that those who could afford spirit stones were practitioners of the arcane arts, not to be trifled with. For angering such beings could lead to dire consequences. They immediately fell silent, forming a line to bow respectfully to Yi Chun and his companions before exiting the private room. Once the maidens had departed, the three felt a considerable sense of relief. Meanwhile, in the adjacent chamber, a middle-aged man dismissed the remaining girls, retaining two alluring maidens. He was eagerly anticipating a rather intimate encounter. "My lovely beauties, come serve your master. If you perform well, reward shall surely follow," he gasped, embracing the two maidens with palpable impatience. "Please, do not be too hasty, dear sir," the maidens playfully protested, feigning resistance. "Do show some compassion for our sisterhood." One of them gently leaned against the man's shoulder, speaking in a soft, alluring tone. The middle-aged man laughed heartily. "Rest assured, as long as you satisfy me, everything is negotiable." Just as he led the two maidens toward the bed, eager to indulge in his desires, the door to the private room swung open abruptly. The sudden intrusion startled the middle-aged man, nearly causing him to collapse in shock. Yi Chun and his companions entered nonchalantly, taking their seats around the table, ready to witness the unfolding spectacle. "Do continue. We shall not disturb you," Yi Chun said, crossing his arms with a mischievous grin, eyes glinting with mockery directed at the middle-aged man. Lin Shuo frowned slightly, shaking his head in resignation, while Su Chen stifled a laugh, his shoulders trembling with suppressed mirth. "Who dares intrude?" The middle-aged man seethed, his temper flaring as he cast an irate glare at Yi Chun and his friends. Chapter 59. A visit to the Qingyun sect for scenic views. One in 9th level of Qi refinement, the other in 9th level of golden core. Upon seeing Lin Shuo, the man's pupils constricted. Although he could not discern Lin Shuo's cultivation level, the aura emanating from him far surpassed that of an average middle-aged man, emanating a potency tenfold stronger. "May I inquire as to your purpose here?" The middle-aged man released the two maidens, his tone softening. He was acutely aware that failing to adopt a humble stance at this moment could lead to his untimely demise. A sense of foreboding crept into his mind. Recalling the recent incident of robbing disciples from the Tianxian sect, the arrival of others at this juncture felt anything but coincidental, leaving him in a state of unease. Lin Shuo produced two low-grade spirit stones and tossed them to the maidens, signaling them to withdraw. The maidens caught the stones, performed a respectful bow, and exited the private chamber. "Haha, what brings you here? Surely it is to collect a debt." Once the maidens departed, Yi Chen's lips curled into a cold smirk. "Debt? When have I ever owed you anything?" The middle-aged man feigned composure, pretending to be perplexed. Deep down, he clung to a sliver of hope. Perhaps this was merely a coincidence. "Come now, my dear brother, let us speak plainly. You have pilfered from our Tianxian sect. Do you expect to deny it?" Yi Chen regarded him with an expression that blended amusement and mockery. You speak nonsense. When did we steal from your Tianxian sect?" The middle-aged man vehemently denied the accusation. "Ha ha, still in denial even as death approaches. Since you refuse to confess, we shall resort to more persuasive methods." A cruel smile crept onto Yi Chen's face as he slowly cracked his knuckles. In an instant, Lin Shuo appeared before the middle-aged man, seizing him by the throat and lifting him off the ground. "Cough, cough, what do you intend to do? I warn you." I am the man's face reddened as he struggled futilely against Lin Shuo's grip. "What are you?" Lin Shuo inquired coldly, applying slight pressure. "Cough, cough, I am a member of the Qingyun sect. If you dare to harm me, our esteemed ancestor will not let you off lightly." The middle-aged man gasped, invoking his powerful backing. "The Qingyun sect? Ha, what a grandiose claim." Su Chen's eyes flickered with disdain upon hearing this. He mused internally. Although his cultivation was merely at the golden core stage, his master and senior brother were both at the tribulation transcendent stage. What did he have to fear from the Qingyun sect? "So, it appears that the items in question were indeed taken by your Qingyun sect?" Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint shining within. "No, not at all." The middle-aged man's gaze flickered, struggling to maintain his stance. "Alas, it seems that without a bit of coercion, you remain unwilling to speak the truth." Yi Chen displayed a smile he believed to be ruthlessly intimidating, though it appeared rather odd. "Senior brother, let us first cripple his cultivation. Yi Chen planned to incapacitate the middle-aged man's cultivation before applying further pressure. In the presence of his two senior brothers, he wished to conceal his true prowess, as he was currently only at the qi refinement stage. The middle-aged man, upon hearing that his cultivation would be abolished, was instantly filled with panic. Without his powers, he would be rendered insignificant. The Qingyun sect would not wage war against the Tianxian sect on his behalf. No, you cannot strip me of my abilities, he pleaded desperately, struggling with all his might. Lin Shuo raised his other hand, poised to nullify his cultivation. Wait, I will speak. Realizing Lin Shuo was indeed capable of enforcing such a fate, the middle-aged man hastily begged for mercy. If you had said so earlier. Yi Chen crossed his arms, slightly lifting his chin, a smirk of satisfaction gracing his lips. Lin Shuo then released the middle-aged man, unceremoniously dropping him to the ground. Cough. The middle-aged man attempted to speak, but was interrupted by a fit of coughing. Speak quickly. Su Chen, growing impatient, kicked the middle-aged man in the abdomen. However, the kick, coming from his golden core cultivation, inflicted no harm upon the middle-aged man, who was at the divine transformation stage. After regaining his composure, he slowly began to speak. I am an elder of the Qingyun sect, sent by our leader to seize. Through the middle-aged man's account, Yi Chen and his companions finally grasped the entirety of the situation. It turned out that Lin Shuo and Su Chen had caused quite a stir while besieging the Shadow Pavilion alongside disciples from the Tianxian sect. The Qingyun sect's disciples had gone to investigate and discovered that the Shadow Pavilion's headquarters was hidden in Zhongzhou City, an area under Qingyun sect's jurisdiction. Given the formidable strength of the Shadow Pavilion, which boasted multiple Tribulation Stage experts, the sect's leader dispatched a Tribulation Stage ancestor along with several elders for support. However, by the time they arrived, the Shadow Pavilion had already been obliterated, and the Tianxian sect had retreated, leaving the treasure vault empty. Having occupied territory for thousands of years, the Shadow Pavilion had amassed a vast wealth of resources and artifacts, which incited great envy in the Qingyun sect's leader. His decision to send a Tribulation Stage ancestor was primarily motivated by the desire to claim a share of the treasures. Now that the spoils had been entirely taken by the Tianxian sect, he was left deeply dissatisfied. After much contemplation, he resolved to send the middle-aged man and 30 disciples in disguise to seize the treasures. How shameful for the esteemed leader of the Qingyun sect to engage in such despicable acts. Yi Chen mocked derisively, secretly thrilled at the prospect of fortune. This matter cannot simply be brushed aside. They must be made to account for their actions. Su Chen declared, his expression dark with fury. Let us go and behold the splendor of the Qingyun sect. Lin Shuo remarked calmly. With that, he hoisted the middle-aged man as if he were a mere chick, leading Yi Chen and Su Chen boldly toward the gates of the Qingyun sect. As they approached, the two mountain guards, noticing their fierce demeanor, drew their swords, demanding, Who dares intrude upon our Qingyun sect? Summon your leader. Su Chen scoffed, unleashing a formidable aura that sent the two guards sprawling. How audacious of you to come to our Qingyun sect and wreak havoc. A voice of fury echoed through the air, revealing an elderly figure clad in a cerulean robe, soaring towards them on a sword. Indeed, it was the master of the Qingyun sect. Are you the master of the Qingyun sect? Yi Chen inquired with a smile, as if greeting an old friend. Indeed, I am he. And who might you be? Why have you come to my Qingyun sect to cause trouble? The master of the Qingyun sect scrutinized the three with piercing eyes, a sense of caution brewing within him. We are disciples of the Tianxian sect. Your men have seized our possessions, and we have come to seek an explanation, Yi Chen stated plainly. Utter nonsense. My Qingyun sect would never engage in such thievery. The master of the Qingyun sect vehemently denied the accusation. Ask him if you sent him. Yi Chen gestured towards the middle-aged man being held aloft by Lin Shuo. Master, I. The middle-aged man stammered, unable to confess the truth. Clearly, you are framing us. Guards, seize these audacious troublemakers. At the master's command, dozens of Qingyun sect disciples swiftly surrounded Yi Chen and his companions. Chapter 60. What's 7? There are clearly only 6. What? Want to make a move? I advise you to carefully consider the consequences. Lin Shuo sneered, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Do you think our Qingyun sect fears your Tianxian sect? The leader of the Qingyun sect spoke sternly, though his demeanor belied his inner trepidation. After all, The Qingyun sect boasted 2 ancestors at the transcendent stage, leading him to believe he had no reason to fear any sect. Your elder has already admitted that he led his disciples to seize our Tianxian sect's treasures. Su Chun pointed at the middle-aged man held by Lin Shua. If this matter spreads, your Qingyun sect's reputation will surely. Su Chun paused, refraining from continuing. He trusted that the leader of Qingyun could grasp the gravity of the situation. Although in the realm of cultivation, it was commonplace to kill and plunder. It was an entirely different matter when the sect leader personally dispatched disciples to commit theft within their jurisdiction. Who would dare to venture into the territories governed by your Qingyun sect thereafter? What if their wealth was stolen? Who would they turn to for justice? If no one comes, both the sect and the city would stagnate and gradually decline. What do you intend to do? The leader of Qingyun sect suppressed his rising fury and inquired. Since the matter had been exposed, it ultimately required resolution. Master, calm down, calm down. Let us discuss this amicably, Yi Chun said with a grin, seemingly unfazed by the precarious situation. Speak, what are your demands? The leader of Qingyun sect asked in a low voice. Is this how your Qingyun sect treats its guests? Yi Chun spread his arms, surveying the surroundings where everyone stood before the sect's entrance. Follow me. The leader of Qingyun sect flicked his sleeve and strode into the sect. Moments later, they entered a grand and imposing hall, where disciples served fine spiritual tea. Now speak, what do you want? After the tea servers exited, the leader of Qingyun sect inquired. Yi Chun lifted the teacup and took a delicate sip. It is quite simple. Return what you have stolen and compensate us for some emotional distress. And this matter will be considered resolved. Yi Chun boldly stated. You are dreaming. The leader of Qingyun sect was nearly driven to spit blood in his rage. This fellow was clearly attempting extortion. What? Unwilling. Yi Chun squinted slightly, casually toying with the teacup. The leader of Qingyun sect pondered for a moment. This matter was unbeknownst to me. It was the actions of an elder of my sect. I can return the items to you, and we shall consider the matter closed. The leader of Qingyun sect shifted all responsibility onto the middle-aged man. Naturally, our Tianxian sect values reason. Yi Chun replied with a cheerful smile. In his heart, Yi Chun mused, whether or not this was under the leader's orders was irrelevant. As long as the Qingyun sect compensates, they would soon learn that I am not so easily deceived. With this thought, a cunning smile flickered across Yi Chun's face. The headmaster of the Qingyun sect, in a state of resignation, was compelled to surrender the 6 Qiankuan bags that had been seized. Are they all here? Yi Chun inquired with a semblance of a smile. Indeed, they are all here, not a single one missing. The headmaster of Qingyun gritted out through clenched teeth. That's not right. I distinctly recall there being 7. Where's the other one? Yi Chun feigned surprise. What's 7? There are clearly only 6. The headmaster of Qingyun became visibly agitated. Impossible. I distinctly remember there being 7. And one of those Qiankuan bags contains 500 million mid-grade spirit stones. Yi Chun asserted with utmost seriousness. 500 million mid-grade spirit stones. The headmaster and the surrounding disciples were left astonished. Where could such a sum of spirit stones possibly come from? Was this young man out of his mind? Did he comprehend the magnitude of 500 million spirit stones? Such a sum equated to the foundational wealth of a sect accumulated over a millennium. Even Su Chun and Lin Shua stared at Yi Chun in disbelief, unaware of any additional 500 million mid-grade spirit stones. Su Chun silently gave Yi Chun a thumbs up, inwardly lamenting. This maneuver is undeniably clever. Indeed, it is 500 million mid-grade spirit stones. You're not intending to default, are you? Yi Chun said with a look of feigned grievance. He had initially planned to elaborate further, but the capacity of a Qiankuan bag was limited. As for high-grade spirit stones, they were exceedingly rare in the Kanglan realm, and the Qingyun sect could hardly possess such a quantity for compensation. You are spouting lies. The headmaster of Qingyun trembled with rage. This lad was clearly attempting to extort him. Spouting lies? Then pray tell, why do I remember there being 7 Qiankuan bags while you have only presented 6? Yi Chun pressed relentlessly, offering no respite for the headmaster. The headmaster was rendered speechless by Yi Chun's inquiry. He could hardly admit to having truly stolen 7 Qiankuan bags, could he? What's wrong? At a loss for words? If that's the case, we shall have no choice but to search for ourselves. With that, Yi Chun feigned intent to mobilize Su Chun and Lin Shua into action. Wait, you dare? The headmaster of Qingyun panicked. If they were allowed to conduct a search, the sect's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. In that instant, both parties found themselves in a stalemate. The headmaster discreetly sent a message to two ancestors at the tribulation stage. Recognizing Lin Shua's tribulation stage cultivation, he deemed it prudent to summon the two ancestors for added security. Given the gravity of the situation, it seemed unlikely to reach a peaceful resolution. If all else failed, he contemplated having the two ancestors eliminate Yi Chun and his companions. When the Tianxin sect inquired later, he could simply claim that the compensation had been taken, leaving no evidence for the Tianxin sect to act upon. After a brief standoff, two formidable pressures from the tribulation stage abruptly descended upon the Great Hall. "Who dares to act with such impudence in my Qingyan sect?" bellowed one venerable elder, his hair and beard white as snow. Yi Chun and his companions remained unaffected by the overwhelming pressure, as Lin Shua shielded them from its force. "Ah, esteemed elders, your arrival is most fortuitous. It appears that your esteemed Qingyun sect has appropriated items belonging to our Tianxin sect, yet you wish to deny such transgressions. This is rather unbecoming, is it not?" Leaf Chin remarked with an unperturbed demeanor and a playful smile. "Utter nonsense. How could our Qingyun sect engage in such despicable acts?" retorted the elder with a goat-like beard, his disdain evident. "The evidence is irrefutable. Your sect's leader has already conceded to the truth. Do you two elders intend to shield them from accountability?" Leaf Chin replied, maintaining his composure. The elder with the goat beard turned his gaze towards the sect leader, an inquisitive look in his eyes. He had been among those who supported the eradication of the Shadow Pavilion, yet upon his return, had not inquired further into subsequent events. The sect leader's expression darkened as he quietly recounted the events. "Regardless, you cannot continue to cause a ruckus here," one elder said, exchanging glances with the other. "Are you suggesting that this matter should simply be dismissed then?" Leaf Chin crossed his arms defiantly. "Humph. There shall be no compensation. Take your Qiankuan bags and depart from this place, lest we be compelled to act unfavorably." The elder, now fully white-haired, glared fiercely, his powerful aura radiating around him. Chapter 61. Do not be irritable. Harmony brings wealth, ah? How do you intend to be impolite? A sly smile crept onto Yi Chun's lips as he raised the jade talisman of sword intent bestowed upon him by Su Taishu. The two elders beheld the talisman in Yi Chun's hand, sensing the potent waves of spiritual energy and sword intent emanating from it, even more powerful than their own. Their pupils contracted as they realized that Yi Chun had infused a trace of his spiritual energy into the talisman, allowing its aura to escape. Simultaneously, Su Chun produced a similar talisman of sword intent. As a disciple of Su Taishu, he, too, possessed this life-saving trump card, though he had yet to employ it. The expressions of the two elders grew grave. They understood while the formidable power contained within the talisman. They recognized that the talisman's unleashed might was beyond their capacity to withstand. Although another cultivator in the tribulation stage stood nearby, they were reluctant to diminish their own stature. "Child, do not presume that this talisman can threaten our Qingyun sect," the elder with a goat-like beard declared, forcing a fade of calm. "Is that so? Then why not give it a try? After all, it's either the fish dies or the net breaks." Yi Chun raised an eyebrow, exuding an air of indifference. In an instant, the atmosphere within the hall plummeted to a freezing point. The two elders exchanged secretive communications, ultimately reaching a conclusion. They could not overpower him, and thus must temporarily yield. "Once your possessions are returned, will this matter be settled?" The elder with white hair inquired solemnly. "Certainly. Trust in our integrity. As long as you provide compensation, we shall depart immediately," Yi Chun replied, a cunning smile playing upon his lips, outsmarting them. "Very well, let us hope you honor your word." The elder with white hair turned to the sect leader, instructing, as per his request, give him the spirit stones. This the Qingyun sect leader felt a deep sense of reluctance. Yet he reluctantly sent an elder to procure the spirit stones. Internally, he felt utterly frustrated, realizing he had attempted to outsmart them only to face a greater loss. However, with the elder's decree, he had no choice but to comply. Moments later, the elder returned with 500 million medium-grade spirit stones and handed them to Yi Chun. "Now that you have received the spirit stones, this matter is concluded. Please leave our Qingyun sect," the sect leader said, his countenance darkening as he began to usher them out. "Do not be hasty. We have yet to discuss the matter of compensation. Why are you so eager to expel us?" Yi Chen crossed his arms, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Did you not just claim that upon receiving compensation, you would leave immediately? The elder with the goat-like beard exclaimed, his fury boiling over as he pointed a trembling finger at Yi Chen. Indeed, you have yet to provide the compensation in spirit stones. What I just received was merely what you had stolen from me, Yi Chen replied, spreading his hands in feigned innocence, shrugging nonchalantly. Beside him, Lin Shuo and Su Chun nodded in unison, secretly giving Yi Chen a thumbs up. This little junior brother is truly cunning. His tactics are simply remarkable. Yu the elder with white hair was so infuriated that he nearly spat blood at that moment. He wished to smite Yi Chen with a single blow. At this moment, they finally realized that they had been deceived by Yi Chen. The compensation he mentioned was indeed genuine, while they mistakenly believed it to be the 500 million spirit stones he spoke of, thinking it merely a pretext for negotiation. Young man, do not push us too far. Our Qingyun sect fears no other sect, an elder roared in frustration, unable to contain himself any longer. The other elders present were equally incensed, their eyes glinting with fury as they fixed their glares on Yi Chen and his companions. The two ancestors could no longer suppress their rising anger, the oppressive aura of their tribulation stage leaking uncontrollably into the atmosphere. Gentlemen, let us not be so heated. Business is best conducted with amiability. Yi Chen casually seated himself on a nearby chair, toying with the sword intent jade talisman in his hand. Indeed, at such an advanced age, it would be unwise to let anger harm one's health. Su Chen mimicked him, nonchalantly sitting down as well and fiddling with his own sword intent jade talisman. He infused a hint of spiritual energy into the talisman, releasing a surge of sword intent. In an instant, the hall was enveloped in the overwhelming presence of immortal sword intent and the formidable pressure of a perfected tribulation stage. The elders within the hall felt the intensity of the immortal sword intent and the tribulation stage's might, silencing them in an instant. They had never before encountered such a piercing sword intent. Surely, only an immortal could wield such power. Some elders, merely at the spirit transformation stage, even began to sweat profusely. Their murderous intent dissipated completely, leaving them deflated and bowing their heads like punctured balloons. The two ancestors were also tense, fearful that Su Chun might inadvertently activate the talisman. They were acutely aware of its lethal potential, capable of annihilating them in an instant. Oh dear, little Su, let us not resort to violence. We are here to negotiate, and look at how frightened you have made them. Yi Chen remarked with a blend of reproach and playful teasing. Oh, junior brother, I have yet to test this artifact. I simply wanted to explore its power. Though I wonder if I shall have the opportunity, Su Chen replied, a mischievous smile gracing his lips as he gently shook the jade talisman. Lin Shuo remained silent, arms crossed, his expression impassive as he observed his two junior brothers engage in their playful banter. This young junior brother had quite the knack for stirring up trouble, and it seemed he had taught the second junior brother to do the same. As the eldest brother, he could only watch the spectacle unfold. The members of the Qingyun sect were visibly distressed, their faces shifting from pale to purple with embarrassment. Here they were, a prestigious sect among the top 10, utterly humiliated by a few youngsters. Yet, they held a weapon capable of obliterating tribulation stage cultivators, and there was nothing they could do about it. With a thunderous crash, the elder with white hair could no longer contain his frustration and shattered the chair behind him into splinters. Unable to lash out at Yi Chen and his companions, he could only vent his rage on the chair. How do you propose to compensate us? He demanded, his voice deep and resonant after releasing his pent-up anger. You see, conversing in such a calm manner is far more pleasant. Why resort to violence that only breeds discord? Yi Chen said with a cheerful smile, since you, esteemed ancestor, have inquired, I shall not hold back. Each of us disciples was beaten, so a compensation of 100 million mid-grade spirit stones would be quite appropriate. You are making an outrageous demand. The disciples of the Heavenly Xian sect merely sustained superficial injuries, exclaimed the leader of the Qingyun sect, his eyes wide with fury as he trembled, pointing a finger at Yi Chen. The members of the Qingyun sect gasped at the figure Yi Chen had dared to propose. Master, your assertion is misguided. The wounds we bear are not merely physical, but deeply psychological, Yi Chen replied, lifting his chin slightly, his expression grave. Our disciples of the Heavenly Xian sect are dashing and handsome males, and our females are as beautiful as flowers. Now, after being beaten to a pulp by your disciples. Their confidence in seeking partners has been severely undermined. Pausing for a moment, Yi Chun continued, their lack of confidence may hinder them in finding companions, impacting their lives for decades, centuries, or even millennia to come. Therefore, is it truly unreasonable to demand a compensation of 100 million mid-grade spirit stones? He spread his hands wide, presenting an air of undeniable legitimacy. Chapter 62. The fish shall perish. Yet the net remains unbroken. The members of the Qingyun sect were momentarily rendered speechless, confronted by such twisted reasoning. Each of them wore a grim expression, their fists clenched tightly. Yi Chen was not seeking compensation. He intended to annihilate the Qingyun sect. 20 billion spirit stones represented the accumulated wealth of the sect over thousands of years. Su Chen privately nodded, finding merit in Yi Chen's argument. Lin Shuo rolled his eyes, deeming his junior brother utterly shameless and brazen. If you feel that is insufficient, we are open to further negotiations, Yi Chen added, observing the silence that enveloped the crowd. Suddenly, a veteran elder of the transformation stage, who had been suffocated by the pressure of Yi Chen's sword intent in the tribulation stage, could no longer contain himself and spat out a mouthful of old blood. Damn it! Is there no limit to your provocations? Are you suggesting we add even more? What difference is that from robbery? The two ancestors wore expressions of utter despondency, yet, casting a glance at the sword intent jade talisman in Yi Chen's hand, they restrained their impulse to obliterate him. That is far too much. It is impossible. Our Qingyun sect does not possess such an abundance of spirit stones, one elder exclaimed, unable to hold back. Oh, it appears that our amicable atmosphere cannot be sustained any longer. Yi Chun raised an eyebrow, brandishing the sword intent jade talisman. You young friend, it is your Tianxian sect disciples who are lacking in skill, resulting in their defeat. Thus, let us settle this matter with a compensation of 1 million mid-grade spirit stones per disciple, the elder with a goatee suggested in a conciliatory tone. Should that be the case, my Tianxian sect has no face to demand compensation, Yi Chun replied, lifting his chin slightly, arms crossed, exuding an air of arrogance. However, you are exploiting your numerical superiority, oppressing the weaker. You even dispatch transformation stage elders merely to bully golden core disciples. He shrugged, arms still crossed, a faint smirk betraying his disdain. The Qingyun sect's leader, upon hearing Yi Chen's retort, fell silent, his countenance darkening instantly. They had indeed sent 30 disciples to confront the 20 from Tianxian sect. The highest cultivation among Tianquan's disciples was merely at the early Yuanying stage, and the leader had even opted to send a transformation stage elder for added security. The two ancestors, witnessing the leader's change in expression, recognized the truth in Yi Chun's words. My young friend, there is no need to be so aggressive. 1 million is already a substantial offer. As the saying goes, enduring for a moment brings peace, and taking a step back opens up the sea. It is beneficial for all, the elder with white hair implored, struggling to contain his frustration. That will not suffice. Enduring only breeds greater anger. Taking a step back leads to further loss, not serenity. Yi Chun resolutely shook his head. 10 million. Each disciple shall receive 10 million mid-grade spirit stones, no more. Should you demand more, we can only ensure mutual destruction. The elder with the goatee fumed, adopting a stance suggestive of impending catastrophe. Very well. Sigh. I shall concede. 10 million it is. Yi Chun feigned a generous demeanor, though secretly reveling in his triumph. As soon as these words were uttered, everyone stood there in a state of bewilderment, frozen in disbelief. Was it truly so simple to acquiesce? They could hardly trust their own ears. Just moments ago, they had been unwavering, and now they capitulated so readily. They refused to believe that Yi Chun would be intimidated by the desperate gambit of the ancestor with the goatee. Even Lin Shuo and Su Chun were perplexed by Yi Chun's motives. What? Is that not enough? Then add another 10 million. Yi Chun remarked lightly, noticing their stunned expressions. No, just 10 million. We agree. The head of the Qingyun sect promptly responded, hastily arranging for an elder to retrieve the spirit stones. They were eager to pay off these harbingers of misfortune. Prolonged negotiations might shatter his resolve. The elder acted swiftly, and in mere moments, he presented 200 million middle-grade spirit stones to Yi Chun. They anticipated that Yi Chun would depart with the spirit stones, yet he showed no inclination to leave. Esteemed guests, you have reclaimed what was taken, received compensation, and now it is time to discuss the remuneration for the hardships endured by my 3 brothers. A sly smile graced Yi Chun's lips as he crossed his arms, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Humph, bargaining with me? Let us see if I can drive you to despair. Upon hearing this, the members of the Qingyun sect grew increasingly displeased. They had reclaimed their own possessions and even contributed 500 million middle-grade spirit stones. Compensation had been rendered, and now they were being asked for a hardship fee. Was this an endless ordeal? Su Chun gazed at Yi Chun, captivated. His young junior brother had a remarkable talent for stirring the pot, and today he had learned yet another trick. No wonder this junior had agreed so readily earlier. He had been biding his time. Su Chun wished for a notebook to jot down this tactic to avoid forgetting it in the future. Conversely, Lin Shuo felt that his junior brother was excessively cunning, shameless, and utterly devoid of principles. He felt embarrassed to be associated with him and resolved to distance himself from his junior brother, lest he end up being swindled while counting his money. At that moment, the members of the Qingyun sect could no longer contain their mounting fury. Their eyes widened in rage, their bodies trembling. Yi Chun, you have gone too far. Our Qingyun sect has already made such significant concessions, yet you still seek to gain more. One elder shouted in a hoarse voice, his anger palpable. Even if it leads to mutual destruction today, we shall no longer allow you to manipulate us. Another elder spat through gritted teeth, his eyes ablaze as if ready to unleash fire. Let us fight to the bitter end. The assembly of elders declared in unison, gripping their weapons with resolute expressions. Yi Chun, do not presume that with that jade talisman in your possession, we are truly afraid of you. If it comes to it, we shall perish together. The dignity of our Qingyun sect cannot be trampled upon. The head of the Qingyun sect's face turned ashen, pointing at Yi Chun with fury. You insolent brat, do not be so arrogant. Do you truly think we fear you? The 2 elders exploded with fury, their formidable presence enveloping the entire hall as they roared. In an instant, the fury of the Qingyun sect reached its zenith, with the members poised to charge at Yi Chun and his companions. With a mere wave of his hand, Lin Shuo dispelled the oppressive auras surrounding them. The 2 elders exchanged glances, astonished by how effortlessly Lin Shuo had neutralized their imposing presence. Alas, why do you refuse to heed my counsel? Harmony breeds prosperity, if the fish perish. The net remains intact, lamented Yi Chun, his heart heavy with dismay, while he toyed with the jade talisman of sword intent in his hand. My junior brother speaks wisely. The net cannot be torn, echoed Su Chun, also fiddling with his jade talisman in agreement. The 2 elders, acutely aware of Lin Shuo's formidable prowess, understood that with the talismans in the hands of Lin Shuo, Yi Chun, and Su Chun, they could effortlessly annihilate the Qingyun sect. Once life is extinguished, all else follows. Even if spirit stones are lost, they can be scavenged from other minor sections. As for face, they had long since lost it. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted as the 2 elders unleashed their pent-up rage, shattering the surrounding tables and chairs into splinters. After their outburst, their ire had diminished somewhat. What is your demanded compensation? The elder, his hair as white as snow, gritted his teeth and inquired, enunciating each word with deliberate precision. Let me calculate that carefully, replied Yi Chun, invigorated by the notion of remuneration. Consider this, my esteemed senior brother, a veteran in the tribulation stage, has made this arduous journey for such a trivial matter. Surely, a minimum of 200 million in compensation is warranted. He gestured with 2 fingers, a look of self-evident entitlement gracing his countenance. Chapter 63. We are truly honest. The members of the Qingyun sect paid no heed to Yi Chun's mentioned compensation, but they were struck by the term elder. How could Lin Shuo, who appeared to be merely in his 20s, be referred to as an elder? Indeed, Lin Shuo had yet to reach a century of life, and for cultivators who often lived for tens of thousands of years, he was but a mere child. Yi Chun glanced at Lin Shuo and sensed that his words might be somewhat inappropriate. Do not judge by appearances. One in the tribulation stage should be revered like an ancestor in the sect, yet my senior brother has personally come here. Thus he deserves compensation for his efforts. Yi Chun asserted, extending a finger towards Lin Shuo and regarding the members of Qingyun sect with a serious expression. As Yi Chun's words resonated, the faces of the Qingyun members grew increasingly grim. However, some found a semblance of logic in his argument. Which sect did not regard its tribulation stage cultivators as ancestral figures? Yet, It felt peculiar, for Lin Shua was far too young. An irate elder, on the verge of an outburst, refrained from taking action but resorted to verbal indignation, only to be halted by Yi Chun. Do not be hasty. I have not yet calculated the total. Let us discuss once I have completed my calculations. With that, Yi Chun raised both hands in a calming gesture. Wearing a soothing smile, the members of Qin Yun's sect suppressed their fury, glaring at Yi Chun, who appeared oblivious as he began to tally their dues. My second senior brother, who diligently cultivates within the sect, has been unable to focus due to this trivial matter, and thus personally made this journey, which has severely disrupted his cultivation. Yi Chun frowned, casting a grave look at the Qin Yun members, while subtly gesturing as if to underscore the seriousness of the situation. My poor second senior brother, at the age of 20, has yet to break through to the nascent soul stage. Yi Chun lamented with a pained expression, dramatically clutching his chest. Su Chun, observing from the side, could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Were it not for his understanding of Yi Chun's character, he might have been deceived. Lin Shua stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at an angle of 45 degrees, appearing aloof from the crowd. Meanwhile, the members of the Qin Yun sect cursed inwardly. Are you here to flaunt your accomplishments? Achieving the nascent soul stage at 20, in the entire Kanglan continent. Reaching the golden core stage at such an age is already a prodigy, yet you aspire to reach the nascent soul stage by 20. Thus, the compensation for my second senior brother's efforts must be no less than 200 million mid-grade spirit stones to compensate for the damage to his spirit and cultivation. Yi Chun declared with utmost seriousness. As for myself, I am the most cherished disciple of the revered old demon Su. Due to my inadequate cultivation, he feared for my safety. A proud smile graced Yi Chun's face as he crossed his arms and slightly lifted his chin. Once, old demon Su was so concerned for my well-being that he kept me by his side, nurturing me with care for 2 years. Now, due to the abduction of sect disciples, I risked my safety to make this journey. Therefore, I believe compensation is warranted. With a slight tilt of his head, Yi Chun extended a hand towards the members of Qin Yun's sect, his expression resolute and justified. Upon hearing Yi Chun's words, Su Chun could not suppress a smile. Though inwardly he scoffed at his junior brother's elaborate fabrications. It was evident that he had been confined by their master, yet the narrative spun was one of tender care. Lin Shua, maintaining a stoic demeanor, had grown accustomed to Yi Chun's whimsical antics. The members of Qin Yun's sect had become desensitized. Who would dare confront this little demon wielding such formidable power? With him exerting control over the entire sect, it was they who were being bullied, while others would be grateful for merely escaping his wrath. Let us settle this. I shall suffer a slight loss and charge you 500 million, totaling 900 million. To round it off, a mere 1 billion spirit stones will suffice to conclude this matter. Yi Chun proclaimed, extending a hand palm upward. A gesture of feigned magnanimity gracing his features. The members of Qin Yun's sect nearly fainted from indignation upon hearing his declaration. Was this a discount or a reverse discount? How could one negotiate in such a manner? One elder, unable to contain his frustration, bellowed in outrage. At this, the assembly turned their piercing gazes towards the elder. Yi Chun and his companions could effortlessly annihilate the Qin Yun sect. Indeed, they could simply take what they wanted. Was this elder inadvertently suggesting that they could? An idea sparked in Yi Chun's eyes, a cunning smile playing upon his lips as he clapped his hands together. However, we are civilized beings, devoted to reason. How could we stoop to the shameful act of robbery? Yi Chun proclaimed earnestly, slightly lifting his chin, his expression one of righteous indignation. Isn't that so, sect leader of Qin Yun? He added, narrowing his eyes in a mocking manner. Yi Chun, do not push your luck. We of Qin Yun's sect may perish, but do not think you shall emerge unscathed. The sect leader's countenance was dark, as if he could weep with rage. Yet he restrained his fury enough to issue a dire warning. Oh, is the esteemed leader of the sect irked? One must face the consequences of their actions. Yi Chun shrugged nonchalantly. My young friend, we of Qin Yun's sect concede this matter, but 1 billion spirit stones is far too steep. We can offer no more than 500 million. At this juncture, an elder with a goat-like beard interjected. Having realized that the restraint shown by Yi Chun was a testament to his goodwill, they merely hoped to minimize their losses. Very well. 500 million mid-grade spirit stones it is, we accept. Lin Shua interjected decisively. Yi Chun had stirred up trouble single-handedly. leaving the sect utterly humiliated while demanding a staggering sum of spirit stones. The grievances of the disciples from the Tianxian sect had been avenged. The Qingyun sect's compensation had nearly drained their coffers, and there was truly no need to push them to the brink of ruin. All right, in consideration of my senior brother's reputation, let it be 500 million. Yi Chun remarked, pouting and crossing his arms, slightly tilting his chin. He didn't genuinely desire 1 billion spirit stones, but it was important to maintain the face of his senior brother. It is merely an act to hinder the Qingyun sect, which cannot possibly produce such a substantial sum of spirit stones. Once this 500 million is granted, will all accounts be settled, leaving no room for further compensations? The leader of the Qingyun sect turned to Lin Shuo, gritting his teeth as he inquired. His faith in Yi Chun had waned. Fearing that after the spirit stones were handed over, Yi Chun would conjure up another demand for compensation. Lin Shuo glanced at Yi Chun, seeking his guidance. The entire negotiation regarding compensation was orchestrated by Yi Chun. Though he held the title of senior brother, he would not make decisions on Yi Chun's behalf. Indeed, we value integrity highly, Yi Chun declared, thumping his chest with a solemn demeanor. Upon hearing this, the members of the Qingyun sect were consumed with a desire to rush forward and devour Yi Chun alive. You speak of integrity. Do you even possess any? The leader of the Qingyun sect remained skeptical of Yi Chun, casting his gaze toward Lin Shuo, awaiting his affirmation. Chapter 64. A Return to Strength. Seeking a training partner, is my little junior brother's message not sufficiently clear? Lin Shuo remarked, gazing at the Qingyun sect's leader with a furrowed brow, a hint of irritation evident in his demeanor. The leader of Qingyun sect, reassured by Lin Shuo's words, promptly instructed his disciples to procure 500 million mid-grade spirit stones. Before long, the spirit stones were gathered, contained within several spatial bags, and handed over to Yi Chun. Weighing the bags in his hands, Yi Chun smiled and said, "Let us part ways here. I hope that Qingyun sect will conduct its affairs with more integrity in the future." With a wave of his hand, Lin Shuo enveloped Yi Chun and Su Chun, departing from Qingyun sect. At Tianxian sect, in the back mountain's purple bamboo forest, the sect leader, Xianji, was seated at a stone table, enjoying tea with Lu Qingyi, the leader of the Qingyin pavilion. Saintess Murong Shui stood behind Lu Qingyi, while Su Tai Su reclined leisurely in a nearby chair, his eyes half closed. Since Yi Chun's return, Xianji had eagerly sent a message to his old acquaintance, Lu Qingyi. Both Lu Qingyi and Murong Shui had yet to meet Yi Chun and were curious to see what he looked like, hoping to foster a connection between Murong Shui and Yi Chun. However, by the time they arrived, Yi Chun had already left, and they now awaited his return. At this moment, Yi Chun and his companions were on their way back. Yi Chun contemplated that the spirit stones he acquired would be sufficient for him to return to the virtual refinement realm. He resolved to retreat into the Starry Soul Tower upon returning to Tianxian sect to refine all the stones. Yi Chun could hardly contain his eagerness to re-enter the virtual refinement realm. Shortly thereafter, they returned to Tianxian sect. Lin Shuo, wielding his sword, led Yi Chun and Su Chun into the purple bamboo forest. As soon as Yi Chun landed, he leaped towards his mountain peak, Qingzhou Peak, intent on entering seclusion, oblivious to the presence of others. "Hey, Yi Chun, wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you," Su Tai Su called out, noticing Yi Chun's haste to depart without acknowledging him. "Old Su, let us talk later. I'm in a rush to enter seclusion," Yi Chun replied curtly, not glancing back. Su Tai Su's eyes brightened at Yi Chun's words. Having been at the 9th level of Qi refinement for quite some time, he assumed Yi Chun was eager to establish his foundation. Otherwise, with Su Tai Su's capabilities, no one could escape his grasp. Xianji had just risen, intending to call Yi Chun over to introduce him to Murong Shui. Upon hearing that Yi Chun was entering seclusion, he refrained from speaking, also believing Yi Chun was about to establish his foundation. "Junior sister, Yi Chun's urgency to enter seclusion likely indicates he is ready to establish his foundation. Perhaps we should stay at Tianxian sect for a few days and wait for him to emerge," Xianji suggested to Lu Qingyi. "Then I shall impose upon you for a few days," Lu Qingyi replied with a gentle nod and a smile. She and Murong Shui had caught a glimpse of Yi Chun earlier and were quite pleased with his handsome appearance and remarkable talent. Preparing to establish his foundation after only 3 years of cultivation was indeed extraordinary. Typically, individuals on Kanglan continent begin cultivating at the age of 10. needing at least until 15 or 16 to establish their foundation. Some individuals with slightly inferior qualifications require well into their 20s to establish a foundation. Only those of extraordinary talent can do so within 2 to 3 years. In their eyes, Yi Chun is already a prodigy, despite having only reached the 9th level of qi refinement at the age of 18, simply because he began his cultivation journey later than others. If Yi Chun were aware of their perceptions, he would surely scoff at them. After all, he attained the void refinement realm at the tender age of 15, albeit sealed by his master, the ancient Wuji. Upon returning to Qingzhou Peak, Yi Chun swiftly entered the Starry Soul Tower. Inside, he eagerly poured out all his spirit stones to tally them up. The Qingyun sect compensated a total of 1.2 billion. The Shadow Pavilion contributed around 700 million. And the various families of Baiwa City collectively received over 500 million. In total, Yi Chun possessed more than 2.4 billion spirit stones. With these spirit stones, I can return to the void refinement realm and perhaps even advance further, he exclaimed, his excitement evident in his broad grin. He first deposited 10 billion spirit stones into the heavenly Tao Pearl. After the span of an incense stick, he jubilantly declared, My cultivation has returned. Yi Chun's cultivation level restored to the void refinement realm. He let out a roar that echoed throughout the Starry Soul Tower, releasing his void refinement pressure with abandon, which wreaked havoc within the tower. Fortunately, the Starry Soul Tower isolated external perception, leaving the outside world blissfully unaware of the turmoil within. I sense that my current void refinement is more potent than it was during my time in the immortal realm, perhaps even double the strength, Yi Chun thought, clenching his fists and feeling the overwhelming pressure he emanated, though tinged with a hint of doubt. Nevertheless, he dismissed the concern. Being stronger than before was undoubtedly a positive development. Now, he pondered how much the remaining spirit stones could elevate his cultivation further. Once again, he seated himself in meditation and fed all the remaining spirit stones into the heavenly Tao Pearl. As the spirit stones were rapidly consumed, Yi Chun's cultivation steadily progressed. Void refinement 2nd level, void refinement 4th level, void refinement 5th level. After the duration of another incense stick, the spirit stones were nearly exhausted, and Yi Chun's cultivation surged to the 9th level of void refinement. Alas, such a colossal consumption of spirit stones did not yield a breakthrough to the fusion stage. Yi Chun sighed lightly, feeling somewhat disheartened. It was all Wuji's fault. Once I return to the immortal realm, just wait until I unleash my wrath upon you. Yi Chun harbored some resentment towards the immortal Emperor Wuji for sealing his cultivation, yet he felt undeniably powerful now. He estimated that he could defeat those in the tribulation stage without even employing spatial laws. Perhaps I should find someone to test my strength. Transforming his appearance to resemble the night shadow, he donned a black robe and hooded cloak, stealthily exiting the Starry Soul Tower. Yi Chun slipped into the void, leaving Qingzhou Peak and heading directly towards Lin Shua's Great Bamboo Peak. At the Great Bamboo Peak, within a bamboo dwelling, Lin Shua was meditating in a cross-legged position. As Yi Chun arrived, he released a modified aura of cultivation. Who goes there? Lin Shua exclaimed, sensing the unfamiliar energy, and swiftly appeared before Yi Chun. It's you. Night Shadow. Lin Shua beheld the shadow of the night, astonished by its sudden appearance after more than 2 years of absence. Yi Chun, disregarding Lin Shua's surprise, advanced with swift decisiveness, striking forth with a palm aimed directly at Lin Shua. Reacting in an instant, Lin Shua met the attack with a countering palm. The collision produced a thunderous sound, and the immense force generated caused nearby bamboo to splinter. Yi Chun was jolted back a step, while Lin Shua staggered several paces. His expression one of sheer astonishment as he gazed at Yi Chun. He was well aware of the Night Shadow's capabilities, which had previously relied on spatial laws for stealthy assaults. Yet, in a mere span of 2 years, the Night Shadow now stood able to confront him head-on and even gain the upper hand. However, Yi Chun was not preoccupied with such thoughts. He pressed forward once more, the wind from his punches howling around him. He merely sought to swiftly assess his combat prowess. Lin Shua, unwilling to concede, unleashed all his skills to engage in battle with Yi Chun. In that moment, the Great Bamboo Peak was alive with swirling spiritual energy and flickering light. Yet, throughout the encounter, it was Yi Chun who dominated, leaving Lin Shua to merely defend himself. Chapter 65. The surprise from Su Laoma, how could this fellow possess such formidable strength? Lin Shuo was inwardly astonished. He realized that he was on the verge of being unable to withstand Yi Chen's assaults. Yet, Yi Chen grew increasingly exhilarated, his techniques becoming more ferocious. "Stop! Night Shadow! What do you intend to do?" Lin Shuo exclaimed, unable to endure any longer. "Nothing in particular, merely wishing to give you a good thrashing." Yi Chen halted his movements, crossing his arms with a faint smile playing on his lips. Lin Shuo's lips twitched slightly. "What have I done to provoke you, that you seek to beat me? Could you enlighten me about your true identity?" He was eager to uncover the genuine identity of Night Shadow, aware that there was no malice in his actions. Neither party had resorted to lethal weapons nor displayed even a hint of murderous intent. "You will come to know in due time," Yi Chen responded mysteriously, and with that, he vanished in a flash. The peculiar behavior of Night Shadow bore an uncanny resemblance to that of his junior disciple. Lin Shuo gazed in the direction Yi Chen had departed, lost in contemplation. "Alas, how could that be? My junior disciple is still in the qi refining stage." Shaking his head, he dismissed his fanciful thoughts and retreated into the bamboo hut to continue his cultivation. Meanwhile, after leaving Deju Peak, Yi Chen felt an overwhelming sense of elation, quite pleased with his own prowess. "Haha, that was exhilarating. Next time, I shall give Su Laoma a sound thrashing." He spoke to himself, brimming with self-assurance. He made his way to the rear mountain of Qingzhou Peak, where his spiritual pets, the white tiger Xiao Bai and Su Chen's black panther Xiao He, were being raised. Since acquiring these two spiritual beasts 2.5 years ago, they had been allowed to roam freely in this vicinity. Naturally, upon his return, he felt compelled to check on them, as they were, after all, his companions. "Master." Upon seeing Yi Chen arrive, Xiao Bai soared forward, circling around him and occasionally nudging him with its head. Xiao He, on the other hand, wagged its tail enthusiastically, assuming the role of an affectionate companion, resting its front paws before Yi Chen and licking his feet incessantly. Yi Chen chuckled as he patted Xiao Bai's head and playfully kicked Xiao He. "All right, you two rascals, are you adjusting well at Tianxian sect?" "Master, it's splendid here," Xiao Bai replied, letting out a joyful howl. Xiao He, though unable to speak, quickly stood up and began bouncing around Yi Chen. Very good, very good. Though your progress in cultivation seems a tad slow," Yi Chen remarked with satisfaction, nodding his head. With a wave of his hand, a pile of monster cores appeared before Xiao Bai and Xiao He. These cores were acquired during his hunting excursions with Luo Qingqing and others at Baiwa Palace, and they would greatly aid the cultivation of his pets. "Thank you, master." Xiao Bai nuzzled against Yi Chen. Xiao He resumed its affectionate licking. "Now, you two focus on your training. I must take my leave." With that, Yi Chen vanished in an instant. The following morning, Yi Chen stored the Starry Soul Tower within his body, regulating his cultivation to the 9th level of qi refining, and made his way toward the purple bamboo forest on the sect's rear mountain. "You failed to establish your foundation?" Su Taishu furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the figure of Yi Chen before him. Despite his repeated attempts to probe into Yi Chen's essence, he could ascertain only that Yi Chen possessed the cultivation of the 9th level of qi refinement. Yi Chen, however, wore a look of bewilderment. When had he ever mentioned a desire to establish a foundation? This should not be the case. With the body of 10,000 laws, foundation establishment ought to be infallible. If he had intensified his training, he should have already begun forming his core by now. Su Taishu paced back and forth, his face a canvas of confusion and perplexity. "Old Su, what are you talking about? When did I ever say I wanted to establish a foundation?" Yi Chen replied, exasperated. "Aren't you rushing into seclusion to establish a foundation?" Su Taishu abruptly halted, his eyes widening as he gazed at Yi Chen. Yi Chen realized that his hasty departure the previous day must have led Su Taishu to misunderstand his intentions. Yet, he was reluctant to disclose that he was currently at the void refinement stage. "Well, I had some insights yesterday, and fearing they might slip my mind, I entered seclusion to organize my thoughts." Yi Chen offered a casual excuse to deflect Su Taishu's scrutiny. Su Taishu's mouth fell slightly agape, momentarily at a loss for words. A cultivator, one would think, would possess a memory that defies forgetfulness. At the very least, the things retained in their mind should not be so easily lost. The more Su Taishu observed, the more he found his young disciple's behavior peculiar, often lost in his own thoughts and rarely heeding his mentor's counsel, showing a distinct lack of respect for his master. "Ah, Old Su, weren't you looking for me regarding some matter? Yi Chun hastily diverted the topic, anxious that Su Taishu might inquire further into matters he preferred to keep private. Sigh. Well, as long as he cultivates diligently in the future, the rest can be left to him. Su Taishu mused inwardly, a hint of resignation in his heart. Suddenly, a radiant smile, reminiscent of brilliant stars, illuminated Su Taishu's face. Disciple, I have prepared a monumental surprise for you. Su Taishu stroked his beard, beaming at Yi Chun. Yi Chun rolled his eyes, internally lamenting. What trick is old Su up to now? Can't he just state his business plainly? Take a guess at what the surprise might be. Su Taishu said, feigning mystery. I cannot guess, nor do I wish to, Yi Chun retorted tersely. Don't be like that, my disciple. This is all for your lifelong happiness. Su Taishu said earnestly. My lifelong happiness. You needn't worry about that. I will pursue my own happiness, Yi Chun replied, curling his lip in disdain. Sigh. How can you not comprehend your master's good intentions? Su Taishu lamented dramatically. I have arranged a marriage contract for you, with the holy maiden of Qingyin Pavilion. What do you think, my disciple? Surprised? Intrigued? Su Taishu looked at Yi Chun with pride, his hands clasped behind his back, chin slightly raised. Marriage? Contract? Upon hearing this, Yi Chun's eyes widened, and he stood frozen, his mind a blank slate. A furious blaze ignited within him. This old devil Su had taken it upon himself to arrange a marriage in his absence. Yi Chun had long since resolved that he would never consent to an engagement with any woman other than Luo Qingqing. Su Taishu, observing Yi Chun's expression, was quite pleased, mistakenly believing that he had been taken aback by his surprise. The holy maiden of Qingyin Pavilion, endowed with extraordinary talent, gentle and virtuous, and possessing beauty that could rival flowers. Su Taishu assumed Yi Chun would be thoroughly impressed and began to extol the virtues of Murong Shui with great enthusiasm. Old demon Su, how dare you unilaterally arrange a marriage for me? Yi Chun snapped back to reality, his fury erupting as he bellowed. Su Taishu was startled by Yi Chun's outburst. What is the matter? Do you not find her to your liking? The holy maiden of Qingyin Pavilion is the dream companion of countless talented youths. Su Taishu inquired in confusion, genuinely taken aback by Yi Chun's vehement reaction. I care not who she is. I will not agree to this engagement, Yi Chun declared vehemently. However, I have already consented to the union with Qingyin Pavilion. And this betrothal. Su Taishu's expression revealed his unease. Annul the engagement, Yi Chun stated without hesitation. This may not be advisable, considering the circumstances with Qingyin Pavilion. Su Taishu hesitated. Chapter 66. Bought off by 1,000,000 premium spirit stones, he had personally arranged the marriage contract with the master of the Qingyin Pavilion. And now he was expected to annul it himself. It was simply too humiliating. Moreover, this would tarnish the reputation of the holy maiden of Qingyin Pavilion. If you are concerned about the repercussions, you may fulfill the engagement yourself. Yi Chun shrugged and jested, spreading his hands in mockery. You ungrateful disciple. What nonsense are you spouting? Su Taishu exclaimed, his face reddening with indignation. Forcing an old man like him to fulfill a marriage contract with a young girl was an affront to his dignity. Su Laoma, I harbor no feelings for that holy maiden. How could I casually commit to a marriage? That would only lead to mutual ruin, Yi Chun retorted boldly. Locking eyes with Su Taishu, Su Taishu fell silent, recognizing the truth in Yi Chun's words. How about this? You meet Murong Shui first? Su Taishu ventured tentatively. I refuse, Yi Chun replied decisively. Su Taishu, feeling helpless, understood he could not pressure Yi Chun too much, or it would backfire. Very well, my disciple. You should at least meet Murong Shui. Perhaps after the encounter, you might change your mind. Do it for your master's sake. Su Taishu lowered his tone, attempting to persuade Yi Chun. It was a consequence of his own folly. He had acted impulsively in establishing the marriage contract with Yi Chun. I will not meet her. Since I have no intention of fulfilling the engagement, why must I see her? Yi Chun shook his head resolutely, seeing Yi Chun's steadfastness. Su Taishu felt a flicker of doubt in his own resolve. However, he had personally promised the marriage. How could he backtrack now without losing face? Su Taishu resorted to further verbal persuasion, urging Yi Chun to meet Murong Shui and try to cultivate some feelings, but Yi Chun remained unmoved. Sigh. Su Taishu sighed deeply, his expression filled with helplessness, knowing he could not sway Yi Chun. Old man, please do not make things difficult for me. My mind is made up. Yi Chun seized upon the moment, sensing Su Taishu's wavering stance. Very well, since you are resolute, I shall no longer press you. Su Taishu conceded after a moment of contemplation. Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief and a smile graced his face. However, Su Taishu shifted the conversation, continuing. Morong Shui has already arrived at the Tianxian sect. It would be remiss not to meet her at least once. Yi Chen was taken aback, not anticipating this turn of events. Su Laoma, aren't you putting me in a predicament? Yi Chen lamented. She has come specifically for you. You cannot let her visit be in vain. Su Taishu replied innocently. Let us just forget it. I'm quite handsome and charming. What if she becomes infatuated with me? Yi Chen stubbornly rejected the idea, still reveling in his vanity. You cocky brat, cease your self-adulation. Regardless, you must meet her. The matter of the annulment can be discussed later. Su Taishu cast a glance at Yi Chen, his tone firm and somewhat irritable. Humph. Yi Chen responded with a cold huff, turning his head away and ignoring Su Taishu. Observing that Yi Chen was impervious to both coaxing and scolding. Su Taishu, infuriated, puffed up his cheeks in frustration, yet found himself at a loss as to how to proceed. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and with a sly grin, he revealed his trump card. A Qianquan bag inadvertently fell from his person. The opening of the bag seemed deliberately ajar, emanating a dazzling light. Yi Chen, captivated by the radiant glow, was momentarily taken aback. Extraordinary. Supreme Spirit Stones. He picked up the Qianquan bag, probing within with his consciousness, only to be met with an even greater astonishment. The bag was brimming with an enormous heap of Supreme Spirit Stones, estimated to number at least 1,000,000. One Supreme Spirit Stone equated to 100 high-grade Spirit Stones, and one high-grade Spirit Stone equated to 100 middle-grade Spirit Stones. Thus, 1,000,000 Supreme Spirit Stones amounted to 10 billion middle-grade Spirit Stones. The sight ignited a fervor within Yi Chen. He had not anticipated that old Su possessed such wealth. It is worth noting that in the Kanglan continent, high-grade Spirit Stones were exceedingly rare, let alone Supreme Spirit Stones. He chuckled. You have quite the discerning eye. You recognize Supreme Spirit Stones? With a casual flick, Su Taishu summoned the Qianquan bag into his grasp. Yi Chen gazed longingly at the bag in Su Taishu's hands, swallowing hard. Old Su, are you suggesting that you've neither seen nor tasted the delights of life? His eyes gleamed with ambition, plotting to claim the Supreme Spirit Stones for himself. If he could acquire these 1,000,000 Supreme Spirit Stones, breaking through to the fusion phase would be a mere formality, with the possibility of advancing to the Great Ascension phase. Disciple, are you yearning for these? Su Taishu teased, tossing the Qianquan bag lightly in his hand, raising an eyebrow with a smug expression. Dear old Su, your words are quite humorous. You are sage-like and eternal. Surely you do not require these spirit stones for your retirement. Kindly bestow them upon me, Yi Chen implored, his face adorned with a fawning smile. Spare me the theatrics. My mood is rather sour at present, and I am not inclined to part with them. Su Taishu retorted with a scoff, turning his back. Yi Chen instantly grasped the underlying notion. Su Taishu sought to entice him with spirit stones. How cunning of you, old Su, using spirit stones to persuade me to meet the holy maiden of the Qingyin Pavilion. Yi Chen thought to himself, yet he could not help but feel delighted at the prospect. For spirit stones, he would readily barter both his soul and body. After all, it was merely a meeting with the holy maiden of the Qingyin Pavilion. Old Su, is it not your desire for me to meet that holy maiden? Why the elaborate charade? I shall go willingly. Yi Chen shrugged helplessly, spreading his hands outward. Oh, did someone not vow just moments ago that they would rather die than attend? Su Taishu turned back, arms crossed, a teasing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Humph, do you think you can outwit me? A mere handful of spirit stones has you ensnared. Experience prevails over youth. Such a thing could not possibly be true. If there were a beautiful woman to meet, one would surely seize the opportunity. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile gracing his lips as he rubbed his hands together. However, payment must precede anything else. Yi Chen extended a hand, slightly lifting his chin, his gaze fixed intently on the Qianquan bag in Su Taishu's possession, filled with eager anticipation. At these words, the corners of Su Taishu's mouth twitched, finding the audacity of such shamelessness strikingly bold. Alas, with a soft sigh, Su Taishu relinquished the Qianquan bag brimming with precious spirit stones to Yi Chen. Parting with such a bounty caused him a pang of regret. Yet he had little choice, for his disciple had an insatiable appetite for wealth. Upon receiving the Qinkuan bag, Yi Chun felt a surge of exhilaration. He swiftly transferred the spirit stones into his storage ring, fearful that Su might have a change of heart. He chuckled to himself, "Ah, old demon Su. Just you wait and see. I am about to meet that saintess." With a beaming smile, he turned on his heel and departed. As for Lu Qingyi and Murong Shui, they were to stay at Tianxian sect for a few days, and Master Xuanji had arranged for them a secluded mountain peak for their accommodation. Chapter 67. Mistaken Identity. How awkward! Yi Chun soared through the skies on his sword, arriving at the mountain peak where Murong Shui resided. From a distance, he beheld a figure of enduring grace, standing alone atop the peak, gazing down at the sect below. Yi Chun furrowed his brow, sensing a discrepancy from what Su Laomo had described. Activating the laws of space, he concealed his presence in the void and slowly approached. As he drew nearer and discerned the visage of the figure, his eyes widened in astonishment. Before him stood a beautiful woman, whose allure remained intact despite the passage of time. Her eyes radiated wisdom and warmth. Her demeanor was elegant, and her presence was extraordinary. The weight of years had only enhanced her charm, exuding a mature allure. Yi Chun's heart raced, struggling to believe his own eyes. The holy maiden of Qingyin Pavilion must be at least 4,000 or 5,000 years old. His astonishment was palpable. Surely, this betrothal was more fitting for Su Laomo himself. Frowning, he pursed his lips, contemplating that this must be the type Su Laomo favored. Could it be that Su Laomo was genuinely considering his welfare by arranging for him to wed an elder bride due to his lack of spirit stones? Yi Chun stroked his chin, skepticism etched on his face. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older holds golden bricks. At 30, she holds kingdoms. At 3,000, she ascends to immortality. Surely, Su Laomo could not truly believe in such clichés. Yi Chun shook his head in resignation. Nevertheless, having accepted Su's spirit stones, he felt compelled to meet the holy maiden. Yi Chun prided himself on his integrity. Having accepted the payment, he would see the matter through. Taking a deep breath, he emerged from the void and approached the beautiful woman. This enchanting figure was Lu Qingyi. While the holy maiden Murong Shui had been taken away by the Tianxian sect's holy maiden to engage in philosophical discourse, leaving the peak temporarily unoccupied. "Ahem, greetings, holy maiden," Yi Chun said, forcing himself to speak, entirely unaware that he had mistaken her identity. Lu Qingyi was momentarily taken aback by Yi Chun's address, but soon realized he had confused her for her disciple, Murong Shui. A flicker of amusement danced in her eyes, yet she chose not to correct his misunderstanding. "Are you Yi Chun?" Lu Qingyi inquired gently, a hint of curiosity in her gaze. This youth appeared somewhat frivolous and carefree, a stark contrast to her preconceived notion of a genius. Moreover, she recalled that yesterday, the esteemed Xianji had mentioned Yi Chun was eager to enter seclusion for foundational cultivation. Yet here he was, still at the 9th level of Qi training, not yet having established his foundation. "Indeed, it is I. I have had the honor of meeting the holy maiden," Yi Chun replied with a slight bow, a charming smirk playing at the corners of his lips. "Holy maiden, might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to the Tianxian sect?" His inquiry was laced with feigned ignorance, his gaze unabashedly sweeping over Lu Qingyi. Internally, he marveled at her ethereal grace and exquisite figure. Su Laomo certainly had commendable taste. Lu Qingyi felt somewhat uncomfortable under his intense scrutiny, clearing her throat to mask her embarrassment. "Ahem, Yi Chun, I have come primarily to discuss." Before Lu Qingyi could finish her words, a hearty laughter interrupted her. "Qingyi, I have returned with Shuer," announced the enigmatic Master Xuanji, accompanied by a woman clad in pristine white. The lady, dressed in snow-white garments, possessed an unparalleled beauty and an ethereal aura, resembling a celestial goddess descended from the heavens, none other than Murong Shui. When Yi Chun agreed to meet Murong Shui, Su had discreetly informed Master Xuanji of Yi Chun's arrival at the peak where the saintess resided. At that moment, Murong Shui was engaged in a philosophical discourse with her disciples atop the main peak. Upon receiving the transmission, Master Xuanji promptly brought Murong Shui back. Upon seeing Murong Shui, Yi Chun was struck as if by lightning, rendered completely speechless. Is this truly the saintess?" His eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he stammered, pointing at Murong Shui. Lu Qingyi, witnessing Yi Chun's flustered demeanor, struggled to suppress her amusement. "Ah, this is indeed our saintess of Qingyin Pavilion, Morong Shui," she stated coolly. "Ah, this." Yi Chen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, wishing he could vanish into the ground. He had mistakenly identified the master as a disciple and had even made remarks about her. If this were to spread, how would he ever show his face again in the Kanglan continent? Su Tai Su, hidden in the void and observing, flushed with embarrassment as well. This impudent lad was truly a source of shame. He lamented his decision to take such an apprentice, especially considering he had actively sought Yi Chen to become his disciple. "Ah, greetings, saintess." Yi Chen awkwardly addressed Morong Shui, his gaze furtively assessing her beauty. She was indeed breathtaking, with a demeanor that radiated an icy elegance, akin to a goddess from the celestial realms. How splendid a beauty she was. Yi Chen could not help but admire her, though he felt that compared to Luo Qingqing, she fell just short. Luo Qingqing's beauty was captivating, her skin as flawless as jade, her waist as delicate as a willow, and her aura utterly transcendent. If a score were to be given, Luo Qingqing would surely merit a perfect 10, whereas Morong Shui, despite her beauty, could only receive an 8. Morong Shui seemed to sense Yi Chen's scrutiny, slightly furrowing her brow, her expression growing even more aloof. She also noticed that Yi Chen had seemingly not yet achieved foundational cultivation. For a genius who had reached the 9th level of qi refinement in merely 3 years, establishing a solid foundation should be a straightforward endeavor. The only plausible reason for such a failure in foundational cultivation would be that his progress had been artificially augmented through external means. The most likely means of such enhancement would be the consumption of medicinal pills. However, relying on pills to forcibly elevate one's cultivation would exhaust one's innate potential, rendering foundational success elusive, and even if it were achieved, further advancement would be exceedingly difficult. Alternatively, it could be that Yi Chen was not the genius he appeared to be, but rather a person of average aptitude, who merely exhibited a faster initial training speed, leading to a similarly stagnant growth trajectory in later stages. "Since we have already met, let us sit down and converse regarding this marriage matter." Master Xuanji interjected with a light cough. The assembly took their seats, and an air of awkwardness enveloped the gathering. Each harbors their own thoughts. Yi Chen contemplates how to delicately dissolve the engagement. Lu Qingyi and Morong Shui, however, harbor doubts regarding Yi Chen's cultivation aptitude. The holy maiden Morong, upon their first meeting, inadvertently causes offense and seeks forgiveness. Yi Chen, taking the initiative, breaks the awkward silence, assuring her that it is of no consequence. Morong Shui, with a calm demeanor, inquires, "This betrothal was arranged by our elders. May I ask how you both feel about it?" Lu Qingyi cautiously probes for the sentiments of the parties involved before making a decision. Recognizing that her clear sound pavilion seeks protection and has proactively sought a union with the Tianxian sect, Yi Chen remains a disciple of Su Taishu, and the engagement was personally established by him. In the absence of a valid reason, Lu Qingyi hesitates to publicly annul the engagement. Furthermore, Su Taishu's mysterious origins and profound cultivation imply he is unlikely to accept a disciple of inferior talent. Yet, Yi Chen has indeed encountered a setback in his foundational cultivation, leaving room for speculation that Su Taishu may have taken him on due to some unique sentiment. Ultimately, Yi Chen's true aptitude remains to be seen through his future advancements in cultivation. Should he prove to be inept, she would then possess justification to reconsider the engagement. Chapter 68. Seeking Master Su for practice. Morong Shui is a prodigious talent of the Kanglan continent. Having reached the 8th level of foundation establishment at the tender age of 19, with the promise of forming her core within 2 to 3 years. Such brilliance would never condescend to marry a good-for-nothing. Were Yi Chen aware of their sentiments, he would undoubtedly be elated. To add a note, you shall only ever witness my cultivation in the qi refining stage throughout your lives. Upon hearing Lu Qingyi's inquiry, Yi Chen scratched his head, resolutely refusing to comply. Were it not for the allure of 100,000 supreme spirit stones, he would not even entertain the notion of meeting. Nevertheless, this engagement was personally ordained by Su Tai Su, and to publicly decline would be tantamount to slapping Su Tai Su's face. Yi Chen sought a more tactful means to dissolve the engagement, for it was clear that fulfilling such a commitment was out of the question. However, Morong Shui preemptively interjected, "Marriage is a significant matter and cannot be hastily decided." She remained uncertain about Yi Chen's true circumstances. Her conjectures regarding his reliance on pills for cultivation were merely speculative. Should Yi Chun truly be a talent rendered impotent by overindulgence in elixirs, she would vehemently oppose this union. Though Qingyin Pavilion sought an alliance with Tianxian's sect for protection, marrying a worthless individual, even if he were a disciple of Su Tai Su, was entirely out of the question. Murong Shui, after all, is a prodigy of the Kanglan continent. To what a failure would render her a laughingstock. Moreover, the rapid advancement of talented individuals correlates with an extended lifespan. In contrast, Yi Chun, still in the qi refining stage, could expect little more than a century of life. Yi Chun's eyes gleamed at Murong Shui's words. He mused to himself, it seems the saintess harbors dissatisfaction with the engagement. Perhaps there is hope for its dissolution. The saintess, appearing cold and aloof, was surprisingly understanding. It appeared that extricating himself from this betrothal would be far simpler than anticipated. A slight smirk graced Yi Chun's lips, revealing a hint of mischief as he plotted how to definitively quash this arrangement without allowing Luo Qingcheng to misconstrue his intentions. Indeed, what the saintess says is absolutely correct. Matters of marriage should not be approached so hastily. Yi Chun chuckled, aligning his thoughts with Murong Shui's. This is our first encounter, and we are yet to understand each other well. It would indeed require time for deeper acquaintance. With arms crossed, Yi Chun's expression turned contemplative. His words held merit. Marriage indeed necessitated careful consideration. Perhaps discussions of the wedding date could be postponed until after the upcoming genius tournament. Lu Qingyi nodded slightly, a gentle smile gracing her features. The genius tournament, set to occur in a year, is a grand event held every decade on the Kanglan continent. It is hosted in turn by the top 10 sects, with Tianxian's sect being the current organizer. Each sect will select their most gifted disciples under the age of 25 to participate in this grand contest. Lu Qingyi wished to observe Yi Chun a while longer. If he proved to be a true genius, all would be well. However, if he turned out to be a mere failure, Qingyin Pavilion would have no choice but to retract the engagement and seek sanctuary elsewhere. This is quite agreeable. After all, the two young ones are still in the bloom of youth. Let them interact more and nurture their feelings, the master of mysteries said with a chuckle, stroking his beard. He failed to discern the underlying meaning in the words of Lu Qingyi and Murong Shui, mistakenly believing that Murong Shui merely felt the engagement was hastily arranged. This Yi Chun was momentarily at a loss for words. How could this old fellow deviate from the expected course? He had intended to take advantage of the situation to extricate himself from the engagement. Yet, to his surprise, the old man was actually encouraging them to develop their affections. Yi Chun inwardly lamented, though he maintained a facade of calm. Cultivating feelings was out of the question. At this juncture, he could only confront Su Taishu and declare his intentions. Having set his heart on Luo Qingcheng, he would refrain from further interactions with Murong Shui, as it would hurt both her and Luo Qingcheng. While polygamy is common in the world of cultivation, Yi Chun's heart harbored only Luo Qingcheng, leaving no room for other women. Murong Shui naturally perceived Yi Chun's insincerity, her disdain for him deepening. In that case, senior brother, we shall take our leave. Lu Qingyi said, rising to bid farewell, having ascertained that Yi Chun was not worthy of her disciple, Murong Shui. With a general understanding of Yi Chun's character, she would now await to see how his cultivation would progress in the future. Very well, I shall not keep you, the master of mysteries said, standing to see them off. After Lu Qingyi and Murong Shui departed, Yi Chun hastened back to Qingzhou Peak and immediately entered the Starry Soul Tower. Seated cross-legged, Yi Chun placed 1,000,000 premium spirit stones into the heavenly Tao Pearl. After half a day, the pearl consumed all the spirit stones, and Yi Chun's cultivation broke through to the first level of the Great Ascension stage. Alas, 1,000,000 premium spirit stones were barely sufficient for this breakthrough. How would he elevate his realm in the future? Yi Chun sighed heavily, his brow furrowed in worry, feeling both the sting of the lost spirit stones and the anxiety of needing even more for future advancements. After a moment, Yi Chun settled back into a meditative posture and drew forth the Jinghong sword. Since acquiring the Emperor's Sword of Jinghong, he had yet to comprehend the sword techniques within. He placed the sword upon his lap and extended his consciousness into it, beginning to grasp the 9 styles of Jinghong. As Yi Chun's consciousness entered the Jinghong sword, an overwhelming sword intent surged forth. He felt as though he were submerged in an ocean of swords, with countless piercing sword energies swirling around him. The first style, sword splitting the void. Before Yi Chen's eyes, a phantom sword shadow flickered in the void, elusive and unpredictable, its speed and strangeness striking awe. The second style, sword shattering the firmament. A radiant sword core appeared before him, transparent and flawless, as if it could perceive all truths of the world. The third style, sword fracturing the universe. A colossal beam of sword light shot into the heavens, seemingly intent on rending the very sky asunder. As Yi Chun continued to comprehend, a fierce sword intent gradually emanated from him, causing the surrounding space to tremble under the weight of this pressure. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Yi Chun slowly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance igniting within them. This 9 styles of the stunning swan was indeed formidable. However, to fully master it would require additional time and cultivation. Yi Chun mused softly to himself. Rising to his feet, he grasped the stunning swan's sword and gave it a gentle wave. With a resounding crash, the void shattered instantaneously, a powerful, immortal sword intent radiating outward, causing the entire Starry Soul Tower to tremble. Feeling the surging power and sword intent within him, Yi Chun was filled with confidence. With such strength, perhaps it was time to challenge old Demon Su for some practice. Yi Chun murmured to himself, aware that his newfound prowess had inflated his ego. He resolved to confront Su Tai Su in battle to test his abilities. Yet, regarding Su Tai Su's strength, Yi Chun still felt a twinge of uncertainty. He speculated that Su Tai Su's cultivation had undoubtedly surpassed the tribulation phase. After all, even the sword intent talisman he casually provided could obliterate those in the tribulation phase. Revealing a glimpse of his true might, he needed to be thoroughly prepared. Cultivating beyond the tribulation phase would attract the heavenly Tao's rejection in the Kanglan continent, suggesting he should have ascended to a higher realm. Yi Chun was perplexed by the methods Su Tai Su employed to remain in the Kanglan continent, as he appeared to possess only the cultivation of the spirit transformation phase, while his true strength was that of the tribulation phase. Chapter 69. Kicking the rear of the old demon Su, Yi Chun entered the sword tomb of the Starry Soul Tower and selected a sword named Immaculate. The Jinghong Emperor sword was not suitable for exposure at this moment, so he opted for the Immaculate sword instead. He suppressed his aura with the heavenly Tao Pearl, disguised himself as Night Shadow, donned dark attire, and covered himself with a cloak. As night fell and the lights began to glow, Yi Chun soared from Qingzhou Peak toward the purple bamboo forest at the back of the sect. Upon passing Su Chen's cultivation peak, Yi Chun halted. He sensed that Su Chen was on the verge of breaking through to the Yuaning stage, yet still lacked a critical element. "Allow me to assist you in your breakthrough," he mused, sighing at his own burdensome fate. 2 years ago, he had aided Su Chen in enhancing his swordsmanship and understanding of sword intent, and now he was to assist him in elevating his cultivation. He produced a 9 transformation golden spirit fruit and infused it with a thread of law power. With a swift motion, he entered Su Chen's secluded cave. "Who?" Su Chen awoke instantly, his tone tinged with alarm. "Consume this. It will aid your breakthrough," Yi Chun assured him, pressing down the startled Su Chen and offering him the 9 transformation golden spirit fruit, altering his voice. Recognizing it was Night Shadow, Su Chen relaxed. Although he was unaware of Night Shadow's true identity, he trusted that this figure meant him no harm. This is the 9 transformation golden spirit fruit that can cleanse the marrow," Su Chen exclaimed, astonished, and his curiosity about Night Shadow deepened. He even speculated internally if Night Shadow could be his master, Su Taishu. Given the fruit's immense rarity, such a precious item would rarely be bestowed upon anyone lightly. Without hesitation, Su Chen accepted the 9 transformation golden spirit fruit, knowing that cleansing the marrow would be immensely beneficial for him. After consuming the fruit, he immediately felt a powerful yet gentle force spreading throughout his body, accompanied by a thread of law circulating within him. He quickly closed his eyes, activated his cultivation technique, and exerted all his effort to break through to the Yuaning stage. Yi Chun stood by, safeguarding him and attentively monitoring Su Chen's condition. Moments later, the spiritual energy surrounding Su Chen began to fluctuate violently, and a formidable aura emanated from within him. Simultaneously, the thread of law that Yi Chun infused with the fruit began to take effect, allowing Su Chen to grasp the power of the law ahead of time. As strands of law encircled him, "It's about to happen," Yi Chun thought joyfully, swiftly departing from Su Chen's cave. Su Chen had surpassed the perilous phase and no longer required protection. There were no imminent dangers within the Tianxian sect, with the old demon Su present. Even a fly entering would be detected. Aside from Yi Chun, a prodigy with extraordinary abilities, even his master, the immortal Emperor Wuji, would struggle to sense him while his aura was suppressed by the heavenly Tao Pearl. Before long, Yi Chun arrived at the purple bamboo forest. "Old Su, come forth for a duel," he proclaimed loudly, his voice echoing through the bamboo grove. Su Taishu, who had been dozing in a recliner, sat up abruptly upon hearing Yi Chun's challenge, taken aback that someone had approached without his prior notice. Interesting, he thought. Su Taishu's figure flickered and appeared before Yi Chun. "Young man, who are you? Why do you dare to challenge me?" His gaze scrutinized Yi Chun, yet within, he was astounded. With his formidable prowess, he could not discern the slightest trace of the being clad in black before him. "Simply to measure my strength against yours." Yi Chun's eyes gleamed with determination as he slightly raised his chin, arms crossed over his chest. "An interesting lad. I shall indulge you," Su Taishu replied, a hint of amusement curling at the corners of his mouth, his hands clasped behind him, eyes reflecting a trace of admiration. Yi Chun struck first, his long sword sweeping forth as sword energy surged towards Su Taishu. Unperturbed, Su Taishu gently waved his sleeve, dispelling the sword energy effortlessly. "Is this all you can muster?" He chuckled. "Observe closely." Yi Chun ceased holding back, unleashing the sword of the void imbued with the essence of the immortal sword, slicing towards Su Taishu. This strike bore tremendous might, the brilliance of the sword light seemingly poised to rend the very fabric of space. Immortal sword essence. Su Taishu gasped, forming his fingers into a sword and countering with his own immortal sword essence to intercept Yi Chun's attack. The two forces clashed, producing a thunderous roar, the powerful shockwave reducing the surrounding bamboo to mere powder. Remarkable, to grasp the immortal sword essence at such a young age. "You may very well be the foremost on this Kanglan continent." Su Taishu expressed his admiration. Though he could not ascertain Yi Chun's cultivation level, he could discern from the vitality radiating from him that Yi Chun was indeed quite young. Yi Chun smirked. "Old man Su, this is merely the beginning." With that, he darted forward like a bolt of lightning, his long sword striking like a tempest towards Su Taishu. "Come on, old man Su, brace yourself," Yi Chun shouted, his immaculate sword weaving a flurry of blossoms, the sword energy surging forth, compelling Su Taishu to retreat repeatedly. "This lad possesses a formidable sword technique." Su Taishu mused inwardly, though his external demeanor remained calm and unruffled, maintaining an air of nonchalance. The two exchanged blows relentlessly, their sword energies intertwining amidst the swaying shadows of the bamboo. The surrounding bamboo succumbed to their spiritual forces, snapping under the pressure, rendering it impossible to discern a victor. "Heh, old man Su, is that all you've got?" Yi Chun taunted, delivering strikes while mocking his opponent, his tone laced with jest. Su Taishu's face flushed with indignation. This young man was indeed sharp-tongued. "You seek a fight," he bellowed, his assault suddenly intensifying. Yi Chun, undeterred, transformed his immaculate sword into a series of afterimages, engaging Su Taishu in a whirlwind of combat. Their pace quickened, figures intertwining, sword lights flashing, dazzling to behold. "This won't do, at this rate. Even if my spiritual energy is exhausted, I cannot overcome him," Yi Chun contemplated. Now he was certain that Su Taishu's true cultivation level was far beyond the tribulation stage. "I must devise a strategy, catch him off guard, and disrupt his rhythm." With a glimmer of inspiration, Yi Chun's eyes sparkled. "Old man Su, receive my next strike." With a resounding shout, Yi Chun suddenly leapt into action, his pristine sword no longer aimed at Su Taishu's vital points, but rather directed towards his posterior. "What?" Su Taishu's eyes widened in disbelief. This young man had resorted to such a base tactic. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Yi Chun landed a solid kick on Su Taishu's rear. The latter stumbled, nearly losing his balance and falling to the ground. Though he had managed to deflect Yi Chun's sword, he had not anticipated that the strike was merely a feint, with the true intention being the kick to his backside. "Ha ha, old Su, you've been outsmarted." Yi Chun laughed triumphantly. This ploy had proven effective once again. Finally, he had repaid the kick he had received from Su Laomo last time. Contemplating further, he thought about delivering another couple of kicks to reclaim his interest. Meanwhile, Su Taishu's face flushed red with a mix of shame and indignation. How could a formidable cultivator at the peak of the tribulation stage be bested in such a manner by a mere junior? If word of this were to spread, would he ever be able to hold his head high again? Chapter 70. The unyielding Su Laoma, simultaneously astonished by Yi Chen's combat prowess. Su Taishu was acutely aware of the true extent of his own strength. In the vast expanse of Kanglan continent, none could engage him in a stalemate, let alone launch a surprise attack. The figure before him, cloaked in black, was undoubtedly a prodigy among prodigies. "Young man, you are courting disaster," Su Taishu roared, his aura suddenly surging, enveloping the entire Zizhu forest in a terrifying pressure that transcended even the tribulation stage. "This is bad. This old man is serious." Yi Chen's heart raced, feeling a wave of trepidation wash over him. "You have successfully provoked my true self. Today, I shall obliterate you," Su Taishu bellowed, his form transforming into a streak of lightning as he charged towards Yi Chen. "Good heavens, this old fellow is no joke," Yi Chen exclaimed, turning on his heel to flee. To transcend the tribulation stage is to become an immortal. No matter how extraordinary Yi Chen was, he could not contend with an immortal. "You cannot escape," Su Taishu shouted relentlessly, pursuing him with increasing ferocity, the surrounding space beginning to warp under his overwhelming presence. "By heavens, this old man is about to shatter the limits of Kanglan continent," Yi Chen thought anxiously, knowing that surpassing these limits would summon a thunderous tribulation. In Kanglan, achieving perfection in the tribulation stage and then breaking through would attract heavenly retribution. Success would lead to ascension, while failure would mean returning to dust. "I must flee at once," Yi Chen resolved, quickening his pace into a flash of light as he darted towards the outskirts of Tiangshuanzong. Rumbling thunder echoed as Su Taishu's aura continued to rise, a terrifying pressure sweeping across the heavens, causing the skies to roar and the void to fracture. All disciples of Tiangshuanzong felt this overwhelming force, their hearts racing with fear. "What is happening? Is this pressure the Elder Supreme? What could be wrong? Oh my, is the Elder Supreme about to undergo tribulation and ascend?" Panic swept through Tiangshuanzong as they realized that a tribulation within the sect could spell disaster. Quickly, retreat from the sect's vicinity. Master Xuanji and several elders emerged, directing the disciples to evacuate. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had already escaped to the outside of Tiangshuanzong. He glanced back to see dark clouds gathering above, lightning crackling, and a horrifying aura ascending into the sky. "This old man truly intends to break the limits," Yi Chen thought, relieved that he had fled in time. Otherwise, he would have met his end there. "Su Laotu, you cannot handle this. I shall return for our next battle," Yi Chen shouted towards the direction of Tiangshuanzong before departing without a backward glance. As Su Taishu observed Yi Chen's retreat, he immediately reined in his aura, restoring tranquility to the skies as the clouds dispersed. What an intriguing young man. Su Taishu gazed in the direction where Yi Chen had departed, a faint smile gracing his lips. The disciples of Tianxian's sect exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what had transpired. "What is the Grand Elder up to?" one disciple murmured. "It seems the Grand Elder has had an epiphany, but the crisis is averted. Everyone may disperse," replied the enigmatic Shinran, his brow furrowed in contemplation. With that, the disciples exhaled in relief and scattered. Meanwhile, Yi Chen sprinted away, making several loops before stealthily returning to Qingzhou Peak. "Humph, that old devil Su plays a dangerous game. I nearly fell into his trap," he huffed, indignation bubbling within him. After a brief respite, Yi Chen entered the Starry Soul Tower, shedding his disguise and reverting his cultivation to the 9th level of Qi refinement. "If he can't handle it, then why engage? I shall seek him out for a rematch next time," Yi Chen declared as he ascended to the top of the Starry Soul Tower, diving into a room and collapsing into slumber. 3 months later, in the southern region of Kanglan continent, a place known as the Heavenly Star Secret Realm was on the verge of opening. It was said that this secret realm, a relic from an ancient empress, concealed countless treasures and legacies. The announcement sent ripples throughout the entire Kanglan continent, prompting innumerable cultivators to flock southward, eager to enter the secret realm and seek their fortunes. Tianxian's sect was no exception. "Yi Chen, this time, you shall venture into the Heavenly Star Secret Realm alongside Su Chen." Su Taishu summoned Yi Chen and Su Chen, issuing his command. Having observed Yi Chen's lackadaisical demeanor over the past 3 months, Su Taishu could no longer tolerate his idleness. With the secret realm opening, He sought to send this wayward disciple away, preferring not to witness his continued stagnation. If he continues in this manner, his bones may very well become rusty. I refuse. Yichen replied without a moment's hesitation. A secret realm expedition? My true cultivation level has already reached the great ascension stage. Such endeavors hold no value for me now. I simply wish to languish in peace, avoiding the din of others. Moreover, Yichun had no need for martial arts techniques, having encountered only the most superior methods during his time in the celestial realm. As for cultivation resources, he had little interest unless they were spirit stones, as everything else offered him no benefit. Refusal is not an option. Su Taishu's expression darkened, his tone resolute. I know you are merely lazy and fearful, hence your reluctance to go. With a hint of frustration, Su Taishu continued, Very well, I shall assign Lin Shua to accompany you. With him, your safety is assured. Su Taishu hoped that exposure to the perils of the outside world would spur Yichun to diligently cultivate upon his return. I want to go, unless you provide me with 100,000 spirit stones. Yichun realized he could not evade the secret realm and seized the opportunity to extract some resources from the old devil Su, knowing full well of his substantial wealth. What? Su Taishu nearly leaped from his seat, incredulous at Yichun's audacity. Absolutely not. Su Taishu did not hesitate to refuse outright. You rascal. You have emptied the entire Qingyun sect's spirit stones, and yet you still have the audacity to ask me for money? Chapter 71. The most frugal in the Kanglan realm, rest assured, Master Su. I shall handle this with utmost diligence. Yichun grinned as he accepted the Qingyun bag. Senior brother, let us depart. With that, Yichun took hold of Lin Shua and Su Chun, striding away with an air of confidence. Ah, this lad. Su Taishu observed Yichun's retreating figure, shaking his head in resignation. This young man is becoming increasingly unreasonable. Su Taishu harbored a complex affection for his disciple Yichun, feeling both exasperated and fond. The Tianqing secret realm is situated in the southern part of the Kanglan continent, specifically in Tianqing City. The Tianxian sect is located to the east, a considerable distance away, accessible only via a teleportation array. Tianqing City stands as the largest city in the south and is the closest to the Tianqing secret realm. The trio must journey to Tianwu City to board the teleportation array bound for Tianqing City. At this moment, Tianwu City was bustling with people, a scene of vibrant activity. Cultivators from various regions in the eastern Kanglan continent gathered here, preparing for their expedition to the Tianqing secret realm. Due to the considerable distance, each individual is required to pay 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones for the teleportation. Before the teleportation array, Lin Shua gazed at Yichun, awaiting his payment of the requisite spirit stones. However, Yichun looked skyward, feigning ignorance of the necessity to pay. Junior brother, a fee of 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones is required to use the teleportation array. Lin Shua, noticing Yichun's reluctance to part with his stones, gently reminded him. What? We also need to pay spirit stones? Yichun exclaimed, as if he were hearing this for the first time. 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones? Why not just rob a bank instead? The three of them collectively faced a cost of 3,000 medium-grade spirit stones, a substantial sum for an ordinary cultivator. Yet, to Yichun, it seemed but a trifling matter, though he was unwilling to part with even that insignificant amount. Senior brother must be joking. Surely this spirit stone fee is not meant for me to cover. Yichun pondered to himself. Just before his departure, he had received 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones from Su Taishu, making it reasonable for him to bear this expense. Yet, he was resolute in his reluctance, for spirit stones were the very foundation of his growth. Lin Shua was momentarily rendered speechless, realizing Yichun's intent was to evade this modest fee. Very well. I shall simply not go then. Yichun waved dismissively, turning to leave. What a joke. To part with 3,000 spirit stones was a painful thought. It was utterly impossible for Yichun to comply. Junior brother, you. Lin Shua exclaimed in a panic. This was a directive from their master to ensure Yichun's protection during the secret realm expedition. He could not allow Yichun to return and continue in his idle ways. Do not call me junior brother. We are not that familiar. Yichun replied without looking back. Su Chen stared at Yichun in disbelief. This junior brother had become so miserly that he had reached the heavens. It dawned on him that Yichun's reluctance to venture into the secret realm stemmed solely from his desire to avoid this travel expense. You. Lin Shua stomped his feet in frustration. This lad is truly insufferable. He simply does not wish to part with this meager sum and hopes I will cover it instead. In pursuit of maintaining appearances, one would not speak directly and instead put on a performance, truly shameless. It was evident that prior to leaving, the master had generously bestowed upon Yi Chen a sum of 1,000,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Yet he was still reluctant to part with such a trifling amount for the teleportation fee. Lin Shua harbored a silent resentment, pondering how he had ended up with such a greedy, miserly, cunning, and shameless junior disciple. 3,000 middle-grade spirit stones, I shall provide. Lin Shua gritted his teeth, acknowledging that this young disciple was indeed the most miserly in the Kanglan continent. Eldest brother, it must be you who is magnanimous. Yi Chen quickly turned around, a broad smile gracing his face, eagerly awaiting Lin Shua's words. Enough of the chatter, let us depart hastily, Lin Shua retorted with irritation, reflecting on the substantial sum of middle-grade spirit stones he had already spent to protect his two junior brothers, which was indeed quite disheartening. He very well. Yi Chen followed suit with a grin, secretly reveling in his triumph. You think you can outsmart me? You are still quite inexperienced. Thus, Yi Chen and Su Chun accompanied Lin Shua, availing themselves of his spirit stones until they arrived at the grand Tianqing city. My goodness, this Tianqing city is truly magnificent, Su Chun exclaimed, gazing at the imposing and majestic city before him. The towering city walls pierced the heavens, and the characters for Tianqing city on the city gate were inscribed with a flourish, exuding an overwhelming grandeur. The streets bustled with activity, thronged with people, and the sounds of vendors calling out filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. Yi Chen, however, merely scoffed, unimpressed. Having grown up in the immortal realm, he was accustomed to opulent cities and sects. Even the smallest city in the immortal realm surpassed Tianqing city in splendor. Naturally, one must consider the significance of this place. It is the site of the Tianqing secret realm's opening, where cultivators from across the Kanglan continent converge, Lin Shua elucidated. As the Tianqing secret realm was set to open the following day, the trio sought lodging at an inn named Yunying Xinju. Upon entering the inn, they were greeted by the sight of two familiar figures. Qingcheng, Chuman, Su Chen exclaimed with delight. Yi Chen also looked up and confirmed that it was indeed Luo Qingcheng and Yu Chuman. Yi Chen, Su Chen, are you also here for the Tianqing secret realm? A glimmer of surprise flashed in Luo Qingcheng's beautiful eyes as her lips curled into a gentle smile, softly inquiring. Chapter 72. The Decline of Morality and the Loss of Ancient Values. By the way, Qingcheng, are you also here to stay at the inn? Yi Chen inquired. Yes. Luo Qingcheng nodded in affirmation. What a delightful coincidence. We are also residing at this very inn. Why not join us? Yi Chen warmly invited. Indeed. Luo Qingcheng consented with a nod. Thus, Yi Chen, along with his companions, checked into Yunying Xinju with Luo Qingcheng and Yu Chuman. Early the next morning, the group set off for the Tianqing secret realm. This enigmatic realm is nestled within a valley situated 100 miles beyond Tianqing city. At this moment, throngs of cultivators had gathered outside the valley, each eager and poised for action. So many people, Yi Chen remarked, gazing at the dense crowd before him. Indeed, the opening of the Tianqing secret realm has attracted cultivators from across the entire Kanglan continent. Su Chen nodded in agreement. It appears our expedition into the Tianqing secret realm will not be peaceful, Luo Qingcheng commented, her brow furrowed with concern. What is there to fear? With me around, your safety is assured, Yi Chen confidently declared, patting his chest. Yes, Luo Qingcheng, aware of Yi Chen's prowess, felt reassured by his presence. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the sky. Boom. The crowd looked upward in awe, where a colossal vortex had formed, radiating brilliant light from its center. The entrance to the secret realm has appeared. Charge. The crowd erupted in excitement, with countless cultivators rushing toward the vortex. Let us go, Yi Chen called out, leading Su Chun and Luo Qingcheng toward the swirling portal. Entry to the secret realm had restrictions. Only those below the nascent soul stage could enter. Those surpassing that threshold would be barred by the realm's laws. Unless, of course, one possessed a unique ability like Yi Chen to suppress their cultivation, making them undetectable by the secret realm's defenses. Lin Shua awaited at the entrance for Yi Chen and the others. Being at the tribulation stage, he was unable to enter, but his purpose was solely to ensure the safety of Yi Chen and Su Chen. Inside the secret realm, Yi Chun and his companions marveled at their surroundings. Filled with curiosity, is this truly the Tianqing secret realm? Yi Chun mused, taking in the scenery. The realm was suffused with rich spiritual energy, vibrant flora, and melodious birdsong. Resembling a paradise, the spiritual energy here is so dense. Su Chan inhaled deeply, a look of rapture on his face. This is indeed an unparalleled place for cultivation. Yu Chuman couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Let us venture deeper and explore, Yi Chun suggested, leading the way into the heart of the secret realm, with Luo Qingqing and Su Chun following closely behind. The Tianqing secret realm was vast and boundless, with towering peaks shrouded in mist, evoking an ethereal atmosphere. The four traversed the rivers and mountains, seeking opportunities. I say, junior brother, have you hit the jackpot or something? How is it that you always find such treasures? Su Qin remarked, eyeing the ancient spiritual herb that had mysteriously appeared in Yi Chen's hand, unable to suppress his envy. Hee, this is merely luck, do you understand? Yi Chen chuckled as he stored the spiritual medicine in his storage ring, wearing a look of smug satisfaction. Humph. It seems more like you stumbled upon a stroke of misfortune. Yu Chuman shot Yi Chen a disapproving glance, her tone laced with irritation. Do not doubt me. I am simply blessed by fortune. There is nothing I can do about it. Yi Chen shook his head with a sigh, adopting an expression of helplessness mixed with undeniable excellence. Luo Qingcheng, observing Yi Chan's infuriating demeanor, could not suppress a light laugh behind her hand. In recent days, although Yi Chun appeared carefree on the surface, he had been quietly releasing his divine sense at the great ascension stage in search of treasures. Moreover, every time he discovered spiritual herbs or treasures, he unhesitatingly shared them with Su Chun, Luo Qingcheng, and Yu Chuman, keeping none for himself. This significantly altered their perception of him. Despite his occasional frivolity, they recognized his kind-hearted nature. In truth, Yi Chun had little regard for these spiritual herbs and treasures, as his heavenly Tao Pearl was already cultivated with various high-grade spiritual herbs and celestial medicines. He was even less in need of magical artifacts, having previously wielded celestial-grade instruments in the celestial realm. However, Yi Chun had collected numerous demon cores, having slain many demonic beasts in recent days, all of which he intended for Xiao Bai and Xiao He, as demon cores are the finest resource for demonic cultivation. Ahead, there lies a valley. Let us investigate. Yi Chun pointed forward. The four descended into the valley and found it rich in spiritual energy and picturesque scenery, a splendid place to rest. Let us spend the night here, suggested Su Chun. Agreed, the others nodded in unison. Yi Chun summoned the Starry Soul Tower, expanding it to the size of a small house. He could freely alter the internal environment of the Starry Soul Tower, and tonight he intended for everyone to stay within its confines. Yi Chun, what kind of magical artifact is this? Yu Chuman gazed at him in astonishment, not expecting him to possess such a treasure. This was a gift from old Demon Su. Yi Chun replied, slightly raising his chin, a faint smile gracing his lips. Su Chun internally cursed Yi Chun for his shamelessness, knowing full well that this was the very artifact used to confine him, which had later acknowledged Yi Chun as its master, leading to such a misrepresentation. Are we staying inside tonight? Yu Chuman pointed at the Starry Soul Tower. Naturally, Yi Chun shrugged, retrieving some ingredients and fine wine from his storage ring, preparing to roast meat and indulge. Wow, it smells delightful, Luo Qingcheng exclaimed, nearly drooling at the aroma of the roasted meat. Yi Chun, your culinary skills have improved. Yu Chuman could not help but praise. Hee, of course, I roast meat every day, Yi Chun replied with pride while tending to the grill. Enough with the self-adulation. Hurry and cook, I'm on the verge of starvation, Su Chun urged. All right, it will be ready shortly. Yi Chun quickened his pace. Before long, the barbecue was ready. The four of them gathered around the campfire, feasting on the grilled meat, sipping fine wine, and engaging in lively banter, reveling in the moment. The wine was exquisite, rich on the palate with a lingering aftertaste, far superior to any I had previously tasted. Su Chun took a sip and praised it profusely. Of course, this is a cherished vintage I have treasured for many years, Yi Chun replied with pride. Oh, spare me your boasting. This is the drunken immortal brew from the City of Flowers, Yu Chuman retorted, rolling her eyes and exposing Yi Chun's pretense without mercy. Alas, how could you reveal the truth so bluntly? Yi Chun feigned sorrow. In fact, He had purchased this wine 3 months prior during an expedition with Luo Qingqing to eliminate a scoundrel in the City of Flowers. Well, it's your own fault for being so glib. Yu Chuman shot back at Yi Chun with an exasperated glance. Indeed, junior brother, you are rather unreliable, Su Chen chimed in. Ah, it is truly difficult to be a good person these days, Yi Chen sighed, shaking his head with an expression of disillusionment. Luo Qingqing watched Yi Chen's exaggerated display and couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Just then, a chilling breeze swept through, causing the campfire to flicker and the temperature around them to plummet suddenly. Chapter 73. No chance of obtaining spirit stones. Who goes there? Su Chen exclaimed, standing alert as his vigilant gaze swept across the surroundings. Heh, a few of you, it's a robbery. A coarse voice emerged from the shadows. In an instant, a dozen figures clad in black emerged from the forest, surrounding Yi Chun and his companions. These assailants were all cultivators of at least the Golden Core stage, with their leader at the formidable 9th layer of the nascent soul, clearly not to be trifled with. Who are you? Why are you attempting to rob us? Su Chun inquired nonchalantly, dismissing the group of bandits entirely. Who we are is of little consequence. What matters is, you have encountered us today. So consider yourselves unfortunate. The leader of the black-clad men sneered, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. What are your intentions? Luo Qingqing rose, a glimmer of coldness flickering in her beautiful eyes. She was displeased by the way the bandits gazed at her with such avarice. Dear ladies, if you comply and entertain us, we might just consider sparing your lives. The leader leered at Luo Qingqing and Yu Chuman, his eyes filled with lewdness. With your ragtag appearance, do you really think you can lay claim to beauties such as them? Yi Chun feigned anger, standing up and patting Su Chun on the shoulder. Speaking earnestly, Brother Su, tell me, can such unsightly figures possibly catch your eye? Junior brother, the very thought is ludicrous. With their countenance, they aren't even worthy of carrying my shoes, yet they dare to covet Qingqing and Chuman. Truly, they are like toads dreaming of feasting on swan meat. Su Chen struggled to contain his laughter, shaking his head in earnest agreement. Haraha! Luo Qingqing and Yu Chuman could no longer hold back, bursting into laughter, their joy causing them to tremble with mirth. You seek death. The leader of the black-clad men, now infuriated, bellowed, preparing to strike. Wait! Yi Chen suddenly shouted, halting the assailants' movements. What? Have you reconsidered and decided to surrender? The leader, mistaking Yi Chen's interruption for fear, spoke with a smug grin. You overestimate yourselves. A cunning smile played at the corners of Yi Chen's lips as he spoke leisurely. I merely wish to inform you that when it comes to robbery, one must consider the target. With your pitiful selves, daring to rob us is a sign of reckless impatience. You little brat, you are courting death. The leader of the black-clad men was consumed by rage, unable to contain himself any longer as he lunged at Yi Chun with a palm strike. Utterly foolish. Yi Chun huffed disdainfully, standing his ground as he casually unleashed an attack talisman. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, brilliance illuminating the scene as the leader felt an overwhelming force crashing upon him. He was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. His face as pale as a sheet. What? The remaining black-clad men were instantly struck with horror at the sight. They never anticipated that this seemingly harmless youth possessed such terrifying attack talismans. Now, can you reveal your identities? Yi Chun inquired nonchalantly, clapping his hands. Boy, if you dare to harm us, you will meet your demise. The leader of the black-clad men gritted his teeth, suppressing his injuries. We are disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. If you lay a finger on us, our sect will not let you go. The Heavenly Demon Sect? Yi Chun raised an eyebrow, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. So, they are mere rabble from the Heavenly Demon Sect. No wonder they are so arrogant. Su Chun let out a cold snort, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. What exactly is the Heavenly Demon Sect? Luo Qingqing and Yu Chuman asked, puzzled. The Heavenly Demon Sect is a malevolent sect notorious for their heinous deeds, Su Chen explained. They have come to the Celestial Star Secret Realm undoubtedly to seek opportunities to enhance their power, only to bring calamity upon the world. I see. Luo Qingqing and Yu Chuman exclaimed in realization. Since they belong to the Heavenly Demon Sect, they cannot be spared. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Yi Chen's eyes as he spoke solemnly. Junior brother, allow me to handle this. Su Chen volunteered eagerly. Very well. Let us conclude this swiftly. Yi Chen nodded in agreement. Kill. Su Chen shouted, his figure darting into the midst of the black-clad men. Bang, bang, bang. Su Chen struck ruthlessly, each move lethal, and in the blink of an eye, several black-clad men lay slain at his feet. Damn it! The leader of the black-clad men felt a surge of fury upon witnessing this. He could hardly believe that these seemingly youthful boys possessed such formidable strength. Boy, if you dare to kill my comrades from the heavenly demon sect, you are as good as dead, the leader bellowed, preparing to self-destruct in a bid to take Su Chen down with him. Self-destruct? You lack the qualification. Su Chen scoffed, delivering a powerful palm strike that reduced the leader to a pulp. Hiss! The remaining black-clad men, witnessing this scene, were instantly paralyzed with terror and turned to flee. Thinking of escaping? It's too late. Luo Qingcheng and Yu Chu Man also sprang into action. With a graceful wave of her hand, Luo Qingcheng unleashed a torrent of sharp sword chi, slashing several black-clad men down. Yu Chu Man summoned a long whip, which danced like a serpent, binding several black-clad men before she yanked it forcefully, tearing them to shreds. In the blink of an eye, all the black-clad men had been annihilated by Yi Chun and his companions. Phew! Su Chen exhaled deeply, excitement glimmering in his eyes. It had been a long time since he had experienced such exhilarating combat. Indeed, these despicable members of the heavenly demon sect truly deserve their fate. Yu Chu Man nodded in agreement. All right, let us quickly search the battlefield, Yi Chen commanded. Let us see if these ruffians have any treasures on them. Understood. Su Chen and Yu Chu Man promptly began to loot the spoils of victory. Before long, they had thoroughly searched and stripped the black-clad figures of all their possessions. Junior brother, behold our spoils, Su Chen declared, handing a spatial pouch to Yi Chen. Upon receiving the storage bag, Yi Chen's spiritual sense delved within, revealing a treasure trove of over 10,000 spirit stones, alongside a substantial collection of elixirs, magical artifacts, and martial arts manuals. Indeed, quite remarkable, Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. He promptly destroyed all the martial arts manuals, recognizing them as sinister teachings that thrived on the essence of others, leaving them only to bring calamity to the world. Yi Chun then stored all the spirit stones within his ring, returning the elixirs and artifacts to Su Chen. Junior brother, these spirit stones, Su Chen said, rubbing his hands together, a hint of bashfulness evident in his demeanor. Spirit stones? What spirit stones? There are none, Yi Chun replied, his expression one of vigilance. While he was open to discussing the other items, he would not allow any coveting of the spirit stones. Well, Su Chen shrugged helplessly, offering a wry smile. He should have known that once spirit stones were in Yi Chen's possession, they would never see the light of day again. Little Su, do not fret. In the future, all the treasures we acquire will belong to you, while the spirit stone shall be mine, Yi Chun consoled, observing Su Chen's slight despondence. Chapter 74. Now it's our turn. To rob? Rob? Su Chen, Luo Qingcheng, and Yu Chu Man exchanged bewildered glances at the suggestion. Junior brother, you can't possibly be thinking. Su Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Yi Chun. Hee, indeed, that is precisely what I am contemplating, Yi Chun replied, a devilish smile playing upon his lips. Rather than laboriously seeking out opportunities, it is far swifter to simply seize them. However, isn't that rather improper? Luo Qingxing hesitated, her brow furrowed. What is improper about it? Those who tread the path of darkness are all stained with blood. By vanquishing them, we are ridding the world of evil. Yi Chen retorted nonchalantly. Moreover, we are merely robbing. We have no intention of indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent. Similar events unfold throughout the secret realm. If we do not rob others, we ourselves shall be robbed. We shall target those notorious sections. So what do you say? Will you join me in this endeavor? Yi Chen's gaze burned with intensity as he looked at Su Chen, Luo Qingcheng, and Yu Chu Man. I am in. Luo Qingcheng was the first to respond, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She had unwavering faith in Yi Chen. Although he appeared frivolous and greedy, she knew his heart was inherently kind. I am in as well. Su Chen nodded in agreement. As an elder brother, it was only natural for him to support his junior in this venture. Very well, I shall join as well. Yu Chu Man, seeing that Luo Qingxing and Su Chen had acquiesced, could only nod in agreement. Haha, splendid. We shall commence our operations tomorrow. Yi Chen laughed heartily, his eyes alight with anticipation. Let us go. Today, I shall lead you all to fortune. Early the next morning, Yi Chen enthusiastically rallied Su Chen and the others. Su Chun shook his head helplessly. This junior brother was indeed a money-obsessed individual. Luo Qingqing and Yu Chu Man exchanged knowing glances, both recognizing the amusement in each other's eyes. Being with Yi Chen always brought surprises. The four of them donned masks and began their wanderings throughout the secret realm, searching for suitable targets. Whenever they encountered those who acted with arrogance or brazenly seized the fortunes of others, they would approach to engage in friendly discourse. Over the course of several days, the four amassed a significant fortune. Unbeknownst to them, their exploits had spread throughout the entire Tianqing secret realm, earning them the illustrious title of the four demonic kings of robbery. Rob, hand over your treasures. Just as Yi Chun and his companions were seeking their next target, a furious shout erupted from the other side of a small hill. The four paused, exchanging puzzled looks. Oh, it seems we have company. Luo Qingqing furrowed her brow slightly, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes. Hee, it appears someone has come to us. Yi Chen smirked, a mischievous grin forming on his face. Four individuals ascended the mountain peak in unison, and upon reaching the other side, they witnessed a group of robed cultivators from the Black Wind Gang having just robbed several practitioners clad in the uniform attire of their sect. Su Chun furrowed his brow slightly, recognizing the menacing figures before them. The Black Wind Gang? I have not heard of them. Yi Chen shrugged nonchalantly, his expression indifferent. The Black Wind Gang is a minor faction in the southern region of Kanglan continent, notorious for their thievery and plundering, Su Chen elucidated. Perfect. Today, we shall rid the world of their scourge. Yi Chun sneered coldly, speaking with a righteous fervor as if he were a heroic figure. Luo Qingqing and Yu Chu Man exchanged eye rolls, accustomed to Yi Chen's tendency to concoct grandiose justifications for his robberies. Don't move. This is a robbery. You are surrounded. Surrender your spirit stones and treasures. Yi Chun bellowed as the four rushed towards the members of the Black Wind Gang. The gang members were momentarily taken aback by this unexpected confrontation, exchanging bewildered glances. They were accustomed to being the ones who robbed others, and never had anyone dared to rob the Black Wind Gang. Who are these audacious fools to dare rob us? The leader of the Black Wind Gang glared fiercely, his expression twisted with rage. Humph, you nefarious scoundrels have met your match today. Yi Chun crossed his arms, a smirk playing on his lips, exuding an air of arrogance. The members of the Black Wind Gang erupted into laughter. You mere children dare to speak so boldly? Enough of this nonsense. Surrender your treasures at once, or we shall show no mercy. Yi Chen's gaze hardened, taking a step forward with an imposing demeanor. Let us see if you possess the capability, commanded the leader, and the gang members charged towards Yi Chun and his companions. Luo Qingqing was the first to strike, delivering a powerful kick that sent the leader of the Black Wind Gang sprawling. Su Chun and Yu Chu Man promptly joined the fray, swiftly incapacitating the gang members with ease. Ouch, my arm, it's broken. My leg. Stop. We surrender. The gang members cried out, lying on the ground, no longer daring to resist. Spare our lives, great hero. We did not recognize your greatness and have offended you. The leader, grimacing in pain, fell to his knees in supplication. Had you acted thus from the beginning, you might have avoided this beating, Yi Chen remarked, nodding as he surveyed the line of kneeling gang members, a playful glint in his eyes. Now it is our turn. Robbery, Yi Chen declared, hands on his hips, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he extended a hand in a gesture of demand. The members of the Black Wind Gang were left dumbfounded. What sort of operation was this? Quickly, hand over your treasures, or you shall face the consequences. Luo Qingqing admonished sharply. Indeed, we shall comply at once. The members of the Black Wind Gang dared not defy him, and promptly produced their treasures. Su Chun, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together and stepped forward to collect the bounty, which included spirit stones, elixirs, magical artifacts, and a considerable amount of gold and silver jewelry. Junior brother, we have struck it rich, Su Chun exclaimed with exuberance. Remain composed. We have merely begun. Yi Chen gestured for Su Chun to temper his enthusiasm. Esteemed heroes, may we take our leave? The leader of the Black Wind Gang cautiously inquired, seizing the moment of their apparent joy. Not so fast. Assist us in a grand endeavor, and I shall grant you your freedom. A mischievous smile played upon Yi Chen's lips. Upon hearing Yi Chen's intent for a significant venture, Su Chun and Luo Qingqing's eyes sparkled with anticipation, aware that Yi Chun was poised to create quite a stir. Pray tell, what grand task do you require us to undertake? The leader of the Black Wind Gang hesitated before asking. Your mission is to draw all the individuals from the secret realm towards us. Yi Chun instructed the leader of the Black Wind Gang regarding the forthcoming actions. Chapter 75. The Hidden Immortal Clan, Eastern Cloud Sea Boss. Must we truly proceed in this manner? A subordinate of the Black Wind Gang gazed at their leader with a troubled expression. Of course. Do you wish to meet your demise? The leader of the Black Wind Gang shot him a fierce glare. He had no desire to endure another beating at the hands of Yi Chun and his companions. Very well. The subordinate sighed helplessly and turned to depart. Hee, let us await the fish to bite, Yi Chun remarked, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his lips as he watched the retreating figure of the Black Wind Gang member. They had discovered an abandoned palace and had deposited all the treasures and valuables they had looted within its confines, crafting an illusion of a rare artifact emerging. He instructed the Black Wind Gang member to spread word that a precious treasure had appeared nearby, enticing other cultivators to come in search of it. Meanwhile, Yi Chun and the remaining members of the Black Wind Gang lay in ambush, ready to ensnare them all. Yi Chun, are you intending to rob everyone who enters the secret realm? Luo Qingqing's beautiful eyes remained fixed upon him, unblinking. Yi Chun chuckled. How amusing. Besides, these individuals have shed blood and seized treasures within the secret realm. We are merely enacting justice. Luo Qingqing rolled her eyes, yet a subtle smile graced her lips, clearly stirred by Yi Chun's audacious scheme. Junior brother, your tactic is rather ruthless, I assent it? Su Chun could not help but interject. This is a matter of strategy. Do you not understand? Yi Chun retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Su Chun. Moreover, we are liberating the people from those greedy scoundrels. They deserve to be robbed. Very well. You make valid points, Su Chun conceded, shaking his head in resignation, yet his expression was one of eager anticipation, his eyes brimming with excitement. Yu Chu Man pursed her lips and nodded gently, seemingly in agreement with Yi Chun's approach. Have you heard? A rare treasure has emerged nearby. Is that true? What sort of treasure? I'm not certain, but it appears to be quite extraordinary. Many people are rushing over. Then what are we waiting for? Let us hasten to see for ourselves. As the news spread from one person to another, a multitude of cultivators soon arrived in response. They're coming. Yi Chun observed the throng of cultivators approaching from afar, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Those who had come upon hearing the news beheld the treasures within the palace, their eyes aglow with avarice. The cultivators surged forward like ravenous wolves, desperately vying for the treasures. A burly man wielding a massive axe cleaved through a frail cultivator standing in his path, blood spraying forth. The feeble cultivator did not even have time to utter a cry before succumbing to his fate. This treasure is mine. A sly, sharp-featured cultivator suddenly launched a surprise attack on a nearby companion, plunging a gleaming dagger into the man's heart, eyes filled with greed and madness. Several cultivators soon clashed fiercely over a resplendent jade pendant that radiated brilliance. The entire scene was a cacophony of chaos, with the sounds of battle cries, anguished screams, and the clashing of magical artifacts intermingling, revealing the grotesque nature of humanity in that moment. Yi Chun and his companions observed from the shadows, their expressions devoid of emotion. In this secret realm, there were no rules to govern. The acts of murder and treasure theft transpired with alarming frequency. Now, Yi Chun commanded as he deemed the time ripe. Su Chun, Luo Qingqing, and Yu Chu Man surged forth without hesitation. The members of the Black Wind Gang, lying in ambush, also rushed in, encircling those who sought to seize the treasures. Robbery. You are surrounded. Surrender your spirit stones and magical artifacts, Yi Chun proclaimed loudly, gesturing forward with his right hand. The gang members immediately raised their weapons in a menacing display. The cultivators, startled at first by Yi Chun's declaration, quickly transformed their surprise into fury. What are you scoundrels to dare rob us? A bearded cultivator shouted in anger. Despite being surrounded, those bold enough to enter the secret realm were not cowards and showed no fear. Oh, so you prefer to drink punishment rather than a toast? Yi Chun smirked, a hint of disdain curling his lips. With a swift motion of his hand, the Black Wind Gang plunged into the throng. Su Chun, Luo Qingqing, and Yu Chu Man swiftly joined the fray, wielding iron rods and unleashing a barrage of strikes. Bang, bang, bang. The trio knocked out a large number of cultivators before they could even react. The air was filled with cries of despair and roars of anger. Haha, what a thrill, truly exhilarating. Su Chen laughed gleefully as he engaged in the robbery. The trio grew bolder with each encounter, overwhelming the cultivators with relentless force. Run. It's a trap. It's a black-on-black scheme. The cultivators finally realized they had been deceived and began to scatter in panic. Thinking of escaping? Not so easily. Yi Chen sneered, his figure flickering as he pursued them. Stop. I surrender. I surrender in mere moments. The cultivators were reduced to cowering figures, clutching their heads and lying prostrate on the ground. The Black Wind Gang approached to collect all the cultivators' storage artifacts, handing them over to Yi Chen and his companions. Junior brother, we've struck it rich this time, Su Chen exclaimed, gazing at the mountain of spoils with exhilaration. Indeed, just look at who I am, Yi Chen replied, brimming with pride. Yi Chen, you are truly wicked, Luo Qingqing remarked, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she looked at him. Heh, it's mutual, Yi Chen chuckled. All right, let us depart swiftly, lest we linger too long in this den of troubles, Yu Chuman cautioned. Yi Chen nodded and led his companions away from the tumultuous scene. Meanwhile, as Yi Chen and his group continued their plundering in the Tianxing secret realm, an unexpected visitor arrived at the distant Qingyin pavilion, miles away. The unexpected visitor was a young man clad in exquisite garments, adorned with a lustrous jade pendant at his waist. His handsome visage and exceptional demeanor were somewhat marred by a hint of defiance in his brow. Accompanying him were two elderly men, their presence exuding a calm and profound energy, clearly indicating their formidable cultivation. Esteemed young master, may I inquire your identity? Asked a disciple stationed at the entrance of Qingyin Pavilion, recognizing the formidable aura of the newcomer and hastening to greet him. The young man in splendid attire paid no heed to the disciple's inquiry. Instead, he cast his gaze into the depths of the Qingyin Pavilion and proclaimed loudly, "From the Dongfang family, Dongfang Yunhai, seeking an audience with the pavilion master." His voice resonated throughout the entire pavilion. Within the grand hall, the pavilion master, Lu Qingyi, felt a slight ripple of surprise upon hearing the name Dongfang Yunhai. The Dongfang family was renowned as a secluded celestial lineage, their ancestry steeped in legends of ascension to immortality, possessing an unfathomable depth that Qingyin Pavilion could scarcely contend with. Moreover, Dongfang Yunhai was the pride of the Dongfang family. Having reached the golden core stage by the tender age of 20, a prodigy celebrated across the Kanglan continent. Lu Qingyi, sensing the gravity of the situation, promptly made her way to greet him in person. Chapter 76. The celestial being descends upon the Dongfang family. The arrival of the esteemed young master Dongfang graced the Qingyin Pavilion with newfound brilliance. Please, do come in. Lu Qingyi greeted Dongfang Yunhai with a professional smile, ushering him into the pavilion. Lu Pavilion Master, you are too kind, Dongfang Yunhai replied with a subtle smile, his demeanor exuding elegance that felt like a refreshing spring breeze. Once they reached the grand hall of Qingyin Pavilion, they took their respective seats. Lu Qingyi, cutting straight to the point, inquired, "Might I ask the purpose of young Master Dongfang's visit today?" "To speak candidly, I have come to seek the hand of the holy maiden Murong Shui," Dongfang Yunhai stated directly, leaving no room for ambiguity. Oh, Lu Qingyi's heart stirred, yet her countenance remained composed. What does young Master Dongfang mean by this? "I have been captivated by Murong Shui at first sight, and am willing to take her as my wife, assuming the position of heir to the Dongfang family," Dongfang Yunhai declared with unwavering conviction, his gaze filled with affection. His infatuation stemmed from a distant encounter with Murong Shui during a prior journey, where her unparalleled beauty had left a lasting impression on him. Unfortunately, he had urgent matters to attend to and could not linger to engage with her. Upon returning to his family, Dongfang Yunhai found himself unable to forget her visage, and through diligent inquiry, he discovered that she was indeed the holy maiden of Qingyin Pavilion. Without delay, he set forth to propose. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyi's heart sank. Murong Shui was already betrothed to Yi Chen, a disciple of Su Taisu. However, the Dongfang family's influence was far beyond that of the Tianxian sect. To reject Dongfang Yunhai could spell disaster for Qingyin Pavilion. Yet, to acquiesce would leave her with the dilemma of how to address the situation with Yi Chen. Young Master Dongfang, this matter Lu Qingyi began hesitantly, preparing to explain the predicament, but was interrupted by Dongfang Yunhai. Lu Pavilion Master, I understand your concerns, he said with a slight smile. a hint of arrogance flickering in his eyes. The mere Tianxian sect is not worthy of our consideration. If you agree to my proposal for Murong Shui, I assure you that they will not dare utter a word of dissent. Dongfang Yunhai's tone was authoritative, brimming with confidence. During his inquiries about Murong Shui, he had also gathered comprehensive details regarding her past, including her engagement to Yi Chun. The Dongfang family prided itself on being a transcendent clan, dismissing the sects of the Kanglan continent, and naturally held no regard for the Tianxian sect. Dongfang Yunhai had even conducted an investigation into Yi Chun, finding little merit in one so young and still in the qi refining stage. Lu Qingyi, upon hearing this, felt her dilemma deepen. She understood that Dongfang Yunhai was not speaking idly. With the Dongfang family's might, extinguishing the Tianxian sect would indeed be a trivial matter. Yet, this engagement had been her initiative to seek protection, personally arranged with Su Tai Su. To renege now would be tantamount to breaking her word. Young Master Dongfang, this matter is of great significance. Please allow me a moment to ponder. Lu Qingyi ultimately did not acquiesce to Dongfang Yunhai's request, but instead opted to delay. Master Lu, you mustn't stand on ceremony. Simply call me Yunhai. Dongfang Yunhai waved his hand nonchalantly, a confident smile gracing his lips. He discerned Lu Qingyi's intent to prolong the conversation, yet he was resolute in not allowing her to do so. I am quite forthright by nature and have little patience for dilly-dallying. He paused, his gaze piercing as it fixed upon Lu Qingyi. I am enamored with Miss Murong Shui, longing to marry her forthwith and cherish her dearly. This, Lu Qingyi's expression darkened. It was indeed a stroke of fortune for Miss Shui to capture young Master Dongfang's attention, yet she was already bound by a prior engagement. And until that was resolved, it seemed, I have heard that the esteemed young Master Yi Chun has turned 18 this year, still merely at the qi refinement stage. Dongfang Yunhai interjected, a sardonic smile curving his lips, his eyes brimming with disdain. Such meager talent is hardly worthy of a remarkable woman like Murong Shui. He shook his head, his tone dripping with derision. Dongfang Yunhai's words struck Lu Qingyi like a sharp dagger, piercing her heart. She had always harbored doubts about Yi Chun's capabilities. 3 months prior, he had failed to establish his foundation. Now, 3 months later, there was still no news of his success. Such a situation is nearly inconceivable for a genius. Could it be that Yi Chun is indeed nothing more than a waste, reliant solely on medicinal pills? Lu Qingyi's anxiety deepened with each passing thought. Dongfang Yunhai keenly observed the turmoil on Lu Qingyi's face, secretly reveling in his triumph, aware that his scheme was half successful. Seizing the moment, he continued, Master Lu, I do not intend to belittle others. Rather, he lowered his voice, feigning mystery. I must inform you that the ascendant ancestors of my Dongfang clan have conveyed a message. Within a year, an immortal shall descend upon our family. An immortal? Lu Qingyi gasped in shock at his words. It is undoubtedly true. Dongfang Yunhai nodded gravely. This matter is classified, and I learned of it early due to the influence of my family elders. Furthermore, he paused, casting a larger bait. This immortal's arrival is to select extraordinary cultivators, and the first to be chosen will be the prodigious youths of my Dongfang clan. Those selected will be directly taken to the immortal realm for cultivation. Not only that, but the families and sects of those chosen will receive the protection of the immortal. Dongfang Yunhai's words crashed like thunder in Lu Qingyi's mind. An immortal's descent, the selection of prodigies, the protection of the immortal. Each of these events alone could incite madness across the entire Kanglan continent. Although Lu Qingyi held the esteemed position of the master of the Qingyin Pavilion, she was, at her core, merely a modest cultivator at the harmonization phase. In the presence of legendary beings such as immortals, her heart brimmed with both reverence and yearning. Cultivators pursue their path with the hope of one day attaining enlightenment and ascending to immortality. However, the road to such transcendence is fraught with uncertainty, and those who genuinely achieve this state are but a rare few. Should a disciple of the Qingyin Pavilion be chosen, it would be akin to soaring to unimaginable heights, an immediate elevation to the celestial realm. Moreover, they would receive the protection of an immortal, thereby establishing themselves atop the Kanglan continent. Her intention to forge an alliance with the Tianxian sect was fundamentally a quest for such safeguard. If the blessing of an immortal were to be bestowed, the identity of the ally would hold little significance. Lu Qingyi took a deep breath, striving to calm her racing heart. It was imperative for her to seek Murong Shui's opinion, For Murong Shui was not only her most accomplished disciple, but also the one with the greatest innate talent. Young Master Dongfang, this matter is of paramount importance. I must consult with Shui'er, Lu Qingyi said, suppressing her excitement and striving to maintain a composed demeanor, promptly instructing her disciple to summon Murong Shui. Chapter 77. Drawn into the abyssal rift, it is a natural occurrence. Dongfang Yunhai smiled faintly, harboring absolute confidence in himself. As the young master of the reclusive immortal clan, his status was exalted, and he had achieved the golden core stage at the tender age of 20, truly a prodigy. In stark contrast, Yi Chun, a mere wild boy from unknown origins, had yet to establish his foundation at 18. Even a fool would know the better choice. Before long, Murong Shui was escorted into the grand hall by her disciple. Lu Qingyi promptly recounted Dongfang Yunhai's words to Murong Shui once more. Upon hearing this, waves of emotion stirred within her heart, and a glimmer of surprise and yearning flickered in her beautiful eyes. She glanced at Dongfang Yunhai, whose handsome visage and extraordinary demeanor were striking. Being the young master of the immortal clan, his status was indeed lofty, and achieving the golden core stage at 20 marked him as a true paragon. Murong Shui had made her decision. Master, this is indeed a rare opportunity. As for Yi Chun, with his foundation still unestablished, I find it impossible to entrust my future to him. She bit her lips slightly as she spoke. Shui'er, I understand your sentiments. However, we must handle the marriage contract with Tiangshuanzong with caution, her master, Lu Qingyi, replied, nodding in agreement with Murong Shui's choice. Master, I am aware, Murong Shui affirmed with a nod. Miss Murong, as long as you are willing, I, Dongfang Yunhai, shall never let you down. Dongfang Yunhai interjected at the opportune moment. As for the marriage contract with Yi Chun, leave it to me. Then I shall trouble you, young Master Dongfang, Murong Shui replied, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. Very well, we must devise a thorough plan to resolve this matter, ensuring it does not escalate into a confrontation with Tiangshuanzong. Lu Qingyi suggested from the side. The marriage contract had been a proactive request for protection from Tiangshuanzong, and now, as they sought to break it, she hoped to avoid any serious fallout. Rest assured, Guild Leader Lu, I will exercise discretion, Dongfang Yunhai responded with a peculiar smile. In his eyes, the insignificant Tiangshuanzong hardly warranted his direct involvement. He merely desired. Meanwhile, deep within the Tianqing's secret realm, in a dark and foreboding gorge, Yi Chun, Su Chun, Luo Qingcheng, and Yu Chuman cautiously ventured further into the depths of the canyon. I say, Yi Chun, why have we come to this cursed place? Yu Chuman could not help but complain. It feels ominous here. It clearly is not a good location. Indeed, junior brother, let us find another place, Su Chen echoed. Do not be afraid. I have a strong premonition that great opportunities lie within, Yi Chen declared, his gaze resolute, chin slightly raised, exuding confidence. Moreover, fortune favors the bold. The treasures hidden within this gorge might even include the legacy of an ancient empress. Let us trust in Yi Chun. Luo Qingcheng smiled gently, nodding in agreement. Her eyes filled with trust. She understood Yi Chen's character. Once he had made a decision, not even 10 oxen could pull him back. And she had unwavering faith in him. With a chuckle, Yi Chen remarked that Qingcheng seemed to understand him well. Leading the way, he ventured deeper into the canyon. Upon reaching the depths of the gorge, a colossal chasm emerged before them, shrouded in swirling mist, its depths unfathomable. This crevice appeared to be a gaping wound in the earth, torn apart by immense force, emanating an air of enigma and peril. The jagged rocks at the edge of the chasm seemed carelessly sculpted by the relentless axe of time. Wisps of ethereal mist rose delicately from the fissure, enhancing the eerie and terrifying atmosphere. Occasionally, fragments of stone tumbled down, yet soundlessly, as if devoured by the abyssal darkness. Above the chasm, an inexplicable force prevented Yi Chun and his companions from soaring through the air. Could this possibly be the fabled abyssal maw? Su Chen mused, a shiver coursing through him as he gazed into the unfathomable void. The abyssal maw? What on earth is that? Yu Chuman inquired, her curiosity piqued. Legend has it that this abyssal maw is a remnant of an ancient cataclysm. Sealed within it lies an exceedingly terrifying existence, Su Chen whispered, attempting to sound mysterious. Spare me the theatrics. I think you've been reading too many tales, Yu Chuman scoffed, rolling her eyes in disbelief. Indeed, I suspect this is merely the entrance to an ancient powerhouse's lair. Perhaps it conceals ancient legacies or divine weapons, Yichen remarked, feigning a greedy demeanor as he rubbed his hands together. His innate senses hinted at the possibility of immense fortune lying beneath the chasm. Is that true? Then we must descend immediately. Upon hearing of potential treasures, Yu Chuman's excitement surged, and she tugged at Su Chun, eager to approach the chasm's edge. Wait. Don't act rashly. Su Chun grasped Yu Chuman's arm, his expression strained. Didn't you hear Yichen say this is the lair of an ancient powerhouse? What if there is danger within? What is there to fear? We are the chosen ones, blessed with extraordinary luck. We can turn misfortunes into blessings. Yu Chuman raised her chin confidently, her eyes shimmering with exhilaration. Ahem, let us remain discreet. Such matters should be kept to ourselves, no need to vocalize them. Yichen coughed lightly, feigning modesty. All right, enough of the banter. Let's figure out how to descend, Luo Qingsheng interjected, stepping closer to the chasm to observe it intently. The space surrounding the fissure appeared distorted, accompanied by an unusual pulling force. Luo Qingsheng furrowed her brow, seemingly uncovering something significant. A pulling force? Yichen approached as well, keen to sense it. Indeed, the pulling sensation seemed to intensify. Before Yichen could finish his sentence, a powerful force suddenly erupted from the chasm, drawing all four of them into its depths. Ah! Yu Chuman exclaimed, instinctively clutching Su Chun tightly. What a situation this is. Su Chun was taken aback by the sudden turn of events, frantically attempting to steady himself. Yi Chun reacted swiftly. At the very moment they were drawn into the rift, he seized Luo Qingqing's delicate waist, sheltering her within his embrace. Luo Qingqing's body trembled. It was her first encounter of such intimacy with a man, and her instincts urged her to resist. Hold on to me, Yi Chun commanded in a low voice, tightening his hold around Luo Qingqing. Feeling the strength of Yi Chun's arms and the warmth of his chest, she found solace in his embrace, relinquishing her resistance and nestling obediently against him. The four of them were swept into the chasm by an overwhelming force, engulfed in darkness, with only the howling wind echoing in their ears. After an indeterminate period, Yi Chun sensed that he had collided with something soft, followed by an immense force enveloping him, pulling him downward. Chapter 78. The Mysterious Space in the Ancient Palace. With a resounding splash, Yi Chun and Luo Qingqing plunged into the frigid waters of a lake. Gasping for air, Yi Chun choked on several mouthfuls of water before instinctively holding his breath. At that moment, he sensed an overwhelming force pulling him downward from the lake's depths. Qingqing. Yi Chun's heart raced as he glanced down, only to discover that Luo Qingqing had been swept away by the currents. Damn it, he cursed under his breath, striving to swim toward her, but the pull was far too strong to resist. Qingqing, hold on, Yi Chun silently urged, as he was inexorably drawn toward the inky depths, his consciousness gradually slipping away. After an indeterminate period, Yi Chun stirred awake, finding himself in an extraordinary realm. Surrounding him was a dreamlike radiance, with shimmering lights weaving together to form a vibrant tapestry. Beneath his feet lay a transparent crystalline layer, resembling frozen ripples, glimmering with an enigmatic sheen. Through this crystalline surface, he could discern countless runes flowing majestically below, exuding an ancient and powerful aura. In the distance, towering crystal pillars ascended toward an unseen dome, adorned with an array of peculiar gemstones that cast blue, green, and purple hues, illuminating the entire space in a kaleidoscope of colors. Above, the sky was a shimmering expanse of lake water, separated by an invisible barrier, with sunlight refracting through the water's surface. Yi Chun was profoundly captivated by the enchanting and mysterious scenery before him, momentarily lost in wonder. Meanwhile, Luo Qingqing lay upon his chest, still unconscious. In the final moments before losing consciousness while being drawn into the lake's depths, Yi Chun had summoned all his strength to reach for her. It was only when he embraced her tightly that he succumbed to the void, yet even in unconsciousness, he held her close, unwavering in his grip. At that moment, Luo Qingqing stirred softly in his arms, awakening gradually. As she opened her beautiful eyes, she realized she was in an exceedingly compromising position on Yi Chun's chest, her face flushing crimson like a ripe apple, blushing with embarrassment. Yi Chun, where is this? Luo Qingqing whispered, her voice as delicate as a feather brushing against the heart. Noticing her signs of awakening, Yi Chun feigned sleep, relishing the warmth of her soft presence against him. Upon hearing her call, a sly smile crept across Yi Chen's lips as he pretended to awaken, blinking his eyes sleepily. Qingqing, you're awake? Yi Chen rubbed his eyes, his voice languid and magnetic, carrying the huskiness of slumber, stirring Luo Qingqing's heart. You, let me go? Luo Qingqing felt Yi Chen's heated breath against her ear, her body stiffening with embarrassment. She attempted to rise, only to find Yi Chen's embrace unyielding. Don't move, let me hold you a little longer. Yi Chen held Luo Qingqing a little tighter, his tone imbued with a subtle dominion. Luo Qingqing's heart raced fiercely. She could feel the robust heartbeat of Yi Chen and the warmth radiating from him, instilling her with an immense sense of security. Yi Chen, you. She yearned to articulate her thoughts, but found herself at a loss for words, surrendering to his embrace. Yi Chen gazed at the bashful Luo Qingqing in his arms, his heart swelling with tenderness, fully aware that her affections mirrored his own. Qingqing, you are truly beautiful, he murmured softly by her ear, his voice as gentle as a whispering breeze. Instantly, Luo Qingqing's ears flushed crimson. She wished to evade Yi Chen's fervent gaze, yet he assertively lifted her chin, compelling her to meet his eyes. As their gazes locked, time seemed to stand still, the world around them fading into oblivion. Yi Chen was captivated by the crystalline depths of Luo Qingqing's eyes, a powerful urge rising within him to press his lips against her enticing mouth. Sensing his intentions, Luo Qingqing instinctively sought to retreat, yet inexplicably, she closed her eyes, her long lashes fluttering like a butterfly on the verge of breaking free from its cocoon. Just as Yi Chen's lips were about to brush against hers, a sudden thought struck Luo Qingqing. She opened her eyes wide and pushed Yi Chen away with urgency. What about my senior sister and Su Chen? She stood, hastily adjusting her attire, unable to meet his gaze. Yi Chen, do you think my senior sister and Su Chen might also be here? Do not worry, Qingqing. Though this rift is enigmatic, it poses no danger. I suspect they have merely fallen into another location, Yi Chen reassured, lifting his chin with determination as he gently patted her shoulder, offering comfort. Luo Qingqing felt a slight relief upon hearing his words, yet she couldn't help but nibble on her lip. She was acutely aware of Yi Chen's keen perception of danger. Let us explore this space. I sense there is great fortune awaiting you here. Yi Chen extended his hand, tenderly grasping her delicate palm, smooth as jade. A faint blush graced Luo Qingqing's cheeks. Though bashful, she did not resist the warmth of his touch. Hand in hand, they ventured forth amidst the interplay of light and shadow. There is something I must tell you. Yi Chen suddenly halted, turning to look at Luo Qingqing with earnestness. What is it? Luo Qingqing tightened her grip on his hand, a tinge of anxiety in her voice. My master, the old devil Su, has clandestinely arranged a betrothal between me and the holy maiden of Qingyin Pavilion, Morong Shui. Yi Chen's expression bore complexity, his teeth gritted. He paused, then added, but I want you to know that you alone occupy my heart. A hint of melancholy colored his words, as he lamented that Su Tai Su had taken such liberties without his consent. Yet, had it not been for the allure of 1,000,000 premium spirit stones that swayed Yi Chen, perhaps he would have thwarted the engagement himself. Upon hearing the news, Luo Qingqing was momentarily taken aback before regaining her composure, firmly believing that Yi Chen would adeptly manage all affairs. I trust you, Luo Qingqing replied softly. The two continued their journey along the crystal column, in search of the grand opportunity that Yi Chen had sensed. As they ventured to the innermost depths of the mysterious space, an ancient palace materialized before them. Look, Luo Qingqing exclaimed, pointing towards the palace, a glimmer of awe flashing in her eyes. I have a feeling that the great opportunity lies within this palace, Yi Chen remarked with a slight smile. As they approached the palace, the grand doors slowly creaked open, accompanied by a faint sound of friction. It seems to be welcoming us, Yi Chen jested. Yet his pace remained unbroken. Upon entering the palace and surveying their surroundings, they beheld a resplendent, yet weathered grandeur. Wow, this scene is utterly breathtaking. Yi Chen could not help but exclaim, his eyes shimmering with curiosity and excitement. Chapter 79, The Empress's Legacy. A tender kiss. Will there be any dangers here? Luo Qingqing asked nervously, gripping Yi Chen's hand tightly. Rest assured, there is no need to fear while you are with me. Yi Chen replied with a raised eyebrow and a gentle smile. His unique physique was highly attuned to danger, allowing him to sense any threats before they manifested. At last, I have been waiting for you. A sudden feminine voice resonated, melodious and ethereal, yet somewhat elusive. Following this, a translucent figure of a woman appeared upon the throne, her beauty breathtaking but slightly transparent. Luo Qingsheng felt a wave of apprehension at the unexpected arrival of the woman, instinctively positioning herself in front of Yi Chun. "Do not worry," Yi Chun reassured her, gently lowering her arm from its protective stance and casting a scrutinizing gaze upon the ethereal figure. He discerned that she was merely a remnant spiritual entity, harboring no hostility towards them. "May I inquire who you are, esteemed elder? Why have you awaited us here?" Yi Chun asked, bowing respectfully, his heart filled with curiosity, as if the woman had been anticipating their arrival. "Little child, you are quite remarkable. With exceptional talent reminiscent of a dear friend from my past," the Empress replied, her head slightly nodding, a hint of nostalgia gleaming in her eyes. She recognized that Yi Chun shared the same unique physique as her late friend, both requiring vast amounts of spirit stones to enhance their cultivation. "You flatter me, esteemed elder. May I ask who this friend is?" Yi Chun inquired with keen interest. "That is a tale from long ago, best left unspoken. The fact that you have arrived here today signifies a fortuitous connection. I am the ancient empress who perished in a cataclysmic battle between celestial beings and demons eons ago." The empress lamented softly, her tone calm and reflective. "This place is where I left my legacy. I noticed you the moment you appeared at the abyssal rift," she continued, turning her gaze to Luo Qingcheng, smiling gently as she spoke. "Little girl, you are exceptionally suited for my legacy. Do you wish to accept it?" Can I?" Luo Qingcheng's eyes widened with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. "Of course. The two youngsters accompanying you are also receiving their respective legacies." The Empress affirmed with a nod, ensuring that the circumstances of Yu Chuman and Su Chun would not disturb Luo Qingcheng as she accepted the legacy. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingcheng breathed a sigh of relief and looked to Yi Chun for validation. "It seems we have indeed stepped into a land of fortune," Yi Chun remarked, a proud smile gracing his lips. "So, dear Saintess, will you choose to become a superhero or continue as my noble lady?" After a moment of contemplation, Luo Qingcheng resolutely replied, "I wish to accept the legacy." "Excellent." The Empress nodded with satisfaction. "Within the legacy lies a seal containing the remnants of my Dao fruit. The acceptance process will require some time, during which no one may leave this place." The Empress's expression turned serious as she furrowed her brow. Yi Chun and Luo Qingcheng exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, showing no dissent. The Empress delicately transported an ancient storage ring into Yi Chun's hands from afar. The contents within would greatly aid in his cultivation. The Empress gazed deeply at Yi Chun, as though she beheld a long-lost acquaintance. With a smile, Yi Chun accepted the storage ring offered by the ancient Empress, his eyes shimmering with a hint of brilliance. "Thank you, esteemed elder," he said, cupping his hands in gratitude. The Empress nodded gently, guiding Luo Qingcheng toward the inner palace. Upon entering a resplendent hall, the ancient Empress gestured for Luo Qingcheng to take her place upon the inheritance platform. Although nervous, Luo Qingcheng slowly seated herself and closed her eyes, commencing the reception of the inheritance. Meanwhile, Yi Chun, remaining in the outer hall, opened the storage ring to inspect its contents, which were abundantly filled with spirit stones, piled high like a small mountain. "Haha, the Empress's wealth is indeed substantial," he chuckled to himself. Finding a quiet corner, he sat cross-legged and placed all the spirit stones, including those he had acquired through plunder, into the heavenly Tao Pearl. As moments ticked by, with a continuous influx of spiritual energy surging into his body, Yi Chun felt a euphoric lightness, as if he were on the verge of ascension. Finally, after half a day's relentless refining, he successfully broke through to the 9th level of the Great Ascension stage. What a marvelous sensation! He rose and stretched languidly. Yet, the consumption of spirit stones was excessive, and he sighed, pondering how to elevate his cultivation in the future. One step at a time, he resolved, dismissing his worries, for fretting was futile, and he had no idea how much longer Luo Qingcheng would take to receive her inheritance. He then immersed himself in studying the 9 styles of the stunning swan's sword technique, analyzing each movement and the essence of the swordplay. The waiting period was the most tedious, and delving into the sword techniques helped pass the time. Half a year swiftly elapsed in rigorous training. Luo Qingsheng completed her reception of the inheritance just as the 6 months concluded. During this time, she also refined a portion of the Empress's sealed Dao fruit, catapulting her realm from the 6th level of the nascent soul stage directly to the 1st level of the void refinement stage. She had a premonition that if she could fully refine the Empress's Dao fruit, she might at least break through to the tribulation stage, or even higher. Gradually rising from the inheritance platform, she emanated an ethereal aura, her beauty now radiating an air of sanctity and inviolability. Observing this transformation, the ancient empress smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. My inheritance has been entirely received by you. It is time for me to dissipate. With those words, the empress's lingering essence transformed into twinkling starlight. Vanishing into the air, Luo Qingsheng bowed gracefully in the direction of the empress's disappearance, expressing her respect. She descended from the inheritance platform, casting a final glance back before making her way toward the outer hall. In that moment, Luo Qingsheng resembled a celestial being emerging from a painting. Yichen watched in awe as she gracefully stepped forth, her ethereal demeanor and beauty surpassing her former self, leaving him entranced. Upon meeting Yichen's intensely aggressive gaze, Luo Qingsheng's delicate face flushed slightly, enveloped in an exquisite shyness. Observing her bashful demeanor stirred a wave of emotions within Yichen. He swiftly approached and enveloped Luo Qingsheng in his embrace, holding her tightly. Bashfully, she buried her head into his chest. After a brief moment, Luo Qingsheng lifted her small head, their eyes locking in a profound gaze. Yichen's heart raced, unable to suppress the impulses surging within him. He gradually lowered his head, inching closer to Luo Qingsheng's rosy lips. As he descended, Luo Qingsheng felt her heart quicken, her body trembling slightly, a fleeting look of panic flickering in her eyes. Yet, in that fleeting instant, she seemed to resolve something deep within, slowly closing her eyes, her long lashes quivering gently, awaiting Yichen's tender exploration. Sensing her silent acquiescence, an exhilarating thrill coursed through Yichen as he gently pressed his lips against her soft petals. The moment his lips met hers, it was as if electricity coursed through him, a delightful sensation radiating throughout his entire being. Chapter 80. The Collapse of the Secret Realm, a Perilous Escape in an Instant. The atmosphere around them seemed to transform into a sweet embrace, as the two individuals found themselves enveloped in a moment of bliss, momentarily forgetting everything else. They shared a fervent kiss, lost in the depths of each other, while Luo Qingsheng shyly responded to Yichen, their lips parting after a long while. They remained in each other's arms, reluctant to let go, without uttering a word, simply savoring the warmth of this tender moment. At that instant, Luo Qingsheng's delicate face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ground, causing the entire palace to sway as if struck by a cataclysmic earthquake. Hurry, follow me. Luo Qingsheng anxiously grasped Yichen's hand as the very fabric of reality around them began to distort. With a flash of white light, they found themselves standing hand in hand on the surface of a lake at the bottom of a chasm. A thunderous roar erupted. The abyss seemed to be struck by a colossal hammer, with debris falling incessantly. As the inheritance had been received by Luo Qingsheng, the enigmatic force safeguarding this place vanished, rendering the chasm unstable and on the brink of collapse. Suddenly, a radiant glaze enveloped Luo Qingsheng, as a spatial artifact left by the Empress transformed into a shimmering glass ring that adorned her slender finger. This exquisite ring was the key to the mysterious realm they had entered beneath the lake, a high-grade spatial treasure. Indeed, this has proven to be a significant gain. Yichen mused, a faint smile gracing his lips at this unexpected turn of events. However, he swiftly composed his expression as the chasm began to tremble violently, poised to cave in at any moment. We must go. We can fly now. Yichen urged Luo Qingsheng, propelling them upward as the laws of the realm shifted, allowing them to soar through the air once more. They glided like phantoms through the collapsing landscape, dust swirling around them and rocks tumbling down. Be cautious. Yichen firmly grasped Luo Qingsheng's delicate hand, maintaining his composure and humor amidst the dire circumstances. We cannot let our newfound inheritance slip away. Luo Qingsheng could not help but chuckle at Yichen's jest, even in this perilous moment. At long last, after navigating numerous dangers, they successfully escaped the mouth of the chasm. Just as they emerged, The entire fissure underwent a cataclysmic collapse, the earth splitting apart, colossal rock layers disintegrating, and dust obscuring the sky. What is happening? What is going on? Within the secret realm, disciples from various sects, who had ventured in search of fortune, felt the earth tremble beneath them, plunging into a state of panic, utterly unaware of the unfolding chaos. Run! It seems the secret realm is collapsing, an elder cultivator shouted, swiftly taking to the skies on his sword towards the exit. The other disciples followed suit, hastily flying towards safety. What is happening? What calamity has befallen? The elders waiting outside, witnessing this turmoil, were equally shocked and dismayed. Most of their sect's talented disciples were still within the secret realm. If disaster struck, it would result in a significant loss for their sect. Meanwhile, Yi Chun and Luo Qingqing stood safely atop a distant mountain, with Yu Chuman and Su Chen beside them. The space they entered beneath the abyssal rift was also represented by the glass ring worn by Luo Qingqing, albeit in a different location. After escaping the fissure safely, Luo Qingqing promptly transported them away. Yu Chuman also acquired her inheritance at the bottom of the rift, while Su Chun had already received the inheritance of the Heavenly Emperor and did not accept any other. It appeared we had stirred quite a commotion. Yi Chun surveyed the panicked cultivators fleeing or inquiring about the situation around him, feeling little concern. Indeed, Luo Qingqing glanced back at the now vanished abyssal rift, her heart still trembling with trepidation. No sooner had she spoken than she sensed a faint vibration emanating from the ring. The glass ring could control the entire secret realm, signaling her that the realm was on the verge of collapse. The secret realm is about to collapse. We must leave this place at once, Luo Qingqing declared gravely. Yi Chen nodded, urging, everyone, stay close to me, do not stray. The four of them swiftly made their way towards the exit of the secret realm. The so-called ancient secret realm was a spatial world left behind by a powerful ancient being. Once the core inheritance was removed, without the core strength to support it, spatial collapse would ensue. As they progressed, spatial rifts and fractures emerged continuously, making the entire secret realm seem as though it were facing its apocalypse. In this chaotic realm, numerous cultivators were like ants on a hot pan, desperately fleeing towards the exit. Many cultivators were sucked into the spatial rifts, while others were torn asunder by the spatial fractures. The cultivators, filled with dread, recklessly navigated their treasures, striving to escape the secret realm as swiftly as possible. Don't push. Clear the way. Cries of alarm and curses echoed amidst the crowd. The spatial fractures grew increasingly severe, with fissures appearing on the ground, swallowing those who lagged behind. The air was thick with cries of horror and despair. The atmosphere in the secret realm was suffused with a sense of hopelessness and panic, and all minds were singularly focused on escaping this impending doom. Some cultivators, frantic for their lives, resorted to slaying those who obstructed their path, igniting a wave of turmoil. Humph! Luo Qingqing sneered coldly, swiftly drawing her sword to slay a cultivator who had already killed several others. Such unscrupulous individuals dared to act amidst this chaos. With her brows furrowed in anger, Luo Qingqing shouted, "If you wish to live, flee swiftly." The slain cultivator's companions, taken aback by the scene, were about to retaliate when Yi Chen's stern voice quelled their intentions. Only then did the crowd awaken from their stupor and resume their frantic dash toward the exit. This pace is far too slow. At this rate, before we reach the exit, the secret realm will collapse, Yu Chuman exclaimed anxiously. They had to navigate around the spatial fractures, and a moment's inattention could lead to grievous injuries, hampering their speed. Allow me to clear the path, you all follow closely, Yi Chun proclaimed, summoning the Starry Soul Tower to lead the way. The Starry Soul Tower, an artifact of unknown caliber, could withstand the rifts caused by the spatial disturbances. Luo Qingqing, Yu Chuman, and Su Chen closely followed, determined not to falter for even a moment. The other monks, witnessing the scene, promptly followed suit. Yi Chun exerted every ounce of strength to propel the Starry Soul Tower forward. The tower spun rapidly, emanating a formidable wave of power that countered the relentless spatial rifts. These rifts incessantly sliced through the Starry Soul Tower, creating visible storms of space at its apex. As Yi Chen vigorously maneuvered the tower through the chaos, the collapse of the secret realm intensified. Violent spatial storms erupted from the fissures, engulfing the entirety of the mystical domain. Suddenly, a spatial fracture materialized ahead. swiftly expanding and threatening to obstruct their path. "Be careful," Su Chen exclaimed in alarm. Yi Chen's pupils constricted. His teeth clenched as he abruptly altered the Starry Soul Tower's course, employing his comprehension of spatial laws to guide his companions over the fracture. A thunderous roar erupted as they leapt past, followed by a deafening crash as spatial compression manifested behind them, transforming the area into a void. A colossal storm of space was expelled, surging toward Yi Chun and his company. Without hesitation, Yi Chun redirected the Starry Soul Tower to defend against the oncoming force. A resounding boom echoed as the tremendous impact caused Yi Chun to taste blood, a crimson droplet escaping the corner of his mouth. "Yi Chun," Luo Qingqing cried out in distress. "Do not concern yourself with me. Press onward." Yi Chun bellowed fiercely, steering the Starry Soul Tower toward the exit. Yet, at that moment, the surrounding space began to contract violently, as if intent on compressing them into oblivion. This is the self-destructive force of the secret realm. Yu Chuman's complexion turned ashen. Chapter 81. Today's calamity. Young master is determined. Yi Chun gritted his teeth against the pain, intensifying the energy he channeled into the Starry Soul Tower. The tower spun rapidly, laboriously expanding the constricted space around them. Quickly, Yi Chen's voice was hoarse. The crowd struggled desperately in the confined space, each step seemingly draining their entire strength. Just as they were a mere step away from the exit, a formidable spatial storm erupted within the secret realm, sweeping towards them. "It's over," someone cried out in despair. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Yi Chen's eyes as he poured all his magical essence into the Starry Soul Tower, shouting, "Charge with me." The tower erupted with radiant light, propelling the group through the tempest of space. With a thunderous roar, the entire secret realm collapsed, vanishing from existence. In the final moment before total obliteration, Yi Chun led the others out of the realm. Those who escaped looked back at the vanished secret realm, their hearts still racing with trepidation. The elders of various sects, relieved to see their return, finally felt a weight lifted from their hearts. "Thank you, young Master Yi, for your rescue." The escaping cultivators expressed their gratitude. Yi Chen merely waved his hand dismissively, retrieving a medicinal pill to replenish his exhausted spiritual energy. "What on earth transpired?" An elder inquired as he stepped forward. "We owe our safety to you, young friends. What exactly happened within the secret realm?" Another elder from a sect looked at Yi Chun and his companions with keen anticipation. "There was a chasm that collapsed, leading to the entire realm's destruction," Yi Chun explained, shaking his head in resignation. He had no intention of revealing the matters concerning the Empress's legacy, which could bring trouble to himself and Luo Qingqing. "Now I understand. No wonder it was so perilous." One elder stroked his beard thoughtfully, appearing somewhat skeptical. "Did you young friends gain anything within the realm?" Another elder, his gaze piercing, scrutinized them, clearly harboring ulterior motives. He was the grand elder of the Lingxiao sect from the southern region, merely acquired some ordinary magical artifacts and spirit herbs. How could that compare to the treasures of esteemed predecessors? Yi Chun smiled knowingly, well aware of their intentions. They merely sought to murder and seize treasures. In truth, Yi Chun secretly hoped they would act upon their greed, as it would provide him with an opportunity to profit. Luo Qingqing and the others nodded in agreement, yet remained vigilant. Although Luo Qingqing had broken through to the void refinement stage, they were still surrounded by formidable beings at the integration and ascension stages, with potential tribulation stage experts lurking in the shadows. Hidden in the void, Lin Shuo shook his head in resignation. He had intended to reveal himself as soon as Yi Chun emerged, but was halted by his junior's mental call, knowing that his little disciple was up to mischief again. However, Lin Shuo felt a twinge of excitement. The entire outing had drained his spirit stones, costing him several tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones. At that moment, he felt impoverished and yearned to learn from his little disciple how to acquire spirit stones. The collapse of this secret realm is indeed peculiar. Do you little ones truly possess nothing but ordinary items? A mysterious figure clad in black robes suddenly spoke from the crowd. He was an elder of the esteemed Tianyan sect, reputed to be the foremost sect in the southern domain. Yi Chun felt a surge of delight. The harbinger of fortune had approached him. "Senior, you jest. How could we dare to conceal anything before esteemed elders like yourselves?" Yi Chun replied with a playful grin. "Humph, I do not trust you. Open your storage treasures for my inspection," a grim-faced elder coldly retorted, a flicker of menace flashing in his eyes. He was also a peak master of the Tianyin sect. This action by the peak master was nothing short of blatant robbery. Such behavior not only disrespected Yi Chun and his companions, but also epitomized the harsh reality in the world of cultivation, where might makes right. Storage treasures are a private aspect of a cultivator's life, and they are not to be casually revealed to outsiders. What distinguishes the actions of these elders from that of a bandit? Yu Chuman stepped forward, her voice icy. Enough of this nonsense. If you do not hand over your storage treasures today, do not expect to leave. The peak master's already dark expression grew even more foreboding. Humph, old man, do you intend to bully the weak? Su Chun snorted, glaring fiercely, his hand already forming the intent of a sword with a jade talisman. Should these old codgers dare to strike, Su Chun would not hesitate to use the talisman against them. As the situation grew increasingly tense, Yi Chun felt a thrill of anticipation. He knew that his moment was drawing near. Luo Qingqing observed the subtle expressions on Yi Chun's face and remained silent. She understood him too well and recognized that he was plotting something. What of it if the strong prey upon the weak? In this realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. The black-robed elder of the Tianyin sect laughed boastfully. At the height of this tense atmosphere, Yi Chun suddenly burst into laughter. Senior speaks wisely. Since you have said so, I shall carry out my robbery without any qualms. Yi Chun's lips curled into a sly smile, his gaze brimming with provocation. Luo Qingqing, Su Chun, and Yu Chuman all shot Yi Chun a disapproving glance. He always required a grandiose justification before launching his heists. The black-robed elder of the Tianyin sect trembled with rage at Yi Chun's words. You little wretch, do you dare to speak so arrogantly? You are truly courting death. With that, the elder's aura erupted violently, unleashing a powerful pressure directed at Yi Chun. Master brother. Yi Chun shook his head helplessly. Fortune was knocking again. So he called out to the void. Lin Shua stepped forth from the void, his tribulation stage aura surging forth, bending the black-robed elder and the peak master to the ground. Tribulation stage. The elders of the Tianyin sect were filled with dread. They never anticipated that Yi Chun and his companions had a protector of such caliber. Moreover, the guardian of the tribulation stage was remarkably young. Who, then, were these young individuals? The other elders of the sect were also rendered speechless with fear, grateful that they had not provoked Yi Chun and his companions. What now, old man? Am I still the fool I once was? Yi Chun mockingly inquired of the two elders prostrated before him. What are you exactly? The elder in the black robe of the Tianyin sect stammered. Old fool. It matters not who we are. Today, I have resolved to claim this calamity. Yi Chun crossed his arms, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. You dare. I am an elder of the foremost sect in the southern domain, the Tianyin sect. If you lay a hand on us, the Tianyin sect will not let you go unpunished. The elder's voice trembled with fury and fear, his face a canvas of rage and terror. Although he was intimidated by Lin Shua's powers during the tribulation period, he believed that invoking the name of the Tianyin sect would deter Yi Chun and his companions from taking action against him. Enough of your empty threats. Is the Tianyin sect truly so formidable? Hand over your spirit stones and treasures, and spare yourselves from suffering. Yi Chun was unconcerned about their sect's reputation. Could they truly surpass the formidable Su Laomo? You ignorant child, how dare you underestimate the Tianyin sect? You will come to regret this. The elder in black gritted his teeth. Alas, it seems a lesson is in order. With that, Yi Chun waved his right hand, producing a spiked club. What do you intend to do? The peak master of the Tianyin sect gazed at the spiked club in horror, his eyes widening in disbelief as he questioned with a quivering voice. Yi Chun swung the spiked club and coldly replied, What do you think? I intend to make you aware of my prowess. Without further ado, he mercilessly swung the club towards the elder in black and the peak master. Bang! Bang! The spiked club whipped through the air, striking the faces of the two men with tremendous force. The two elders of the Tianyin sect, enveloped by Lin Shua's tribulation pressure, found themselves powerless to resist, emitting piercing cries of anguish. Yi Chun expertly controlled his strength, ensuring that while they sustained injuries, their lives remained intact, leaving the two elders bruised and battered. Chapter 82. Su Chun in disarray. Stop, please, we surrender. The peak master of Tianyin sect could no longer maintain his composure and hurriedly pleaded for mercy. Yi Chun halted his actions, crossing his arms and casting a sidelong glance at them. It would have been better to do this from the start. You had to endure some hardship first. The two elders felt a scorching embarrassment on their faces, not from the beating, but from the humiliation of being bested by a mere youth, ultimately begging for mercy before a crowd of tens of thousands. They had brought disgrace upon Tianyin's sect, and from this day forth, they would become the subject of ridicule among the masses. At this moment, they cast aside their pride and hurriedly released their storage treasures from their connection, trembling as they handed them to Yi Chun, desperate to avoid further punishment. You are wise to recognize the situation. I shall spare you this time. But should I encounter you again engaging in misdeeds, it will not be so simple. Yi Chun accepted the bags, inspected them, and nodded in satisfaction. The black-robed elder and the peak master of Tianyin's sect felt as if they had been granted a reprieve. They expressed their gratitude repeatedly, eager to flee the scene. Wait, Lin Shuo called after them. You have yet to give me my spirit stones. Yi Chun and Su Chun turned to Lin Shuo in unison, their expressions filled with astonishment. The usually stoic Lin Shuo had taken it upon himself to demand tribute today. Senior brother, you've finally come to your senses. Yi Chun exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up, his face brimming with delight. Lin Shuo rolled his eyes at Yi Chun, thinking to himself, if it weren't for your stinginess, would I have to resort to this? The black-robed elder and the peak master of Tianyin's sect stiffened, their faces etched with bitterness. Young master, we have no spirit stones left, the elder lamented, glancing at the two bags in Yi Chun's hands with a resigned expression. Lin Shuo, observing the bags Yi Chun held, understood that the two elders genuinely lacked spirit stones. His gaze then shifted to the grand elder of Lingshao's sect, who had been eyeing his junior disciple with keen interest earlier, undoubtedly with intentions of his own. The grand elder met Lin Shuo's gaze and felt a pang of apprehension. You had intentions towards my junior disciple just now. Pay me 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and I shall overlook it. As expected, Lin Shuo extended a hand, pointing at the grand elder of Lingshao's sect. The grand elder's expression darkened instantly. Lin Shuo was being overly domineering. He had merely contemplated Yi Chun's treasures without taking any actual action. Yet now he was being asked to compensate 100,000 spirit stones, a considerable sum. However, the circumstances compelled him to acquiesce. Could you possibly reduce the amount? The grand elder attempted to negotiate. Enough chatter, 100,000, not a single coin less. Otherwise, you shall not leave today? Lin Shuo retorted with a cold snort, refusing to entertain any bargaining. Huh, senior brother, shall I assist you in educating him? We can split the spirit stones evenly. Yi Chun chuckled, brandishing his wolf-toothed club, eager for the confrontation. The grand elder of Lingshao's sect, upon witnessing Yi Chun's demeanor, felt a surge of panic and hastily exclaimed, No, 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 I shall provide it. Is that not sufficient? The harrowing images of the two elders from Tianyin's sect lingered vividly in his mind. He certainly did not wish to endure a similar fate at Yi Chun's hands, only to still have to part with his spirit stones. With a reluctant grit of his teeth, he extracted 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones and handed them over to Lin Shuo. Without hesitation, Lin Shuo accepted the stones, as if fearful that Yi Chun might seize them away. Hey, you! Yi Chun, feeling slighted at being deprived of the spirit stones, pointed an accusatory finger at the grand elder of Lingshao's sect, exclaiming, You lack principles. At least put up some resistance. My young friend, how could I dare to resist? You are far too formidable. I merely seek to leave in peace, the grand elder lamented with a pained expression. How utterly dull! Yi Chun rolled his eyes, muttering to himself while gesturing for the elder to depart. Observing Yi Chun's avaricious demeanor, Luo Qingqing couldn't help but chuckle softly. Yi Chun, you are so fixated on spirit stones that you are becoming a mere money-obsessed fiend, she teased, gently poking his forehead. This cannot be termed greed. It is merely a display of economic acumen, Yi Chun retorted, grasping Luo Qingqing's hand while expressing his discontent. Spare me your banter. Look at how your eyes light up at the sight of money. Aren't you afraid of others mocking you? Luo Qingqing shot him a disapproving glance. All right, we should be heading back, Lin Shuo interjected, cutting off Yi Chun's impending response. Enough, enough. You all may disperse. I still have to rush back to cultivate, Yi Chun declared, turning and waving his hand dismissively, shooing away the other cultivators at the secret realm's exit. Lin Shuo shook his head helplessly. Realizing that this young man never missed an opportunity to flaunt his bravado. Let us proceed to Tianqing City, he instructed, taking the lead and soaring into the sky on his sword. Yi Chun and the others swiftly followed, transforming into streaks of light that vanished into the horizon. They were bound for the eastern region, intending to use the teleportation array in Tianqing City. Tianqing City, home to the largest teleportation array in the southern region, was located at the city's center. After paying their spirit stones and stepping onto the array, a whirlwind of sensations ensued. And soon Yi Chun and his companions found themselves back in Tianwu City. Upon their return, Yi Chun escorted Luo Qingqing and Yu Chu Man to the entrance of Baiwa Palace. Qingcheng, Chu Man, we shall take our leave now, he said at the palace's gate. Understood, Luo Qingqing nodded, her beautiful eyes filled with reluctance. Yi Chun. As they were parting, Luo Qingqing could no longer contain herself and gently tugged at Yi Chen's sleeve. Turning back, Yi Chen met her gaze, which resembled a tranquil autumn lake, stirring something deep within him. What is it? Luo Qingqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she mustered her courage, wrapping her arms around Yi Chun. Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback, but soon reciprocated the embrace, encircling her slender waist, his heart racing. Were it not for the throngs of people surrounding them, he would have long since pressed his lips to hers. I shall return first. We will see each other again soon, she said softly. Yi Chen whispered softly into Luo Qingqing's ear. Luo Qingqing nodded gently, her heart brimming with sweetness. Su Chun, witnessing this, felt a spark of hope as he gazed fervently at Yu Chu Man, yearning for an embrace of his own. They had spent half a year together in the depths of the abyss of the starry secret realm, and their feelings had undeniably deepened. However, upon encountering Su Chen's expectant gaze, Yu Chu Man felt a sudden rush of panic and quickly stepped back, evading his stare. I shall take my leave. With that, she fled into the 100-Flower Palace, leaving Su Chun bewildered in the wind. Though there was a mutual affection between them, Yu Chu Man was too shy to reach the stage of openly embracing him. Su Chen's outstretched hand hung awkwardly in the air, marked by confusion and embarrassment. Ha, little Su. You are far too eager. The young lady is not ready yet. Yi Chun mockingly chortled at Su Chun. Indeed, pursuing a girl requires strategy, not recklessness like yours, Lin Shua added, joining in the teasing. Chapter 83. The True Solitude Without Cultivation. Su Chun gazed at the two with a look of deep melancholy. Do you not possess even an ounce of compassion? Laughter echoed among the trio as they playfully returned to Tianqian sect. Master Su, we have returned. Before Yi Chen arrived, his voice had already announced their presence. Awakening from his meditative state, Su Tai Su's face brightened with a smile upon seeing Yi Chun and the others return safely. Oh, it's good to be back. Master Su, look at the treasures I've brought for you. Yi Chen casually produced several rare herbs and treasures. Well done, my young disciple. It is commendable that you show filial piety. Su Tai Su accepted the offerings with evident satisfaction. Though these treasures were rare in the Kanglan continent, Su Tai Su, with his esteemed status, would typically disregard such trinkets. Yet, it was the first time this little disciple had shown him kindness, so he chose to express his approval. Yi Chun discreetly rolled his eyes at Su Tai Su, for he, too, found little value in these so-called treasures. While they were precious, it was merely within the Kanglan realm. After all, he had already taken advantage of Su Lao Mo's generosity on several occasions. Thus, a token of gratitude was in order, lest he feel guilt when seeking further favors in the future. By the way, why is your cultivation still at the 9th level of qi refinement? Su Tai Su suddenly furrowed his brow, as Yi Chun should have long since established his foundation. Have you encountered any setbacks in your training? Su Tai Su's expression turned serious. Any deviation in cultivation was a matter of great concern. What? A setback? Impossible. Yi Chun feigned surprise. Should he reveal that he had already reached the 9th level of the Great Ascension stage, Su Tai Su and the others might regard him as a monster. Could it be that Master has misperceived? Su Tai Su mused, preparing to probe Yi Chen's cultivation level. Master Su, please be gentle. I fear pain. Yi Chen thought to himself, suppressing a chuckle while maintaining an appearance of tension. After a thorough examination, Su Tai Su found that Yi Chun's cultivation genuinely remained at the 9th level of qi refinement, with no signs of foundation establishment. How can this be? Su Tai Su's disbelief was palpable. Could it be that he had misjudged? Master, I cannot fathom the reason either. I have diligently pursued my training. Yet my level refuses to rise. Yi Chen internally reveled while feigning confusion. Su Tai Su's brows knitted together in perplexity, unable to comprehend the situation. Meanwhile, Lin Shuo and Su Chun, standing nearby, looked skyward, unable to bear the absurdity any longer. You lounge about daily. When have you ever truly exerted yourself in cultivation? Enough of this. Come with me, Su Tai Su declared, leading Yi Chen to the secluded Zizhu forest in the back mountains. Master, what brings me to this place? Yi Chen inquired with curiosity. I possess a technique that may unravel the mysteries surrounding you, Su Tai Su replied, producing an ancient jade slip from his robe. Yi Chen took the jade slip and pressed it against his forehead, beginning to absorb the information contained within. After a moment, his expression turned peculiar. Previously, he would have been astonished, but now he was convinced that Su Tai Su had a connection with the Wuji Immortal Emperor. Perhaps Su Tai Su was a brother he had yet to meet. The jade slip recorded a secret technique of the Wuji Immortal sect, known as the Wuji Longevity Art. This practice demanded exceptionally high qualifications for cultivation, with only a select few within the Wuji Immortal sect capable of mastering it. Yi Chen's own cultivation method was derived from the Wuji Longevity Art, adapted to suit his constitution as the 10,000 Methods Longevity Art. Old Demon Su. This technique appears rather enigmatic. Does it truly hold value? Yi Chen scoffed, glancing at Su Tai Su. Impudent boy, do not underestimate it. This is a cherished technique I have safeguarded, Su Tai Su retorted, casting him a stern glare. Remember, the existence of this technique must not be disclosed to outsiders. Very well, I shall retreat and give it a try, Yi Chen replied with a chuckle as he departed from the back mountain. On Qingzhou Peak, Yi Chen stretched lazily and rose from the soft bed. Ah, how comfortable. He yawned and surveyed his surroundings. This was none other than the uppermost chamber of his treasured Starry Soul Tower. Ever since receiving the Wuji Longevity Art from Su Tai Su, Yi Chen had immersed himself in the depths of cultivation. However, to call it cultivation seemed more akin to a holiday. Each day, his primary activity involved seeking out a picturesque spot within the Starry Soul Tower to indulge in a blissful slumber. As for actual cultivation, that was out of the question. It was unlikely he would ever cultivate in this lifetime. As long as he possessed ample spirit stones, he merely needed to place them into the heavenly Tao Pearl and operate his 10,000 Methods Longevity Art to refine and absorb the spirit stones to enhance his cultivation. Alas, the absence of genuine cultivation left him feeling rather lonely. Yi Chen shook his head, wearing an expression of disillusionment. Just then, a voice called out from outside the tower. Junior brother, are you awake? The talent conference is about to commence. Su Chen's voice echoed from beyond the door. The talent conference? Yi Chen paused, suddenly realizing that his 3-month retreat seemed to have reached its conclusion. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and slowly rose, slipping out of the Starry Soul Tower. I say, Junior brother, you haven't been sleeping here for 3 months, have you? Su Chen stared at the groggy Yi Chen, incredulous. How could that be? Yi Chen rolled his eyes. I have been diligently cultivating. It just appears my cultivation has yet to break through. He spread his hands in resignation. What? Still at the 9th level of Qi refinement? Su Chen exclaimed, nearly convinced he had misheard. Indeed, it is quite vexing. Yi Chen feigned a distressed expression. Su Chen gazed at Yi Chen, filled with confusion. Yi Chen had lingered at the 9th level of Qi refinement for over 2 years without achieving foundation establishment. While this might be acceptable for ordinary disciples, it was inconceivable for Yi Chen, a prodigy who had ascended to the 8th level of Qi refinement after merely 6 months of cultivation. Yet, regardless of how Su Chen observed, he felt that Yi Chen's cultivation had shown no signs of progress. This was utterly astounding. Could it be that Yi Chen had truly encountered some insurmountable bottleneck in his training? Su Chen, not daring to be negligent, promptly conveyed this matter to Su Tai Su. Upon learning of the situation, Su Tai Su was equally astounded. He personally visited Qingzhou Peak and meticulously examined Yi Chen's body, yet still found no abnormalities. How could this be possible? Su Tai Su furrowed his brow, perplexed and unable to comprehend. He had witnessed Yi Chen's exceptional cultivation talent firsthand. Logically, given Yi Chen's aptitude, along with the teachings of the Wuji Changxing, breaking through to the foundation establishment stage should have been a straightforward endeavor. Yet, why had Yi Chen's cultivation stagnated? Su Tai Su was at a loss, unable to fathom the conundrum. Chapter 84. The gathering of exceptional talents. Yi-chun, do tell your master honestly. Have you truly devoted yourself to your training over these past 3 months? Su Tai-su inquired with a grave expression. Of course I have. Yi-chun replied, feigning innocence. I have been diligently practicing every single day without a moment's respite. Observing Yi-chun's demeanor, Su Tai-su's curiosity deepened. Could it be that Yi-chun had encountered some inscrutable dilemma? Nonetheless, he ultimately decided against pressing further. In that case, cease your training for now and focus on preparing for the gathering of exceptional talents. Perhaps your limited combat experience is hindering your progress. A few battles may be what you need to break through. The gathering of exceptional talents? I shall not participate. My cultivation is insufficient, and I cannot compete. Yi-chun responded, shaking his head vigorously. What a ludicrous notion. He, at the ascendant stage, contesting against young practitioners at the Qi refinement and foundation establishment levels. He had no intention of exposing his true abilities, lest it complicate his impending marriage annulment with Murong Shui. Yi-chun understood that as long as he did not present himself as a genius, Murong Shui would certainly overlook him. The union was merely a means of protection for their sect. No, you must go, Su Tai-su declared with unwavering resolve. Your inability to establish a foundation likely stems from a lack of combat experience. Growth can only occur through battle, and you must attend, regardless of the circumstances. Fine, fine. I shall go. Yi-chun relented, unwilling to endure any further of Su Tai-su's incessant admonitions. He recognized that Su Tai-su wished for him to swiftly establish his foundation and to showcase his talents on the stage of Kanglan continent. Although he cared little for fame or fortune, he could hardly refuse now that Su Tai-su had spoken. When the time came, he would merely feign a lack of skill and retreat gracefully. The following day, the disciples of Tianxian's sect were bustling about, preparing for the gathering of exceptional talents. Various sects had also arrived with their participants, filling the Tianxian sect with an atmosphere of excitement. Yi-chun personally awaited the arrival of the disciples from Baiwa Palace at the sect's entrance, though in truth, he was eagerly anticipating the return of Luo Qingqing. This young couple had not seen each other for 3 months, and the longing in their hearts surged like a tidal wave, driving them to yearn for reunion. Look, there comes the procession from Baiwa Palace. A voice in the crowd exclaimed. In the distance, a magnificent flying vessel gracefully approached. Upon it stood dozens of exquisite maidens, each possessing ethereal beauty and an otherworldly demeanor, akin to celestial beings descending to earth, capturing the attention of countless onlookers. Baiwa Palace, renowned as the foremost sect of beauty on Kanglan continent, lived up to its illustrious reputation. Indeed, each of these female disciples was a vision of grace and allure, providing an undeniable feast for the eyes, particularly the saintess Luo Qingqing, whose exceptional temperament and unparalleled beauty were matched only by her extraordinary talent. Oh, if only I could take a disciple from Baiwa Palace as my wife, my life would be complete. Amidst the crowd, a cacophony of discussions filled the air, and numerous male cultivators stared in rapt attention. Yi-chun also lifted his gaze, a wistful smile gracing his lips. Baiwa Palace, it has been quite a while. He mused silently, his gaze sweeping over the procession of Baiwa Palace, ultimately resting upon a captivating figure at the forefront. She was clad in a white palace gown, her beauty unparalleled, exuding an ethereal grace. She was none other than the saintess of Baiwa Palace, Luo Qingqing. Yi-chun soared into the air, making his way towards the Baiwa Palace entourage. The palace master, Yao Miaoi, walked ahead, leading her disciples out of the flying vessel. Elder Yao, it is a pleasure to see you well, Yi-chun greeted, slightly cupping his fists, a gentle smile lighting up his face. Young friend Yi-chun, it has indeed been a long time, Yao Miaoi replied with a soft smile, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards Luo Qingqing. Yi-chun nodded, and then turned his attention to Luo Qingqing, warmth radiating from his eyes. Luo Qingqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with affection, her lips curving into an involuntary smile. Yu Chuman nodded at Yi-chun, a knowing smile playing on her lips as she observed the exchange between Luo Qingqing and him. Senior brother Yi-chun, called out the cheerful Xiao Tao from beside him. You have grown even more beautiful, Xiao Tao, Yi-chun said with a smile, affectionately ruffling her hair. Senior brother Yi-chun always knows how to make people happy, Xiao Tao giggled. After some pleasantries, Yi-chun led the Baiwa Palace members to their designated residence. Along the way, Luo Qingsheng walked alongside Yi Chun, occasionally whispering sweet nothings, drawing the curious glances of the surrounding disciples. Xiao Tao chattered incessantly, recounting amusing tales from Baiwa Palace during their time apart. This scene did not go unnoticed by the disciples from other sects attending the Talented Heroes Conference, their expressions rife with envy and jealousy. Some self-important disciples cast venomous glares at Yi Chun, as if they wished to devour him whole. Believing he had no right to be so close to the saintess of Baiwa Palace, Luo Xianzi, Yi Chun paid no heed to their spiteful looks, treating them as if they were invisible, content as long as they did not provoke him. Should any of the blind ones dare to challenge him, he would have no choice but to retaliate with tears and a stroke of fortune. Before long, the group arrived at the residence arranged for Baiwa Palace by Tianxian sect. It was a beautiful courtyard, adorned with artificial mountains and flowing water, the enchanting melodies of birds and fragrant flowers creating an idyllic paradise. Elder, this is your residence at Baiwa Palace. Do you find it satisfactory? Yi Chun inquired with a smile. Indeed, it is quite splendid. You have put thought into this. Yi Chun, Yao Miaoi responded with a nod of approval. Just then, Su Chun hurriedly approached, calling out in a simple manner, Chu Man. Upon hearing his voice, Yu Chu Man turned, her eyes lighting up with surprise. Su Chun, what brings you here? She asked. Su Chun scratched his head, smiling as he replied, I came to see you. Yi Chun and Luo Qingqing exchanged knowing smiles, discreetly stepping aside. Little Tao tilted her head, scanning the two individuals with a curious gaze, nodding as if she had stumbled upon a great secret. Moments later, a bonfire was lit in the small courtyard, the aroma of roasted meat wafting through the air, creating a lively atmosphere. Meanwhile, at the residence of the Qingyin Pavilion of the Tianxian sect, the young master of the East expressed, this matter of the marriage contract requires careful deliberation. Lu Qingyi furrowed her brow, her expression revealing her unease. Dongfang Yinhai demanded that Murong Shui publicly annul her engagement with Yi Chun after the Tianjiao conference. Though the engagement between Murong Shui and Yi Chun had not been formally announced, it was widely known among the various sects of the Kanglan continent. This was primarily due to the passing of the elder of the Qingyin Pavilion during the tribulation period, leaving the sect without a strong presence. Lu Qingyi feared that other sects might harbor malicious intentions towards them. Thus, she subtly hinted at the engagement between Murong Shui and the Tianxian sect as a means to deter any ill-willed individuals. However, Dongfang Yinhai, being the young master of a reclusive celestial clan, held himself in high regard and wished to avoid any rumors suggesting that he was coveting another's fiancée. As the heir of a hidden celestial lineage, he could not allow any blemish to tarnish his reputation. Chapter 85. I am merely at the Qi refinement stage. You ought to yield to me. Master, what difficulty lies in this matter? Simply announce the dissolution of the marriage contract publicly, Murong Shui remarked nonchalantly, delicately lifting her teacup and taking a gentle sip. Shui, this engagement was initially proposed by both you and me to the Tianxian sect. To publicly rescind it now seems somewhat. Lu Qingyi hesitated, concerned that such an action would tarnish the reputation of the Tianxian sect. If Yi Chun were a genius, it would be one thing, as people would merely say that Qingyin Pavilion had acted inconsistently. However, Yi Chun was an unremarkable talent, having lingered at the 9th level of Qi refinement for nearly 3 years without establishing a foundation. This would incite public scorn towards the Tianxian sect for marrying off a mediocre disciple to a proud daughter of heaven. It would further ridicule Su Taishu, a formidable figure in the tribulation stage, for failing to discern the worth of his disciple. Realizing this, Lu Qingyi, who had a past relationship with the enigmatic Master Xuanji, was aware that his agreement to the union was tinged with personal considerations. She did not wish to place him in a difficult position. Master, you are overthinking this. Murong Shui interjected, setting down her teacup with a sardonic smile. Yi Chun is already 19 and has yet to establish a foundation. Even if I publicly annul the engagement, he should possess enough self-awareness. Despite her words, Lu Qingyi remained hesitant. Lady Lu, you need not be overly concerned, Dongfang Yinhai asserted confidently. With my Dongfang family involved, the trifling Tianxian sect would not dare to retaliate. Unbeknownst to Dongfang Yinhai and Murong Shui, Lu Qingyi's thoughts were far deeper. They believed her concerns stemmed from a fear of repression by the Tianxian sect. Young Master Dongfang speaks wisely, but Lu Qingyi wished to say more, but was interrupted by Murong Shui. Master, It is settled then. At tomorrow's Tianjiao conference, I shall publicly announce the dissolution of the engagement. Mu Rongshui declared with unwavering resolve. Seeing Mu Rongshui's determination, Lu Qingyi could only sigh in resignation. Yi Chun, should you dare to vie for a woman with me, I shall ensure you are humiliated at the Tianjiao conference. Dongfang Yunhai's eyes glinted with a sinister intent, a cold smirk forming within. Meanwhile, back at Qingzhou Peak, Yi Chun pondered the dissolution of the engagement with Qingyin Pavilion. His intention was not to make a public spectacle, but rather to privately clarify his situation, expressing that his heart belonged elsewhere. He had even prepared a collection of treasures and rare materials as compensation for the annulment. On the following morning, the Tianxian Sect Square was teeming with people, a scene of vibrant activity. The decennial Tianjiao conference was set to commence. Qingcheng, let us proceed, Yi Chun said, stretching languidly as he arrived at the residence of Baihua Palace, a smile gracing his face. Luo Qingcheng nodded gently, walking alongside Yi Chun. In the center of the square, a grand arena had been erected, surrounded by a multitude of colorful flags fluttering in the breeze, creating an atmosphere of festive celebration. The Celestial Talents Conference permits only disciples under the age of 20 to participate, and both Su Chun and Chu Man have surpassed this age limit. Luo Qingcheng, having achieved the refinement void stage, holds no interest in competing against a group of younglings. However, she fears that her brilliance might inadvertently reveal her true prowess. Meanwhile, Yi Chun, bound by Su Tai Su's insistence, begrudgingly enters the competition with no intention of earnest combat, merely wishing to engage in a lackluster display. With no further ado, the announcement resounds. The Celestial Talents Conference officially commences. A robust voice reverberates throughout the square, belonging to none other than the esteemed leader of Tianxian Sect, Master Xuanji. The first event will determine opponents through a drawing. At Master Xuanji's command, a disciple approaches the arena, bearing a colossal wooden box. Inside, it houses hundreds of jade slips, each inscribed with a unique number. The disciples participating in the conference approach in turn, drawing a slip from the box. Yi Chun, amidst the throng, ascends to the stage and randomly selects a slip. 108. Yi Chun glances at the number etched on the slip, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing a peculiar expression. Number 108, who is your opponent? Luo Qingcheng inquires with curiosity. Guess. Yi Chun replies enigmatically, withholding the answer. Humph. Fine then, Luo Qingcheng huffs, turning her gaze elsewhere. Observing this, Yi Chun decides to abandon the mystery, cheerfully declaring, my opponent is Xiao Tao. Xiao Tao? Luo Qingcheng blinks in surprise, her beautiful eyes flashing with astonishment. Meanwhile, Xiao Tao stares blankly at the slip in her hand, unable to believe that her opponent is Yi Chun. Oh no, before it even begins, it feels like it's over. Xiao Tao's spirit visibly diminishes. Though she is at the 8th level of foundation establishment, and Yi Chun is merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement. She is acutely aware that Yi Chun's 9th level is but a fade he allows others to perceive. Having witnessed Yi Chun effortlessly overpowering cultivators in the integration stage, her concerns are palpable. Cheer up, junior brother. Losing to Xiao Tao, who is at the 8th level of foundation establishment, is nothing to be ashamed of. It's the experience that counts. Su Qin remarks, giving Yi Chun a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Yi Chun merely pouts, uninterested in engaging with Su Qin's lighthearted commentary. Meanwhile, Luo Qingcheng, Xiao Tao, and Yu Chuman regards Su Chun with bemusement. What sort of senior brother is this? Completely incompetent, unaware of his disciple's true strength. This is a hidden powerhouse capable of overwhelming integration stage cultivators and tormenting those in the great ascension stage, and yet he remains oblivious. What are you all looking at? Am I wrong? Su Chun furrows his brow, puzzled by their expressions. You are right. Absolutely right. Yu Chuman retorts, turning her back and departing without a glance. I am right. Then what do your expressions mean? Su Chun, bewildered, hastily follows after Yu Chuman. As the competition unfolds, participating disciples ascend the stage according to their drawn numbers to engage in combat. Yi Chun and his companions sat beneath the arena, observing the matches with a sense of ennui, as he found the childish contests quite tedious, his eyelids growing heavy with fatigue. Finally, in the afternoon, it was their turn to ascend the stage for a duel. As Yi Chun and Xiao Tao stepped onto the platform simultaneously, she greeted him with a respectful gesture. Her voice bright, and clear. Senior brother Yi Chun, I look forward to your guidance. With a smile, Yi Chun winked and replied, Xiao Tao, I am merely at the qi refining stage. You must be lenient with me. However, Xiao Tao appeared bewildered, unable to comprehend his meaning. You can easily overpower those at the harmonization stage, and yet you expect me, a foundation establishment practitioner, to show you mercy. Senior brother Yi Chun, you truly have a knack for jest. I could never hope to defeat you, she retorted, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Junior sister, I humbly request your instruction, Yi Chun declared, adopting a stance of readiness for battle. Xiao Tao, deciding to forego further banter, unleashed her spirit energy with a fierce shout and struck towards him with an open palm. Unperturbed, Yi Chun raised his hand in response. With a resounding thud, their palms collided, producing a deep echo as they each staggered back a few steps. Chapter 86. The Mischief of the Elder Su, truly a sin. My junior brother is indeed a genius, capable of matching the prowess of Sister Xiao Tao, who is at the 8th level of foundation establishment. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Qin stood up in excitement, exclaiming loudly. Luo Qingqing's lips curled into a subtle, playful smile. She was well aware that Yi Chun was merely putting on a performance. The two on the stage exchanged blows in a continuous back and forth, neither able to gain the upper hand. Su Chun, watching from the stands, was filled with fervor and enthusiasm. Bravo! Well done! Go, junior brother! Su Chun shouted, waving his fists in encouragement. Yu Chu Man and Luo Qingqing exchanged glances, both shaking their heads in resignation. Was Su Chun truly such a fool? The two on the stage were clearly acting, yet he took it at face value. Furthermore, as an elder brother, he had utterly failed to recognize that his junior was a hidden powerhouse. This lad is indeed an enigma. Despite possessing such formidable strength, he chooses to remain concealed. It is truly perplexing what he is thinking, Yu Chu Man mused internally. Little rascal, how long do you intend to play this game? Luo Qingqing contemplated as she observed Yi Chun. Unaware of the thoughts occupying Luo Qingqing and Yu Chuman's minds, Yi Chun was presently struggling to fend off Xiao Tao's onslaught. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the stands, Murong Shui gazed coolly at the contest unfolding on the stage. There is some ability, yet it does not alter your mediocrity. Incapable of establishing a foundation, she thought disdainfully. Yi Chun and Xiao Tao had performed for the duration of an incense stick. Sister Xiao Tao, your strength is indeed impressive. I can scarcely hold on any longer, Yi Chun said weakly while braving Xiao Tao's relentless attacks. In that moment, Yi Chun collided with a palm strike from Xiao Tao. Yi Chun seemed to sustain a grievous blow, soaring off the stage and landing beneath it. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Tao stared at her hand, aghast. If you're going to act, at least do it convincingly. I didn't even exert myself, and you flew off. I concede. Yi Chun muttered as he rose from the ground, appearing feeble. Yu Chu Man and Luo Qingqing exchanged another glance, shaking their heads in resignation. These two truly have a knack for theatrics. The grand competition for the talented concluded after 3 days of trials, with Xiao Tao successfully securing first place in the event. Most participants were disciples at the foundation establishment stage, and given Xiao Tao's innate talent, her victory was hardly surprising. Disciples at the golden core stage typically refrain from participating in such competitions. Those who can achieve golden core status by 20, often from formidable backgrounds, are already renowned. Those without such backing tend to conceal their abilities and thus avoid the grand competition. On the final day of the contest, the sun shone brightly, and the square was teeming with people. Disciples from various sects gathered, eagerly awaiting the announcement of the final rankings and rewards. Soon, the rankings were revealed, and the prizes distributed. Today, I, Murong Shui, have an important announcement to make. Draped in white, Murong Shui ascended the stage amidst a sea of eager spectators, her voice resonating with an icy clarity that enveloped the entire square. A hush fell over the crowd, all awaiting the pronouncement from the revered saintess of the Qingyin Pavilion. Today, I shall annul my engagement with Yi Chun of the Tianxian sect, and let all bear witness. Murong Shui's proclamation echoed like thunder, startling the assembly. What? Surely, I misheard. The celestial maiden intends to dissolve her betrothal? My heavens! This is an earth-shattering revelation. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of astonishment, rendered speechless by Murong Shui's declaration. This woman should have announced her intent to sever the engagement sooner. Had she done so, the matter would have been settled long ago. Upon hearing Murong Shue's words, Yi Chen merely scoffed, feeling an unexpected thrill rather than indignation. Silence, Murong Shue commanded, unleashing a formidable spiritual pressure that instantly quelled the commotion. I, Murong Shue, possess unparalleled talent and strength. Why would I bind myself for life to a mere waste who is yet to establish his foundation at the tender age of 19? Her tone was frigid and devoid of emotion. Yi Chen, our union was merely a matter of sect alliance, devoid of any genuine affection. Now that I have found a more suitable match, this engagement has become utterly superfluous. Looking down from her lofty perch, Murong Shue regarded Yi Chen with disdain and contempt. Yi Chen felt no turmoil within. He had long been aware of Murong Shue's disdain for his perceived lack of talent and was taken aback by the humiliation she inflicted upon him. He had prepared a wealth of rare treasures as compensation for the Qingyin Pavilion, but this simple dissolution of their engagement was a revelation. Had he known it would be so effortless, he would have resolved it long ago. As for the potential embarrassment of a public annulment, he cared little. The only thing that mattered was the dissolution of the engagement. Murong Shue's public denouncement of him as an untalented waste neither angered him nor diminished his resolve. He understood her sentiments. After all, his cultivation was a facade. His true capabilities remained concealed from the world. Those who stand atop the mountain seldom heed the whispers from the valley below. In truth, given Yi Chen's background and latent potential, Murong Shue could never hope to match him. Her alliance with Dongfang Yunhai and her willingness to publicly abandon Yi Chen was solely driven by her desire for the opportunity to ascend to immortality. Little did she know that the path to transcendence lay within Yi Chen's grasp. One day, when the truth of Yi Chen's identity and potential is unveiled, how will Murong Shue react? Will she come to regret her decision made today? Meanwhile, seated in the stands, the enigmatic Master Xuanji turned pale with fury upon hearing the announcement of the annulment, his body trembling with rage. The Qingyin Pavilion may choose to withdraw from the engagement, and I can understand that, but to do so without a word, publicly humiliating the Tianxian sect, is utterly unacceptable. Master Xuanji's gaze whipped towards the side where Lu Qingyi sat, his voice a tempest of anger. In the past, due to their shared history, he had always addressed her as junior sister, often acquiescing to her minor requests. Yet this time, the venerable Master Xuanji was genuinely enraged. His agreement to a matrimonial alliance with the Qingyin Pavilion was rooted in a semblance of personal sentiment. Otherwise, given the profound heritage of the Tianxian sect, there would have been no necessity for such unions. However, the Qingyin Pavilion now seeks to publicly annul the engagement as a means to humiliate the Tianxian sect, an affront he cannot abide. Master Xuanji, this matter. Lu Qingyi's complexion turned pale as she attempted to elucidate, only to be interrupted by Master Xuanji. This matter shall not be sanctioned by the Tianxian sect. With a thunderous roar, Master Xuanji unleashed a formidable wave of pressure that enveloped the entire plaza. Alas, all this turmoil is the consequence of that old demon Su. Truly a transgression, Yi Chen murmured, observing the wrathful Master Xuanji. Master Xuanji, there is no need for such fervor. To dissolve the engagement? I acquiesce. Yi Chen rose, speaking with clarity, his countenance devoid of any anger, instead bearing a hint of ease. Chapter 87. The Frog at the Bottom of the Well, gazing at the sky. Yi Chunyu. The expression on the face of the Master of Mysteries was one of utter astonishment as he gazed at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, however, merely smiled faintly and waved his hand gently, signaling for the Master of Mysteries to refrain from further comment. Subsequently, he clasped his hands behind his back and cast a serene gaze upon Murong Shue, his eyes seemingly harboring boundless profundity. Did I mishear? Yi Chen actually acquiesced. This lad, has his mind gone awry? The audience below was once again taken aback by Yi Chen's words. They had anticipated a furious outburst, yet he responded with such unhesitating acceptance. This fellow is truly a peculiar one. Even Murong Shue was taken aback by Yi Chen's ease in agreeing, her heart filled with a sense of surprise. As the crowd remained immersed in the clarity of Yi Chen's concession, Dongfang Yunhai strode onto the stage with an air of triumph. Young man, at least you possess some self-awareness, recognizing that you are unworthy of Shuer. Dongfang Yunhai regarded Yi Chen from the stands with a condescending glare, a smirk curling upon his lips in mockery. Oh, I possess self-awareness. I wonder, who do you think you are? Yi Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of disdain playing at the corners of his mouth, his arms crossed over his chest. His gaze filled with contempt. Yi Chun could comprehend Mu Rongshue's public dissolution of their engagement and was willing to overlook the humiliation. However, for an oblivious fool to tread upon him uninvited, Yi Chun was certainly not a soft target. Yi Chun, do you dare to speak to me in such a manner? I am the young master of the hidden celestial Dongfang clan, not someone you can easily belittle. Dongfang Yunhai's face turned pale with rage at Yi Chun's words as he shouted vehemently. The audience erupted into a frenzy, murmuring amongst themselves. My heavens! He is actually the young master of the Dongfang clan, a hidden celestial lineage. We cannot afford to offend them. Hidden celestial lineage? Is it truly formidable? I have never heard of it before. You know nothing. The Dongfang clan is a legendary existence. Their ancestors ascended to immortality. Yi Chun has truly brought misfortune upon himself by offending the young master of the Dongfang clan. His future days are likely to be fraught with difficulty. The celestial lineage has remained secluded. Why has this young master suddenly appeared here? Could it signify an impending calamity? Some astute cultivators furrowed their brows, pondering silently. At this moment, the murmurings from the audience surged, plunging the scene into utter chaos. I initially wondered who it was. It turns out to be a frog at the bottom of the well, daring to proclaim itself a celestial lineage. Yi Chun let out a cold laugh, his gaze brimming with derision as he slightly lifted his chin, exuding an air of disdain. The audience was struck with terror upon hearing Yi Chun's words, as if he had uttered something profoundly blasphemous. How audacious of Yi Chun to speak thus of the Dongfang clan. Is he unaware of their terrifying reputation? They are a hidden celestial lineage. This is it. Yi Chun has irrevocably offended the Dongfang clan. Just as the crowd was steeped in fear, Dongfang Yunhai, consumed by rage, broke into a sarcastic laugh. Yi Chun, you audacious fool, dare to look down upon the Dongfang family? Today, you shall pay a grievous price. As his voice fell, he vanished in a flash, hurtling towards Yi Chun, a formidable surge of spiritual power coalescing in his hand, forming a fierce assault. Dongfang Yunhai, cease your insolence. The Master of Mysteries intervened, dispersing the spiritual energy that Dongfang Yunhai had gathered. What if your Dongfang family claims to be of celestial lineage? My Tianxian sect knows no fear. The Master of Mysteries fixed his gaze upon Dongfang Yunhai, his eyes ablaze with wrath. Are you attempting to bully the weak with your might? Dongfang Yunhai scoffed, unperturbed by the confrontation. The tension between them was palpable. Master of Mysteries, this is a matter for the youth. Allow me to handle it. Yi Chun flashed a slight smile at the Master of Mysteries before turning to Dongfang Yunhai, a glint of cunning shimmering in his eyes. Your Dongfang family claims to be celestial. You must possess a wealth of spiritual stones. This opportunity for unparalleled fortune has presented itself. How could I possibly refuse? Alas, I am being compelled to seize a windfall. It is indeed a moral quandary. Yi Chun mused. The Master of Mysteries opened his mouth to speak, but Yi Chun interrupted him. Rest assured. The Master of Mysteries nodded, stepping aside without further comment. Dongfang Yunhai, you assert that I am unworthy of Mu Rongxue. What of you? Yi Chun regarded Dongfang Yunhai with an amused expression, his tone laced with mockery. Yi Chun, you are a mere waste, not even having established a foundation at 19. What right have you to claim her? Dongfang Yunhai retorted with disdain, arms crossed, his eyes brimming with contempt. I, Dongfang Yunhai, achieved the golden core stage at 20, a true prodigy, the perfect match for Schwer. Dongfang Yunhai proclaimed with pride. I hail from a hidden celestial lineage. My status is exalted. And what of you? Merely a lowly disciple of the Tianxian sect. His tone was saturated with superiority. A waste like you dares to compete for a woman with me? He jeered, pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Chun. Suddenly, Yi Chun erupted in laughter, his mirth steeped in derision. What is so amusing? Dongfang Yunhai seethed, infuriated by Yi Chun's laughter. I laugh at you, a frog at the bottom of the well. Gazing at the sky, Yi Chun exclaimed, pointing at Dongfang Yunhai. A 20-year-old golden core is as common as cattle in the celestial realm. It hardly constitutes a prodigy. Even here on the Kanglan continent, there are those like Su Chun, who broke through to the nascent soul stage at 20, and Luo Qingcheng, who did so at 19. They remain modest, not seeking the limelight. Only someone as oblivious as you would consider yourself the greatest prodigy of the Kanglan continent at the age of 20. Dongfang Yunhai's face turned ashen with rage, yet he found himself speechless. Do you truly believe yourself to be a prodigy? In my eyes, you are nothing more than a mere buffoon. Yi Chen said disdainfully. Do you fancy yourself the scion of a hidden celestial clan? To me, you are merely an arrogant and spoiled brat. Yi Chen continued, his tone dripping with contempt. Yu Dongfang Yunhai trembled with rage at Yi Chen's words, rendered speechless. At the age of 20, you are only at the golden core stage, and you dare to flaunt it. A smirk tugged at the corners of Yi Chen's mouth. His eyes filled with scorn as he crossed his arms and shook his head slightly. Youngster, do not be so arrogant. At 20, I have achieved the golden core stage. A pinnacle talent in this Kanglan realm. What right do you have to mock me? Dongfang Yunhai glared with wide eyes, gritting his teeth in fury. Pinnacle talent? Do you think you are worthy of such a title? Today, I shall show you what true genius looks like. Yi Chen scoffed coldly, his gaze shifting towards Su Chun and Luo Qingqing. Understanding his intent, Su Chun and the others leaped onto the stage, with Su Chun being the first to display his 5th level of the nascent soul realm. My senior brother, at the age of 21, possesses the 5th level of the nascent soul. Following him, Yu Chuman revealed her 9th level of the nascent soul realm. The current grand senior sister of the 100 Flower Palace, not yet 30, is on the verge of breaking through to the transformation stage. Luo Qingqing also exhibited her 6th level of the nascent soul realm. Although she had already surpassed the void refinement stage, she chose to downplay her brilliance by concealing her true power. Nonetheless, revealing her 6th level of the nascent soul was sufficient to strike a blow to Dongfang Yunhai. The Holy Maiden of the 100 Flower Palace, at 19, possesses the 6th level of the nascent soul. Chapter 88. No more pretense? Are you ready to confront? What do you think? Is the frog at the bottom of the well, the 20-year-old golden core, still worthy? Yi Chen crossed his arms, slightly raised his chin, his gaze filled with derision, a faint smile gracing his lips. How could this be possible? Upon witnessing this scene, Dongfang Yunhai's expression instantly darkened. He gazed incredulously at Su Chun and the others, his lips trembling slightly. At this moment, his resolve was profoundly shaken. Having achieved the golden core stage at the tender age of 20, he had believed himself to be the unparalleled prodigy of the Kanglan continent. Yet today, 3 exceptionally gifted individuals emerged, far surpassing his own talents, leaving Dongfang Yunhai in a state of disbelief. No, my aptitude exceeds that of Yi Chen. I merely need to defeat him. Dongfang Yunhai, indeed a genius who entered the golden core stage at 20, quickly grasped the crux of the matter. A semblance of defiance and disdain for Yi Chen returned to his face. The crowd below was abuzz with astonishment, gasps of admiration echoing throughout. My heavens, what kind of prodigies are these? To possess such cultivation at merely 20 years of age is truly unprecedented. It was only because Su Chun and Luo Qingqing typically maintained a low profile that few were aware of their cultivation levels. Now revealed, their talents shocked many, leaving some struggling to accept the existence of such brilliance on the Kanglan continent. Murong Shui, standing in the crowd, wore a complex expression, silently lamenting that although she too was a woman of exceptional talent, she could not rival the likes of Luo Qingqing. Nevertheless, she did not regret her decision. For after all, Luo Qingqing and the others were merely Yi Chen's companions, not embodiments of his talent. Yet what of it? It does not change the fact that you are deemed worthless. The foundations of my Dongfang clan are beyond your imagination. A smirk crept onto Dongfang Yunhai's lips, revealing a haughty smile, his eyes brimming with disdain, hands clasped behind his back. Luo Qingqing and Yu Chuman cast scornful glances in Dongfang Yunhai's direction. Were it not for Yi Chen's insistence on concealment, he could easily crush you with a mere finger. My junior brother possesses a talent 100-fold greater than yours. He simply commenced his training later. Su Chun glared furiously, his brow furrowed deeply, extending a hand forward to emphatically gesture, his face a mask of indignation. Luo Qingqing and Yu Chuman exchanged knowing glances, nodding in agreement. Su Chen's assertion held merit. Yi Chen's aptitude indeed eclipsed that of Dongfang Yunhai by 100 times. Foundations? So, your Dongfang clan is rich in spirit stones, then? Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with eagerness, a greedy smile spreading across his face as he rubbed his hands together. Eagerly gazing at Dongfang Yunhai, Luo Qingqing, Yu Chuman, and Su Chen all turned their eyes toward Yi Chen in unison. His avaricious tendencies had resurfaced, now eyeing the Dongfang clan's wealth. Yet, Is the focus not on the annulment of the engagement, the pretense, the face-slapping? How could it veer towards spirit stones? Even the petite Tao, upon hearing Yi Chun's mention of spirit stones, dashed onto the stage. "Brother Yi, are we about to earn a fortune in spirit stones again?" Tao exclaimed, her face alight with anticipation, her eyes sparkling, hands tightly clasped before her chest. Yi Chun smiled and gently ruffled Xiao Tao's hair. Dongfang Yunhai was momentarily taken aback by Yi Chun's unexpected transformation, before scoffing, "Humph, you greedy fellow, indeed a person of no stature. To forego spirit stones is foolishness. Your Dongfang family is affluent, and as the young master, you must be quite valuable." Yi Chun, however, remained unfazed, replying cheerfully, "You foolish child, do not speak so recklessly. How dare you insult the esteemed young master of the Dongfang family?" Dongfang Yunhai felt a surge of blood rush to his head. Throughout his life, no one had dared to insult him in such a manner. With a furious roar, he swung a fist at Yi Chen's face, unleashing the full force of his golden core stage spiritual power, causing the air around them to feel as if it had been drained, creating a vacuum. "Is that all?" Yi Chun smirked disdainfully, effortlessly raising his right hand and striking Dongfang Yunhai across the face. The sharp slap echoed throughout the square, leaving onlookers in stunned silence as Dongfang Yunhai flew backward like a severed kite, crashing heavily to the ground below the arena. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard, as all present gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg inside. Su Chun was also taken aback, and even the spectators below were rendered speechless. Just 3 days prior, Yi Chun had been cast down by Xiao Tao. Yet today he had effortlessly sent the golden cord Dongfang Yunhai flying with a single slap. Had Yi Chun concealed his true power, or was Dongfang Yunhai simply too weak? "Is the charade over? Are you ready to reveal your true self?" Luo Qingqing murmured with a smile as she observed the defeated Dongfang Yunhai. "Yi Chun, my senior brother, is about to demonstrate his might." Xiao Tao gazed at Yi Chun with wide, sparkling eyes. Struggling to rise from the ground, Dongfang Yunhai stared at his hands in disbelief. As a formidable golden core cultivator, how could he have been struck down by a mere waste? His cheek throbbed with pain, not just physically, but also from the deep-seated humiliation that pierced his very soul. He had seen Yi Chun's hand approaching and had been unable to evade it. "You dare to strike me? The Tianxian sect shall fall because of you." Dongfang Yunhai pointed a trembling finger at Yi Chun, his eyes seething with resentment. "Haha, the fall of the Tianxian sect? By your Dongfang family alone?" Yi Chun clasped his hands behind his back, narrowing his eyes with a mocking smile. The Dongfang family was but a trifling concern to him. No matter how strong they might be, they were merely a matter of a single slap from Su Taishu. Since Yi Chun's challenge to Su Taishu, he had learned that Su Taishu was far from ordinary. "You are doomed." At that moment, 2 figures emerged from behind Dongfang Yunhai, charging angrily towards Yi Chun. These 2 were Dongfang Yunhai's guards, both adept at the Great Ascension stage, tasked with ensuring his safety. Upon witnessing their young master being struck, their fury ignited. "Get lost." Emerging from the void, Lin Shuo stepped forward with a cold snort, unleashing the formidable pressure of the tribulation period without reservation. The 2 Great Ascension guards, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Lin Shuo, were struck with disbelief, rendering them motionless in fear. The oppressive force enveloped the 2 guards, suffocating them under its weight. Thud! Thud! Unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure, they crumpled to their knees, their faces as pale as parchment, beads of cold sweat cascading down their brows. "Ah, master brother, your timing couldn't be more perfect," Yi Chun said with a cheeky grin, as if nothing had transpired. "Make haste with your intentions." Lin Shuo shot him a sidelong glance, irritation evident in his tone. Since the heist in the Celestial Star's secret realm, Lin Shuo had savored the sweetness of plundering, discovering it to be truly exhilarating, no cost involved. And the rewards came swiftly. He found himself subtly inclined to pursue this path further. Chapter 89. The mockery from Luo Qingqing. Very well. Yi Chun chuckled, rubbing his hands together, his face alight with excitement. He stepped in front of the slightly pale Dongfang Yunhai. "Yi Chun, you are doomed. The lineage of the Dongfang family is beyond your imagination. The Tianxian sect will undoubtedly perish because of your actions." Dongfang Yunhai roared, his face twisted with resentment as he glared at Yi Chun. With a swift motion, Yi Chen's palm struck the other side of Dongfang Yunhai's face, sending him crashing to the ground. Dare to threaten me? The Dongfang family better hope you can return. A sly smile crept across Yi Chen's lips, his eyes filled with disdain. The diminutive Dongfang family had the audacity to intimidate him. Threats were the least of Yi Chen's fears. You, Dongfang Yunhai, sprawled on the ground, erupted like a volcano, his eyes wide with fury, veins bulging on his forehead, his facial muscles trembling violently in rage. As the heir of the Dongfang family, he had never been struck before. Yet today, he had been slapped by Yi Chen not once, but twice. The two greatest sentient bodyguards of Dongfang Yunhai could no longer contain themselves and shouted in unison, "Impudence! How dare you treat the young master this way?" They prepared to take action. However, Lin Shuo let out a cold snort, and an overwhelming pressure instantly enveloped the two guards, rendering them immobile. "Do you dare to be arrogant in my presence?" Lin Shuo's gaze was icy as he regarded the two guards. "Enough, Yi Chen, you have gone too far." At this moment, the previously silent Morong Shui suddenly spoke, her tone frigid and tinged with anger. She believed Yi Chen was merely seeking to provoke Dongfang Yunhai out of humiliation for being jilted, attempting to salvage his pride before her. "Morong Shui, what do you mean by that?" The smile on Yi Chen's face gradually faded, his expression turning cold. "What do I mean? You know full well." Morong Shui replied frostily. "Let me make it clear. The annulment of the engagement was my own decision, and has nothing to do with young Master Dongfang. Why must you humiliate him so?" "Huh?" Yi Chen scoffed. "Morong Shui, you overestimate yourself. You." Morong Shui's face turned a deep shade of anger as she pointed at Yi Chen, rendered speechless. "Morong Shui, are you blind? From the very beginning, it was Dongfang Yunhai who humiliated Yi Chen. Can't you see that?" Luo Qingqing crossed her arms, a smirk of derision gracing her lips as she shot a contemptuous glance at Morong Shui. She had long harbored disdain for Morong Shui, who, in pursuit of her own desires, disregarded the dignity of others. Now was the perfect opportunity to mock her and stand up for Yi Chen. The annulment could have been handled privately, yet Morong Shui chose to make it public, ensuring that the entire world was aware. Morong Shui found herself at a loss for words, acknowledging that it was indeed Dongfang Yunhai who sought to suppress Yi Chen and instigate trouble first. Alas, some individuals are simply blind. They fail to recognize a piece of exquisite jade, mistaking it for an ordinary stone. Truly, one fails to recognize the brilliance encrusted in jade, thereby missing out on such treasures. Luo Qingqing lightly tilted her chin, emitting a derisive laugh, her gaze brimming with mockery and pride, while she extended a hand, gesturing as if lamenting Morong Shui's foolishness. Morong Shui stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for words, stung by Luo Qingqing's ridicule. How could Yi Chen, a mere cultivator unable to establish a foundation, effortlessly send the golden core stage Dongfang Yunhai flying? Was Yi Chen not a waste, but rather a genius? At that moment, Morong Shui's heart was in turmoil, uncertain whether her actions today were indeed justified. Meanwhile, Yi Chen was slightly taken aback, his face revealing a hint of surprise at this unexpected facet of Luo Qingqing. Soon, a barely perceptible smile graced his lips as he took a step forward, gently squeezing Luo Qingqing's small hand. He then turned his gaze toward Morong Shui, his eyes icy and unyielding. "Morong Shui, I can comprehend your desire to cancel the engagement. I can overlook your public humiliation of me. However, not just anyone can tread upon me." Yi Chen's eyes were frosty as he lifted his chin slightly, his lips pressed tight, pointing towards Dongfang Yunhai with an air of pride and determination. Morong Shui's expression darkened further, her lips tightly sealed, unable to utter a word. "Yi Chen, you are audacious." At that moment, Dongfang Yunhai struggled to rise from the ground, pointing at Yi Chen and roaring in fury. "I am the scion of the Dongfang family. If you dare to harm me, my family will." Just as Dongfang Yunhai was about to reveal a significant secret, an authoritative voice resonated from afar. "How dare you insult the scion of the Dongfang family?" Immediately, a formidable aura emanating from the tribulation stage descended, enveloping the entire square. "Father." Upon seeing the newcomer, Dongfang Yunhai was elated, as though grasping a lifeline. The individual was none other than Dongfang Qingtian, the head of the Dongfang family and father of Dongfang Yunhai. "Yi Chen, you dare to humiliate my son? Today, I shall make you pay dearly," roared Dongfang Qingtian as he struck a palm towards Yichun. "Old fool, how dare you?" Lin Shuo, witnessing this, was instantly enraged, stepping forward to shield Yichun, countering with a palm of his own. Boom! The clash of their formidable powers erupted in a deafening explosion, causing the entire square to tremble violently. As if on the brink of collapse. "Yichun, you shall await your reckoning. This matter is far from over." Dongfang Qingtian, having gained no advantage, bellowed as he turned to leave with Dongfang Yunhai and 2 guards. "Humph, think you can leave so easily?" Lin Shuo scoffed, ready to pursue, but was halted by Yichun. "Senior brother, do not chase a cornered foe. It is not worth our while to stoop to their level." Yichun said with a smile, "Let us first summon old Devil Su and discuss compensation with the Dongfang family." Compensation? Lin Shuo was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized that Yichun intended to take advantage of the situation. "Indeed, observe how I have been injured by them. Surely, compensation for mental anguish, loss of work, and nutritional expenses must be provided." Yichun spoke earnestly, a glimmer of cunning dancing in his eyes. Initially, he had intended to reap a modest gain from Dongfang Yunhai, but now he found himself with ample justification to extract a significant sum from the Dongfang family. Alas, these generous benefactors insist on bestowing upon me such overwhelming wealth. It is truly a transgression. As Yichun spoke, he clasped his hands behind his back, slightly raised his chin, and wore a self-satisfied smile, his gaze brimming with mischief. Lin Shuo's lips twitched. This young disciple was indeed ensnared by the allure of wealth. However, he found himself quite fond of Yichun's demeanor at this moment. Yichun was not entirely mistaken. The Dongfang family had indeed erred and ought to offer some form of recompense. "Very well, I shall inform master of this matter." Lin Shuo nodded and turned to seek Su Taishu on the back mountain. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted as Dongfang Qingtian and several others plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the arena with such force that it shattered the platform into pieces, sending dust swirling into the air. Chapter 90. The Art of Deception. Humph. "You dare to insult my disciple and think you can flee?" The figure of Su Taishu descended slowly from the sky. With a cough, Dongfang Qingtian spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression filled with dread as he gazed at Su Taishu. "You, how can this be possible?" Dongfang Qingtian was incredulous. They were both at the peak of the tribulation stage, yet Su Taishu had effortlessly intercepted him and caused him injury. "Master, you have arrived," Lin Shuo exclaimed joyfully, rushing to Su Taishu's side and bowing respectfully. Su Chen followed closely, also paying his respects to Su Taishu. The spectators from various sects stood in stunned silence, their eyes fixed on Su Taishu, astounded by his formidable strength which had allowed him to severely wound Dongfang Qingtian with a single move. "If I had not come, would you not have been bullied by this old fool?" Su Taishu cast a casual glance at Lin Shuo, his tone laced with a hint of reproach. Master, I was just about to seek you out." Lin Shuo scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. "Humph, you were going to look for me? The man has already fled." Su Taishu glared at Lin Shuo, his irritation evident. Lin Shuo forced a sheepish smile, at a loss for words. Yet Yichun wore a displeased expression. "I say, old Su, this is rather inconsiderate of you, isn't it?" He pouted, looking at Su Taishu with a sense of grievance. Su Taishu raised an eyebrow, puzzled by Yichun's outburst. Was this little disciple losing his mind again? "I had intended to let them return to negotiate compensation from the Dongfang family. But now that you have beaten them all back, how am I to seek reparations?" Yichun lamented, his face a portrait of sorrow. "Compensation? Killing them is the best form of reparation." Su Taishu snorted dismissively, unwilling to engage with his money-obsessed disciple. "Please, old Su, I have yet to receive my compensation for mental anguish, lost wages, and nutritional expenses. They cannot be killed." Yichun interjected, counting on his fingers with utmost seriousness. Su Taishu coldly regarded Yichun, who was so fixated on wealth. This little disciple showed no ambition or desire for conflict, yet was inexplicably enamored with spirit stones. "Su Taishu, do not be overly arrogant. My Dongfang family is not to be trifled with." At that moment, Dongfang Yunhai struggled to rise from the ground, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Taishu while shouting in fury. "If you dare to act against us, my Dongfang family will summon." Dongfang Yunhai's menacing words were abruptly cut off by Dongfang Qingtian. Smack! Dongfang Qingtian struck Dongfang Yunhai across the face, admonishing him sharply, "Silence." He shot Dongfang Yunhai a fierce glare. The arrival of an immortal was the family's most guarded secret, and it must not be disclosed before their arrival. Taking a deep breath, Dongfang Qingtian suppressed his inner rage, enduring the searing pain coursing through his body as he slightly bowed towards Su Taishu. Friend Su, today's events have been a result of our recklessness. How might you grant clemency to my son and me? If you merely express your wishes, the Dongfang family shall not hesitate to comply with what is within our capacity. He sought to negotiate with Su Taishu, hoping to exchange his life for some other concession. Su Taishu was exceedingly powerful. Dongfang Qingtian was no match for him, and had no choice but to temporarily acquiesce, awaiting the arrival of their ancestor with celestial beings, at which point the insignificant Tianxian sect could be effortlessly eradicated. You wish to conduct business with me? Yi Chun interjected with a broad grin, his demeanor radiating a mischievous charm. This, Dongfang Qingtian glanced at Su Taishu, uncertain if Yi Chun could indeed make decisions without Su Taishu's approval. Yi Chun was the pivotal figure in this matter, and Su Taishu recognized that Yi Chun was likely seeking to acquire spirit stones for himself. He nodded in agreement. Provided Yi Chun was willing to devote himself to proper cultivation, all of this would be taken care of by him. I am prepared to offer you a substantial sum of spirit stones and resources, merely requesting that you spare our lives. Seeing Su Taishu nod, Dongfang Qingtian gritted his teeth and spoke. He understood that aside from parting with wealth to avert disaster, there was no other recourse. Substantial spirit stones? How much constitutes a substantial amount? Yi Chun stroked his chin, feigning deep contemplation. 10 million high-grade spirit stones. Dongfang Qingtian hesitated momentarily before revealing a figure. 10 million high-grade spirit stones equated to 1 billion medium-grade spirit stones, an impressive sum indeed. Most sects would struggle to produce such an amount. And high-grade spirit stones were a rarity in the Kanglan continent. 10 million? You might as well be tossing coins to a beggar. Yi Chun scoffed, his expression dripping with disdain. You. Dongfang Qingtian nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. 10 million high-grade spirit stones were not considered substantial? Enough of this nonsense. 50 million high-grade spirit stones, not a single stone less. Yi Chun declared, extending a hand with resolute finality. 50 million. Why not just rob a bank? Dongfang Qingtian bellowed in fury. Although his life was in Su Taishu's hands, 50 million represented the entirety of the Dongfang family's wealth. Moreover, he believed that Su Taishu would not dare to kill him. The Dongfang family's foundation was not something to be trifled with. With a little incentive, Su Taishu would surely release him. Rob? Am I not essentially doing just that? Yi Chun spread his hands innocently. You. Dongfang Qingtian was rendered speechless by Yi Chun's audacity, but upon meeting Su Taishu's gaze, filled with lethal intent, his heart sank. He swiftly dismissed his earlier belief that Su Taishu would not dare to kill him. It was evident that he would. Very well. 50 million it is. I accept. Dongfang Qingtian's face turned ashen, his teeth clenched, and he extended a trembling hand, seemingly summoning all his strength to arrive at this decision. He sent a major cultivation stage attendant back to the family to retrieve the spirit stones. Preserving his life was paramount. The spirit stones could be temporarily relinquished, and upon the arrival of the celestial beings, he could reclaim them. When the celestial beings descend, I shall surely flatten Tianxian sect, subjecting Yi Chun and Su Taishu to 1,000 tortures. Dongfang Qingtian lowered his head, his expression dark and vindictive. Indeed, Yi Chun suddenly discovered that Dongfang Qingtian was wearing a storage ring. In the Kanglan continent, most cultivators typically utilized Qingquan bags, making storage rings exceedingly rare. A sly smile crept across Yi Chun's face as he subtly moved his right hand, employing the technique of stealing the beam and changing the pillar. The storage ring seamlessly slipped from Dongfang Qingtian's finger and into Yi Chun's grasp. Lin Shuo and Su Taishu were both astonished by Yi Chun's execution of this technique, which was a secret method of Su Taishu's that he had not imparted to Yi Chun. They were perplexed as to how Yi Chun had mastered it so adeptly. Meanwhile, upon noticing the sudden appearance of the storage ring in Yi Chun's hand, which bore a striking resemblance to his own, Dongfang Qingtian looked down only to realize that his storage ring had vanished. A surge of anger ignited within him, his eyes widening in fury as he pointed at Yi Chun, ready to explode. You little thief, you. Just then, Su Taishu's ear caught the words little thief, and his gaze turned menacingly towards Dongfang Qingtian. Sensing the ominous glare from Su Tai Su, Dongfang Qingtian swallowed the words he had been about to utter, forcibly suppressing the fury that had surged within him. Chapter 91. I shall consider this as your betrothal gift to Qingqing. Yichun paid no heed to Dongfang Qingtian, his focus unwavering as he toyed with the storage ring he had just acquired. With 2 fingers pressed together, he executed a spell, effortlessly breaking the restrictions placed upon the ring. Dongfang Qingtian watched in horror as Yichun breached the defenses of the storage ring, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. Within that ring lay 2 of the Dongfang family's treasured semi-divine artifacts. Yichun's consciousness delved into the storage ring, revealing an abundance of mid-grade spirit stones and a small quantity of high-grade stones. He hastily stowed the spirit stones into his own storage ring, fearing that the treacherous Su Laomo might seize them away. After rummaging a bit more, he produced a sword that glimmered with a chilling light. Examining the blade with keen interest, Yichun put down that Songlong sword. That is the semi-divine artifact of our Dongfang family, not something for you to covet. Dongfang Yunhai exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury as he pointed at Yichun, his body trembling with indignation. The mention of the semi-divine artifact sent a wave of astonishment rippling through the crowd. Even Yao Miaoi and Xuanji Zhenren were jolted from their seats in shock. A semi-divine artifact? Such legendary treasures exist, and the Dongfang family possesses one, murmured a voice from the audience, trembling with awe. The emergence of a semi-divine artifact would undoubtedly stir a tempest. The Kanglan continent was poised on the brink of chaos. An elderly man with white hair stroked his beard, his expression grave. Indeed, who knows if Yichun can safeguard such a treasure? The leaders and elders of various sects displayed a myriad of expressions. Some glimmered with avarice, calculating how to lay claim to the semi-divine artifact, while others appeared anxious, fearing that the ensuing conflict over the treasure would disrupt the peace of their own sections. In the Kanglan continent, treasures are categorized as spirit artifacts, spirit treasures, and magical tools, further divided into upper, middle, lower, and supreme grades. Semi-divine artifacts had never before been seen. The Dongfang family is not as impressive as it seems. Can this mere scrap of metal truly be considered a family heirloom? Yichun smirked disdainfully, casually tossing the Songlong sword to Xuanji Zhenren. Here, old man Xuanji, this broken sword is yours to play with. Instinctively, Xuanji Zhenren caught the Songlong sword, momentarily left in a daze, unsure of how to react. Dongfang Yunhai, witnessing Yichun's casual dismissal of the Songlong sword, was about to erupt in anger when he was halted by his father, Dongfang Qingtian. He communicated telepathically to Dongfang Yunhai, urging him to remain calm. Once the immortal descended, all would be restored. Yichun, this is a semi-divine artifact. Are you truly giving it to me? Xuanji Zhenren marveled at the Songlong sword, unable to contain his delight, yet incredulous that Yichun would so nonchalantly bestow it upon him. It's yours. I have no interest in this scrap of metal. Yichun waved his hand dismissively, returning to his examination of the storage ring. At that moment, the Master of Mysteries found himself at a loss for words. For the semi-divine artifact that had never before graced the Kanglan continent was dismissed by Yichun as mere scrap metal. Observing Yichun's nonchalant demeanor, the Master of Mysteries silently stowed away that Songlong sword, for the allure of a semi-divine artifact was simply too tempting to resist. Yichun then produced a plethora of elixirs and medicinal herbs from his storage ring. The various sects present, still lingering, gazed enviously at these invaluable cultivation resources, which were rare treasures for them. What a useless trinket. Yichun carelessly discarded the elixirs and herbs to the side. His standards had risen significantly. Although these elixirs were of superior quality, their subpar refining techniques left remnants within, which could result in toxic buildup if consumed over time. Such exquisite elixirs, treated so carelessly, were truly a waste. In that fleeting moment when Yichun cast aside the elixirs, the representatives of the various sects descended into a frenzy, surging towards the pile of elixirs like a tidal wave, fearful that they would be outpaced and left empty-handed. However, the members of Baiwa Palace and Qinin Pavilion stood quietly aside, refraining from joining in the chaotic scramble. Shortly thereafter, the elixirs and resources were divided among several elder members of the prominent sects, who hastily bid farewell to the Master of Mysteries, anxious to avoid the potential wrath of the Dongfang family. After all, while Yichun had carelessly discarded these resources, They had originally been seized from Dongfang Qingtian. They feared that the Dongfang family might hold a grudge against them and seek revenge in the future. Yet, Yi Chen remained indifferent, as if none of this concerned him. Once the sects departed, he retrieved a large clock from his storage ring, yet another semi-divine artifact, inscribed with the words Chaotic Celestial Sound Bell. Those from Qingyin Pavilion and Baiwa Palace, who had not yet left, gasped in astonishment. Another semi-divine artifact. Yi Chen casually fiddled with it for a moment, found it uninteresting, and tossed it to Yao Miaoi. Senior Yao, this iron lump suits you well. Take it. Yao Miaoi, wide-eyed, instinctively caught the chaotic celestial sound bell. Her expression filled with shock. Yi Chen, this is too much. She stammered, realizing the immense value of a semi-divine artifact. What do you mean it's too much? It's of no use to me. You take it, Yi Chen replied dismissively. At that moment, those from Baiwa Palace and Qingyin Pavilion stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished by Yi Chen's generosity. All right, Yi Chen, I shall consider this your betrothal gift to Qingqing, Yao Miaoi said with a smile, glancing at Luo Qingqing, nodding in satisfaction as she accepted the chaotic celestial sound bell. Master, what are you saying? Who is going to marry him? Luo Qingqing's face flushed crimson with embarrassment as she playfully retorted. Hee, Senior Yao. Marrying Qingqing with such scrap metal as a betrothal gift simply won't do, Yi Chen chuckled, waving his hand. Observing this scene from a distance, Lu Qingyi and Murong Shui exchanged complex glances, astonished at how events had unfolded in such an unexpected manner. At that moment, the esteemed guardian of the Dongfang family, at the peak of the ascendant stage, arrived with several individuals bearing spirit stones. The guardian cast a glance at Dongfang Qingtian, and upon receiving his approval, he presented a bag containing the spirit stones to Yi Chen. Yi Chen eagerly accepted the storage bag, probing its contents with his consciousness. Ah, splendid. The quantity is just right. With a beaming smile, Yi Chen tucked the storage bag away. After receiving the spirit stones, he allowed Dongfang Qingtian and his son to depart. However, Su Taishu's gaze remained fixed on Yi Chen, scrutinizing him intently. He was certain that Yi Chen's cultivation was still at the qi refinement stage, yet moments earlier, Yi Chen had effortlessly defeated the golden core stage Dongfang Yunhai. This left him utterly perplexed. Disciple, please tell me honestly, what exactly is going on? Su Taishu could no longer restrain his curiosity and inquired. Sensing Su Taishu's scrutiny, Yi Chen scratched his head, realizing that he had inadvertently revealed a fraction of his strength, arousing his master's suspicions. Hee, Su old demon, it's nothing much, I was just a bit provoked by that Dongfang Yunhai. Chapter 92, The Arrival of the Celestial Being. Yi Chen's breakthrough. And then? Su Taisu inquired. Then a surge of power began to rise within me. Yi Chen began to fabricate a story. I felt as if I had suddenly attained the strength of the golden core stage. As he spoke, Yi Chen deliberately revealed his cultivation level. Astonishingly, at the golden core stage, everyone present was rendered speechless by this spectacle. A leap from the qi refinement stage directly to the golden core stage, something never before witnessed or heard. Luo Qingqiang, Yu Chu Man, and Xiao Tao turned their heads away. They did not believe a single word Yi Chen uttered. After all, they had witnessed Yi Chen decisively defeat those at the harmonization stage and kick aside those at the ascendant stage. How could a golden core practitioner possibly achieve such feats? How could this be possible? Su Taisu was also taken aback. Su Laoma, I have no idea how it happened. I simply broke through. Yi Chen replied innocently, shrugging his shoulders. As Su Taisu observed Yi Chen's infuriating demeanor, he felt even more perplexed. This lad undoubtedly harbored some secrets. However, since Yi Chen was unwilling to divulge them, he refrained from pressing further. Well, since you have advanced to the golden core stage, I can rest easy, Su Taisu said, waving his hand. With that, the matter concluded, and Qingyin Pavilion departed from Tianxian sect with mixed feelings, particularly for Murong Shui, who had initially considered Yi Chen a mere waste. She was astonished to see him abruptly transcend from the qi refinement stage to the golden core stage. A twinge of regret flickered within her. She should not have publicly humiliated Yi Chen by calling off their engagement, only to become a source of ridicule herself. Yet, as she recalled the impending arrival of a celestial being from the Dongfang family, who might select her for ascension, Murong Shui's resolve was reaffirmed. Yi Chen, I must return, Luo Qingqing stated, standing opposite Yi Chen on Qingzhou Peak, her beautiful eyes filled with reluctance. Yi Chun gazed into Luo Qingqing's sorrowful eyes, unable to contain his emotions any longer. He stepped forward and gently embraced her. Luo Qingqing shivered slightly but did not resist, leaning submissively against his chest. Lowering his gaze to her delicate visage, Yi Chun slowly inched closer. Luo Qingqing seemed to comprehend his intentions, closing her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering gently. Yi Chun softly pressed his lips against hers, and in that moment, time appeared to stand still. The gentle breeze surrounding them seemed to soften, as if cradling their intimate embrace. Lost in this passionate kiss, they lingered for what felt like an eternity before parting. Yi Chun gradually released Luo Qingqing. A rosy hue adorned her cheeks, reminiscent of the enchanting twilight sky. With deep affection, Yi Chun spoke, "Qingqing, take care of yourself when you return." You too," she replied. With that, Luo Qingqing turned and left Qingzhou Peak, glancing back 3 times as she walked away. Yi Chun remained rooted in place, watching her silhouette fade into the distance. After Luo Qingqing departed, Yi Chun entered the Starry Soul Tower. He took out the entire sum of 50 million top-grade spirit stones he obtained from the Eastern family, intending to use these stones to break through to the tribulation stage. Meanwhile, the Eastern family was adorned with festive decorations, and the sounds of drums and gongs filled the air. The entire clan was immersed in a jubilant atmosphere, as today marked the arrival of their ascendant ancestor from the Eastern family. Eastern Qingtian led the entire clan, young and old, respectfully awaiting outside the mountain gate. A golden light flashed across the sky, and 2 figures slowly descended. One of them was none other than the ascendant ancestor of the Eastern family, Eastern Yao. Beside him stood an ethereal figure clad in a starry celestial robe, exuding an aura of otherworldly grace. "Welcome, ancestor." "Welcome, celestial." Eastern Qingtian and the others bowed in unison. Eastern Yao nodded slightly, a hint of pride gracing his features. "Rise," spoke the celestial figure beside him in a calm tone. Only then did Eastern Qingtian and the others stand. "This is Elder Lu, the steward of the Starry Celestial Sect," Eastern Yao introduced. "Greetings, Elder Lu." Eastern Qingtian bowed once more. Elder Lu nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before finally resting on Eastern Qingtian. "Eastern Yao, you mentioned that there are several promising talents on the Kanglan continent?" Elder Lu's tone was neutral, yet carried an undeniable authority. "Indeed, Elder Lu, there are indeed some remarkably gifted young talents on the Kanglan continent," Eastern Qingtian replied cautiously. "Oh, pray, tell me more." Elder Lu expressed his interest. "The Kanglan continent is led by the 10 foremost sections." Eastern Qingtian began to elaborate on the power dynamics and talented individuals of the Kanglan continent, deliberately highlighting the grievances between the Tianxian sect and the Eastern family. "Of course, I have intentionally directed the focus of the conflict towards the Tianxian sect. There is a young man named Yi Chun, who, relying on his modest talent, has shown arrogance and repeatedly provoked our Eastern family," Eastern Qingtian embellished. Elder Lu, upon hearing this, merely smiled noncommittally. "These grievances do not concern me." He paused before continuing. "My purpose here is to select some exceptionally gifted young disciples to bring back to the celestial realm for training. You are to compile all information regarding the young talents of the Kanglan continent and announce that I will personally select 100 disciples to ascend to the celestial realm." Elder Lu instructed. "Yes, Elder Lu," Eastern Qingtian responded eagerly, his heart filled with joy. He understood that once the news was disseminated, young talents from across the Kanglan continent would flock to it. At that moment, he could seize the opportunity to draw out Yi Chun and have Elder Lu suppress him. The news spread like wildfire across the entire Kanglan continent. A celestial from the Starry Celestial Sect was coming to select disciples and take them to ascend to the celestial realm. This news undoubtedly detonated like a bomb, stirring a great upheaval throughout the Kanglan continent. For countless cultivators, ascending to the celestial realm is the ultimate aspiration of their lives. However, the path to immortality is fraught with uncertainty, and only a select few manage to succeed in their ascension. Now, with the emergence of such a shortcut, who would not wish to seize this opportunity? In an instant, the young prodigies of the Kanglan continent began to fervently prepare, eager to grasp this chance for transcendence. Within the Starry Soul Tower of the Tianxian sect, Yi Chun exhausted a staggering 50 million high-grade spirit stones. Yet he only managed to break through to the first level of the tribulation stage. Alas, 50 million high-grade spirit stones barely sufficed for this breakthrough. Where would he find more spirit stones for future advancements? Yi Chun felt a tinge of frustration, realizing that the path ahead in his cultivation journey would become increasingly arduous. It seems that to achieve faster breakthroughs in the future, he would have to return to the celestial realm. Yi Chun rose, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and stepped out of the Starry Soul Tower. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap resonated through the sky. Goodness! Just as Yi Chun exited the tower, he swiftly retreated back inside. The tribulation. He had almost forgotten that one must face the heavenly tribulation during the tribulation stage. As Yi Chun hurried back into the Starry Soul Tower, the thunderstorm dissipated rapidly. He discovered a remarkable function of the Starry Soul Tower. It could indeed isolate the perception of the heavenly ways. Chapter 93. The scheme of the celestial being recruiting disciples. Yi Chun was unaware of the true rank of the Starry Soul Tower. Even Su Taishu was in the dark. Nevertheless, he had to confront the impending tribulation, unless he chose to remain within the confines of the Starry Soul Tower. It was imperative to seek an isolated location for the tribulation, lest his presence be revealed. With resolve, Yi Chun dashed out of the Starry Soul Tower, employing spatial displacement as he made his way towards a remote mountain range. Thunder rumbled ominously as Yi Chun entered the mountains. Dark clouds swiftly coalesced overhead, forming a vast, swirling vortex. Lightning serpents danced within, accompanied by a cacophony that resonated like thunder. Standing atop a secluded peak, Yi Chun gazed defiantly at the terrifying storm clouds above, his eyes steadfast and fearless. The tribulation commenced, the first bolt resembling a formidable silver dragon, hurtling towards him with a fierce roar. Channeling the energy within, a faint golden glow enveloped Yi Chun as he clenched his fists and swung them upward, colliding directly with the lightning. The impact sent shockwaves that reduced the mountaintop to dust, uprooting trees in the vicinity. The beasts of the mountains trembled in fear, scattering in terror at the overwhelming force. In the distance, several treasure-seeking cultivators witnessed this astonishing scene of tribulation. Is someone undergoing tribulation? Such a terrifying storm. Could it be a challenge for ascendance to the celestial realm? One cultivator's eyes widened in disbelief. One bolt after another descended, yet Yi Chun effortlessly withstood each trial, his aura growing increasingly formidable. After the ninth bolt struck, the storm clouds gradually dissipated, signifying Yi Chun's successful passage through the tribulation. However, the mountain range bore the scars of devastation, a landscape marred by chaos. In a flash, Yi Chun departed from the mountains. No sooner had he left than several powerful cultivators arrived at the site of the tribulation, eager to discern the identity of the one who had faced such a challenge. Yet, Yi Chun's figure had long since vanished. Upon returning to the Tianxian sect, Yi Chun appeared as though nothing had transpired. Reclining in a rocking chair, legs crossed, he leisurely basked in the sun, a blade of dogtail grass in hand. Junior brother, have you heard? A celestial being from the Starry Radiance celestial sect has descended to recruit 100 talented disciples. Su Chun exclaimed, bursting with excitement. The Starry Radiance celestial sect? A celestial being descending to select disciples? Yi Chun sat up from his chair, a frown creasing his brow. Every realm has its inherent laws of the heavenly Tao. Celestial beings cannot descend at will without facing rejection from the Tao. Such a descent necessitates immense resources to counteract the Tao's repulsion or possessing extraordinary treasures that can shield against it. Furthermore, those who descend before achieving ascendance cannot enter the celestial realm, as they would be crushed by the laws of the heavenly Tao. Unless one were to pay a far greater price to withstand the celestial realm's laws, which is evidently improbable. Setting aside whether the Starry Radiance celestial sect possesses such capability, even if they did, it would be impossible to aid 100 disciples against the constraints of the celestial realm's heavenly Tao. The selection of disciples by the celestial beings from the Xingyao Xianzong in the mortal realm is evidently not a trivial matter. Indeed, it is said that this time, the esteemed elder from the Xingyao Xianzong has come to select 100 exceptionally talented disciples to cultivate in the celestial realm. Su Chun, filled with excitement, blushed and gesticulated animatedly. Could the rumors be true? Yi Chun, seemingly lost in thought, paid no heed to Su Chun's exuberance. The Xingyao Xianzong is a sect located in the western region of the celestial realm, recognized as a formidable presence in that domain. However, it is notorious for its ill repute. Whispers abound that the high-ranking members practice dark arts, siphoning the lifeblood of young prodigies for their cultivation. Yet, under the watchful eye of the Celestial Emperor, the Xingyao Xianzong does not dare to openly engage in such nefarious practices within the Celestial Realm. Yi Chun had certainly heard such rumors during his time in the Celestial Realm. He surmised that the Xingyao Xianzong had indeed delved into dark arts, but lacked the audacity to seize prodigies within the Celestial Realm, thus casting their ambitions upon the mortal world. Contemplating this, Yi Chun's expression grew increasingly grave. He understood well that if the Xingyao Xianzong were to succeed, countless young talents from the Kanglan continent would be imperiled. This must not be allowed. He resolved to thwart their sinister plot. "Brother, what troubles you? This is a golden opportunity. Do you not wish to try?" Su Chen inquired, noticing Yi Chun's troubled demeanor. "Brother, this matter is far from simple. We must consult with Master Su," Yi Chun replied, rising to seek out Su Taishu alongside Su Chun. Yi Chun speculated that Su Taishu, being his senior, would possess greater insight into the affairs of the Xingyao Xianzong. Moreover, this issue had far-reaching implications, entangling the celestial sects, which could not be resolved by the Kanglan continent alone. More critically, the dark arts are associated with the demonic clan. If the Xingyao Xianzong indeed practices such arts, it may very well be connected to the demons. This is a matter of immense consequence for the entire celestial realm, as the human race and the demonic clan have been adversaries for millennia. If the Xingyao Xianzong conspires with the demons, it must be addressed immediately. Should it be left unchecked, it could spell disaster for humanity in the future. Aware of the gravity of this situation, Yi Chun knew he must inform the seemingly senior Su Taishu. Perhaps he could devise a means to relay the information back to the celestial realm, enabling them to prepare for any impending threat. Yi Chun led Su Chun to the purple bamboo forest at the back mountain. There, Su Taishu and Lin Shuo were engaged in a game of chess. "Master Su, it seems we may be on the brink of a grave situation," Yi Chun announced before he even arrived. "What is it that warrants such alarm?" Su Taishu replied without lifting his gaze, making a move as he had long grown accustomed to his disciple's dramatic tendencies. "Are you aware that the celestial beings from the Xingyao Xianzong have descended to the mortal realm to select disciples?" Yi Chun stated plainly. Upon hearing this, Su Taishu and Lin Shuo both looked up simultaneously, exchanging a grave glance. A flicker of seriousness crossed their eyes, for they recognized the implications of interactions between the celestial realm and the Kanglan realm. The celestial beings from the Xingyao Xianzong were evidently driven by ulterior motives. "Master." Lin Shuo's expression grew solemn. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Su Taishu's raised hand. "Su Chun, Yi Chun, I am aware of this matter. My senior brother and I will handle it. You need not worry," Su Taishu stated, waving his hand to indicate they should leave. Yi Chun said little more, turning to depart, fully aware that Su Laomo likely grasped the gravity of the situation far better than he did. However, Su Chun was left in a haze, perplexed by the cryptic exchange among the three, and could only follow Yi Chun out. "Master, the Xingyao Xian sect, under the pretense of recruiting disciples, is actually searching for young prodigies to cultivate their demonic arts," Lin Shuo remarked, his brow furrowed and his demeanor serious after Yi Chun and the others had left. "Humph. How audacious of the Xingyao Xian sect to set their sights on the lower realms," Su Taishu replied, his eyes narrowing slightly, a glint of coldness reflecting in his gaze. "Master, how shall we respond? The Xingyao Xian sect is likely not only seeking prodigies in this Kanglan continent for their demonic practices," Lin Shuo continued urgently. Chapter 94. The Crisis of Baiwa Palace. It is time to depart. Su Taishu rose to his feet, hands clasped behind his back, gazing skyward. "Master, you must." Lin Shuo's mouth fell slightly agape, his face a picture of astonishment as he looked at Su Taishu. "This matter is of great consequence and must be addressed swiftly. I will deal with the rat from the Dongfang family before I leave. After my departure, you must ensure the safety of your two junior brothers," Su Taishu said with a grave expression. "Disciple understands. I will certainly protect my two junior brothers," Lin Shuo replied, cupping his hands in respect. Meanwhile, at Baiwa Palace, an immortal descending to select disciples? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Indeed, if one were chosen, they could ascend to great heights. The disciples of Baiwa Palace buzzed with excitement, each brimming with anticipation. However, Luo Qingqing stood aside, her brow furrowed. The notion of an immortal directly descending to recruit disciples is unprecedented. A sense of unease filled Luo Qingqing's heart. My intuition tells me this matter is far from simple. She could not shake the feeling that a conspiracy lay hidden beneath the surface. The Dongfang family was bustling with activity, voices rising in a cacophony. Young talents from all walks of life, clad in splendid attire, flowed in and out like a carousel, all hoping to catch the eye of the immortal from Xingyao Xianzong and thereby ascend to the celestial realms. Dongfang Qingtian, brimming with self-satisfaction, seemed to envision the Dongfang family as the foremost clan of the Kanglan continent. In the depths of the grand hall, Dongfang Qingtian sat upright, facing an elderly man with white hair and a demeanor that exuded an air of celestial grace. This elder was none other than the ancestor of the Dongfang family. Dongfang Yao, ancestor, the Tianxian sect is being excessively tyrannical. You must stand up for us. Dongfang Qingtian exaggeratedly recounted the grievances with the Tianxian sect, detailing how Yi Chun had humiliated him. Humph, a mere Tianxian sect dares to act so arrogantly. A glint of coldness flickered in Dongfang Yao's eyes upon hearing this. Ancestor, you must annihilate the Tianxian sect and reclaim the Canglong sword to avenge me. Dongfang Qingtian gritted his teeth, his voice filled with fury. Rest assured, once this recruitment of disciples concludes, I shall personally make a visit and raze the Tianxian sect to the ground. Dongfang Yao's tone was frosty, imbued with a fierce murderous intent. Thank you, ancestor. Dongfang Qingtian was overjoyed. By the way, ancestor, there is one more matter. Dongfang Qingtian recalled the Chaos Tianyin Bell and spoke swiftly. That semi-divine artifact, the Chaos Tianyin Bell, was also seized by that brat Yi Chun and given to Baiwa Palace. We shall destroy Baiwa Palace along with it, Dongfang Yao remarked nonchalantly. Ancestor, it seems Baiwa Palace has a few promising talents. Dongfang Qingtian relayed the ages and cultivation levels of Luo Qingqing and others to Dongfang Yao. Oh, Baiwa Palace possesses such prodigies. This is quite rare even in the celestial realm. Dongfang Yao's interest was piqued. His descent with the elders was solely to seek out such talents, and all other matters were secondary. He was merely an ordinary disciple of the starry celestial sect, yet he recommended the prodigies of the Kanglan realm to ascend the ranks. Dongfang Yao was well aware of the purpose behind these prodigies. I shall make a trip to the 100-Flower Palace immediately, to retrieve the chaotic heavenly sound bell along with those talented disciples. With a cold snort, Dongfang Yao vanished from the grand hall in an instant. In his quest for glory, he must seek out genuine prodigies for the sect, and he would not let slip the opportunity to acquire those who could rival the talents of the celestial realm. Meanwhile, on the Qingzhou peak of the Tianxian sect, Yi Chun reclined on a rocking chair, a blade of grass between his lips, his legs crossed in a relaxed demeanor. Will the 100-Flower Palace seek celestial fortunes from the Dongfang family? Yi Chun squinted, pondering to himself. No, I must visit the 100-Flower Palace. Suddenly, he recalled Luo Qingqing. Surely, that girl wouldn't foolishly rush to the Dongfang family in search of celestial fortunes? The more he thought, the more uneasy he felt. Senior brother, let us go to the 100-Flower Palace. Yi Chun leaped from the rocking chair and called out to Su Chun, who was practicing his swordplay. What do we need to go to the 100-Flower Palace for? Su Chun asked, puzzled, yet he obediently followed. He understood that although Yi Chun appeared carefree, he was, in fact, a person of meticulous thought and hidden depth. There must be a reason behind his words. At that moment, within the 100-Flower Palace, chaos reigned. The once magnificent palace was now reduced to ruins, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. The palace master, Yao Miaoi, leaned weakly against a broken pillar, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her complexion was pale, and her breath was ragged, clearly indicating severe injuries. Coughing violently, blood continued to flow from her lips. She struggled to lift her head, gazing at Dongfang Yao, who stood before her, her eyes filled with fury and defiance. Dongfang Yao, how dare you trespass into the 100-Flower Palace and harm my disciples? Yao Miaoi's voice trembled, yet it still carried an undeniable authority. Though Dongfang Yao was a celestial being, her intrusion and the injury inflicted upon her disciples ignited her spirit to resist, despite her inferior cultivation. Dongfang Yao, with his white hair and ethereal demeanor, now wore an expression of indifference, looking down upon Yao Miaoyi with contempt. Yao Miaoyi, you are too naive. My descent to the earthly realm this time is to seek disciples of exceptional talent. Your disciples possess commendable aptitude, and I shall certainly take them with me. His voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. You are committing an act of forceful abduction. Yao Miaoyi rebuked fiercely. And what of it? Dongfang Yao scoffed. To me, you insignificant beings of the lower realm are no different from weeds. I shall do as I please. Yao Miaoyi trembled with rage. Yet she found herself powerless to retort, for she knew that she was no match for Dongfang Yao. Luo Qingcheng, along with the few of you, obediently follow me. Dongfang Yao no longer paid heed to Yao Miaoyi and turned his gaze towards Luo Qingcheng and her companions, clad in flowing white garments. Luo Qingcheng possessed an otherworldly beauty and an aura of icy elegance. She regarded Dongfang Yao with a wary glint in her eyes. Her earlier suspicions regarding the celestial being's ulterior motives for recruiting disciples now solidified. Why are you so insistent on taking us away? Luo Qingcheng inquired coldly. I am a disciple of the Stellar Radiance sect from the celestial realm, Dongfang Yao declared with pride. My descent to this realm is solely to select disciples to bring back for cultivation in the celestial realm. You are all exceptionally gifted. Such talents are rare indeed. I have decided to take you to the Stellar Radiance sect for training. This is your opportunity. We have no desire to go to the celestial realm. We reject this opportunity, Luo Qingcheng responded without hesitation. Humph, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. Dongfang Yao's expression darkened. Since you are unwilling to comply, do not blame me for being ungracious. As soon as he finished speaking, he struck out fiercely, his palm aimed at Luo Qingcheng. The force of his strike imbued with an overwhelming pressure. Chapter 95. Yichen arrives and engages in battle with the celestial being upon witnessing the unfolding chaos. Yao Miaoyi, despite enduring excruciating pain, positioned herself in front of Luo Qingcheng. A thunderous crash resounded as Yao Miaoyi was once again sent flying by Dongfang Yao, crashing heavily to the ground. A spurt of blood escaped her lips, leaving her pallor even more pronounced. Master, teacher, Luo Qingcheng and the others exclaimed in horror, rushing to Yao Miaoyi's side. Leave quickly, Yao Miaoyi struggled to articulate. Don't worry about me, I will hold him off. You must flee. Her voice grew weaker until she finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Yi Chun and Su Chun soared through the air on their swords, swiftly arriving at the entrance of Baiwa Palace. Wait, Yi Chun suddenly halted, his brow furrowed in concern. What's the matter, junior brother? Su Chun inquired, puzzled. Something feels amiss. Yi Chun's expression turned grave, his gaze piercing as it scanned the surroundings. The air was thick with a faint metallic scent of blood. Moreover, the Baiwa Palace was eerily silent, devoid of any sound. An unusual occurrence forebodes ominous events. A sense of foreboding welled up within Yi Chun. Let us proceed inside. Without further hesitation, he transformed into a streak of light and dashed into Baiwa Palace, with Su Chun closely following. As they crossed the threshold, the sight before them left them utterly astounded. The once resplendent and flourishing Baiwa Palace now lay in ruins. A scene of utter devastation. The broken walls and scattered debris were a stark reminder of the chaos that had transpired. The air was saturated with a nauseating stench of blood. What on earth happened here? Su Chun was left in shock. Damn it. Yi Chun's expression darkened. His fists clenched tightly. His eyes immediately fell upon Yao Miaoyi, lying amidst the rubble, as well as Luo Qingcheng and Xiao Tao, who were struggling to hold their ground. Both Luo Qingcheng and Xiao Tao bore injuries, their faces ashen and their breaths erratic, cornered by Dongfang Yao, whose gaze radiated a chilling menace. Little girl, surrender obediently, Dongfang Yao declared coldly. A talent like you should not perish here. If you agree to accompany me to the celestial realms, Xingyao Xianzong, I assure you the finest training. I would rather die than follow a despicable man like you. Luo Qingcheng retorted fiercely, her determination unwavering. Humph. You refuse to drink the wine offered, and instead choose the punishment. Dongfang Yao's expression soured. In that case, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Just as he prepared to forcefully take Luo Qingcheng and the others away, a flash of sword light darted towards him. Seeking death, Dongfang Yao roared, raising his hand to block the strike. However, as the sword's brilliance faded, his face paled in disbelief. He had been wounded by that very blade. Dongfang Yao gazed at the bloodstain upon his hand, unable to fathom that after several millennia of ascension, He had been wounded by a mere insect from the lower realms. Simultaneously, Yi Chen appeared before Luo Qingcheng like a specter, wielding the Emperor's sword of Jinghong, its blade aimed directly at Dongfang Yao, his eyes glacial. Su Chun followed closely behind, standing shoulder to shoulder with Yi Chen, positioning himself protectively in front of Yu Chu Man. Yi Chen, Su Chun, exclaimed Yu Chu Man, Luo Qingcheng, and Xiao Tao, their faces alight with surprise. Yet, they quickly realized that Dongfang Yao was an immortal. The arrival of Yi Chen and Su Chun would likely be in vain, and they might even lose their own lives in the process. Yi Chen, Su Chun, you must flee. Leave this place at once. Luo Qingcheng urged anxiously, wishing to spare them from a needless demise. Attempting to escape now? It is too late. Dongfang Yao's eyes widened in fury, a radiant light flashing from his hand as immense celestial power surged forth. He possessed a treasure that shielded him from the perception of the heavenly Tao, and his realm was unrestrained, currently unleashing the might of a 9th-level virtual immortal. The ranks of immortals are classified as follows: virtual immortal, human immortal, earth immortal, heaven immortal, true immortal, golden immortal, mysterious immortal, supreme immortal, and immortal emperor. Each major realm further divided into 9 levels. After giving Luo Qingcheng a reassuring glance, Yi Chen erupted with the power of the Tribulation Transcendent stage, swinging his sword towards Dongfang Yao. You old dog, how dare you harm my beloved? Today, you shall meet your end. Is that so? Dongfang Yao sneered in disdain. A mere junior at the Tribulation Transcendent stage dares to act so brazenly before me? Your death is assured. A brilliant beam of sword light cleaved through the void, hurtling towards Dongfang Yao. Boom. A deafening roar erupted as the sword light collided with Dongfang Yao's palm strike, unleashing a wave of terrifying energy. Surrounding structures were instantly reduced to rubble. Dongfang Yao staggered back several steps, his eyes filled with astonishment. An imperial artifact? He recognized the Emperor's sword of Jinghong in Yi Chen's grasp. Imperial artifacts transcend celestial artifacts in power and are exceedingly rare, unlike other artifacts that can be forged. An imperial artifact can only be formed when a powerful being attains the status of Heavenly Emperor, allowing their original celestial artifact to undergo the baptism of the Heavenly Tao alongside them. You possess an imperial artifact, and your combat prowess is astonishing. Dongfang Yao's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Imperial artifacts are exceedingly scarce even within the celestial realm. To find one in the Kanglan realm, where even celestial artifacts are unlikely to appear, was unfathomable, especially under the command of a mere youth. To have an imperial artifact recognize its master is nearly impossible. Even an immortal emperor can only forcibly suppress and utilize it. He understood that Yi Chen harbored profound secrets that enabled the imperial sword to acknowledge him as its master. He had never imagined that a junior at the Tribulation Transcendent stage could engage him in a battle of equal footing, and so remarkably young at that. Dongfang Yao, an ancient being who had been an immortal for thousands of years, despite his limited talent, remained a 9th-level virtual immortal, far beyond the capabilities of a Tribulation Transcendence junior. It seems I have underestimated you. Dongfang Yao's expression grew solemn. Do you truly believe that a mere imperial artifact can enable you to vanquish me? The Eastern Radiance regarded Yi Chen as relying solely on the imperial sword to contend with him so evenly. Let us put that to the test. The fury and combat spirit in Yi Chen's eyes blazed fiercely. For daring to harm Luo Qingcheng, Eastern Radiance must meet his demise. He swung his sword once more, launching another assault against Eastern Radiance. The two engaged in a fierce clash, their swords flashing and gusts of energy roaring, shaking the very heavens and earth. Eastern Radiance was taken aback by Yi Chen's formidable prowess, his eyes brimming with avarice. He yearned not only for the imperial artifact in Yi Chen's grasp, but also for the secrets that resided within him. Should he obtain the imperial sword and unlock Yi Chen's mysteries, compelling the sword to acknowledge him as its master, he would ascend effortlessly within the Starry Radiance immortal sect. Young man, the secrets you possess are mine for the taking. A glint of madness flickered in Eastern Radiance's eyes as he relentlessly assaulted Yi Chen, intent on capturing him. Yet, Yi Chen stood undaunted, embroiled in a battle that was evenly matched. This monumental confrontation reverberated throughout the 100 Flowers Palace, leaving all in attendance astounded by the sheer ferocity of the clash. They were incredulous that a mere tribulation stage junior could engage so intensely with an immortal. This battle was destined to be etched into the annals of history. Chapter 96. Suppression of the immortal Luo Qingqing, Yuchu Man, and Xiao Tao assisted the miraculous doctor in healing her wounds, all the while astonished by Yi Qin's formidable prowess. Although they were aware that Yi Qin's cultivation was far more complex than it appeared, and they had witnessed him effortlessly defeat those in the harmonization stage and even kick down a great ascendance practitioner, they could hardly fathom that he could engage so evenly with an immortal being. Meanwhile, Su Qin stood in a state of disbelief, rooted to the spot, unable to trust his own eyes. This junior disciple had lingered in the Qi refinement stage for 4 long years and had only recently broken through to the golden core stage. Today, he had astonishingly ascended to the tribulation stage. Even more terrifying was the fact that he was trading blows with an immortal. A sudden resounding slap echoed through the fray, followed by Dongfang Yao's furious roar. "Ah, you little brat, I will see you dead." During the fight, Yi Chun feigned an attack with his Jinghong sword, seizing the opportunity to deliver a swift slap with his left hand to Dongfang Yao. "Hey, old dog, you're not so impressive after all." Yi Chun seized the moment to taunt Dongfang Yao, disrupting his mental state. This slap ignited Dongfang Yao's fury, humiliated by Yi Chun's mockery. He unleashed his celestial power in a frenzied assault towards Yi Chun. Yi Chun deftly evaded the onslaught of this immense force. However, the ground beneath them could not withstand the impact, shattering and sending debris flying. "Humph, is that all you've got, old man? After tens of thousands of years, you're still just a mere. If I were you, I would have bought a block of tofu to end it all." Yi Chun continued to deride him. Dongfang Yao was nearly beside himself with rage. With limited aptitude, he had ascended for tens of thousands of years, yet could not even break through to the human immortal stage. Relegated to the role of a lowly errand disciple in the Starry Radiance immortal sect. This was a painful truth he wished to keep buried, but today, it was laid bare and mocked by a mere tribulation stage youth. "You ignorant wretch, today you shall witness the true power of an immortal." With that declaration, he formed seals with his hands and chanted incantations, sending forth a powerful wave of celestial magic towards Yi Chun. Yet, Yi Chun remained unperturbed, with a spatial leap. He evaded the oncoming assault and appeared directly above Dongfang Yao. Realizing Yi Chun had vanished, Dongfang Yao's pupils constricted in disbelief. "You have comprehended the laws of space." The notion that a tribulation stage practitioner could grasp such profound principles was unfathomable to him. The laws of space were notoriously difficult to comprehend, typically understood only by a select few prodigies after achieving immortality, and yet here was Yi Chun, a mere fledgling in the tribulation stage. However, before Dongfang Yao could fully process his astonishment, he felt a fluctuation of law above him. As he looked up, Yi Chun's sizable foot landed squarely on his aged face. "Ah!" Dongfang Yao let out a pained scream, his body propelled like a cannonball towards the ground, creating a large crater as dust erupted around him. The imprint of Yi Chun's shoe was left starkly on Dongfang Yao's face, transforming it into a comical spectacle. As Yi Chun descended slowly, he scoffed. "Is this all you are capable of? A so-called immortal?" The young man had thoroughly enraged him. Dongfang Yao struggled to rise from the pit, his face etched with fury and humiliation. No longer could he afford to underestimate Yi Chun, who was merely at the tribulation stage. He brandished a sword that emanated a dark light, ready to engage Yi Chun in a contest of swordsmanship. With the sword in hand, the darkness upon its blade thickened, as if prepared to consume everything in its path. In a flash, he lunged towards Yi Chun, his sword intent fierce, stirring a tempestuous wind. Unfazed, Yi Chun met him head-on with the Emperor's sword of Jinghong. The two blades clashed, instantly unleashing a dazzling array of sparks, the sheer force causing the surrounding air to seem as though it were suspended in time. The two warriors engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, their sword shadows intertwining in a dizzying display. As the battle progressed, Dongfang Yao grew increasingly alarmed. Yi Chun's swordplay was remarkably refined, each maneuver adeptly countering his assaults, even launching counterattacks. Yet, Yi Chun thrived in the fray, his gaze infused with unwavering determination and confidence. Seizing upon a flaw in Dongfang Yao's defense, he struck fiercely with his sword. Dongfang Yao hastily attempted to parry, but was a moment too late, resulting in a gash along his arm. "Damn it!" he roared, retreating several steps to create distance. However, Yi Chun pressed the advantage, executing a move known as sword splitting the void aimed squarely at Dongfang Yao. This technique, imbued with the essence of the eternal sword, surged towards him. What? The essence of the eternal sword? Dongfang Yao was taken aback, hastily leaping aside. He had never anticipated that a mere fledgling at the tribulation stage could comprehend such profound sword intent. Yet, Yi Chun executed a spatial shift, positioning himself precisely where Dongfang Yao had evaded, lifting his formidable foot to deliver a kick to Dongfang Yao's rear. Dongfang Yao was propelled forward, crashing to the ground in a most undignified manner. "Ah, you dare to humiliate me," he bellowed, crimson with rage, rising to his feet with his sword aimed at Yi Chun. "Humiliate you? I am merely elevating you." Yi Chun smirked, a hint of disdain evident in his expression. Provoked to his limits, Dongfang Yao's celestial energy surged wildly, the black sword radiating a fierce glow. "Today, you shall witness my true ultimate move, the dark soul devouring slash." No sooner had he spoken than a colossal black sword energy surged toward Yi Chun, tearing through the fabric of space, leaving fine fissures in its wake. "Humph. The Starry Radiance sect has indeed colluded with the demon race to practice their dark arts," Yi Chun remarked, his gaze sharpening as he coldly snorted. The dark soul devouring slash required the techniques of the demon race to unleash its full potential. Skyward sword. Yi Chun gripped the Emperor's sword of Jinghong tightly, unleashing the second form of the Jinghong 9 styles with a resounding shout. A brilliant golden sword energy erupted from his blade, meeting the black sword energy head-on. The collision produced an earth-shattering roar, the powerful energies causing the entire 100-flower palace to tremble violently. After being struck by Yi Chun's sword, Dongfang Yao staggered back several dozen meters, only coming to a halt after crashing into a large tree. He coughed up a mouthful of old blood, his breath ragged, and his injuries grave. Meanwhile, Yi Chun emerged from the spatial void with an air of nonchalance. After delivering that decisive blow, he had effortlessly evaded Dongfang Yao's retaliatory strike through a spatial leap. As Yi Chun sheathed the Jinghong Imperial sword, he cast a gaze upon the nearly breathless Dongfang Yao, a smirk of irreverent amusement playing upon his lips. "Is this the formidable celestial being?" he mused, shaking his head in a manner that conveyed both regret and derision. Subsequently, Yi Chun summoned the Starry Soul Tower, a flash of golden light enveloping Dongfang Yao as he was subdued within its confines. "Just stay put, old man," Yi Chun remarked with a casual pat of his hands before turning to approach Luo Qingcheng and the others. "Qingcheng, Senior Yao, are you all right?" he inquired with genuine concern. Luo Qingcheng and Xiao Tao both shook their heads, indicating that they were unharmed. Only Senior Yao appeared pale, a trace of blood lingering at the corner of his mouth. "Senior Yao is gravely injured," Yi Chun noted, his brow furrowing slightly. Chapter 97. Journey to the Eastern family. Murong Shui regretted her actions as she retrieved a pill exuding a rich medicinal aroma from her storage ring. "This is a healing elixir I concocted during my leisure time. It should aid the elder's injuries." The skilled healer accepted the pill, casting a grateful glance at Yi Chun before consuming it. She had personally experienced Yi Chun's medical prowess, which far surpassed her own, and the elixir he provided was undoubtedly more than merely helpful. As the pill dissolved upon her tongue, a warm current coursed through her body, gradually restoring the pallor of her face to a healthy hue. "Yi Chun, thank you. You have indeed salvaged the entirety of the 100 Flowers Palace," the healer expressed, her gratitude evident. She was not particularly astonished by Yi Chun's combat abilities or cultivation level. 2 years prior, she had witnessed him, then merely at the Qi refinement stage, decisively defeating a practitioner at the Ascension stage, understanding that he harbored profound secrets. Simultaneously, she felt a sense of pride in her disciple, Luo Qingcheng, for recognizing Yi Chun's potential even before his true strength was revealed. Yi Chun waved his hand dismissively, indicating that no thanks were necessary. It was time to deal with this old fellow. He stepped into the Starry Soul Tower and kicked Dongfang Yao. "Old man, we need to talk." Yi Chun flashed a smile he deemed warm and inviting. Who exactly are you? How do you possess the Imperial Sword and such remarkable artifacts?" Dongfang Yao gazed at Yi Chun in terror, realizing that the latter was far from ordinary. To defeat an immortal with mere transcendent stage cultivation was no simple matter. The distinction between an immortal and a transcendent stage cultivator was fundamental, rendering comparison futile. Moreover, Yi Chen wielded an imperial weapon and an artifact of unknown caliber. You are not worthy to know who I am. Now, speak. What is the true purpose of your descent to recruit disciples? Yi Chen's gaze was piercing as he slightly lifted his chin. Dongfang Yao recognized that Yi Chen would not divulge his identity. Even if he did, as a prisoner, he could do little about it. Choosing silence, Dongfang Yao evidently did not wish to risk revealing the secrets of the starry immortal sect. Yi Chen scoffed. It seems you will not shed tears until you see the coffin. He extended his finger and lightly tapped on Dongfang Yao's body. Instantly, Dongfang Yao was besieged by an unbearable itch, as if countless ants were gnawing at his flesh. Ah, it itches. I can't stand it. He rolled on the ground, howling in despair. Kid, let me go, or the starry immortal sect will not spare you. Dongfang Yao frantically clawed at himself, issuing threats between gasps. Yi Chen observed Dongfang Yao's grotesque state with a stoic expression, utterly unfazed by his threats. Though the starry immortal sect was formidable in the western domain of the immortal realm, it paled in comparison to his own sect, the boundless immortal palace. Will you speak now? Dongfang Yao, reduced to a shadow of his former self, was bereft of any semblance of an immortal's dignity. I will speak. I will speak. I will speak, he cried, his voice hoarse and desperate. The master of the Starry Radiance sect cultivates dark arts, necessitating the consumption of the essence blood of over 1,000 exemplary prodigies under the age of 30 to attain the status of immortal emperor. Dongfang Yao intermittently divulged the sinister machinations of the Starry Radiance sect. In the immortal realm, various sects and the celestial emperors guard their territories, compelling the Starry Radiance sect to refrain from capturing prodigies within the realm, instead resorting to the pretense of recruiting disciples from the lower realms. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes glimmered with a chilling light. Dark arts? Blood consumption? It is indeed as I suspected, he murmured to himself, a surge of murderous intent swelling within. Could it be that the Starry Radiance sect has colluded with the demon race? Yi Chen's gaze burned fiercely as he scrutinized Dongfang Yao. I am unaware of such matters. I am merely a humble errand disciple of the Starry Radiance sect, lifted from the Kanglan continent to seek prodigies, which is why I have come to know of this. Dongfang Yao lowered his head, unable to meet Yi Chen's piercing stare. Humph. It seems you are aware that you ascended from the Kanglan continent. Yi Chen coldly scoffed, swiftly ending Dongfang Yao's life with a single stroke of his sword. As one who had attained immortality in the Kanglan continent, he should aspire to uplift his homeland rather than exploit it for the sect's gain. Such a person is unworthy of existence. Yi Chen departed the Starry Soul Tower. Clutching a recording stone, he absorbed the Starry Soul Tower into his being, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. Let us proceed to the Dongfang family and put on a grand performance. Su Chun, Luo Qingcheng, and Yu Chuman followed closely behind Yi Chen, a sense of unease brewing within them. Though Yi Chen had vanquished Dongfang Yao, the Dongfang family harbored an even more formidable immortal. Meanwhile, the Dongfang family was bustling with activity. Prodigies from various regions of the Kanglan continent flocked in droves, all eager to be chosen by the immortals and soar to new heights. The Dongfang family seized the opportunity to amass spirit stones, reaping substantial rewards. However, unbeknownst to them, Elder Lu Youqi of the Starry Radiance sect was preoccupied with capturing prodigies. Nearly 100 prodigies were secretly confined within a formation, trembling in fear. Their eyes filled with terror. These prodigies represented the cream of the young generation from the Kanglan continent. They had anticipated ascending to the immortal realm, embarking on the path of immortality. Yet now, they realized that it was all a ruse. Among them was Murong Shui, her complexion pale and her delicate frame quivering slightly. In her pursuit of ascension, she had renounced her engagement, publicly humiliated Yi Chen, and accepted the betrothal to Dongfang Yunhai. Now, she comprehended the extent of her grave error and dreaded the fate that awaited her. Yi Chen, I am so sorry. Regret flooded Murong Shui's heart. She fervently wished for Yi Chen to appear before her. Even if it meant enduring another humiliation, she would willingly accept it. Though there had been no romantic ties between them, merely a union sought for protection by their sects, she had always looked down upon Yi Chen's talents, publicly proposing the dissolution of their engagement and humiliating him. Yet Yi Chen had nonchalantly acquiesced to the annulment. And only when he suddenly revealed his golden core cultivation did she realize that he was the true prodigy, one who merely dismissed the pursuit of hollow fame. Murong Shui was entirely consumed by the desire to ascend to the celestial realm alongside Dongfang Yunhai, deluding herself into disbelief regarding Yi Qin's extraordinary talent. Within the grand hall of the Dongfang clan, Lu Youqi regarded the imprisoned prodigies within the formation, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Just a few more, and I will have gathered 100. The sect leader will surely bestow a generous reward upon me. He rubbed his hands together, anticipation swelling within him. At that moment, Yi Chun and his companions arrived at the entrance of the Dongfang clan's mountain gate. Young prodigies from various regions formed an extensive queue before the entrance, awaiting their turn for the celestial aptitude assessment. Meanwhile, Su Taishu and Lin Shua hovered above the Dongfang clan, and upon spotting Yi Chun and Su Chun, Su Taishu's brows furrowed slightly. What are these two up to? Su Taishu pondered, initially intending to eliminate the envoy sent by the Xingyao Xian sect before departing from the Kanglan continent. Little did he expect Yi Chun to arrive at the Dongfang clan. Master, since my junior brother is here, why not observe what he intends to do? Lin Shua expressed his curiosity regarding Yi Chun's purpose. Chapter 98. Exposing the Conspiracy. The great battle against the celestial beings. Su Taishu nodded, leading Lin Shua into the void. Yi Chun, how dare you come to the Dongfang family? Today, you shall meet your demise. Dongfang Yunhai emerged with 2 guards, his eyes wide with fury as he pointed at Yi Chun. The humiliating and extortionate moments he and his son had endured at the hands of Yi Chun played vividly in his mind. Dongfang Yunhai was consumed by a desire to eliminate Yi Chun immediately. Now, Yi Chun had audaciously delivered himself into their grasp, and he was determined to ensure Yi Chun would not return. Yi Chun approached Dongfang Yunhai with a beaming smile, as if they were old acquaintances. As he drew closer, Dongfang Yunhai's expression shifted, causing him to take several steps back. Facing Yi Chun, a sense of dread welled up within him. He felt utterly powerless against Yi Chun. Ah, Dongfang Yunhai, have you grown so timid in just a few days? Yi Chun mocked. Yi Chun, do not be so complacent. Today is your day of reckoning. Dongfang Yunhai seethed with humiliation and rage. My day of reckoning? Perhaps you should first concern yourself with your own fate. Yi Chun's smile gradually faded. He produced a recording stone, infusing it with a trace of celestial energy. The torment of Dongfang Yao, now unrecognizable, along with his confession of the Starry Radiance immortal sect's conspiracy, was vividly displayed before the gathered crowd. The onlookers, including members of the Dongfang family who had sought celestial fortunes, were left in shock. How is this even possible? Dongfang Yunhai's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the images within the recording stone. Humph, the Dongfang family colluding with the Starry Radiance immortal sect, intending to harm the young talents of the Kanglan continent. Such treachery deserves punishment. Yi Chun proclaimed loudly, his voice resonating throughout the Dongfang family. The crowd erupted in chaos. What an audacious act from the Dongfang family. They sought to turn our young talents into mere resources for others' cultivation. How despicable. We almost fell into their trap. They must not escape justice. The disciples of the Dongfang family were thrown into disarray, unsure of how to respond. Dongfang family, give us an explanation. Someone shouted. Yes. We cannot let them get away with this. As the scene grew increasingly tumultuous, Su Taishu and Lin Shua, hidden in the void, exchanged knowing glances. This young man possesses quite a few skills, Su Taishu remarked. Lin Shua smiled, saying, it appears we need not intervene. My junior brother has already taken control of the situation. Now, do you still believe today is my day of reckoning? Yi Chun asked, a cryptic smile upon his lips as he regarded Dongfang Yunhai. Dongfang Yunhai trembled, rendered speechless. At that moment, a formidable presence surged from within the Dongfang family. As Lu Youqi made his entrance, upon witnessing the unfolding scene, his expression darkened, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. You brat, are you seeking death? He roared, launching himself at Yi Chun in an attempt to subdue him. Yet, with a mere spatial leap, Yi Chun effortlessly evaded Lu Youqi's attack. Huh, old dog, you cannot touch me. Yi Chun emerged from the void and waved at Lu Youqi. Startled, Lu Youqi was taken aback. He had not anticipated that such a youthful figure could master the laws of space. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Lin Shua was astonished. When had this young disciple comprehended the laws of space? The way Yi Chun executed his spatial jumps bore an uncanny resemblance to a certain figure cloaked in black. Su Tai-su was equally dumbfounded. His little disciple, who had merely been in the Qi refinement stage for 4 years, had suddenly ascended to the golden core stage and was now wielding the spatial laws that even prodigies found difficult to grasp. He gasped in disbelief, unable to fathom that the disciple he had casually taken under his wing was such a monstrous talent. Who exactly are you? Lu Yoqi asked in terror. Such an extraordinary prodigy could not possibly exist in the celestial realm, let alone in the Kanglan continent. He speculated that Yi Chun might be a genius from a prestigious family in the celestial realm sent down to hone his skills. His guess was not entirely off. Yi Chun indeed hailed from a grand sect in the celestial realm, but he was not there to train. Rather, he had been unceremoniously cast down by his own master. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that the conspiracy of your Starry Sky immortal sect has been unveiled, Yi Chun replied with a cold smile. He turned to the imprisoned prodigies and declared, "You have all witnessed the true face of the Starry Sky immortal sect. Now, you are free." As he spoke, Yi Chun infused a talisman into the formation, causing it to shatter, allowing the prodigies to escape and join the ranks outside in denouncing the Dongfang family. Mu Rongshui gazed at Yi Chun with a myriad of complex emotions swirling in her eyes. She wished to speak, yet found herself at a loss for words. Yi Chun paid her no mind. Instead, he turned his attention to the newly emerged Dongfang Qingtian, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Head of the Dongfang family, you have colluded with the demonic forces and harmed the innocent. Your crimes are unforgivable. Dongfang Qingtian's face was ashen. He understood that his fate was sealed. At that moment, Lu Yoqi suddenly lunged forward, launching another attack at Yi Chun. Even if the conspiracy is exposed, what does it matter? In this realm, I can annihilate all of you and bring you back. A prodigy like you is worth 100 of the ordinary. Lu Yoqi roared, unleashing a torrent of celestial energy. Celestial immortal realm. Yi Chun's gaze sharpened as he sensed Lu Yoqi's power. Faced with the overwhelming celestial might surging toward him, he dared not confront it head-on. In an instant, he executed a spatial jump, vanishing from sight. Lu Yoqi's strike met only empty air, sending dust flying as it struck the ground. The next moment, Yi Chun reappeared behind Lu Yoqi, thrusting the Jinghong Emperor sword toward him with great force. Lu Yoqi reacted swiftly, twisting to evade the strike aimed not at his vital points, but rather at an unexpected target, his rear. Annoyed, Lu Yoqi felt the indignation rise within him. Boy, if you have the guts, don't dodge. Lu Yoqi was seething with rage after being ambushed by Yi Chun. Old man, if you have the capability, come and capture me, Yi Chun taunted. With that, he vanished once more, reappearing on Lu Yoqi's left side, thrusting his sword towards his groin. Caught off guard, Lu Yoqi swiftly clamped his legs together and leaped into the air to evade the attack. Infuriated and humiliated, he found Yi Chun's shamelessness intolerable, as each strike landed in the most unexpected manner. The female cultivators observing were left blushing at Yi Chun's audacious tactics. At that moment, in the void, Su Tai-su witnessed Yi Chun's cultivation and fighting style, his mouth slightly agape and his eyes wide with astonishment. How has Yi Chun suddenly advanced to the tribulation stage? From the Qi refinement stage to the golden core stage, and now from golden core to tribulation stage in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the familiarity of this combat style struck Su Tai-su, who secretly reached behind to touch his own backside. One fateful night, a figure clad in black had intruded upon the back mountain of Tianxian sect to challenge Su Tai-su, employing the very same despicable tactics and even delivering a kick to his rear. Chapter 99. Entering the Starry Sky, the mysterious coffin. Ah, what a clever lad. You've hidden your prowess well, even deceiving your master. Su Tai-su nodded with satisfaction, a smug grin spreading across his face. This disciple, clearly formidable, not only kept secrets from his master but also dared to challenge him, seizing the opportunity to give him a light kick. Truly, a reversal of fortunes. Upon returning, I must properly educate and refine him. At that moment, Lu Yoqi steadied himself in the air and bellowed, "You scoundrel! Your shamelessness is a disgrace to the dignity of cultivators. What rules should apply to a rogue like you?" With that, Yi Chun vanished once more, reappearing behind Lu Yoqi, delivering yet another kick aimed at his backside. This time, Lu Yoqi was prepared, swiftly turning to counterattack, forcing Yi Chun to abandon his assault and evade through spatial displacement. Lu Yoqi, incensed by Yi Qin's repeated underhanded tactics, ceased to consider capturing him alive. He simply desired to eliminate him at once. Without restraint, he unleashed his full power as a celestial immortal, causing a tremendous pressure to envelop the area, collapsing the surrounding space, and tearing open several spatial rifts. This was the Kanglan realm, not the immortal realm, and it could not withstand the full force of a celestial immortal's release. The previously rescued prodigies, under the weight of this terrifying pressure, began to cough up blood. Their faces turned pale, bodies trembling. Some collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, yet unable to alleviate the heaviness in their chests. Yi Qin's expression grew grave as he felt the oppressive force threatening to crush him, silently cursing his misfortune. Humph! A mere disciple of the Starry Radiance sect dares to act so arrogantly before me. Stepping forth from the void, Su Taishu waved his hand, dissipating the overwhelming pressure of the celestial immortal effortlessly. Who are you? Lu Youqi stammered, his oppressive aura dispelled with ease, now overshadowed by Su Taishu's formidable presence. His pupils contracted, and his complexion shifted drastically. He had not anticipated encountering such a powerful figure in this realm. With a cold smirk, Su Taishu replied, "Who am I? You lack the qualification to know. Today marks your doom." With that, he raised his hand, unleashing a powerful force that sent Lu Youqi hurtling away. Lu Youqi crashed backward, demolishing the entrance of the Dongfang clan before crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. His garments were tattered, blood gushing from his mouth and staining the earth crimson. His body contorted, bones likely broken in numerous places, arms and legs hanging at unnatural angles, as if he had entirely lost sensation. His face was smeared with blood and dirt, his gaze becoming vacant and hollow, a mere flicker of life remaining, like a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. Cough, cough, cough. With each cough, more blood erupted from his lips. It's you. You are. Lu Youqi seemed to recognize Su Taishu. Terror etched across his face, as if Su Taishu embodied a fearsome entity. In the end, he could only widen his eyes, collapsing helplessly to the ground, lifeless to the point of annihilation, as even his spirit was extinguished. The members of the Eastern family, upon witnessing this, fell to their knees in terror, pleading for mercy. Su Taishu let out a cold snort. "You have committed numerous heinous acts. What use is your plea for mercy?" The faces of the Eastern family turned ashen, fear permeating the hearts of all present. Lin Shua stepped forward and inquired, "Master, how shall we deal with these individuals? Colluding with the demon race is a crime unforgivable. The Eastern family members shall have their cultivation severed, the innocent servants dismissed, and all participants, including Dongfang Qingtian, shall be executed," Su Taishu declared solemnly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Lin Shua nodded and proceeded to carry out the orders. In an instant, the Eastern family was filled with anguished cries, as those who once boasted arrogance were reduced to mere shells of their former selves. At that moment, it became apparent that Yi Qin had mysteriously vanished without a trace. Luo Qingcheng, in a rush, extended her consciousness to search for Yi Qin's whereabouts. Su Taishu furrowed his brow, his formidable awareness scanning the area. Yet he found no sign of Yi Qin, having even inspected the void, but to no avail. Anxiety gripped everyone as they grew increasingly frantic. Meanwhile, Yi Qin stood amidst a vast expanse of starry skies. When the space began to collapse, he had utilized spatial displacement to ambush Lu Youqi, aiming to halt his continued release of celestial pressure. However, he was drawn into this celestial realm by an enigmatic force. Before him floated a crystal coffin, within which lay a breathtakingly beautiful woman devoid of any sign of life. Her beauty was heart-stopping. Her skin was like snow, delicate and flawless, her features crafted as though by divine hands. Long eyelashes rested quietly, resembling a butterfly in slumber. Her hair, akin to seaweed, cascaded around her, adding an ethereal grace. As Yi Qin gazed upon the woman in the crystal coffin, an inexplicable memory related to her surfaced in his mind. This memory did not belong to him, yet the fragments of events felt as if he had lived them himself, mist gathering in his eyes. Yi Qin's gaze was riveted upon the woman's face, filled with profound affection and anguish. He slowly extended his hand, gently caressing her cheek through the crystal, as if this gesture could awaken her. "Linger," he called out involuntarily, his voice trembling with an unfathomable sorrow. Despite Yi Chun's heartfelt invocation of Ling'er's name, she remained unresponsive, lying still like a slumbering fairy. His hand lingered on the crystal coffin, the sadness in his eyes deepening. Ling'er, I am sorry, I have returned too late. Yi Chun leaned against the coffin, painfully closing his eyes as a solitary tear slipped down his cheek. That tear fell upon the crystal coffin, and unbeknownst to Yi Chun, the coffin absorbed the droplet, transforming it into a radiant light that stealthily entered his body. Lost in his sorrow, Yi Chun was suddenly enveloped by a powerful and mysterious force. The scene before him began to blur, and his body was involuntarily drawn into a swirling vortex. What was happening? A sudden shock coursed through Yi Chun's mind. Yet before he could react further, he was propelled out of the vast expanse of the starry sky. In the fleeting moment of his disappearance, a soft and ethereal voice resonated behind him. You have returned, but now you are not the same as you once were. As darkness enveloped him, he opened his eyes once more, finding himself back at the gates of the Dongfang family, a look of bewilderment etched on his face. He felt an inexplicable sense of forgetting, yet he could not recall what it was. The events that transpired in the starry sky eluded his memory entirely. Yi Chun, a frantic Luo Qingcheng, upon seeing Yi Chun reappear, exclaimed with excitement and dashed into his embrace. Where have you been? We were so worried. In his lingering confusion, Yi Chun was suddenly jolted back to awareness. I'm fine, I was just trapped in a space for a while. He gently patted Luo Qingcheng's back, completely oblivious to the occurrences in the starry sky, only retaining a vague memory of his brief sojourn in that realm. Chapter 100. I am a hidden master. And I reveal myself upon seeing Yi Chun's return. The others felt a sense of relief. Morong Shui stood at a distance, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions as she observed the unfolding scene. Now aware of Yi Chun's true prowess, she was filled with regret. Had she not been blinded by greed, she would not find herself in such a predicament. How could Yi Chun, taken as a disciple by Su Tai Su, and having ascended to the 8th level of qi refinement in merely 6 months, possibly be considered a waste? He merely chose not to reveal his capabilities, preferring to avoid the limelight and disdainful of competing with those who fancied themselves as prodigies. Now, everything was irretrievable, for her Tianyin pavilion would become the laughingstock of the Kanglan continent for rejecting a peerless genius. Yi Chun, thank you. Morong Shui stepped forward hesitantly, her words faltering, ultimately managing only a simple expression of gratitude. You need not thank me. I did not come to rescue you. Saving you was merely incidental, Yi Chun replied expressionlessly before turning to lead Luo Qingcheng, Su Chun, and the others into the depths of the Dongfang family estate. As Luo Qingcheng passed by Morong Shui, she paused momentarily, casting her a profound glance. Upon entering the interiors of the Dongfang family, Yi Chun made his way directly to the treasure vault, for he had his sights set on the family's spirit stones. With the Dongfang family disbanded, the spirit stones should not be left for others to claim. At the entrance of the treasure vault, a formidable barrier stood guard. Su Chan examined the intricate patterns of the barrier closely. This barrier is quite troublesome, he noted. Yi Chun smirked. No worries, just watch me. With a casual gesture, he executed a spell, sending a beam of light into the barrier. The barrier vibrated with a low hum before shattering. Let us go, Yi Chun called out, leading the way into the vault. Inside, an array of magical artifacts, spirit stones, and elixirs dazzled the eye. Yi Chun's expression lit up as he headed straight for the area designated for spirit stones. Haha, so many spirit stones. This time, we've struck gold, he exclaimed, grinning widely. The Dongfang family had amassed a considerable collection of spirit stones during the recent recruitment of disciples, and now all of it would fall into Yi Chun's hands. Luo Qingcheng and Su Chun were equally astonished by the wealth before them. So many magical artifacts and elixirs. There are more here than in our sect's treasury. Yu Chuman could not help but exclaim. The spirit stones are mine. No one is allowed to take them from me, Yi Chun declared as he opened his storage ring, beginning to fill it with the spirit stones before him. Luo Qingcheng, Yu Chuman, and Su Chun, aware of Yi Chun's fondness for spirit stones, had no intention of contesting him. Instead, they cleared out all the magical artifacts and elixirs. Upon exiting the Dongfang family estate, Yi Chun hummed a cheerful tune. His mood as light as a mischievous little fox who had stolen a spirit fruit. His storage ring was now brimming with spirit stones, filled to the brim. With matters concluded, Su Tai Su waved his hand, ushering everyone back to the Tianxian sect. In the bamboo grove of the sect's rear mountain, Su Tai Su, Lin Shuo, Su Chun, Luo Qingcheng, and Yu Chuman all fixed their gazes intently on Yi Chun, awaiting an appropriate explanation from Yi Chun. The gaze upon him seemed to pierce through his very being. Yi Chun felt a shiver run down his spine, a profound discomfort enveloping him. He recognized that the secret of his concealed prowess could no longer be hidden. An eerie silence filled the air. At last, Yi Chun could endure it no longer. "Please, do not look at me like that. It is rather unsettling." He feigned nonchalance, shrugging lightly. "Very well. I shall no longer pretend. I am a hidden master. I lay my cards on the table. Feel free to inquire directly." Yi Chun spread his hands, adopting a posture of candor, while inwardly reveling in his triumph. "How amusing. Can I not handle you all?" Luo Qingcheng was the first to shatter the silence with her question. "Your current cultivation is your true cultivation, is it not?" Her tone was gentle yet tinged with curiosity. "Indeed, I am at the first stage of transcending tribulation," Yi Chun replied candidly, his hands still raised. "Are there any other secrets you have withheld from us?" Yu Chuman followed closely, her tone slightly disgruntled, feeling that after years of acquaintance, she had been kept in the dark, often left in shock. "By heaven's grace, I am but an honest child," Yi Chun stated, feigning innocence. He paused momentarily before adding, "except for the matter of my concealed cultivation." "Then Night Shadow is you?" Lin Shua's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on Yi Chun, memories flooding his mind. Outside Tianwu City, being turned into a pando-eyed fool by Night Shadow, and in his chamber, Night Shadow insisted on a challenge. "You have discovered my identity." Yi Chun rubbed his nose, breaking into a grin. He understood that concealment was futile, and thus, openness was the better path. Lin Shua's fists clenched tightly, the urge to drag this mischievous junior out for a thrashing overwhelming him. Meanwhile, Su Chun leapt up suddenly, pointing at Yi Chun in astonishment. "Night Shadow? The one who provided me with the 9 transformation golden spirit fruit to aid my breakthrough to the nascent soul and comprehend the laws is you." Yi Chun raised an eyebrow, casting Su Chun a knowing glance. "How splendid. I had a hunch that the one who could gift me the 9 transformation golden spirit fruit must be someone exceedingly close to me." Su Chun appeared extraordinarily elated, casting aside the memory of being turned into a pando-eyed fool by Night Shadow. He only recalled how Night Shadow had assisted him in comprehending sword intent, helped him surpass the nascent soul stage, and gifted him the 9 transformation golden spirit fruit, significantly enhancing his innate abilities. "What a fool," Yu Chuman murmured, unable to resist commenting on Su Chen's excitement. "When did this begin?" Su Taishu spoke slowly, his tone imbued with significance. He was certain that when he first took Yi Chun as his disciple, Yi Chun possessed no cultivation whatsoever. He had grown into his abilities over the years. "My cultivation has progressed step by step. Transcending tribulation is merely a recent breakthrough. I feared you might label me a monster, which is why I kept it from you." Yi Chun scratched his head, revealing a helpless smile. "It was you who violently attacked the Grand Elder and the Fifth Elder, seizing their treasures and spirit stones. Was it not?" Su Taishu continued his inquiry. "Indeed, it was I who committed that act. Those 2 elders, with their arrogance and lack of respect for age, deserved a lesson, which I delivered as a means of upholding justice." Yi Chun smiled awkwardly. Su Tai-su nodded in agreement, acknowledging Yi Chun's actions. "Was it you who challenged me in the back mountain as well?" Su Tai-su's tone suddenly turned stern, recalling that fateful night when the pain lingered on one side of his rear. Yi Chun scratched his head and chuckled. "Old Su, it was merely a friendly spar." "A spar?" He looked at Su Tai-su with a face full of flattery, while secretly thinking, "Who told you to have such a prominent backside?" I couldn't resist the urge to give it a kick. Su Tai-su's lips twitched, his gaze directed at Yi Chun with disdain. This brat truly knows how to provoke. "Hey, old demon Su, you're not going to sulk over it, are you?" Yi Chun sensed the ominous look in Su Tai-su's eyes and felt a sense of foreboding, bracing himself for an inevitable reprimand. Lin Shuo also fixed a menacing stare upon Yi Chun, thinking that the dark circles under his eyes could not go unavenged. Chapter 101. You above? I below. Yi Chun regarded Lin Shuo with a malevolent gaze, sensing the impending danger. He promptly attempted to shift through space, eager to escape this troublesome location, only to find, damn, a spatial blockade. The surrounding area was sealed by Su Tai Su, rendering Yi Chen's spatial movement ineffective. At that moment, Yi Chen realized that during his previous challenge against the old demon Su, it had been the old demon's intention to let him escape. Otherwise, he would have had no chance at all. "Ah, my dear disciple, where do you think you are running off to?" Su Tai Su and Lin Shuo rolled up their sleeves, preparing to deliver a lesson that Yi Chen would never forget. "Humph, old demon Su, you are indeed ruthless." Yi Chen feigned resignation. However, just as Su Tai Su and Lin Shuo relaxed their guard, Yi Chen's figure suddenly vanished. In the next instant, a small tower appeared out of thin air, floating gracefully before descending slowly to the ground, gradually enlarging until it towered into the clouds. Su Tai Su and Lin Shuo stood dumbfounded, having completely forgotten that Yi Chen possessed the Starry Soul Tower. "Haha, old demon Su, little Lin. You have fallen for my trick. You cannot reach me. You cannot touch me," echoed Yi Chen's mischievous laughter throughout the bamboo grove, exchanging glances filled with resignation. Su Tai Su and Lin Shuo could only shake their heads. Su Tai Su had never anticipated being outsmarted in front of his disciple. Lin Shuo sighed and asked, "Master, what shall we do? Can he really hide in the tower for the rest of his life? This is my bamboo grove. Once he steps out, he will certainly face retribution." A glimmer of cunning flashed in Su Tai Su's eyes. Meanwhile, Luo Qing Cheng, Yu Chu Man, and Su Chen exchanged bewildered looks, pondering the eccentricities of this master-disciple duo. Naturally, Su Chen would add, "not including me." Inside the tower, Yi Chen reveled in his triumph as he observed the two outside. "You wish to teach me a lesson? Not a chance. You may wait outside for 10 or 8 years. I can afford the time," he mused to himself. He then controlled the Starry Soul Tower, bringing Luo Qing Cheng inside as well. "I can't let the beauty wait outside, can I?" Upon entering the tower, Luo Qing Cheng blinked her beautiful eyes, filled with confusion as she gazed at Yi Chen. "Yi Chen, why are Su Senior and the others so angry? Is it merely because you concealed your cultivation? That doesn't seem like such a grave offense." She couldn't help but voice her curiosity. Yi Chen's expression shifted to one of slight embarrassment. "Previously, I disguised myself as Night Shadow and challenged the old demon Su on the back mountain, giving him a kick," he explained, shrugging helplessly as he recounted the events involving Su Tai Su and Lin Shuo. Luo Qingqing couldn't contain her laughter. "Yi Chen, you are too amusing. You even dared to challenge your own master." With a chuckle, Yi Chen replied, "What can I say? That old Su is always so serious. I thought I'd provide him with a bit of amusement." He wrapped an arm around Luo Qingqing's shoulders and led her to the top of the Starry Soul Tower. There, they kindled a fire, roasting meat and drinking wine until the deep hours of the night. Luo Qingqing felt a tinge of embarrassment, for the top level was merely a spacious room with only a single bed. Although she and Yi Chen had grown exceedingly close, she was still unprepared to share a bed. Yi Chen observed the awkwardness of Luo Qingqing. "You can sleep on top, and I shall lie beneath," he suggested, pointing to the bed and then the floor. "That cannot be. It should be you on top and I below," Luo Qingqing exclaimed, her face flushing, her gaze cast downward as she nervously twisted the hem of her garment. "No, I am a man. Naturally, I shall sleep below while you rest above," Yi Chen asserted with unwavering determination, patting his chest. "Well, then, I suppose I shall sleep above," Luo Qingqing replied shyly. Her cheeks still flushed as she nodded gently, her eyes betraying a hint of bashfulness. She felt an inexplicable oddity in the situation, though she could not quite place it. Once they lay down, silence enveloped the room, with only the sound of their breaths breaking the stillness. Luo Qingqing was too anxious to move, and Yi Chen obediently remained on the floor, silent. In truth, Yi Chen could easily alter the internal structure of the Starry Soul Tower, yet he refrained, simply wishing to be in Luo Qingqing's company. "Yi Chen, are you asleep?" After a while, Luo Qingqing could no longer contain herself and whispered, "Not yet," came Yi Chen's voice from the floor. "Actually, perhaps you should come up and sleep. The floor is rather cold," Luo Qingqing suggested, biting her lip softly, her voice barely audible. Yi Chen felt a flutter in his heart, yearning to join her on the bed and bask in the warmth of her presence. "No, I am a grown man. I can endure this discomfort," he thought, yet he declined her offer, sensing the tremor in her voice, indicating she was not yet ready. "Very well, if you feel cold, then come up," Yi Chen relented. A warmth spread through Luo Qingqing's heart. She was exceedingly nervous. Having never shared a room with a man before, they were both cultivators. How could they fear a mere chill from the floor? It was merely that she could not bear the thought of Yichen sleeping on the ground. Yichen, you should really come up and sleep, she urged again after some time, unable to shake the feeling of guilt. Yichen hesitated. All right then, but you must remain still and only lie beside me. Luo Qingqing bit her lip in apprehension. I promise I won't move, she assured him. Yichen climbed onto the bed gently, lying beside Luo Qingqing. Both remained tense, careful not to draw too close. The stillness of the room was so profound that it felt as though one could hear the rhythm of their heartbeats. Luo Qingqing turned slightly to gaze at Yichen's profile. The moonlight streaming through the window illuminated his face, rendering him strikingly handsome. At that moment, Yichen also turned to her, their eyes meeting, and time seemed to stand still. Yichen instinctively leaned closer to Luo Qingqing, who trembled slightly but did not shy away. He gently kissed her forehead. Luo Qingqing's face turned crimson in an instant, and Yichen's hand found its way to her waist. Yichen, please. I am not ready, Luo Qingqing stammered, feeling her heartbeat quicken at his touch. Yichen was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that Luo Qingqing had misunderstood him. The little girl, what are you thinking? I merely wish to hold you as we sleep. With a gentle flick, Yichen playfully tapped her forehead. Luo Qingqing recognized her error, and her already flushed face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. It was indeed her own overthinking. She buried her head tightly against Yichen's chest, too shy to meet his gaze, her hands clutching the hem of his shirt with fervor. Sensing her embarrassment, Yichen chuckled softly and embraced her tenderly. Qingqing, why be shy? You are destined to marry me one day. Luo Qingqing, overwhelmed with bashfulness, offered no reply, instead nuzzling against Yichen's embrace, her heated cheeks still pressed against his chest. For a continuous span of half a month, Yichen did not step outside the Starry Soul Tower, spending nights wrapped in the warmth of beauty and days watching her cultivate. During this time, Luo Qingqing successfully refined a portion of the Empress's inheritance, advancing her cultivation to the fusion stage. Chapter 102. Renowned across the Kanglan continent, Su Taishu departed, while Su Chun and Yu Chuman diligently practiced their respective legacies in the purple bamboo forest, both achieving a breakthrough to the transformation stage. Yi Chun, too, was not idle. He refined all the spirit stones collected by the Dongfang family, propelling his cultivation directly to the 5th level of the tribulation stage. During this fortnight, news of Yichen's fierce battle against celestial beings and his valiant rescue of the young prodigies throughout the Kanglan continent spread like wildfire. In a brief moment, Yichen's name echoed throughout the land, capturing the admiration and reverence of its people. Tales of Yichen's clash with the celestial beings circulated in tea houses across various cities, where storytellers animatedly recounted his legendary exploits. They spoke of Yichen, a youth of remarkable prowess, who faced the celestial beings without a hint of trepidation. Armed with divine weaponry and enveloped in ethereal power, he appeared as a god of war descending upon the earth. Listeners were captivated, gasping in awe at every thrilling moment. The celestial being unleashed a myriad of enigmatic spells, their might causing mountains to crumble and rivers to reverse. Yet, our esteemed Yichen nimbly evaded each attack, retaliating with a formidable strike of his own. A curious voice interjected. What formidable technique did Yichen employ? The storyteller, striking the wooden block to regain attention, exclaimed, Patience, dear listeners, allow me to elaborate. Yichen wielded an ancient and unparalleled martial art, radiating brilliance that forced the celestial being to retreat time and again. In another bustling marketplace, fervent discussions ensued. It was said that during Yichen's confrontation with the celestial being, the heavens were painted in vibrant hues, a spectacle beyond imagination. Indeed, it was rumored that the celestial being summoned countless monstrous beasts, yet with a mere wave of his sleeve, Yichen vanquished them all. Furthermore, some claimed that a peculiar radiance emanated from Yichen, more dazzling than the sun itself, rendering the celestial being unable to open his eyes beneath its glare. Exaggerated and wondrous tales spread across the Kanglan continent. Yichen's name transformed into a legend among the populace, as if his image transcended humanity, becoming a hero of mythic proportions. Meanwhile, derision fell upon the Qingyin pavilion for having rejected a peerless prodigy, rendering it the subject of mockery. Numerous elders from various sects seized the opportunity, bringing their disciples and sect maidens to the Tianxian sect, hoping to arrange a marriage contract with Yichun. However, following the annulment incident at the Qingyin Pavilion, Master Xuanji hesitated to acquiesce, politely declining each proposal. On this day, Yichun prepared to undergo his tribulation. Each ascension within the tribulation stage necessitated facing a thunder tribulation. Having advanced 4 minor realms within the Starry Soul Tower, it was imperative for him to confront the thunder tribulation. Failing to do so would result in an accumulation of tribulations, which would strike simultaneously upon his next attempt. Yichun had already isolated himself from the heavenly path within the Starry Soul Tower, amassing 4 thunder tribulations. The time for confrontation had come. Enduring the combined onslaught of 4 realms tribulations was beyond the capacity of an ordinary cultivator, and even deities would find it challenging to withstand such a convergence. Yichun cautiously peered outside the Starry Soul Tower several times, probing to see if Su Tai Su was present in the purple bamboo forest. Upon confirming that Su Tai Su was absent, Yichun swiftly dashed out of the Starry Soul Tower, heading towards the distant mountains. Dark thunderclouds began to gather ominously in the sky, rumbling with a fierce intensity. Luo Qingcheng, Yuchu Man, and Su Chen stood atop a distant peak, their hearts heavy with worry for Yichun, unable to fathom the power of the quadruple layers of thunder tribulation. Yichun ascended to a mountain summit. Suppressing his own aura with the Dao Pearl, he casually picked a few leaves and infused his essence into them. "Come forth. Let me witness the true might of this layered thunder tribulation," he bellowed, gazing at the increasingly dense thunderclouds above. With a resounding crash, the first bolt of tribulation descended like a colossal silver dragon, hurtling towards Yichun. He tossed a leaf, which transformed into a replica of himself, charging toward the thunderbolt. The thunder struck the leaf-turned Yichun with an explosive sound and blinding brilliance, shattering the illusion into fragments. Immediately, a second bolt followed, even more formidable than the first. Yichun once again cast a leaf, but as the illusion met the thunder, it was reduced to ashes in an instant. The residual force of the thunderstorm violently struck the mountaintop, shaking the earth and sending rocks flying. Dust billowed like a massive wave, engulfing everything in its path, while the trees upon the peak were reduced to powder, igniting into ashes. The mountain groaned under the pressure, echoing its torment. Luo Qingcheng and the others, watching from afar, felt a surge of anxiety, yet were powerless to assist. "Yichun, you must endure," Luo Qingcheng murmured, her eyes glistening with tears. Su Chen clenched his fists, urging, "Junior brother, press on." Yuchu Man joined her hands in silent prayer. With each successive bolt, the tension in their throats tightened, their gazes fixated on Yichun. Yet, amidst the tribulation, Yichun appeared unfazed, as if merely enjoying a leisurely outing. With every thunderbolt that fell, he would toss a leaf and spatially shift to another location, reveling in the experience. After enduring 36 strikes of tribulation, the ordeal concluded, and the brilliance of the thunder gradually faded. "Is that all?" Yichun looked up at the sky, feeling as though his fun had been cut short. As the thunder dissipated, Luo Qingcheng, Su Chen, and Yuchu Man hurried towards him. Luo Qingcheng's eyes still glistened with unshed tears. They rushed to him, only to find Yichun standing there, nonchalant and seemingly unsatisfied. This, Su Chen and Yuchu Man were left bewildered. Yichun appeared less like someone who had just faced tribulation and more like a carefree adventurer. "Yichun, you nearly frightened me to death," Luo Qingcheng exclaimed anxiously, playfully striking his chest. Seeing the concern etched on their faces, a warm current surged within Yichun's heart. "Your concerns are unwarranted, for I am quite well. Let us return." Upon arriving at the bamboo grove, Lin Shua had been awaiting their return. The sight of Lin Shua incited a sense of caution in Yichun, who immediately attuned himself to the presence of Su Tai Su, wary of a potential ambush aimed at imparting a lesson in love. "Do not be anxious, my junior brother. There is something I must share with you," Lin Shua said, observing Yichun's apprehensive demeanor, offering a reassuring smile and a gentle wave of his hand. "What is it? Do not deceive me. Has the old devil Su laid a trap nearby?" Yichun's vigilance remained unwavering, fearful of an unexpected attack from Su Tai Su. "Master has departed," Lin Shua replied, lowering his gaze slightly, his tone calm. "Departed? Where has Master gone, and when will he return?" Su Chen inquired, puzzled by the implications of departure. Yet, Yi Chun began to piece together the situation, nodding thoughtfully as he formulated a conjecture. He speculated that Su Tai Su had ventured to the celestial realm to address matters related to the cultivation of the Starry Radiance's demonic arts. However, he remained uncertain whether Su Tai Su was indeed his senior brother or someone else entirely. Master, he likely will not return. Lin Shuo sighed softly, his expression serene. Chapter 103. Accelerating Cultivation, Preparing for Ascension. What? Master is leaving? Is something amiss? Does he no longer want us? Su Chun exclaimed in a flurry of concern, posing 3 rapid-fire inquiries. Master does not wish to abandon us. He has pressing matters to attend to, Lin Shuo replied, shaking his head slightly, his expression solemn. Yi Chen gently patted Su Chen's shoulder. Do not fret, second senior brother. I believe it will not be long before we see the old demon Su again. A faint smile graced Yi Chen's lips, his eyes sparkling with confidence. He gazed upward, already formulating a hypothesis regarding Su Tai Su's whereabouts. Before he departed, Master left a few items for you. As he spoke, Lin Shuo produced several jade slips, distributing them to Su Chun, Yu Chu Man, and Luo Qingcheng. Source of the Celestial Emperor. Yi Chun immediately recognized the precious essence sealed within the jade slip, his eyes widening in astonishment. The source of the Celestial Emperor is a remarkable treasure that can significantly enhance a cultivator's prowess in a short period without any adverse effects. Most importantly, once fully refined, it can aid the wielder in condensing the foundational essence characteristic of a Celestial Emperor. Yi Chun was taken aback by Su Laomo's generosity in providing such a valuable item. The source of the Celestial Emperor is exceedingly rare, typically extracted only upon the demise of a Celestial Emperor. Given that Celestial Emperors are immortal and exceedingly difficult to slay, one can only imagine the rarity and value of their essence. This revelation further solidified Yi Chen's suspicions regarding Su Tai Su's true identity while elevating his assumptions about his cultivation level. After all, Su Tai Su was known to slaughter beings of the Tianxian realm with ease, suggesting that his own cultivation must certainly exceed that of a true immortal. As Yi Chun gazed covetously at the jade slip containing the source of the Celestial Emperor, he realized, much to his dismay, that it had vanished by the time it reached his hands. Wah! What happened? Where's mine? Yi Chun looked at Lin Shuo with pleading eyes. Alas, Master did not leave a jade slip for you. Lin Shuo shrugged, equally helpless. This, Yi Chun pondered his existence. Was he not a favored disciple of Master? You old demon Su, are you holding a grudge? Have I ceased to be your beloved disciple? Why have you not left me a share of such a treasure? In a fit of frustration, Yi Chun stomped his feet and cursed under his breath. Ah, Master was indeed correct. You certainly know how to berate him. Lin Shuo shook his head in exasperation and produced a storage ring, handing it to Yi Chun. Master indicated that the source of the Celestial Emperor would not be beneficial for you and could bring harm. What he left for you is this. Yi Chun accepted the storage ring, probing his consciousness within, and his face lit up with joy as he discovered it brimming with exquisite spiritual stones, numbering at least several million. Haha, the old demon Su is truly my beloved master. He still has a semblance of conscience. Yi Chun triumphantly waved the storage ring, unable to suppress his elation. Luo Qingcheng and the others watched in silence, bemused by the rapid transformation of Yi Chen's demeanor. Just moments ago, he lamented his status as a non-favored disciple, and now, having received a boon, he hailed Su as his cherished master. Meanwhile, Luo Qingcheng and her companions, holding the jade slips, remained oblivious to the significance of the source of the Celestial Emperor and its potential benefits. After Yi Chen elucidated its significance, they were all taken aback, their eyes widening with excitement. This could expedite their cultivation and hasten their ascension. My goodness, the essence of the Celestial Emperor. Is this truly so extraordinary? Su Chen exclaimed, his gaze fixed on the jade slip. Indeed, with this, our ascension to the celestial realm is but a matter of time. Yu Chu Man echoed, brimming with enthusiasm. What is so great about ascending to the celestial realm? Yi Chen scoffed, his expression one of disdain. To him, the celestial realm and the mortal realm were indistinguishable. Those in the celestial realm also commenced their cultivation from the basics, with even more restrictions to contend with. Moreover, he harbored a tinge of resentment towards the supreme celestial emperor for casting him down to the mortal world. Yi Chen, are you serious? Isn't a cultivator's ultimate goal to one day ascend and pursue the path of immortality? Luo Qingcheng gazed at him with longing. Qingcheng, do you truly wish to ascend to the celestial realm? Yichen raised an eyebrow. Who wouldn't he desire the opportunity to ascend? Luo Qingcheng nodded earnestly. Very well. Let us retreat to my starry soul tower for cultivation. It will enhance our training speed. Yichen led the three into the starry soul tower. Within its confines, Yichen could manipulate the flow of time, currently able to adjust it up to 5 times faster. 5 years inside the tower equated to merely 1 year outside. This place is utterly astonishing. Su Chen marveled at the surroundings. The spiritual energy here is so abundant. Yu Chuman inhaled deeply, feeling a wave of comfort wash over her. Let us cultivate diligently and strive for an early ascension. When the time comes, I shall take you on a tour of the celestial realm. Yi Chun patted Su Chen's shoulder, adopting an air of sage-like wisdom. Chapter 104. 3 years of cultivation, preparations before ascension without further delay. The group swiftly found a suitable spot, sitting cross-legged and pressing the jade slip left by Su Taishu against their foreheads. The essence of the immortal emperor within the jade slip rapidly flowed into their bodies, awaiting their gradual refinement. Meanwhile, Yi Chun ascended to the pinnacle of the starry soul tower, reclining on a lounge chair, leisurely gazing at the external scenery. With several plates of spiritual fruits laid out before him, he was in no haste to refine the spirit stones to enhance his cultivation. He intended to wait for Luo Qingcheng and the others to elevate their levels first. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed in the outside world. While 3 years elapsed externally, 15 years had transpired within the tower. This span of 15 years brought about monumental changes in Su Chun and the others. Although Luo Qingcheng had spent half of that time accompanying Yi Chun at the top level, she still managed to refine a portion of the immortal emperor's essence, successfully breaking through to the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence stage. With Yi Chun's assistance, she effortlessly overcame the 9 tribulations. Yi Chun, too, refined a portion of the spirit stones, maintaining his cultivation at the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence stage. They awaited Su Chun and Yu Chuman to catch up in their cultivation before collectively breaking through to the Void Immortal stage and ascending to the higher realms. 3 years had passed, and Yi Chun felt stifled. Stretching his limbs, he sat up from the lounge chair. He had remained at the pinnacle of the Starry Soul Tower, where the flow of time was identical to that of the outside world. Thus, he had experienced 3 years, while Su Chun and the others had undergone 15. Picking up a spirit fruit, he took a bite, juice splattering. His second senior brother and Chu Man were likely nearing the end of their meditation. Yichen glanced at the sky, calculating with his fingers. He was uncertain what their current cultivation levels were. A mischievous smile crept onto his lips. Before long, Su Chun and Yu Chu Man emerged from their cultivation. I have broken through to the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence stage. Su Chun exclaimed joyfully, jumping up. So have I? Yu Chu Man echoed, equally exhilarated. We can ascend together. Su Chun clenched his fists, brimming with determination. Indeed, it will be soon. Yichen nodded, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Let us go out for some fresh air. Before ascending, we have matters to attend to, Yichen declared, waving his hand and leading the three out of the Starry Soul Tower. Yichen understood that before ascending, Luo Qingcheng and Yu Chuman would certainly need to return to the 100 Flower Palace. Having been raised by Yao Miaoi in the 100 Flower Palace since childhood, it was their home. Before ascending, they needed to leave some assurance for the palace to ascend with peace of mind. Yi Chun had already prepared for them the sword intent jade slip left by Su Taishu, capable of dispatching Tribulation Transcendence cultivators with ease. With this jade slip in hand, they would be invincible within the Kanglan continent. The 100 Flower Palace was suffused with fragrant herbs, a riot of blooming flowers. Master, upon seeing Yao Miaoi, Luo Qingcheng dashed forward, leaping into her embrace. My dear girl, you've grown so much yet still act like a child. Yao Miaoi affectionately ruffled Luo Qingcheng's hair. Master, I am about to ascend to the immortal realm. Luo Qingcheng nestled in the embrace of Yao Miaoi, whispering softly. Yao Miaoi was momentarily taken aback, but soon her face illuminated with a smile of pride. Qingcheng, I am immensely proud of you. Master, I am here too. Yu Chuman stepped forward, grasping Yao Miaoi's hand. Yao Miaoi nodded with a smile. Yes, you are both my cherished disciples. A sense of fulfillment washed over her as she realized that her young apprentices were on the verge of ascension. She could scarcely recall the last time a cultivator had ascended from the Kanglan continent. Moreover, she was acutely aware that this achievement was largely due to Yi Chen's assistance. "Master, please ascend with us," Luo Qingqing implored, holding Yao Miaoi's hand. Yu Chuman echoed her sentiment. "Indeed, Master, we cannot bear to part with you." Having been nurtured by Yao Miaoi since childhood, the thought of separation was deeply unsettling, and this farewell might well be their last. "My cultivation is still insufficient. Let us discuss it in the future," Yao Miaoi gently declined, shaking her head. "Senior, my starry soul tower can shield against the heavenly Tao's scrutiny, facilitating ascension together." Yi Chen interjected suddenly. "What? Your starry soul tower can assist in ascension?" Yao Miaoi gazed at Yi Chen in astonishment. What kind of treasure could possibly provide such a formidable protection from the heavenly Tao? "Indeed," Yi Chen affirmed, his demeanor calm and unruffled. However, Yao Miaoi hesitated before shaking her head once more. "The 100 Flowers Palace requires my guardianship. I shall ascend when the palace no longer needs my protection." She too wished to remain with her two disciples, yet her concern for the 100 Flowers Palace weighed heavily on her heart. Yu Chuman and Luo Qingqing embraced Yao Miaoi tightly, tears streaming down their faces uncontrollably. Chapter 105: Ascension and the New Function of the Heavenly Tao Pearl Master. "You must take good care of yourself." Yu Chuman's voice trembled with emotion. "Master, we will miss you," Luo Qingqing sobbed softly. Yao Miaoi gently patted their backs, offering solace. "Silly children, do not cry. Ascension is a good thing. I shall await your good news." Yi Chen stood quietly to the side, his heart brimming with sentiment. Luo Qingqing and Yu Chuman gradually released their embrace of Yao Miaoi, wiping away their tears. "Master, we will strive diligently in our cultivation and make a name for ourselves in the celestial realm. We shall come to bring you to the heavenly world," Luo Qingqing declared with determination. Very well, Yao Miaoi nodded, turning her gaze toward Yi Chen. "Yi Chen, may I ask you for a favor?" Yao Miaoi looked at him earnestly. "Please, speak, senior," Yi Chen replied with a slight nod. "Please take Xiao Tao with you to the upper realm," Yao Miaoi said. Her eyes filled with anticipation as she gazed at Yi Chen. "Of course, I intended to bring Xiao Tao along for the ascension anyway." As he spoke, Yi Chen retrieved a jade slip from his storage ring and handed it to Yao Miaoi. "Senior, this was left by my master, Su Laoma. It can instantaneously eliminate cultivators in the tribulation stage. Keep it for your protection." "Instantly eliminate those in the tribulation stage?" Yao Miaoi exclaimed in surprise as she accepted the jade slip. She had witnessed Yi Chen wield this talisman before, its power astonishing and seemingly surpassing that of the tribulation stage. "Thank you," Yao Miaoi said solemnly as she accepted the jade slip. "Master, take care." Luo Qingqing embraced Yao Miaoi once more, her eyes filled with reluctance. "Go. I await your achievements in the celestial realm," Yao Miaoi encouraged, patting Luo Qingqing's shoulder, her gaze brimming with hope. As Yi Chen and the others departed from the 100 Flowers Palace with Xiao Tao, the latter, having never been apart from her master, was sorrowful and wept bitterly. Meanwhile, Yao Miaoi stood atop the highest point of the 100 Flowers Palace, watching them fade into the distance. She knew this could very well be the last time she saw her three disciples. Yet, she felt no regret. Instead, she was filled with joy for her students' imminent ascension. This was the path to immortality that countless cultivators from the Kanglan continent yearned for, but could not attain. She also understood that with the presence of Yi Chen, her disciples would fare better in the celestial realm. As for her, she would continue to guard the 100 Flowers Palace, waiting for the day they might reunite. Upon returning to the Tianxian sect, Yi Chen found Lin Shuo had arranged matters within the sect. He too would ascend to the celestial realm. Before departing, Su Taishu had left behind a wealth of cultivation resources, which Lin Shuo entrusted entirely to the Xuanji Jinren, ensuring the Tianxian sect could swiftly cultivate tribulation stage cultivators. He had also left a sword intent jade talisman for Xuanji Jinren, ensuring that the Tianxian sect would not be swallowed by other sects in the absence of tribulation stage experts. With all arrangements in place, Yi Chen led the group into the Starry Soul Tower, where they would make their final push into the void immortal realm, as the tower would facilitate a quicker breakthrough. In the past 5 days outside the tower, several individuals within the tower have successively transcended to the realm of the virtual immortals. awaiting only the opportunity to face the heavenly tribulation before they can ascend. The group exchanged nods and smiles on the first level of the celestial star tower, fully prepared for the impending trial. With a mere thought, Yi Chun retracted the celestial star tower into his being, and the group soon appeared above the Tianxian sect. Xiao Tao remained inside the tower, having just reached the golden core stage, while Xiao Bai and Xiao He, his two cherished pets, stood faithfully behind her. Yi Chun had not forgotten to bring them along to the immortal realm. The heavenly Tao immediately sensed their cultivation levels, and the sky quickly became overcast with dark clouds. Thunderous roars echoing around them, as an overwhelming pressure enveloped the entirety of the Tianxian sect. Streaks of formidable lightning danced within the clouds, seemingly poised to strike at any moment. Lin Shuo was the first to head towards the distant mountain range, with Yi Chun and the others following closely behind. They dared not undergo the tribulation at the Tianxian sect, for it would spell disaster for the entire sect. The power of the impending tribulation appeared truly terrifying. Lin Shuo gazed upwards, his expression grave, while Yi Chun maintained an air of calmness. Fear not, everyone. Simply focus all your strength on facing it. No sooner had he spoken than the first bolt of tribulation thunder crashed down, resembling a silver dragon lunging toward Luo Qingqing. With a sharp cry, Luo Qingqing prepared to defend herself with all her might. Yet, Yi Chun swiftly positioned himself in front of her, the silver lightning dragon striking him fiercely. Yi Chun felt an extraordinary surge of lightning energy coursing through him, and to his astonishment, the accompanying heavenly Tao pearl silently absorbed the entirety of the tribulation's energy. This revelation left Yi Chun astounded. It was the first time the heavenly Tao pearl had demonstrated the ability to absorb lightning tribulations. Previously, it had only refined and absorbed items rich in spiritual energy, making this absorption of lightning a novel experience. Chapter 106. Successfully Transcending the Tribulation. Perfecting the essence of thunder. Yi Chun, are you all right? Luo Qingqing inquired with a visage fraught with anxiety. To the untrained eye, it appeared as though the bolts of lightning were mercilessly striking Yi Chun. He had no time to respond, for a second bolt of tribulation descended in swift succession. Yet, akin to the first, the moment it made contact with Yi Chun, it was promptly absorbed by the heavenly Tao pearl, vanishing without a trace. As Yi Chun sensed the transformation of the heavenly Tao pearl, a mixture of astonishment and elation surged within him. This enigmatic heavenly Tao pearl had always been one of his greatest secrets, and its remarkable abilities manifested under the strain of the tribulation filled him with anticipation for the path of cultivation that lay ahead. The absorbed lightning gradually coalesced within the heavenly Tao pearl, forming a radiant sphere of thunder that dazzled with blinding brilliance. Yi Chun could distinctly feel the tumultuous and potent energy of the thunder contained within the sphere, as if it were on the verge of erupting. This is the essence of thunder. Yi Chun sensed that the heavenly Tao pearl was utilizing the absorbed lightning to condense the essence of thunder, leaving him both astonished and exhilarated. The essence was something only an immortal emperor could hope to gather, and here it was, manifesting just after his breakthrough into the virtual immortal realm, aided by the tribulation. This could serve as a powerful trump card in future endeavors. It seemed that the tribulation sensed Yi Chun's intent and grew even more ferocious. It abandoned the tribulation aimed at Lin Shuo and the others, instead converging the lightning directed at them into an enormous pillar of thunder, hurtling towards Yi Chun with unparalleled fury, as though intent on obliterating everything in its path. If this colossal pillar were to strike him, it would surely reduce him to ashes, annihilating both body and soul. Yi Chun, Lin Shuo, Luo Qingqing, and Su Chun exclaimed in alarm, bewildered as to why the tribulation had suddenly shifted its focus solely onto Yi Chun. Luo Qingqing was determined to rush forward to shield him from the impending onslaught. Yi Chun conjured a spatial barrier, isolating Luo Qingqing and the others. He then boldly faced the thunderous column, which struck him but was entirely absorbed by the heavenly Tao pearl, leaving Yi Chun unscathed and seemingly unfazed. Relieved, Luo Qingqing, Lin Shuo, and Su Chun found solace in the sight of Yi Chun's safety. Yet, another even more ferocious pillar of thunder rapidly formed in the sky, seemingly relentless in its pursuit of Yi Chun. The five individuals' ascension tribulation reverberated throughout the entirety of Kanglin continent. their tribulation far exceeding those previously faced by ascending cultivators by at least tenfold. Cultivators from various sects and clans gazed in terror at the ominous spectacle above. This thunderous tribulation was unprecedented, a phenomenon never before witnessed. A young cultivator's face betrayed his panic. Someone is transcending the tribulation. After all these years, Kanglan continent finally has another ascendant. An elder sighed deeply, his eyes filled with envy. Who could this formidable predecessor be, to provoke such a cataclysmic tribulation? A middle-aged cultivator murmured to himself, his heart brimming with admiration for Yichun. Humph, such a formidable tribulation. It is likely that even this individual will struggle to survive, destined for utter obliteration. Jealous onlookers nearby mocked with scorn. Nonetheless, this is a significant event for our Kanglan continent, and we fervently hope that this esteemed senior will successfully ascend. A female cultivator clasped her hands in silent prayer, wishing for their safe passage through the tribulation. Yao Miaoi stood atop the summit of Baiwa Palace, gazing anxiously at the few individuals undergoing their tribulation, her hands clenched tightly, worry etched across her face. At Tianqian sect, Master Xuanji and the esteemed elders stood atop the main peak, their eyes fixed nervously on Yichun and his companions amidst the tempest of lightning. The simultaneous ascension of 3 individuals from Tianqian sect heralded prosperity for the sect, likely attracting even more prodigies to join their ranks and ushering in a new era of flourishing. In Qingyin Pavilion, Morong Shui stood at the pinnacle, her gaze fixed on Yichun, who was enduring the tribulation, her heart heavy with regret. Shui, what has been lost cannot be reclaimed. With your innate talent, you shall surely ascend the righteous path in the future. Do not allow this event to become your inner demon, said Lu Qingyi, who approached Morong Shui with a gentle sigh. Master, I understand, Morong Shui replied, biting her lip, a flicker of desolation crossing her eyes. Lu Qingyi softly patted her shoulder, saying, Yichun possesses extraordinary talent and is favored by great fortune. Perhaps he is not one we can retain. Morong Shui nodded slightly, her gaze still fixed on the direction of the tribulation, choosing silence. Meanwhile, Yichun faced the newly formed and even more ferocious lightning pillar, his eyes shimmering with desire. Yes, desire, a yearning for the very tribulation that others shun. He craved more lightning to descend, to be absorbed by the heavenly Tao Pearl. Only by gathering sufficient lightning could he condense the essence of the lightning path. Come forth, contribute to the foundation of my lightning path, he called, his voice tinged with impatience as he spread his arms wide, ready to embrace this ultimate strike. Outside the spatial barrier, Luo Qingqing and others watched anxiously, their hearts racing. However, as the lightning pillar struck Yichun, he emerged unscathed, with the entirety of the lightning absorbed by the heavenly Tao Pearl within him. The essence of the lightning path became increasingly solidified. After enduring the 81 tribulations, the dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, allowing sunlight to shine once more. Following this, resplendent rays of 7-colored light descended from the heavens, a blessing from the heavenly Tao following the tribulation. Luo Qingcheng, Su Chun, and Yu Chuman basked in this brilliance, feeling a gentle yet potent force seep into their bodies. This power nourished their meridians and dantian, integrating seamlessly within them, ensuring they would adapt to the rules and pressures of the celestial realm upon their entry, free from rejection by the heavenly Tao. Yichun, having descended from the celestial realm, required no such blessing. Instead, he guided the heavenly Tao's grace into the body of Xiao Tao within the Star Spirit Tower. Though Xiao Tao could not absorb it immediately like Luo Qingqing, she could gradually refine it. Once refined, she would be able to traverse the celestial realm freely without fear of rejection by the heavenly Tao. Meanwhile, the heavenly Tao Pearl perfected the essence of the lightning path and transmitted it into Yichun's body. The essence of thunder swiftly permeated within Yichun, becoming an intrinsic part of him. In an instant, Yichun sensed an intimate connection with lightning, filled with astonishment, with but a mere thought. He could effortlessly summon lightning to strike any desired location. Following the successful transcendence, the inhabitants of the Kanglan continent erupted in fervor. Look, the tribulation has dissipated. They have succeeded. A cultivator exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. It is truly miraculous to overcome such a formidable thunder tribulation. These individuals are destined to shine brightly in the celestial realm. Others animatedly discussed. Cultivators from various sects and clans fervently spoke of the remarkable feats accomplished by Yi Chun and his companions. The Tianxian sect is poised for ascendance, with 3 individuals ascending to the celestial realm. What an extraordinary honor, lamented the leader of a sect. Yi Chun is indeed exceptional. With such talent, he is likely to become a significant figure in the celestial realm, remarked an elder from another clan. The younger cultivators regarded Yi Chun and his companions as paragons, brimming with admiration and aspiration. Chapter 107. Ascension to the Celestial Realm. Conflict at the Ascension platform. I too shall strive diligently in my cultivation, hoping that one day I may ascend to the celestial realm like them. A young cultivator clenched his fists, silently vowing, "Children, may your journey in the celestial realm be smooth and prosperous." At the 100 Flowers Palace, the esteemed healer Yao Miaoyi finally breathed a sigh of relief, a look of contentment gracing her features. "Yi Chun, may you flourish in the celestial realm." In the Qingyin Pavilion, Morong Shui gazed at the sky, her heart a tumult of emotions. The entire Kanglan continent was enveloped in awe and anticipation regarding the successful ascension of Yi Chun and his companions. As the blessings of the heavenly Tao came to a close, a beam of guiding light descended, illuminating the figures of Yi Chun and his 4 companions, beckoning them to the celestial realm. Nodding in agreement, they followed Yi Chun, soaring towards the guiding light in the sky, their silhouettes gradually vanishing from the Kanglan continent. Embarking on a new journey. After Yi Chun and his companions disappeared from the Kanglan continent, tales of their exploits continued to resonate throughout the land. Various sects used their deeds as a beacon to inspire disciples in their rigorous cultivation, with the Tianxian sect emerging as a revered sanctuary for numerous young cultivators. Those who had once mocked Yi Chun with scornful jibes could now only lament their short-sightedness. Guided by the beam of light, Yi Chun and his companions swiftly arrived at the ascension platform of the celestial realm. This platform served as the gateway for cultivators ascending from various continents, with newcomers arriving continuously from different realms. Is this truly the celestial realm? What an intoxicating aura of immortality! Luo Qingcheng, Yu Chuman, and Su Chun reveled in the rich, ethereal energy surrounding them, overwhelmed with emotion. They had finally arrived at the celestial realm, a dream cherished by cultivators. Celestial realm, I, Yi Chun, have returned. Yi Chun bellowed triumphantly, his voice echoing across the ascension platform, drawing the attention of other newly ascended cultivators. Luo Qingcheng and the others regarded Yi Chun's exuberance with hearts brimming with anticipation and determination. In this unfamiliar, yet mystically charged environment, they felt both exhilarated and apprehensive. The excitement stemmed from finally setting foot in the legendary celestial realm and embarking on a new journey of cultivation, while the trepidation arose from uncertainty about the challenges and difficulties that lay ahead. They failed to notice that Yi Chun proclaimed, "I have returned," rather than "I have arrived." Only Lin Shuo regarded Yi Chun with a hint of puzzlement. Surrounded by swirling mists and shimmering celestial light, the ascension platform exuded an air of mystery and solemnity. Upon stepping onto the platform, a group of armored soldiers with haughty demeanor approached. These soldiers, under the command of the Heavenly Emperor's palace, were responsible for receiving cultivators who had just ascended from the lower realms. They were tasked with recording the details of the ascended individuals, who would subsequently be tested for their innate talents in adjacent buildings. Based on the results of these assessments, they could choose to join various sections. Nearby, numerous cultivators clad in a myriad of colorful garments enthusiastically solicited the newly arrived ascendants. These individuals represent the prominent sects of the celestial realm, stationed here to recruit newly ascended cultivators into their respective factions. The cultivators who ascend from the lower realms are typically endowed with exceptional talents and possess unblemished backgrounds, devoid of any formidable affiliations. Consequently, they naturally develop a sense of belonging to their newly joined sects, making them highly coveted by the various sects in the celestial realm. A soldier clad in silver armor, wielding a jade pen, cast an impassive glance at Yi Chun. His tone was frigid, laced with a hint of condescension. Yi Chun raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly. Yi Chun. Yi Chun. The soldier, without lifting his gaze, recorded the name on a jade slip, his tone dripping with disdain. From the Kanglan continent? Truly a remote backwater. I wonder what quality goods can possibly emerge from such a place. Yi Chun remained unperturbed, merely regarding him with a wry smile. Next, name. The soldier turned his attention to Luo Qingqing. With a slight furrow of her brow, she provided her name. Lin Shua and Su Chen followed suit, each stating their names in turn. Now, please present the storage artifacts you carry. The silver-armored soldier commanded, his demeanor condescending and avaricious, as if he were an emperor surveying his subjects. These soldiers, tasked with the reception of newcomers, also sought to pilfer a little for themselves. The newly ascended cultivators, intimidated and unwilling to resist, complied, presenting their storage artifacts to the silver-armored soldier. He accepted their artifacts with satisfaction. Although the treasures within were of little value in the celestial realm, they nonetheless contained spirit stones, which held universal value. However, when it came time for Yi Chun and his companions, Yi Chun remained resolute, showing no inclination to surrender his storage artifact. Why do you refuse to hand over your storage artifacts? The silver-armored soldier inquired, his tone growing stern. Why should we relinquish our treasures? Yi Chun retorted, for he had always been the one to extract spirit stones from others, never the one to be extorted. It is our rule here to surrender artifacts. In return, we can speak favorably on your behalf to the sect you wish to join. The silver-armored soldier, showing signs of impatience, attempted to clarify. Noticing the tension, Su Chen hastily produced a handful of spirit stones and pressed them into the soldier's hand, thinking it prudent to avoid conflict as they were newcomers in an unfamiliar land. Esteemed sir, we are but newcomers and unfamiliar with the customs. We beg for your leniency. He understood that prying spirit stones from Yi Chun would be an impossible task, for Yi Chun was known for his audacity in offending those who dared to cross him for such stones. Thus, Su Chen felt compelled to sacrifice his own stones to prevent the situation from escalating. Yet, Yi Chun interjected, pushing the spirit stones back towards Su Chen. Brother, there is no need to offer him anything. He regarded the soldier with a sardonic smile. Is this rule established by Qin Lingxiao? Or is it one of your own making? A devil-may-care grin graced Yi Chen's lips. The silver-armored soldiers were taken aback by Yi Chen's audacity. One soldier pointed at him, exclaiming in a harsh tone, "Impudent! How dare you utter the name of the heavenly emperor so brazenly? This is sheer insubordination. Qin Lingxiao, the sovereign of the heavenly emperor palace, presides over the order of the entire celestial realm, embodying the pinnacle of existence within this domain. Yet, a mere fledgling who has just ascended dares to utter the name of the heavenly emperor." They were oblivious to how Yi Chun, newly ascended, could possibly be aware of such a name. At that moment, a commander clad in golden armor approached, his gaze sweeping over the crowd with an air of authority. What transpires here? Such a commotion. His voice resonated with a deep and commanding timbre. This golden-armored general served as the divine military general under the heavenly emperor, possessing the cultivation of the Tai Celestial Venerable, having fought alongside Qin Lingxiao even before he had established his rightful path. The silver-armored soldiers immediately bowed in respect, one hastily reporting, "General, these individuals refuse to surrender their storage treasures and have spoken arrogantly, thus offending the heavenly emperor." The divine military general turned his attention to Yi Chun and the others, his gaze lingering on Yi Chun for a moment. Unfazed, Yi Chun met his stare with indifference, exuding an air of nonchalance. Chapter 108. The Sword Sect. Jian Wuchen General Shenwu furrowed his brow, casting a scrutinizing glance at Yi Chun and his companions, his heart swelling with displeasure. These ascended cultivators from the lower realms exhibited an air of arrogance, oblivious to their own insignificance. As a general under the heavenly emperor, he had never before endured such insolence. However, in the presence of so many witnesses, he refrained from expressing his ire. For the soldier's private demands for treasures had been tacitly approved by him, and should this information circulate, it would tarnish his reputation. If it were to reach the ears of the heavenly emperor, he could not escape punishment. "What is the matter?" General Shenwu inquired in a low voice, an undertone of pressure lacing his words. "General, these individuals." A silver-armored soldier hastily leaned in, whispering the sequence of events into the general's ear. Nearby, a rotund man clad in brocade interjected, "General, these rustic bumpkins are ignorant of the rules and have offended you. I beseech you to punish them." This man was an elder of the Tianxiang Valley, named Li Fugui, who gazed at General Shenwu with an obsequious expression. Noticing the general's dissatisfaction with Yi Chun and his fellows, he sought to curry favor, hoping to display his own authority before the disciples of Tianxiang Valley. Oh, offending the heavenly emperor? General Shenwu regarded Yi Chun with a sardonic smile. Esteemed general, your soldiers have taken it upon themselves to demand treasures. I merely wish to inquire whether this is a decree established by the heavenly emperor. Yi Chun spread his hands and shrugged innocently. Yi Chun, do not act impulsively. We are newcomers and should avoid causing trouble, Luo Qingqing cautioned, tugging at Yi Chun's sleeve with a worried expression. Fear not. In this celestial realm, none can bully us. Yi Chun turned to Luo Qingqing, offering her a reassuring glance. His nonchalant demeanor only served to further irk General Shenwu. While it was an unspoken understanding among all that soldiers solicited treasures from newly ascended cultivators, Yi Chun, a mere fledgling, had brazenly articulated it. This was akin to striking a blow to the general's pride. Although it was not his direct command, he had tacitly accepted the soldiers' tributes. I suspect you are seeking trouble deliberately. My soldiers do not demand treasures. It is these newly ascended cultivators who willingly offer them. At that moment, another gaunt man with a sharp visage approached, speaking in a sarcastic tone. This man was Zhao Wuchang, an elder of the Bai Luoxian sect, who, upon seeing Li Fugue ingratiating himself with General Shenwu, hastened to join him. General Shenwu? Yi Chun feigned astonishment. What a grand display of authority! His mocking tone elicited suppressed laughter among the onlookers, as a mere fledgling dared to ridicule the esteemed General Shenwu. The general's face turned a shade of iron, humiliated by the jibes of an ascendant from the lower realms. Just then, a flamboyantly dressed young man, brandishing a folding fan, sauntered over. This young man, named Wang Tong, was the son of the Tianxiang Valley's leader, accustomed to a life of arrogance and privilege. His gaze immediately fell upon Luo Qingqing and Yu Chu Man, his eyes glimmering with an insatiable desire. Ah, these two young ladies are indeed quite lovely. Come along with me, and I assure you, you shall indulge in all the finest pleasures. As he spoke, he extended his hand, intending to caress Luo Qingqing's face. Yi Chen's gaze turned icy, and in a flash, he seized Wang Tang's wrist, twisting it with force. A sharp crack echoed as the sound of a bone fracturing resounded, eliciting a cry of anguish from Wang Tang. Ah, my hand. Yi Chun then delivered a powerful kick to Wang Tang's abdomen, sending him flying. Thud! Wang Tang crashed heavily to the ground, unable to rise for quite some time. To harbor ill intentions towards Luo Qingqing was akin to courting death. You! Li Fugue gasped in shock. This was their young master. He hurried over to assist Wang Tang, tending to his injuries. The onlookers were dumbfounded, astonished that Yi Chun would dare strike someone in the presence of General Shenwu. Such an act seemed a blatant disregard for the general, who would undoubtedly retaliate. How audacious! To cause a ruckus here and disturb the order. Indeed, General Shenwu was furious. Just as he prepared to suppress Yi Chun, an elderly man intervened. This elder was the supreme elder of the Xianjian sect, known as Jian Wuchen, honored as the Wuchen sword sovereign, with a cultivation level of grand perfection. Though not an immortal emperor, he held a high status in the immortal realm. Even immortal emperors would show him some respect. He had no direct disciples and had come to scout for promising talents to take as his own. Upon spotting Yi Chun, he immediately recognized his identity, and a wave of fear gripped his heart at the thought of General Shenwu's impending action. He understood Yi Chun's true identity, and if General Shenwu truly subdued him, the consequences would be dire. Not even the heavenly emperor could protect him. Yet, he dared not reveal Yi Chun's identity publicly. So he could only offer a wry smile and plead, General, please temper your anger. These children have only just ascended and are unfamiliar with the rules. I kindly ask that you show them some leniency. Although General Shenwu was enraged, he still granted Jian Wuchen some respect. He snorted coldly and declared, For the sake of Elder Jian, I shall spare your lives today. Should you dare to act so recklessly again, I will not be so forgiving. Not forgiving? May I inquire how you intend to enact such retribution, General? Yi Chen's lips curled into a slight smirk, and his eyes gleamed with provocation. You! General Shenwu seethed with rage, yet he refrained from lashing out in public. Firstly, he had to consider Jian Wuchen's standing. Secondly, as a general under the heavenly emperor, his demeanor and actions reflected the emperor's honor. He typically indulged in minor transgressions, and the emperor, valuing their long-standing camaraderie, chose to overlook them. However, to humiliate a junior in front of the masses would undermine the authority of the heavenly emperor's palace. Yi Chun, disinterested in the general's fury, turned to Jian Wuchen and clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Elder Jian." Yi Chen held a favorable impression of Jian Wuchen, having heard tales of him planting 2 millennium-old snow lotuses on his own cultivation peak. Yi Chen had once stealthily entered Jian Wuchen's mountain peak to pluck a snow lotus, yet was discovered by Jian Wuchen before he could escape. Jian Wuchen did not reproach Yi Chen. Instead, he generously bestowed upon him another rare millennium snow lotus. This act left Yi Chen momentarily astonished, yet Jian Wuchen uttered not a word, bidding Yi Chen to depart on his own. "There is no need for gratitude, my young friend. I am merely assisting them." Jian Wuchen waved his hand dismissively, fully aware that if he refrained from intervening, it would be the divine martial general who would ultimately suffer the consequences of his inaction. Yi Chen summoned the Starry Soul Tower, confining the still-injured Wang Tung within its prison. "To redeem your young master, a sum of 10 million top-tier spirit stones is required," Yi Chen stated impassively, fixing his gaze upon Li Fugue while gesturing with a single finger. "How audacious! Release my young master at once." Li Fugue attempted to reclaim their master, but was swiftly repelled by Jian Wuchen's ethereal force. "Go and prepare the spirit stones," Jian Wuchen remarked with a calm demeanor. "This." Li Fugue's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression reflecting utter incredulity at Jian Wuchen's demand for him to procure the spirit stones. Chapter 109. Quick. The most notorious troublemaker of the celestial realm has returned. The onlookers exchanged glances, marveling at the sheer fortune of the young man who had caught the eye of the esteemed Swordmaster Wuchen. They all believed that Yi Chen was being recognized by the master, destined to become his disciple. "Yi Chen." Among the crowd, a disciple from a sect suddenly exclaimed, pointing at Yi Chen, his face draining of color. "It's really him." Another disciple recognized him too, trembling with fear. "But wasn't he cast down to the mortal realm?" "Cast down?" A slightly older disciple rolled his eyes. "He has merely returned home." "Returned home?" The younger disciple looked utterly bewildered. "Yes, home." The elder nodded firmly. "This lad is the most notorious troublemaker in our celestial realm. Quick, send a message back to the sect." Another disciple hurriedly took out a communication talisman, frantically scribbling. "The most notorious troublemaker, Yi Chen, has returned. Quickly activate the mountain protection array," he muttered as he wrote. "The mountain protection array? Do we really need to activate it for a mere fledgling?" The younger disciple expressed his confusion. "You little fool, what do you understand?" The elder pulled him aside and whispered, "This Yi Chen is not to be trifled with. Those who provoke him may not face death, but they will be left destitute." "Destitute?" The younger disciple's eyes widened in shock. "Indeed, anyone who offends him will find their sect's spirit stones completely drained." The elder lowered his voice. "Even the sect's treasures must be hidden, or they will surely suffer. Our sect has recently cultivated a batch of exquisite celestial herbs. We cannot let him discover them." He grimaced, a pained expression crossing his face. "Is he really that formidable?" The younger disciple still struggled to believe it. How powerful can a mere fledgling be? Formidable? His strength is not solely determined by his cultivation level. His background is equally impressive. The elder sighed. "This lad is nothing short of a prodigy. Though he appears carefree, he is far more astute than anyone realizes." Formidable? He is merely a void refinement stage cultivator. Our sect is not lacking in talents of that level. If he dares to confront our void refinement disciples, we will simply expel him." The younger disciple scoffed. "What do you know?" The elder glared at him in exasperation. "This lad reached the void refinement stage at merely 15 years of age. He can contend with those in the integration stage, even the greatest sentient stage. He is invincible among his peers. How do you propose to defeat him?" "What?" The younger disciple gasped in astonishment. 15 years old and already at the void refinement stage? That is utterly monstrous. And that is not even the most terrifying aspect. The elder whispered conspiratorially. "He has 2 senior brothers and 2 senior sisters. Every single one of them is fiercely protective of their younger brother. Whoever dares to bully him will be met with immediate retribution. Below the celestial emperor, he is an invincible being." The young disciples were left in astonishment. "So impressive? But what about when the celestial emperor intervenes?" he timidly inquired. "The celestial emperor?" The senior disciple let out a cold laugh. "Do you think the celestial emperor can be provoked at will? His master." At this point, the senior disciple suddenly fell silent, as if he had stumbled upon a sensitive topic. "Who is his master?" the young disciple asked curiously. His master. The senior disciple hesitated momentarily before shaking his head. Never mind, I want to say more. Just remember, this lad is not to be trifled with. His master commands respect, even from the Celestial Emperor. The young disciple was completely taken aback. Even the Celestial Emperor must show deference? This is terrifying. He couldn't help but swallow hard. So, who exactly is he? His name is Yi Chun, the senior disciple said, taking a deep breath and speaking slowly. He paused, his tone turning gravely serious. He is the greatest calamity of our celestial realm. Upon hearing this, the young disciple felt every hair on his body stand on end. The greatest calamity of the celestial realm? He stared blankly at Yi Chun, his eyes filled with fear. There stood Yi Chun, smiling amiably while conversing with Jian Wuchen, appearing utterly harmless. Who could imagine that such an apparently innocent young man could be the greatest threat to the celestial realm? Though he did not know Yi Chun personally, he had heard tales of the Calamity's exploits. Hiss! The young disciple gasped in shock. In that moment, he finally understood why the sect placed such immense importance on Yi Chun. This is no mere fledgling who has just ascended. He is clearly a hidden superpower. At that moment, Yi Chun had already stowed away the stellar soul tower. He clapped his hands and innocently turned to Li Fugui. Elder, you see, your young master is trying to take advantage of my woman. I merely seek a small compensation. He gestured with a finger. 10 million top-grade spirit stones. Not too much, right? Li Fugui's face turned ashen. He felt an overwhelming urge to slap this insolent youth. However, with Jian Wuchen protecting him, he dared not act so rashly. Instead, he stepped aside to consult with the sect leader for guidance. Thank you, Senior, for your righteous words. Luo Qingcheng, Yuchu Man. And Su Chun bowed in gratitude to Jian Wuchen. They believed that Jian Wuchen had intervened on behalf of Yi Chun due to his admiration for him. Haha, no need for such formality, my young friends, Jian Wuchen replied with a smile and a wave of his hand. Just then, a spatial vortex appeared in the sky. Jian Wuchen, what do you mean by this? A middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe emerged from the vortex with a dark expression. He was none other than Wang Ba, the sect leader of Tianxiang Valley and the father of Wang Teng. Upon receiving the news of his son's abduction by Yi Chun, he immediately tore through the fabric of space to arrive. Li Fugui mentioned in his message that Jian Wuchen might be inclined to take Yi Chun as his disciple, having been safeguarding him all along. Wang Ba assumed that Jian Wuchen had condoned Yi Chun's act of kidnapping his son, and upon his arrival, he confronted Jian Wuchen with fervor. Calm your ire, Master Wang, Jian Wuchen replied nonchalantly, fully aware that Wang Ba had undoubtedly misunderstood the situation. Nonetheless, regardless of whether it was a misunderstanding, he would resolutely defend Yi Chun. Calm my ire? My son has been taken. You expect me to remain calm? Wang Ba thundered. Jian Wuchen, if you intend to accept this young lad as your disciple, simply say so. There is no need for such circumlocution, Wang Ba sneered, pointing at Yi Chun. Release my son, and we shall consider this matter resolved. Otherwise. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Otherwise what? Yi Chun asked with a smile. Otherwise, even if you join the Xianjian sect, my Tianxiang Valley shall pursue you and the Xianjian sect to the ends of the earth. Wang Ba bellowed. He believed Yi Chun acted with such audacity only because he intended to apprentice himself to Jian Wuchen and join the Xianjian sect. Oh dear. The Tianxiang Valley is so formidable. I am truly terrified. Yi Chun mockingly clasped his chest, feigning fear. Boy, cease your pretense. Wang Ba fumed. Chapter 110. The appearance of Su Tai Su Master Wang. You have misunderstood, Jian Wuchen began to speak. I have no intention of taking him as my disciple. It was a jest. After all, Yi Chun's master was the renowned supreme immortal emperor of the immortal realm. Who would dare to take him as a disciple? Who possessed the qualifications to do so? Wang Ba was momentarily taken aback. Not taking him as a disciple. Then why do you protect him? I do not protect him, Jian Wuchen replied, shaking his head and casting a subtle glance towards the sky, where he sensed a faint imperial aura. From the energy of the technique, he deduced that the one exuding this imperial presence must be quite close to Yi Chun. I lack the qualifications to accept him as a disciple, Jian Wuchen added nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the entire assembly gasped in astonishment. Lack the qualifications? Who is Jian Wuchen, the illustrious sword master of the immortal realm? How could he claim he lacks the qualifications to take Yi Chun as a disciple? This is unfathomable. Wang Ba, however, failed to grasp the significance of Jian Wuchen's words regarding qualifications. He only registered the fact that Jian Wuchen was not accepting him. He assumed Jian Wuchen sought to avoid a serious conflict with his Tianxiang Valley and was merely fabricating an excuse. Since that is the case, release my son at once, or today shall mark your demise. Wang Ba glared at Yi Chun, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, longing to crush him with a single blow. Yet his son remained in Yi Chun's grasp. He wished to have Yi Chun release his son first before exacting vengeance upon him. A mere insect daring to abduct his child. Luo Qingcheng, Yu Chu Man, and Su Chun watched anxiously at the murderous glint in Wang Ba's eyes, yet felt powerless to intervene. Meanwhile, Lin Shuo stood nearby, appearing contemplative. To have me release your son is not impossible. It will cost you 10 million premium spirit stones, not a single piece less. Yi Chen scoffed, shaking his finger dismissively. 10 million premium spirit stones? You are delusional. Wang Ba laughed in fury. Do you even comprehend the sort of sect you are attempting to extort? Wang Ba's demeanor was fierce yet cowardly. Should Yi Chen refuse to release his son, he would be compelled to take action against Yi Chen. At that point, could Yi Chen still refuse to relinquish his son? Yi Chen was well aware of Wang Ba's intentions. He glanced at the sky, secretly amused. This was indeed a windfall. Should Wang Ba dare to strike, Yi Chen would inevitably find himself in possession of a substantial fortune, boldly demanding an exorbitant price, a guaranteed path to immense wealth. Oh, what a misfortune! Jian Wuchen observed everything unfolding before him. He discerned Yi Chun's strategy, clearly designed to provoke Wang Ba, inciting him to strike so that Yi Chen could then demand an outrageous ransom. He was curious to see what tricks this young man would employ. Casting a discreet glance at the sky, he shielded Luo Qingcheng, Yu Chu Man, Su Chun, and Lin Shuo with protective care. He understood that significant events were likely to transpire. Alas, Master Wang, how can this be labeled as extortion? We are merely engaging in a fair transaction. Yi Chen spread his hands wide, feigning innocence. Allow me to elucidate the situation. Your son has subjected me to humiliation, deeply wounding my heart. He has also spoken disrespectfully to my wife, which not only injures her pure spirit, but also affects me profoundly. Is it unreasonable to apprehend him in exchange for 10 million spirit stones? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, maintaining a solemn demeanor. Wang Ba, incensed by Yi Chen's twisted reasoning, turned ashen with rage. Nonsense. You are clearly grasping at straws. With that, Wang Ba suddenly launched an attack towards Yi Chen, intent on subduing him. Yi Chen remained unfazed, a cunning smile gracing his lips. Boom. A thunder dragon materialized out of thin air, striking directly at Wang Ba. Caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the thunder dragon, Wang Ba was struck fiercely on the head, leaving him dazed, his hair standing on end, wisps of smoke rising, presenting a comically disheveled appearance. The surrounding crowd was initially taken aback, but those of higher cultivation quickly grew alert, having failed to perceive how the thunder dragon had manifested. Their sharp gazes scanned the area, trying to discern the origins of the lightning, yet they found themselves utterly baffled, unable to detect the source of the thunder. Meanwhile, the lower-ranked cultivators focused their attention on Wang Ba, finding his ridiculous predicament amusing, though in the tense atmosphere, they dared not laugh, their faces turning crimson as they stifled their amusement. Yi Chen surveyed the flustered Wang Ba, a smirk of mockery playing on his lips. The lightning was indeed summoned from the essence of thunder, yet Yi Chen's cultivation was insufficient to truly harm Wang Ba. The unexpected assault merely caught him off guard. In the midst of this tense moment, Luo Qingcheng and Yu Chu Man could not contain their laughter at the absurd sight, well aware that it was Yi Chen's doing. Their laughter prompted the surrounding crowd to erupt in uncontrollable mirth. How could they still find humor in such a time? Su Chen frowned, concerned, for they had just ascended, and in the eyes of these celestial beings, they were mere ants. Lin Shuo, however, remained expressionless, his gaze fixed on the sky. Silence. Wang Ba bellowed, his face growing darker upon hearing the laughter. As the leader of Tianxiang Valley, he felt utterly humiliated in that moment. Yet, the laughter did not subside. Instead, it grew louder. Haraha! I am dying of laughter. The esteemed leader of Tianxiang Valley, struck down by a mere bolt of lightning. Yi Chen pointed at Wang Ba, reveling in the chaos with unabashed delight. Wang Ba's expression could no longer be described as merely dark. It was as black as the bottom of a pot, a profound humiliation. As the esteemed leader of Tianxiang Valley, a formidable figure among the celestial beings, he had lost face before a mere fledgling who had just ascended. "You are courting death," Wang Ba roared, unable to contain the fury boiling within him. The terrifying pressure of the Tai Xianzuan instantaneously enveloped the entire scene, as if the very fabric of space had solidified. Luo Qingcheng, Yuchu man, and Su Chen's expressions changed dramatically. The intensity of this pressure was overwhelming. They felt as if they were but a fragile boat adrift in a vast ocean, on the verge of being engulfed by monstrous waves. Lin Shuo remained impassive, his gaze deepening as he lifted his eyes to the heavens, seemingly awaiting something. Such meager abilities. And yet one dares to bully the disciple of this emperor? Just as Wang Ba was poised to strike at Yi Chun, a distant and indifferent voice suddenly resonated through the cosmos. An invisible force instantaneously propelled Wang Ba away, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. The crowd gasped in horror. It was a powerful celestial emperor. Who could it be? Yi Chun had indeed summoned the intervention of a celestial emperor. A venerable elder clad in white slowly emerged from the void. He was tall and ethereal, with hair as white as snow yet a countenance that belied his age, radiating an aura of immense power that made it difficult to gaze directly upon him. "Master!" Su Chun exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing the figure as Su Tai Su, who had left the Kanglan continent without a word. Su Chun could hardly fathom that her master, who had quietly departed from the Kanglan continent, would appear in the celestial realm. Luo Qingcheng and Yu Chu Man were equally taken aback. They too were puzzled by Su Tai Su's appearance in the celestial realm. However, their anxious hearts began to ease, with Su Tai Su's ability to effortlessly repel Wang Ba. It seemed that all would be well. Chapter 111. I shall certainly offer you a fair price since my ascension. A particular tension within me has been incessantly heightened by Yi Chen's reckless antics. Only Yi Chun and Lin Shuo maintained their composure, seemingly having anticipated the unfolding events long before. A playful smile danced upon Yi Chen's lips. Indeed, the old demon Su had arrived in the celestial realm. Lin Shuo respectfully saluted his master, Su Tai Su, his expression unwavering, though a flicker of reverence shone in his eyes. "Master, how come you?" Su Chen eagerly approached, his voice brimming with excitement. Su Tai Su offered no response, merely nodding in satisfaction before turning his gaze upon Yi Chun. "You, young man, seem to have grown increasingly audacious, daring to create such a commotion upon your arrival." Su Tai Su's tone carried a hint of exasperation. Yi Chun chuckled lightly in reply. "Hee, old demon Su, it is not my intent to stir up trouble. Rather, someone has taken it upon themselves to bully me." He gestured toward the fallen Wang Ba, a mischievous grin adorning his face. With a resigned shake of his head, Su Tai Su regarded the young man. This boy, utterly fearless and delightfully unpredictable. The onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment, completely unaware of the identity of the elderly figure before them. How could Yi Chun and his companions, who had only just ascended, possess a master of such exalted status within the celestial realm? Only Jian Wuchen seemed to contemplate the matter deeply, as if he had begun to deduce Su Tai Su's true identity. "I have encountered the celestial emperor." Jian Wuchun respectfully clasped his hands together in salute, refraining from uttering Su Tai Su's name. Su Tai Su inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. He had sensed the arrival of Yi Chun and the others during their tribulation and had awaited their presence, observing Jian Wuchen's unwavering support for Yi Chun. "I have met the esteemed celestial emperor." General Shun Wu approached to pay his respects to Su Tai Su, though he too was unaware of the elder's identity. Yet, the celestial emperor's status was indisputable. As a general of the heavenly emperor's palace, he understood the importance of proper etiquette. Su Tai Su, however, disregarded General Shun Wu's greeting and turned his attention back to Wang Ba. He had witnessed General Shun Wu making things difficult for Yi Chun, allowing others to humiliate him and even assault him. As a general of the heavenly emperor's palace, who would dare to strike down an ascendant youth without his tacit approval? Wang Ba, now pale as death, understood he had encountered insurmountable odds. "You are the master of Tianxiang Valley?" Su Tai Su's voice was frigid. Wang Ba struggled to rise from the ground, terror etched across his features. This elder was simply too formidable. He felt akin to an ant facing a towering pillar, utterly powerless to resist. "Celestial Emperor, I. Wang Ba stammered, his voice trembling as he sought to justify his actions. Regret consumed him. Had he known this young man possessed such a formidable backing, he would never have dared to provoke him. Su Tai Su snorted coldly. Wang Ba, are you aware of your crimes? Esteemed Celestial Emperor, please spare my life. It was my ignorance that led me to offend your disciple, Wang Ba implored, collapsing to the ground in supplication. I am willing to offer 10 million exquisite spirit stones in exchange for the life of your child, in addition to compensating you with another 10 million spirit stones as restitution. Su Taishu cast a glance at Yi Chun, permitting him to make his own decision. Receiving Su Taishu's gaze, Yi Chun responded with a look that urged him to proceed. Master Wang, how can such accounts be settled in this manner? Yi Chun grinned mischievously as he approached Wang Ba. Upon hearing his words, Luo Qingcheng, Yu Chu Man, and Su Chun could hardly suppress their amusement. They all knew that Yi Chun would seize any opportunity to amass spirit stones. Lin Shuo, with a stoic expression, turned his head away, reflecting on how this junior disciple behaved on Kanglan continent, and now he was no different after ascending to the immortal realm. Alas, Tianxiang Valley may face ruin. Of all people to provoke, why must it be this calamity? A disciple from a distant sect, recognizing Yi Chun's identity, shook his head and sighed. Master Wang, let me calculate for you. I assure you, I will provide a fair price. With that, Yi Chun raised his fingers, beginning to tally. Your son's previous price was 10 million. Since this amount has disrupted our relationship, raising the price by another 10 million seems reasonable, does it not? And you? Yi Chun continued to calculate, seemingly oblivious to the astonishment of those around him, their mouths agape in disbelief. You may raise the price, but must you concoct reasons? The justifications you provide are rather flimsy. Wang Ba was equally dumbfounded, inwardly screaming, Yi Chun, we are not acquainted. How can you invoke sentiment? Furthermore, Yi Chun presented a plethora of obscure reasons they had never heard of, including fees for delayed cultivation, lost labor, emotional distress, spiritual loss, instability of one's Tao heart, and unclarity of thought. He unleashed every bizarre rationale he could conceive. The total sums to 190 million, and furthermore, at that moment, Yi Chun struggled to devise any additional charges. Alas, this will suffice. I cannot produce other reasons. Let us settle for 200 million exquisite spirit stones, and we shall clear the air. I am quite accommodating. Yi Chun flashed a peace sign in front of Wang Ba, wearing an expression that suggested his agreeable nature. The surrounding spectators gasped at the astronomical figure announced by Yi Chun, taken aback by his audacious calculations and reverse discounting. It was astonishing to witness compensation being calculated in such a manner. 200 million exquisite spirit stones. This would utterly deplete Tianxiang Valley. Yi Chun was indeed ruthless. Wang Ba had truly stumbled into a significant debacle. It appeared that Tianxiang Valley would suffer a severe blow. Of all individuals to offend, why must it be this harbinger of misfortune? Whispers filled the air, faces adorned with shock and sympathy for Wang Ba. Upon hearing the figure, Wang Ba nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with disbelief and despair. 200 million? Esteemed immortal emperor, the entirety of my Tianxiang Valley's assets amounts to merely 200 million. Wang Ba implored Su Taishu, his voice tinged with a hint of desperation. Isn't that sufficient? Just give me what is appropriate. Just as Su Taishu was about to respond, Yi Chun interjected with a mischievous grin. Su Taishu feigned ignorance, turning away. Wang Ba's body went limp as he collapsed to the ground, acutely aware that he had encountered a formidable opponent today. Without producing the spirit stones, the resolution of this matter seemed bleak. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to rise, casting a resentful glance at Yi Chun before instructing Li Fuguei to fetch the spirit stones. In a mere moment, Li Fuguei returned, several storage rings brimming with spirit stones in tow. Yi Chun took the rings, verifying that the quantity of spirit stones was precisely 200 million. After securing the spirit stones, Yi Chun retrieved Wang Tung from the Starry Soul Tower, lifting him as one would a chick. Youngster, your fate is sealed. As Wang Tung emerged, he glared at Yi Chun with palpable animosity. Chapter 112. The origins of Lin Shuo. Unaware of the events transpiring outside, Lin Shuo noticed his father's presence and assumed that Yi Chun had released him out of fear. Yi Chun, however, was disinclined to engage in further conversation, brusquely casting him towards Wang Ba. 200 million secured. Time to conclude. Yi Chun weighed the storage ring in his hand. a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his lips. Su Tai Su shook his head helplessly. This lad truly never missed an opportunity to profit. Departing, Su Tai Su waved his sleeve, enveloping Yi Chun, Lin Shua, Su Chun, Luo Qingcheng, and Yu Chu Man in a stream of light that vanished into the horizon. In the void, a graceful and alluring woman observed the direction of Su Tai Su's departure, casting a glance below before elegantly following suit. Old Su, what news of the Starry Radiance Immortal Sect? Yi Chun inquired suddenly during their flight. The sect practiced demonic arts, harming young prodigies and suspected of collusion with the demonic race. This matter pertained to the struggle between two clans, and Yi Chun was quite invested. Luo Qingcheng and the others perked up, eager to learn the fate of the sect that sought to refine the blood of young geniuses. This matter has already been addressed by Emperor Qin. You youngsters need not concern yourselves with it. Simply focus on your cultivation, Su Tai Su replied, his expression grave. Yi Chun nodded, refraining from further inquiry, recognizing that, given his current cultivation and abilities, he could offer no assistance. At the Infinite Immortal Palace, Su Tai Su led them into a resplendent hall. After 7 years, I have returned. Yi Chun gazed around at the familiar surroundings, his heart flooded with nostalgia. Who exactly is Su Laomo? Could he truly be my senior brother? Yi Chun's curiosity piqued, given that Su Tai Su was an immortal emperor. The likelihood of him being his senior brother diminished even further. Lin Shua, Su Chun, Luo Qingcheng, and Yu Chu Man were awestruck by the opulence of the hall, their eyes wide with wonder. At that moment, Su Tai Su's appearance transformed into that of a middle-aged man, clad in a white immortal robe. With sharp brows and starry eyes, his gaze was as profound as the ocean, and his nose was straight, exuding an air of authority. His neatly tied black hair was secured atop his head with a jade hairpin, enhancing his elegant demeanor. This was the true visage of Su Tai Su, and everyone was taken aback, save for Lin Shua and Yi Chun, who remained unfazed. Just then, the infinite immortal emperor emerged from the back hall, immediately spotting Yi Chun. He paused in surprise, not expecting Yi Chun's swift return, before revealing a sinister smile. Haha. Yi Chun felt a sense of alarm at the emperor's malevolent grin, fearing that this old man might wish to cast him down to the mortal realm once more. He swiftly retreated several meters, warily regarding the infinite immortal emperor. You. What do you want? Yi Chun exclaimed, pointing at the emperor, who had previously decreed that he was never to set foot in the immortal realm again. Now that Yi Chun had returned, he dreaded the possibility of being sealed and cast down once more. In the past, he might have accepted such a fate, but now, he thought, let it be. At this moment, it is impossible. He has Luo Qingcheng and something to cherish. Yi Chun's sudden action left everyone present in a state of shock. Even Su Tai Su appeared bewildered. How could this young man, who had just ascended, be acquainted with his senior brother? They seemed quite familiar, even referring to him as Old Wu Ji. Such audacity. The smile of the Wu Ji immortal emperor froze on his face. Did this young man seek to be belittled once more? You, young fellow, possess quite the audacity. The Wu Ji immortal emperor, fuming, glared with irritation. Yi Chun swallowed hard, feigning calmness. Hee, I was merely afraid you would cast me down again, he thought to himself, secretly cursing the old man's smile, which appeared anything but benign. Su Tai Su cleared his throat, breaking the awkward tension. Brother, this young man is my disciple. And you? The Wu Ji immortal emperor was momentarily stunned. When had his disciple become the disciple of his junior brother? He and Su Tai Su exchanged bewildered glances, as the situation grew increasingly complicated, leaving both of them perplexed. Lin Shua, Su Chun, Luo Qingcheng, and Yu Chu Man were equally baffled. They had only just ascended. Yet Yi Chun was familiar with the esteemed Wu Ji immortal emperor, leaving them in utter confusion. This young man is my disciple from the Kanglan continent. Su Tai Su began to explain how he encountered Yi Chun and took him as a disciple. Oh, so that is how it is. The Wu Ji immortal emperor nodded, piecing together the chain of events. This lad is one I kicked down. Everyone gasped, their gazes fixated on the Wu Ji immortal emperor and Yi Chun. Humph. Yi Chun, feeling indignant, turned his head away, unwilling to acknowledge the Wu Ji immortal emperor. The latter, exasperated, recounted how Yi Chun had been causing disturbances in the immortal realm, with numerous individuals seeking him out daily to file complaints. Upon hearing this, Su Tai Su shot Yi Chun a glare, You, young man, are never at peace. No matter where you go. Lin Shua, Su Chun, Luo Qingcheng, and Yu Chu Man exchanged incredulous glances. This truly was Yi Chen's style. However, the antics he performed in the Kanglan continent paled in comparison to those in the immortal realm. At that moment, they understood why Yi Chun was so extraordinary. It turned out he was indeed a prodigy of the immortal realm. Su Chun, however, appeared particularly exhilarated. Realizing his master was the immortal emperor and his junior brother was also a prodigy of the immortal realm. He tugged at Lin Shua, incessantly chattering. Yet, Lin Shua remained relatively indifferent, showing no surprise that his master was an immortal emperor or that his junior brother was a prodigy of the immortal realm. Brother, aren't you excited or surprised that both our master and junior brother hail from the immortal realm? Su Chun inquired, observing Lin Shua's lack of enthusiasm. I was already aware. I descended with my master. Lin Shua replied, spreading his hands and shrugging slightly. At this revelation, Luo Qingcheng and Yu Chu Man covered their mouths in astonishment, their eyes wide in disbelief. Even more shocked than when they learned Yi Chun was kicked down by the Wu Ji, immortal emperor. Su Chen's mouth dropped open, staring at Lin Shua with wide eyes. Utterly incredulous. It is one thing to have a master who is a formidable figure, but now even one's elder and junior brothers are hidden powerhouses. It seems that I alone am but a minor character. Only Yi Chun remains composed, for he has long harbored a glimmer of suspicion. Lin Shua no longer conceals the truth, recounting the reasons behind his and Su Tai Su's descent to the mortal realm. It turns out that Lin Shua is a scion of a small family in the celestial realm, which was tragically annihilated due to offending a powerful force. When Lin Shua was but a child, a loyal old servant of the family sacrificed his life to help him escape. Yet, the enemies pursued relentlessly. In a moment of peril, Su Tai Su happened to pass by and slew Lin Shua's pursuers, saving the young boy. At that time, Su Tai Su was in a melancholic state, wandering aimlessly, seeking solace in the mortal realm. Noticing Lin Shua's promising potential and the tragedy that had befallen his family, he decided to take Lin Shua as his disciple, bringing him to the mortal realm with the intention of cultivating his strength to one day return for vengeance. As the others listened to Lin Shua's narrative, a wave of sympathy surged within their hearts. Chapter 113. The Senior Sister's Support, the Dramatic Performance. Senior Brother. I never anticipated you would endure such misfortune, Su Chin remarked, unable to restrain his thoughts. Just moments ago, he had envied Lin Shua for being a prodigy of the immortal realm. Now, upon hearing Lin Shua's background, he realized that the immortal realm was not as idyllic and tranquil as it seemed. Senior brother Lin Shua, from this day forth, we are all one family, and we shall undoubtedly support one another, added Luo Qingcheng. Yu Chu Man nodded, her eyes brimming with determination. To encounter all of you is my fortune. Lin Shua offered a faint smile, wishing not to burden others with his sorrow. He was aware of the enemy's affiliation, yet he lacked the strength for vengeance at present. He resolved to cultivate diligently, and when the time came, he would exact his revenge personally. At that moment, two enchanting women entered through the grand door. They moved gracefully, one adorned in a flowing light blue gown, her attire billowing like a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm. The other wore a delicate pink veil, exuding a youthful charm, her eyes sparkling with vivacity. The gathered crowd was instantly captivated by the presence of these two ladies. Junior Marshal Brother. As soon as they stepped inside, the two women joyfully rushed towards Yi Chun, one on either side, enveloping him in their embrace. You have finally returned. You have suffered. The one in the light blue gown nestled her arm around Yi Chen's shoulder, concern written all over her face. That old man was too heartless, casting you down to such a place. The one in the pink veil grasped Yi Chen's hand, her voice filled with compassion. These two were none other than Yi Chen's third and fourth senior sisters, both doting on him immensely. The one in the light blue gown was Nangong Zhuxian, a 9th-level Xianxian. The one in the pink veil was Tao Shasha, a Jinxian. Old man, now that our junior brother has returned, if you dare to bully him again, we will not let this matter rest. Fourth senior sister Tao Shasha pointed an accusatory finger at the Wujixian emperor, her tone devoid of any respect for her master. Indeed, just look at how much hardship our junior brother endured in the lower realm. He has lost weight. Third senior sister Nangong Zhuxian chimed in, her gaze solely focused on Yi Chun. You lot. The Wujixian emperor was infuriated, his beard bristling, yet he found himself powerless against these disciples. He had taken 5 disciples in total, with Yi Chun being the youngest. Yi Chun had been raised by his 4 elder sisters, who showered him with affection. This indulgence had led Yi Chun to fearlessly roam the immortal realm, unafraid of any formidable foes, even daring to bite at the immortal emperors. However, he never initiated bullying against the weak. He only confronted the arrogant and those who provoked him. Caught between his 2 senior sisters, Yi Chun wore an expression of grievance, his eyes reddening with emotion. He began to dramatize his plight. "Third senior sister, 4th senior sister, you have no idea." Yi Chun sniffled, embarking on his captivating performance. "When Master cast me down to the mortal realm, he confiscated all my spirit stones and magical artifacts." He paused, his tone laden with sorrow, as if he had endured an immense injustice. "I am utterly destitute, my cultivation sealed, and I have faced untold hardships in the lower realm. I am starved and shivering in rags." As Yi Chun spoke, he theatrically patted his stomach, his lamentations steeped in tragedy, tears streaming down his face, embodying someone who had encountered the most harrowing of fates, enduring the elements, living on the edge. He raised his gaze, looking pitifully at his 2 senior sisters, as if he had suffered the greatest of wrongs. Upon hearing this, the 2 sisters were filled with compassion. The 3rd sister, Nangong Zhuxian, was on the verge of tears, while the 4th sister, Tao Shasha, seethed with indignation. "Old man, look at how much hardship you have caused our junior brother." Nangong Zhuxian confronted the Wuji immortal emperor, her voice laced with fury. "Indeed, how could you bear to let our junior brother suffer so in the lower realm?" Tao Shasha echoed her sentiments angrily. "Fear not, junior brother. With your sisters here, you shall never endure such suffering again." Nangong Zhuxian comforted Yi Chun, enveloping him in a warm embrace. The corners of Wuji immortal emperor's mouth twitched. Could he possibly convey his tale of woe any more dramatically? He would never believe that this sly boy had truly suffered. Yet, his 2 disciples were utterly convinced, and were even indignant on behalf of their junior brother. Who could he turn to for justice in this matter? Wuji, immortal emperor, being chastised by his disciples, found himself at a loss for words. He cleared his throat and attempted to explain, "I did this for his own good, to temper his character." "Temper his character? It seems you wish to torment our junior brother to death." Nangong Zhuxian interrupted him without mercy. "Exactly. How could our well-behaved junior brother endure such tribulations?" Tao Shasha chimed in. Wuji immortal emperor was left speechless, only able to sigh in resignation. He mused inwardly. This boy truly plays the part well. The scene left Su Tai Su and the others utterly astonished. Su Tai Su's lips twitched. What a pity this boy does not pursue acting. He was well aware that when Yi Chun first arrived in the Kanglan realm, he had encountered him and taken him as his disciple, even bestowing 3 million mid-grade spirit stones upon him. How could he claim to be destitute? In the Kanglan continent, a sect disciple's monthly stipend barely amounted to a handful of mid-grade spirit stones. With 3 million spirit stones in his possession, Yi Chun was indeed wealthy. Lin Shuo, on the other hand, maintained a calm demeanor, as if he had long been accustomed to Yi Chun's theatrics, feeling a sense of embarrassment in his company. In response to this embarrassment, he silently vowed to minimize his outings with Yi Chun in the future to avoid further shame. Su Chun gaped in astonishment, secretly noting this strategy for future use. He cast a sidelong glance at Lin Shuo, pondering whether this tactic would work on the elder brother. Luo Qingxing and Yu Chu Man exchanged glances, both reflecting shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. Yi Chun had amassed a fortune in spirit stones through his exploits in the Kanglan realm. Even the wealthiest individuals in the realm could not rival his riches. Had he ever truly lacked spirit stones? Those treasures he dismissed as mere scraps of metal, carelessly discarding them without a second thought. When has he ever cherished them? Lying idle each day, living a life of leisure, more carefree than anyone else. When has he ever known hunger or cold? Such actions are utterly shameless. A thought arose in Su Taishu's mind. Taking Yi Chun as his disciple was the gravest mistake, a source of great embarrassment. He wished to return him. The infinite immortal emperor was being chastised by his 2 disciples, his head throbbing from their words. At that moment, he sensed a subtle movement in his ears as a transmission entered. Sitting upright, he gracefully waved his hand, opening the mountain gate's barrier. A graceful figure floated into the open barrier, the very enchanting woman who had previously followed Su Taishu. Lu Nanshuang, The master of Pear Blossom Palace, draped in snow-white garments, exuded an ethereal presence, akin to a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. "What brings you here, Master Lu?" the infinite immortal emperor inquired with a smile. "I have come for these few young ones," Lu Nanshuang replied with a slight nod, her gaze resting upon several young individuals not far away. Chapter 114. Mastering under Lu Nanshuang. Audience with the Empress. Lin Shua, Yi Chun, and his two senior sisters were the first to bow to the Empress. In the celestial realm, the status of the celestial emperor is exalted. All beneath the emperor must pay their respects upon encountering him. Following their lead, Su Chun, Luo Qingqing, and Yu Chuman imitated Lin Shua and Yi Chun, bowing in reverence. Lu Nanshuang gently raised her hand, signaling them to rise. Her gaze swept over the assembly, ultimately resting on Yi Chun, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Ah, the little one has returned. Have you endured much hardship down in the lower realms? Is your behind still sore?" As she spoke, Lu Nanshuang cast a glance at Yi Chun's rear. Yi Chun had been unceremoniously kicked down to the lower realms by the irate Wuji, celestial emperor. With a look of grievance, Yi Chun pouted. "Aunt Lu, please don't jest. My master is quite heavy-handed. My backside still aches." He shrugged helplessly, even feigning to rub his posterior, a comical sight indeed. Su Taisu, observing nearby, couldn't help but twitch his lips. It would be a shame if this lad didn't join a theatrical troupe. "Enough of the charade," Lu Nanshuang chuckled, shaking her head. "Such petty tricks can only fool your few naive senior sisters." Yi Chun grinned, choosing not to refute her. In truth, he was well aware that his senior sisters were fully cognizant of his pretense. They had raised him. They knew every nuance of his antics. However, they indulged him, willing to play along, partly out of affection and partly to express their dissatisfaction with their master for having cast Yi Chun down to the mortal realm. "Now, Aunt Lu, what brings you to us?" Yi Chun inquired, scratching his head. Lu Nanshuang's smile faded, replaced by a serious demeanor. "I have come for the two of them," she said, pointing to Luo Qingqing and Yu Chuman. "I wish to take them as my apprentices." At this proclamation, all present were taken aback. Luo Qingqing and Yu Chuman were particularly astonished, having just ascended to the celestial realm and never having met before. They were suddenly sought after by the master of Pear Blossom Palace. "Master Lu, what is the reason for this?" the Wuji celestial emperor asked, perplexed. Lu Nanshuang explained. "Within her, I sense the aura of the techniques belonging to the ancestors of my Pear Blossom Palace." She looked directly at Luo Qingqing. "This technique has been lost to my sect for many years." Lu Nanshuang produced a piece of ancient jade, roughly the size of a palm, translucent and radiating a gentle glow. The surface of the jade was intricately carved with mysterious, complex patterns, seemingly harboring boundless secrets. Under the play of light, these patterns flickered in and out of visibility, exuding an ancient and enigmatic aura. The edges of the jade were smooth and rounded, clearly polished by the passage of time. Its delicate quality felt warm to the touch, as if it possessed a life of its own, inspiring a profound sense of reverence at first glance. "This ancient jade is the token of my sect." It resonated with the presence of my Pear Blossom Palace's ancestral techniques within this young lady. "I believe they may assist me in reclaiming the complete cultivation technique." Luo Qingqing and Yu Chuman exchanged glances, each reflecting astonishment in the other's eyes. The cultivation method they were currently practicing was inherited from the Tianqing secret realm, yet it turned out to be the long-lost technique of the Pear Blossom Palace. What an extraordinary coincidence. "What say you, dear ladies? Are you willing to take me as your mentor?" Lu Nanshuang gazed at Luo Qingqing and Yu Chuman, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Before they could respond, Yi Chun interjected, "Aunt Lu, they are my friends. If you choose to accept them as disciples, please treat them well." The Pear Blossom Palace is a sanctuary for female cultivators, immensely beneficial for Luo Qingqing and Yu Chuman's training, and perfectly suited to them. Lu Nanshuang nodded with a smile. "Rest assured, my Pear Blossom Palace shall never mistreat your little friends. Once they enter, I will ensure their safety." Lu Nanshuang was well aware of the bond between him and Luo Qingqing. However, it was essential to consider the wishes of Luo Qingqing and Yu Chuman themselves. At that moment, hearing the term little friend, Luo Qingqing felt her face flush with embarrassment. She caught Yi Chun's inquisitive gaze and felt somewhat flustered. "We are honored to have the favor of the Empress. We are willing to take you as our mentor, but..." Luo Qingqing bit her lip, hesitating to continue. They had just arrived in the immortal realm, feeling unfamiliar with their surroundings, and she did not wish to part ways with Yichen so soon. Similarly, Yu Chuman was reluctant to separate from Su Chun right after ascending. Lu Nanshuang, having lived for over 100,000 years, could easily discern the young women's sentiments. Do not worry, I do not intend to take you back to the Pear Blossom Palace immediately. All I require is for you to acknowledge me as your mentor now, and you may proceed to the Pear Blossom Palace in a month's time. Lu Nanshuang smiled gently at Luo Qingcheng and Yu Chuman. Chapter 115. The generous gift from senior sister Luo Qingcheng felt her thoughts laid bare, her cheeks flushing an even deeper crimson. Yu Chuman's face mirrored her embarrassment. Without further hesitation, they bowed in reverence, declaring, "We wish to pay our respects to our master." "Very well, from this moment forth, you shall be disciples of my Lihua Palace, under the tutelage of Lu Nanshuang," Lu Nanshuang replied, accepting their homage with delight. "Congratulations, Palace Master Lu, on acquiring such exceptional disciples." Both the Wujia Immortal Emperor and Su Taishu offered their heartfelt congratulations. Lu Nanshuang smiled, remarking, "This is a fateful bond between them and my Lihua Palace." Yi Chun gazed at Luo Qingcheng, his eyes filled with warmth and encouragement. Lu Nanshuang continued, "Though there is no rush to bring you back to Lihua Palace, you must diligently cultivate your skills so as not to squander this rare opportunity. Aunt Lu, I shall personally escort them to Lihua Palace in a month," Yi Chun affirmed with a gentle nod. "Excellent," Lu Nanshuang responded succinctly. After exchanging further pleasantries, she took her leave, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing into the horizon. The great hall fell silent for a moment. Nangong Zhuxian and Tao Shasha were about to speak, prepared to unleash a new round of playful banter towards the Wujia Immortal Emperor. However, he preemptively raised his hand to halt them. "Stop, stop, stop. I know what you wish to say. This lad, Yi Chun, has made a mistake. I have sent him to the mortal realm for training, and it is for his own good. Do you think I desired this?" The Wujia Immortal Emperor sighed, his expression one of helplessness. His nature requires tempering. Otherwise, how can he aspire to a longer journey ahead? This expedition to the mortal realm will serve as a lesson, helping him to gain wisdom through hardship. Nangong Zhuxian and Tao Shasha exchanged glances, their disbelief evident in their eyes. "Is it true?" Nangong Zhuxian queried, casting a suspicious look at the Wujia Immortal Emperor. "More genuine than pearls," he affirmed with utmost seriousness. "Would I deceive you? Furthermore, Yi Chun has had his powers sealed, and he is starting anew in his cultivation. Is he not stronger than before? This is a tremendous opportunity." The Wujia Immortal Emperor wore a face that conveyed he was acting in their best interests. "The old man speaks the truth. I feel more formidable now than ever." Yi Chun nodded, acknowledging that, indeed, he was significantly stronger than before at the same level of cultivation. Nangong Zhuxian and Tao Shasha could no longer maintain their facade of innocent confusion towards their master. Seizing the moment, the Wujia Immortal Emperor slipped away, for he found himself utterly powerless against these disciples, who exhibited no fear of him. Su Taishu followed suit, exiting the Grand Hall alongside the Wujia Immortal Emperor. Once they had departed, Nangong Zhuxian and Tao Shasha instantly transformed, their demeanor shifting to one of sharp wit and competence, entirely shedding their earlier foolishness. "Well then, junior brother, did our performance live up to your expectations?" Nangong Zhuxian inquired, linking her arm with Yi Chen's and smiling brightly. "Two senior sisters. What the junior brother just said is entirely true. He is not acting." Yi Chen's expression was one of utmost seriousness. "All right, little junior brother. It seems you have become quite addicted to your own performance. I would rather believe that the Celestial Emperor could be defeated than think you would suffer." Tao Shasha rolled her eyes. Yi Chun, having grown up under the care of his senior siblings, was well aware of his junior brother's character. He was certainly not one to be easily taken advantage of. "Sister, your insight is remarkable. You have seen through him." Yi Chun scratched his head, offering a sheepish smile. "Humph, you were raised by us, yet you think we would be oblivious to your little schemes?" Nangong Zhuxian snorted coldly, choosing to ignore Yi Chun thereafter. Their gazes swiftly turned towards Luo Qingcheng and Yu Chuman, circling around the two. "TSK, TSK, TSK, splendid, splendid." Nangong Zhuxian appraised Luo Qingcheng from head to toe, her eyes filled with satisfaction. "Sister-in-law is indeed a beauty of extraordinary grace, captivating all. Our little junior brother truly has an eye for talent." Upon hearing Nangong Zhuxian refer to her as sister-in-law, Luo Qingqing's face flushed crimson to the roots of her ears. Third sister you. Sister-in-law, do not be shy. Tao Shasha chimed in, grinning widely. We shall all be one family from now on. Come, come, take a look at the gifts your senior sisters have prepared for you. Saying this, Nangong Zhuxian and Tao Shasha each produced a storage ring. With a flourish, an array of celestial artifacts and treasures spilled forth, filling the grand hall with a dazzling display of colors that dazzled the eyes. These are all for you, Nangong Zhuxian proclaimed with great generosity. Feel free to choose. Luo Qingcheng, Yu Chu Man, and Su Chun stood in stunned silence, overwhelmed by the sheer abundance of celestial artifacts. This is far too much, isn't it? Luo Qingcheng stammered, at a loss for words. Chapter 116. A bond across vast distances. Not much, not much. Nangong Zhuxian waved her hand dismissively. These are merely trifles. Sister-in-law, feel free to take whatever you desire. As she spoke, she took Luo Qingqing's hand and led her to the pile of treasures. This one is splendid. It suits you perfectly. Nangong Zhuxian picked up a resplendent celestial garment and handed it to Luo Qingqing. And this one, too, is quite lovely. Tao Shasha also selected several treasures and stuffed them into Yu Chuman's hands. Senior sister, Yu Chuman felt a bit embarrassed. Take them, take them. Tao Shasha laughed. We are all family. There's no need for formality. Su Chan watched from the side, filled with envy, having just arrived in the celestial realm. He had yet to acquire a single artifact. Senior sisters, I want some too. He gazed at Nangong Zhuxian and Tao Shasha with pleading eyes. Feel free to choose. We are all on the same side. Nangong Zhuxian responded with a smile. Junior brother Su, do not be shy. Take whatever you fancy. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's face lit up with joy, and he rushed to the pile of treasures to begin his selection. Yi Chun, observing this scene, wore a playful smile. He approached Luo Qingqing and gently wrapped his arm around her waist. What do you think? My senior sisters are quite wonderful, aren't they? Luo Qingqing's cheeks flushed crimson as she shyly nodded. Yes. Yi Chun leaned closer to her ear and whispered, from now on, they will be your senior sisters as well. Luo Qingqing's face reddened further, and she lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. As night descended upon the Wujixian palace, the celestial mountain was enveloped in swirling clouds, resembling a fairyland. Yi Chun held Luo Qingqing's small hand, exchanging laughter and conversation as they made their way to his cultivation peak. Atop the peak, amidst the mist, a delicate courtyard nestled within, surrounded by exotic flowers and plants that emitted an enchanting fragrance. Qingcheng, from now on, this will be your home, Yi Chun said gently. Luo Qingcheng gazed around at the beautiful scenery, her heart brimming with warmth. She smiled, her eyes sparkling with an indescribable charm. What about Xiao Tao? How has she fared? Having ascended together within the Starry Soul Tower, Luo Qingcheng was curious to see if Xiao Tao had undergone any changes in the celestial realm. Let us go and see her. Yi Chun summoned the Starry Soul Tower. He wrapped his arms around Luo Qingqing's slender waist, and together they transformed into two streaks of light, soaring into the tower. Inside the tower, Xiao Tao sat cross-legged with her eyes closed, absorbing the heavenly blessings that Yi Chun had guided her to receive. Once she fully absorbed and refined these blessings, she would no longer be rejected by the celestial realm's rules and could exit the Starry Soul Tower. Meanwhile, the two adorable pets, Xiao He and Xiao Bai, lay nearby, sound asleep, evidently benefiting from the heavenly blessings as well, which Yi Chun had also partially bestowed upon them. Hush! Yi Chun made a gesture for silence, gently pulling Luo Qingqing as they stealthily ascended to the top floor. They were both at a crucial moment, absorbing the blessings of the heavenly Tao, a time when disturbances were unwelcome. Upon entering the pinnacle, Luo Qingqing mustered her courage and willingly nestled into Yi Chun's embrace. She rose on her tiptoes and softly pressed her lips against his. With parting imminent, she longed to engrave the sweetness of this moment deep within her heart. Before long, she and her senior sister, Yu Chu Man, would embark on their journey to the Pear Blossom Palace for training. Though reluctant to leave, she understood that to grow stronger and to stand by Yi Chun's side more effectively, she must go. Tears welled in her eyes as she kissed him with increasing fervor, wishing to surrender herself entirely to Yi Chun before their separation. Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback. Luo Qingqing was a woman of great modesty and shyness, rarely daring to take such initiative as she did today. He recognized the immense internal struggle she must have faced. Feeling the gentle affection of the beauty in his arms, a warm current surged within him. He understood her sentiments. Tenderly, he cupped her face, reciprocating her kiss with gentleness. It is difficult to resist the affections of a beauty. With her so openly expressing her desires, how could Yi Chun, as a man, refuse? Especially when it was Luo Qingcheng, a beauty of unparalleled grace. With a natural ease, Yi Chun shifted from being the recipient to the initiator, gently yet assertively returning her advances. Luo Qingcheng, blushing profusely, found herself irresistibly drawn into the moment, surrendering to Yi Chun as she began to remove her garments. Their relationship had naturally reached a point of inevitable intimacy. In this moment, no words were necessary. Everything was conveyed in the silence between them. Outside, the moonlight illuminated the celestial realm, with twinkling stars cascading upon the tower's summit, as if bestowing their blessings upon the couple. Within the tower, the essence of spring flourished. Two hearts in mutual affection composed a poignant melody of love. The moonlight, like water, bathed the fairy tower, while their affection entwined, blissfully unending. A beauty of unmatched allure poured out her heart, their deep and shallow emotions intertwining in joyous abandon. The spring breeze intoxicated them on this fleeting night, as the stars sparkled, commemorating their yearning across the years. May this heartfelt sincerity never be in vain. As their love spans the vastness, united across the horizon. Chapter 117. The Celestial Academy. Yi Chun held Luo Qingcheng tightly in his embrace, as if he wished to merge her into his very being. He recognized that she was the one he was destined to protect throughout his life. For her, he would sacrifice everything. Luo Qingcheng, too, felt the depth of Yi Chun's affection. She clung to him, surrendering herself completely. She understood that Yi Chun was her sole support in this life, and for him, she would relinquish all. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Only the hearts of two lovers beat quietly in unison. This was the epitome of love's beauty. That night, Yi Chun slept more soundly than ever. He dreamt he was once again enveloped by the mysterious starry sky. Like the last time he fell through the spatial rift, a crystal coffin floated before him. Within it, the breathtakingly beautiful woman lay still, devoid of life, as if time had ceased to flow in her presence. Yet this time, Yi Chun's eyes held no anguish. Instead, they radiated deep affection and resolve. He spoke softly, "Linger, I have found you. But we are no longer the people we once were." It was as if an intricate and lengthy tale unfurled between them. "Do you still remember the vows we made? Even if the world changes, my heart will eternally belong to you." Yi Chun continued to express his feelings, yet the woman in the coffin offered no reply. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the curtain's crevice, illuminating the room, and Yi Chun awoke from his dream. Luo Qingcheng remained nestled in his arms, still lost in slumber. The blush on her cheeks from the previous night as joy made her even more enchanting. Yi Chun gently tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, striving to recall the vivid dream that felt so profoundly real. However, he found himself perplexed, as apart from the lingering sensation of having experienced something significant, he could recollect nothing else. Perhaps it was merely an ordinary dream, he mused with a self-deprecating smile, though a tinge of disappointment flickered within him. Luo Qingcheng stirred slightly, letting out a soft, lazy hum as she awakened. She opened her shy, misty eyes and, upon seeing Yi Chun gazing at her with such warmth, couldn't help but smile sweetly. Their eyes met, and in that serene and affectionate morning, time seemed to have crafted an exquisitely private sanctuary just for the two of them. Outside, fresh greenery danced in the spring breeze, while inside, love lingered unyieldingly. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the Heavenly Emperor's palace, the Celestial Emperor, adorned in his dragon robe, sat regally upon his throne, his expression both solemn and commanding. Before him stood a formidable general, holding a jade tablet, reporting recent significant events to the Celestial Emperor. He was the supreme general of the Celestial Emperor's court, the Dragon General, and also a brother in life and death to the Emperor. In private, they referred to each other as brothers, their bond far surpassing that of the Divine Martial General. The General of Dragons also serves as the spokesperson for the Celestial Emperor, often traversing the realm of immortals on his behalf. I report to the Emperor. The matter concerning the Starry Radiance sect has been investigated. It involves the sect leader and several elders colluding with the demonic clan to acquire demonic arts, The general's voice resonated with a steady timbre, each word clear and forceful. They have been capturing young talents across the lower realms to siphon their essence for the cultivation of these dark powers. He continued to relay the outcomes of their operations. We dispatched personnel to rescue all the young prodigies, and those involved have been subjected to the utmost penalty in accordance with the laws of the celestial realm. This matter has been handled appropriately. However, the demonic clan is beginning to stir. We must be prepared. The celestial emperor nodded, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. It is time to advance the academy initiative I previously proposed. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke again, requesting an update on the preparations for the academy. The institution shall be named Celestial Academy, with the purpose of gathering the most exceptional disciples from various sects, families, and solitary cultivators of the celestial realm for systematic training. The General of Dragons promptly responded, "Currently, hundreds of young talents from across the vast expanse have entered our assessment scope." He meticulously detailed every aspect. The demonic clan is indeed becoming restless and will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike at the celestial realm. The establishment of the Celestial Academy is essential for cultivating more talents to combat the impending demonic tide. Word has it that the disciple of the infinite Celestial Emperor has recently returned. Upon hearing this report, the Celestial Emperor suddenly mentioned the newly returned Yi Chun, expressing a keen interest in this troublemaker who frequently vexed his master. Indeed, Yi Chun is extraordinary. Though he presents a facade of frivolity and humor, he possesses a meticulous mind. I shall grant him a special admission. The general immediately understood the emperor's intent, being well aware of Yi Chun's remarkable talent. An unparalleled prodigy, albeit with a rather dubious reputation in the celestial realm, having previously kidnapped several scions of major sections. Very well. This young man may indeed become a pivotal figure in resisting the oncoming demonic surge. The Celestial Emperor smiled with satisfaction. Let the news of the Celestial Academy's recruitment be disseminated. Your command is acknowledged. The General of Dragons bowed and withdrew from the Grand Hall. Shortly thereafter, the announcement regarding the recruitment of students for the Celestial Academy spread like wildfire throughout the celestial realm. Major sects, families, and solitary cultivators sprang into action, eagerly hoping their outstanding offspring would be selected. After all, the Celestial Academy was founded by the Emperor himself, who also held the position of its headmaster. Gaining admission was tantamount to becoming a disciple of the Celestial Emperor, and the Celestial Palace wielded vast resources and secret realms, promising abundant opportunities for those who entered. On the other hand, Yi Chun displayed no interest in attending the Celestial Academy. Each day, he wandered the celestial realm with Luo Qingqing, knowing that in a month, she would depart for the Pear Blossom Palace, a sect for female cultivators, making future meetings exceedingly difficult. With their time together dwindling, he found little inclination to contemplate the affairs of the Celestial Academy. Moreover, as Luo Qingqing has just arrived in the immortal realm, it is essential to guide her in becoming acquainted with this ethereal world and its customs. Zhongzhou City, the epicenter of the immortal realm, stands as its largest metropolis, where various sects have established their shops. Yi Chun and Luo Qingqing strolled hand in hand along the bustling streets of Zhongzhou City. The sidewalks were lined with an array of shops, and the air was filled with the lively sounds of vendors hawking their wares. Luo Qingqing, filled with curiosity, gazed around with wide eyes, brimming with wonder. Suddenly, a commotion ahead at the entrance of a brothel caught their attention. A rotund gentleman, clad in extravagant attire, was unceremoniously ejected from the establishment by several burly men. Oh dear! The portly fellow tumbled to the ground, rolling about and emerging dusty and disheveled. You foolish glutton! Lacking funds yet pretending to be affluent, expecting to take advantage of my girls for free. Perhaps you should take a long look in the mirror to reflect on your own shortcomings. At the entrance of the brothel, the madam stood with her hands on her hips, vociferously berating him. The onlookers erupted with laughter, pointing and jeering at the hapless man. Chapter 118. The miserable Lu Bidi, the rotund figure, lay upon the ground, his face a disheveled canvas of tears and mucus, his lavish garments wrinkled and marred by traces of wine, resembling a beggar. Yi Chun approached the crowd, observing the ejected Lu Bidi with a hint of playful amusement dancing at the corners of his mouth. This portly fellow, known as Lu Bidi, was not only Yi Chun's partner, but also his subordinate in the celestial realm. Throughout Yi Chen's escapades of kidnapping and robbing the signs of various sects, Lu Bidi had lent considerable assistance. After each heist, Yi Chen would allow Lu Bidi to select 2 treasures for himself. Life alongside Yi Chen had been nothing short of exhilarating for him. However, it appeared that Lu Bidi had fallen on hard times during Yi Chen's absence. How on earth did you come to find yourself in such a state? Yi Chen stifled a chuckle as he crouched down and patted Lu Bidi's shoulder. Lu Bidi shot up suddenly. Chen, brother Chen. Upon recognizing Yi Chen, astonishment washed over his features, swiftly replaced by exuberance. Perhaps overwhelmed by emotions. A stream of mucus slipped from his nostrils, akin to a slippery little eel. Seizing Yi Chen's leg as if it were a lifeline, he exclaimed, Brother Chen, it truly is you. You've finally returned. Do you have any idea how I've fared these past years? Lu Bidi clung tightly to Yi Chen's leg, tears mixing with mucus in a lamentable display. The unsightly combination smeared across Yi Chen's trousers, prompting an exasperated reaction. Hey, let go. Your snot is getting all over me. A shiver of disgust coursed through Yi Chen as he kicked Lu Bidi away. Gazing at his soiled trousers, he wore an expression of utter dismay. Lu Bidi rolled on the ground a few times before springing back up, hastily wiping his face with his sleeve. He scampered back to Yi Chen, and upon noticing Luo Qingqing beside him, he was instantly captivated by her unparalleled beauty. Sister-in-law greetings. Lu Bidi bowed and fawned, fully aware that Luo Qingqing was Yi Chen's partner, thus making her his sister-in-law. Luo Qingqing offered a slight smile in response. Brother Chen, do you know how I've managed in your absence? Lu Bidi began to recount his tribulations, another flow of mucus escaping his nostrils as he launched into a tale of woe. Spare me the dramatics. What transpired? Yi Chen felt a wave of nausea as Lu Bidi's tears and mucus seemed interminable. Lu Bidi stammered, bashfully recounting the events. It turned out that he had set his sights on the renowned courtesan of a brothel, the illustrious Flower Fairy. The price to merely glimpse her was exorbitant, and lacking sufficient spirit stones, he resolved to masquerade as a wealthy patron. Clad in opulent attire and striding confidently into the brothel, he initially pulled off the act convincingly, boasting to the matron of the establishment about his vast wealth. Upon witnessing Lu Biti's demeanor, the brothel madam initially believed him, promptly ushering him into the establishment and providing him with fine food and drink. However, when Lu Biti requested to meet the Flower Fairy, the madam, being a person who would not part with her spirit stones without proper assurance, demanded to see his spirit stones first. Lu Biti, unable to produce any, became flustered and stammered, failing to articulate his thoughts. It was then that the madam sensed something amiss. Her expression shifted, and she summoned several burly men who unceremoniously expelled Lu Biti from the premises, leading to the earlier scene. Yi Chen, observing the situation, felt a mix of disappointment and exasperation. It was indeed a case of shamelessness. Brother Chen, I must have been bewitched, thinking I could deceive them, Lu Biti lamented, hanging his head in shame. What is there to admire about a courtesan? Yi Chen mused, stroking his chin, feeling a sense of frustration towards his companion, to the extent that he questioned his association with him. Brother Chen, you have no idea. The Flower Fairy is breathtakingly beautiful, and her voice is as gentle as flowing water, Lu Biti enthusiastically described, oblivious to the tears of snot streaming down his face. Yi Chen rolled his eyes. Indeed, this lad was infatuated and deserved to be duped. Enough of this nonsense. How did you end up in such a dire predicament? Yi Chen frowned, looking at Lu Biti with disdain, wondering how he had come to associate with someone so disheveled. Brother Chen, during the years you were away, I truly... Lu Biti was about to pour out his grievances, but Yi Chen impatiently interrupted him. All right, enough with the long faces. One might think I've been bullying you. Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively. Now, tell me, what happened to lead you to such a miserable state? He scrutinized Lu Biti. This lad had previously accompanied him and amassed numerous treasures. How was it now that he could not afford even the cost of indulgence? Of course, Yi Chen had never given him a single spirit stone, for they were his lifeblood, and he would never part with them. However, the treasures Yi Chen had bestowed upon him could easily be sold for a substantial amount of spirit stones. Brother Chen, it's a long story. Lu Biti sighed deeply, his face etched with bitterness. The three found a tea house to sit down, and only then did Lu Biti begin to recount his woes. Brother Chen, Do you recall the incident a few years back when we protected the holy son of the Haoyue immortal sect? Humph. Yichen raised an eyebrow and snorted lightly, reminding Lu Bitai to choose his words carefully. We merely provided protection and collected a modest fee. How could you call it kidnapping? Oh, we were safeguarding the holy son of Haoyue and requested 1 million top-grade spirit stones as a fee for our efforts. Lu Bitai quickly rephrased, understanding the subtlety. Beside them, Luo Qingsheng could not help but roll her eyes at the absurdity of dressing up kidnapping in such flowery language. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction, a sly smile creeping across his face. It was after that incident that the holy son, fearing to confront you, turned his attention towards me. Lu Bitai lamented, a pained expression on his face. Brother Chun, after your demotion to the mortal realm, the holy son became aware of it. He is aware of the camaraderie between us, and thus he incessantly seeks to trouble me. Lu Bitai expressed this with a tone steeped in grievance. He has seized all my treasures and spirit stones. Moreover, he appears every few days. Whenever I possess even a modicum of spirit stones, he snatches them away, leaving me utterly unable to accumulate any. As Lu Bitai spoke with increasing fervor, his voice brimming with indignation, tears streamed down his face. This saint, indeed, is one who preys on the weak. Yi Chen let out a cold chuckle, a glimmer of frost flashing in his eyes. Lu Bitai is a brother he acknowledges. No one else is permitted to bully him. Though somewhat unkempt, this rotund fellow is genuinely courageous when it matters. Rest assured, I shall avenge you. A sly gleam danced in Yi Chen's eyes as he began to devise a plan to assist Lu Bitai. Brother Chun, that may not be feasible at present. The Saint of the Bright Moon is in seclusion and will not emerge for another year. Lu Bitai shook his head in resignation. A year from now? Yi Chen pondered, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, the Celestial Academy commences its term in a year, and only then will the Saint of the Bright Moon emerge to attend. Lu Bitai nodded eagerly. Fascinating. A mischievous smile crept across Yi Chen's lips. It seemed the Celestial Academy would be rather lively. Very well. We shall set this matter aside for now and revisit it in a year. Yi Chen patted Lu Bitai on the shoulder. Hee, I knew Brother Chun was the best. Lu Bitai exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement, as the days of having support returned. However, your current state is rather dismal. Yi Chen scrutinized Lu Bitai with mild disdain. Follow me. Yi Chen took Luo Qingqing's hand and turned to walk outside. Where are we going, Brother Chen? Lu Bitai scampered after him. I am taking you to a certain place. Yi Chen smiled mysteriously as he led Lu Bitai to the entrance of a small courtyard. Chapter 119. Yi Chen, the scoundrel. The small courtyard appeared unremarkable, lacking any distinctive features. Brother Chen, what is this place? Lu Bitai inquired, his expression one of confusion. You will find out once we enter, Yi Chen replied, pushing open the courtyard gate and stepping inside. Within the courtyard, a slender man, resembling a bamboo pole, was lounging in a rocking chair, basking in the sunlight. Upon hearing the commotion, he abruptly sat up. Young master, the lanky man exclaimed, immediately jumping down from the rocking chair, his face alight with joy as he approached Yi Chen. Brother Zhu, it has been a long time. Yi Chen greeted with a smile. This slender man was named Zhu Ganjing, who, having received kindness from Yi Chen's master brother in his youth, regarded him as an elder brother. He also served Yi Chen, possessing true immortal cultivation, and collected protection fees in this vicinity on Yi Chen's behalf. Naturally, he did not collect fees from just anyone, only from wealthy households and unscrupulous merchants. You have finally returned, young master. Zhu Ganjing stepped forward, his eyes brimming with delight. Although he was of true immortal rank, he humbly regarded himself as a subordinate before Yi Chen, for Yi Chen's master brother had saved his life. Yi Chen, in turn, had always treated Zhu Ganjing as a brother rather than a subordinate. Brother Zhu, how have you been? Yi Chen inquired. Very well, indeed. I have been eagerly awaiting your return, Zhu Ganjing replied, nodding vigorously. Upon catching sight of Luo Qingqing, whom Yi Chen held by the hand, a fleeting look of astonishment crossed his face, though he quickly regained his composure. Young master, who is this young lady? This is Luo Qingqing, my partner. Yi Chen introduced with a warm smile, his eyes filled with tenderness and affection. Greetings, Brother Zhu, Luo Qingqing said, offering a slight nod in a polite manner. Greetings indeed. Miss Luo, you are truly as beautiful as a celestial being, a perfect match for young master. Zhu Ganjing returned with a formal bow. A delicate blush adorned Luo Qingqing's cheeks, revealing her shyness. Yi Chun then introduced Lu Bitai to Zhu Ganjing, explaining their purpose for the visit. "Greetings, Brother Zhu," Lu Bitai said, stepping forward to bow respectfully. "You're too kind, my friend. From now on, you shall accompany me," Zhu Ganjing said, clapping Lu Bitai on the shoulder. His laughter hearty and infectious. "Thank you, Brother Zhu," Lu Bitai replied, his face alight with joy as he bowed once more. As a wandering cultivator, having a true immortal as a brother would surely deter anyone from bullying him. However, with Brother Qin's return, no one would dare to cross him, though having an additional true immortal brother was certainly a boon. Zhu Ganjing produced a storage ring and handed it to Yi Chun. "Knowing your fondness for spirit stones, I have saved these for you over the years." "Thank you, Brother Zhu," Yi Chun said, gleefully accepting the storage ring. As his consciousness probed within, he discovered it brimming with exquisite spirit stones. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yi Chun took Luo Qingqing's hand and turned to leave the small courtyard. Over the following month, Yi Chun and Luo Qingqing traversed the renowned mountains and rivers of the immortal realm. They reveled in the splendid scenery, savored delectable cuisine, and cherished their time in each other's company. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed, and Yi Chun along with Luo Qingqing returned to the Wujixian palace. At that moment, Xiao Tao had fully absorbed the blessings of the heavenly Tao and was ready to emerge from the starry soul tower, no longer needing its protection against the rejections of the celestial realm. "Xiao Tao, you may come out now," Yi Chun thought, releasing her from the confines of the starry soul tower. As she stepped out, her curious eyes roamed the surrounding environment. "Wow, is this the celestial realm? It's so beautiful," she exclaimed. "This is the celestial realm, the Wujixian palace. From now on, you shall reside here," Yi Chun responded with a smile. Just then, Nangong Zhuxian and Tao Shasha approached, frozen in astonishment at the sudden appearance of Xiao Tao. "Junior brother, where did you conjure this little girl from?" Nangong Zhuxian inquired, her surprise evident. "Senior sister, her name is Xiao Tao. She is Qingqing's junior sister," Yi Chun briefly explained. "Greetings, senior sisters," Xiao Tao said sweetly, bowing to Nangong Zhuxian and Tao Shasha. "Hello, Xiao Tao," they both replied warmly, charmed by the lively little girl. "All right, we must head to the Pear Blossom Palace. The month-long appointment with Lu Nanshuang has come to an end, and I shall escort you to the Pear Blossom Palace," Yi Chun announced. He then led Luo Qingqing, Xiao Tao, and Yu Chu Man towards the Pear Blossom Palace. The journey was picturesque, with ethereal mists enveloping the surroundings. Xiao Tao was bubbling with excitement, incessantly asking questions, while Yi Chun and Luo Qingqing patiently answered her inquiries. After a day of travel, they arrived at the majestic gates of the Pear Blossom Palace. The entrance, grandly constructed from white jade, was adorned with exquisite carvings of pear blossoms, lifelike in detail. Two strikingly beautiful female disciples stood guard at the entrance. Upon noticing Yi Chun and his companions, they offered a slight bow. "Who goes there?" one of the disciples inquired politely. "I am Yi Chun, here at the invitation of Palace Master Lu, to escort the two young ladies, Luo Qingqing and Yu Chu Man." Yi Chun stepped forward and clasped his hands in greeting. Yet, a twinge of trepidation coursed through him regarding the Pear Blossom Palace. 7 years prior, he had heard of the blooming white jade pear blossoms and attempted to sneak in to gather one. However, unfamiliar with the terrain, he ended up in the disciples' bathing area instead, where over 100 unclothed female disciples were bathing, their bare forms exposed to his eyes. At that time, Yi Chun had just turned 15, and the sight had overwhelmed him, causing a surge of blood and a nosebleed. The Pear Blossom Palace was a sect exclusively for female cultivators, with all members being women. Men were not permitted beyond the entrance. Even if there was a necessity, they could only wait at a designated area on one side of the mountain. Now, not only had a man intruded, but he had also stumbled into the bathing quarters of the disciples. The female disciples, startled by Yi Chun's sudden intrusion, let out piercing screams. Suddenly, a commotion erupted as all the disciples of the sect joined forces to encircle Yi Chun. Fortunately, Yi Chun had comprehended the laws of space at that time, and after exerting tremendous effort, he managed to escape from the Pear Blossom Immortal Palace using those very laws. Reflecting on this past incident sent a shiver down Yi Chun's spine. Yi Chun, the names of the gatekeeping disciples stirred a sense of familiarity, yet they struggled to recall why. As they observed Yi Chun's unusual demeanor, they exchanged glances filled with confusion. Yi Chen. It is he. The lascivious scoundrel. One of the gatekeepers finally recognized Yi Chen's face. While they did not know the name, they could never forget the visage of the man who had intruded upon their bath 7 years prior, exposing their bodies. In unison, the two gatekeeping disciples drew their long swords, the tips aimed directly at Yi Chen. Their almond-shaped eyes widened, their youthful faces adorned with fury. Yi Chen, you wretched lecher! How dare you return? One of the disciples cried out sternly, her voice brimming with indignation and shame. Chapter 120. Clinging to the big shot, the smile on Yi Chen's face instantly froze as he was recognized, his expression turning to one of embarrassment. What a coincidence! The last time he had intruded into the bathing pool, these two were also present, indulging in their own bath. Yi Chen cast a furtive glance at Luo Qingqing. Humph. Upon noticing Yi Chen's secretive gaze, Luo Qingqing snorted coldly and turned her head away. Qingqing, it's not what you think. Let me explain later. Yi Chen scratched his head, looking utterly helpless. Yu Chuman and Xiao Tao watched from the side with keen interest, a hint of schadenfreude on their faces. Surprised to find themselves amidst such unexpected drama today. Dear fairies, it's all a misunderstanding. Yi Chen hastily waved his hands at the two gatekeeping disciples. A pleasing smile plastered across his face. I truly stumbled in by accident last time. I swear, I saw nothing. He raised 3 fingers, earnestly vowing his innocence. Seen nothing? You must be joking. Another disciple retorted, her cheeks flushed with indignation. We sisters were at that moment. She abruptly halted, realizing she nearly let slip too much, quickly sealing her lips. One could only imagine how scandalous the scene had been. Xiao Tao listened intently, her big eyes twinkling with curiosity. Wow, Brother Yi Chen enjoys peeking at girls while they bathe. How impressive, she exclaimed, resting her chin on her hands, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Yi Chen nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, exasperated by her boldness. Shut your mouth. He attempted to feign a fierce expression, though it was hardly intimidating. Unfazed, Xiao Tao stuck out her tongue playfully. Ladies, please allow me to explain. It truly is a misunderstanding. Yi Chen continued, striving to quell their fury. It's this damned pear blossom immortal palace, designed like a labyrinth. I lost my way and inadvertently wandered into the bathing pool. He began to shift the blame onto the architecture of the palace. Moreover, I never intended to spy on you. It was you bathing without clothes. How can you hold me accountable for that? Yi Chen exclaimed, his face a picture of grievance, as if he were the victim in this scenario. Upon hearing this, the two gatekeeping disciples were left even more enraged. Yi Chen was clearly grasping at straws. Who bathes fully clothed? Yi Chen, you shameless fiend, they yelled in unison, brandishing their swords at him. With a resigned sigh, Yi Chen recognized that a confrontation was inevitable. He swiftly dodged the attacks of the two disciples with ease. Hey, don't resort to violence. I'm here to deliver someone to you, he shouted while evading their strikes. Deliver someone? You scoundrel. The two disciples, believing Yi Chen to be mocking them, intensified their assault. They assumed his mention of deliver meant he was referring to himself. Help! Capture the lecher! One disciple called out loudly towards the pear blossom immortal palace, their voice echoing throughout the entire hall. Soon, a multitude of female disciples surged forth from within, eagerly joining the fray. Yi Chen found himself ensnared in a siege, deftly dodging the flurry of sword shadows while attempting to explain himself. However, the female disciples of the pear blossom immortal palace paid no heed to his words, fixated solely on capturing him. As the situation escalated, Luo Qingqing and Yu Chuman attempted to intervene, declaring themselves as newly accepted disciples of the palace, yet their pleas were disregarded. Cease this. At that moment, a voice both ethereal and commanding resonated through the air. Upon hearing it, everyone halted their actions. The palace master, Lu Nanshuang, descended gracefully from the void, her demeanor imposing. Palace master. The gathered disciples collectively bowed in respect. Master, Luo Qingqing and Yu Chuman stepped forward to pay their respects upon recognizing Lu Nanshuang's presence. There is no need for formalities. Lu Nanshuang gently raised her hand, beckoning them to rise. Her gaze swept across the disciples before the mountain gate. They are my newly accepted disciples, and from now on, they shall be your fellow sect members. Her tone was gentle, yet carried an undeniable authority. She held a profound appreciation for Luo Qingqing and Yu Chuman's innate talents, especially given their possession of the long-lost, extraordinary techniques of the sect. Lu Nanchuang regarded them with affectionate admiration, growing increasingly fond of them. The disciples were momentarily taken aback, their disbelief evident as they turned to glance at Luo Qingcheng and Yu Chuman. It turned out that these two women were indeed the newly accepted disciples of the palace master. Previously, when they had asserted this, the gatekeeper disciples had dismissed them, assuming Luo Qingcheng and Yu Chuman merely sought to halt their actions. An overwhelming sense of embarrassment and regret washed over them. Had they known these were the palace master's new disciples, they would not have acted so impulsively. "Come in, little ones," Lu Nanchuang addressed Yichun, turning to enter the Pear Blossom Palace. The disciples exchanged glances, perplexed. The Pear Blossom Immortal Palace never permitted men to enter. Yet their palace master was inviting Yichun inside. Reluctantly, they could not obstruct him, especially given that he was the man who had once intruded upon their bathing area. "Very well, Aunt Lu," Yichun chuckled, hastily following Lu Nanchuang along with Luo Qingcheng and the others. He cast a smug glance at the gatekeeper disciples. "What do you think? I told you I was here to deliver someone." Before departing, he couldn't resist boasting a little. The gatekeeper disciples were left seething with frustration, unable to retaliate. They could only watch helplessly as Yichun strode confidently into the Pear Blossom Palace, their hearts brimming with resentment. This lecher had managed to enter so easily. Once inside the Pear Blossom Palace, Yichun accompanied Lu Nanchuang to the grand hall atop the main peak. The hall was resplendent, exuding an air of grandeur. Lu Nanchuang took her seat in the main position, her gaze falling upon a little girl. "Who is this child?" Lu Nanchuang inquired. Returning to the master, "She is the junior sister of Qingcheng and Chuman in the lower realm, named Xiao Tao." Luo Qingcheng respectfully replied. Xiao Tao pays her respects to the esteemed elder. Xiao Tao, with a sweet smile adorning her face, gracefully performed her greetings. "Ah, indeed a clever and endearing young girl," Lu Nanchuang remarked, offering a gentle nod and a warm smile as she scrutinized Xiao Tao closely. She discerned that Xiao Tao possessed exceptional talents, with a unique bone structure, making her a promising candidate for cultivation. At under 20 years of age, she had already transcended to the nascent soul stage, a rare prodigy even in the celestial realm. Following her absorption of the heavenly Tao's blessings, her cultivation level also ascended to the nascent soul stage. "Very well," Lu Nanchuang nodded in satisfaction. Though Xiao Tao had yet to reach the stage of ascension, she had arrived in the celestial realm. Observing Yichun, she surmised that this was undoubtedly his doing. Since Xiao Tao is also a junior sister of Qingcheng and Chuman, let us accept her as a disciple together, Lu Nanchuang said with a smile. Luo Qingcheng and Yu Chuman immediately rejoiced at the news, for they would now be sister disciples, no longer separated. "Thank you, master," they exclaimed in unison. Xiao Tao jubilantly leaped up, exclaiming, "Wonderful! I also have a master now." Yichun watched from the side, a subtle smile playing on his lips, for he had anticipated that Xiao Tao's talents would surely capture Lu Nanchuang's attention. He had brought her along with the intention of having Lu Nanchuang take her as a disciple. "Xiao Tao, congratulations on swiftly securing such a powerful patron," Yichun teased with a chuckle. "Senior brother Yichun, you only know how to jest. Being able to join the master's ranks is indeed my fortune." Xiao Tao retorted, casting him a playful glare. Lu Nanchuang, unconsciously glancing at her long legs, mused, "Are my legs particularly large? They seem just right, in fact." Chapter 121. The Supreme Sycophant, Wang Xiaodian Yichun departed from the Pear Blossom Immortal Palace. As a man, he could not linger there for long. His entry was merely through the grace of Luo Qingcheng and her companions. Upon his departure, Lu Nanchuang gifted Yichun a white jade pear blossom as a token of appreciation for accepting 3 disciples. This blossom, rich in spiritual essence, could enhance Yichun's cultivation when refined with the heavenly Tao pearl. Otherwise, he would not have dared to venture into the Pear Blossom Immortal Palace. As Yichun arrived at the entrance of the Wajixian Palace, he encountered Lin Shua and Su Chun, who were just about to step outside. To his astonishment, these 2 cultivation fanatics were not practicing today and were preparing to leave. Yichun's eyes widened in disbelief. During their time in the Kanglan continent, they seemed to desire nothing more than to cultivate for 24 hours a day, rarely venturing out unless absolutely necessary. Curious, he felt compelled to inquire, "Brothers, why are you not cultivating today?" He descended gracefully before them. "Junior brother, you're back," Su Chun exclaimed, a spark of excitement in his voice. Master said that staying cooped up at home would not yield progress, so he encouraged us to go out for a while. Is it possible that the old devil Su has had a change of heart? Yi-chun furrowed his brow, perplexed. This Su old devil had previously confined him within the sect, insisting he dedicate himself to cultivation without respite. Sneaking out had become a necessity for Yi-chun, and this sudden shift in behavior felt rather unusual. Not quite, junior brother. The Celestial Academy will commence its term in a year, and they are conducting preliminary assessments in Zhongzhou City. Master instructed us to participate in the evaluation, Su-chun explained earnestly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. You wish to join the Celestial Academy? Yi-chun raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Master wants us to enroll, and since the academy was established by the Celestial Emperor, we too wish to be part of it. Come along, junior brother. Su-chun gazed at Yi-chun, his expression filled with hopeful eagerness. You go ahead. I have no interest in joining the Celestial Academy. I think I shall return and take a nap, Yi-chun replied dismissively, stifling a yawn as he turned to stride back into the Wujixian Palace. What benefits could joining the Celestial Academy possibly offer? Endless tasks and treacherous trials were of no value to Yi-chun. He preferred to loiter in the Wujixian Palace, basking in the sun and indulging in roasted meat. Was that not far more enjoyable? Why willingly seek hardship? Junior brother, it seems you may not have a choice but to join the Celestial Academy. Lin Shuo, who had been silent until now, shrugged with a resigned expression. Yi-chun halted mid-step, turning around with a puzzled look directed at Lin Shuo. Eldest brother, what do you mean by that? Is it possible that the old devil Su wants me to participate in the assessment as well? Yi-chun cursed Su old devil inwardly, feeling as though he was being pushed into a perilous situation. Not at all, Lin Shuo replied with a smile, gently shaking his head. Then is it the old fool of Wujixian Palace who is behind this? Yi-chun began to speculate wildly. Neither. The Celestial Academy has issued you a special invitation. You need not undergo any assessment as you have been directly accepted. Furthermore, this invitation is sanctioned by the Celestial Emperor. Lin Shuo spread his hands wide. A look of helplessness etched upon his face. What? A special invitation letter? That old man, the Heavenly Emperor, truly knows how to set traps. He had not even been consulted about his desire to attend. Yi-chun's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling quite displeased that the Heavenly Emperor had issued a special invitation without his consent. Junior brother, be cautious with your words, he was admonished. Master, the infinite immortal emperor, has decreed that you must join the Heavenly Palace Academy. Lin Shuo, stepping forward with a grave expression, gestured for silence and lowered his voice. To speak ill of the Heavenly Emperor in private is a serious offense that could lead to dire consequences. Yi-chun remained unfazed by such warnings. His discontent was solely directed at his master, the infinite immortal emperor, for pushing him toward what he perceived as a perilous path. Oh, that old infinite. How dare he shove his disciple into the fire? Yi-chun cursed loudly toward the infinite immortal palace. A discontented snort emanated from within the infinite immortal palace. Yi-chun felt a sudden jolt of alarm. He had assumed his master was absent and had thus spoken without restraint. Old man, I wasn't referring to you. Yi-chun quickly turned and grabbed Lin Shuo and Su-chun, hastening toward the direction of Zhongzhou City. With his master's ire looming, they dared not return to the infinite immortal palace, lest they face a lecture from the infinite immortal emperor. As they soared through the sky, they left trails of sparks in their wake. Upon reaching Zhongzhou City, they arrived at the central square, a vast expanse paved with uniform blue stones, smooth as a mirror and glistening under the sun's rays. Towering stone pillars adorned with intricate carvings of celestial beasts encircled the area, each figure appearing vividly alive. This square was the heart of Zhongzhou City, bustling with activity. Typically, this locale served as a marketplace where vendors congregated, showcasing an array of rare treasures and miraculous elixirs. Moreover, it was a vital hub for the dissemination of news, where immortals exchanged the latest developments and gossip from the celestial realm. Upon landing, the trio immediately sensed that today's atmosphere in the central square was markedly different from usual. The usual throngs of people were conspicuously absent, replaced by the diligent figures of the Heavenly Emperor's array masters, methodically setting up assessment formations. Surrounding them were young prodigies eagerly awaiting their chance to participate in the assessment, hoping to gain admission into the Heavenly Palace Academy. It seems we've arrived prematurely. The assessment is likely to commence tomorrow, Yi-chun remarked with a resigned shrug. Lin Shuan nodded slightly. Since we are here, we might as well make ourselves comfortable and find a place to wait. Su Chen concurred, indeed. Let us explore the vicinity and see if we can glean any useful information. Amidst the crowd, a young man clad in a brocade robe suddenly surged forward, accompanied by several well-dressed young gentlemen. Big brother, you're finally back, the youth exclaimed, his face alight with excitement, his eyes brimming with anticipation. This young man was none other than Yi Chen's most devoted follower, Wang Xiaotian. Before being relegated to the mortal realm, Yi Chen spent his idle time immersing himself in the art of alchemy. As it was his inaugural attempt, the concocted elixir emerged as a rather unsightly, dark mass. Unsure of its effects, he hesitated to consume it himself and sought someone to test the potion, pondering whether it might be lethal. During his outing, he fortuitously encountered Wang Xiaotian, whom he skillfully persuaded to expend a substantial amount of spirit stones to procure the dubious elixir. Upon consuming it, Wang Xiaotian indeed experienced a remarkable enhancement in both talent and cultivation. From that moment forth, he became an ardent admirer of Yi Chen, transforming into his devoted acolyte. As time passed, Wang Xiaotian grew aware of Yi Chen's fondness for spirit stones, prompting him to scour the surroundings for these treasures to present to Yi Chen, all in hopes of receiving the coveted elixir in return. His expression brimmed with excitement, akin to that of a long-lost son reunited with his father. Ah, Xiaotian, what a coincidence, Yi Chen remarked, a mischievous smile playing upon his lips, for Wang Xiaotian had indeed bestowed upon him a considerable fortune in spirit stones. His heart soared with joy. Truly, today was a fortuitous day, as he had encountered a veritable harbinger of wealth. Chapter 122. The Celestial Pavilion. Brother Zhuge, I have missed you dearly, Wang Xiaotian exclaimed, tears and snot mingling as he rushed forward. Had Yi Chen not evaded swiftly, he would have found himself enveloped in the boy's embrace. Do not be so sentimental. I have no fondness for men, Yi Chen retorted, pushing him away with a hint of disdain, though his gaze subtly wandered to the affluent young gentleman behind Wang Xiaotian. Ah, the plump lambs, he mused inwardly. Brother, this is but a token of my esteem, Wang Xiaotian declared, hastily presenting a bulging storage ring with both hands. What is this? Yi Chen feigned bewilderment as he accepted the ring. A sweep of his consciousness revealed it was brimming with premium spirit stones. Just a small gesture, just a small gesture. Wang Xiaotian grinned obsequiously. Indeed, my dear Xiaotian, you are exceedingly gracious, Yi Chen replied, albeit his actions belied his words as he nonchalantly pocketed the storage ring. These gentlemen are my friends, and they too wish to witness your grandeur. Wang Xiaotian gestured to the affluent youths behind him. He cast them a fervent look, urging them to pay their respects. The young gentlemen, however, appeared reluctant, their faces betraying their hesitance. You lot, why do you tarry? Go greet brother. Wang Xiaotian's frustration bubbled over at their inaction. Do you not comprehend that a single pill from brother could save you decades, even a century of hardship? He chastised them, his disappointment palpable. Although the wealthy youths harbored doubts, they complied under the pressure of Wang Xiaotian's fervor, reluctantly retrieving their own storage rings. Yi Chen observed the continuous flow of spirit stones, his eyes narrowing into slits of delight. Xiaotian, you are indeed too kind, he remarked, patting Wang Xiaotian on the shoulder with a look of approval, conveying a silent message of understanding. As long as brother is satisfied, Wang Xiaotian replied, nodding and bowing, resembling a tail-wagging puppy seeking favor. Let us do this. When I find the time, I shall concoct a batch of pills for you all, Yi Chen proclaimed grandly, waving his hand in a gesture of generosity. In truth, the materials required for those pills were of little value, leaving Yi Chen with an overwhelming sense of profit. Is that true? Thank you, brother. Thank you, Wang Xiaotian exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy, almost wishing to cling to Yi Chen's leg in gratitude. Brother, I have two more senior brothers. Come, allow me to escort you to the finest tavern for a splendid meal. He eagerly invited Yi Chen, Lin Shuo, and Su Chen. Very well, I shall not hold back. Lead the way, Yi Chen replied, adopting the demeanor of a privileged youth. Lin Shuo and Su Chen followed silently behind Yi Chen, unconcerned as the assessment had yet to commence. The group made their way towards the grandest tavern in the city, the Star-Plucking Tower, which, as its name suggests, soared into the clouds as if attempting to pluck the stars from the heavens. The interior of the building was resplendent, adorned with intricate carvings and lavish decorations. At that moment, the entrance of the star-picking tower was bustling with a throng of people, radiating an extraordinary vibrancy. With the commencement of the Tiangong Academy's assessment, numerous prodigies had flocked to the city, resulting in an unprecedented surge of business for the star-picking tower. As Yi Chun and his companions approached the entrance, they encountered another group poised to enter, leading to a momentary congestion. "Oh, is that not young Master Wang Xiaotian?" A sharp voice rang out from the opposing group. The speaker was a young man clad in resplendent attire, flanked by several similarly well-dressed gentlemen, each exuding an air of arrogance. "Ah, is that not young Master Zhao?" "What a coincidence," Wang Xiaotian replied with a hollow smile. This young Master Zhao, known as Zhao Ritian, was a notorious dandy in Zhongzhou City, leveraging his family's influence to behave in an overbearing manner, often engaging in bullying and intimidation. "Humph, Wang Xiaotian, why are you here instead of staying at your pathetic sect?" Zhao Ritian said in a mocking tone. "Your words are curious, Zhao. The star-picking tower is not owned by your family. My presence here is of no concern to you," Wang Xiaotian retorted, raising an eyebrow with confidence, bolstered by the formidable presence of his companion, Yi Chun, the most distinguished figure in the city, instilling fear in none. "You." Zhao Ritian was momentarily at a loss for words, as Wang Xiaotian, usually somewhat intimidated by him, exhibited an unexpected defiance. At that juncture, the proprietor of the tavern emerged, visibly troubled. "Gentlemen, I sincerely apologize, but we are overwhelmed with patrons today, and only one table remains," he lamented. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ritian perked up, pointing at Yi Chun. "Proprietor, we, Zhao Ritian, shall take that last table. Let them scram." The proprietor found himself in a quandary, as the Zhao family wielded considerable power in Zhongzhou City, and he was reluctant to offend them. However, Wang Xiaotian and his group were also valued guests, making the situation precarious. Just then, a young man seated at a window table recognized Yi Chun amidst the crowd and rose to his feet. "Brother Yi," he called out, cupping his hands in greeting. He was the senior disciple who had, during Yi Chun's ascent, recognized him and prompted the sect to activate the protective formation. "Who might you be?" Yi Chun inquired, perplexed, as he had not previously encountered this individual. "I am Zhuge Kong from the Tianji Pavilion, and I wish to befriend Brother Yi," Zhuge Kong said with a smile, bowing again in respect. "Ah, so it is the illustrious Brother Zhuge. A pleasure to meet you," Yi Chun acknowledged with a nod. Intrigued by the Tianji Pavilion's ability to predict the past and future, he pondered on extracting some secrets of the celestial realm from Zhuge Kong. "Brother Yi, you flatter me. If you and your companions do not mind, why not join us for a table and share some drinks?" Zhuge Kong warmly invited. "Then I shall graciously accept your offer." Yi Chun readily agreed, casting a sidelong glance at Zhao Ritian, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Ah, is that not Brother Zhao?" The younger brother truly lacked discernment, failing to recognize him. It was indeed a faux pas. Yi Chun feigned recognition of Zhao Ritian, expressing his surprise with an exaggerated demeanor. He stepped forward, enthusiastically embracing Zhao Ritian's shoulders, presenting an image of camaraderie as if they were old friends. Zhao Ritian was utterly bewildered by Yi Chun's exuberance, feeling as though he were lost in a fog. He had no acquaintance with Yi Chun. What could possibly account for this man's familiarity? "Brother Zhao," Yi Chun exclaimed, "I have long heard of your illustrious reputation, and upon meeting you today, I am indeed convinced that you are a true dragon among men, possessing an extraordinary presence." Yi Chun lavished praise upon Zhao Ritian, leaving him feeling elated and on cloud nine. Such affluent scions often lack genuine ability, yet they revel in the sensation of being admired and adored. Zhao Ritian mused that Yi Chun must have heard of his esteemed name and was eager to forge a connection. "Brother Yi, you are too kind. You are also a remarkable talent, with a limitless future ahead." He puffed out his chest, attempting to appear magnanimous. Yi Chun could not help but sneer inwardly. Recognizing Zhao Ritian as a simpleton, soon enough, he would find himself in tears. Chapter 123. The generosity of Yi Chun. "Brother Zhao, given our fortuitous connection, I shall yield the table to you. I am content to share a table with Brother Zhuge," Yi Chun declared, offering a slight nod to Zhao Ritian, accompanied by an almost imperceptible smile. "Well, that is acceptable." Zhao Ritian hesitated for a moment, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he acquiesced. Only moments ago, he had boasted about seizing the table, Yet now Yi Chun had graciously relinquished it. Internally, he mused that Yi Chun must genuinely wish to ingratiate himself with him. Meanwhile, Yi Chun secretly chuckled, recognizing that the bait had been taken. Wang Xiaoyan appeared bewildered, pondering when her elder brother had become so accommodating. Zhuge Kong, Lin Shuo, and Su Chun gazed at Zhao Ritian as if he were a fool. What a simpleton, so easily deceived. They understood Yi Chun all too well. He was not one to suffer losses and would not so readily let this opportunity slip by. Although Zhuge Kong was not intimately familiar with Yi Chun, he had privately observed him for quite some time and was aware that Zhao Ritian was destined for misfortune today. With the group settled, Yi Chun began to indulge in some gossip. Brother Zhuge, your Tianji pavilion possesses the ability to deduce the past and future. Surely, you must be privy to many secrets of the immortal realm? Yi Chun inquired, lifting a piece of spirit beast meat with an air of mystery. Though Brother Yi, the Tianji pavilion can indeed deduce certain matters, the secrets of the immortal realm are numerous, and we cannot foresee everything, Zhuge Kong replied with a slight smile. Yi Chun's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he pressed further. Might there be any astonishing news of late? Which aspect do you refer to? Zhuge Kong responded. Though he knew that while the Tianji pavilion could not predict every occurrence, they did possess knowledge of some hidden truths. Brother Zhuge, aside from cultivation, are there any captivating tidbits within the immortal realm? Yi Chun asked eagerly, his eyes glimmering with curiosity. Zhuge Kong paused momentarily, discreetly sipping his spirit tea. He was at a loss for how to respond to Yi Chun, as the Tianji pavilion was not one to casually reveal celestial secrets. Each deduction came at a significant cost, making it improbable to delve into trivial gossip. Assuming Zhuge Kong had misunderstood, Yi Chun elaborated. For instance, did you know that the vice leader of the sword sect, while outwardly pious and professing undying love for his wife, secretly maintains 3 beautiful concubines? He shook his head with a feigned sorrowful expression. Zhuge Kong's eyelids twitched. Yi Chun's proclivity for gossip was indeed astonishing. Additionally, the Grand Elder of the Hahuan sect, it is said, inadvertently conceived a child during a dual cultivation session several years ago, and to this day the identity of the father remains a mystery. Yi Chun continued in a hushed tone, feigning secrecy. Zhuge Kong was left utterly speechless. The nonsensical tales were beyond comprehension. Lin Shuo and Su Chun struggled to contain their laughter, their faces flushed, while Wang Xiaoyan gazed at Yi Chun with admiration, thinking, indeed, my elder brother is remarkable to know such secrets and articulate them so vividly. Thus, the meal concluded amidst Yi Chun's captivating tales of intrigue. As Wang Xiaotian was about to settle the bill, he was halted by Yi Chun. Take a seat, allow me. Yi Chun flashed a mischievous grin and approached the innkeeper. Wang Xiaotian was taken aback. When had his elder brother become so generous? Spiritual stones were the lifeblood of his brother, and anyone who dared to covet them would face utter ruin. Zhuge Kong, Lin Shuo, and Su Chun exchanged glances, fully aware that with Yi Chun's penny-pinching nature, he certainly would not pay the bill. Yi Chun must have some ulterior motive. Innkeeper, can we settle the bill for all the tables here? Yi Chun proclaimed, surveying the room. The innkeeper was momentarily stunned but quickly nodded. Certainly, esteemed guest. Many patrons in the tavern turned their attention toward them, including Zhao Ritian, who was astonished by Yi Chun's display of generosity. Yi Chun leaned in and whispered a few words to the innkeeper, who then looked toward Zhao Ritian. Yi Chun also turned to Zhao Ritian, offering him a knowing smile and a nod. Zhao Ritian, believing Yi Chun was trying to curry favor by picking up the tab, nodded back with pride. Yi Chun turned away, revealing a knowing smile. Very well. The innkeeper, seeing Zhao Ritian's approval, nodded in agreement. Yi Chun reached into his storage ring and produced an exquisite spiritual stone. The innkeeper's face lit up with anticipation, thinking it was a gift for him. But Yi Chun reluctantly withdrew it. He then pulled out a low-grade spiritual stone, which the innkeeper regarded with disdain. Low-grade stones were hardly used in the celestial realm, reserved only for less significant formations. Yet, even this low-grade stone was taken back by Yi Chun with a pained expression. The innkeeper, now exasperated, lost all hope of receiving anything worthwhile. To retrieve what one had already offered was utterly shameless. Yi Chun rummaged through his storage ring for what felt like an eternity before reluctantly presenting a murky pill to the innkeeper. The innkeeper accepted it with a forced smile, internally cursing Yi Chun's frugality. Such a miserly display was hardly a worthy gift. Having served as the innkeeper of the star-gathering tower for many years, he had never encountered a guest so stingy, brazen, and shameless. However, regardless of the quality of the gift, they were obliged to feign joy and acceptance, lest they offend the guest and tarnish the venerable reputation of the star-gathering tower, built over countless years. Wang Xiaotian, who had just approached, widened his eyes at the sight of the pill, convinced that his brother had indeed become generous. He believed the pill was one that could enhance talent. In truth, Yi Chun had none of those left. The pill was simply something he had scavenged from the storage rings of his victims. He did not even know its purpose, but it was simply taking up space in his storage ring, so he decided to give it away. With a devilish grin, Yi Chun waved goodbye to Zhao Ritian, who returned the gesture with a smile. Yi Chun, accompanied by Lin Shua, Su Chun, and Wang Xiaotian, exited the star-gathering tower with an air of nonchalance. Zhuge Kong watched Yi Chun's retreating figure, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Yi Chun is indeed an intriguing individual. After Yi Chun and his companions secured a room at an inn, he instructed Wang Xiaolian to prepare an extensive array of medicinal herbs. He had committed to refining pills for them, and action was imperative. Mere words would not suffice, lest he forfeit a potential source of income in the future. Wang Xiaolian exited Yi Chun's chamber, for he understood that Yi Chun required solitude for his alchemical endeavors and remained vigilantly stationed at the door. The following morning, Yi Chun emerged from his quarters, invigorated and refreshed. To his astonishment, Wang Xiaolian stood at the entrance like a statue. Yi Chun was taken aback. This fool had remained there throughout the night, merely to await his elixirs. "Good morning, brother. You have worked hard." Upon seeing Yi Chun, Wang Xiaolian hurriedly approached, bowing and expressing his gratitude, believing that Yi Chun had toiled all night to concoct the pills for him. Sighing, Yi Chun shook his head in resignation and handed a vial of pills to Wang Xiaolian. In truth, the process of crafting these pills had taken him merely a matter of minutes. He had not anticipated that this simpleton would stand vigil for an entire night. Had he known, he would have tossed the pills out much earlier. "Thank you, brother. Thank you," Wang Xiaolian exclaimed, receiving the vial with both hands, his face alight with excitement and gratitude. As he poured out a crystalline pill from the bottle, he was momentarily dumbfounded. This was not the dark, murky pill he had previously consumed. Chapter 124. The Grievance of Zhao Ritian Brother. This. Wang Xiaotian assumed that Yi Chun had mistakenly concocted an incorrect elixir. Yi Chun gazed at Wang Xiaotian, inwardly cursing him for being a simpleton. The dark elixir he had previously crafted was indeed his first attempt, and it was likely lethal. The current concoction, however, was a proper elixir, yet he failed to recognize it. "Ah, this is my latest creation, exhibiting effects superior to the previous one." Yi Chun could only continue to mislead. The efficacy was indeed remarkable, as his elixirs were refined using the spiritual energy of the heavenly Tao Pearl, undoubtedly enhancing one's innate talent and cultivation. Upon hearing Yi Chun's words, Wang Xiaotian's face instantly radiated an incredibly brilliant smile, with tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. "Brother, you are truly too good to me. I knew following you was the right choice. You always reserve the best for me." As he spoke, his eyes grew moist. "Brother, from now on, I, Wang Xiaotian, shall brave any peril for you." "All right, enough with the oaths of loyalty. Quickly return and test the elixir's effects." Yi Chun waved his hand, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with his display of emotion. "Sure thing, brother. I shall go at once, and let those unworthy fellows try it as well." Wang Xiaotian nodded repeatedly, clutching the elixir as he hurried to share it with his companions. Yi Chun descended to the inn's lower floor, where Lin Shua, Su Chun, and Zhuge Kong were also present. Together, they indulged in a celestial breakfast. After the meal, Wang Xiaotian and the wealthy young gentleman hastily descended. They approached Yi Chun, collectively bowing deeply. "Brother, from this moment forth, you shall be our elder brother." It was only then that they comprehended why Wang Xiaotian had been so eager to curry favor with Yi Chun. His elixirs were genuinely exceptional. Not only did consuming the elixirs enhance their cultivation, but it also improved their innate talents, significantly accelerating their training compared to before. Wang Xiaotian was exuberant. This batch of elixirs surpassed the previous dark concoctions in efficacy by more than double. "Brother, I am Go Dahua, hailing from a family of herbalists in Zhongzhou City. Whatever medicinal materials you require in the future, I shall provide." Go Dahua stepped forward, adorned with a blue headscarf, his slightly plump figure accentuated by a round face. His double chin quivered slightly as he spoke, and his small eyes, squished by his cheeks, shone with a keen glimmer. "Brother, I am Gue Huafu. My family specializes in crafting talismans and running a talisman business." Gue Huafu spoke feebly, producing a handful of talismans to offer to Yi Chun. His complexion was as pale as parchment, his frame emaciated, as though a mere gust of wind could topple him. Deep-set eyes, bloodshot and dim, reflected profound fatigue and frailty. His lips were devoid of color, cracked and trembling slightly. His hair was disheveled and parched, resembling a bundle of withered grass casually draped over his shoulders. He wore a voluminous black robe that appeared empty and only accentuated his gaunt frame. His fingers were long and emaciated, with joints faintly tinged with a dark hue, as if he had long suffered from illness. Yi Chun nodded in satisfaction, collecting the talismans. "All right, rise. The assessment should be commencing. Let us hasten." He regarded the others, a slight smile gracing his lips. The group promptly stood, eagerly affirming their allegiance to him as their elder brother. The central square was teeming with people, bustling with excitement, as prodigies from various regions gathered to partake in the assessment. Yi Chun and his companions arrived at the heart of the square, where the evaluation had already begun. The examiner, an elderly man with white hair and a youthful visage, exuded an aura of ethereal grace, commanding respect without uttering a word. Before him lay a massive stone tablet, emanating a gentle, spiritual glow. The content of the assessment remained painfully predictable. The uninspired author had resorted to the same formulaic approach. Those under a millennium in age, step forward to test your talents. Those with superior aptitude shall be accepted without regard to cultivation level, the elder continued. Those of lesser talent shall engage in combat to determine who advances. His resonant voice echoed throughout the square. "Brother, this assessment is utterly cliché," Wang Xiaotian muttered softly. "The author is simply too lazy, resorting to the mundane for ease." Yi Chun replied languidly, not missing the opportunity to critique the writer. "Bah! I, Wang Xiaotian, hereby express my contempt for the lazy author," Wang Xiaotian declared vehemently, showcasing his strong disapproval of the writer's lack of creativity. The surrounding youth buzzed with conversation. "I've heard that each city has its own assessment venue." "Indeed, but I wonder what the evaluations in other cities are like." "Probably the same." "Can they really treat us differently?" "True. Since this academy was founded by the Heavenly Emperor, it must be fair." Upon hearing these discussions, Yi Chun was stirred. Surely, Luo Qingcheng would also participate in the assessment to join the Heavenly Palace Academy. He recalled her gentle demeanor and the wildness of the night, and a subtle smile crept upon his lips. Just as he reveled in these sweet memories, a gaze filled with resentment pierced through the crowd. Yi Chun sensed it and looked up to find Zhao Ritian, whose face was ashen, eyes brimming with animosity. "Ah, is that not young Master Zhao? What ails you? Your complexion seems rather ghastly," Yi Chun greeted, a cheerful smile adorning his face, as if yesterday's events were entirely forgotten. Zhao Ritian, clutching his aching wallet, emerged from the star-picking tower, his expression more distasteful than if he had ingested a fly. He had assumed that Yi Chun was feigning grandeur to curry favor, intending to treat him. Instead, Yi Chun had ensnared him in a trap, suggesting to the proprietor that Zhao Ritian would cover the entire bill. The proprietor, having seen Zhao Ritian and Yi Chun enter together, and noting their apparent camaraderie, had been somewhat convinced. When he turned to Zhao Ritian for confirmation, the latter had smiled and nodded in agreement. The shopkeeper was unaware that at that moment, Zhao Ritian had merely nodded at Yi Chun. Reflecting upon the scene, Zhao Ritian acknowledged that he indeed had nodded at Yi Chun, but it was only because Yi Chun had first smiled and gestured at him. He assumed Yi Chun intended to settle the bill for him, prompting his nod to indicate that there was no need for formality. Little did he know that the shopkeeper was merely seeking confirmation on whether he wished to cover the entire bill for the table. Who could have anticipated that Yi Chun would be so cunning and devious? To add insult to injury, the dishes and fine wines ordered at Yi Chun's table were the most extravagant offerings at the star-picking pavilion, with their total expenditure surpassing that of all the other tables combined. Zhao Ritian, on the verge of tears, had no choice but to swallow his grievances and dutifully pay for the entire gathering. In his heart, he cursed Yi Chun's ancestors through generations, realizing that this young scoundrel had reckoned away his entire annual budget. As he glared at Yi Chun, his teeth clenched in frustration, he dared not unleash his wrath. Chapter 125. The enfeoffment of the new generation of scientists. Here lies the examination site for prospective students of the Heavenly Palace Academy. Any disruptive actions may severely undermine the integrity of the assessment, potentially resulting in disqualification from entering the academy. Yi Chun, do not revel in your triumph. I shall not let you off lightly, Zhao Ritian declared with a fierce retort before turning away. Yi Chun merely shrugged, adopting an air of indifference. Zhuge Kong, Lin Shuo, and Su Chan exchanged glances, silently expressing their sympathy for Zhao Ritian for just a fleeting moment. The desire for vengeance against Yi Chun would only lead to their own further misfortune. Brother, what does this mean? Wasn't everything fine yesterday? Why does it seem like there's animosity today? Wang Xiaodian, still bewildered, naively believed that Yi Chun had indeed covered the expenses for everyone the day prior. Go Dahu and Gue Huafu wore similar expressions of confusion, the sudden hostility seeming utterly unfounded. Zhuge Kong, Lin Shuo, and Su Chun shared another glance and shook their heads. Indeed, these three were brothers, beyond redemption. Fear not. Mere clowns are of no concern, Yi Chun proclaimed as he turned his attention to Lin Shuo and the others. Senior brother, you should proceed with the aptitude test. Junior brother, are you not afraid of Zhao Ritian's retribution? Su Chun inquired with a hint of apprehension. Rest assured, I, Yi Chun, have never feared anyone, he replied with a devilish grin. If he dares to approach, I shall make him understand the reason behind the beauty of the blossoms. Gue Huafu and Go Dahu exchanged knowing looks, silently sighing. Their elder brother exuded an undeniable charisma. They approached the stone tablet and took turns to undergo the aptitude assessment. Zhuge Kong, Lin Shuo, and Su Chun each surpassed the upper tier of aptitude, successfully passing the test and gaining admission to the Heavenly Palace Academy. Wang Xiaodian and his companions also cleared the assessment, thus acquiring their qualifications for entry. After the tests concluded, Yi Chun stealthily returned to the Wajixian Palace. He entered the Starry Soul Tower, seeking to enhance his cultivation. Since his return to the immortal realm, he had yet to elevate his prowess. First, he took out the white jade pear blossom and placed it within the heavenly Dao pearl for refinement. After a brief incense's time, the white jade pear blossom was fully refined, elevating Yi Chun's cultivation to the second level of the virtual immortal realm. The extraordinary nature of the white jade pear blossom was evident. A single blossom could elevate one small realm. Once reaching the virtual immortal level, further ascension became exceedingly arduous and gradual. Those with slightly inferior aptitude might struggle for millennia without advancement. Yi Chun then placed all his spirit stones into the heavenly Dao pearl for refinement. After another incense's time, the spirit stones were processed, granting him yet another small realm elevation. Alas, such a plethora of spirit stones had only yielded a modest improvement. Yi Chun shook his head in resignation. The efficacy of spirit stones for enhancing cultivation was diminishing. As night descended, Yi Chun succumbed to a deep slumber. He dreamt once more, finding himself amidst the vast expanse of stars, before the crystalline ice coffin, within which lay the enchanting woman. Simultaneously, far away in the Pear Blossom Immortal Palace, Luo Qingqing was experiencing a similar dream. She found herself in that same starry realm, gazing at the woman in the crystal ice coffin, who bore an uncanny resemblance to herself. Just as her confusion mounted, Yi Chun appeared before her. Qingqing, what brings you here? Yi Chun exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Luo Qingqing. I am uncertain. I merely fell asleep and found myself here. What could possibly be going on? Luo Qingqing's beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. Unbeknownst to them, a small light entered her body. The following morning, at the Pear Blossom Celestial Palace, the entire palace lay encased in ice, spreading from the peak where Luo Qingqing resided. The inhabitants of the palace were in a state of disarray, and the palace master, Lu Nanshuang, hurriedly arrived, her expression grave upon witnessing the scene. What has transpired? Lu Nanshuang inquired loudly. Master, we are as bewildered as you. We awoke to find the entire palace frozen, a trembling disciple replied. Lu Nanshuang's gaze turned towards the direction of Luo Qingqing, a flicker of suspicion igniting within her as she soared towards the source. This power is indeed peculiar. It does not seem to originate from the celestial realm, Lu Nanshuang murmured. Meanwhile, Yi Chun awoke from his slumber, having completely forgotten the dream he had just experienced. Yet, his mind was filled with visions of Luo Qingqing, as if she had just been beside him. Perhaps his longing for her was simply too profound. A gentle smile graced Yi Chen's lips as he thought of her. In the Pear Blossom Celestial Palace, Luo Qingqing sat cross-legged in meditation, while Lu Nanchuang stood guard beside her, a look of joy illuminating her face. The ice had been dispelled by Lu Nanchuang's celestial powers, and she commanded the disciples that this matter must remain confidential. Moments later, Luo Qingqing opened her eyes. "Qingqing, how do you fare?" Lu Nanchuang asked with genuine concern. "Master, as I slept last night, the inheritance within me activated autonomously, seemingly granting me a substantial enhancement in my cultivation, and I also comprehended the long-lost technique of ice enclosure of 1,000 miles. Luo Qingqing exhaled softly, releasing her newfound power. Now at the second level of the void immortal realm, she too had completely forgotten the dream, her mind solely occupied by Yi Chen, attributing her feelings to a mere longing for him. "Excellent. You possess the legacy of our ancestor, and not only have you advanced in cultivation, but you have also grasped the forgotten technique of ice enclosure of 1,000 miles. Lu Nanchuang nodded with satisfaction, her eyes sparkling with pride. She turned to the two disciples outside the door and instructed, "Relay the message. Henceforth, Luo Qingqing shall be appointed as the new holy maiden of our Pear Blossom Celestial Palace." The news of Luo Qingqing's designation as holy maiden swiftly spread throughout the Pear Blossom Celestial Palace and beyond. The external world was stirred by the announcement of the new holy maiden, igniting considerable excitement. The holy sons and holy maidens of sects are typically groomed as the next successors to lead, inevitably becoming the stewards of their sections. Even if not the leader, they would still hold significant authority as elders, exerting profound influence on their sections. Thus, the conferral of holy sons and holy maidens is approached with the utmost seriousness, requiring not only exceptional talent but also commendable character. In a bustling celestial city, patrons in a tea house engaged in animated discussions. "I have heard that the Pear Blossom Celestial Palace has appointed a new holy maiden. I wonder what extraordinary talent she possesses. It is said that the saintess, named Luo Qingqing, possesses profound skills at a remarkably young age and has grasped the long-lost techniques. Undoubtedly a gift of extraordinary talent." The saintess indeed. In the Wuji Immortal Palace, Yi Chen also caught wind of this news, a faint smile gracing his lips as he reclined comfortably on a sun lounger. Basking in the warmth of the sun, a year has swiftly passed, and the opening day of the Heavenly Academy has arrived as scheduled. Yi Chen lazily packed his belongings. Had it not been for the persistent urgings of his senior brothers, Su Chun and Lin Shua, he might have lounged in the Wuji Immortal Palace for several more hours. "Junior brother, if you don't leave soon, you'll be late," Su Chun exclaimed, anxiously glancing at the sun hanging high in the sky. "Fear not, senior brother. My legs have not rusted yet," Yi Chen leisurely replied while packing, placing his items into his storage ring. At last, under the relentless urging of his two senior brothers, Yi Chen finally set off for the academy at a languid pace. He truly preferred to savor the sun at home. But under the formidable influence of the Wuji Immortal Emperor and the formidable Su Laoma, he had no choice but to comply. Chapter 126. The subtle rivalry among the devotees. The Heavenly Palace Academy is situated on the outskirts of Zhongzhou City, where mountains stretch endlessly, shrouded in mist, with ethereal cranes soaring through the air, creating an otherworldly ambience. Majestic palaces rise atop the peaks or nestle along the slopes, their ornate eaves glistening under the sunlight. As Yi Chen stepped through the gates of the academy, he immediately spotted Wang Xiaotian, Gui Huafu, and Go Dahua, who had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. Lu Bidi had also joined the Heavenly Palace Academy, eagerly anticipating the arrival of their elder brother, Yi Chen. Upon seeing Yi Chen, the four rushed towards him as if they had found their anchor. "Elder brother, you have finally arrived," Wang Xiaotian exclaimed, holding out a storage ring. "These are the spirit stones I have earned over the past year. Please accept them." Gui Huafu, looking somewhat ill, produced a rare manual from his sleeve. "Elder brother, this is the secret talisman manual of the Gui family, now presented to you for your perusal." He also handed over several high-grade talismans. Go Dahua went a step further and presented a jade box filled with millennium-old celestial herbs. "Elder brother, this is the treasured medicine of my family, now offered to you." Lu Bidi, taken aback, thought to himself, is the competition among devotees truly this intense now? Anxiety began to swell within him. He was penniless and had no gifts to offer. This past year had been spent under the arrangements of Chun Gu at Zhugan's place. Seeing his brother on the verge of being snatched away, he felt a rush of panic, and before he knew it, the mucus began to flow like a slippery eel. He dashed to Yi Chun and knelt on one knee. "Elder brother, I, Lu Beatty, have nothing of value to present. Please accept my knee." Yi Chun swiftly caught Lu Beatty, preventing him from kneeling. "What are you doing?" Lu Beatty, being a brother, could not be allowed to kneel before Yi Chun. Lu Beatty raised an eyebrow at Wang Xiaotian and the others. "You think you can outdo me in this competition? You're all still too green. I am the most loyal devotee of Elder Brother, having followed him since the beginning." Lu Beatty first encountered Yi Chun when he was 10 years old, during their early days as bandits, where he was deeply impressed by Yi Chun's cleverness. Over time, he unconsciously began to regard this younger lad as his elder brother. Bystanders were drawn to this scene, their expressions a mixture of shock and awe. Can devotees truly compete with such fervor? Yi Chun shook his head in mild exasperation, not genuinely angry. Although these individuals were a tad sycophantic, their sentiments were heartfelt. Observers noted how these folks treated Yi Chun with greater affection than their own ancestors. The onlookers were filled with a complex blend of envy and admiration. Who is this Yi Chun, possessing such magnetic charisma? At that moment, the newly arrived Zhuge Kong also approached, shaking his head in resignation at the spectacle before him. Though Brother Ye's reputation may not be particularly stellar, who can deny the inexplicable allure he possesses? The junior disciple has become the center of attention wherever he goes, and now he no longer feigns modesty. Lin Shua stood to the side, shaking his head with a wry smile. In the Kanglan continent, the junior disciple knew to remain low-key, concealing his cultivation level. But now that he has returned to the celestial realm, he is utterly unreserved. It seems my junior has a certain charisma. The Heavenly Palace Academy is bound to be exhilarating. Su Qin nodded in agreement, unable to suppress his anticipation for the forthcoming captivating tales. "Brother, the Academy registration office is this way." Wang Xiaotian bounced along, leading Yi Chun. To enter the Heavenly Palace Academy, one must first register their identity and receive a training cave. "All right, Academy, here I come." Yi Chun stretched lazily, following Wang Xiaotian to register, appearing rather carefree. Once the registration was complete, a disciple in charge led the group toward the cave area. Yi Chun trailed behind, his mind occupied with thoughts of whether that girl, Luo Qingcheng, had arrived. As he walked, he cast furtive glances around. Male disciples gathered on one side, while female disciples occupied the other. The registering disciple gestured towards both directions. Yi Chun's eye sparkled. The female disciple area? He thought, perhaps he might encounter Qingcheng there. Just as he pondered whether to sneak over, commotion at the entrance of the female disciple area caught his attention. "Oh, there's excitement to behold. Let us go take a look." Yi Chun, adhering to the principle of not missing out on a spectacle, dashed ahead, leading his younger companions. Who would ignore such a lively scene? Surrounding the entrance to the female disciple area, the academy disciples formed impenetrable layers of spectators. What was transpiring? Yi Chun tiptoed, striving to glimpse the unfolding situation, and when visibility proved poor, he relentlessly pushed his way forward. No amount of resistance could deter Yi Chun's desire to witness the commotion and gossip. After considerable effort, he finally squeezed to the front of the crowd. Qingcheng, Xiao Tao, and Chu Man. What on earth is going on? Yi Chun was taken aback to see Luo Qingcheng and her companions encircled in the center. This excitement was, astonishingly, related to him. Upon closer inspection, a young man donned in the attire of the Haoyue celestial sect, possessing a rather pleasing appearance, was speaking arrogantly to Luo Qingcheng. "Who is this fellow? How dare he obstruct my wife's path?" Yi Chun felt a surge of displeasure. This young man appeared far from virtuous. Seeing Yu Chu Man being bullied, Su Chun was about to rush out when Yi Chun restrained him. "Don't rush, let us wait a moment." Understanding that Yi Chun had a plan, Su Chun nodded and fell silent. "This young lady, I am the saint son of the Haoyue celestial sect, and you are the saintess of the Pear Blossom Celestial Palace. If we were to unite as partners, would it not be a formidable alliance?" The saint son of Haoyue spoke with self-satisfaction, as if this were a monumental proposition. "Sorry, I don't know you, nor do I have any interest in becoming acquainted," Luo Qingcheng coldly replied, not even sparing him a glance. "Why must you distance yourself so resolutely, Qingcheng? My Haoyue celestial sect stands as one of the pinnacle sects of the celestial realm. Should you choose to accompany me, I assure you a life of endless riches and splendor." The saint of Haoyue remained undeterred, persistently pursuing Luo Qingqing. I have stated that I do not know you. Kindly step aside, and please address me by my full name. Luo Qingqing's countenance was frosty, her patience waning, and her tone grew increasingly assertive. Humph. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. I shall ask you one final time. Will you agree or not? The expression of the saint of Haoyue darkened, a hint of menace lacing his voice. At that moment, Lu Beatty and a few others squeezed their way in, positioning themselves beside Yichun. Isn't that my sister-in-law? Lu Beatty exclaimed, his eyes widening as he pointed towards Luo Qingqing. And the saint of Haoyue. How dare he bully my sister-in-law? Anger ignited within Lu Beatty. It was one thing for the saint of Haoyue to torment him for 7 years. But now he dared to target his sister-in-law as well. Today, he would settle both new grievances and old. Quietly, he retrieved an iron rod from his storage ring, preparing to deliver a couple of strikes to the saint of Haoyue. Chapter 127. Such a lack of cultivator's demeanor, sister-in-law? Isn't she the woman of my elder brother? Damn. Is this lad not bullying my brother's woman? He cannot be allowed to live today. Upon learning that Luo Qingqing was Yi Chen's woman, Wang Xiaodian and his companions were filled with righteous indignation, even more furious than if their own wives had been wronged. They rolled up their sleeves, preparing to give the holy son of the bright moon a thorough beating. Using this, Yi Chen observed that the iron rod Lu Bitai had produced was rather slender, and discreetly handed him a spiked club. Lu Bitai nodded in appreciation, quietly stowing away the iron rod and taking the spiked club instead. Wang Xiaodian, Gui Huafu, and Go Dahua, upon seeing Lu Bitai wielding the spiked club, also retrieved their own from their storage rings. Yi Chun exchanged glances with them, and they understood his intent, gradually dispersing to encircle the area. Su Chen also rummaged through his storage rings several times before finally emerging with a hefty iron rod, thick as a bowl. Nodding in satisfaction. Are you threatening me? At that moment, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Luo Qingqing's beautiful eyes, an aura of chill emanating from her. The onlookers felt a sudden drop in temperature and shivered involuntarily. You may interpret it that way. The holy son of the bright moon scoffed. As a group of disciples from the bright moon immortal sect stepped forward, subtly surrounding Luo Qingqing and her companions. Oh, it seems they intend to make a move? Yi Chen watched the unfolding drama with keen interest, finding the progression increasingly intriguing. Boy, who do you think you are? You have no right to speak here. The holy son of the bright moon's tone was unfriendly as he turned his gaze toward Yi Chen, who was merely observing from the sidelines. Yi Chen, I am Yi Chen's senior brother. Xiao Tao's face lit up with surprise upon seeing Yi Chen's arrival. Luo Qingqing and Yu Chu Man also wore expressions of delight at his presence. With Yi Chen here, the holy son of the bright moon was destined for misfortune. As for me, Yi Chen stroked his chin, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you are obscuring my view of the spectacle. You are courting death. The holy son of the bright moon was instantly enraged, incensed that a mere bystander would dare to act so brazenly before him. Hey, do not be impulsive, do not be impulsive. Yi Chen hastily waved his hands, feigning innocence. I merely wish to observe how you intend to coerce a young lady. You. The holy son of the bright moon's face darkened with fury. This lad was clearly trying to provoke him deliberately. Qingqing, if you agree to my terms now, I will let bygones be bygones, otherwise. The holy son suppressed his anger, turning once more to Luo Qingqing. Otherwise what? A voice suddenly interrupted the holy son's words. Yi Chen had somehow positioned himself beside Luo Qingqing, regarding the holy son of the bright moon with a nonchalant demeanor. Otherwise, I shall ensure she learns the consequences of offending me. The holy son spat venomously. Oh, is that so? Then I am most eager to witness your capabilities. Yi Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile as he wrapped his arm around Luo Qingqing's waist, displaying a playful grin. How audacious! How dare you show such disrespect towards the holy maiden Qingqing? The saint son of the bright moon watched Yi Chen's actions with wide eyes. The woman he coveted was not to be tainted by another's touch. What is this? Is it permissible for you to threaten her, while I am forbidden from protecting her? Yi Chen scoffed. A blush crept onto Luo Qingqing's cheeks, although they were already in a marital relationship. Being embraced in front of so many people still made her feel a tad bashful. Get him. Teach this ignorant brat a lesson. The saint son of the bright moon could no longer contain himself. He waved his hand, commanding the disciples of the Bright Moon Immortal sect behind him to confront Yi Chun. Thud, thud. However, he failed to notice that the disciples, upon charging forward, were swiftly knocked unconscious by Wang Xiaotian and his companions. Sensing something amiss, the Saint's son turned just in time to meet the end of a spiked club. Liu Bihui had already raised the club, waiting for the Saint's son to turn around to deliver a blow. The Saint's son had no time to evade and was struck squarely on the head, letting out a cry of pain. Yet, the blow did not inflict significant harm, merely raising a bump. "It's you." Thud. The Saint's son pointed accusatorily at Liu Bihui, ready to unleash his fury, but was struck again by a large iron rod. Su Chun swung the rod, quickly retracting it and adopting an innocent demeanor as if he had done nothing. The Saint's son, disoriented from the blows, saw stars before his eyes. "You despicable scoundrels! How dare you ambush me?" He seethed with rage, his celestial energy surging as he prepared to retaliate. However, before he could unleash his powers, Wang Xiaotian and his group surged forward again, attacking him with an assortment of clubs. Ouch! The Saint's son dodged left and right, but still took several hits. Luo Qingqing and Xiao Tao watched from the side, unable to stifle their laughter. The onlookers were astounded, their eyelids twitching at the violent and shameless display. These were supposed to be dignified cultivators, yet they fought like rowdy commoners. Such behavior was unbecoming of immortal practitioners. Yi Chun, with arms crossed and a smug expression, paid no heed to the opinions of others. In a fight, victory was the ultimate truth. With a sinister grin, Yi Chun seized the opportunity to employ a clever trick. He produced over a dozen storage rings. Having pilfered the belongings of all the disciples of the Bright Moon Immortal sect, the Saint's son, now in a pitiful state with his garments in tatters, glared at Yi Chun and his companions, filled with impotent fury. "You will pay for this. The Bright Moon Immortal sect will not let you off." Yi Chun disdainfully retorted. "Humph, if you have the capability, come at me now. I fear no one." At that moment, the enforcement elder of the academy was drawn to the commotion. "Everyone, cease this immediately," he bellowed. Only then did the crowd relent, while Yi Chun continued to wear a cheerful smile as he regarded the enforcement elder. What is the meaning of this? The elder in charge of law enforcement gazed at the chaotic scene and the bruised figure of the holy son of the crescent moon. His brow furrowed. "Elder, this holy son of the crescent moon has been tyrannical, bullying my woman. I merely taught him a minor lesson," Yi Chun interjected. "Elder, they assaulted me and my disciple without provocation. They must be punished severely," the holy son of the crescent moon exclaimed, exasperated. "All of you, follow me to the law enforcement hall. This matter must be thoroughly investigated." The elder cast a sweeping glance over the crowd. Yi Chun shrugged and led the others to follow the elder towards the law enforcement hall. "Law enforcement hall. Let's go?" Yi Chun appeared utterly relaxed, devoid of any anxiety about being taken to the hall. In contrast, Luo Qingqing and Xiao Tao exhibited some concern, for it was indeed for their sake that Yi Chun had acted. Inside the law enforcement hall, the atmosphere was solemn and dignified. The elder presided over the elevated dais, his gaze penetrating. "Now, speak. What transpired?" His voice commanded authority without a hint of anger. The holy son of the crescent moon embellished the account, portraying himself as the victim while depicting Yi Chun as the unprovoked assailant. Yi Chun succinctly recounted his version of events. "Elder, this fellow twists the facts and distorts the truth." The holy son of the crescent moon rejected Yi Chun's explanation, pointing at him with righteous indignation. Chapter 128. 7 years of revenge fully avenged. Yi Chun wore an expression of innocence as he raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "I have not spoken a falsehood. It was he who first made advances towards my wife. Elder, if you were in my position, could you truly endure such behavior?" The holy son of the bright moon was nearly driven to the brink of fury, his face flushed with anger at the audacity of this young man. His failed pursuit led him to coerce Luo Qingqing into a relationship. Yet Yi Chun argued that the term teasing was an exaggeration. Upon hearing both sides' accounts, the law elder rubbed his temples and nodded thoughtfully. It was a matter where each party had their own justification, leaving the law elder in a contemplative state. He found himself in agreement with Yi Chun. If someone dared to flirt with his wife, he would undoubtedly engage in a fierce battle with them. However, Yi Chun did not confront the holy son of the bright moon with such ferocity. Instead, he decisively subdued him and his companions. Though the encounter left the Holy Sun bruised and battered, it did not disrupt the order of the academy. The regulations merely stated that private dueling was prohibited. There was no mention of not being allowed to deliver a thorough beating to others. Thus, it appeared that Yi Chun had not violated any rules. Although it was clear that a clause against such beatings should be added for future reference. The law elder experienced a headache, while Yi Chun was innocent. The Holy Sun had indeed been harmed. He decided to assign responsibility to both parties and release them without charges. Yes, that was the way to proceed. The law elder had reached a conclusion and nodded to himself in satisfaction. In my view, both parties share responsibility. A step back from each side will resolve the matter. Leading to their mutual exoneration, he declared, waving his hand, pleased with his resolution. Elder, this brazen youth must face severe punishment. At that moment, a resonant and commanding voice echoed from the back hall. General Xinwu strode forth with an imposing presence, pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Chun. He had long harbored disdain for Yi Chun, having perceived disrespect during the Ascension Platform incident, and now sought to seize the opportunity to teach him a lesson. All hail General Xinwu. The members of the Law Hall bowed in respect upon his arrival. The Holy Son of the Bright Moon was elated, believing the general would defend him. Yet, Yi Chun merely raised his gaze slightly, displaying no fear. General Xinwu, this matter falls under the jurisdiction of our Law Hall. You possess no authority to interfere, stated the law elder flatly, yet with an undeniable air of authority following the formal greetings. He was renowned for his impartiality, and even the general could not hope to influence the decisions of the Law Hall. The general's expression darkened. This old man dared to counter him. Law elder, you are administering justice unfairly, shielding this young man. The general bellowed. General Xinwu, Yi Chun has not breached any regulations, the law elder countered, producing a thick volume of the academy's rules. The regulations explicitly stated that private dueling was forbidden. There was no provision against delivering a severe beating. He turned the book towards the general, insisting that he would only acknowledge what was inscribed in the rules. You are merely quibbling. The general scoffed, dismissing the law elder's argument. Within the law hall, the atmosphere grew tense, charged with palpable animosity. At that moment, another figure entered the room. What is happening? The voice of General Yulong resonated with a deep and commanding tone. We pay our respects to General Yulong. The crowd bowed once more, including General Xinwu, who joined in the gesture. General Yulong was not someone to be compared with General Xinwu. He represented the celestial emperor himself. General Xinwu hastily reported, General Yulong, this elder of law is sheltering Yi Chun and insists on releasing him without due consideration. General Yulong cast a glance at General Xinwu, then turned his attention to the elder of law. Elder, you shall proceed according to the academy's regulations, he instructed firmly. Subsequently, he faced General Xinwu. Xinwu, your duty is to protect the academy. Focus on your responsibilities and refrain from meddling in internal affairs. Although General Yulong's tone was calm, it carried an undercurrent of warning. General Xinwu's expression shifted between shades of anger and resignation, ultimately compelling him to silence his protests. He understood that once General Yulong had spoken, further arguments would be futile. Moreover, he indeed lacked the authority to intervene in matters concerning the academy. Thank you, General Yulong, the elder of law acknowledged with a respectful gesture. Since you have arrived, I shall reiterate my point. Yi Chun interjected with a grin. This saint of the bright moon has harassed my woman. It is only just that I teach him a lesson. The saint of the bright moon trembled with rage, having anticipated that General Xinwu's arrival would restore his honor. However, the unexpected appearance of the even more esteemed General Yulong thwarted his expectations. It appeared that while General Yulong adhered to the academy's rules, the regulations themselves contained evident loopholes. Enough, let this matter rest. General Yulong waved his hand, wishing to end their quarrel. Xinwu, return to your post. General Yulong instructed. General Xinwu glared at Yi Chun with disdain before leaving the law enforcement hall in a huff. Yi Chun, you may also take your leave, General Yulong said. Of course, Yi Chun replied cheerfully, wrapping his arm around Luo Qingqing and striding confidently out of the law enforcement hall, accompanied by Xiao Tao and the others. This left the elder of law and General Yulong to exchange knowing smiles. Yi Chun is indeed an amusing little fellow. After exiting the law enforcement hall, Yi Chun, holding Luo Qingqing's hand, chatted and laughed along the way. Wang Xiaodian, and his two foolish companions continuously admired Yi Chun. Brother Chun, today was truly satisfying. I have avenged all the grievances I've endured over the past 7 years. Lu Bidi finally chimed in, his excitement causing mucus to escape from his nostrils like a slippery eel. Could you please pay attention to your personal hygiene? It's quite unappetizing to behold. Yi Chun remarked with a look of disdain at Lu Bidi. Come on, Brother Chun, I'm just overly excited. Lu Bidi chuckled, wiping his nose with his sleeve. After escorting Luo Qingqing and the others back to the female disciple area, Yi Chun proceeded towards the male disciple's cave. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the cave that had been designated for their use. The caves chosen by several individuals were conveniently situated in close proximity to one another, facilitating ease of movement. Upon entering his own cave, Yi Chun extracted a reclining chair from his storage ring and settled down. Before his departure, he had spent a considerable amount of time organizing his belongings, ultimately bringing only a reclining chair and a barbecue grill, leaving all other items behind. Just as he reclined, his most devoted follower, Wang Xiaotian, accompanied by Gui Huafu and Goda Hu, arrived at his cave. Brother, I have heard that the Academy's scripture pavilion contains numerous exquisite celestial techniques. Wang Xiaotian eagerly informed Yi Chun, his expression one of eager anticipation. Oh, Yi Chun replied, not lifting his eyelids, exhibiting no interest in the exquisite celestial techniques, for he had an abundance within the Wuji Celestial Palace. Not only are there exquisite celestial techniques, but also the Heavenly Emperor's Tao, Gui Huafu added, his voice lacking vigor. Brother, the Heavenly Emperor's Tao carries a trace of the Heavenly Tao's aura. Practicing it allows one to condense a hint of imperial might, Goda Hu interjected. The Heavenly Emperor's Tao is the cultivation method practiced by the Heavenly Emperor himself. Due to its righteous nature, it bears a hint of the Heavenly Tao's opportunities, and thus, when cultivated, it is empowered by the Great Tao, earning it the title of Tao. Oh, understood. Yi Chun raised his eyes slightly, still uninterested, and resumed his reclining position. Chenggu. Lu Baiti rushed in, his plump belly bouncing as he hurriedly entered. Chapter 129, The Technique Pavilion and the Mysterious Elder. Recently, news reached Chenggu that the Celestial Emperor had drawn a fragment of his annihilation law and placed it at the pinnacle of the Technique Pavilion, available for all disciples to comprehend. Lu Bidi, breathless, relayed this information. Yi Chun, intrigued by the Celestial Emperor's annihilation law, rose from his reclining chair. The annihilation law, which primarily embodies destruction, ranks among the foremost alongside the laws of space, making it notoriously difficult to grasp. Within the entire immortal realm, few have managed to comprehend it. Moreover, the fragment drawn by the Celestial Emperor, having passed through the righteous path of the Emperor, is imbued with the essence of the Great Tao, making it even more formidable than one's own comprehension. Lu Bidi raised an eyebrow at Wang Xiaotian and the others, indicating, see, even as a sycophant, I am the one who can truly please him. With this in mind, Yi Chun felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of visiting the Technique Pavilion. However, Lu Bidi quickly interjected, not so fast, Chenggu. Entering the Technique Pavilion requires contribution points, which we currently lack. Contribution points are a quantifiable currency earned by disciples through completing tasks and contributing to the Academy. They serve as a measure of a member's dedication and effort towards the institution. Big brother, we can earn contribution points by completing tasks. Why don't we tackle some missions to accumulate them? Wang Xiaotian suggested, noting that they had just entered the Academy and had yet to earn any points. No way. I'd rather lie here and sleep comfortably. Yi Chun dismissed the idea without a second thought, resuming his slumber. Tasks? That's out of the question. Even a dog wouldn't do them. If I were to do tasks, I'd be no better than a dog. Isn't it much better to just relax at home? He felt a flicker of annoyance at the thought, recalling how he had been sleeping soundly at home. It was all the Celestial Emperor's fault for sending him a special summons, compelling him to come to the Celestial Academy for sleep. Sleeping at home was a true delight, no one to bother him. The Wujixian Emperor was well aware of Yi Chun's rapid cultivation and would never interfere. Plus, he had 2 exceptionally doting female senior sisters, and his senior brothers would occasionally return, bringing him delightful gifts. The best part was that with only a few of them in the Wujixian palace, they had complete freedom of movement, with no tasks or contribution points to worry about. He could use whatever he wanted whenever he wanted, and if something was missing, his senior brothers and sisters would promptly fetch it for him. At this moment, Wang Xiaodian and the others exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Lu Bidi, with a spark of inspiration, leaned closer to Yi Chun. Chenggu, I've heard that completing some advanced tasks can yield not only a substantial amount of contribution points, but also precious magical treasures and elixirs. Don't disturb my sleep. I have no interest in magical treasures or elixirs, Yi Chun retorted, turning his back to them. The others exchanged knowing looks, acknowledging that their big brother indeed held little regard for elixirs. The elixirs casually concocted by my elder brother not only enhance one's cultivation, but also slightly augment innate talent. Now, dear brother, please rest. We shall take our leave. Wang Xiaolian bowed slightly, preparing to exit Yi Chen's cave abode, knowing that it was imperative not to disturb his elder brother's slumber. Lu Bidi, wishing to utter a few more words of persuasion to Yi Chun, was swiftly silenced by Wang Xiaolian's hand over his mouth. Together with Gui Huafu and Go Dao, they ushered Lu Bidi out, with his mouth covered. Lu Bidi's nose began to drip incessantly, leaving Wang Xiaolian's hands smeared with his mucus, causing him to gag in disgust. After exiting the cave, Lu Bidi finally broke free. Why didn't you let me persuade elder brother a little longer? He complained. Wang Xiaolian, wiping his hands with disdain, replied, once elder brother makes a decision, it is not something we can easily alter. Let us not make ourselves look foolish. Gui Huafu nodded in agreement. Indeed, let us first think of a way for ourselves. Go Dao echoed. Yes, let us see if there are any suitable tasks for us to undertake and earn some contribution points. After deliberating, they resolved to first visit the task hall. Meanwhile, within the cave, Yi Chen found himself unable to sleep, his mind persistently occupied with thoughts of the desolation law, gradually sinking into contemplation. No, I must visit the technique pavilion. Perhaps entry does not require contribution points. Yi Chen rose from his recliner and exited the cave, heading towards the technique pavilion. He approached the pavilion just as an elderly man was leisurely exiting, clad in simple linen garments, though made of ordinary material. They were clean and tidy. The old man was tall, his posture straight, and his gait steady and powerful. His facial features were chiseled, exuding an aura of authority, with deep-set eyes that seemed capable of perceiving all truths of the world. He emanated the presence of an esteemed figure, reminiscent of a profound and enigmatic recluse. Upon seeing the elder, Yi Chen felt a shiver of instinctive recognition. This was no ordinary individual. The elder also noticed Yi Chen, his gaze lingering for a moment, as if it could penetrate the very soul of the young man. Greetings, esteemed elder. Farewell, esteemed elder. Yi Chen greeted him before proceeding into the pavilion. However, after just a few steps, he was halted by the elder. Young one, hold on. The technique pavilion has not yet officially opened, and entry requires contribution points. Do you possess any? The elder's expression was kind, his voice steady and commanding. Esteemed elder, as a newcomer, I do not have a single contribution point. Yi Chen replied with an air of helplessness, extending his hands. In that case, you must wait until you have contribution points to return. This is the Academy's rule. No exceptions can be made. The elder smiled while scrutinizing Yi Chen. Esteemed elder, I have heard that inside there are techniques cultivated by the Celestial Emperor, as well as the Desolation Law? Yi Chen inquired, his eyes glimmering with curiosity and anticipation as he leaned slightly forward. Ha. The elderly man chuckled softly. Within the Hall of Techniques, indeed resided the methods of the Celestial Emperor and the laws of oblivion. Yet such profound wisdom could only be comprehended by those destined for it. Esteemed elder, why not allow me entry? Perhaps I am that fated individual, Yi Chen implored, leaning closer with a look of eager anticipation, hoping the old man might grant him access. Ah, dear child, that is not feasible. Without contribution points, entry is prohibited. It would be unjust to the other disciples, the elder replied, shaking his head slightly with a serious demeanor. But if I lack contribution points, can there not be a bit of leniency? Yi Chen persisted, unwilling to concede, his tone tentative. Without contribution points, you may undertake tasks in the task hall to earn them, the elder said cheerfully, pointing Yi Chen towards a path of opportunity. Complete tasks? I shan't do that. Even a dog wouldn't undertake such tasks. Yi Chen retorted without a moment's hesitation, shaking his head vigorously. Upon hearing Yi Chen's response, the elder's expression darkened instantly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. Chapter 130. The Night Raid on the Scripture Pavilion. The Heavenly Emperor takes notice. Hey, you, young man, so obstinate and unyielding, utterly failing to seize this splendid opportunity. The Academy has provided you with a pathway to acquire techniques, yet you dismiss it with such disdain. What achievements can you hope for in the future? The elder's voice was stern, laced with a hint of reproach. Senior, since I am a disciple of the Academy, why must I expend contribution points just to enter the scripture pavilion? Yichen did not counter the elder, but rather inquired with curiosity. This is to motivate the students to exert themselves in their cultivation and contribute to the Academy. Furthermore, the Academy incurs expenses as well. Assigning tasks to disciples helps alleviate the pressure on the institution, the elder patiently elucidated. Isn't that just too miserly of the Heavenly Emperor? Merely glancing at the techniques doesn't diminish their worth. Why can't they be freely accessible? Yichen remarked with a dismissive pout. The elder, upon hearing this, was instantly incensed, his beard bristling and his eyes widening. Yet, Yichen remained undeterred, continuing his critique. The Heavenly Emperor invited me to the Academy. Yet I must expend contribution points to enter the scripture pavilion. To put it plainly, it feels as though they are barring my entry. Young man, no one has said you cannot enter. It is merely the established rules. The elder huffed, his irritation palpable. Yichen cast a light glance at the elder and retorted. Rules? Requiring contribution points is tantamount to barring my way. I was comfortably resting at home. That old Heavenly Emperor insisted on sending me a special invitation, compelling me to come to the Academy. And what do I receive in return? Not even a glimpse of the Oblivion laws. Humph. If I ever encounter that old Heavenly Emperor, I shall certainly poke him in the spine. At this outburst, the elder could not contain his amusement, bursting into hearty laughter, thoroughly entertained by Yichen's tirade. Young man, you possess quite the wit, the elder chuckled, shaking his head. However, it is not strictly necessary to use contribution points to gain access. Oh, please enlighten me. Senior, Yichen's interest piqued at the prospect of an alternative. In fact, you may also use spirit stones. One contribution point is equivalent to one superior spirit stone. If you lack contribution points, spirit stones will suffice, the elder explained, stroking his beard. Spirit stones? Yichen pondered, tilting his head. Providing 100 or so spirit stones wouldn't be out of the question. But how many would I need to gain entry? 100 superior spirit stones for the first floor, with each subsequent floor increasing tenfold. The top floor requires 1 million superior spirit stones. The elder gestured with a finger to illustrate. What? 1 million? Old man, why don't you just go rob a bank? Yichen's eyes widened in disbelief, his hands on his hips. It was inconceivable for him to part with spirit stones. They were essential for his cultivation, his very lifeblood. You impudent rascal. The elder, exasperated, glared at Yichen, his patience wearing thin. Do not be ungrateful. The techniques and laws within the scripture pavilion are priceless treasures. 1 million superior spirit stones is a bargain. Old man, you are simply trying to swindle me. 1 million superior spirit stones? I would never enter. Yichen crossed his arms defiantly, expressing his frustration. After uttering his grievances, he turned away and departed, grumbling about the absurdity of the place and its rules, convinced that the old man was attempting to swindle him out of spirit stones. The elder called after him, warning, Young man, do not come to regret this. Unfazed, Yichen quickened his pace and soon vanished from the elder's sight, storming back to his dwelling. Upon his return, Wang Xiaodian and his companions had just completed a mission at the task hall, preparing to earn contribution points the following day. They exchanged puzzled glances at Yichen's irate demeanor. What has gotten into him? Why is he so furious? Wang Xiaodian was the first to break the silence. I have no idea. I thought he was resting in the cave. When did he even leave? Gui Huafu scratched his head, bewildered. Should we go and ask him? Guidahua suggested. Perhaps it's best not to. He's clearly in a foul mood, and we might just provoke him, Lu Bitai interjected, wiping his nose. After much deliberation, they ultimately decided to wait and see. Inside his cave, Yichen tossed and turned, unable to find solace. His anger towards the old man's supposed scheme for spirit stones only intensifying. As night descended, the silvery moonlight bathed the celestial realm in a tranquil glow, enveloping mountains, lakes, and palaces in an air of mystery. Gazing out at the moonlit scene, Yichen's ire remained unresolved as he reclined in his chair, restless. 1 million top-tier spirit stones? Attempting to deceive me? Not a chance. He abruptly sat up, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. I shall infiltrate, and see for myself. What can the Heavenly Emperor do to me? A daring plan began to take shape in his mind. Old man, if you wish to swindle my spirit stones, I shall turn the tables and swindle your techniques instead. A mischievous smile curled at the corners of Yi Chen's lips as he resolved to sneak into the technique pavilion that very night. Without delay, he retrieved a set of black stealth attire from his storage bag. After changing, he altered his appearance to resemble the Radiant Moon Saint. With numerous experts within the Heavenly Academy, it would be easy to be spotted. Thus, should he be discovered, it would merely be attributed to the Radiant Moon Saint, allowing him to exploit the situation further. Yi Chen admired his reflection in the mirror. Perfect. He nodded in satisfaction. I truly am a genius. Quietly, he slipped out of his cave, stealthily making his way toward the technique pavilion. Meanwhile, within a resplendent palace, the elder who had earlier confronted Yi Chen sat upright, his demeanor grave. Across from him sat a formidable general clad in golden armor, the Dragon Commander. The elder was none other than the Heavenly Emperor Qin, who had disguised himself to observe the technique pavilion. A faint smile crept onto his lips. That lad has gone to the technique pavilion, and he possesses a modicum of cleverness. The Dragon Commander paused, taken aback. Your Majesty, are you referring to Yi Chen? The Heavenly Emperor nodded slightly. Indeed, who else would dare to be so audacious? This young man possesses quite the audacity, daring to infiltrate the pavilion of techniques under the cover of night. A flicker of surprise crossed General Yulong's eyes. Youth, such impetuousness can indeed be a virtue. Emperor Qin Tian stroked his beard, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his gaze. This lad is quite intriguing. The rumors hold true. He values wealth above all else. Have you encountered this young man, Your Majesty? General Yulong inquired with a hint of skepticism. I came across him at the Pavilion of Techniques this afternoon. I tested his resolve, and it appears he is unwilling to part with even a single spirit stone. Emperor Qin Tian sighed in resignation, shaking his head with a smile. Your Majesty, should we not send someone to deter him? General Yulong asked, seeking guidance. No need. Dismantle the hidden guards and formations surrounding the Pavilion of Techniques. Emperor Qin Tian gestured dismissively. As you command. General Yulong complied, swiftly forming a hand sign to communicate with the elder overseeing the pavilion regarding this matter. Your Majesty, do you believe that Yi Chen truly possesses the potential to shatter the shackles of the celestial realm? General Yulong inquired, a hint of anticipation flickering in his eyes as he gazed at the elder. Chapter 131. Absorbing the Laws of Annihilation, the Mysterious Little Dog, I don't know. Emperor Qin shook his head. However, as Wuji stated, if anyone can break the constraints of the immortal realm, it must be Yi Chen. Your Majesty, since the ancient war in the immortal realm, no one has successfully transcended that barrier. Why does Wuji Immortal Emperor hold such high hopes for Yi Chen, asserting that he can indeed break through the constraints? General Yulong inquired, his expression clouded with confusion, his furrowed brow deepening as he seemed to worry for the future of the immortal realm. It is due to Yi Chen's origins, Emperor Qin replied. Yi Chen's origins? Does he have other backgrounds? General Yulong's eyes widened in astonishment. Emperor Qin shook his head. Yi Chen's origins are exceedingly mysterious. Perhaps only Wuji Immortal Emperor knows the truth. With a wave of his hand, an image of Yi Chen appeared before them, depicting him within the Hall of Techniques. This boy is quite cunning. General Yulong chuckled as he observed the projection, where Yi Chen had transformed into the visage of the Holy Son of the Bright Moon. At this moment, Yi Chen had arrived at the entrance of the Hall of Techniques. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, discovering that there were no guards or formations present. Unbeknownst to him, every action was being closely monitored by Emperor Qin and General Yulong. Strange. Why is there no one guarding the Hall of Techniques? Yi Chen pondered, yet he decided to venture inside. He gently pushed open the grand doors and slipped in. Inside the Hall of Techniques, a profound silence enveloped him. Yi Chen held his breath, stealthily making his way to the top floor. He glanced around like a vigilant rabbit, cautiously ascending to the highest level of the hall. How peculiar. How can there be no guards even at the top? Yi Chen stroked his chin, confusion etched on his face. Logically, such an important place should be fortified with numerous formations and powerful guardians. Yet, the atmosphere felt oddly serene. Could it be that this old man is attempting to play a trick on me? Yi Chen mused, growing increasingly vigilant. He was acutely aware that there were no free lunches in this world, especially not in a place like the Celestial Academy. At that moment, A strange wave caught Yi Chen's attention. The oscillation was profoundly mysterious, imbued with a hint of annihilation. The laws of annihilation. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled as he instantly recognized the source of the wave. No matter, I shall comprehend the law first. After all, I arrived here through my own merit. Acquiring the laws of annihilation would be a boon. A confident smile graced Yi Chen's lips as he prepared to sit cross-legged and begin absorbing the essence of the laws of annihilation. However, before he could settle, the law transformed into shimmering starlight, penetrating his body. What is happening? Yi Chen was taken aback, his expression one of bewilderment. He had merely intended to secretly comprehend the law and depart unnoticed. He never anticipated absorption. How could the laws of annihilation enter him? Furthermore, was it not said that one could only comprehend such laws? He had never heard of anyone absorbing them. Now it is settled. I have absorbed the law. How will others comprehend it in the future? If this is discovered, I shall be deemed a thief of the law. Nonetheless, I am disguised as the holy son of the bright moon, so should I be discovered, he will bear the blame. Yi Chen quickly came to this realization. He had originally intended to deceive the holy sun, and now the situation played right into his hands. Meanwhile, within the resplendent palace, Emperor Qin and General Yulong were observing Yi Chen's every move through a projection. Upon witnessing Yi Chen absorbing the law of annihilation, both men were momentarily taken aback. This. General Yulong's eyes widened in disbelief. It is common knowledge in the celestial realm that laws can only be comprehended, not absorbed. Yet now, Yi Chen has shattered that notion. This lad truly is remarkable. Emperor Qin stroked his beard, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in his eyes. In his countless years of existence, this was the first time he had encountered such a phenomenon. Your Majesty, how shall we interpret this? General Yulong inquired, seeking an explanation from Emperor Qin. I am at a loss as well, the emperor replied, shaking his head, a hint of profundity in his gaze. Perhaps this was the unique quality of one destined to transcend the shackles of the celestial realm. He harbored a vague premonition that Yi Chen's emergence might indeed shatter the constraints that had remained unbroken for eons. At that moment, Yi Chen was reveling in his triumph of absorbing the law of annihilation. He had initially intended to clandestinely comprehend it, only to unexpectedly obtain the entirety of the law. The old man is quite generous, bestowing upon me the law of annihilation. I shall not be modest in accepting it. Yi Chen delightedly felt the flow of the law within him. What a tremendous gain this is. Inwardly, he celebrated, thinking, old man, did you wish to deceive me with your spirit stones? Now, I have turned the tables on your law. A mischievous smile crept across Yi Chen's lips, filled with pride. Unbeknownst to him, all of this was being closely observed by Emperor Qin, who had intentionally allowed him entry into the pavilion of techniques. However, since he was already here, he might as well take a glance at the emperor's Tao as well. Yi Chen stroked his chin, grinning slyly. That girl, Qingsheng, possesses a legacy. Yet my foolish brothers and senior brothers are eagerly awaiting the treasures I shall bring back. The thought of Lin Shua's woeful expression made him chuckle aloud. Very well. My brothers and senior brothers, wait for me to bring you gifts. With determination, he turned and ascended to the next level. Each floor of the pavilion of techniques housed distinct methods, with higher tiers containing more advanced techniques. The topmost level housed the law of annihilation, while the next level contained the Emperor's Tao, and the subsequent levels held various advanced techniques from the Heavenly Palace Academy. Yi Chen held no interest in those advanced techniques. His sole aim was the Emperor's Tao. Although he did not require it for himself, his brothers and senior brothers certainly did. TSK, TSK, TSK. The old emperor has quite an impressive collection. As Yi Chen perused the techniques, he couldn't help but express his astonishment. He swiftly skimmed through all the Taoist practices, absorbing the essence of each one. The Heavenly Emperor's Tao encompassed the cultivation methods, various martial skills, and mystical arts employed by the Heavenly Emperor. While others harnessed the Heavenly Emperor's Tao, bolstered by the profound principles of the universe, they could unleash formidable power. Ah, what a remarkable windfall. Yi Chen committed every technique to memory, his exceptional recall allowing him to remember everything he encountered. With the techniques securely in hand, he prepared to depart with a sense of fulfillment. However, just then, a fluffy little dog suddenly appeared at his feet. Startled, Yi Chen leapt into the air, a chill racing up from his soles to the crown of his head, causing him to jump backwards several meters in fright. He hadn't noticed the dog's arrival at all. When had this little dog appeared? How had it gotten in? Yi Chen was filled with bewilderment. This little dog was entirely golden, devoid of any blemishes, with a pair of large, soulful eyes brimming with intelligence. Chapter 132, Guardian Beast of the Courtyard. The fire Qilin, the small dog, appeared to be harmless, even somewhat adorable. It bore no ill intentions, wagging its tail with a demeanor that was pleasing and endearing. Woof! The little dog emitted a soft bark and gently approached Yi Chen's feet, affectionately nudging them with its head, as if seeking to charm him. It gazed up at the storage ring adorning Yi Chen's hand, its eyes brimming with longing. In the Heavenly Emperor Palace, Emperor Qin and General Yulong were taken aback upon seeing the small dog materialize in the projection. How? How did the fire Qilin emerge? It should be in slumber at this moment. Emperor Qin's eyes widened in disbelief. Your Majesty, the fire Qilin has always disregarded worldly matters. It is astonishing that it has awakened and is so affectionate towards Yi Chen. General Yulong echoed the sentiment, equally astonished. This fire Qilin had been personally placed in the Technique Pavilion by Emperor Qin that afternoon, serving as the guardian beast of the Heavenly Academy. Typically, the fire Qilin remained in slumber, not even stirring when someone approached. It would only awaken in the event of a significant incident within the academy, and clearly, there was no such urgency now. There must be something amiss. This fire Qilin generally allows no one near it but me, yet now. Emperor Qin furrowed his brow, his gaze fixated on the projection of Yi Chen and the fire Qilin, lost in contemplation. General Yulong queried, could it be that Yi Chen possesses some exceptional quality that compels the fire Qilin to act so unusually? Emperor Qin shook his head. It is yet unclear. But the secrets this young man harbors are likely more profound than we presume. Meanwhile, within the Technique Pavilion, Yi Chen remained bewildered by the small dog's affection. Yi Chen observed the dog's unwavering gaze fixed upon his storage ring, and a thought sparked in his mind. Could it be that within my storage ring lies something this little creature desires? Little one, is there something within my storage ring that you seek? Yi Chen tentatively inquired. To his astonishment, the dog nodded and emitted a joyful bark. Yi Chen's confusion deepened. What exactly is this little dog? What does it wish for? How could such an unusual creature reside within the Technique Pavilion? A myriad of questions swirled in Yi Chen's mind. He had a faint inkling that the appearance of this dog was not mere happenstance. Yet, he remained oblivious to what this dog desired from his storage ring. Speculating it could be something edible, the little dog stood before him, head cocked to one side, awaiting Yi Chen to produce the desired item from the storage ring. Yi Chen retrieved a piece of leftover roasted beast meat and placed it before the small dog. However, the dog merely glanced at it before losing interest, once again gazing up at Yi Chen with yearning. Not this. Yi Chen, perplexed, decided to present all the food he had, allowing the dog to choose for itself. Yet the dog only cast a fleeting glance before fixating its gaze back on Yi Chen, indicating that none of these were to its liking. Still not satisfied, Yi Chen frowned. He had laid out all consumables from his storage ring, save for the elixirs. Could it be the elixirs? Yi Chen retrieved the elixir he had crafted, and the moment he unveiled it, the little dog erupted with uncontainable excitement. With joyful barks, it wagged its tail exuberantly, leaping onto Yi Chen with its front paws. Its large, glistening eyes widened in anticipation, fixated on the elixir, brimming with eagerness and desire. It emitted soft whines, seemingly urging Yi Chen to hasten in offering it the precious concoction. With its paws gripping Yi Chen's clothing and its hind legs pushing eagerly, it strived to inch closer to the elixir, saliva nearly dripping from its mouth. Amused by the little dog's fervent demeanor, Yi Chen chuckled softly. Patience, my dear companion. I shall present it to you at once. He opened his palm, presenting the elixir before the eager canine. The little dog, unable to contain its enthusiasm, swallowed the elixir whole, squinting in satisfaction as a contented gurgle emanated from its throat. Upon reopening its eyes, the little creature continued to gaze longingly at Yi Chen, licking its lips as if still yearning for more. Yi Chen, in a gesture of generosity, offered the remaining elixirs, which the dog devoured in a single gulp. After finishing, the little dog tilted its head, gazing at Yi Chen with anticipation, hoping for additional elixirs. Alas, Yi Chen's vessel for the elixirs was now empty. My dear little one, the vessel is devoid of elixirs. See for yourself, he said with a resigned shrug, flipping the empty bottle upside down before the dog's expectant eyes. Yet, the little dog remained undeterred, still fixated on him. With no other option, Yi Chun retrieved a storage ring he had cunningly acquired from a disciple of the Haoyue immortal sect and began rummaging through its contents. Shortly thereafter, he unearthed a vial of elixirs and poured one into his hand, offering it to the little dog. Surprisingly, the dog sniffed the elixir, then took 2 steps back, barking disdainfully at Yi Chun, as if expressing its discontent. "Such a discerning palate you possess," Yi Chun mused, observing the little golden dog before him with a bemused expression. He realized that this little creature preferred the elixirs crafted from the spiritual energy of the heavenly Tao pearl rather than mere ordinary concoctions. "Alas, I truly have none left. I shall prepare a fresh batch for you next time, ensuring you are fully satisfied," he promised earnestly, shaking the empty vial. The little dog seemed to comprehend his words, extending its petite pink tongue to lick Yi Chun's hand affectionately, displaying a surprising understanding. Yi Chun smiled, gently petting the dog's fluffy head. "Where do you reside? I shall seek you out once the elixirs are ready." With a warm smile, he patted the dog's head once more. The little dog gestured for him to follow, scampering with its short legs deeper into the pavilion of techniques. Halfway through, it turned back to glance at Yi Chun, encouraging him to keep pace. "Very well, lead on." Yi Chun acquiesced, following suit. The little dog guided Yi Chun to a vacant expanse deep within the pavilion of techniques, where nothing was present before them. As Yi Chun reached out, he encountered an unseen barrier, a sensation akin to touching an intangible veil. The small dog glanced back at Yi Chun before taking a step forward and vanishing from sight. To his astonishment, there existed a hidden realm. Yi Chun was utterly amazed. He attempted to concentrate, channeling his internal spiritual energy to perceive the barrier, only to find that his efforts were as futile as a stone cast into the ocean. Yielding no response, barking, the small dog noticed Yi Chun had not followed and poked its head back through the barrier, barking twice as if urging him to hurry inside. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chun cautiously stepped forward, only to be enveloped by a flash of light, finding himself within this enigmatic world. Upon entering, Yi Chun was awestruck by the breathtaking scenery before him. The air was thick with spiritual energy, almost palpable, and a variety of rare spiritual plants flourished around him. While in the distance stood a magnificent cave dwelling. "You live here?" Yi Chun exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. The small dog nodded, raising a front paw and pointing towards the opulent cave. "This poses a dilemma. I possess no merit points. How will I be able to enter and deliver you elixirs in the future?" Yi Chun scratched his head, a look of concern etched on his face. Aware that the dog resided within this esteemed pavilion, the small dog tilted its head, seemingly pondering the issue as well. After a brief moment, it appeared to have an epiphany. A beam of light suddenly shot from its brow and entered Yi Chun's own. "What in the world?" Yi Chun gasped, instinctively retreating a few steps in shock. Chapter 133. The trickery of the radiant moon saint child. A warm current coursed through Yi Chun's body, and he finally comprehended that the little dog sought to acknowledge him as its master. The beam of light emitted was a manifestation of the dog's soul contract. This little creature certainly possesses discerning judgment. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Yi Chun's lips, and he felt a surge of delight within. Upon the completion of the contract, a wondrous connection was established between Yi Chun and the little dog. They could communicate within the sea of souls and sense each other's whereabouts. "From now on, I shall call you De Huang." Simple, grand, and refined. Yi Chun gazed at De Huang, who was playfully rubbing against his feet, with a look of pride. "Behold, I am a genius in naming, capable of conjuring such an exquisite, stately name." "Woof woof." De Huang joyfully barked twice, evidently pleased with its new name. "How splendid. Now, whenever I long for you, I can reach out at any moment." Yi Chun's spirits soared as he affectionately patted De Huang's head. In the Heavenly Emperor's palace, Emperor Qin and General Yulong were left utterly dumbfounded by the scene before them. The Fire Qilin has actually acknowledged him as its master? Emperor Qin's eyes widened in disbelief. The Fire Qilin is notoriously proud. Although it had always accompanied Emperor Qin, it had never recognized him as its master. Yet, Yi Chun had managed to elicit such a response with merely a few medicinal pills. "Your Majesty, this!" General Yulong exclaimed, astonishment etching his features, his words faltering. "Who exactly is this young man?" Emperor Qin furrowed his brow, his gaze fixated on the projection of Yi Chun, his mind swirling with questions. The infinite celestial emperor had only informed the heavenly emperor of Yi Chun's mysterious origins, refusing to disclose from whence he came. It seems he truly is the destined child capable of shattering the shackles of the celestial realm. General Yulong could not help but murmur to himself. The heavenly emperor remained silent, his gaze penetrating as he contemplated the projection, his thoughts racing. Yi Chun hummed a cheerful tune as he sauntered out of the martial arts pavilion, his countenance adorned with the visage of the radiant moon saint child. Drawing attention wherever he went, he strolled several laps around the vicinity of the pavilion, almost tempted to hold a sign declaring, "Come see. The radiant moon saint child is here." He chuckled to himself, relishing the prospect of ensnaring the saint child in his ploy. "Heh, dear radiant moon saint child. Just wait until I ensnare you." Yi Chun mused, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. The principles of annihilation from the martial arts pavilion had been absorbed by Yi Chun, and he was certain that this would be discovered by tomorrow. The sect would undoubtedly launch a thorough investigation, and with Yi Chun bearing the face of the radiant moon saint child, he aimed to be seen, ensuring that the investigators would suspect the saint child of pilfering the principles of annihilation. Even if the truth eventually surfaced, it would still bring him considerable trouble. Last time, the radiant moon saint child had bullied Luo Qingqing. Yi Chun had not forgotten that debt. "Just wait. Tomorrow you shall experience the taste of being wrongfully accused." Yi Chun relished the thought, feeling as sly as a weasel that had stolen a hen. However, after wandering for quite some time, he had yet to encounter a single soul. Strangely, there should be skilled guardians near the pavilion of techniques, yet not a single shadow is in sight. Yi Chun scratched his head, utterly perplexed. Little did he know that the individuals within the pavilion had been discreetly summoned away by General Long, who had communicated with the elders of the pavilion. Meanwhile, within the Heavenly Emperor's palace, the Heavenly Emperor Qin observed the projection with great interest, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. This young man certainly harbors a grudge. Standing beside him, General Long was equally engrossed in the spectacle. After circling around several times, with no one in sight, Yi Chun resolved to return home. Just as he turned, he encountered an elder approaching him. The elder froze upon seeing Yi Chun, his expression shifting dramatically as he promptly turned to flee. This elder was the guardian of the Pavilion of Techniques, who had been instructed by General Long to discreetly allow Yi Chun entry. Having sensed Yi Chun's earlier departure from the pavilion, he had assumed the young man had left for good and had come to reset the formation within. To his astonishment, Yi Chun, rather than hastily exiting, was lingering about. A thief would typically flee the scene immediately after stealing. Yet here was Yi Chun, aimlessly wandering, leaving the elder with no choice but to feign ignorance and make a hasty retreat, as though he was the one in the wrong. Seeing the elder make his escape, Yi Chun's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea. "Elder, wait," he called out, raising his voice. The elder, feigning ignorance, quickened his pace. The Heavenly Emperor Qin and General Long, watching the scene unfold, nearly choked on their tea. This maneuver is quite extraordinary." General Long's lips twitched. The Heavenly Emperor, equally amused, found himself both laughing and shaking his head at this talented young man. Noticing the elder fleeing, Yi Chun hurried after him. "Hey, old man, I am the holy son of the crescent moon," he shouted, fearing the elder might not recognize his face and thus hastened to remind him. Upon hearing this, the elder bolted even faster, as if he had seen a ghost, fleeing in a panic. Internally cursing, he thought, if it weren't for General Long's message, he might have actually believed it. Yi Chun, panting from the chase, was filled with frustration. What was wrong with this elder? He acted as if he had seen a plague incarnate. Little did he realize that his exclamation was akin to announcing, "I am the holy son of the crescent moon, and I have taken the laws of the pavilion." Back in the Heavenly Emperor's palace, the Heavenly Emperor and General Long were in fits of laughter. "This young man is truly a treasure." Tears of laughter streamed down the Heavenly Emperor's face. General Long, too, was doubled over in mirth, finding Yi Chun's antics even bolder than outright confession. After pursuing for some time without success, Yi Chun reluctantly gave up. It seemed today would not yield an opportunity to outsmart the holy son of the crescent moon. With a sigh, he wore a face of regret. Simultaneously, he inwardly condemned the Heavenly Palace Academy for their decision to sleep at night, pondering why they could not emerge and contribute more to the celestial realm. Having attained immortality, They could easily forego sleep for years. Yet, these individuals remained so indolent, still succumbing to slumber. Nevertheless, he secretly vowed to seize the next opportunity to cleverly outsmart the saint of the bright moon. Feeling a sense of ennui, Yi Chun turned and returned to his cave dwelling, shutting the door with eagerness to comprehend the law of annihilation. Seated cross-legged at the center of the cave, he concentrated as the law of annihilation converged within his dantian. His anticipation for this law, coveted even by the celestial emperors, was palpable. Taking a deep breath, he focused his mind and began to delve into the law of annihilation residing in his dantian. As time slipped away, he became wholly absorbed in his epiphany, oblivious to everything occurring beyond his immediate surroundings. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaodian, Guda Hu, Gui Huafu, and Lu Baiti undertook a task from the task pavilion. Initially intending to inquire if Yi Chen wished to join them, they decided against disturbing him upon noticing the tightly shut door of his cave, and thus departed. 2 days and nights swiftly passed. Yi Chen remained ensconced within his cave, as the law of annihilation gradually coalesced in his dantian, ultimately forming a small black sphere that floated within. Chapter 134. The path of annihilation goes awry, the mountain peak explodes. Yi Chen abruptly opened his eyes, a brilliant light gleaming within them. At this moment, he had wholly comprehended the law of annihilation and condensed it into the essence of the annihilation path. A wave of ecstasy surged within him. He had initially sought merely to grasp the law of annihilation, yet unexpectedly, he had directly attained the essence of the great path. In the heavenly Emperor Palace, Emperor Qin sensed the subtle shift in the law he had drawn forth and rose to his feet, his eyes filled with astonishment. How could this be possible? He murmured in disbelief. Yi Chen had grasped the law of annihilation in merely 3 days, and had even condensed it into the essence of the great path. It had taken him over a millennium to comprehend the law of annihilation during his own time. And yet, Yi Chen had achieved this in a mere 3 days, condensing something even the immortal emperors found challenging to manifest. Your Majesty, has something occurred? General Yulong inquired, observing the uncharacteristic disarray of Emperor Qin, his expression one of shock. As a being who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, Emperor Qin was typically an unwavering presence in the celestial realm, unperturbed by calamity or joy alike. Through countless storms and tribulations, he had cultivated an extraordinary composure. Yet now, he was visibly shaken, leaving General Yulong astonished. Do you know? That young man Yi Chen has comprehended the law of annihilation in just 3 days and condensed it into the essence of the great path? Emperor Qin inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure as he spoke slowly. What? 3 days, condensed into the essence of the great path, this. General Yulong stammered in astonishment. This was utterly unprecedented. In the celestial realm, only immortal emperors could condense the essence of the great path. Yet Yi Chen was merely at the void immortal stage, and it was no wonder General Yulong was left astounded. At that moment, however, Emperor Qin's expression abruptly shifted. This is bad. He sensed that Yi Chen's control over the annihilation path was somewhat unstable and seemed on the verge of losing control. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had just condensed the essence of the annihilation path. In his excitement, he conjured an annihilation sphere in his hand to toy with. However, overwhelmed by emotion, he inadvertently lost control of the annihilation sphere. The essence of the great path began to oscillate violently, emanating a terrifying aura of destruction that rampaged within the cave. Oh no, it's going to explode. Yi Chen's face paled as he unleashed streams of celestial power in an attempt to regain control of the annihilation sphere. There were over 100 caves on the mountain peak. If this exploded, all the disciples on the mountain would suffer. Even if they were not killed by the law of annihilation, they would be severely injured. In the heavenly Emperor Palace, Emperor Qin and General Yulong were left speechless, watching the unfolding chaos in the projection. Swiftly, Emperor Qin formed a hand seal, sending a transmission that would reach its destination quickly. He realized he could not reach Yi Chen in time to intervene. The annihilation sphere in Yi Chen's hand had begun to uncontrollably swell. I cannot contain it. Yi Chen retrieved a gourd-shaped celestial artifact and swiftly encapsulated the desolation sphere within it, casually casting it away before vanishing into the folds of space. This gourd-shaped artifact possessed the capability to mitigate 80% of the explosive force of the desolation sphere, ensuring that no other disciples on the mountain would meet a grim fate. In the next moment, a violent explosion erupted, accompanied by the gourd-shaped artifact. The earth trembled. A terrifying wave of energy surged forth. Although the celestial artifact absorbed a significant portion of the force, the remaining power obliterated the entire cave dwelling along with the mountain itself. The sound of the explosion reverberated throughout the Celestial Academy. In the critical moment preceding the detonation, an elder of the academy instantaneously appeared at the peak where Yi Chun resided, utilizing profound magic to teleport all other disciples from their respective caves. He had received a summons from the Celestial Emperor and rushed over, yet arrived just a moment too late. Fortunately, all the other disciples were successfully relocated, leaving no one harmed. The displaced disciples looked utterly bewildered. They had been engrossed in their cultivation when they were suddenly transported, their ears still ringing with the echoes of the explosion. The residual force of the blast continued to sweep outward, knocking nearby disciples to the ground. What on earth is happening? The fallen disciples exclaimed in shock, their faces etched with fear and confusion. What occurred over there? Let us go see. Disciples who heard the explosion from a distance hastily made their way toward the source. At the epicenter of the explosion, a massive crater had formed. The once majestic mountain now vanished without a trace. Yi Chun, covered in dust and debris, emerged from the bottom of the pit, brushing off the dirt with a sigh of relief. Cough, cough. Thankfully, I managed to escape in time. He felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. In the final moments before the explosion, he had sought refuge in the spatial realm, yet the force was so immense that it still expelled him. Fortunately, he emerged unscathed. I must exercise caution in the future. The principles of desolation should not be trifled with. Junior brother, what on earth are you doing? Lin Shua was the first to rush to the edge of the pit, shouting at the dust-covered Yi Chun. What happened to my cave? My precious collection was in there. Su Chun followed closely behind, his expression one of profound distress. Yi brother, what transpired? Zhuge Kong remained relatively composed, though his eyes brimmed with curiosity. Ahem, just a minor mishap. A minor mishap, Yi Chun replied, brushing off the dust, feigning innocence. A minor mishap? You obliterated an entire mountain. Is that what you call a minor mishap? Lin Shua gestured toward the vast crater, unable to believe his own eyes. I don't know. I was merely refining a pill. And suddenly, it exploded. Yi Chun shrugged, his expression one of helplessness. He could not disclose the truth about the desolation principles. He could only deflect with the pretext of alchemy. The principles he had pilfered from the scripture pavilion must remain a secret. And the fact that he had condensed the essence of the Tao at the void immortal level was far too astonishing to reveal. Alchemy? What kind of elixir have you concocted to possess such formidable power? Su Chun inquired, a look of skepticism etched upon his face, clearly unconvinced by Yi Chun's claims. Well, it's a lengthy story, but suffice it to say, it is a rather potent elixir, Yi Chun replied ambiguously, his gaze wandering. Zhuge Kong seemed to have an inkling of the situation and promptly stepped forward to defend Yi Chun. Lin Shua and Su Chun were also aware that their junior brother harbored many secrets, so they refrained from pressing further. Practitioners of cultivation often have their own mysteries, particularly Yi Chun. As senior brothers, Lin Shua and Su Chun felt it was their duty to safeguard their junior's secrets from prying eyes. Yi Chun, do you realize the magnitude of the trouble you have caused? An elder from the academy arrived, his expression dark and menacing as he glared at Yi Chun, his voice rising in anger. Elder, this was an accident. I did not anticipate this outcome, Yi Chun stammered, his face a mask of embarrassment. For he truly had not foreseen the chaos unleashed by the law of annihilation spiraling out of control. An accident? You have obliterated an entire mountain. The elder's fury remained unabated, his face ashen with rage. At that moment, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, and General Long appeared before the assembled crowd. Chapter 135, A Secret Realm Descending from the Heavens. Yi Chun, are you all right? General Yu Long inquired with genuine concern. General Yu Long, I am fine. It is just that the cave dwelling has been destroyed, Yi Chun replied, feeling aggrieved over having to obliterate his own sanctuary. As long as you are unharmed. We can always arrange for another cave dwelling, General Yu Long assured him. He then turned to the elder. Elder, this was merely an unfortunate incident. The academy will bear the losses and provide new accommodations for the affected disciples. Indeed, the elder, witnessing General Yu Long's courtesy, refrained from pursuing Yi Chun's culpability any further and acquiesced. Internally, He was astounded by how fiercely General Yulong defended Yichun. After all, General Yulong was the representative of the Celestial Emperor, a figure whose presence commanded respect and authority. This prompted the elder to ponder whether Yichun might share some connection with the Celestial Emperor. Once General Yulong had concluded his instructions, he took his leave. "All right, everyone disperse," the elder said, suppressing his tumultuous thoughts as he waved his hand, signaling the others to depart. The site of the explosion was left in ruins. The crowd followed the elder to their new cave dwelling. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoyan, Goe Huafu, Go Dahua, and Lu Bidi returned from completing their task, only to be left speechless by the scene before them. Their mountain peak had vanished, replaced by a vast crater. "What has happened to our cave dwelling?" Wang Xiaoyan exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. "My heavens, what could have caused this?" Goe Huafu asked, utterly shocked. "Who could have done such a thing? Such a colossal display?" Go Dahua gasped. "My elixirs. My treasures." Lu Bidi lamented, beating his chest in despair. The four exchanged bewildered glances, entirely at a loss for what had transpired, as the enormous pit lay testament to the chaos that had once been their home. At that moment, a passing disciple kindly explained the situation to them. It was Yichun who encountered a mishap while refining pills, resulting in the obliteration of the entire mountain. "What? Brother Chen blew up the entire mountain while refining pills?" Lu Bidi's eyes sparkled with admiration, momentarily forgetting his lost elixirs and treasures. He fantasized about the day he could achieve something similarly grand, causing a stir throughout the academy. The other three remained utterly perplexed. "Brother, what kind of elixir were you refining to have destroyed such a massive mountain and created this vast pit?" With the guidance of the compassionate disciple, the four made their way to the new mountain's cave dwelling. "Brother, you are truly incredible," Wang Xiaoyan exclaimed upon seeing Yichun at the new mountain, rushing towards him with awe, nearly bursting with excitement. "Indeed, brother, what kind of celestial elixir were you refining to wield such power?" Goe Huafu joined in, his curiosity piqued. "This commotion is even more terrifying than the heavenly tribulation." Go Dahua couldn't help but praise. "My elixirs, my treasures, they've all vanished." Lu Bidi's expression turned mournful once more as he recalled his lost possessions. His face contorted in anguish. "He is impoverished. These elixirs and magical artifacts were acquired over the past year while following Zhu Gan through numerous trials." Yichun gazed at the four lively treasures, offering a wry smile. Merely a trivial mishap. He waved his hand dismissively. Had it not been for the gourd-shaped celestial artifact absorbing most of the explosion's force, the entire academy would have faced dire consequences. A trivial mishap? The entire mountain has vanished. Lin Shua interjected, scoffing at the understatement. "Oh, brother, let us not dwell on such minutiae," Yichun remarked, patting Lin Shua's shoulder with an air of indifference. "Indeed, brother, even if a hole were blown in the heavens, it would still be a minor issue." Su Chun had grown accustomed to the chaos caused by Yichun. It was his normal state of being. Zhuge Kong observed from the side, a slight smile gracing his lips. Compared to previous incidents, the obliteration of a mountain was indeed trivial. At that moment, a resounding voice reverberated throughout the Heavenly Palace Academy. "The Celestial Spirit Cave will open in 3 months, and the Academy will select outstanding disciples to venture into the secret realm. All exceptional disciples are advised to prepare in advance." The announcement sent the entire Academy into a frenzy. Everyone eagerly rubbed their hands together, yearning to explore the opportunities that awaited them in the Celestial Spirit Cave. The Celestial Spirit Cave is an enigmatic secret realm, said to have descended from the heavens during ancient times. Currently overseen by the Heavenly Emperor's palace, it opens once every millennium, allowing elite disciples from various sects in the celestial realm to explore together. Within the Celestial Spirit Cave lies a wealth of opportunities and challenges. The core of the secret realm remains uncharted, as its central area is governed by violent laws that deter any approach. Entry into the Celestial Spirit Cave demands exceptional talent. Only those who have achieved immortality before the age of 1,000 may enter. In the past, those who did not meet the standards or exceeded the age limit attempted to sneak in, but were obliterated by the realm's laws, their souls annihilated. The Celestial Spirit Cave? Fascinating. Yichun stroked his chin, intrigued by the tales he had heard of this realm, particularly the tumultuous laws governing the core area. As a being of myriad laws, he possessed an innate affinity for these principles, It was no wonder he grasped the power of the laws even during the void refinement stage. He speculated that it might hold the tremendous fortune he sought. What is the Celestial Spirit Cave? Su Chun, having ascended from the Kanglan continent, had not heard of it before. A secret realm that descended from the heavens, replete with treasures and opportunities, even ancient celestial artifacts. Lin Shua excitedly clarified for Su Chun, as if he could already envision himself acquiring priceless treasures. Ancient celestial artifacts? Such rare treasures. Su Chin's eyes sparkled, his heart brimming with anticipation. The Academy's disciples buzzed with excitement, preparing to visit the Techniques Pavilion to select more potent cultivation methods to enhance their chances within the Celestial Spirit Cave. I shall go to the Techniques Pavilion to cultivate the Heavenly Emperor's Tao, showcasing my prowess in the Celestial Spirit Cave. Indeed, I will ascend to the top of the Techniques Pavilion to comprehend the laws of annihilation of the Heavenly Emperor. Those are the laws of the Heavenly Emperor. How could one hope to grasp them so easily? Perhaps, if one could truly comprehend the laws of annihilation, they would stride confidently within the Celestial Spirit Cave. The laws of annihilation? Did I not absorb them already? How can they still exist? Yi Chen stood by, utterly bewildered, unable to contain a murmured remark. His utterance caught the attention of the surrounding disciples, who regarded him with perplexed expressions, deeming him rather foolish. It is common knowledge in the realm of cultivation that laws must be comprehended, not absorbed. Yet this fool was oblivious to such fundamentals and still dared to pursue cultivation. Unperturbed by their judgmental gazes, Yi Chun continued to ponder, for he had already absorbed the laws for several days. Strangely, no rumors of stolen laws had circulated within the academy, nor had any disciples been hindered in their comprehension. Brother, let us also venture to the Technique Pavilion. Perhaps we might discover a formidable technique suited to us, suggested Wang Xiaotian, interrupting Yi Chun's contemplation with an invitation to explore the Technique Pavilion. Very well. Let us go, Yi Chun replied, his mind brimming with questions as he accompanied the group toward the pavilion. Inside the Technique Pavilion, the atmosphere buzzed with activity as numerous disciples sought techniques in anticipation of the impending opening of the Celestial Spirit Cave. A young disciple was busily registering entrants and collecting their contribution points, while a venerable elder with a white beard sat not far behind, sipping tea from a cup. As soon as Yi Chun entered the pavilion, he retrieved 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones from his storage ring and placed them before the young disciple. I wish to ascend to the top floor. Although parting with such a sum pained him, his urgency to uncover the mystery behind the laws compelled him. The elder behind him, momentarily pausing his tea drinking, sensed the arrival of Yi Chun and felt an ominous foreboding. Chapter 136. The Pillage of the Technique Pavilion. Esteemed Senior. The Technique Pavilion only accepts contribution points, not spirit stones. The young disciple appeared somewhat bewildered, yet he courteously addressed Yi Chun. The rules of the Technique Pavilion were explicit. Only contribution points were accepted, a measure instituted to prevent the abuse of power for personal gain. No spirit stones. Now it was Yi Chun's turn to be perplexed, for the old man had clearly stated previously that spirit stones were permissible. Indeed, esteemed senior, the pavilion has a written regulation that strictly allows only contribution points, the young disciple replied earnestly, inclining his body slightly in respect. Yet the elders have mentioned that spirit stones could substitute for contribution points. Why, then, is this not applicable in your case? Yi Chun inquired, his brow furrowed with skepticism. The young disciple turned to glance at the elderly man sipping tea behind him. The old man's eyelids twitched slightly at the inquiry. The Technique Pavilion indeed only accepts contribution points, not spirit stones, he could only offer as an explanation. You are the elder of this Technique Pavilion? Yi Chun had never encountered an elder of the pavilion, mistakenly believing that the old man from earlier was one. Indeed, I am the elder of this pavilion. The elderly figure nodded lightly. Yi Chun was taken aback. If the pavilion could only have one elder, then who was the old man he had previously met? If you are the elder, then who was that old man in the pavilion last time? Yi Chun questioned, his confusion palpable. Old man? What old man? I am unaware. The elder's gaze flickered, unable to meet Yi Chun's eyes, for that old man was none other than the Celestial Emperor. He dared not speak carelessly. By heavens! A cry of astonishment echoed throughout the Technique Pavilion. You deceitful old man, daring to swindle my spirit stones. Fortunately, my wits saved me from your trickery. Yi Chun realized he had been duped, his anger boiling over. It was one thing to deceive him regarding other treasures, but to trick him out of spirit stones was utterly unacceptable. Such an act sought to sever his path of cultivation. The elder's mouth hung open in shock, staring blankly at Yi Chun. "You old fool, should I ever cross paths with you again, I shall ensure your downfall." Yi Chun ranted, causing Lin Shuo, Su Chun, and Zhuge Kong to exchange puzzled glances, utterly bewildered by the unfolding drama. The four from the Wang family were equally confused, unable to comprehend why their elder brother had suddenly erupted in fury. With a crash, the elder's teacup slipped from his grasp, shattering upon the floor. A bead of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Kick the Celestial Emperor? Strike at the Celestial Emperor's spine? Only Yi Chun would dare utter such words. Those present felt a chill run down their spines, as if they had overheard something they should not have. "Master," at that moment, a youthful voice resonated in Yi Chun's mind. Through their soul bond, he recognized it was De Huang's voice. Suddenly, it dawned on him that he need not confront anyone directly. He could simply inquire of De Huang. "De Huang, enlighten me. What is this matter regarding the law of annihilation? Why is it that even after I absorbed it, there are disciples who can still comprehend it?" "Master, on the day following your absorption of the law, the Celestial Emperor arrived and extracted a strand of the law of annihilation to preserve within the upper echelons." The voice of De Huang resonated in Yi Chun's mind, calm and composed. So that was the reason. No wonder the Academy had not reported any theft of the laws. Yi Chun suddenly understood, while also speculating whether the Heavenly Emperor was aware that the laws had been taken by him. Master, have you refined some elixirs again?" De Huang's voice turned urgent, tinged with anticipation. Yi Chun was taken aback. This little glutton had quite a keen nose. "I have indeed concocted some elixirs, but I currently lack the contribution points to enter the Techniques Pavilion," Yi Chun replied, shrugging his shoulders in exasperation. "I can go out," De Huang exclaimed, and in a flash of golden light, he appeared beside Yi Chun. A fluffy, golden little dog wagged its tail affectionately at Yi Chun, nuzzling against his leg. The elder of the Techniques Pavilion was nearly wide-eyed with disbelief. He recognized that this was no ordinary dog. It was clearly the Fire Qilin, disguised as a small dog, which belonged to the Heavenly Emperor. The surrounding disciples were dumbfounded. How had a little dog suddenly appeared, and why was it so familiarly wagging its tail at Yi Chun? De Huang. Yi Chun was also astonished, not expecting De Huang to make a sudden appearance. Woof woof. De Huang barked twice, circling around Yi Chun, his tail wagging like a rattle. "Where are the elixirs? Where are the elixirs?" Simultaneously, De Huang's voice echoed in Yi Chun's mind. Though De Huang could not speak aloud, their soul contract allowed him to convey his thoughts directly to Yi Chun's consciousness. "The elixirs are not yet ready. I will refine them for you as soon as we return," Yi Chun reassured, patting De Huang on the head, knowing this little foodie only cared about food. "Then let us hurry back," De Huang urged, saliva nearly dripping from his mouth. Let us go back right now," Yi Chun called to Lin Shuo, Su Chun, Zhuge Kong, and Wang Xiaotian. "Brother, we have not yet examined the techniques." Wang Xiaotian and the others hesitated to leave, having earned contribution points and wanting to enter the Techniques Pavilion to seek out techniques. "What techniques? When we return, I will show you something even better," Yi Chun replied mysteriously, leading the four out. The elder of the Techniques Pavilion watched Yi Chun's departing figure, his heart a whirlwind of emotions. Who exactly was this young man, to be so close to the Fire Qilin of the Heavenly Emperor? Upon returning to the cave dwelling, Yi Chun waved his hand, and a pile of jade slips appeared before everyone. These jade slips contained the Heavenly Emperor's Tao laws that Yi Chun had inscribed in the Techniques Pavilion. "Here are the Heavenly Emperor's Tao laws. Take them and cultivate." Yi Chun spoke casually, as if the laws were nothing more than cabbages by the roadside. "Heavenly Emperor's Tao laws." Godahu exclaimed in shock. Lin Shuo, Su Chun, Zhuge Kong, and Wang Xiaotian were utterly dumbfounded. Were these techniques not from the Techniques Pavilion? How had Yi Chun obtained them? Moreover, the techniques in the pavilion were protected by formations. Once inside, one could only select one suitable for oneself. How had Yi Chun managed to extract all the techniques? They were, of course, unaware that the Celestial Emperor had opened a convenient path for Yi Chun, closing all the formations of the Technique Pavilion. The techniques were entirely at Yi Chun's disposal, a fact even he was oblivious to. "Brother Chunyu, what are you doing?" Lu Bai stammered, his heart brimming with confusion. "Hee, it's a secret." Yi Chun winked, wearing an enigmatic expression. He certainly would not divulge that these techniques had been stealthily acquired during his nocturnal visits to the Technique Pavilion. Little junior brother, you haven't plundered the Technique Pavilion, have you? Lin Shuo remarked, astonished, for this young disciple always seemed to engage in the most unexpected antics. Chapter 137. A Casual Heist. How convenient, it is entirely reasonable for Shidi to plunder the Technique's Pavilion. Su Qin nodded in agreement, finding it quite normal for Yi Chun to accomplish remarkable feats. Now I understand why my elder brother refrains from undertaking tasks to earn contribution points. Gue Huafu lamented. He casually extracted all the techniques from the pavilion, deeming the task utterly unworthy of pursuit. Zhuge Kong, however, wore a calm expression, as if he had anticipated the delightful surprises Yi Chun would bring. Only De Huang exhibited no interest in these techniques, his mind solely occupied with thoughts of elixirs. Elixirs? Elixirs? Master, where are the elixirs? De Huang gazed eagerly at Yi Chun, drool nearly pooling on the ground. Patience, I shall concoct them for you shortly, Yi Chun replied with a smile, producing an alchemical furnace to commence his preparations. Lin Shuo, Su Qin, and Zhuge Kong selected a few techniques and spells suited to their abilities before retreating to their respective chambers for seclusion, gearing up for the Celestial Spirit Cave in 3 months' time. All right, disperse now. Each to your own abode, Yi Chun announced, waving his hand as if herding ducks. Noticing Wang Xiaodian and Gue Huafu still deliberating on which techniques to practice, Liu Bitai and Wang Xiaodian hurriedly chose a few appealing techniques and scampered away, each one resembling a treasure hunter who had struck gold, promptly entering their caves to delve into the Heavenly Emperor's teachings. Only Yi Chun and De Huang remained in the cave. Yi Chun began the alchemical process, and before long, a batch of elixirs emerged. De Huang watched intently, saliva pooling at his feet. Come, little gourmand, open wide, Yi Chun said, resembling a farmer feeding his pig as he offered the freshly crafted elixirs to De Huang. De Huang, unreserved, devoured them one by one, crunching them like candy-coated beans. Yi Chun continued his alchemical endeavors, determined to satiate De Huang's appetite. After producing several batches of elixirs, all were consumed by De Huang. Burp De Huang, now thoroughly stuffed, let out a contented belch, collapsing onto the ground, his belly round and plump like a ball. Before long, he succumbed to slumber, drool still trickling from his mouth. After feasting, he fell asleep, reminiscent of a pig. Yi Chun chuckled softly, shaking his head, and tossed the remaining elixirs to Xiao Bai and Xiao He within the Starry Soul Tower. These two pets had remained in the tower since their arrival in the celestial realm, and Yi Chun had provided them with ample resources to aid their cultivation. Having completed these tasks, Yi Chun commenced his contemplation of the path of annihilation. This technique wielded immense power. The last time he had mismanaged it, he nearly met his demise. Such a situation must not occur again. However, Yi Chun also realized that, with proper control, it could serve as a formidable weapon. The following day, the Academy released another announcement. The Academy had tallied the numerous disciples eligible to participate in the Celestial Spirit Cave. Due to limited capacity, not all disciples could partake in the secret realm of the Celestial Spirit Cave. To ensure fairness, the Academy has stipulated that disciples wishing to participate in the Immortal Spirit Cave must complete tasks to earn 10,000 contribution points and pass a rigorous evaluation. Damn it! That old fossil has enforced such a ridiculous rule, requiring us to undertake tasks that even dogs would refuse. Yi Chun exclaimed, vociferously expressing his frustration upon reading the announcement. Bark! Bark! De Huang, upon hearing Yi Chun's outburst, responded with a couple of barks, signaling his discontent. Are you barking at me? Haha, De Huang. I wasn't referring to you. Yi Chun chuckled, scratching De Huang's head affectionately. Bark! Bark! De Huang took a couple of steps back, barking once more at Yi Chun before turning to walk away. I can't believe you. Even a dog doesn't trust you. Wait, De Huang is indeed a dog. Yi Chun sighed, bemused by the canine's reaction. He needed to return to his cave to concoct pills, specifically to produce spirit recovery pills in bulk. The Academy's evaluation involves collecting beast horns in a small secret realm, where the number of horns gathered determines the allocation of spots. This secret realm lacks spiritual energy, and cultivators who deplete their energy must rely on pills for recovery. He envisioned selling pills within the realm to earn spirit stones, which would undoubtedly yield significant profits. Although spirit recovery pills are not high-tier elixirs, The academy has a limited supply, with each disciple receiving at most one. A single spirit recovery pill is consumed after a single battle with a beast, whereas the pills he concocts are exceptionally effective, at least twice as potent as those provided by the academy. Consequently, he anticipated a lucrative return. Let us go earn those contribution points. Lin Shuai yawned as he stepped out of the cave. To participate in the Immortal Spirit Cave, they too must undertake tasks. Rumor has it that the Academy's rewards are quite generous this time. Su Chen followed closely behind, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The Academy has established that the beast horns collected during the evaluation will also grant contribution points, though they will not count towards the 10,000 points required for the Immortal Spirit Cave. Additionally, those ranking higher will receive extra rewards. Zhuge Kong maintained his usual calm demeanor, silently trailing behind the two. Chenggu, shall we go together? Lu Bai asked, peering into Yi Chen's cave. No. You all go ahead. Yi Chen's voice echoed from within. I have my own methods. What methods? Wang Xiaodian inquired, intrigued. A secret. Yi Chen's tone was laced with mystery. In truth, he had no other plans. He merely intended to find a wealthy individual to rob of some contribution points, which seemed the simplest course of action. Lin Shuai shrugged in resignation, finding his junior brother's enigmatic nature amusing. Come on, let's not dwell on him, Su Chen urged, eager to finish their tasks and return to cultivation. They all had great faith in Yi Chen. If he claimed to have a solution, there was no need to worry about him. The 7-member group set off in high spirits, leaving Yi Chen alone in his cave. Yi Chen sat cross-legged before the alchemical furnace, the flames dancing eagerly at the base. The opportunity for wealth has arrived. Yi Chen rubbed his hands together, his eyes brimming with anticipation. One by one, lustrous elixirs soared from the alchemical furnace, emanating an alluring fragrance. As moments slipped away, Yi Chen tirelessly crafted his potions. After a day and a night, his abode was overflowing with vials of elixirs. At last, he sighed in relief, stretching his weary limbs, feeling the ache throughout his body. He pushed open the grand door of his sanctuary, eager for a breath of fresh air. Just then, a golden figure darted in. De Huang? Yi Chen was taken aback. Had not this dog run off in anger, refusing to acknowledge him? De Huang trotted up to Yi Chen, a multitude of storage rings clutched in its mouth. Wagging its tail with glee, it placed the rings at Yi Chen's feet and looked up with a proud expression. Curiously, Yi Chen picked up one of the rings and delved his consciousness within. To his astonishment, he couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. Chapter 138. At last, I have you captured the storage ring brimmed with purple gold, or radiating a mesmerizing violet glow. 1, 2, 3. Yi Chen meticulously examined all the storage rings, discovering they were all filled with purple gold, or De Huang. From where did you procure these treasures? Yi Chen inquired, astonished. These are materials essential for crafting high-tier magical artifacts. Collecting purple gold ore is a long-term task of the Academy. There's no need to accept a task in advance. With purple gold ore in hand, one can directly submit tasks at the task pavilion, De Huang replied, lifting its head and haughtily snorting as if to say, Master Dog has his ways. Seeing De Huang's proud demeanor, Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle. All right, you are impressive. He affectionately ruffled De Huang's fur, realizing that with these ores, he could forego the task and still accumulate sufficient contribution points. He mused inwardly, this little creature truly is my lucky star. With the acquisition of these purple gold ores, he could not only fulfill the Academy's task, but also exchange them for a substantial amount of contribution points. Feeling elated, Yi Chen scooped up De Huang and playfully ruffled its head. You are simply magnificent. De Huang contentedly squinted its eyes, relishing Yi Chen's caresses. Holding the storage ring, Yi Chen made his way to the task pavilion, eager to claim his contribution points. Upon arriving at the entrance of the task pavilion, he noticed a group of disciples, their faces battered and bruised, bearing evident claw marks. De Huang, upon spotting them, promptly vanished from sight. Oh my! Yi Chen gasped, his heart sinking at the sight of these wounded individuals. The distinct claw marks on their faces bore an uncanny resemblance to those of a dog. Damn it! If I encounter that rabid dog again, I shall surely skin it alive. One disciple growled, clutching his face. Indeed, it was ruthless. They even robbed us of our storage rings and gave us a beating. Another disciple chimed in. Yi Chen's eyelids twitched as he instinctively touched the storage ring in his hand. The rabid dog they spoke of couldn't possibly be. De Huang, could it? He quickly turned around, only to find no trace of De Huang behind him. This rascal certainly knows how to make a swift escape. It was evident now. This unfortunate group had indeed been bested by De Huang. Yi Chen chuckled inwardly, appreciating De Huang's audacity, which aligned perfectly with his own thoughts. Inside the task pavilion, Luo Qingcheng and Yu Chu Man were perusing the task list. They had initially no intention of undertaking any tasks, as they possessed a lineage of techniques that rendered the techniques from the technique pavilion unnecessary. The resources provided by Yi Chen, particularly the medicinal resources, far surpassed anything else. Yet, in order to gather sufficient contribution points to participate in the Immortal Spirit Cave, they found themselves compelled to accept tasks. Alas, these tasks are exceedingly tedious, and the contribution points are so meager, Yu Chu Man sighed. For the sake of the Immortal Spirit Cave, we must endure, Luo Qingcheng replied, her expression one of resignation. At that moment, Yi Chen entered with a cheerful smile. Why the long faces, my lovely ladies? As Luo Qingcheng and Yu Chu Man raised their heads, their eyes instantly brightened. Yi Chen, your timing is impeccable. We were just fretting over contribution points. Yi Chen smiled mysteriously, retrieving 2 storage rings from his bosom. Here you go, one for each. Luo Qingcheng and Yu Chu Man, puzzled, accepted the storage rings. Upon probing with their consciousness, they were utterly astonished. So much purple gold ore? Just how many contribution points must this be worth? Yi Chen chuckled, perhaps around 100,000. Is that sufficient? Absolutely, it's far too much. The two of them were so exhilarated they nearly leaped in joy. This unexpected delight left them momentarily at a loss. Yi Chen, where on earth did you acquire such an abundance of purple gold ore? Luo Qingcheng inquired curiously. Before Yi Chen could respond, De Huang suddenly appeared at their feet, proudly barking twice. It was then that Luo Qingcheng and Yu Chu Man noticed the adorable little creature. What a cute puppy. They were instantly smitten by De Huang's charm, each taking turns to pet the dog. De Huang squinted his eyes in pleasure, relishing the attention from the 2 lovely ladies. Yi Chen observed this scene, quietly amused. This little fellow certainly knows how to curry favor. After completing the task, Yi Chen's contribution points soared to over 1 million. At last, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Stretching languidly, he took pleasure in the moment and handed each of them a vial of recovery elixir. This is a recovery elixir. You'll need it for tomorrow's secret realm assessment. Then we shan't be polite. Yu Chu Man responded without hesitation, accepting the elixir. For there was no need for formality between her and Yi Chen. Having you around is truly wonderful, Luo Qingcheng said, her eyes filled with affection. Such a silly girl. Yi Chen reached out, playfully ruffling Luo Qingcheng's hair. The following day, sunlight cascaded upon the earth as the secret realm assessment commenced. The disciples of the academy gathered at the square, utilizing the teleportation array to enter the secret realm. This was a small secret realm crafted by the academy, specifically designed for assessments, and it housed many unicorns. The task was to collect the horns of these unicorns, which would regrow after a period, thus sparing their lives. The disciples entered the teleportation array in succession. With a flash, Yi Chen felt a dizzying whirl. What a dreadful teleportation array. It's making me dizzy. He rubbed his temples, grumbling. He wondered where Qingcheng had been teleported. Upon entering the secret realm, they would be randomly dispersed. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself in a dense forest. Towering trees obscured the sky, with sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled spots of light upon the ground. The environment here is quite pleasant. I just wonder where those unicorns are hiding, Yi Chen mused as he stepped forward. Roar! After walking only a few paces, several unicorns burst forth from the thicket, charging directly towards Yi Chen. These magnificent unicorns, colossal in stature, bear a spiraled horn atop their heads that glimmers with a chilling radiance. Just in time, a flicker of excitement danced in Yi Chen's eyes. In an instant, he materialized before one of the unicorns. With a sharp crack, Yi Chen reached out and effortlessly wrenched the horn from the creature's head. The unicorn, in pain, let out a mournful cry and turned to flee. Huh, this is far too easy. Yi Chen gazed at the horn in his hand, a smug smile gracing his lips. On to the next. Once more, he vanished and charged toward another unicorn. Crack, crack, crack. A series of crisp sounds echoed as he plucked the horns from several unicorns. Such efficiency was akin to harvesting chives. Yi Chen clapped his hands and stored the horns within his spatial ring. Whistling a merry tune, he meandered through the secret realm, not actively seeking out the unicorns. He felt no urgency. After all, the assessment spanned 3 days, and by the final day, he could seize them all. Those horns would ultimately belong to him. The air was filled with the lamentations of unicorns as their horns were torn away, alongside the sounds of duels among the prodigies vying for the precious horns. The Academy had decreed that while killing was forbidden within the secret realm, the competition for horns was permitted, serving as a form of training for the disciples. Yi-chun, you scoundrel, I've finally caught up with you. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed from behind him. He turned to see a young man clad in resplendent attire, his gaze fixed on him with malevolent intent. Chapter 139. Subduing Zhao Ritian for robbery. The young man in question was none other than Zhao Ritian. During the recruitment assessment at the Heavenly Palace Academy in Zhongzhou City, he and Yi-chun had shared a meal at the star-picking tower, where Yi-chun had cunningly tricked Zhao Ritian into covering the entire bill, a memory that Zhao had held on to ever since. Ah, is that young Master Zhao? Yi-chun greeted with a cheerful smile, clearly delighted by the coincidence. Surrounding Zhao Ritian was a cadre of fierce-looking lackeys, each exuding an intimidating aura that suggested they were not to be trifled with. Kid, I have yet to settle the score for making me pay the bill. Zhao Ritian hissed through clenched teeth. Today, you shall pay the price. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded his followers to encircle Yi-chun. In this place, I dare not kill you, but I can certainly seize your beast horn and give you a good thrashing. Zhao Ritian sneered. Yi-chun surveyed the group, a smile of cunning delight spreading across his face. Were they not delivering him a beast horn on a silver platter? Onward, Zhao Ritian ordered, and his lackeys surged forward, intent on delivering a harsh beating to Yi-chun. However, a sly grin played at the corners of Yi-chun's lips. He held these attackers in utter contempt. In a flash, he performed a spatial leap, evading their encirclement and appearing directly before Zhao Ritian. Boom! A fist connected forcefully with Zhao Ritian's face, sending him hurtling backward. You! Zhao Ritian clutched his face. Disbelief etched across his features as he struggled to comprehend how Yi-chun had so swiftly materialized in front of him. My apologies, your face collided with my fist, Yi-chun remarked innocently, brushing off his hands. Then, he vanished once more, diving into the throng of attackers. Bang! 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 A series of dull thuds echoed as Zhao Ritian's lackeys fell one by one to the ground, incapacitated. Yi-chun struck swiftly and accurately, targeting their vital points, rendering them utterly defenseless. Zhao Ritian stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded by the scene unfolding before him. He had never anticipated that Yi-chun possessed such formidable combat prowess. Who are you? Zhao Ritian stammered, his voice trembling and his complexion pale. He had believed Yi-chun to be merely an ordinary prodigy, but it was now evident that he was gravely mistaken. A person with a lower cultivation level than his own could effortlessly take down his entire entourage. Such a notion was beyond comprehension. Who I am is of little consequence. Yi-chun shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. What matters is that your storage rings now belong to me. With a deft sleight of hand, he had pilfered all their storage rings, now gleaming in his possession. He waved the rings triumphantly, a look of smug satisfaction on his face. Why you dare to steal my storage ring? Zhao Ritian's eyes widened in disbelief. As the young master of the Zhao family, who would dare to touch a single hair on him? Furthermore, their treasures, elixirs, and magical artifacts were all contained within those rings. Essentially, their entire fortune was at stake. What do I have to fear? Yi-chun raised an eyebrow, exuding an air of provocation. Do you even know who I am? Zhao Ritian shouted, his demeanor betraying a facade of intimidation. I am the eldest son of the Zhao family. If you dare to lay a finger on me, my family will ensure you regret it. He invoked the name of the Zhao family, attempting to intimidate Yi-chun. The Zhao family? Yi-chun scoffed, utterly unconcerned. Is the Zhao family truly formidable? He dismissed the Zhao family with disdain, for how could such a trivial clan compare to his own Wuji immortal palace? Did the Zhao family even possess an immortal emperor? Not even a single immortal venerable. The Wuji immortal palace, though not numerous, boasted 3 immortal emperors and 1 immortal venerable. Among them, only the Tai immortal venerable had the right to be called venerable, with the immortal emperors standing above. Zhao Ritian felt a chill run down his spine. Yi-chun's expression and tone clearly indicated that he was unafraid. He seemingly regarded the Zhao family with utter indifference. Could it be that this young man possessed an extraordinary background? As he scrutinized Yi Chun, he increasingly sensed that Yi Chun was far from ordinary. Such age, such cultivation, such audacity. Surely, he could not have been nurtured by an ordinary family. Could it be that he was a disciple of some hidden sect? At this thought, Zhao Ritian felt a shiver of trepidation. He quickly adopted a different demeanor, pleading with a mournful expression, Yi. Young Master Yi, I implore you, please return our storage ring. It contains our treasured artifacts. Tears streamed down his face as he wept like a child. We will give you all the beast horns and spiritual stones. Just return our treasures. His sycophants behind him mirrored his pleas, crying out in desperation. Yi Chun observed their antics, secretly amused by their rapid transformation. Such talent for theatrics should not go to waste. Given your earnestness, Yi Chun paused, deliberately teasing them. I might consider returning the storage ring. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ritian and the others were instantly overjoyed. Thank you, young Master Yi. Thank you. They expressed their gratitude profusely, bowing repeatedly in appreciation. However, Yi Chun's tone shifted as he laid down a condition. But first, you must do something for me. What is it? Zhao Ritian inquired eagerly. It's quite simple. I want you to seize the beast horns and spiritual stones from the other disciples within the secret realm. A mischievous smile crept across Yi Chun's lips. What? Zhao Ritian and his companions were taken aback, stunned by the audacity of the request. Isn't that a bit too harsh? What's wrong? Are you unwilling? Yi Chun raised an eyebrow, his expression a mix of amusement and challenge. And no, we are willing. Zhao Ritian hesitated but ultimately acquiesced. For the contents of the storage ring were of paramount importance to them. But how shall we proceed? He asked, a note of concern in his voice. Fear not. Yi Chun reassured him, patting his shoulder with an air of camaraderie. I shall leave you a portion of the beast horns, ample enough for you to qualify for participation in the immortal spirit cave. Really? Thank you, young Master Yi. Thank you. Zhao Ritian was suddenly overwhelmed with joy. I, Yi Chun, have always been a man of my word. Yi Chun nodded sincerely. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us get to work. He tossed a bottle of spirit restoration pills to them and waved his hand impatiently. Within the secret realm, there was no spiritual energy to replenish. With this bottle of pills, as long as they were not swiftly defeated, they could outlast their opponents. Yes, yes, yes. Zhao Ritian exclaimed as he eagerly took the pills and hurried off with his cronies to rob other disciples. Watching their retreating figures, Yi Chun's lips curled into a sly smile. With these fools assisting in the plunder, he could merely await the fruits of their labor. This endeavor would yield great rewards. He shook his head, securing the stolen storage rings. Next, it was time to seek out Qingcheng and the others. Yi Chun's figure flickered and vanished from sight. Deep within the secret realm, in a valley blanketed by ice and snow, Luo Qingcheng and Yu Chuman stood side by side, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Qingcheng, what do you think Yi Chun is up to now? Yu Chuman asked, her voice tinged with concern. Fear not. That fellow is quite slippery and will be just fine. Luo Qingcheng replied with a smile, full of confidence in Yi Chun. Let us hope so, Yu Chuman sighed. Just then, two figures soared towards them from the distance. Chapter 140. The Fall of the Holy Son of the Bright Moon. It is Su Chun and senior brother Lin Shua. Yu Chuman exclaimed with delight. As Su Chun and Lin Shua landed, their expressions turned grave. Qingcheng, Chuman, are you all right? Su Chun approached, taking Yu Chuman's hand with concern. We're fine, senior brother. What has happened? Luo Qingcheng inquired. We have been targeted by those from the Bright Moon Immortal Sect, Lin Shua replied solemnly. The Bright Moon Immortal Sect? Luo Qingcheng and Yu Chuman's expressions shifted. The Holy Son of the Bright Moon was like an unyielding leech. After being taught a lesson by Yi Chun last time, he had seemed somewhat subdued. But that was merely a fade. Within the Heavenly Palace Academy, he dared not disturb Luo Qingcheng. Yet now, in the secret realm, he surely sought to exact revenge on Su Chun and Lin Shua. What do they intend to do? Luo Qingcheng asked. What else? They aim to retaliate against us. Su Chun scoffed. No sooner had he spoken than a throng of individuals descended with great momentum, surrounding them completely. The leader, clad in a flowing white robe with a countenance like jade, was none other than the Holy Son of the Bright Moon. Qingcheng, we meet again, the Holy Son said, his gaze upon Luo Qingcheng glinting with a hint of greed. Having been humiliated by Yi Chun at the Heavenly Palace Academy, he harbored lingering resentment. And he could not forget Luo Qingcheng's beauty. What do you want? Luo Qingcheng asked coldly. Do you still not understand my intentions? A sinister smile curled at the corners of the Holy Sun's mouth. Come with me, and I shall grant you a life of luxury and splendor. What are you? Luo Qingcheng retorted without hesitation, her eyes brimming with disdain. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The Holy Sun's expression darkened. Last time, your companion managed to catch me off guard. This time, it shall not be so easy. The companion he referred to was, of course, Yichun. At the beginning of the semester at the Heavenly Palace Academy, he had confronted Luo Qingcheng, coercing her into a relationship, only to be ambushed by Yichun and his friends. That was not an ambush. Yu Chuman indignantly countered, adding in her heart that it should be termed an assault. My junior brother is upright and honorable, 100 times superior to you. When Su Chun made this declaration, he noticeably lacked conviction. While he could certainly assert superiority, the claim of being upright was questionable. That one, a mere rat who only knows how to ambush. And he dares to compare himself to me? The Holy Sun scoffed derisively. He is not even worthy to carry my shoes. You seek death, Su Chun roared, unable to restrain himself any longer. In an instant, he appeared before the Holy Sun, delivering a powerful punch. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as the Holy Sun was forced back several steps. Do you think you can challenge me? The Holy Sun steadied himself, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. Seize them! With a commanding shout, the disciples of the Haoyue immortal sect and their sycophants surged forward. The battle was about to erupt. Su Chun and Lin Shuo faced them fearlessly, while Luo Qingcheng and Yu Chuman also joined the fray. Despite being outnumbered, with nearly 100 opponents, the four remained undaunted, growing ever more valiant as the conflict raged on. Su Chen's swordsmanship was astoundingly fierce, each strike infused with a sharp, profound sword intent. Lin Shuo's technique was unmatched, each blow heavy and powerful, hinting at his grasp of the immortal sword intent. Yu Chuman's whip technique was agile and unpredictable, making it difficult for opponents to defend themselves. Luo Qingcheng's ice-based spells were particularly formidable. Freeze the world, she exclaimed, and the temperature plummeted, instantly transforming the surroundings into a realm of ice and snow. Vast swathes of frost blanketed the ground, encasing several disciples of the Haoyue immortal sect in ice sculptures. Goodness, this woman is quite fierce, one disciple exclaimed, hastily retreating. Qingcheng, be careful. Yu Chuman brandished her whip, sending several foes attempting to approach Luo Qingcheng flying away. At that moment, four figures soared in from the distance. It was Wang Xiaotian and his companions. Su Chen exclaimed with delight. Sister-in-law, we're here. Gui Huafu let out a peculiar cry, tossing talismans that transformed into beams of golden light, repelling several disciples of the Haoyue immortal sect. Go, Gudahu! Wang Xiaotian roared, his sword slashing through the air with ferocious energy. We fight for justice. Lu Bai replaced also joined the fray, his long sword glinting ominously. To bully our sister-in-law is tantamount to courting death. The four charged into battle with fervor, their elder brother representing the sun and their sister-in-law the moon. Anyone daring to harm her would face their wrath. Meanwhile, Yichun walked alongside Zhuge Kong. Brother Yi, it seems the secret realm is not at peace, Zhuge Kong remarked, frowning as he sensed the distant tremors of battle. Indeed, let us investigate, Yichun replied, nodding. As he scanned the vicinity with his spiritual awareness, his expression shifted dramatically. It's Qingcheng and the others. Let us go. In an instant, they vanished from their location, reappearing on the battlefield. Yichun immediately spotted Luo Qingcheng and the others under siege, his heart ablaze with fury. Haoyue Holy Sun, you seek death. Upon seeing the Holy Sun, he understood the situation. This vile creature had not learned his lesson from their last encounter and dared to covet his wife. How could he tolerate such audacity? Yichun, Luo Qingcheng exclaimed upon seeing him, her heart lifting with joy. Are you all right? Yichun asked with concern. I'm fine, but be careful. The Haoyue Holy Sun is very powerful, Luo Qingcheng cautioned. Just him? Yichun scoffed disdainfully. Lightning, come forth. With a thunderous roar, Yichun summoned the essence of thunder, causing dark clouds to gather ominously in the sky. Bolts of lightning, as thick as water barrels, danced like silver serpents, striking down upon the disciples of the Haoyue Xianzong. The air was filled with anguished cries as the disciples and their sycophants were mercilessly scorched. Collapsing to the ground in convulsions, their bodies charred. The Hao Saint Sun's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily summoned a defensive artifact to fend off the onslaught of lightning. He had never anticipated that the previously stealthy Yi Chun would now possess such formidable power. With such meager abilities, you dare to provoke me? Yi Chun scoffed, his figure flickering as he appeared before the Hao Saint Sun. Before the latter could react, Yi Chun delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying. A sharp crack resounded as the Saint Sun's dantian shattered under the force of Yi Chun's blow, rendering his cultivation utterly nullified. A chilling scream escaped the Hao Saint Sun as he writhed on the ground, clutching his lower body. This single strike not only obliterated his cultivation, but also stripped him of his manhood. You dare to. The Hao Saint Sun glared at Yi Chun with a face twisted in resentment, his eyes brimming with bitterness and despair. This is the consequence of daring to covet my wife. Yi Chun replied coldly. My father is the leader of the Hao Xianzong. If you dare to ruin me, the sect will not let you off easily, nor will the Tiangong Academy show you any mercy. The Hao Saint Sun, filled with venomous hatred, trembled as he pointed a shaking finger at Yi Chun. Chapter 141. The Dragon General seeks mercy. Oh, is that so? Just a mere disciple of the Hao immortal sect. What would it matter if I were to slay you right now? Yi Chun remarked indifferently, his gaze as frigid as ice, his chin slightly raised, exuding an air of dominance. You dare? The Academy forbids killing. Should you take my life, the consequences would be dire. The holy son of Hao trembled, fear evident in his demeanor. Though his cultivation had been crippled, there remained a chance for recovery, yet death would leave him utterly devoid of hope. That is the Academy's decree, not mine, Yi Chun declared, his hand seizing the holy son's throat, gradually applying pressure. This time, Yi Chun was genuinely enraged. The holy son had repeatedly harassed Luo Qingcheng, and this time he had brought nearly 100 individuals to besiege her and her companions. Yi Chun was no saint. Having already taught him a lesson, he had no intention of allowing the holy son to live this time. At that moment, the holy son resembled a chick caught by the throat, his face flushed, eyes bulging, struggling to draw breath. An overwhelming panic gripped him. Yi Chun was indeed intent on his demise. Cease this at once. The deep voice of the Dragon General resonated in the ears of Yi Chun and his companions. A voice without a visible form. Yi Chun, grant this general a favor and spare his life. The Dragon General's tone bore a hint of negotiation. General, this scoundrel has incessantly harassed my wife, and now he dares to assault her with a throng of followers. If I do not end his life, my rage shall remain unquenched. Yi Chun's brow furrowed, displaying no sign of compromise. He was not one to tolerate such indignities. If others dared to trample upon his dignity, how could he remain silent? I am fully aware of the circumstances surrounding this matter, the Dragon General continued, his voice steady, as if every detail lay within his control. You have already rendered him powerless. That alone serves as retribution. Should you take his life here, it would violate the Academy's rules and bring disgrace upon it. The Dragon General paused before continuing. I shall expel him from the Academy and send him back to the Hao immortal sect to face the consequences of his own actions. Yi Chun pondered briefly. He was inclined to grant some measure of respect to the Dragon General. Moreover, with the Holy Son's cultivation now nullified, even if he were to return alive, he would be but a shell of a man, suffering far more than through death. Very well, since the Dragon General has spoken, I shall grant him clemency. Yi Chun released his grip, casting the Holy Son onto the ground. Yet, with a watchful eye, he silently infused a strand of the law of annihilation into the Holy Son's body. After all, in the realm of immortals, resources could restore lost powers. With this law embedded within him, even if the Holy Son were to regain his cultivation, he would forever be rendered impotent. Yi Chun could also eliminate the Holy Son at any moment, for it was clear that the Holy Son harbored deep-seated animosity towards him. There was no telling when he might seek vengeance through those close to him. It is not the thief one fears, but the one who covets. At this moment, the Holy Son lay on the ground like a lifeless dog, gasping for air, his eyes filled with dread. Who, indeed, is Yi Chun, that he can engage in conversation with the Dragon General so nonchalantly? What formidable presence has he provoked? The Dragon General harbors a profound hatred for Yi Chun, wishing nothing more than to rend him asunder. Yet, he is acutely aware of his own impotence, rendered a mere shadow of his former self, incapable of seeking vengeance. Thank you, Yi Chun. I owe you a favor, he remarked, his voice tinged with a hint of gratitude, simultaneously bestowing upon Yichen a promise. In the next moment, the holy sun of the bright moon vanished as if he had never existed. The dragon general intervened, whisking him away from that place. Only then did Yichen turn his gaze towards Luo Qingqing, inquiring with genuine concern, "Qingqing, are you unharmed?" "I am fine. Your presence is all that matters," Luo Qingqing replied, shaking her head, her eyes brimming with tenderness as she looked at Yichen. A warmth enveloped Yichen's heart as he pulled her into his embrace. "It is a relief to hear that my sister-in-law is safe," exclaimed Wang Xiaodian, eagerly. "Indeed, who dares to bully my sister-in-law? We, her brothers, shall fight to the death." Gao Dahua chimed in. Su Chun and Lin Shuo exchanged glances, both wearing smiles of relief. "Well done, everyone," Yichen said, patting their shoulders before collecting their storage rings. "Splendid." Wang Xiaodian and Lu Bidi perked up at once, scampering off to plunder the storage rings of the disciples from the Bright Moon Immortal Sect. "We struck gold. This time, we truly hit the jackpot," they exclaimed, eyes alight with excitement upon examining their spoils. "Is this all you can muster? Just wait, this time, we shall amass great wealth," Yichen thought to himself, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Lin Shuo, Su Chun, and Zhuge Kong all looked at Yichen in unison, aware that he was up to something, and that misfortune awaited those within this secret realm. At that moment, a ragtag group of disciples emerged from the valley, clad in tattered sleepwear, their appearance disheveled. Clearly, they had been thoroughly plundered, even their garments taken. Lin Shuo, Su Chun, and Zhuge Kong exchanged knowing glances. This style seems reminiscent of something Yichen might do. Could there be others accompanying him? What transpired here? Lu Bidi approached them, curiosity piqued. "Do not mention it." A group of individuals raided the valley. They were ruthless, leaving no clothing unscathed, lamented one disciple, his face a mask of despair. They possessed supreme recovery pills. "We were utterly depleted of spiritual energy and stood no chance," another disciple added. Yichen's eyes brightened. He realized that Zhao Ritian and his companions had begun their operation. Depleted spiritual energy renders one no different from a mere mortal in the eyes of cultivators, making the collection of beast horns impossible. Yet, this opened a lucrative opportunity for him to trade in pills. Ahem, Yichen cleared his throat and stepped forward to address the group of disciples. "Brothers and sisters, I see you are drained of spiritual energy. Would you care for some supreme recovery pills?" "Supreme recovery pills?" One disciple's eyes sparkled with hope. For such pills could extend their combat capabilities for a fragrant incense's duration, but soon his excitement dimmed. "Let us not dwell on it. We have been robbed and left destitute. Indeed, all our spiritual stones have been taken." Another disciple echoed this sentiment. "It matters not that we lack spiritual stones, for we can exchange contribution points for them." Yichen smiled gently, guiding them patiently. Contribution points can be traded for many treasures at the Celestial Academy, and they can also be directly converted into spiritual stones. But we have no contribution points either. That is of little consequence. We can simply write an IOU and repay it once we exit the secret realm. However, the beast horns you have obtained must be surrendered to us for distribution. I can assure you that I will ensure your success in the assessment." Yichen continued, reminding them of the Celestial Spirit Cave. If they missed this opportunity, it would never come again. The words Celestial Spirit Cave resonated like a thunderclap in the hearts of the disciples. Chapter 142. The fury of the Moonlight Sect leader. The Celestial Spirit Cave is of paramount importance, harboring countless opportunities that can significantly elevate the cultivation of any aspiring talent who gains entry. More crucially, those who enter can enhance their innate abilities, a factor of utmost significance for every cultivator, as it dictates how far they may progress in the future. The Celestial Spirit Cave opens only once every millennium, and only those under 1,000 years of age are permitted to enter. Failing to pass the Academy's assessment means they will miss this singular opportunity. The effort expended to gain entry into the Celestial Spirit Cave has been immense. To lose such a chance over trivial matters would be a source of profound regret. Wang Xiaodian and his group of sycophants were all praises when they heard Yichen instruct the disciples to gather beast horns for distribution. This ingenious method employed by their leader was truly remarkable. However, the disciples hesitated. The premium spirit recovery pill, which should ideally cost no more than 1,000 spirit stones, was being offered at an exorbitant price of 10,000. This is an opportunity that cannot be missed. Yi Chun proclaimed, seizing the moment. With the spirit recovery pill, you shall swiftly regain your spiritual energy, allowing you to continue gathering beast horns, complete your assessment, and enter the celestial spirit cave. But 10,000 spirit stones? That is exorbitant. One disciple exclaimed, aware that such pills were available for merely 1,000 stones elsewhere, yet Yi Chun was charging tenfold. Ah, my elixir surpasses those sold by the Academy by a significant margin. 10,000 spirit stones are indeed justified, Yi Chun retorted, producing a pill and offering it to the disciple, indicating he should consume it for verification. Reluctantly, the disciple accepted the pill and ingested it, discovering that his spiritual power was rapidly restored. Indeed, it was far superior to what the Academy offered. Elated, he realized that with his regained strength, he could now complete the Academy's assessment. For the sake of the Celestial Spirit Cave, spending a little more spirit stones is inconsequential. He declared, all right, I will purchase 10. He swiftly pinned an IOU for 100,000 spirit stones. With the first disciple's purchase, others followed suit, second, third. Soon, every disciple had written IOUs in exchange for Yi Chun's premium spirit recovery pills. Yi Chun, gazing at the stack of IOUs, could hardly contain his glee, his eyes narrowing into slits. At 10,000 spirit stones each, this price was nothing short of exorbitant profit. Additionally, he could collect beast horns in exchange for contribution points. Although these disciples were currently penniless, which influential family would dare default on their debts once they exited the secret realm? He couldn't help but revel in the prospect of a substantial fortune. Yi Chun encouraged the disciples to engage in pillaging, ensuring a quicker and greater collection of beast horns, which would subsequently enhance their distribution ratio. Having just been robbed themselves, the disciples were eager to retaliate and readily agreed. Yi Chun also instructed them to spread the word about the spirit recovery pills he was selling. Lin Shuo, Su Chun, and Zhuge Kong watched Yi Chun's maneuvers in silence. Somewhat speechless, this fellow truly possessed an innate talent for commerce. Those disciples had been fleeced of their spirit stones and were now set to work for him. Junior brother, selling this elixir for 10,000 premium spirit stones and demanding their beast horns as well. Don't you think that's a bit excessive? Lin Shuo couldn't help but inquire. Excessive? Yi Chun raised an eyebrow. Senior brother, this is called market economy. Do you understand? The relationship between supply and demand dictates the price. Moreover, this is a premium energy recovery elixir, a life-saving item in critical moments. Is 10,000 spirit stones truly exorbitant? Lin Shuo was rendered speechless. This junior brother had a way with words. Lu Bai gazed at him with admiration. Big brother is truly remarkable. The group of disciples, having regained their spiritual energy, descended upon their peers like famished wolves upon sheep, launching a frenzied raid. Hand over your spirit stones, magical artifacts, and beast horns, all of it. The group of disciples encircled a few others, shouting fiercely while brandishing a wolf-tooth club. The besieged disciples, devoid of spiritual energy, were akin to lambs awaiting slaughter, utterly powerless to resist. Big brother, spare us. We have nothing left. One of the robbed disciples pleaded with a mournful face, having surrendered all his storage rings and magical artifacts, leaving only his clothes. Yet, the marauding disciples still demanded more treasures. Did they truly intend to strip them of their garments as well? Nothing left? Then strip off your clothes. The robbers showed no mercy, ruthlessly stripping their victims bare. Let me tell you, there is someone named Yi Chun in the secret realm. He has premium energy recovery elixirs for sale. If you wish to survive, go buy them from him. After the plundering, the group of disciples didn't forget to advertise for Yi Chun. The robbed disciples, now in tatters, trudged toward Yi Chun, filled with anger and humiliation. Yet, to complete their assessment and enter the Celestial Spirit Cave, they had no choice but to purchase elixirs from Yi Chun. At Yi Chun's stall, a throng had gathered. If you desire elixirs, you know the rules. Yi Chun continued selling his elixirs in the same manner, sending them back out to raid again. Thus, these disciples dutifully wrote promissory notes in exchange for Yi Chun's premium energy recovery elixirs, subsequently joining the ranks of the robbers. In no time, the entire secret realm was engulfed in a frenzied wave of plundering. Meanwhile, the architect of it all, Yi Chun, leisurely embraced a beauty, seated by the barbecue grill, enjoying meat and wine with Lin Shuo and the others. Big brother, your strategy is truly brilliant. Killing two birds with one stone. earning spirit stones while collecting beast horns. Wang Xiao exclaimed with admiration. Just a trifle, just a trifle. Yi Chun waved his hand dismissively, adopting an air of a reclusive master. From time to time, disciples approached to purchase elixirs before heading off to raid. Yi Chun's business flourished, and the number of promissory notes in his possession increased. On the third day, with just half a day remaining before the secret realm closed, Zhao Ritian, accompanied by his sycophants, approached Yi Chun. Each of them clutched several storage rings, filled to the brim with beast horns, spirit stones, and various magical artifacts. Young Master Yi, we have fulfilled our duty, Zhao Ritian declared, placing all the storage rings before Yi Chun. Yi Chun meticulously counted and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, well done, you have performed admirably. He returned the magical artifacts previously confiscated from them and provided sufficient beast horns to enable them to pass the assessment. Thank you, young Master Yi. Zhao Ritian and the others were overwhelmed with gratitude, their admiration for Yi Chun flowing like an unending river. They had initially thought they would only reclaim their artifacts, but to their astonishment, Yi Chun had also granted them the opportunity to participate in the Immortal Spirit Cave. Meanwhile, within the resplendent hall of the Haoyue Immortal Sect, the atmosphere was as frigid as a frozen cavern. General Yulong had already dispatched someone to escort the holy son of Haoyue back. The sect leader of Haoyue wore a grim expression, gazing at the holy son lying on the jade bed, an overwhelming fury roiling within him. At this moment, the holy son's breath was faint, his dantian shattered, rendered into a mere shell of his former self. Who is responsible for this? Who has harmed my son so grievously? The voice of the Haoyue sect leader thundered throughout the hall. Father, it was Yi Chun. The holy son struggled to utter a few words, his eyes filled with resentment. Yi Chun, the sect leader of Haoyue, gritted his teeth, filled with an insatiable desire to rend Yi Chun asunder. As the esteemed leader of the Haoyue Immortal Sect, to have his son's cultivation obliterated and his manhood stripped away. How could he possibly endure such a humiliation? This was nothing short of a profound disgrace. Chapter 143. The assessment concludes. A tremendous gain, father. You must avenge me, cried the holy son of the bright moon, his voice hoarse with despair. Possessing extraordinary talent, he had been born into luxury and privilege, elevated above the common folk. Never before had he endured such a profound humiliation. The Lord of the Bright Moon sect inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the fury surging within him. He understood that Yi Chun was a disciple of the Celestial Academy, a figure of significant standing. Disciples of the Celestial Academy were regarded as students of the Celestial Emperor, where competition among peers was ruthless and indifferent to life and death. Yet, Yi Chun's talent was so monstrous that none among his contemporaries could rival him. If he were to dispatch an elder to take action, the Celestial Emperor would undoubtedly seek retribution, and the Bright Moon sect could not withstand the Emperor's wrath. Moreover, he was acutely aware that Yi Chun was also a disciple of the boundless Immortal Emperor. Should they harm Yi Chun, the boundless Immortal Palace would learn of it, and that would be far more terrifying than facing the Celestial Emperor. The Bright Moon sect could not withstand the fury of the three emperors of the boundless Immortal Palace. Annihilation would be their fate. Yet, how could he fail to avenge his son? The Lord of the Bright Moon paced back and forth, his brow furrowed, weighing the choice between vengeance and restraint. It was a harrowing decision. After a prolonged moment, he finally came to a halt. His son's vengeance must be exacted. He drew a deep breath, as if arriving at a monumental resolution. I accept the conditions of the Supreme One. The Lord of the Bright Moon's voice was low and gravelly, akin to whispers from the depths of the abyss. You have made a wise choice. A voice, cleverly cloaked, resonated from behind him. Simultaneously, a figure shrouded in a black robe gradually materialized. Beneath the cloak, the visage remained obscured, revealing only a pair of eerie green eyes that glimmered with a sinister light. These eyes, reminiscent of a venomous serpent, instilled a chilling dread. The Lord of the Bright Moon regarded the figure with a flicker of fear, yet more dominantly, an overwhelming hatred surged within him. For the sake of revenge, he was willing to pay any price, even if it meant courting danger. The figure in the black robe emitted a chilling laugh, as if it emanated from the depths of the infernal realms. The celestial realm shall embrace the dawn because of your choice. Meanwhile, within the secret realm of the Celestial Academy, the assessment was nearing its conclusion. Disciples who had purchased the rejuvenating elixir from Yi Chun eagerly presented the beast horns and spirit stones they had looted before him. Yi Chun provided them with sufficient beast horns to pass the assessment, and in accordance with his promise, he allocated additional horns to the earlier batches of disciples who had acquired the elixirs. Each of them beamed with joy upon receiving the horns. Those who had been plundered lost their opportunity to participate in the immortal spirit cave, with the disciples of the Bright Moon sect being nearly entirely eliminated. After the distribution, the remaining beast horns in Yi Chen's possession were enough to exchange for several million contribution points. He divided these horns evenly among Lin Shuo and the others nearby, though they declined to take more than what was necessary to pass the assessment. Ultimately, Yi Chen insisted on giving them enough horns to exchange for tens of millions of contribution points. With these points, they would be free from tasks for decades to come. As the 3-day assessment in the secret realm came to a close, a force of attraction emerged, accompanied by a flash of white light. All disciples were transported to the square of the Heavenly Palace Academy. Some beamed with joy, evidently having reaped bountiful rewards, while others hung their heads in despair, their faces etched with disappointment, likely having returned empty-handed. With the assessment concluded, the registration of beast horns commenced, allowing for the exchange of contribution points. An elder from the academy, stroking his beard, announced in a booming voice, "Let the registration begin." Instantly, the square buzzed with activity as disciples formed long lines, each stepping forward to present their collected beast horns. Lier Go, 320 horns, exchange for 3,200 points. Zhang San, 510 horns, exchange for 5,100 points. Wang Ma Zi, 1,300 horns, exchange for 13,000 points. The elder's voice maintained a steady rhythm, as names and their corresponding contribution points echoed throughout the square. Most disciples exchanged points ranging from thousands to tens of thousands, while a few fortunate individuals managed to obtain several 100,000 points, marking them as exceptional. Lo Qing Chung, 120 million horns, exchanged for 12 million points. The elder's voice trembled slightly, clearly taken aback by this staggering figure. A wave of astonishment swept through the square. 12 million contribution points? That could sustain an ordinary disciple's cultivation for hundreds of years. Following closely, Lin Shuo, Wang Xiaotian, Yu Chu Man, and Zhuge Kong, among others, also exchanged for tens of millions of contribution points. At this point, the entire square erupted in astonishment. My heavens, what sort of monsters are these 9 individuals? How could they amass such an abundance of beast horns? Surely they haven't wiped out all the beasts in the secret realm? It seemed utterly outrageous. After toiling for 3 days, I had barely gathered a few thousand points, and in comparison, I felt utterly insignificant. The elders exchanged incredulous glances, clearly shocked by the extraordinary harvest of these 9 disciples. The Lickspittle quartet was particularly exhilarated, reveling in the success of their leader, and their admiration for Yi Chun grew even deeper. Amidst the murmurs of astonishment, Yi Chun leisurely approached the elder last. "Would you kindly count these for me?" he said, producing dozens of storage rings and placing them before the elder with nonchalance. The elder's eyes widened at the sight of the small mountain of rings before him. Trembling hands reached for one of the rings, and he probed within, only to gasp in shock, nearly toppling from his seat. This. The elder stammered, rendered speechless. Other elders gathered around, eager to inspect the contents of the rings. 300 million. One elder finally managed to declare, his voice quivering. 300 million contribution points. A profound silence enveloped the square, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. All eyes were fixated on Yi Chan, as if beholding a creature from another realm. 300 million contribution points. What magnitude of achievement was this? This is equivalent to the accumulation of several minor sects over hundreds of years. How utterly terrifying. The elders were left utterly astounded. In all their years of existence, they had never witnessed a disciple redeeming such an astonishing number of contribution points in a single instance. This was truly unprecedented. Yi Chun, with his beast horns, 30 million of them, redeeming contribution points, 300 million points. The elders' voices quivered more violently, as if they might faint at any moment. This news struck like a thunderclap, resonating throughout the entire Celestial Academy. All disciples were in a frenzy. 300 million contribution points. This was nothing short of an astronomical figure. Yi Chen's name swiftly spread across the Celestial Academy, transforming him into a legend. As the assessment concluded, congratulations were extended to all the disciples who passed. The elder in charge of the registration wiped the sweat from his brow, clearly shaken by the sheer number of beast horns Yi Chen possessed. In 3 months, the immortal spirit cave would open. All were urged to prepare diligently. After announcing the list of successful candidates, the elder declared the assembly dismissed, and the disciples in the square promptly scattered like birds and beasts. Brother Yi, Brother Yi. A throng of disciples surged towards Yi Chen, their faces alight with excitement. Chapter 144. While others ride horses, I ride a dog. They were disciples who had previously purchased the revitalizing elixir from Yi Chen in the secret realm. Brother Yi, here are the spirit stones we agreed upon. Please verify. One disciple respectfully presented a storage bag. Brother Yi, mine is here as well. And mine. The other disciples eagerly produced their storage bags and handed them to Yi Chen. With a smile, Yi Chen accepted the bags, and with a sweep of his consciousness, confirmed their contents. He then proceeded to destroy the promissory notes he had prepared earlier. Haha, my dear junior brothers, you are too courteous. It has been a delightful collaboration. Yi Chen clasped his hands in gratitude, his spirits soaring, mirrored by the excitement of the disciples. Thanks to Brother Yi, we surely would not have passed the assessment otherwise. Indeed, not only did we pass, but we also exchanged for so many contribution points. This has been a tremendous gain. One disciple exclaimed, his face alight with enthusiasm. Exchanging 100,000 spirit stones for tens of thousands, or even over 100,000 contribution points, is truly worthwhile. With their own efforts, it was doubtful they would have even passed the assessment, let alone acquired such a bounty of contribution points. Yi Chen observed the jubilant disciples, his heart blooming with joy. This round of selling elixirs, coupled with the premium spirit stones acquired in the secret realm, had amassed nearly 200 million spirit stones, adding 300 million contribution points. The profit was staggering. After bidding farewell to Luo Qingcheng with a heartfelt embrace, Yi Chen turned and departed. Lin Shua, Su Chen, and the adoring dog quartet returned to their respective abodes to enter seclusion, preparing for the celestial spirit's secret realm. Meanwhile, Zhuge Kong, having received a message from his master, bid farewell to Yi Chen and the others and temporarily returned to the Tianji Pavilion. Upon returning to his cave, Yi Chen refined all the spirit stones within the heavenly Tao Pearl, raising his cultivation to the 5th level of the void immortal realm. He then commenced his study of the path of annihilation, determined to prevent any further loss of control. Meanwhile, De Huang lay idly by, dozing off. Zhuge Kong traveled swiftly and soon returned to the Tianji Pavilion. As the name suggests, the Tianji Pavilion specializes in the art of celestial divination. The tower soared into the clouds, adorned with intricate carvings and exuding an air of mystery. Master, Zhuge Kong respectfully bowed to an elderly man with white hair yet youthful features. This elder was none other than the master of the Tianji Pavilion, Xianzun Tianji. Xianzun Tianji regarded Zhuge Kong with a furrowed brow, his expression grave. Kong, I summoned you back for an important matter. Master, what has transpired? Zhuge Kong keenly sensed his master's unusual demeanor. While observing the celestial phenomena at night, I discerned that the opening of the celestial spirit cave may herald significant events. Xianzun Tianji stroked his beard and spoke slowly. Significant events? Zhuge Kong's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, but what exactly is to occur remains unclear to me. Xianzun Tianji sighed, his face etched with helplessness. I have been divining for several days, yet the future remains obscured, shrouded in ambiguity. Could it be that someone is concealing the celestial secrets? Zhuge Kong speculated. It is possible, yet one cannot dismiss the likelihood of other causes. The esteemed Tianji Xianzun shook his head. The imminent opening of the Xianling cave heaven is of great significance. I must ascertain what is to transpire. Thus, I have summoned you back, hoping that together, as master and disciple, we may decipher some clues. Rest assured, master, I shall exert every effort. Zhuge Kong nodded solemnly. He is the most gifted disciple of the Tianji Pavilion, his divination skills rivaling those of Tianji Xianzun. By combining their strengths, the duo could predict events with a remarkable accuracy of 70 to 80%. Tianji Xianzun nodded in agreement and retrieved an ancient copper disc from his storage ring. This disc emanated a soft golden light, intricately engraved with complex patterns, clearly not an ordinary artifact. It is the treasured relic of the Tianji Pavilion, the Tianji Pan. With its assistance, our divinations could become even more precise. Placing the Tianji Pan upon the table, Tianji Xianzuan instructed, "Konger, come forth and join me in the divination." Zhuge Kong approached the table, standing shoulder to shoulder with Tianji Xianzuan. The master and disciple formed hand seals, reciting incantations in unison. A mysterious aura radiated from them, enveloping the entire room. The patterns on the Tianji Pan began to shimmer, emitting a dazzling light. The brilliance intensified, ultimately coalescing into a pillar of light that soared skyward. Yet within this pillar, chaos reigned, rendering everything obscured. How could this be? Tianji Xianzuan's brow furrowed, his expression laden with perplexity. Is it possible that even the Tianji Pan cannot divine? Zhuge Kong shared the confusion. The two attempted several more times, only to achieve the same result. It appears that this matter cannot be unraveled by mere human effort. With a sigh, Tianji Xianzuan shook his head helplessly. After a moment of contemplation, Zhuge Kong proposed, "Master, might it be that the Xianling cave heaven opens in 3 months, and thus the celestial mechanics have yet to reveal themselves?" Perhaps, Tianji Xianzuan conceded with a nod. For now, we must await the opening of the Xianling cave heaven in 3 months to proceed with our divination. There is no other recourse. Zhuge Kong concurred. Although they could not predict the specifics, one thing was certain. The opening of the Xianling cave heaven would herald significant events. Tianji Xianzuan's tone turned grave. "Konger, upon your return, exercise great caution." The disciple acknowledged, nodding, his heart brimming with vigilance. He understood that this journey to the Xianling cave heaven would likely not be tranquil. Time flew swiftly during cultivation, and before long, 3 months had passed. The Xianling cave heaven is now open. All disciples assemble at the academy square. The resonant voice echoed across the academy, causing the leaves to rustle. Over these 3 months, the disciples had largely secluded themselves in meditation. And at the announcement of the Xianling cave heaven's opening, they all emerged simultaneously. Yi Chun stretched lazily, stepping out from his cave abode, and after loosening his limbs, a series of popping sounds resonated. At that moment, a figure astride a magnificent snow-white warhorse galloped past him with an imposing presence. The steed was extraordinary, its hooves seemingly treading upon clouds. The rider, clad in garments as white as snow, possessed an exquisite demeanor, resembling a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Yi Chun watched in awe, his eyes wide with envy. This was indeed the quintessential entrance of a prodigy. How majestic! He smacked his lips in admiration, then glanced at himself, disheveled and dusty, akin to a rustic fool. Unbeknownst to him, De Huang had appeared by his side, nudging his leg with its head, signaling him to mount. Yi Chun was taken aback. "Ride you?" He scrutinized De Huang with a bemused expression. Surely, that would not do. While others rode warhorses, I would be making my entrance upon a dog. How utterly embarrassing. The contrast was too striking. I could not bear to witness it. De Huang seemed to perceive Yi Chun's thoughts, its eyes reflecting disdain and scorn. Today marks Thanksgiving, a moment to express gratitude to all the esteemed readers for their unwavering support towards the author. Thank you. May each of you and your families enjoy happiness and health, abundant wealth, and endless prosperity. Chapter 145. The heavenly mechanism pavilion has fled in a dazzling flash of golden light. A majestic fire Qilin materialized before Yi Chun, its body enveloped in fierce flames, exuding an air of invincibility. By heavens! Yi Chun lost his composure, exclaiming in awe, You are truly a fire Qilin." He had sensed that the great yellow creature was extraordinary, yet he had not anticipated it to be a mythical beast of such grandeur. The recently arrived Lin Shuo, Su Chun, Zhuge Kong, and Wang Xiaotian, along with Gui Huafu, were equally stunned. The great yellow creature was indeed a divine Qilin. Lin Shuo's eyes widened in disbelief at the spectacle before him, while Su Chun and Zhuge Kong wore expressions of shock. Wang Xiaotian and Gui Huafu were utterly dumbfounded. Brother S. Pet is a Qilin. This is simply astonishing. Yi Chun circled around the great yellow creature, nodding in satisfaction at its imposing presence. Riding a fire Qilin into the scene, he was undoubtedly the most striking figure at the Celestial Academy. Yi Chun mounted the fire Qilin, deliberately slowing its pace as he made his way to the plaza. Along the path, all the disciples of the academy were left in utter astonishment, turning to gaze at him. The fire Qilin was a legendary divine beast, and most had never even laid eyes on one. Is that the fire Qilin? Yi Chun was indeed riding a fire Qilin. My goodness. Wang Xiaotian and Gui Huafu gazed at Yi Chun with admiration, their expressions filled with reverence. Brother is truly magnificent. Goda, who trailed behind the fire Qilin, the fabric on his head fluttering in the wind, feeling an immense pride in following his brother. Meanwhile, Lin Shuo, Su Chun, and Zhuge Kong exchanged helpless glances. This lad always conjured up the most unexpected scenarios. As Yi Chun arrived at the Academy Plaza atop the fire Qilin, all the disciples eligible to participate in the Immortal Spirit Cave had gathered, awaiting their arrival. The moment they spotted Yi Chun riding the fire Qilin, an uproar erupted throughout the plaza. The elders exchanged astonished glances, fully aware that this fire Qilin belonged to the Heavenly Emperor. Ordinarily, only the Heavenly Emperor could approach it, and even he was never permitted to ride it. Yet here was Yi Chun, a mere virtual immortal, confidently riding the fire Qilin into the plaza. Yi Chun, you the elder in charge, was left speechless, struck by the sight of the Heavenly Emperor's fire Qilin allowing Yi Chun to ride upon its back. Yi Chun dismounted from the fire Qilin and affectionately patted its head. Great Yellow, return to your original form. With a flash of golden light, the fire Qilin transformed back into a fluffy little dog. Yi Chun scooped up Great Yellow and cheerfully addressed the elder. Apologies for my tardiness. The elder finally regained his composure. And no problem. Let us proceed. He gestured for everyone to board a massive flying vessel. Everyone, please embark. The crowd eagerly ascended the vessel. On board, Luo Qingcheng had been awaiting their arrival, with Yu Chu Man standing beside her. As Su Chun beheld Yu Chu Man, a surge of excitement coursed through him, for it had been several months since their last encounter. Yi Chun glanced at Luo Qingcheng, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he boarded the flying vessel with the large dog, De Huang. Upon stepping aboard, Yi Chun enveloped Luo Qingcheng in a warm embrace, both of them having been apart for far too long. If not for the unsuitability of the surroundings, Yi Chun would have. Oh dear, I digress. You, once again, have stolen the spotlight. Luo Qingcheng's enchanting eyes sparkled, and she playfully glared at Yi Chun. Alas, it is all De Huang's fault. Without hesitation, Yi Chun decided to sell De Huang. Woof woof. De Huang, displeased, thought to himself that it was merely Yi Chun's own embarrassment at riding a dog. Nevertheless, considering the matter of the elixir, De Huang chose to disregard it and lay down to sleep, ignoring Yi Chun. Nestled together, Yi Chun and Luo Qingcheng whispered sweet nothings to each other. On the deck of the flying vessel, a gentle breeze caressed, stirring Luo Qingcheng's hair, prompting Yi Chun to tenderly tuck her strands behind her ear. Qingcheng, once we emerge from the Immortal Spirit Cave, we shall. Yi Chun murmured in her ear, causing a delightful blush to rise on Luo Qingcheng's cheeks. How vexatious, she exclaimed, lightly tapping Yi Chun's chest. The flying vessel soared through the sky like a majestic dragon weaving through the sea of clouds. Half a month later, the flying vessel gracefully descended onto a vast plaza at the entrance of an immense mountain range. The plaza was teeming with flying vessels, flags fluttering in the wind, and a throng of talented individuals from various sects of the immortal realm had gathered. Elders from each sect exchanged pleasantries while awaiting the optimal moment to commence the opening of the Immortal Spirit Cave. The flying vessel from the Tianji Pavilion also docked in the plaza, with over 100 participants set to enter the Immortal Spirit Cave. While waiting, Zhuge Kong disembarked from the Tian Palace Academy's vessel and boarded that of the Tianji Pavilion, making his way directly to the stargazing platform within. The immortal master Tianji stood before the star chart, his brow furrowed in concentration. Master, Zhuge Kong bowed respectfully. Kong you have arrived, the immortal master Tianji replied, weariness evident on his face. Let us collaborate once more to deduce the future. Certainly, Zhuge Kong eagerly nodded, yearning to foresee the events that might transpire within the immortal spirit's secret realm, in hopes of preparing in advance to avert any disasters. Once again, the master and disciple engaged in their calculations aboard the vessel, yet they still failed to yield any conclusive results. They could only deduce that within the Immortal Spirit Cave, there lay great peril, yet a glimmer of hope remained. Alas, the immortal master Tianji sighed, still shrouded in chaos. Great peril? A glimmer of hope? Zhuge Kong murmured to himself, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. The Tianji Pavilion was renowned for its mastery in predicting celestial patterns. Yet now it could not even ascertain the circumstances of the immortal spirit cave. This left him filled with trepidation regarding their upcoming expedition. The immortal master Tianji pondered for a moment before stating, "This matter is of great significance, and the Tianji pavilion cannot grasp it." Zhuge Kong remained silent for a moment. "Master, if the Tianji pavilion withdraws, I still wish to participate." Zhuge Kong raised his head, his gaze resolute. His disciples held unwavering confidence in Yi Chun. Tianji Xianzuan fell into deep contemplation. Yi Chun eluded his understanding. He speculated that perhaps the glimmer of hope resided within him. The Tianji pavilion had previously conducted divinations concerning Yi Chun, only to yield no insights and suffer a backlash instead. Tianji Xianzuan's junior disciple had sustained grave injuries from this backlash, wounds that remained unhealed to this day. Thus, he had urged his disciple Zhuge Kong to forge a strong bond with Yi Chun. Alas, Tianji Xianzuan ultimately relented. "Since you are so intent on proceeding, I shall not deter you. Perhaps this is your destiny. Exercise utmost caution, but remember, do not reveal the secrets of heaven, for the consequences could be dire." The disciple understood. Zhuge Kong solemnly nodded and turned to descend from the flying vessel of the Tianji pavilion. The elders of the Heavenly Academy had already produced the token to activate the immortal spirit cave, preparing to unveil its mysteries. Just then, the flying vessel of the Tianji pavilion unexpectedly surged into motion, racing back towards its point of origin at astonishing speed. What was happening? What was the Tianji pavilion up to? The crowd in the square stood in stunned silence. The elders and disciples from various sects were left bewildered. The Tianji pavilion was fleeing? Were they truly opting out of the immortal spirit cave, which opened once every millennium? Chapter 146. The Crisis in the Secret Realm. Luo Qingqing encounters danger. The elders of the Heavenly Palace Academy were equally bewildered. What was happening? Hadn't they agreed to open the immortal spirit cave? Why had it suddenly vanished? Were they to abandon such an extraordinary opportunity? Zhuge Kong gazed at the departing flying vessel. Understanding that the decision of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion to withdraw from the immortal spirit cave was indeed the wisest course of action. Their strength lay primarily in the art of divination, rendering them comparatively weak in combat. Entering the immortal spirit cave would only lead to unnecessary casualties. Observing the talented individuals present, he felt a tumult of emotions. This time, many of these gifted individuals might perish within the immortal spirit cave. Yet, he could not disclose the results of his divination. Firstly, no one would believe him. They would merely assume the Heavenly Machine Pavilion lacked the strength to continue and would not wish for other sects to gain such opportunities. This would thrust the pavilion into the eye of the storm. Secondly, even if everyone believed him, they would still choose to enter the immortal spirit cave, drawn by its overwhelming allure. No cultivator could resist the temptation of such extraordinary fortunes. Most importantly, the nature of divining destiny was inherently rebellious. Revealing such secrets could lead to greater chaos. Perhaps even the slightest glimmer of hope could be extinguished, plunging the celestial realm's elites into irreversible doom. He raised his gaze toward the entrance of the immortal spirit cave, his expression resolute. "Yi Chun, I hope you can truly bring forth that flicker of hope." After a moment of confusion, the elder of the Heavenly Palace Academy infused a surge of celestial energy into the token. The Heavenly Machine Pavilion had retreated, but the immortal spirit cave would still be opened. With a hum, a massive luminous portal manifested in the square. The immortal spirit cave is now open. The talented individuals from various sects entered in an orderly fashion. Remember, upon entering the immortal spirit cave, you will be randomly separated and teleported. Yi Chun handed a handful of talismans to Luo Qingqing. "Take these, crush them if you encounter danger." Understood, Luo Qingqing nodded, carefully stowing the talismans away. "And take care of yourself," Yi Chun added with another reminder. "Got it. You're so nagging." Luo Qingqing shot Yi Chun a playful glare. Yet her heart swelled with warmth. With a chuckle, Yi Chun ruffled Luo Qingqing's hair. "Let us go?" The group stepped into the immortal spirit cave, a flash of brilliance enveloping them as they vanished from sight. De Huang was unable to enter. It was too old. And doing so would lead to its rejection and annihilation by the immortal spirit cave. Woof woof. It gazed longingly at the spot where Yi Chun had disappeared, letting out a pitiful whimper. The academy elder kept his distance from De Huang, wary of approaching. He was well aware of how ferocious De Huang could be when provoked. He also marveled at how the Fire Qilin, who could only be approached by the Emperor of Heaven, was so close to Yi Chun, so obedient to his commands. Within the immortal spirit cave, Yi Chun felt a sudden disorientation. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar forest. It seemed he had been teleported to a different location. Yi Chun surveyed his surroundings, worried about Luo Qingqing's well-being. However, he firmly believed that Luo Qingqing possessed the ability to safeguard herself. After all, the icebound expanse she had comprehended was formidable enough to challenge even him. First, let us explore this celestial spirit cave. Yi Chun stepped forward, hoping that the experience would not prove too tedious. A playful smile graced his lips. He produced a crumpled map, the very interior map of the celestial spirit cave. This map had been crafted by an exceptional individual who had entered the cave a millennium ago, and the academy had distributed one to each disciple daring to enter. Let me see, where am I? Yi Chun squinted, his finger tracing paths across the map. Goodness, this secret realm is indeed vast. I find myself at the very edge. The celestial spirit cave existed as a realm unto itself, remarkably expansive. Yi Chun estimated that, at his pace, it would take at least a year to traverse the entire area. His objective was the core zone of chaotic laws, the most perilous region, which no one had yet dared to approach. However, this posed no challenge for Yi Chun, as he was the embodiment of myriad laws. Innately attuned to the principles of the great Tao, he surmised that immense opportunities awaited him there. Core zone, here I come. He stowed the map, oriented himself, and strode through the forest. The sounds of various beasts echoed around him, sending chills down his spine. Quite the lively atmosphere. Yi Chun appeared completely at ease, exhibiting no signs of fear. From the sounds, he deduced that the highest cultivation level of the beasts here was merely at the human immortal realm, easily within his capability to vanquish. Suddenly, a massive beast burst forth from the thicket, lunging at Yi Chun with its gaping maw. Seeking death, Yi Chun snorted coldly, casually waved his hand, and a blade of sword energy sliced through the air, cleaving the beast in twain, blood splattering the ground. Is that all? Yi Chun scoffed disdainfully. Emerging from the forest, he was greeted by an expansive plain. On this plain, several groups were engaged in fierce combat, the clamor of battle echoing through the air. A spectacle to behold. Yi Chun observed with keen interest as they fought over a precious medicinal herb radiating with the essence of the great Tao. A medicinal herb of the great Tao, splendid. Yi Chun's eyes sparkled. Such a treasure could directly aid the user in comprehending the laws, and for someone of Yi Chun's caliber, it could even consolidate the essence of the great Tao. Moreover, in Yi Chun's hands, this herb could be refined into a more potent elixir. A treasure of the great Tao, how fortunate for me. Yi Chun chuckled, his form flickering as he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood beside the coveted herb. With a swift motion, he plucked the herb and fled without a backward glance. The group stood in stunned silence. What just happened? Where did the herb go? Good heavens! Someone has snatched the fruit. Once they regained their senses, fury surged within them. They had fought fiercely, losing several comrades in pursuit of that herb, only to have it stolen from under their noses. Pursue. Do not let him escape. Several groups of individuals abruptly ceased their combat and turned in unison to pursue Yi Chun. Do you wish to chase me? It shall not be so simple. Yi Chun glanced back, a mocking smile gracing his lips. With a series of spatial leaps, his figure flickered through the air, swiftly leaving his pursuers far behind. A bunch of fools, daring to contend with me? Yi Chun scoffed with pride. This precious elixir of the great Tao could yield no less than 10 pills, which he could distribute among his senior brothers. Delighted with this thought, he quickened his pace, soaring towards the core region. In contrast, Luo Qingqing did not share such fortune. She found herself besieged by a horde of unknown demonic creatures, whose dark energy suppressed her celestial powers. Struggling against the onslaught, she could only fight while retreating. Damn it! Why are these monsters never-ending? Luo Qingqing gritted her teeth, wielding her ice sword to cleave a frozen demon in two. Curse it! Why do these monsters cling to me like leeches? Gritting her silver teeth, she waved her delicate hand, unleashing a chilling aura that encased several attacking demons in ice. Crack! The ice sculptures shattered into powder, yet more monsters surged forth from every direction, seemingly inexhaustible. These creatures bore a humanoid shape, but possessed grotesque features, cloaked in swirling black mist, exuding a nauseating stench. Their movements were incredibly swift, their claws sharp as blades, glinting with a chilling light. Each strike carried a disquieting malevolence. Although Luo Qingqing's icebound expanse was formidable, it could not be maintained indefinitely, and these monsters exhibited a certain resilience against celestial energy, greatly diminishing the effect of her freezing technique. Suddenly, she found herself unable to evade an attack, a demon's claw raking across her arm, black energy seeping into her body through the wound, igniting a wave of excruciating pain. Seizing the opportunity, another demon unleashed a spell that struck her chest. Thud! Luo Qingqing was hit by the magic, the invading dark energy causing significant injury, prompting her to cough up a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough. She clutched her chest, expelling a trickle of crimson. The pristine fabric of her dress was now marred with flecks of blood. Hiss! Luo Qingqing's complexion paled, a sharp intake of breath escaping her lips as she hastily channeled her celestial energy to expel the dark essence from her body. I cannot afford to linger like this. I shall surely perish. I must find a safe haven swiftly. Anxious thoughts consumed her as she bore the pain, continuing her desperate flight. As she fled, she activated the talismans Yi Chun had given her, creating barriers against the relentless demons pursuing her. Chapter 147. The Incarnation of the God of Slaughter. Meanwhile, in other parts of the Celestial Spirit Cave, similar tragedies unfolded. Numerous prodigies were besieged by demons. Despite their formidable strength, the corruption of demonic energy hindered their celestial powers, significantly diminishing their combat capabilities. A chilling scream pierced the air as a prodigy was overtaken by a demon, its sharp claws piercing through his chest, blood gushing forth. The demon greedily consumed his essence, transforming the once handsome prodigy into a desiccated corpse, his demise a harrowing sight. More prodigies fell beneath the claws of the demons, the ground stained with their blood, and the air thick with the pungent scent of carnage. Some prodigies, their minds weakened, succumbed to the invasion of demonic energy, their eyes turning blood red as they emitted beast-like roars, turning their aggression upon their comrades. Kill! 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 They appeared frenzied, entirely devoid of reason, their celestial artifacts morphing into instruments of slaughter, former allies now transformed into foes. The Celestial Spirit Cave had descended into a hellish nightmare. The sky, once bright, had become shrouded in a gloomy haze. Sunlight was obscured, as if veiled by a dark shroud. An oppressive atmosphere pervaded the air, suffocating in its weight, as if something dreadful were about to descend. Yi Chen raced towards the core region, a sense of unease subtly creeping into his consciousness. He halted, furrowing his brow as he perceived the sky around him dimming. A faint black mist lingered in the air. What is happening? This atmosphere. Yi Chen grimaced, feeling the air grow thick and viscous, making breathing laborious. Is this demonic energy? His countenance shifted. How could there be demonic energy here? A grave event loomed on the horizon. A surge of profound anxiety surged within him. At that moment, a pitch-black demon silently emerged behind Yi Chen. It opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs, lunging towards the back of his neck with deadly intent. Seeking death, Yi Chen, as if possessing eyes on the back of his head, evaded the demon's attack in the instant it was about to strike, his form flickering like lightning. The demonic race. Yi Chen recognized these creatures as belonging to the demonic race, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Let me see what makes these demons so extraordinary. As the embodiment of myriad laws, demonic energy held no sway over him. He snorted coldly, flipping his right hand to grasp the celestial sword of the stunning phoenix, its cold gleam shimmering. The combat prowess of the demonic race surpassed that of the human race considerably, and Yi Chen dared not underestimate them. This particular demon was merely at the initial stage of the Earth immortal realm, yet it towered over Yi Chen in cultivation, requiring careful handling. Yi Chen spun his sword, his form darting forward like a bolt of lightning, sword shadows flickering. He unleashed the 9 swords of the stunning phoenix, each strike imbued with formidable celestial power. Although the demon was fierce, it gradually found itself at a disadvantage under Yi Chen's relentless onslaught. However, the demon seemed impervious to pain and unafraid of death, continuing its frenzied assault against Yi Chen. Yi Chen suddenly intensified his assault, unleashing his latest crafted strike, the stunning swan sword. This exquisite swordplay fluttered like a startled swan and flowed gracefully like a roaming dragon. The blade's radiance flickered unpredictably, evading capture. With a swift arc, The sword cleaved through the shoulder of the demonic creature, severing its head and causing its form to dissipate into a swirling cloud of black smoke. Why do demons appear in this realm? Yichen furrowed his brow. The celestial spirit cave is under the dominion of the heavenly emperor's palace. It would never open without the emperor's command. The presence of demonic entities here puzzled him. He sensed an underlying mystery that suggested matters were far from straightforward. Could it be? A disquieting thought flickered through his mind. At that moment, the Tao Pearl within him began to voraciously absorb the surrounding demonic energy. Yichen was taken aback. The Tao Pearl had always consumed spiritual essence. This was its first encounter with demonic energy. However, having never before faced such energy, he was momentarily at a loss. Setting aside these concerns, he shook his head, recalling the possibility that Luo Qingcheng might also be facing demonic creatures. His foremost priority was to locate her. Yichen closed his eyes, fervently attuning himself to her whereabouts. A faint connection finally emerged within his grasp. Over there. Yichen's eyes flew open, urgency flashing within them. Gripping the stunning Swan Emperor's sword tightly, he darted in the sensed direction. Countless demonic entities surged towards him like a tidal wave. Begone! He roared, brandishing the sword, its brilliance flickering. Wherever he passed, demons were cleaved in two, their black blood gushing forth and staining the earth crimson. Qingcheng, you must be safe. Yichen's heart raced with anxiety as he sensed numerous demons in the direction of Luo Qingcheng. He sprinted forth at breakneck speed. Along the way, other prodigies were also besieged by demons. Without the slightest hesitation, Yichen swung his sword to vanquish the creatures, rescuing those talented individuals. Thank you for your rescue, they expressed gratefully, gazing at Yichen. Quickly leave this place, he urged, not pausing for further words, as he continued his flight towards Luo Qingcheng. His mind was singularly focused. Find Luo Qingcheng. The demonic energy thickened, pressing down on the air, making his breathing labored. Yet, he did not falter. He must find Luo Qingcheng swiftly. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful surge of demonic energy ahead, accompanied by a familiar aura. Qingcheng, is it you? Yichen's heart sank. That direction was rife with potent demonic energy. He quickened his pace, propelling himself forward. More and more demons congregated towards that same path. Qingcheng is in peril. A flicker of determination ignited in Yichen's eyes. He wielded the stunning swan sword, cleaving through the demonic horde like a bolt of lightning piercing the darkness. Each strike emanated a fierce aura of lethality, cleaving the obstructive demons in twain. Black blood splattered, and demonic energy surged. Yet not a trace of it could mar Yichen. He transformed into a deity of slaughter, weaving through the throng of demons, leaving a trail of fallen foes in his wake. His sole objective resided in his heart, to rescue Luo Qingcheng. Yichen quickened his pace, sprinting forth as the Jinghong sword morphed into a streak of silver lightning in his grasp. The demons along his path were utterly incapable of impeding his advance. Qingcheng, await my arrival. A singular thought consumed him, to locate Luo Qingcheng with utmost haste. At long last, he sensed that familiar fluctuation of celestial energy, intertwined amidst a tempest of formidable demonic power. Found it. A surge of elation filled Yichen as he increased his velocity, directly teleporting through the space. He broke through the dense miasma of demonic energy, and before him lay an expanse where two figures were besieged by a horde of demons. Second brother? Yichu Man? In an instant, Yichen recognized the beleaguered duo, his brother Su Chun and Yichu Man. Chapter 148. Luo Qingcheng severely injured and struck down. Yichen arrives. The two stood back to back, struggling to withstand the onslaught of the demonic creatures. They had only just encountered each other in the secret realm and exchanged a few words when they were suddenly besieged by a horde of demons. As they fought valiantly against the creatures, they also had to fend off the encroaching demonic energy, making the battle exceedingly arduous. Just as they seemed on the verge of collapse, Su Chun, spotting Yichen, revealed a flicker of joy on his face, knowing that their salvation had arrived. With Yichen's combat prowess, he would surely be able to eliminate these demons. Yichumen's complexion was ashen, her body marred with several wounds, while the black demonic energy continued to corrode her being. Hold on. Without further ado, Yichen brandished his sword and joined the fray. The sword of Jinghong, imbued with imperial might, sliced through the air, swiftly dispatching several demons. Wonderful. Junior brother Yi has arrived. Yu Chuman felt a surge of hope, her burden considerably lightened. Yi Chen's heavenly Tao Pearl began to voraciously absorb the surrounding demonic energy, and in mere moments, the malevolent aura was completely drained. The demonic energy has vanished? Su Chun was astonished to witness the rapid dissipation of the dark energy around them. Yu Chuman also recognized that no further demonic energy was invading her body, her face lighting up with delight. Freed from the malevolent influence, their combat capabilities were significantly restored. Yi Chen's Jinghong 9 swords displayed astonishing power as he unleashed several strikes, the gleaming sword light causing the demons to fall one after another. These insignificant creatures are no match for me. Yi Chen scoffed, his sword dancing with renewed ferocity. Moments later, all the demons lay vanquished, dissolving into black smoke. Phew! Su Chun and Yu Chuman exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the ground. The recent battle had stretched their bodies to the limit, and now that the fight was over, their exhaustion manifested rapidly. You are gravely injured. Yi Chun observed the wounds on their bodies, his brow furrowing. They needed to heal quickly to avoid any lingering dangers. Qingcheng is in peril. I must find her swiftly and cannot remain to guard you. Anxiety gnawed at him as Luo Qingcheng's situation remained uncertain. Yet, if Su Chun and Yu Chuman were to encounter more demons in their current state, their fate would be sealed. What? You say my junior sister is also in danger? Yu Chuman's alarm surged, her concern for her sister eclipsing her own predicament. Junior brother Yi, you must go at once. We can manage on our own. Driven by concern for her sister's safety, Yu Chuman urged him hastily. Yi Chun recalled the starry soul tower and nodded. Then you shall temporarily heal within my soul tower. Without hesitation, he transported the two of them into the starry soul tower for their recovery. Qingcheng, wait for me. He once again dashed toward Luo Qingcheng's direction, his figure vanishing into the miasma of demonic energy. At that moment, Luo Qingcheng found herself cornered by a swarm of demons within a dilapidated palace. Surrounding the palace, the dark horde surged like a tide, relentlessly assaulting the defensive barrier of the palace. Above the barrier, cracks abound, teetering on the brink of collapse. Luo Qingcheng struggles to maintain her composure, leaning against the shattered palace wall, a trickle of crimson seeping from the corner of her mouth. Her white garments, once pristine, are now stained a deep red, reminiscent of blooming blood-red belladonna. The sword in her hand lies shattered, broken into two fragments. She coughs violently, each spasm sending shockwaves through her wounds, excruciating pain nearly rendering her unconscious. She is utterly spent, her spiritual energy depleted, incapable of further resistance, merely awaiting the encroachment of the fiends that will consume her entirely. Outside the palace, the defensive barrier has been breached, and the creatures howl, relentlessly battering the crumbling doors. Bang! The doors emit a thunderous sound, splitting open a narrow gap. Is this the end? Luo Qingcheng weakly closes her eyes, the visage of Yi Chun emerging in her mind. Forgive me, Yi Chun. I can no longer accompany you. A solitary tear cascades down her cheek. The fiends surge into the palace, their foul stench assaulting her senses. In despair, Luo Qingcheng shuts her eyes, awaiting the approach of death. She lacks even the strength to end her own life. Yi Chun, how I long for you. With her last ounce of strength, she whispers softly. The fiends emit excited howls, lunging toward Luo Qingcheng. Sharp claws glint menacingly, as the shadow of death looms over her. Just at this critical moment, in the distance, several strands of immortal sword intent and lightning pierce the darkness, imbued with lethal intent, racing towards her. The lightning and sword intent instantly obliterate the fiends closing in on Luo Qingcheng. Seek death. Yi Chun's furious voice rumbles like thunder, resonating throughout the heavens and earth. He appears before Luo Qingcheng in an instant, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. The Jinghong Imperial Sword emits a crisp clang, as if responding to its master's wrath. Grasping the Jinghong Imperial Sword, Yi Chen sweeps it around him, dispatching the encroaching fiends with the grace of a waterfall cascading from the galaxy. Black blood spurts forth, the demonic energy roiling, yet they cannot approach Yi Chun in the slightest. Qingcheng. Yi Chun turns, cradling Luo Qingcheng in his arms, shielding her within his embrace. Witnessing her injuries, his heart shatters, an overwhelming fury surging from deep within. He has never seen Luo Qingcheng in such a perilous state. Luo Qingcheng. Weakly opening her eyes, upon seeing Yi Chun, she offers a sorrowful smile. Do not fear, I am here. Yi Chun tenderly caresses her hair, his eyes filled with concern and compassion. He swiftly administers a healing elixir to her. Turning to face the tide of encroaching fiends, his gaze seethes with lethal intent. Dare to harm her, and I shall see you all perish. Yi Chun's voice is as chilling as the reapers from the depths of the abyss. He helps Luo Qingqing sit against the wall, erecting a defensive barrier around them. Grasping the magnificent imperial sword of the phoenix, it resonated with a series of ominous hums, responding to its master's murderous intent. Yi Chun plunged into the throng of demons, each strike imbued with seething rage, each swing harboring the essence of annihilation. Surrounding him were crackling bolts of lightning and the laws of obliteration, akin to a deity of death, exuding an aura of formidable majesty. Wherever he traversed, the demonic entities were reduced to mere ashes, vanishing without a trace. Yi Chun's figure darted through the horde of demons like a flash of lightning, swift as a wraith. With every swing of the imperial sword of the phoenix, numerous lives of demons were claimed. In his heart resided a singular thought: to eradicate all demonic beings in vengeance for Luo Qingqing. The heavenly Tao Pearl fervently absorbed the surrounding demonic essence. As the number of demons dwindled, ultimately, they were all vanquished. Inside the palace, tranquility was restored. Yi Chun sheathed the imperial sword and returned to Luo Qingqing's side, his heart heavy with concern as he beheld her wounds. Qingqing, how are you? I am fine, merely drained of spiritual energy, Luo Qingqing replied with a faint smile, her voice weak. Yi Chun summoned the celestial spirit tower. Step into the spirit tower. I shall assist in your healing. He lifted Luo Qingqing into his arms and vanished into the uppermost tier of the celestial spirit tower. Chapter 149. The trader in the celestial realm at the pinnacle of the starry soul tower. The air was thick with spiritual energy, resembling a celestial paradise. Yi Chun gently laid Luo Qingqing upon the soft spiritual bed. Allow me to tend to your wounds, he said, delicately removing her once pristine blood-stained garments. Beneath them lay a shocking injury, tainted by demonic energy, exhibiting an eerie black hue. Curse those demons. A flicker of anger flashed in Yi Chun's eyes. The demonic creatures, the lowest echelon of the demon race, were mere puppets, bred to be instruments of death under their control. He pressed his palm against Luo Qingqing's wound, channeling the heavenly Tao Pearl within him to absorb all the demonic energy from her injury. The black haze gradually dissipated, purifying the wound as her skin began to regain its original color. Yi Chun crushed a healing elixir, carefully sprinkling it over her injury. The potion released a fragrant aroma, swiftly mending Luo Qingqing's wounds. As time passed, her injuries were completely healed. Her skin radiated like snow, as if reborn, and her spiritual essence was fully restored. Luo Qingqing sat up, gazing at Yi Chun with deep gratitude. Thank you, Yi Chun, she spoke softly, her voice tinged with the relief of having survived. Fool. There's no need for thanks, Yi Chun replied with a tender smile, wrapping her in his embrace, soothing the scars she bore. In his arms, tears glistened in Luo Qingqing's eyes as memories flooded back, moments when she thought she would perish, believing she would never see Yi Chun again. The one she longed to see the most, even if just for a final farewell, was him. And there he was, like a divine being descending from the heavens, vanquishing all the demons and dispelling the peril. Moments later, Luo Qingqing fell into a peaceful slumber in Yi Chun's embrace. Sleep now. A restful slumber is all you need, he murmured, gently patting her back as one would a child. Observing her serene sleep, a sweet smile graced his lips. He carefully laid her back on the spiritual bed, tucking her in, fearful of waking her. Yi Chun settled cross-legged at the head of the bed, turning his focus inward to examine the state of the heavenly Tao Pearl. It had been continuously absorbing demonic energy, and he realized it was time to inspect its condition. To his astonishment, the demonic energy within the pearl had been purified, transforming into an exceedingly rich spiritual essence. So that's how it is, he mused. The heavenly Tao Pearl could convert demonic energy into spiritual essence. Henceforth, he would not need to rely solely on spiritual stones and medicinal herbs to enhance his cultivation. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Yi Chun's eyes. This was a monumental discovery. Without hesitation, he activated the eternal method of all laws, refining the spiritual essence from the heavenly Tao Pearl to elevate his cultivation. After a short incense duration, the essence was entirely transformed. With a deep breath, Yichen slowly opened his eyes. Ninth level of the void immortal realm, he exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. He had refined a vast quantity of spiritual stones and a white jade pear blossom, only to achieve a mere 4 minor levels of advancement. Yet refining the demonic energy absorbed in a single day had elevated him by 4 minor realms. At this moment, he was tempted to explore the realm of the demons, pondering that perhaps, in a year or so, he could ascend directly to the status of a celestial emperor. However, that was merely a fleeting thought. The advancement of realms would certainly become increasingly arduous, and upon merely stepping into the demon territory, he might be annihilated without a trace. The following morning, warm sunlight cascaded upon the pinnacle of the Starry Spirit Tower as Luo Qingqing slowly opened her eyes. Yi Chun was seated cross-legged by the bedside, sensing Luo Qingqing's movement. He opened his eyes and offered a gentle smile. Awake? Luo Qingqing nodded softly, sitting up, feeling a sense of ease throughout her body, her injuries completely healed. How do you feel? Yi Chun inquired with genuine concern. Much better, Yi Chun. It is truly wonderful to have you by my side. Luo Qingqing gazed at him with deep affection. Fool, why be so polite with me? Yi Chun tenderly ruffled her hair. The two exchanged a knowing smile, their unspoken bond palpable. Yi Chun assisted Luo Qingqing out of bed, and after a brief tidying up, they descended to the first floor of the Starry Spirit Tower together. Su Chun and Yu Chu Man had also recovered, meditating to consolidate their cultivation. Upon seeing Yi Chun and Luo Qingqing, they rose to greet them. Qingqing, are you all right? Yu Chu Man asked with concern. Sister, I am fine now, Luo Qingqing replied with a smile. Junior brother, how could there be so many demonic creatures in this secret realm? Su Chen's expression turned grave. Indeed, the sudden emergence of these demons seems to be premeditated, Yu Chu Man added. Luo Qingqing furrowed her brows, pondering for a moment before stating. This matter is not simple. It appears that someone is collaborating with the demon race. Collaborating with the demons? Su Chun and Yu Chu Man echoed in disbelief. It was inconceivable that the celestial realm, under the control of the Heavenly Emperor's palace, would allow the demons any opportunity to infiltrate. Yi Chun analyzed. Unless a glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes, unless there is a traitor within the celestial realm working with the demons. A traitor? The three looked at Yi Chun in unison. Indeed, only with an insider's assistance could the demons evade the watchful eyes of the Heavenly Emperor's palace and introduce such a multitude of creatures into this realm. Yi Chun asserted with conviction. But who could the traitor be? Yu Chu Man questioned, perplexed. And what could their motive possibly be? Su Chun raised another query. It is too soon to say, but one thing is certain. Their target is likely us, the prodigies participating in the celestial spirit secret realm. Yi Chun spoke solemnly. Does this mean we are in grave danger? Luo Qingqing looked at Yi Chun with concern. Risk is indeed present, but we are not mere lambs awaiting slaughter. A cold glint of determination shone in Yi Chun's eyes. What should we do now? Su Chun inquired. First, let's locate senior brother and Zhuge Kong, gather everyone together, and then devise a strategy, Yi Chun proposed. Agreed. Let us proceed thus. The three concurred unanimously. Yi Chun stowed away the Starry Spirit Tower, and the four emerged from the palace, embarking on a quest to discover the whereabouts of the other prodigies. Deep within the secret realm, peril lurked at every corner, and they remained unaware of how many demonic creatures lay in wait in the shadows. The identity of the puppet master remains shrouded in mystery, as does their ulterior motive. At this moment, within the celestial halls of the Heavenly Palace Academy, an ancient grand hall is illuminated by the ethereal glow of countless jade tablets suspended in the air. Each of these tablets serves as a life token, representing a disciple of the academy. Suddenly, a sharp crack pierces the air as one jade tablet shatters without warning. Almost immediately, a second, then a third follows suit. An increasing number of tablets, as if crushed by an unseen hand, explode into fragments. The cacophony echoing throughout the vast hall. The elder tasked with guarding these tokens, who had been drowsily nodding off, is abruptly roused by this unforeseen calamity. His eyes widen in horror as he beholds the apocalyptic scene unfolding before him, his body trembling and cold sweat pouring down his brow. How is this even possible? The elder exclaims in disbelief, his voice quaking with incredulity. Each shattering tablet signifies the demise of a disciple. In mere moments, Hundreds of tablets have been destroyed, indicating the tragic loss of countless elite disciples from the Heavenly Palace Academy. Chapter 150. The Youngest Immortal Emperor. Bailey Hong. The shattered life tokens belonged to the disciples who had entered the Immortal Spirit Cave. Throughout numerous openings of this mystical realm, never before had such a catastrophic event of disciple casualties occurred. In previous instances, from the opening to the closing, only a handful of disciples from various sects had perished. It was evident that a grave situation had unfolded within the secret realm. The elder tasked with overseeing the life tokens dared not delay. He promptly reported the matter to the Celestial Emperor. Within the resplendent and majestic Celestial Palace, the Celestial Emperor sat upon his dragon throne, listening to the elder's report, his expression dark and foreboding. "What do you say? Numerous life tokens have shattered." The Emperor's voice resonated with a deep authority, tinged with barely contained fury. The prodigies who entered the secret realm were the cream of the younger generation, the hope of the immortal realm. Their safety was paramount. "Yes, Your Majesty," the elder replied, trembling, unable to meet the Emperor's formidable gaze. Meanwhile, the major sects of the immortal realm were experiencing similar turmoil. The sound of shattering life tokens echoed like the death knell throughout the various sections. Each sect hastened to report this alarming news to their respective leaders. In an instant, the entire immortal realm was shrouded in a cloak of panic. They all understood that something dire had transpired within the Immortal Spirit Cave. Given the gravity of the situation, the Celestial Emperor summoned the leaders of several major sects to the Celestial Palace to discuss countermeasures. Among them was the esteemed Wajixian Emperor, along with his foremost disciple, Bailey Hong. Bailey Hong, the youngest immortal emperor in the realm, exuded elegance and poise. In the grand hall of the Celestial Palace, the atmosphere was tense. "Esteemed colleagues, an anomaly has occurred within the Immortal Spirit Cave, resulting in the tragic fall of numerous disciples. This matter is of utmost importance," the Celestial Emperor stated solemnly, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. "Indeed, this is perplexing. We must ascertain the cause without delay," one leader concurred. "I suspect this incident may be linked to the Demon Clan," another leader pondered aloud after a moment of contemplation. "The Demon Clan?" The assembly gasped in shock. "Our immortal realm has always maintained vigilant defenses against the Demon Clan. How could they infiltrate our domain? Moreover, how could they breach the Immortal Spirit Cave?" Someone questioned. "Unless there is a traitor within our ranks." Wajixian Emperor's eyes darkened with intensity. "A traitor?" The crowd was once again struck with disbelief. If a traitor existed, the consequences would be unimaginable. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. The Celestial Emperor's tone was resolute, a glimmer of cold determination flashing in his eyes. "First and foremost, we must rescue the surviving disciples," suggested Wajixian Emperor. "The Immortal Spirit Cave has already sealed. How can we effect a rescue?" Lu Nanshuang expressed her concerns. The assembly fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. The Immortal Spirit Cave opened once every millennium. Once the prodigies entered, it would close, only to reopen a year later. For the time being, they could not conceive of alternative rescue strategies. "What shall we do? Shall we merely stand by and watch as those disciples perish within?" one leader exclaimed, agitatedly pacing. "There are still some avenues we might explore," the Celestial Emperor spoke slowly, his tone tinged with a hint of resignation. "Oh, what brilliant plan does the Celestial Emperor possess?" The crowd turned their gaze towards him, their eyes igniting with a flicker of hope. "As long as a few of the immortal emperors cooperate with me, I can forcibly open a passage to the celestial spirit realm," the Celestial Emperor elucidated. "However, anyone over a millennium old who enters the secret realm will still face obliteration. And even those under a millennium can only possess a maximum cultivation of human immortal. They have already entered the secret realm," he added, his tone growing grave. "Does this mean that even if we manage to open the celestial spirit realm, we cannot enter it ourselves?" a concerned leader inquired. "Indeed," the Wuxi Immortal Emperor sighed, nodding in resignation. "Unless..." The Celestial Emperor paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd until it finally settled on Bailey Hong. "Unless it is an immortal emperor under 10,000 years old, who can withstand the realm's obliteration," he articulated, each word deliberate. All eyes swiftly turned to Bailey Hong. In the entire immortal realm, there was but one person under 10,000 years of age and of the righteous path. Feeling the weight of their stares, Bailey Hong understood the Celestial Emperor's intent. He was also deeply concerned for his junior disciple, Yi Chen's safety and fully grasped the responsibility that lay upon him. I, as a disciple, am willing to venture into the celestial spirit realm to rescue our realm's prodigies. He stepped forward and declared with unwavering resolve. Excellent. The celestial emperor nodded with appreciation. With the eldest son taking action, those disciples shall be saved. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. There is no time to waste. We must set forth immediately. The celestial emperor rose, waving his hand to rend the void, stepping through it with purpose. The others, not lingering any longer, followed suit, stepping into the rift, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the mountain range where the celestial spirit realm lay. The celestial emperor stood amidst the void, forming seals with his hands, a vast surge of celestial power emanating forth, morphing into a beam of golden light that shot towards the heavens. Open, he bellowed, the golden light bursting in the sky, creating a colossal vortex. Simultaneously, the other immortal emperors unleashed their powers, each contributing their celestial energy to the swirling vortex. The speed of the vortex increased, a formidable suction emanating from within, distorting the surrounding space. Under the combined efforts of the immortal emperors, a small opening to the celestial spirit realm was finally torn open, just large enough for a single person to pass through. Bailey Hong took a deep breath, casting a glance back at the assembled crowd, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. He stepped into the celestial spirit realm, his figure vanishing in an instant, leaving behind the slowly closing rift and the expectant gazes of those he left behind. Within the celestial spirit realm, Yi Chun, Su Chun, Luo Qingchen, and Yu Chu Man fought against the demonic creatures while searching for other prodigies. Yi Chun wielded a long sword, its blade still dripping with dark demonic blood. Simultaneously, the heavenly Tao Pearl within him silently absorbed the surrounding demonic energy. These demonic creatures are truly endless. Su Chun wiped the sweat from his brow, grumbling, "Be careful." Suddenly, Yu Chu Man emitted a sharp cry, her whip darting forth like a serpent, ensnaring a monster that had attempted a stealthy ambush from the side. The creature, trapped by the whip, let out a piercing howl before Yi Chun cleaved it in two with a single stroke of his sword. "Be cautious, everyone. These monsters are becoming increasingly cunning," Yi Chun cautioned. He sensed that as they delved deeper into the secret realm, not only had the number of monsters surged, but their strength had also escalated significantly. "Yi Chun, do you not feel that the demonic energy here seems to be much denser than before?" Luo Qingqing inquired, her brow furrowed with concern. "Indeed, I feel it too," Yi Chun nodded, a subtle unease stirring within him. Could it be that there are powerful members of the demon clan lurking deeper within this realm? A sudden thought flashed in his mind, causing his expression to shift slightly. The greater the cultivation of the demon clan, the more potent the demonic energy they exude. "It is quite possible," Yu Chu Man concurred. "We must exercise even greater caution." Su Chen's expression grew solemn. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from ahead, followed by a group of elite warriors fleeing in disarray. Chapter 151. The Treasure of the Tianji Pavilion, the demon-subduing Bell Help. "There are too many demons. We cannot hold them off." Yi Chun saw Lu Baiti among the chaos. The four immediately rushed over. With a swift swing of his sword, Yi Chun unleashed a fierce wave of sword energy, instantly slaying several demons. "It is senior brother Yi Chun. We are saved." Upon seeing him, the other young prodigies felt a surge of hope. Yi Chun summoned the essence of the Thunder Tao, eliminating all the demons that pursued the group of prodigies. "Thank you, senior brother Yi Chun, for saving our lives." "Thank you, senior brothers and sisters." The rescued prodigies expressed their gratitude to Yi Chun and his companions. "Brother Chun, I finally found you. I was almost devoured by the demons." Lu Baiti approached Yi Chun, weeping profusely. "All is well now," Yi Chun reassured him, patting Lu Baiti's shoulder before addressing the recently rescued prodigies. "There is no need for formalities. The secret realm is in turmoil, demons have invaded, and we will not receive any reinforcements. We must unite and eradicate the encroaching demons together." With unwavering determination, Yi Chun raised his sword high and proclaimed loudly. The immortal spirit cave was filled with the elite of the younger generation from the immortal realm. If they perished within the secret realm, it would create a gap among the prodigies, leading to catastrophic consequences for the immortal realm. Thus, Yi Chun aimed to consolidate them into a united front against the demons, ensuring that none would be isolated and picked off one by one. Yes, We will follow senior brother Yi Chun. They responded in unison, their spirits rekindled with resolve. Consequently, the prodigies fell in line behind Yi Chun and his companions, ready to slay demons and search for others. Brother Chun, when I was being pursued by the demons, I saw senior brother Zhuge Kong and senior brother Lin Shua. Lu Baiti said as he walked alongside Yi Chun. Senior brother and Zhuge? Yi Chun's heart stirred. Where are they now? I saw them in a valley at the bottom of a cliff, where many demons are gathered. Lu Baiti pointed in a direction. Let us go and take a look, Yi Chun decided promptly. Meanwhile, Zhuge Kong, Lin Shua, Wang Xiaotian, Gui Huafu, and Guo De, who were cornered by demons at the base of a cliff. All were severely injured and unable to continue fighting. Zhuge Kong held the demon-subduing bell, his complexion pale as he murmured incantations. The bell emitted a series of clear chimes, causing the demons to freeze in place like puppets. The demon-subduing bell was one of the treasures of the Tianji Pavilion. When the celestial master of Tianji foresaw dire omens within the secret realm, he entrusted the bell to Zhuge Kong, allowing him to briefly control the minds of his adversaries in critical moments to buy time for escape. Cough, cough. Zhuge Kong suddenly coughed up blood, staining his clothing crimson. Brother Zhuge, Lin Shua cried out in alarm. I am fine, merely exhausted from the consumption of spiritual energy. Zhuge Kong reassured him. Zhuge Kong waved his hand, his complexion as pale as paper. At the valley's edge, the only escape was utterly blocked by an overwhelming horde of monstrous creatures, each grotesque and fearsome, exuding a nauseating stench. What shall we do? We are trapped. The voice of the ailing Ho-Hot Fu trembled slightly as he cowered behind Zhuge Kong, clutching a piece of yellow paper inscribed with bizarre runes, shivering uncontrollably. Do not fear. I am here with you. Wang Xiaotian patted Ho-Hot Fu's shoulder, attempting to sound composed. Yet, the hand gripping his wolf-toothed club trembled uncontrollably, clearly betraying his own terror. They had no avenue of escape. The creatures were merely under temporary control, and once liberated from the spell of the demon-binding bell, they would become the next meal for these beasts. Lin, you must flee. Do not worry about us. Zhuge Kong suddenly urged Lin Shua. At this moment, Lin Shua was their sole hope for survival. Yet if he continued to expend energy alongside the others, death was inevitable. It would be wiser to let him escape alone rather than perish together. What? Brother Zhuge, what nonsense are you speaking? Lin Shua exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at Zhuge Kong. The control of the demon-binding bell was nearing its end. Once these creatures regained their senses, they would all perish. Zhuge Kong spoke urgently. You must go, find Yi Chun, and tell him to avenge us. No, I cannot abandon you. Lin Shua resolutely shook his head. If we are to die, we shall die together. Lin, listen to me. Zhuge Kong grasped Lin Shua's arm, his tone earnest. You are the strongest among us. Only you can escape and deliver the message to Yi Chun. If you perish too, who will exact our revenge? I, Lin Shua, will never forsake my brothers to flee alone. If we are to die, we die together. Just as Zhuge Kong attempted to persuade Lin Shua to leave, Lin Shua roared defiantly, unwilling to abandon his comrades. Buzz. As his words faded, the ringing of the demon-binding bell weakened, and the previously motionless creatures began to stir. With a deafening roar, the monsters broke free from the bell's control, surging toward the group like a tidal wave. Kill! Lin Shua's eyes blazed with fury as he brandished his sword, charging into the throng of monsters. In that case, let us fight these creatures to the bitter end. Zhuge Kong, inspired by Lin Shua's determination, summoned his remaining strength to rise. Wang Xiaotian, Ho-Hot Fu, and Guo De, who also ceased their trembling, their eyes reflecting resoluteness and resolve. They summoned their last vestiges of strength, vowing to perish alongside the monsters. Various attack talismans were hurled from Ho-Hot Fu's hands into the mass of creatures, erupting in explosions. Bang! A massive claw struck Lin Shua's back with ferocious force, sending him hurtling through the air. With a grunt, Lin Shua spat out a mouthful of blood, crashing heavily to the ground. He struggled to rise, yet found his body utterly immobilized. It was over. In despair, Lin Shua closed his eyes. At that moment, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, and a colossal lightning dragon descended, obliterating the monstrous creature. Master brother, a familiar voice echoed, and Lin Shua opened his eyes wide, beholding Yi Chun's familiar visage. Little junior brother, you have come. Lin Shua said weakly. Master brother, how are you? Yi Chun inquired anxiously as he helped Lin Shua to his feet. I am fine. Quickly, go rescue Brother Zhuge and the others. Lin Shua gestured towards the bottom of the cliff. Following Lin Shua's, Yi Chun looked down to see Zhuge Kong and the others surrounded by the monstrous horde. Su Chun, Qing Cheng, Chu Man, protect Master Brother well. Yi Chun commanded the three behind him. Understood, they replied in unison. With his sword in hand, Yi Chun transformed into a golden streak, dashing towards the depths of the cliff. Chapter 152. Inviting Yi Chun to join the demon clan, Yi Chun's sword light sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning, severing the demon creatures one by one. A group of extraordinary individuals followed closely behind him, plunging into the fray. Annihilation. Yi Chun roared, unleashing the law of annihilation, which eradicated the demons surrounding Zhuge Kong and the others. The heavenly Tao Pearl within him voraciously absorbed the surrounding demonic energy, providing him with an unceasing source of power. After a fierce battle, the demons were vanquished through the combined efforts of the group. Observing the injured Lin Shua and Zhuge Kong, Yi Chun's hand shimmered with golden light as he conjured medicinal pills that exuded a rich fragrance, sending them flying towards his companions. These are healing elixirs. Consume them promptly. Lin Shua and Zhuge Kong accepted the pills without hesitation and swallowed them. The warm medicinal energy coursed through their bodies, gradually alleviating the intense pain and visibly accelerating their recovery. Wang Xiaotian, Gui Huafu, and Goda who each took their share of the elixirs, exhaling deeply in relief. Phew, we've managed to salvage our lives, Gui Huafu said, patting his chest, his yellow paper covered in strange runes now tattered. Indeed, it was fortunate that our elder brother arrived in time, Wang Xiaotian concurred, his wolf Fang club marred with dents. Goda who remained silent, quietly assessing his own injuries. As the group gathered, the joy of surviving the ordeal began to dissipate, replaced by a heavy atmosphere. These demons seemed to be deliberately driving us towards the core of the secret realm. Lin Shua broke the silence. I have noticed that too, Zhuge Kong nodded. The demons we encountered recently have been purposefully aggressive, rather than mindlessly violent. It is indeed peculiar. It feels as though these demons possess an uncanny awareness of our whereabouts. Always able to track us down, Luo Qingcheng said, her brows furrowing. Could it be that someone is orchestrating all of this? Gui Huafu's eyes widened, his voice laced with fear. It lies in the depths of the secret realm, where the demonic energy is most potent, Yi Chun mused, a frown creasing his brow as he gazed into the abyss of the secret realm. Is there some sort of conspiracy at play? Su Chun sensed the complexity of the situation as well. These demons were undoubtedly being manipulated by someone. Regardless of whether it's a conspiracy, we must venture into the depths of the secret realm to investigate. A glint of determination flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. Only by identifying the puppet master can we resolve this crisis completely. You are right, Brother Chen. We cannot remain passive. Wang Xiaotian tightened his grip on his Wolf Fang club. Very well. Let us delve into the depths of the secret realm and uncover the truth. Zhuge Kong's eyes ignited with fervent battle spirit. Yi Chun turned to Wang Xiaotian and Goda Hu. The laws in the depths of the secret realm are tumultuous. It is unwise for too many to enter. You and the others should remain here. The demons in this valley have been cleared, making it relatively safe. The group exchanged knowing glances, understanding that their presence would only hinder the effort. Brother Chun, take care. Lu Baiti reminded earnestly. Wang Xiaotian and Gui Huafu cast anxious glances. Yi Chun, Lin Shua, Zhuge Kong, Su Chun, Luo Qingcheng, and Yu Chuman formed an elite team, venturing deeper into the secret realm. Within the depths of this realm, ancient trees towered, obscuring the sky and sun. The air was thick with a suffocating aura of demonic energy, intensifying as they delved further. The magical creatures that emerged grew increasingly formidable. Yet the combined strength and seamless cooperation of Yi Chun and his companions allowed them to vanquish any adversary with a single strike. With utmost caution, the six continued their advance into the heart of the secret realm. The demonic energy thickened around them, nearly taking on a tangible form, its potency surpassing that of the periphery by more than tenfold. Lin Shua inhaled deeply, sensing a disruption in the flow of his spiritual power. Be cautious. The creatures here are likely more powerful, Zhuge Kong advised. Strangely, they encountered no attacks from any magical beings. The creatures that had roamed freely retreated as they approached the core area, parting to create a path. What is happening? Why are these creatures fleeing? Suchin questioned, scratching his head in confusion. Something feels amiss, Yichen noted, his brow furrowed as the heavenly Tao pearl within him voraciously absorbed the surrounding demonic energy, resembling an insatiable abyss. It seems these creatures are deliberately luring us in, Luo Qingchang remarked, her brow furrowing. Regardless of their scheme, we must investigate. Yichen declared with resolute determination. The core area lay shrouded in a dense fog of demonic energy, resembling a vast black vortex. Various forces of law surged violently within, making it difficult to approach. This area seems to be sealed by some formidable power, Yu Chuman observed, her brow slightly knitted. They stood at the entrance to the core region, scrutinizing the situation within. However, the thick demonic energy obscured their vision, preventing them from discerning the scene inside. Suddenly, a graceful silhouette appeared at the entrance. The woman, clad in a flowing black gown, possessed an exquisite beauty and an ethereal aura that rivaled Luo Qingqing. Yet, she emanated a faint demonic energy, clearly one of the demon clan. Behind her followed a robust middle-aged man, his stern visage radiating an unsettling aura of demonic power. Demon clan. Zhuge Kong and Lin Shuo immediately heightened their vigilance, drawing their weapons in readiness. Yi Chun discerned the cultivation levels of the pair, his expression growing grave. The woman was of celestial rank, while the middle-aged man had attained the level of profound immortality. Even Yi Chun, the most formidable among them, was merely at the 9th level of the void immortality realm. The disparity in their powers was stark, and should conflict arise, they would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Although Yi Chun felt no fear, he was concerned for the safety of Luo Qingqing and the others, creating a tense atmosphere. At the same time, Yi Chun wondered why the middle-aged man, clearly surpassing the entrance requirements for the immortal spirit cave, had not been annihilated. I am the heir of the demon clan. The demon princess. She spoke first, shattering the tense atmosphere, her voice as melodious as a secluded valley's orchid, crisp and enchanting. This is my servant, Mo Yin. She gestured towards the middle-aged man behind her, exhibiting no intention of hostility. The demon princess's gaze settled upon Yi Chun, laced with admiration. Yi Chun, I have long heard of your illustrious reputation. I have been aware of you for quite some time. Your innate talent is indeed a rarity, even among our demon kin. A gentle smile graced her lips as she continued. Yi Chun, I hold you in high regard and wish to extend an invitation for you to join our clan. Should you choose to align yourself with us, the terms are entirely at your discretion. Whether it be supreme cultivation techniques, boundless resources, or unparalleled power and status, we, the demon clan, can fulfill your desires. Furthermore, those who accompany you shall also receive corresponding status and resources. Within our clan, you shall possess limitless possibilities, free from the constraints of the so-called rules of the celestial realm. What say you? Consider it carefully. Chapter 153. A gamble with the demoness. How absurd it is to expect me to betray the celestial realm and join the demon clan. I, Yi Chun, am a being of the celestial realm in life, and will remain a spirit of the celestial realm in death. I shall never condescend to associate with the demonic entities. Yi Chun scoffed, his sword trembling in his hand, firmly asserting his stance. The demoness appeared unfazed by Yi Chun's response, offering a gentle smile as she proposed. Since you are so resolute, let us discuss a potential collaboration. This core region is rampant with chaotic laws, and I cannot navigate it alone. Therefore, I wish to partner with you. The demoness candidly revealed her intentions. She had lured Yi Chun and his companions here solely for the purpose of collaboration. Her invitation for him to join the demon clan was merely a test. The demon clan had received credible information that the core region harbored a divine treasure of immense significance to them. Only prodigious talents from both the demon clan and the human race could gain entry through cooperation. Collaboration? Yi Chun retorted with a derisive laugh. The celestial and demon realms cannot coexist. It is a matter of life and death, not collaboration. Moreover, if I desire to enter, why would I need to partner with anyone? His tone dripped with disdain. Despite their inferior cultivation, the notion of cooperating with the merciless demon clan was utterly unacceptable. Impudent. With a fierce step forward, Mo Yin bellowed, Our young master is the foremost prodigy of the demon clan, having attained the celestial immortal realm before the age of 1,000. To be invited to collaborate is a privilege you should cherish. How dare you refuse? The fierce glint in Mo Yan's eyes was palpable, an overwhelming aura of demonic energy pressing forth. Yi Chen scoffed again, his expression even more contemptuous. Indeed, a celestial immortal under 1,000 years is a remarkable prodigy, yet he and Luo Qingcheng had ascended to immortality in their 20s. Yi Chen was confident that achieving the celestial immortal realm by the age of 1,000 would be effortless for them. The demoness cast a warning glance at Mo Yan, who promptly lowered his head and retreated a couple of steps, silenced. Yi Chen, you harbor a bias against the demon clan, the demoness remarked, her tone calm as she turned to face him. The demon clan is also part of the human race. It is merely a different cultivation system. Her words momentarily stunned Yi Chen. She was indeed correct. The demon clan was a faction of the human race. However, the brutality of the demon clan was undeniable, having caused the demise of countless prodigies from the celestial realm within this secret domain. You are right. The demon clan is indeed part of the human race. Yi Chen conceded without retort. But the demon clan's cruelty, feeding on the essence of human blood to cultivate. How many celestial realm prodigies have you slain within this secret domain? His voice was frigid, laced with accusation. The demoness gaze hardened as she shot a disapproving glance at Mo Yan, her eyes seemingly questioning. What deeds have you committed? Mo Yan, unable to meet her gaze, could only bow his head in silence. The demoness turned back to Yi Chen, her tone softening. Yi Chen, it is true that there are those among the demon clan who consume human blood for cultivation, but they are but a minority, and we have consistently sought to restrain their actions. Her voice was melodious, yet carried an undeniable authority. As for the prodigies of the celestial spirit cave, she paused momentarily, a flicker of regret crossing her eyes. Their demise fills me with profound sorrow. It was never my intention. Her gaze was sincere, seemingly genuinely lamenting the fallen prodigies of the celestial realm. I hope you can relinquish your hatred and collaborate with me. The demoness extended her delicate hand, gesturing towards the core area. I desire but a single item from within. All else shall belong to you. Her tone was laced with temptation, as if painting a vision of a splendid future. Yi Chen seethed with rage, his fists clenched tightly. Relinquish hatred? Collaborate? He laughed bitterly in his fury, his voice icy and piercing. So many prodigies of the celestial realm have met a tragic end. Such deep-seated enmity cannot simply be dismissed with your airy claim of "it was not my intention." The fighting spirit within Yi Chen erupted like a volcanic explosion, his sword humming ominously. The companions behind him, including Luo Qingcheng, brandished their weapons, glaring fiercely at the demoness and her minion. The atmosphere was taut with tension, a great battle on the brink of eruption. Yet neither side made a rash move. The disparity in strength was stark on Yi Chen's side, and engaging directly would be akin to throwing an egg against a stone. The demoness, too, was reluctant to forfeit the opportunity for collaboration. The treasures within the core area were of utmost importance to her, and she firmly believed that only through partnership with Yi Chen could she gain access. Time seemed to stand still, the air thick with palpable tension. Yi Chen's gaze bore into the demoness, flames of fury igniting within his eyes. The hatred in his heart surged like a colossal wave, almost consuming him. Yet he understood that this was not the moment for impulsiveness. He needed to remain composed, to devise a solution that would satisfy both his thirst for vengeance and ensure the safety of Luo Qingcheng and the others. The demoness observed Yi Chen, sensing the intensity of his fighting spirit. However, she felt no fear. Rather, she admired him more. She believed that a talent like Yi Chen would ultimately choose to collaborate with her, for only through cooperation could they achieve mutual benefit. Yi Chen, the demoness spoke once more, her tone imbued with sincerity. I recognize the hatred within you, but when will the cycle of vengeance cease? Why not set aside our prejudices, join forces, and explore the mysteries of this secret realm together? She extended a tempting olive branch, awaiting Yi Chen's response. Yi Chen remained silent. He understood that the demoness' words held merit. Yet, to expect him to abandon his hatred and collaborate with the demon race, responsible for the slaughter of his kin, was a concept he found exceedingly difficult to accept. Yi Chen, how about a duel between us at the same level? I shall suppress my realm to match yours. Upon witnessing Yi Chen's silence, the demoness parted her crimson lips to present a shocking proposal. If you lose, you must collaborate with me and enter the core area. If you win, she paused, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her enchanting eyes, I shall submit to your will. The demon flame gasped in astonishment. Stepping forward urgently, "Young master, you must not." He was acutely aware of Yi Chen's extraordinary capabilities. A duel at the same level was fraught with uncertainty. Moreover, should their young master lose, she would indeed abide by her word, and he understood that the demoness was one to honor her promises. The demon princess glared with piercing eyes, an invisible pressure enveloping the demon flame in an instant. "Withdraw. This is not a place for your words." The demon flame trembled, silenced, and reluctantly retreated to the side. The demon princess then redirected her gaze towards Yi Chen, brimming with confidence. "I am aware of your exceptional talents. Yet I am certain I can triumph over you." A fierce battle intent ignited in Yi Chen's eyes, his fury nearly consuming him. "Very well. I shall engage in combat with you. But there is no need for you to suppress your cultivation," he declared, gripping the stunning sword tightly. He felt compelled to agree for the safety of Luo Qingqing and the others. The demon flame possessed the cultivation of the profound immortal realm. Should a full-blown confrontation ensue, Yi Chen and his companions would undoubtedly face dire consequences. However, he held on to his pride. She was merely of the celestial, immortal realm, and there was no necessity to restrain his power. Lin Shuo furrowed his brow and hastily advised, "Junior brother, you must not. The demon clan is full of cunning schemes. Do not be easily deceived." Su Chun echoed his sentiments. "Indeed, junior brother, think carefully before you act." Chapter 154. Yi Chun battles the demoness Yuchu man. With a face full of concern, implored, "Yi Chun, please do not act impulsively." Yi Chun merely nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. Deep within, he comprehended that this battle was unavoidable. For the safety of Luo Qingqing and the others, he had to fight. Zhuge Kong stood silently by, fully aware of Yi Chen's resolve. Their worry was not about Yi Chen's potential defeat, but rather the treachery of the demon clan. Fearing that the demon flame would resort to underhanded tactics, Luo Qingqing approached Yi Chen, gently adjusting his collar with tenderness. With heartfelt eyes, she softly cautioned, "Be careful. If you perish, I too shall not survive." She understood Yi Chen's anxiety stemmed from his desire to protect everyone. A warmth surged within Yi Chen as he grasped Luo Qingqing's hand tightly. He knew that regardless of the outcome, she would stand by him through life and death. And a wave of warmth dispelled the chill in his heart. Yi Chen turned to face the demoness, his gaze resolute and unyielding. "Come forth. Yi Chen, are you certain you wish to engage me at your current level?" The demoness' eyes flickered with a hint of admiration. Though she did not wish to exploit Yi Chen's vulnerability, she was inherently a prodigy capable of battling above her level, significantly surpassing Yi Chen by 2 major realms. "Fight." Yi Chen spoke succinctly, his battle intent intensifying. "Excellent. How refreshing," the demoness exclaimed, summoning a pitch-black demon spear that appeared in her hand. The spear radiated an ominous aura, exuding a pressure that was palpable and unsettling. Yi Chen, undeterred, raised the Jinghong sword high, its resonant cry echoing through the heavens. "Kill." He initiated the assault, transforming into a streak of light, charging toward the demoness. The Jinghong sword, imbued with a fierce sword intent, cleaved through the void, aimed directly at the demoness. The demoness remained composed, deftly shaking the spear in her hand. The spear's tip transformed into glimmering cold stars, meeting the edge of Yi Chen's sword. Clang! The collision of spear and sword produced a thunderous sound, sparks flying as the forces clashed. With every strike, Yi Chen unleashed an indomitable sword intent, his sword energy sweeping forth, unstoppable. The demoness was astounded. In that fleeting moment of combat, she discerned the age of Yi Chen from the overwhelming aura he exuded. He could not be older than 25. To have cultivated to the 9th level of the void immortal realm at such a young age, and to have comprehended the indomitable sword intent, how could this be possible? The indomitable sword intent was something many prodigies who had reached the true immortal realm struggled to comprehend. As the battle progressed, the demoness grew increasingly astonished. Despite spanning 3 major realms, Yi Chen showed no signs of falling behind. Rather, he made it difficult for her to defend herself. What manner of monster is this youth? The intensity of their battle escalated, soaring from the ground to the skies, then plummeting back to earth. The surrounding trees were obliterated by the aftermath of their conflict. Boom! Several towering peaks were flattened by the slashing intent of their weapons. In that moment, the earth trembled, smoke billowed, and debris flew through the air. Beasts scattered in all directions. Within the battlefield, sand, stones, and leaves were weaponized, becoming sharp blades that assailed their opponent. Good. Yi Chun, you are undoubtedly the unparalleled prodigy of the human race, unmatched by any before or after, the demon princess exclaimed with admiration, her beautiful eyes reflecting a unique sentiment towards Yi Chun. Simultaneously, her demonic spear danced with increased ferocity. Yi Chun was equally unyielding, wielding the stunning swan's sword like a soaring dragon, clashing fiercely with the spear. As the two engaged in a dynamic battle, they soared above a grove of bamboo. Amidst the clash of weapons, Yi Chun waved his hand, causing the bamboo leaves on the ground to swirl upward, transforming into a colossal dragon that morphed into countless sharp blades, hurtling towards the demon princess. A trivial skill, the demon princess scoffed, sweeping her spear with a flick of her wrist. A powerful surge of demonic energy erupted, shattering a substantial portion of the incoming bamboo leaves. However, the remaining sharp blades continued their assault towards her. The demon princess was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that her strike would not obliterate all the bamboo leaves. Swiftly, she executed her profound footwork, her figure gliding like a dragon as she navigated through the onslaught of bamboo blades. Just as she evaded the attack and had not yet caught her breath, she swept her spear downward once more. The green bamboo beneath her feet rose from the ground, transforming midair into a barrage of sharp demonic spears aimed at Yi Chun. This was the demon princess's renowned technique, 10,000 spears piercing the heart. Yi Chun's eyes narrowed, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. The stunning swan's sword whirled, forming an impenetrable web of blades that deflected each incoming spear. Quite intriguing. A flicker of excitement passed through the demon princess's eyes. It had been ages since she encountered such an evenly matched opponent. This battle was becoming increasingly captivating. Luo Qingsheng watched the two intertwining figures in the air with bated breath, her palms slick with sweat and her beautiful eyes filled with concern. Go, junior brother, defeat her. Su Chun, filled with fervor, could not refrain from cheering. However, Lin Shuo remained far more composed than Su Chun, his brow furrowed as he solemnly remarked, the demon princess is, after all, a celestial being. Although our junior brother is formidable, he ultimately, Yi Chun will surely prevail. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Yu Chuman. Though she voiced encouragement, her heart was equally tense. The intensity of Yi Chun and the demon princess's battle far exceeded her expectations. Zhuge Kong remained silent, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the distant figure of Mo Yen. He was ever vigilant, anticipating an attack from Mo Yen against Yi Chun. At that moment, Mo Yen was concealed behind a massive rock, his gaze predatory as he observed Luo Qingcheng and the others, restless with ambition. He intended to launch a surprise attack on them, reasoning that if he could capture them, Yi Chun would undoubtedly comply and collaborate with his master, the demon princess. However, he dared not act rashly, for the demon princess had expressly instructed him not to interfere in her duel with Yi Chun. How foolish of the master to engage in a one-on-one with this young man. Why not allow me to intervene and resolve this swiftly? Mo Yin felt a wave of impatience wash over him. He licked his lips, a glimmer of cruelty flashing in his eyes. Nevertheless, he had already resolved that should the demon princess find herself at a disadvantage, he would intervene and seize Luo Qingcheng and the others. In the air, the confrontation between Yi Chun and the demon princess had escalated into a fierce close-quarters battle. The silhouettes of two figures intertwined, their weapons clashing, producing a discordant symphony of metallic resonance. Clang, clang, clash. With each encounter, a powerful wave of energy surged forth, causing the surrounding space to hum with vibrational intensity. The demon princess grew increasingly alarmed. She had not anticipated Yi Chun's formidable prowess. This lad is truly an enigma, she mused inwardly. Yi Chun too felt the weight of pressure. The demon princess's strength was indeed formidable, and the disparity in their cultivation levels was painfully evident. Had he not already comprehended the eternal sword intent, he would have surely faced defeat by now. It seemed he would need to employ his true abilities. Yi Chun silently resolved, a sly smile curling at the corner of his lips. With a swift spin, he evaded the demon princess's thrust, retaliating with a stunning sword strike that summoned the essence of thunder. Thunder come forth. Yi Chun bellowed, as a massive bolt of violet lightning descended from the heavens, hurtling towards the demon princess. "What?" she exclaimed, caught off guard by the sudden onslaught of lightning, clearly unprepared for this unexpected display of Yi Chen's might. Chapter 155. The defeat of the demon princess and the ambush of the demon flame. However, she reacted with remarkable swiftness, evading the oncoming lightning by retreating several dozen feet in an instant. Boom! The thunderous strike landed violently at the very spot where the demon princess had just stood, sending dust swirling and creating a massive crater in the ground. Though her heart raced with trepidation, she refused to yield, swiftly preparing her counterattack. With her palms raised skyward, she uttered a delicate command. "Rise!" In an instant, the surrounding flora, as well as the scattered stones upon the ground, began to shake violently. Moments later, they were uprooted, twisting and transforming midair into a multitude of pitch-black, demonic spears. They filled the sky, obscuring the sun. "Yi Chen, receive my strike," the demon princess bellowed, wielding the myriad spears that surged from all directions, leaving no escape. Yet, undeterred by the overwhelming assault, Yi Chen remained composed, softly uttering two words: annihilation. An invisible wave radiated from Yi Chen, instantly expanding outward. Wherever it passed, the menacing demonic spears melted away as if they were snow in the blazing sun, disintegrating into powder that scattered through the air. The annihilation principle, Yi Chen's ultimate killing move. What? The demon princess's pupils constricted, her face reflecting disbelief. She had never anticipated that Yi Chen possessed such a terrifying capability. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Yi Chen's next attack surged forth. Thunderstrike. This time, it was not a single bolt, but multiple thick arcs of violet lightning, simultaneously striking toward the demon princess from all directions. "This is bad." Panic surged within the demon princess as she hastily activated her intricate footwork to evade the onslaught, her figure flickering through the air like a specter. However, the speed of the lightning was relentless, and its extensive reach proved too much. She ultimately could not escape unscathed. A scream pierced the air as a bolt of lightning struck her chest with brutal force. She plummeted from the sky like a kite severed from its string, blood scattering through the air. "Young master." Witnessing this from behind a massive rock, Mo Yan's eyes widened with fury. He could no longer heed the demon princess's commands. In a flash, he transformed into a shadow, racing towards Luo Qingcheng and the others. "Yi Chen, you dare to harm my young master. I shall make you regret it." Mo Yan roared in rage as he dashed forward. "Humph, I have long been prepared for you," Yi Chen sneered, revealing a small black ball emanating a strange aura in his hand. This was the Annihilation Source principal ball he had previously formed. Yi Chen had been on guard against Mo Yan, anticipating that he might attempt a sneak attack on Luo Qingcheng and the others while he engaged in battle with the demon princess. Thus, he had prepared the Annihilation principal ball beforehand, ready for Mo Yan's ambush. "Go." Yi Chen flicked his finger, sending the small ball shooting forth like a streak of light, racing toward Mo Yan. Mo Yan was charging at full speed towards Luo Qingcheng and the others, completely unaware of Yi Chen's hidden ploy. By the time he realized the danger, it was too late to evade. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted as the black sphere detonated before the demonic flames, unleashing a terrifying force of destruction that swiftly engulfed the inferno. The power of the obliteration orb far exceeded the expectations of the demon flame. Although he was a master of the profound immortal realm, the constraints of the secret realm limited his full potential. In the urgency of the moment, he struggled to completely withstand this annihilative force. Cough, cough, cough. The demon flame staggered out from the cloud of dust, charred and disheveled, his hair standing on end like a frenzied wildfowl. Clutching his chest, he coughed violently, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. "Damn it, you little brat." The demon flame glared at Yi Chen with a mix of rage and humiliation. It was an utter disgrace for a distinguished master of the profound immortal realm to be reduced to such a pitiful state by a mere novice of the void immortal realm. Initially, he had intended to capture Luo Qingcheng and others to threaten Yi Chen, but now all he desired was to eliminate Yi Chen to alleviate his fury. "You have thoroughly provoked my wrath." The demon flame's eyes glinted with malice as he charged fiercely at Yi Chen. "Come at me." Yi Chen remained undaunted, brandishing his sword in response. He was acutely aware of the vast disparity in cultivation between himself and the demon flame. Yet he discerned that the latter could not fully exert his profound immortal strength within this secret realm. Perhaps there was a slim chance of survival. If he could deplete the demon flame's magical energy, Yi Chun might use the celestial soul tower to suppress him. Clang, clang, clash. The two engaged in an intense battle. The demon flame unleashed ruthless strikes, each imbued with terrifying demonic energy, yearning to obliterate Yi Chun into fragments. Meanwhile, Yi Chun relied on his exquisite swordsmanship and agile movements to barely fend off the onslaught. However, the gap in their cultivation ultimately proved insurmountable. Yi Chun found himself at a disadvantage, wounds beginning to mar his body. Junior brother, Yi Chun, Luo Qingcheng, Su Chun, Lin Shua, Yu Chu Man, and the others watched in anxious despair. They yearned to assist, but were repelled by a dismissive wave of the demon flame's sleeve. Get lost. A swarm of ants. He scoffed contemptuously, redirecting his focus back to Yi Chun. He understood that once Yi Chun was slain, the others would pose no threat. Die! The demon flame bellowed, unleashing his signature technique, Inferno of the Demonic Flame. A massive surge of black fire erupted from his hand, resembling a dragon of flames, roaring as it lunged towards Yi Chun. The might of this attack was terrifying, capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas. Yi Chun's complexion paled. He recognized that he could not withstand this blow. In that critical moment, a striking figure suddenly descended from the heavens, positioning herself before Yi Chun. Young master. The demon flame's pupils constricted in shock. The one shielding Yi Chun was none other than the demoness. Though she had been injured by Yi Chun's lightning, her wounds were not severe, and she had regained some combat prowess. She had not anticipated that the demon flame would defy her orders and attempt to kill Yi Chun, nor did she foresee his blatant disregard for her safety. The demon flame's lethal strike had already been unleashed, leaving no time for retreat. Boom! The infernal flames of destruction struck fiercely upon Yi Chun and the demoness, causing both to emit anguished cries, akin to kites severed from their strings. As they were propelled backward, they soared toward the heart of the celestial spirit's domain, the core of the divine and demonic realm. In the final moments before plunging into this realm, Yi Chun cast a glance at Luo Qingcheng and the others, a faint smile gracing his lips. He spotted a familiar figure emerging behind them, his elder brother, Bai Li Hong. He understood that with his elder brother's arrival, Luo Qingcheng and the others would be safe. As for himself and the demoness, they could only resign themselves to fate. Luo Qingcheng watched in horror as Yi Chun was struck by the infernal flames, his form resembling a kite cut loose, hurtling toward the divine and demonic realm, her heart shattering in despair. Yi Chun, her heart-wrenching cries echoed through the heavens, as she recklessly rushed toward the divine and demonic realm, as if intent on following Yi Chun into the abyss. Chapter 156. The demise of Bai Li Hong and the quest for fortune's Su Chun, Lin Shua, and Yu Chu Man were all taken aback. Little junior brother, Yi Chun. Simultaneously, they sought to restrain the reckless Luo Qingcheng. If she were to plunge into the chaotic realm of the divine demons, her fate would undoubtedly be grim. Qingcheng, no. Su Chun and Lin Shua exclaimed in unison, attempting to grasp her. Stop her. Yu Chuman's face turned pale, her heart seemingly plummeting into an abyss. A figure clad in white appeared before Luo Qingcheng like a flash of lightning, casting a gentle force that blocked her path. This ethereal presence, with a countenance as exquisite as jade and an otherworldly demeanor akin to an immortal, was none other than Bai Li Hong. Stopped by a wave of soft power, Luo Qingcheng found herself unable to advance another step. She struggled desperately, tears streaming down her face. Let go of me. I must save Yi Chun. Bai Li Hong furrowed his brow, speaking in a grave tone. Calm yourself. The realm of the divine demons is not a place one can simply enter at will. It is a path to certain death. Luo Qingcheng cried out, I am not afraid. I cannot live without Yi Chun. Bai Li Hong sighed, knowing that no words would penetrate her current state of mind. He could only firmly restrain her, preventing her from approaching the perilous domain. Little junior brother. Su Chun and Lin Shua were in a state of frantic anxiety, yet they understood that Bai Li Hong spoke the truth. Charging in now would merely lead to their demise. Zhuge Kong wore a solemn expression, aware that the realm of the divine demons was the core of the celestial spirit domain, imbued with formidable powers of law. Even those at the level of celestial emperors would hesitate to tread there. However, upon seeing Bai Li Hong, His gaze flickered, revealing his deep contemplation. Yu Chuman bit her lip tightly, her eyes brimming with concern. Bai Li Hong turned, casting a cold glare at the magic flame. Upon meeting his gaze, the magic flame felt a sudden chill, an ominous premonition washing over him. Boom! Before he could react, Bai Li Hong raised his hand. An invisible force descending upon the magic flame like a mountain, pinning him to the ground with tremendous pressure. The magic flame was unable to utter a single cry, rendered completely immobile. It dawned on him that this seemingly youthful man was, in fact, a celestial emperor. Terror surged within him, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. See Celestial Emperor. Humph. Merely a rat that crawled in using secret treasures. Bai Li Hong disregarded the magic flame's fear. With a wave of his hand, he imprisoned the magic flame within his spatial artifact. He chose not to slay him, for he was the sole lead in uncovering the traitor within the celestial realm. After dealing with the magic flame, Bai Li Hong turned to Luo Qingcheng and the others. Do not worry, Yi Chen will be fine. As the only one aside from the immortal Emperor Wuji aware of Yi Chen's origins, he was confident that Yi Chen would not perish so easily. Upon hearing his words, Luo Qingcheng and the others clung to them like a lifeline, their gazes fixed upon Bai Li Hong. Senior, I implore you to save Yi Chen. Luo Qingcheng was prepared to kneel, but was halted by Bai Li Hong's firm grip. Su Chun and Lin Shua joined in their pleas, beseeching, Senior, please extend your hand to rescue him. Though Yu Chuman remained silent, her eyes brimmed with hope. Bai Li Hong gazed at them, a faint sigh escaping his lips. Do not call me senior. Refer to me as brother. His tone was gentle. Brother? Luo Qingcheng and the others were momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend Bai Li Hong's intention. However, Zhuge Kong's eyes sparkled with recognition, as if a realization had dawned upon him. He stepped forward and bowed deeply to Bai Li Hong. Zhuge Kong pays his respects to the immortal emperor. He had long suspected Bai Li Hong's identity, but lacked the courage to confirm it. Now that Bai Li Hong had acknowledged it, his doubts dissipated. Bai Li Hong smiled subtly. You figured it out? Ye's elder brother, the youngest immortal emperor in the celestial realm, unparalleled in the world. How could I not be aware? Zhuge Kong replied respectfully. It was only then that Luo Qingcheng and the others comprehended that this individual before them was, in fact, their long-anticipated elder brother. They were astounded, yet simultaneously filled with hope. With an immortal emperor's intervention, Yi Chen would surely return safely. Elder brother, please lend your strength to save Yi Chen. Luo Qingcheng, full of urgency, clasped her fists and bowed deeply to Bai Li Hong. Elder brother, Yu Chuman, Su Chun, and Lin Shua simultaneously offered their respectful salutation. Bai Li Hong raised his hand in a gentle gesture, a wave of soothing energy lifting them. There is no need for such formalities. He smiled warmly, his gaze settling on Luo Qingcheng's anxious countenance. Rest assured, Yi Chen will come to no harm. Bai Li Hong's tone was resolute, imparting an inexplicable sense of reassurance. That realm of demonic chaos presents an opportunity for him, he added, leaving the others even more puzzled. Despite her worries, Luo Qingcheng chose to trust Yi Chen's elder brother and his capabilities. She nodded gently, striving to compose herself. Observing Luo Qingcheng regain her composure, Bai Li Hong felt a wave of relief. He turned his gaze towards the depths of the secret realm, still shrouded in demonic energy, a flicker of cold, lethal intent flashing in his eyes. It is time to cleanse this filth, he murmured to himself. Subsequently, he formed a seal with his hands. A vast tide of immortal emperor's power surged forth, instantly engulfing the entire secret realm. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds erupted. Deep within the realm, the remaining demonic creatures disintegrated effortlessly before this formidable force, reduced to ashes. The secret realm, once tainted by demonic energy, gradually regained its former vitality under this purifying power. After accomplishing this, Bai Li Hong retracted his strength. He proclaimed loudly, all demonic creatures within the secret realm have been eradicated. You may now seek your opportunities with peace of mind. His voice resonated like a great bell, echoing throughout the entire secret realm. Every prodigy who had entered the realm heard this declaration. They all lifted their heads, gazing towards the source of the sound, their eyes filled with reverence. Bai Li Hong paid no heed to their reactions. With a swift movement, he arrived at the entrance of the divine demonic cave. Sitting cross-legged, he quietly awaited Yi Chen's emergence, fully confident that Yi Chen would indeed emerge from within. Luo Qingqing and the others watched Bailey Hong's silhouette, their hearts brimming with gratitude. They understood that without their senior brother, their fate would have been dire this time. Let us also seek opportunities to enhance our strength, Lin Shuo proposed. This battle had revealed to them the inadequacy of their own cultivation. Confronted by formidable opponents, they could only rely on Yi Chun to fight alone. While they felt helpless and became a burden, they were now fervently eager to elevate their own abilities. We should each separate to seek opportunities that would aid in our growth, Zhuge Kong suggested. Indeed, both Su Chun and Yu Chuman nodded in agreement. They realized that they could no longer depend solely on Yi Chun. Only through their own independence could they achieve swifter growth. Chapter 157. The resentment towards the demon clan. Luo Qingcheng took a deep breath, suppressing the worries that lingered in her heart. Let us proceed, she whispered. The five of them exchanged glances before flying off in different directions. They aimed to enhance their cultivation over the course of the year, in hopes of better assisting Yi Chun in the future. At the entrance of the Divine Demon Cave, Bai Li Hong sat quietly in meditation. His gaze was profound, as if he could see through everything within this mystical realm. Junior brother, I hope you will gain something from this journey, he murmured to himself. He understood that Yi Chen's future was destined for greatness, and he would steadfastly guard him until he blossomed into a true powerhouse. Inside the Divine Demon Cave, the scene was not that of a mere cavern, but rather an extraordinary expanse, vast and surreal. Vibrant hues of light swirled around like a dream, while the ground was adorned with peculiar flora that emitted a soft glow. The air was thick with rich spiritual energy, invigorating the spirit. Yi Chun and the demon princess lay motionless on the ground. The demon princess was the first to awaken. She slowly opened her eyes, feeling a wave of soreness throughout her body and a dull heaviness in her head. Where am I? She pondered, glancing around in confusion, the unfamiliar surroundings instilling a sense of unease. Suddenly, she felt a softness against her chest. Looking down, she realized she was lying atop Yi Chun. Her cheeks flushed crimson in an instant. Yi Chen's face was pale, and his breath weak, clearly indicating he bore significant injuries. What is happening? She quickly attempted to rise, yearning to distance herself from him, but as she moved, pain shot through her wounds, causing her to gasp in discomfort. Ugh! She exhaled softly, reluctantly returning to rest upon Yi Chun. What in the world is going on? She cursed inwardly, yet felt powerless. She strained to recall the events that had transpired before. Demon flame, the demon flame that scorched the heavens. Yi Chun. Suddenly, realization dawned upon her. When that strike of demon flame had surged towards her, Yi Chun had instinctively pulled her behind him, enduring the brunt of the attack himself. Why did you do that? A warmth enveloped her heart, and her eyes grew misty. Yi Chun had risked his life to save her, stirring unfamiliar feelings within her. In the demon clan, emotions were a luxury. The atmosphere was rife with boundless darkness and coldness. Self-interest was the sole creed, and power was the ultimate pursuit. Deceit and treachery prevailed. So-called friends were merely temporary alliances forged to serve a purpose. Once interests clashed, enmity would ignite, and blades would be drawn. Even familial bonds were devoid of warmth. Brothers could scheme against each other and betray one another for a mere sliver of cultivation resources. Even the closest of partners, deemed as soulmates, were no more than transactions of interest within the demon clan. When faced with life and death decisions or greater temptations of profit, vows of eternal loyalty would dissolve into nothingness. In a world where companions can unhesitatingly cast one another into the abyss, merely to prolong their own existence or ascend to greatness, the demoness has never truly experienced warmth or affection. Yi Chen's selfless act of protection served as a radiant beacon piercing through the darkness, illuminating her heart, which had long been encased in ice. Why must you be so foolish? She murmured softly, her heart awash with conflicting emotions. In truth, Yi Chen had not anticipated the demoness would suddenly position herself before him. Had the infernal flames struck the already wounded demoness, her demise would have been inevitable. At the very last moment, Yi Chen grasped her, turning to absorb the blow with his own back. Since the demoness risked her safety to shield him from harm, Yi Chen was determined not to let her perish for his sake. Moreover, he discerned that she was unlike other members of her race, not a creature driven by bloodlust. Had that been the case, with her formidable prowess, the elite within the secret realm would have been decimated under her hand. Yi Chen was also confident in his ability to withstand the assault. Yet, he was taken aback when the infernal flames inadvertently propelled them both into the divine demon cave. Initially, entering the cave required the collaboration of two individuals to unlock the entrance. It appeared that the infernal flames had unwittingly provided them with significant assistance. Cough. Cough at that moment. Yi Chen emitted a soft cough, slowly opening his eyes. Bewildered, he surveyed his surroundings and then glanced at the demoness sprawled atop him. "Where's this?" he weakly inquired. "The divine demon cave," she replied, struggling to rise only to be halted by the pain of her wounds, which made her gasp. Observing her agony stirred a complex array of feelings within Yi Chen. "The divine demon cave?" he echoed, recalling the events that had transpired. "Yi Chen, thank you. Had you not shielded me from that strike, I would likely have perished," the demoness said, her gaze a tapestry of gratitude, relief, and perhaps a hint of something more profound. "There is no need. My act of saving you was merely to prevent anyone from dying because of me, nothing more." Yi Chen replied coldly, intent on avoiding any entanglements with her. His resentment towards the demon clan was immense. The fallen elites in the secret realm, along with Luo Qingqing, Lin Shua, Su Chen, Zhuge Kong, and Yu Chuman, had it not been for Yi Chen, they might have succumbed to the clutches of the demonic creatures. The memory of the ambush on Luo Qingqing by the infernal flames lingered vividly in his mind. Had he not been prepared, gathering the essence of the laws in advance, it was likely that everyone would have been slaughtered. These events, like thorns, pierced deeply into Yi Chen's heart. With such profound enmity, how could he easily let go? Thus, it was inevitable that he would harbor no fondness for the demoness, although she had consistently attempted to be amiable towards him and his companions. She had never genuinely harmed them. Yi Chen understood that the massacre of the secret realm's elites was likely the unilateral action of the infernal flames. However, as the scion of the demon clan, the demoness could not inspire any positive feelings in him. He moved aside, sitting cross-legged to tend to his wounds. He needed to restore his strength swiftly, for everything around him filled him with unease. The demon princess gazed at Yi Chen's silhouette, her expression tinged with melancholy. She had hoped that after sharing the harrowing experience of life and death, Yi Chen's demeanor towards her would transform. At the very least, she anticipated a departure from the hostility that had previously characterized their interactions. Yet, she was mistaken. Yi Chen maintained his distance from her, even more so than before. She understood that he harbored profound resentment towards the demon race. With a sigh, the demon princess also moved aside to heal her injuries. She realized that altering Yi Chen's perception of her kin was not a task that could be accomplished overnight. Perhaps it was an endeavor that might never succeed. Nevertheless, she yearned to try. At the very least, she did not wish to be an adversary to Yi Chen. Thus, they sat in silence, separated by an insurmountable chasm. The divine demon cave, seemingly tranquil and harmonious, concealed turbulent undercurrents. Here, Yi Chen and the demon princess, two archrivals from disparate realms, were poised to embark on a new chapter of their saga. Chapter 158, an unbridgeable chasm. After a period of recuperation, Yi Chen's injuries had fully healed. He slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, and the pallor that had once marred his complexion now regained its rosy hue. With a firm clench of his fist, he reveled in the surging power coursing through his veins. The shadows of battle against the demonic creatures within the secret realm dissipated, lifting the weight from his heart. He no longer needed to worry about the safety of Luo Qingqing and the others. With his senior brother present, their safety was assured. Yi Chen began to circulate the myriad laws of the longevity technique, thoroughly refining the demonic energy contained within the heavenly Tao Pearl. Outside the divine and demonic cavern, the heavenly Tao Pearl had absorbed an immense amount of demonic energy. At last, he had broken through to the human immortal realm. A surge of joy welled up within him. The energy absorbed by the heavenly Tao Pearl had propelled him to this new level. The heavenly Tao Pearl possessed the ability to suppress its aura. Otherwise, the commotion from his breakthrough would have been considerable. Rising to his feet, he stretched his limbs. Since he was here, he might as well explore thoroughly. Yi Chen's gaze turned toward the depths of the divine and demonic cavern, where secrets seemed to lie hidden. Beckoning him to uncover them, he took a step forward, advancing deeper into the cavern. The demoness, having completed her healing, trailed behind him at a distance. Her eyes reflected a complex mix of emotions as she observed Yi Chen's figure. The demon pearl. I must find you. The demoness silently vowed, her heart resolute. This incursion into the celestial spirit cavern was solely for the purpose of retrieving this paramount treasure of the demonic path. The demon pearl was vital for the future development of the demon race. Otherwise, the daughter of the demon emperor would not risk so much to infiltrate the celestial spirit cavern. She had to accomplish this mission. As Yichen walked, he employed his spiritual sense to survey his surroundings, absorbing the rich spiritual energy and noting the peculiar fluctuations of energy. Perhaps there lies an extraordinary fortune awaiting me here. Yi Chun mused, sensing an inexplicable call from the depths of the cavern. Suddenly, he halted in his tracks. The heavenly Tao pearl within him began to tremble slightly. A strange wave of energy emanated from the pearl, guiding him in a particular direction. Yi Chen's heart soared with excitement. Whatever could provoke the heavenly Tao pearl's guidance must indeed be an extraordinary opportunity. Without hesitation, he leapt into the air, transforming into a streak of light as he rushed toward the direction indicated by the pearl. The demoness, observing Yi Chen's sudden ascent, was filled with confusion. What is this fellow up to? Not daring to lag behind, she swiftly transformed into a beam of light and followed suit. The heavenly Tao pearl led Yi Chen to the foot of a mountain entirely composed of stone. This stone mountain towered into the clouds, its grandiose presence akin to a sharp sword piercing the heavens. This is the place. Yi Chen arrived at the precise location indicated by the heavenly Tao pearl. There, he discovered a cave concealed by an intricate array of formations, its exterior appearing to be merely an ordinary cliff face. Had it not been for the guidance of the heavenly Tao pearl, Yi Chen would have found it difficult to make this discovery. What an exquisite formation! Yi Chen marveled inwardly as he channeled his divine sense, meticulously probing the cliff before him. Indeed, deep within the cliff, he sensed a rich fluctuation of spiritual energy. It appears my fortune lies within. A faint smile graced Yi Chen's lips. The demoness had also arrived at this location, observing the cliff with a perplexed expression. What on earth is this lad staring at a mere cliff for? She could discern no anomalies. To her eyes, it appeared to be an ordinary rock face. Ignoring the demoness' confusion, Yi Chen extended his hand and gave a gentle wave. Break! A flash of golden light surged forth, and the formation concealing the cave was instantly dismantled. A cave entrance materialized before them, exuding a profound spiritual aura that invigorated the spirit. The demoness' eyes widened in astonishment. She never anticipated that a cave would be concealed here, and the richness of the spiritual energy within was astonishing. Yi Chen, you. She looked at Yi Chen, her gaze filled with incredulity. Yi Chen offered no explanation and strode directly into the cave. Wait for me. The demoness hurriedly followed suit. Inside the cave, darkness enveloped them, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. However, both Yi Chen and the demoness were formidable cultivators, rendering such darkness trivial. They could perceive everything within the cave with clarity. The cave was deep and spacious, with stones embedded in the side walls that emitted a faint glow, illuminating the path ahead. The cave was silent, save for the sound of their footsteps. No other noise could be heard. Yi Chen ventured to the innermost depths of the cave, where the space opened up, resembling a vast cultivation chamber. He surveyed his surroundings, but found nothing particularly extraordinary. On the ground lay several ancient wooden boxes, emanating a rich spiritual energy that was refreshing to behold. Curiously, Yi Chen approached one of the wooden boxes. He took a deep breath and slowly opened it. What is this? Inside lay a translucent stone, radiating a dense spiritual energy that was 100 times purer than any spirit stone he had ever encountered. Yi Chen held the stone in his hand, examining it closely. It felt warm to the touch and released a subtle fragrance. As he attempted to infuse a thread of true energy into it, the stone instantly blazed with brilliance. A celestial stone. The demoness, just entering, recognized it at once. Upon hearing her call out the name of the stone, Yi Chen turned to her. Noticing the inquisitive look in his eyes, the demoness felt a surge of joy, finally seizing the opportunity to converse with Yi Chen, and hastily explained. Celestial stones are a superior grade of spirit stones, utilized by the human race of the ancient celestial realm to aid in cultivation. However, the cataclysmic battle that led to the downfall of the celestial realm resulted in the shattering of the heavens, causing the celestial stones to vanish. Consequently, The human race was compelled to resort to inferior spirit stones to aid in their cultivation. The demoness endeavored to elucidate using language that was both succinct and comprehensible. As Yichen absorbed her explanation, he found himself inwardly astounded. From her words, he gleaned tales of the celestial realm that were entirely unfamiliar to him and was astonished by the extraordinary value of the stone. So, does this celestial stone greatly benefit cultivation? Indeed, the demoness affirmed, stating that the spiritual energy contained within celestial stones is 100-fold purer than that of spirit stones, making absorption significantly easier. Furthermore, it accelerates the speed of cultivation. She paused momentarily before adding, moreover, celestial stones can enhance one's cultivation aptitude, facilitating breakthroughs through obstacles. Yichen, captivated by the demoness' words, felt a surge of excitement within him. If what she claimed were true, then this celestial stone was nothing short of a priceless treasure for him. He hastily opened the remaining wooden boxes, each containing celestial stones. Yichen collected all the celestial stones and turned to the demoness. "Thank you for your enlightenment." The demoness smiled faintly, yet a bittersweet sensation lingered in her heart. She understood that even if she revealed the secrets of the celestial stones to Yichen, it would not alter his perception of her. The resentment he harbored towards her kind ran too deep. "No need for gratitude," the demoness replied coolly. Yichen refrained from further conversation, surveying the cave once more. Finding no other valuable items, he turned and exited the cave. The demoness silently trailed behind him, her gaze wrought with complexity. She recognized the insurmountable chasm that lay between her and Yichen. Yet, despite this divide, she yearned to bridge it. Even the faintest glimmer of hope was enough for her to refuse to relinquish her desire. Strangely, after their fierce encounter, the demoness found herself inexplicably drawn to Yichen. Chapter 159. The Ancient Savage Beast. Xiongqi, as Yichen stepped out of the cave. He had yet to inhale a breath of fresh air when the Tao Pearl within him began to thrum once more, guiding him toward the rear of the rocky mountain. Ah, there lies a tremendous opportunity. Yichen felt a surge of joy within, realizing that this fortune was but the beginning. He gazed up at the towering rocky mountain, noting its insurmountable height, which compelled him to seek a detour. Along the base of the rocky mountain, Yichen searched for a path leading behind it. Before long, he stumbled upon a narrow ravine, flanked by towering stones and a few lush trees that obscured the sky. This must be the place. Without hesitation, Yichen stepped into the ravine. Initially, the atmosphere was tranquil, accompanied only by the gentle sound of flowing water. However, after taking a few steps, he inadvertently kicked over a large boulder obstructing his path, unleashing an overwhelming aura that enveloped the entire ravine. This aura was rife with a sinister energy, sending chills down his spine. "This is not good," Yichen silently exclaimed, turning to flee. Almost instantaneously, a deafening roar echoed from the depths of the ravine. The sound, brimming with rage and ferocity, caused the trees on either side to tremble violently. Yichen sprinted with utmost urgency, fleeing the ravine as if his life depended on it. The demoness, who was on the brink of entering the ravine, was momentarily stunned by Yichen's sudden retreat. "What happened?" she questioned, confusion etched across her face. Yichen had initially intended to ignore her, eager to escape the perilous location. Yet, seeing her frozen at the entrance, he felt a pang of compassion. After all, the demoness had once risked her life to save him and had never harbored hostility toward him. "Run!" Yichen grasped the demoness' hand, urging her to flee with him. Startled by his unexpected action, the demoness was taken aback, yet she instinctively followed his lead. They had scarcely run a short distance when an ancient savage beast, Xiongqi, resembling a tiger but the size of a bull, with wings, furiously emerged from the ravine in pursuit. Xiongqi's eyes blazed crimson, exuding a terrifying malevolence. It roared in anger, causing the surrounding trees to sway violently. How dare these humans disturb my rest? It turned out that the ravine Yichen had entered was the domain of Xiongqi. To make matters worse, the boulder he had kicked over was merely a disguise for the slumbering beast. This act had thoroughly enraged Xiongqi. "Run!" Yichen urged the demoness. As they pressed forward in desperation, Xiongqi's speed was astonishing, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. It swung its massive claws toward Yichen and the demoness. Furious wind claw, Xiongqi roared. Its colossal paw, accompanied by a tempestuous wind, descended upon them with ferocity. "Be careful!" Yi Chen shouted, shoving the demoness aside as he brandished his sword to confront the oncoming attack. A glorious sword strike. A brilliant sword light cleaved through the heavens, colliding with the massive claws of the beast, Qiongqi. The impact resonated with a thunderous roar, causing Yi Chen to stagger back several steps, his hands tingling from the force. Such immense power. Yi Chen marveled inwardly. The demoness also regained her composure, her long spear shimmering as she thrust it towards Qiongqi, a silvery flash piercing the air. The spear shattered the skies. Clang! The spear met Qiongqi's sharp claws, producing a metallic clash, and the demoness was similarly jolted back, her delicate countenance paling slightly. This creature is incredibly formidable. The demoness gritted her teeth. Evil flame breath. Qiongqi opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a torrent of black flames. The inferno, imbued with terrifying heat and corrosive properties, instantly reduced the surrounding trees to ashes. This is bad. Yi Chen and the demoness swiftly dodged. Phantom assault. Qiongqi's form suddenly became ethereal, splitting into three, launching simultaneous attacks from multiple directions toward Yi Chen and the demoness. Damn it! Yi Chen and the demoness found themselves overwhelmed, barely managing to defend against the onslaught. The speed of this beast is astonishing. Yi Chen's heart raced, aware that Qiongqi wielded spatial laws, moving with great swiftness. Even with his own mastery over spatial principles, he could not keep pace with Qiongqi's velocity. Swift as a startled swan, break for me. Yi Chen channeled all his vital energy into the sword of the soaring swan, which erupted in a dazzling radiance. Waves of sword energy, infused with an immortal intent, slashed toward Qiongqi. Clang, clang, clang. The sword energy collided with Qiongqi's claws, echoing with the sound of clashing metal. However, Qiongqi's defenses were formidable, and Yi Chen's sword energy proved incapable of breaching its guard. Cursed beast. Yi Chen cursed inwardly. Invincible spear intent, break. The demoness also poured her entire essence into her spear, its tip radiating a brilliant glow. Streams of spear light, imbued with lethal intent, pierced toward Qiongqi. Clang, clang, clang. The spear light met Qiongqi's claws, yet similarly failed to penetrate its defenses. This creature's resilience is beyond belief. The demoness was equally astonished. Thunder descends. Yi Chen took a deep breath, calling upon the essence of thunder within him, as bolts of purple lightning cascaded from the heavens, engulfing Qiongqi. Law of annihilation. Be my restraint. Simultaneously, Yi Chen invoked the essence of annihilation surrounding Qiongqi. A myriad of spears pierced the heart. The demoness unleashed her ultimate skill. All around them transformed into countless demonic spears, aimed at the Qiongqi, now engulfed in lightning and the law of annihilation. Roar! Qiongqi let out an enraged bellow. Chaos surged forth, erupting from within Qiongqi, shaking the heavens and the earth. The ground trembled violently, as if a cataclysmic earthquake had occurred. Mountains crumbled, and even the very fabric of space quaked. As the onslaught subsided, Qiongqi emerged, appearing quite disheveled, its body marred with wounds, yet it remained largely unscathed, merely bearing superficial injuries. Cursed humans, how dare you injure me? Fury filled Qiongqi's eyes as it launched a more frenzied assault against Yi Chen. Yi Chen, feeling helpless, could only draw his sword and re-engage in battle with Qiongqi. The creature's defenses were formidable, and both Yi Chen and the demoness found themselves unable to subdue it. Nor could they escape. Prolonging this conflict was not a viable solution. Yi Chen contemplated initiating a dialogue, hoping to persuade Qiongqi to cease hostilities. May I address you, esteemed Qiongqi? He ventured cautiously, all the while struggling to fend off the tempestuous onslaught of the beast. Let us halt this conflict. I believe there has been a misunderstanding between us. Qiongqi bellowed in fury, its massive claws slicing through the air and grazing Yi Chen's cheek, leaving a trail of crimson. A misunderstanding? You insolent wretch, you kicked me, and you dare to speak of misunderstandings. Wiping the blood from his face, Yi Chen wore an expression of exasperation. I assure you, it was not intentional. How was I to know you were slumbering in the middle of the road, disguised as a stone? Furthermore, for an ancient beast of your stature, isn't it a tad excessive to masquerade as a rock while napping? Qiongqi's rage intensified, nostrils flaring as it exhaled plumes of white smoke. I shall rest as I please. What concern is it of yours? You dare intrude upon my territory and kick me? Today, I shall rend you to pieces. Chapter 160. Ensnaring Xiongqi into submission, Yi Chen exhaled a sigh. It appeared that reasoning with this savage beast was futile. My dear fellow, what if I were to offer you an apology? Shall we consider this matter settled? He continued. After all, you cannot truly harm me, nor can I overpower you. Let us not squander any more time. Yi Chen was indeed reluctant to prolong the encounter, as he still sought the immense fortunes that lay beyond the great mountains. You dare to bargain with me? Xiongqi roared, furious. You kicked me and disrupted my beautiful dreams. And you think a mere apology will suffice? The beast was far from appeased. Yi Chen, momentarily speechless, retorted, What do you wish to do? I did indeed kick you. But can you truly place the blame solely on me? It was you who transformed into a stone and obstructed my path. I was walking along quite well when suddenly a massive boulder hindered my way. What was I to do but kick it aside? His exasperation was palpable. Nonsense. I sleep wherever I please on my own territory. Xiongqi bellowed, increasingly agitated, its wings flapping violently, stirring up a gale. Having abandoned all attempts at negotiation, Yi Chen realized that he must resort to more decisive measures. Very well, since we cannot reach an agreement, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Taking a deep breath, he began to form intricate seals with his hands. A sphere of profound darkness, emanating a terrifying aura of annihilation, gradually coalesced in his palm. Go, he commanded, casting the sphere towards Xiongqi. With a dismissive snort, Xiongqi opened its cavernous maw, swallowing the sphere whole. Such trivial skills. Do you think you can harm me? Before it could finish, its expression shifted dramatically. The chaotic forces of annihilation wreaked havoc within its belly, as if seeking to consume everything in its being. A roar of agony erupted from Xiongqi as its colossal form began to twist and contort. A glimmer of cold determination flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. He seized the opportunity to strike while the beast was vulnerable. Once more, he conjured another sphere of annihilation, casting it forth without hesitation. A thunderous explosion ensued as the sphere detonated upon impact with Xiongqi, the horrific power of destruction engulfing the beast entirely. A massive orb of black light enveloped Xiongqi, pulsating with an aura of annihilation. Seizing the moment, the demoness would not let this opportunity slip away. 10,000 demons slay the gods, she cried, transforming her spear into a myriad of phantom blades, raining down upon Xiongqi with relentless ferocity. Each strike was infused with terrifying demonic power, potent enough to pierce mountains. At this juncture, Xiongqi was wholly occupied with resisting the devastation within, its defenses severely diminished. In a flurry of assaults, it found itself battered and bloodied, howls of pain escaping its lips as its massive form teetered perilously. Though weakened and its combat prowess significantly reduced, Xiongqi remained undeterred, its ferocity unabated. Yet, upon seeing yet another sphere of annihilation in Yi Chen's hand, a glimmer of trepidation flickered in its eyes. It understood that if it consumed another of those things, it would likely meet its demise that very day. Weighing the pros and cons, Xiongqi finally lowered its proud head. Halt! I acquiesce to your proposal. Let us cease this conflict, Xiongqi proclaimed, feigning compliance, while secretly plotting to return once healed to exact revenge upon Yi Chen and the demoness. However, such duplicitous intentions were not lost on Yi Chen, who perceived Xiongqi's hypocrisy with a discerning gaze. Would he allow this latent threat to persist? Now you wish to cease? It is too late. Yi Chen scoffed, the sphere of oblivion's law in his grasp flickering with a dark luminescence. Just moments ago, you refused to heed my request to halt. Now I have no desire to relent. Seeing this, Xiongqi became flustered. It recognized that continuing the fight could lead to its own demise. Wait, let us converse. Xiongqi hastily called out to Yi Chen, its tone softening. Let us negotiate the terms of cessation. There lies a grand opportunity atop Stone Mountain, and I can guide you to it. In a bid for survival, Xiongqi dangled this bait. Yi Chen and the demoness exchanged glances, both discerning the skepticism mirrored in each other's eyes. They harbored doubts about Xiongqi's words. How could such a proud and treacherous beast possibly exhibit goodwill? Do you believe I would trust you? Yi Chen replied, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Here is my proposition. Acknowledge me as your master, and I shall spare you. What say you? Xiongqi, known for its swiftness, would make an impressive steed, and the mere thought of riding it thrilled Yi Chen. Upon hearing this, Xiongqi bristled with indignation. As an ancient beast, it could never submit to a mere youth. You think I would recognize you as my master? In your dreams. It held its head high, adopting a defiant demeanor. Yi Chun toyed with the spinning sphere of Oblivion's law, a peculiar smile curling upon his lips. Ah, what a pity for this splendid landscape. Alas, you shan't witness it. He feigned sorrow, shaking his head in mock disappointment. Xiongqi cast a sidelong glance at Yi Chun, nostrils flaring with disdain. Do not attempt to deceive me. I have lived long enough to have seen much. Do you think I would be intimidated by you? Yi Chun remained unfazed, persisting with his persuasion. Alas, a decayed wood cannot be carved. How splendid is the vibrant world outside. It is filled with revelry and delicacies, unlike this wretched secret realm, where all one sees are stones and trees, devoid of a soul to converse with. He vividly painted the alluring picture of the outside world. A flicker of uncertainty flashed in Xiongqi's gaze, though it quickly regained its resolute composure. Humph, you shall not ensnare me with your flowery words. I will not be deceived. Observing Xiongqi's stubbornness, Yi Chun intensified his coaxing. Consider this. You languish in this forsaken place. What joy is there in that? Acknowledge me as your master, and I shall escort you to experience the richness of life beyond, indulging in exquisite feasts and delightful pleasures. Would that not be a delight? Yi Chun dangled the enticing bait once more. Meanwhile, Yi Chun tossed the ball of the law of annihilation in his hand, a mischievous smile gracing his lips, the threat implicit in his demeanor. As he spoke, Xiongqi's resolve began to waver, its proud head lowered slightly, lost in contemplation, for it indeed yearned to venture forth. However, to have the lofty ancient beast acknowledge a master was a matter of pride it found difficult to concede. Stealing a glance at the law ball in Yi Chun's hand, it felt a profound sense of trepidation. It understood that should it refuse once more, Yi Chun would unhesitatingly launch the law of annihilation at it. Given its currently grievously injured state, it could not withstand even a single strike from such a force. Weighing the pros and cons, it ultimately lowered its proud head. Very well, I concede. Xiongqi relented, its tone laden with reluctance. Yet within, it plotted revenge, vowing to slay its master and rid itself of Yi Chun once its wounds had healed. Yi Chun, well aware of Xiongqi's hidden intentions, remained unperturbed. As long as Xiongqi acknowledged him, he possessed a myriad of methods to exert control over it. Should it dare to rebel, it would be met with a severe reckoning. Xiongqi, albeit begrudgingly, completed the ritual of submission. Simultaneously, Yi Chun silently infused a strand of the law of annihilation into Xiongqi's body, just to be cautious. A barely perceptible smirk curled at the corners of Yi Chun's mouth. You think you can challenge me? You are still quite inexperienced. Chapter 161. The celestial ladder. The diminutive creature had encountered its master. After acknowledging its allegiance to Xiongqi, it lay on the ground with a reluctant expression, its voice a deep rumble. Very well, from now on, you shall be called Little Qiqi. Following me will not lead you to misfortune, Yi Chun declared with satisfaction, gently patting Xiongqi's head. Little Qiqi. The ancient beast found this name utterly unsatisfactory. Being a primordial ferocious entity, it believed it deserved a title of grandeur and might. However, it dared not express its displeasure to Yi Chun, for it was gravely wounded and not a match for him. Yi Chun was unconcerned with its preferences. He chose a name that suited his own tongue. Since you have recognized me as your master, lead us to the great opportunity you spoke of, Yi Chun commanded. Upon hearing this, Xiongqi immediately ingratiated itself. Master is wise. Little Qiqi shall take you there at once. This opportunity will undoubtedly satisfy you. Yi Chun and the demoness exchanged glances, each reflecting a hint of amusement. How swiftly Xiongqi's demeanor had shifted. Yi Chun and the demoness mounted Xiongqi's broad back. Following their joint battle, Yi Chun had softened his hostility towards the demoness. Xiongqi, feeling somewhat perturbed, shook its body. How humiliating it was for such a majestic ancient beast to be reduced to a mere mount. Yet, due to its injuries, it could not confront Yi Chun and was forced to swallow its pride. Take flight, Yi Chun commanded, and with great reluctance, Xiongqi unfurled its wings, its massive form ascending slowly into the sky. Internally, it cursed, once I am healed, this young man shall pay dearly. Xiongqi carried Yi Chun and the demoness towards the stone mountain. As they circled around to the rear of the mountain, Yi Chun discovered a celestial ladder leading to the summit. The ladder soared into the clouds, resembling a bridge connecting heaven and earth. Each step was crafted from a mysterious blue stone, radiating an enigmatic glow, adorned with ancient and intricate runes that seemed to narrate the passage of time. The ladder was wide enough for only two to walk side by side, devoid of handrails, flanked instead by swirling mists that inspired trepidation. The edges of the steps were uneven, as if worn by the hands of time. Gazing upward, the top of the ladder vanished into thick clouds, evoking an aura of infinite mystery. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying a chill that seemed to warn aspiring climbers. This path is arduous, and only those of great courage and resolve may ascend. The direction indicated by the heavenly Tao pearl pointed straight to the summit of this celestial ladder. Xiongqi elucidated, Master. The summit of this stone mountain is shrouded by a suppressive force. One cannot fly there. The only way is to ascend this ladder. However, a formidable pressure will descend upon those who climb, demanding exceptional aptitude. Those lacking in talent will find the pressure increasingly oppressive as they ascend, potentially being crushed into a pulp. However, with your and the lady's innate abilities, reaching the top should pose no challenge. Yi Chun nodded in satisfaction. This was indeed the destination the heavenly Tao Pearl had guided him to, and he was confident in his ability to reach the summit with ease. The celestial pearl emanates an opportunity of profound significance, undoubtedly of great utility to him. Let us ascend and examine it. Yi Chun was the first to leap from the back of Xiongqi, stepping upon the heavenly ladder, closely followed by the demoness. As they set foot on the ladder, an immediate wave of oppressive force descended upon them. However, for Yi Chun and the demoness, this pressure was well within their capacity to endure, presenting little distinction. The two ascended leisurely, unfazed by the oppressive atmosphere surrounding them. Xiongqi observed from below, secretly astonished. These two were indeed remarkable. This revelation further solidified its determination to eliminate Yi Chun. Such a prodigy, if not liberated from its grasp now, would become an insurmountable threat once fully matured. It must act swiftly to eradicate him. It discreetly licked its lips, a glimmer of ferocity flashing in its eyes. Yet, it concealed its intentions well, remaining undetected by Yi Chun and the demoness. Its current strategy was to bide its time, awaiting the moment Yi Chun would lead it out of the secret realm, only to turn the tables on him and the demoness. As Yi Chun and the demoness ascended the heavenly ladder, surrounded by swirling mists, it resembled a realm of the divine. This ladder possesses a certain intrigue. Yi Chun mused lightly as he stepped onto another platform, his tone tinged with amusement. The demoness, following closely behind, nodded slightly. Indeed, there is something peculiar. This oppressive force seems to fluctuate according to the strength of the climber. As they continued their ascent, the surrounding pressure intensified. The demoness' breath quickened, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead. Chapter 162. The Heavenly Lake at the Summit. The celestial mountain in the sky. The oppressive force here is indeed formidable. The demoness gritted her teeth, ascending step by step. Yet, Yi Chun remained effortlessly at ease, as if this pressure bore no weight upon him. He even took the time to admire the scenery surrounding them. This view is quite splendid, Yi Chun remarked with a smile. The demoness shot him a disapproving glance. With the circumstances as they are, how can you still afford to appreciate the scenery? Yi Chun shrugged. Enjoying the beauty of nature is also a form of cultivation. The demoness was speechless. This fellow truly possessed a carefree spirit. After half a day's climb, they finally reached the mountainside. The demoness felt an overwhelming pressure, each step becoming a Herculean task. Yi Chun, however, maintained his relaxed demeanor, ascending at a leisurely pace. Don't you feel tired? The demoness panted, her breath heavy. Yi Chun shook his head. Not at all. This level of pressure is nothing to me. The demoness was inwardly astonished. What manner of creature is he? Can he truly be oblivious to this pressure? As they continued their ascent, the pressure intensified. The demoness felt as though her body might collapse under the strain, yet she gritted her teeth and persevered, climbing step by step. Meanwhile, Yi Chun remained unfazed, as if strolling through a garden, even humming a little tune. The demoness was utterly speechless. This fellow is simply beyond human. As they approached the summit, the demoness found her legs growing weak, her body drenched in sweat. Yet Yi Chun appeared vibrant and full of energy, showing no signs of fatigue. He looked at the demoness and smiled. So, how do you feel? The demoness shot him an irritated glance. You're obviously fine. You don't even feel the pressure. Yi Chun laughed heartily. Naturally, I'm a genius. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Chun had completely shed any animosity or resentment towards the demoness and even exchanged playful banter. At the foot of the mountain, Xiangqi observed Yi Chun nearing the summit with ease, utterly astonished. Yi Chun's talent surpassed its wildest imagination. Initially, it had thought Yi Chun merely an average prodigy, but now realized he was an extraordinary anomaly. At that moment, Xiangqi's resolve to kill Yi Chun began to waver. Following such a master, perhaps the future truly held limitless potential. However, moments later, it dismissed this notion. No, I am an ancient beast. How could I become another's mount? Even if he is as remarkable as Yi Chun, it shall not be. Once Yi Chun leads me out of this secret realm, I will still kill him. A glint of ferocity flashed in Xiangqi's eyes, and its murderous intent grew stronger. As long as they exited the secret realm, it would slay Yi Chun and reclaim its freedom, soaring high and unrestrained. A day later, Yi Chun and the demoness finally reached the summit. My heavens! The demoness exclaimed in awe. Yi Chun was equally astounded by the sight before him. Atop the mountain floated a celestial peak. The celestial mountain may not be vast, yet it is exquisitely refined, akin to a meticulously carved jade sculpture. The mountain is adorned with verdant trees, melodious birds, and fragrant blossoms, with pavilions and towers arranged in harmonious disarray. Mist and clouds envelop it, creating an ethereal paradise. The entire celestial mountain is encased in a transparent spherical barrier that emanates a gentle golden glow. Even more astonishing is the realization that the summit is not as they had imagined. Rather, it is a colossal heavenly pool. This pool resembles a brilliant blue gem. Nestled atop the towering heights, surrounded by majestic mountains and shrouded in mist, presenting an utterly breathtaking vista. The waters of the heavenly pool are as clear as a mirror, reflecting the celestial mountain above, with wisps of white mist gracefully rising from the surface, evoking a dreamlike quality. Such beauty, the demoness murmured, profoundly moved by the scene before her. Yi Chun inhaled deeply, captivated by the awe-inspiring sight. Is this the great fortune? He pondered silently. The guidance of the heavenly Tao Pearl is indeed extraordinary. How can this celestial mountain exist in the sky? The demoness inquired, perplexed. Yi Chun shook his head. It is the law. And what about this lake? She asked, pointing at the water. This should be the fabled heavenly pool, Yi Chun replied. Heavenly pool? How do we ascend? The demoness questioned, gesturing towards the celestial mountain above. There is a peculiar law of suppression here. Flight is utterly impossible. Chapter 163. The Treasure of Humanity. The heavenly spirit pearl. This celestial mountain is elevated in the air by a unique law, Yi Chun replied. To ascend, one must delve into the laws themselves. He closed his eyes, meticulously sensing the fluctuations of the surrounding laws. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes. He had found it. The entrance lay at the center of the heavenly pool. Yi Chun surveyed his surroundings and discovered a winding path descending towards the edge of the lake. Let us proceed, he said as he followed the path towards the heavenly pool. Mog followed closely behind. The path was short, and soon they arrived at the lake's edge. Yi Chun paused for a moment before stepping directly into the water. The lake did not engulf him. He stood firmly on its surface as if it were solid ground. This Mog exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. Imitating Yi Chun, she stepped into the lake, and indeed, the water did not submerge her either. She too stood steadily upon the lake's surface, their reflections shimmering in the crystal-clear water, resembling a pair of celestial lovers. They walked towards the center of the lake. The surface was as tranquil as a mirror, devoid of any ripples. Upon reaching the center, Yi Chun halted, took a deep breath, and then unleashed the power of the laws within him. An invisible wave radiated outward from his core. Moments later, a golden curtain of light descended from the celestial mountain, enveloping both Yi Chun and Mog. Their bodies gradually ascended within the light, soaring towards the celestial mountain above. The pace was not swift, yet it was remarkably steady. In but a short while, they found themselves within the boundaries of the celestial mountain. The mountain appeared as enchanting as it had from below, filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers, shrouded in mist, resembling a paradise. Mog exhaled in relief. They had finally arrived. Yi Chun nodded, sensing the guiding presence of the heavenly pearl within him, directing him to a pavilion at the heart of the mountain. He understood that the immense opportunity lay within that very pavilion. Let us go, he said, taking measured steps towards the pavilion. As he approached, the grand doors swung open automatically, as if welcoming his arrival. An ancient and mysterious aura wafted from within the pavilion. Yi Chun and Mog exchanged glances, both sensing that this energy was not of the celestial realm. This pavilion, Mog felt a twinge of unease within her heart. Be cautious, Yi Chun advised. He entered the pavilion first, with Mog closely following. Inside, the space was desolate, save for an ancient altar. Upon the altar rested a pearl radiating a resplendent glow. This as Yi Chun felt a stir within his heart. He sensed that this pearl was indeed the target indicated by the heavenly pearl. The heavenly spirit pearl, Mog exclaimed, recognizing the pearl's origins. It was identical to the heavenly spirit pearl recorded in her clan's ancient texts. The heavenly spirit pearl? Yi Chun was unaware of what the heavenly spirit pearl was and looked at the demoness in perplexity, inquiring about it. The heavenly spirit pearl is a treasure of the human race, renowned alongside the heavenly demon pearl. According to ancient records of our demon clan, those who possessed the heavenly spirit pearl in ancient times became formidable figures. My venture into the celestial spirit cave was initially to seek the heavenly demon pearl, yet I did not anticipate that the heavenly spirit pearl would also be here. The demoness shared all her knowledge about the heavenly spirit pearl with Yi Chun. His gaze fixated on the heavenly spirit pearl, a surge of elation coursing through him. Indeed, the heavenly Tao pearl had led him to extraordinary fortune. Suddenly, he pondered whether there was a connection between the heavenly Tao pearl and the heavenly spirit pearl, given that their names differed by only a single character. However, before he could fully comprehend this, the heavenly spirit pearl emitted a dazzling radiance. In a flash, it entered Yi Chun's body of its own accord, merging seamlessly with the heavenly Tao pearl, becoming one with it. There truly is a connection, Yi Chun murmured softly, turning his attention inward to the heavenly Tao pearl, which expanded in size with the integration of the heavenly spirit pearl. The spiritual energy within the heavenly Tao pearl grew denser, and the medicinal herbs cultivated therein flourished abundantly, their branches intertwining vibrantly, while their potency increased 1,000-fold. The demoness, witnessing the heavenly spirit pearl's autonomous entry into Yi Chun's body, covered her mouth in astonishment. How could this be? She widened her eyes, finding it hard to believe. Perhaps this was a destined opportunity. The demoness gazed at Yi Chun with a complex expression, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. On one hand, she felt astonished and envious of the immense fortune Yi Chun had acquired. On the other, she worried that with the possession of the heavenly spirit pearl, the gap between him and the demon race would only widen. Truly, it is a remarkable opportunity. Yi Chun excitedly rubbed his hands together, entirely oblivious to the intricate emotions reflected in the demoness' gaze. He reveled in the joy of the fusion between the heavenly spirit pearl and the heavenly Tao pearl, repeatedly savoring the abundant spiritual energy coursing through him. After the heavenly spirit pearl integrated with the heavenly Tao pearl, his sensitivity and affinity towards the surrounding spiritual energy and laws enhanced significantly. The heavenly Tao pearl could now autonomously absorb spiritual energy for cultivation. This sensation was akin to being enveloped in a spiritual spring. Moreover, the heavenly Tao pearl could actually cultivate by itself. He would no longer have to toil over refining spiritual stones and celestial medicines. Yi Chun was overjoyed to discover these changes in the heavenly Tao pearl, which could not only absorb spiritual energy for cultivation, but also allowed for a more adept application and comprehension of laws. Chapter 164. The Great Battle with the Dragon. At this moment, the mood of the demoness was as tumultuous as a spilled jar of mixed flavors. She observed Yi Chun's ecstatic demeanor, feeling a blend of envy and concern. The envy stemmed from Yi Chun's acquisition of such extraordinary fortune, while the concern arose from the animosity and resentment he harbored towards the demon race, which might one day render him a formidable adversary. Alas, the demoness sighed, her heart a cacophony of conflicting emotions. She understood that Yi Chun's hostility towards the demon race was a consequence of their own actions. However, while the two were still absorbed in their respective feelings, an unexpected calamity unfolded. The entire celestial mountain, having lost the support of the heavenly spirit pearl, began to slowly sink. At first, the descent was so gradual that it was nearly imperceptible. Yet, as time progressed, the speed of the sinking intensified. What is happening? The demoness was the first to react, exclaiming in alarm. Yi Chun also sensed the anomaly, his expression shifting. The celestial mountain is plummeting. He looked up to see the once floating mountain now descending toward the heavenly pool below. At that moment, deep within the pool, a massive dragon had slowly emerged from the water's surface. Its body was a vivid green, the scales shimmering with a chilling luminescence under the sunlight. A pair of enormous dragon eyes fixated on the descending celestial mountain, brimming with rage and greed. This dragon was an ancient being, born at the inception of the heavenly pool. It had absorbed the ethereal energy emitted by the heavenly spirit pearl for countless years, allowing it to transform into a dragon. The heavenly spirit pearl was the very essence that would enable its complete transformation. Just 1,000 more years of absorbing the energy from the heavenly spirit pearl would suffice for it to truly become a dragon. Earlier, while cultivating at the lake's bottom, it had suddenly sensed the disappearance of the pearl's power. In a fit of fury, it emerged to investigate, only to discover that humans had invaded the celestial mountain and stolen its heavenly spirit pearl. How dare these insignificant humans steal my heavenly spirit pearl? The dragon seethed with fury. It lay in wait beneath the lake's surface, anticipating the mountain's descent. It intended to devour these intruders along with the celestial mountain, reclaiming what rightfully belonged to it. This is a grave predicament. Yi Chen's expression turned grave. He sensed that something terrifying lurked within the heavenly pool. Yi Chen, what shall we do? The demoness asked nervously, searching for a way to prevent the celestial mountain's fall, but finding none. Let us go, Yi Chen commanded, his innate power surging within him. He seized the demoness's wrist, and together they transformed into two streaks of light, bursting forth from the pavilion. Whoosh! A sound of air breaking echoed as they soared from the celestial mountain. Having fused with the laws of the heavenly spirit pearl, Yi Chen was now capable of leaving the mountain and could soar through the skies. Almost instantaneously after their departure, the celestial mountain began to shrink dramatically, ultimately transforming into a speck of starlight that vanished into the Tao pearl within Yi Chen. What? The demoness stood in stunned silence. Before she could comprehend what had transpired, the celestial mountain had vanished. With a long exhale, Yi Chen felt a momentary relief, only to be immediately struck by a sense of impending danger beneath his feet. He glanced down at the Tianqi, his expression shifting dramatically. Rising slowly from the lake's surface was the colossal head of a dragon, its emerald scales glimmering with an eerie luminescence under the sun. Two enormous dragon eyes fixated on Yi Chen and the demoness, brimming with fury and avarice. Wretched humans, the dragon bellowed, its voice thunderous. How dare you steal my celestial spirit pearl? Yi Chen and the demoness exchanged a glance, both sensing the immense pressure emanating from the dragon, which unmistakably reached the golden immortal realm. With a deafening roar, the dragon unleashed a sonic wave, a tangible assault surging toward them. Yi Chen and the demoness felt their eardrums reverberate, dizziness overwhelming them, nearly causing them to plummet from the sky. This is bad, Yi Chen thought urgently, swiftly channeling his laws to stabilize himself. Curse it! The demoness, pale-faced, realized that the dragon's power far exceeded their expectations. In a swift motion, the dragon soared into the air, its massive form eclipsing the sun, claws poised to strike at Yi Chen and the demoness. Come at me. A glimmer of battle intent flashed in Yi Chen's eyes as he summoned the Jinghong Emperor sword. With a decisive swing, a radiant beam of sword light cleaved through the void, aiming for the dragoness claws. A resounding clang echoed as the dragon's claw met the sword light, repelling Yi Chen several steps back. What immense strength! He gasped internally, astounded by the dragon's formidable power. I shall assist you. The demoness summoned her magical spear, transforming it into a serpentine whip. With a crack, the whip danced like a living serpent, coiling around the dragon. In response, the dragon roared once more, swinging its other claw to strike at the demoness. With a thunderous crash, her whip was sent flying, and she was hurled backward. A spurt of blood erupted from her mouth, her face paling, revealing the severity of her injuries. Demoness! Yi Chen rushed to her side, supporting her. We are no match for it. Her eyes, filled with trepidation, remained fixed on the dragon. We must find a way to escape. Escape? The dragon sneered. Do you truly believe you can flee? You shall both perish here today. The dragon lunged toward them once again. Then we fight. A resolute glint shone in Yi Chen's eyes as he raised his Jinghong sword to confront the charging dragon. The clash was deafening, a cacophony of metal reverberating as sparks flew. Yi Chen felt an overwhelming force surge through him, his hands numbing from the impact. As he was sent staggering back several dozen paces, a mouthful of blood escaped him, his complexion wan, realizing the dragon's terrifying might. Yi Chun, the demoness, witnessing his plight, hastily swallowed a medicinal pill. As the elixir dissolved upon entering her mouth, a surge of formidable power coursed through her body, restoring some color to the demon princess's countenance. "I shall assist you," she exclaimed with a fierce cry, her magic spear transforming into a bolt of black lightning as it lunged towards the giant eye of the dragon. Overestimating oneself, the dragon scoffed disdainfully, swinging its massive tail with force. Bang! The magic spear was struck by the tail, sending the demon princess hurtling backward once more. "Cursed be this," she muttered under her breath, charging forward again. Together, Yi Chun and the demon princess engaged in a fierce battle against the dragon, with flashes of sword light and shadows of the spear intertwining. The dragon's claws and tail unleashed a relentless barrage upon them, akin to a tempestuous storm. Boom, boom, boom. The aftermath of their struggle reverberated against the lake and the mountains, causing the entire Tianqi mountain to tremble violently, the waters churning and rocks cascading around them. The entire mountain quaked, with fragments of its structure plummeting downward. Due to the disparity in their cultivation levels, Yi Chun and the demon princess found themselves at a disadvantage. This cannot continue. Yi Chun pondered anxiously. He must devise a strategy to turn the tide. Thunderway origin, he shouted softly, channeling the power of the Thunderway within him. Annihilation principle. Simultaneously, the annihilation principle began to operate. Rumble. The entire Tianqi was enveloped in violet lightning and the annihilation principle. Roar. The dragon let out a pained and furious howl. Chapter 165. Ambush on Yi Chun. The demoness, severely wounded though its scales provided formidable defense. They were incapable of entirely withstanding the assaults of the Thunderpath's essence and the principles of annihilation. The creature's scale defense surpassed even that of Qiongqi. Yi Chun felt a surge of alarm within. He understood that he could no longer linger in confrontation with the dragon. He must retreat swiftly. "Qiongqi, come to our aid," Yi Chun mentally commanded Qiongqi. The heavenly spirit pearl had already been retrieved by Yi Chun, leaving no laws to suppress them here, allowing Qiongqi to soar into the skies. Whoosh! A dark figure swiftly approached from the distant horizon. It was Qiongqi. Annihilation Principle Sphere. Yi Chun rapidly conjured several spheres of annihilation principle and hurled them towards the dragon. Boom, boom, boom. The spheres detonated, shattering the mountainside into chaos, yet the dragon remained largely unscathed, merely thrashing its tail in pain. "Let us go." Seizing the moment, Yi Chun grasped the demoness and executed a spatial teleportation, the two of them vanishing from above the heavenly pool. Almost instantly after their departure, the mountain began to crumble, collapsing entirely. With a deafening roar, the rocky mountain fell apart, shaking the very heavens and earth of the divine demon cave, dust swirling ominously. Yi Chun and the demoness leapt onto the back of the already waiting Qiongqi. With a powerful beat of its wings, Qiongqi transformed into a bolt of black lightning, slicing through the vast sky. Behind them, the thunderous sounds of the mountains collapse and the furious roars of the dragon echoed. Qiongqi swiftly distanced itself from the crumbling rocky mountain, ultimately landing on a relatively gentle peak with Yi Chun and the demoness. Cough, cough. The demoness clutched her chest, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Yi Chun's expression was equally grim, with traces of blood still staining the corner of his mouth. "That dragon is truly a formidable opponent," the demoness lamented. Indeed, a dragon of the golden immortal realm possesses no vulnerabilities in its defense, making it quite a challenge. Yi Chun concurred. The two of them each ingested healing elixirs, sitting cross-legged to recuperate. Qiongqi stood nearby, its enormous eyes rolling as it fixated on the meditating Yi Chun. It could distinctly sense the weakened aura emanating from Yi Chun, who was presently defenseless. This was the perfect moment to eliminate Yi Chun. A surge of murderous intent welled up within Qiongqi. Yet, it concealed its thoughts so well that it would be difficult for anyone to perceive. It yearned to pounce immediately and tear Yi Chun to shreds, freeing itself from his control. However, it also longed to escape this secret realm and explore the outside world. Yet, to depart the secret realm, it required Yi Chun's assistance, as it was incapable of exiting on its own. Once outside, there was no guarantee of another opportunity. Qiongqi pondered deeply. Yi Chen was too extraordinary. What if once outside, it found no chance to act, only to remain under Yi Chun's control? That would truly be a loss beyond measure. Xiongqi fixated intently on Yi Chen, caught in a web of internal conflict. Its colossal claws scraped the ground, the turmoil within akin to a tempest. At that moment, however, a faint smile curved the corners of Yi Chen's lips, though his eyes were closed. He could distinctly sense the murderous intent radiating from Xiongqi. Despite Xiongqi's adept concealment, Yi Chen, being a body of myriad laws, possessed an acute sensitivity to danger and principles. A beast is merely a beast, he thought with a cold sneer. He knew precisely what Xiongqi was contemplating. The reason he dared to lower his guard was that during Xiongqi's acceptance of a master, Yi Chen had inscribed a strand of the law of extinction within its demon core. The demon core is the most vulnerable part of a demon beast. Should Xiongqi dare to make a move, it would undoubtedly meet its demise. It was merely a question of whether this foolish creature would act. As time slipped by, Xiongqi's heart waged a battle between instinct and restraint. Ultimately, it yielded, opting to strike after they had departed. Humph, let you live a little longer, Xiongqi mused. It lay on the ground, its immense head resting upon its four claws, feigning slumber. Yi Chen continued to keep his eyes shut, yet the curve of his smile became more pronounced. After a short while, both Yi Chen and the demoness had recovered significantly from their injuries, and they opened their eyes in succession. How do you feel? Yi Chen inquired, glancing at the demoness. Much better, though this ordeal was truly perilous, she replied, rising to stretch her limbs. Yi Chen nodded, also standing, his gaze sweeping over Xiongqi, a hint of barely perceptible scorn flashing in his eyes. Sensing Yi Chen's scrutiny, Xiongqi's heart tightened. Could it be that Yi Chen had detected its murderous intent? It feigned indifference, yawning casually. Yet Yi Chen merely cast it a fleeting glance before turning away to gaze into the distance. This boy, has he truly discerned my intentions? Xiongqi fretted internally, muttering to itself, if he has indeed discovered it, why does he show no reaction? Little did it know that Yi Chen had long seen through its thoughts, but found it unworthy of response. Yi Chen sneered inwardly. You ought to be thankful you refrained from action, otherwise, you would already be a roast. His decision to remain silent regarding Xiongqi stemmed from the creature's swiftness, which made it an impressive mount. Let us venture to other places, Yi Chen said to the demoness. All right, she nodded, rising to follow him. As they descended the mountain peak, preparing to seek opportunities elsewhere, a massive claw suddenly appeared behind them, slicing through the air with a fierce gust, aimed directly at Yi Chen. Be careful, the demoness exclaimed, instinctively placing herself in front of Yi Chen. Bang! The enormous claw struck her forcefully, sending her hurtling away. Demoness! Yi Chen's eyes blazed with fury as he swiftly turned, using spatial teleportation to catch the flying demoness. He beheld her pallid face, blood seeping from her lips, staining her garments crimson. Her eyes were tightly shut, her brow furrowed, clearly ensnared in a profound state of unconsciousness. Her garments lay in tatters, ravaged by the assault of monstrous claws, revealing ghastly wounds that were utterly shocking. Blood incessantly gushed from the injuries, painting her form in a vivid crimson hue. The aura of the demoness was exceedingly faint, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. Yi Chen could sense her vitality swiftly waning, his heart filled with an overwhelming urgency. At that moment, a dragon appeared, materializing before Yi Chen. It emanated an aura of terror, its colossal body casting shadows over the land, with cold, vertical pupils fixated intently upon Yi Chen. Despicable! Yi Chen gritted his teeth, realizing he had fallen into a trap. The dragon had long been aware of their presence, deliberately concealing its aura until they descended the mountain before striking. Even Yi Chen's myriad forms could not detect the dragon's presence. Cunning beast! Yi Chen cursed inwardly. He had never anticipated being outmaneuvered by such a creature. Boy, your demise is at hand. The dragon sneered, its massive claws once more poised to strike, slicing through the air with a foul wind directed at Yi Chen. As Yi Chen prepared to utilize spatial teleportation to evade, he discovered that the surrounding space had been sealed by the dragon. The space was blocked. This is troublesome. Yi Chen's heart sank. He was trapped. Chapter 166. The Awakening of the Demoness. At a critical moment, a shadow descended from the heavens, positioning itself protectively before Yi Chen. With a resounding roar, Xiongqi unleashed a deafening bellow, steadfastly absorbing the force of the dragon's claw. The collision of two formidable powers ignited a tempest, stirring up dust and debris. Xiongqi? Yi Chun was taken aback. This creature was actually coming to his aid? Xiongqi, mind your own business. The dragon bellowed, its eyes ablaze with fury. Humph, if you wish to slay my master, you shall have to wait until we exit this secret realm. Xiongqi retorted with a cold snort, its massive claw poised to strike at the dragon. Fool. To recognize this boy as your master is nothing short of disgraceful. The dragon mocked while fending off Xiongqi's assault. Why not join forces to eliminate him and seize his treasures? Would that not be delightful? Nonsense. My matters require no input from you. Xiongqi roared. Though it harbored intentions of slaying Yi Chun, it was a personal affair that did not necessitate the dragon's interference. How laughable. A grand ancient beast deigns to acknowledge a mere fledgling as its master. The dragon laughed heartily, its tone dripping with disdain. Xiongqi, unperturbed by the dragon's jibes, pressed on with its relentless onslaught. Though its defense was remarkable, it ultimately fell short against the dragon's might, gradually being pushed to the brink. Damn it! Xiongqi cursed under its breath. The dragon proved to be more formidable than anticipated. Meanwhile, Yi Chun hastily retrieved a healing elixir, administering it to the demoness. Demoness, how are you faring? He inquired anxiously. I am fine. The demoness replied weakly, managing to muster a faint smile. Yi Chun remained vigilant, continuing to tend to her wounds and stabilize her condition. The clash between Xiongqi and the dragon intensified, shaking the mountains and toppling trees, leaving chaos in their wake. One of Xiongqi's wings was shredded by the dragon, blood spilling profusely. With a pained roar, Xiongqi unleashed a jet of black flames, forcing the dragon to retreat. Aware that it was no match for the dragon, Xiongqi realized that further confrontation would only lead to its demise. Dragging its injured body, it flew towards Yi Chun. Get on, Xiongqi growled. Without hesitation, Yi Chun scooped up the demoness and leaped onto Xiongqi's back. Let us go. With a powerful flap of its wings, Xiongqi transformed into a streak of black lightning, fleeing into the distance. Thinking of escaping? Not so easily. The dragon thundered, relentless in its pursuit. Xiongqi's damaged wings hampered its speed, allowing the dragon to close the gap swiftly. Damn it! Yi Chun cursed silently, one arm cradling the demoness while the other conjured a sphere of annihilation, hurling it forcefully at the dragon. Boom! The sphere detonated, rendering the dragon momentarily disheveled. Yet it remained tenacious, continuing its relentless chase. You cannot escape, boy! The dragon roared, murder in its eyes. Xiongqi exerted every ounce of strength to fly, yet was unable to shake off the dragon's pursuit. Yi Chun's heart raced with anxiety. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before they would be overtaken by the dragon. He must find a way to extricate himself from this predicament. The roar of the dragon echoed ominously behind him, causing Yi Chun's eardrums to thrum. Ahead, a dense fog materialized abruptly, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast. With determination, Xiongqi let out a low growl and plunged into the mist. The world instantaneously descended into chaos, with visibility reduced to nothingness. The thick fog severed any connection to divine perception, and Yi Chun felt as though he had tumbled into a mass of cotton, losing all sense of direction. Xiongqi, too, was disoriented, relying solely on instinct to navigate forward. Damn this wretched place! Xiongqi cursed, its injured wings throbbing with pain. Meanwhile, the pursuing dragon, upon entering the fog, completely lost the trace of Yi Chun and Xiongqi. Roaring in fury, the dragon rampaged through the mist, wildly attacking everything around it, yet perpetually failing to find its target. The fog had become Yi Chun's natural barrier. After flying for a while, Xiongqi sensed that the dragon was no longer in pursuit. It immediately descended, finally landing on the ground. Huff, huff. Xiongqi lay on the ground, gasping for breath, its injuries severe, with blood still dripping from its drooping wings. Yi Chun jumped down from Xiongqi's back, cradling the unconscious MOG, whose pallid complexion was alarming. He needed to tend to her wounds without delay. Anxiously, Yi Chun retrieved a spirit bed from his storage ring and gently placed MOG upon it. Observing Xiongqi's pitiful state, he felt a twinge of guilt. After all, this great beast had just saved him and MOG's lives. Subsequently, Yi Chun took out a healing pill from his storage ring and tossed it to Xiongqi. Upon swallowing the pill, Xiangqi instantly felt a warm current surge throughout its body. The broken wings began to visibly mend, quickly returning to their former state. This pill is remarkably effective. Xiangqi could not help but praise. Seeing Xiangqi restored, Yi Chun felt a modicum of relief. At least now they had a safeguard for their survival. He settled cross-legged beside Mog, beginning to heal her injuries. Mog's condition was grave, and Yi Chun dared not be negligent in the slightest. He cautiously circulated his true essence, gently infusing pure energy into Mog's body. As time trickled by, Mog's complexion gradually regained a hint of color. Yi Chun finally exhaled in relief. Thankfully, her life was preserved. He silently reassured himself. The mist remained thick, enveloping them as if they were isolated from the world. Yi Chun was unaware of their location or what they might encounter next. Yet he knew one thing. He must protect Mog, for this was his singular objective. Mog had sustained grave injuries to save him. And Yi Chun was not heartless. Despite his hatred for the demon race, Mog had endured wounds for him on numerous occasions. And this time she had nearly lost her life. He had to ensure her safety. Moments later, Mog stirred, her eyelashes fluttering as she let out a faint groan. "Ah, Maji, are you awake?" Yi Chun, who had been vigilantly by her side, immediately leaned down and inquired with concern upon noticing her consciousness returning. Maji attempted to rise, but found herself utterly devoid of strength. "Yi Chun," she softly called out, struggling to sit up. Yi Chun hastily supported her, allowing her to lean against him. Maji nestled into Yi Chun's embrace, a faint, delicate fragrance wafting into his senses. Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback, feeling a touch of discomfort. Yet, given Maji's frailty at that moment, he could not bring himself to push her away. "Why did you shield me from that blow? You truly risked your life." Yi Chun's tone bore a hint of reproach. A faint smile of bitterness appeared on Maji's pallid face. "I knew you could evade it." She paused, her voice weak, "but I was too anxious at that moment, fearing that you might not escape." A jolt of warmth surged through Yi Chun's heart. The enmity between the celestial and demonic realms had persisted since ancient times, a relentless conflict. Yet Maji had repeatedly put herself in peril for him, even at the cost of her own life. He was overwhelmed with a myriad of emotions, uncertain how to articulate his feelings in this moment. With a gentle sigh, Maji softly proposed, "Yi Chun, have you truly never considered joining the demon clan?" Chapter 167. Entering the demon abyss, Yi Chun fell into a momentary silence before shaking his head. "I can be your friend," he declared with unwavering resolve. "But I will never ally myself with the demon clan. Their massacre of the prodigies from the immortal realm within the celestial spirit cave is an indelible grudge." His tone bore a hint of finality, leaving no room for negotiation. A flicker of disappointment crossed the eyes of the demon princess, yet she refrained from further persuasion. Over the course of their acquaintance, she had come to understand Yi Chun's character. Once he made a decision, it was not easily swayed. The demon princess required time to recuperate, and the mist provided a safe environment for her recovery. Meanwhile, Yi Chun remained vigilant, for the dragon serpent posed a significant threat that must be eradicated. His immediate priority was to enhance his own strength. Only by doing so could he confront the dragon serpent effectively. Seated in meditation, Yi Chun produced several celestial stones and placed them into the celestial pearl. Indeed, celestial stones were far superior to spirit stones. A smile graced his lips as he activated the 10,000 methods of eternal life formula, beginning to refine the energy within the celestial stones. A stream of pure energy flowed gently into his meridians, an exhilarating sensation that left him in awe. The potency of the energy from the celestial stones surpassed that of spirit stones by countless magnitudes. After refining several celestial stones, his cultivation ascended to a new minor realm, from the first stage of human immortal, to the second stage, the third stage, and finally, the fifth stage of human immortal. Having refined dozens of celestial stones, Yi Chun's cultivation reached the fifth stage of human immortal. He paused to savor the surging power within him, nodding in satisfaction. This should suffice. The remaining celestial stones would be reserved for Luo Qingcheng and his fellow disciples, for he had not forgotten them. Time flowed like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Within the mist, visibility remained obscured. The demon princess had nearly fully healed and slowly opened her eyes, a gleam of vitality illuminating her gaze. "Yi Chun, my injuries have healed," she announced. her voice melodious and refreshing, akin to a mountain spring. "That is splendid," Yichen replied, standing upright. "We must devise a way to exit this place." He lifted his gaze towards the depths of the mist, a shadow of seriousness crossing his features. The mist was enigmatic and unpredictable, concealing unknown dangers within its depths. Indeed, the demon princess acknowledged the gravity of the situation, nodding with a serious demeanor. "Let us proceed." Yi Chun took the lead, stepping purposefully in a chosen direction, with the demon princess closely following, never straying far behind. As they cautiously navigated through the mist, they remained vigilant, exploring the enigmatic surroundings. Perhaps, hidden within the mist, lay unforeseen opportunities. Yi Chun mused internally, aware that crisis and opportunity coexist, a timeless truth. Suddenly, Yi Chun halted. He sensed a formidable presence ahead, as if something was concealed within the shadows. Simultaneously, the celestial pearl within him emitted a guiding signal toward the source of the power. Was it? A sudden realization struck Yi Chun, prompting him to quicken his pace. The guidance of the heavenly Tao pearl undoubtedly signified an immense opportunity. The demoness also sensed the anomaly and hastily followed suit. The two arrived at the entrance of a valley, where a thick, ominous aura of demonic energy permeated the air, instilling a sense of trepidation within them. "This is an extraordinarily potent demonic energy." The demoness' expression shifted slightly. She felt that this energy was far more formidable than any she had encountered before. Could it be the heavenly demon pearl? A surge of delight filled her heart at the possibility of discovering the heavenly demon pearl. Yi Chun too sensed the overwhelming demonic energy, yet rather than excitement, a frown creased his brow. "This aura evokes an unsettling feeling within me." A sense of foreboding gnawed at Yi Chun, as he harbored an instinctual belief that danger lurked within. Nevertheless, he resolved to press onward. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the valley, with the demoness closely trailing behind. Within the valley, the demonic energy thickened to the point where visibility was nearly non-existent. "Be cautious," Yi Chun advised. "I am aware." The demoness nodded, sharing his awareness of the lurking peril as they advanced with utmost care. Suddenly, a chilling gust swept through. The surrounding demonic energy swirled violently, manifesting into grotesque demonic apparitions. Roar! The apparitions unleashed a series of ferocious howls as they lunged at Yi Chun and the demoness. "Humph!" Yi Chun let out a cold snort, summoning a long sword to his hand. With a swift motion, the blade glimmered, cleaving the approaching apparitions into fragments. These apparitions possessed considerable strength. Yi Chun was inwardly astonished. Although they were merely constructs of condensed demonic energy, their might was not to be underestimated. It appeared that this place was indeed extraordinary. With a serious expression, Yi Chun heightened his vigilance. The demoness too summoned her demonic spear, engaging in battle against the apparitions. They fought back to back, fending off the relentless onslaught. The apparitions seemed to be endless. "These entities are seemingly inexhaustible," the demoness remarked amidst the fray. Yi Chun nodded, channeling the heavenly Tao pearl within him to absorb the demonic energy. The heavenly Tao pearl transformed into a black hole, voraciously drawing in the surrounding aura. Under the illumination of a radiant light, the grotesque apparitions melted away like snow before the sun, ultimately morphing into pure energy, which was then devoured by the heavenly Tao pearl. After absorbing the demonic energy, the heavenly Tao pearl converted it into spiritual energy, proving to be an extraordinary energy converter. With the apparitions dispelled, tranquility returned to the valley. "Let us proceed," Yi Chun beckoned, continuing deeper into the valley. The demoness followed closely, with Qiongqi trudging heavily behind them. The valley twisted and turned, the demonic energy growing ever more potent as they ventured further. At last, they reached the innermost depths of the valley. Before them lay a vast chasm, unfathomably deep, resembling a gateway to the abyss. Dense waves of demonic energy billowed forth from the chasm, swirling and roaring like black smoke. The expression of the demoness shifted slightly as she sensed the oppressive demonic aura emanating from the abyss, a suffocating force that hinted at a terrifying presence lurking within. Even as a scion of the demon clan, she felt a pang of trepidation. "I sense danger below," she spoke in a hushed tone, her voice tinged with gravity, a flicker of apprehension gleaming in her eyes. Yi Chun furrowed his brow, equally aware of the formidable and eerie essence of the demonic energy. The Heaven Tao pearl within him pulsed subtly, as if beckoning him to venture into the depths of this dark chasm. Could it be the Heaven Demon pearl lies beneath? The pearl's guidance urged Yi Chen downward, suggesting that the only treasure within this abyss could indeed be the Heaven Demon pearl. The demoness inhaled deeply, determination flashing in her gaze. "Let us descend and discover what lies beneath," she proposed, her tone resolute. Yi Chen nodded in agreement. He too yearned to uncover the secrets concealed within the depths of the abyss. "Qiongqi, you shall remain above," Yi Chen instructed. Though Qiongqi possessed immense strength, its size rendered it cumbersome for such an endeavor. With a low growl, Qiongqi acknowledged the command. Exchanging a knowing glance, Yi Chen and the demoness leaped into the abyss together. Chapter 168. Fusion of the Demon Pearl. The abyss was profound. They descended for what felt like an eternity. Surrounding them was an impenetrable darkness, where not even a finger's breadth could be seen. Only the dense demonic energy surged forth like a tidal wave, suffocating in its intensity. "Be cautious," Yi Chen advised, gripping his sword tightly as he vigilantly surveyed their surroundings. Indeed, the demon princess nodded, her own weapon, a demonic spear, firmly held in readiness for combat. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until they finally reached the bottom. Boom! Their feet struck the ground with a dull thud. Yi Chen glanced around, discovering they were ensconced within a vast subterranean chamber. At the center of this space loomed an immense altar, inscribed with ominous runes that exuded a chilling aura of demonic energy. "Is this the bottom of the demon lair?" the demon princess murmured, her voice tinged with astonishment. This underground expanse was far grander and more eerie than she had envisioned. "It appears we have found our destination." Yi Chen inhaled deeply, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. "This place is foreboding. It feels as though something is watching us." The demon princess rubbed her arms anxiously, whispering, "Let us remain vigilant. The altar appears quite sinister." With his sword firmly in hand, Yi Chen's gaze swept across the area. The heavenly pearl within him pulsed gently, indicating that the direction of their quest led straight to the altar. The demon pearl must be nearby, he surmised. The two approached the altar cautiously, meticulously searching for any trace of the heavenly demon pearl. Suddenly, a strange sound emanated from beneath the altar. Rumbling. The ground shook violently. What was that? The demon princess's expression shifted to one of alarm. Roar. A deafening roar erupted as a massive, pitch-black beast emerged from beneath the altar. Its colossal form resembled a small mountain, radiating an overwhelming demonic presence, with a pair of crimson eyes fixated intently on Yi Chen and the demon princess. "What manner of creature is this?" the demon princess exclaimed in shock. "It appears to be a nearby beast that has mutated after absorbing demonic energy," Yi Chen replied solemnly, a grave expression crossing his face. The creature's strength was formidable. Roar. The beast bellowed again, lunging towards Yi Chen and the demon princess. "Be careful," Yi Chen warned. The two immediately engaged the beast in battle, the ensuing clash shaking the very foundation of the demon lair. Swish. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Chen swung his sword, unleashing a fierce wave of sword energy that sliced through the air and struck the beast. Clang. The sound of metal meeting metal rang out. Yet the beast merely bore a deep gash, its defenses surprisingly resilient. While strong, its defenses were still inferior to those of the Qiongqi and the Flood Dragon. Yi Chen assessed the creature's resilience internally. Taking a deep breath, a spark of brilliance flickered in Yi Chen's eyes. The odds of victory against this demon beast seemed promising. Stunning swan sword. Yi Chen uttered a low exclamation, and a brilliant sword light, akin to a startled swan, pierced through the void, cleaving towards the monstrous beast. The creature, sensing the formidable power of the blade, dared not confront it head-on and hastily evaded. With a resounding crash, Yi Chen's sword struck the altar, shattering it into countless fragments. From the debris emerged a pearl radiating a sinister black light, levitating in the air. It was none other than the celestial demon pearl. The demon princess gasped in astonishment, her eyes gleaming with a flicker of ecstatic joy. The beast also caught sight of the celestial demon pearl, opening its gaping maw to attempt to swallow it whole. Seeking its demise, the demon princess scoffed coldly, her enchanted spear transforming into a streak of black lightning, which she seized as an opportunity to pierce the creature's skull. The beast's massive form collapsed with a thunderous thud, devoid of life. With a sigh of relief, The demon princess's gaze fell upon the celestial demon pearl. "You may retrieve it," Yichen offered. The demon princess paused, a flicker of surprise crossing her features as she regarded him. She had not anticipated that he would so readily relinquish the celestial demon pearl to her. "Do you not desire it?" she inquired. "This is the treasure you sought, and I shall not covet it," Yichen replied with a serene smile. Although he harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the demon race, he had no intentions of usurping what was rightfully hers. A warmth surged within the demon princess's heart as she gazed at Yichen, a glimmer of gratitude in her eyes. Cautiously, she approached the celestial demon pearl, extending her hand to grasp it. However, as her fingertips brushed against the pearl, it inexplicably recoiled, as if resisting her touch. The demon princess was momentarily taken aback and attempted once more, only to encounter the same elusive response. The celestial demon pearl seemed imbued with life, continuously evading her grasp. Just as confusion enveloped her, the pearl suddenly transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards Yichen. In an instant, the light vanished, and the celestial demon pearl merged with Yichen's being, entering the heavenly Tao pearl. Much like the celestial spirit pearl, the celestial demon pearl commenced its fusion upon entering. Both Yichen and the demon princess were left in a state of bewilderment. "What is happening?" The demon princess stared at Yichen, momentarily lost for words. "Did it just enter your body?" Yichen, equally perplexed, replied, "I am unsure. It seemed to have chosen to enter of its own accord." The demon princess recalled the ancient texts of the demon race regarding the celestial spirit pearl and the celestial demon pearl. "I remember now. The ancient texts state that both the celestial spirit pearl and the celestial demon pearl are fragments of another supreme treasure." She paused, her gaze flickering with realization. It appeared that the ultimate treasure resided within Yichen himself. Choosing not to pry further, the demon princess refrained from revealing any hint of covetousness. This was Yichen's secret, one she resolved to respect and guard silently. "Since the celestial demon pearl has chosen you, it is rightfully your possession," she asserted with unwavering conviction. "I shall forever safeguard this secret for you." A wave of warmth enveloped Yichen's heart. He had not anticipated such openness from the demon princess, so unlike others of her kind. Meanwhile, after the fusion of the heavenly Tao pearl and the demon pearl, a formidable power surged throughout Yichen's body. He felt a profound enhancement in his understanding of the laws. Many aspects that had previously eluded him now became crystal clear. So it was. Yichen realized in his heart that the heavenly Tao pearl was born for the embodiment of myriad laws. To truly become the embodiment of myriad laws, one must assimilate all laws. Yichen clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him. He knew he had taken a significant step closer to the ultimate realization of the embodiment of myriad laws. Yet, he also sensed that the heavenly Tao pearl remained incomplete. Besides the heavenly spirit pearl and the demon pearl, there must be other precious pearls scattered about. Only by gathering all the pearls could the heavenly Tao pearl achieve its true state of perfection. However, there was no need to rush. Yichen's gaze was profound. That which is meant to appear will eventually reveal itself. He believed that with the enhancement of his strength, there would come a day when he would uncover the whereabouts of the other pearls. At this moment, in the depths of the demon lair, the demonic energy had dissipated, and no other valuable treasures remained. The two did not mention the demon pearl again. Some secrets are best kept within one's heart. Chapter 169. In the battle against the dragon, let us depart from this place, Yichen advised, surveying his surroundings, which had lost all semblance of value. Indeed, the demoness nodded, following closely behind him as they prepared to exit the cavern. At that moment, a cacophony of fierce combat erupted from above the cavern. Roar! Howl! The anguished cries of Qiongqi and the dragon reverberated through the air. What is happening? The demoness' expression shifted with concern. It seems Qiongqi is at a disadvantage. Yichen furrowed his brow. We must ascend to investigate. Exchanging a glance, the two swiftly soared upwards towards the tumult. Above the cavern, Qiongqi and the dragon were locked in a ferocious battle. The dragon, a colossal creature, was clad in impenetrable scales that emanated a terrifying aura. Though Qiongqi possessed formidable strength, it paled in comparison to the dragon. At that moment, Qiongqi was battered and bloodied, clearly succumbing to the struggle. Howl! Qiongqi cried out in agony as the dragon struck him with a powerful claw, sending him crashing to the ground. Qiongqi, Yi Chen's expression darkened upon witnessing this. It was evident that the fierce battle between him and the demoness had drawn the dragon's attention. What shall we do now? The demoness looked at Yi Chen, a flicker of worry in her eyes. What else can we do? We must assist him, Yi Chen replied, taking a deep breath as determination gleamed in his gaze. Having fused with the heavenly demon pearl, his strength had significantly increased. Now, he stood ready to confront the dragon. Fight! Yi Chen commanded, and in an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, charging towards the dragon, with the demoness closely trailing him. Roar! The dragon's fury ignited upon seeing Yi Chen and the demoness. It never anticipated that Yi Chen would dare to appear before it again. You dare to seek your demise? The dragon bellowed. Demise? I believe the threat lies with you. Yi Chen retorted with a cold laugh, raising the Jinghong sword high. Jinghong sword. A dazzling beam of sword light cleaved through the air, aimed directly at the dragon. The dragon regarded Yi Chen's strike with disdain, having dismissed him as a threat in their previous encounter. It did not bother to defend itself, allowing the Jinghong sword to collide with its scales. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The dragon's impenetrable scales proved unyielding, and Yi Chen's sword failed to breach its defenses. Ha ha! With such meager strength, do you think you can harm me? The dragon laughed heartily. However, before its laughter could fully fade, it was abruptly silenced. A sudden, searing pain coursed through its body. Looking down in shock, the dragon's expression shifted dramatically. To its astonishment, several scales had been severed by Yi Chen, blood gushing from the wounds. How can this be possible? The dragon gazed incredulously at Yi Chen, astonished by the rapid enhancement of his prowess. Nothing is impossible, Yi Chen scoffed, refusing to grant the dragon a moment's respite. Thunder come forth, he bellowed. In an instant, the sky darkened, thick clouds gathering as lightning crackled ominously. Strikes of violet lightning descended upon the dragon like a torrential storm. Taken aback by the sudden onslaught, the dragon tumbled through the air, emitting piercing cries of anguish. Yi Chen offered no mercy. He conjured several spheres of the Oblivion laws and hurled them at the dragon. These spheres, infused with the essence of the celestial demon pearl, were far more potent than their predecessors. Boom! The Oblivion law spheres detonated, peeling away the dragon's scales, opening grievous wounds as the destructive laws ravaged its injuries, thwarting any chance of healing. A howl of despair escaped the dragon. Damn you, little brat! I shall devour you whole. It roared in fury, seething with hatred for Yi Chen, who had inflicted upon it wounds the likes of which it had never endured. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Chen moved with agility. The swift phoenix sword enveloped in a fierce sword intent, aimed directly at the dragon's massive head. Swift phoenix strike. In pain, the dragon instinctively raised its colossal claw for defense, believing its appendage to be indestructible. However, empowered by the celestial demon pearl, Yi Chen's strength had transcended all expectations. The swift phoenix sword sliced through with the ease of cleaving tofu, severing the dragon's claw at the root. A chilling scream erupted from the dragon as blood gushed forth from the stump, the excruciating agony causing it to falter, nearly losing its balance. At that moment, the demoness seized the chance. Her magic spear transformed into a streak of black lightning, piercing towards the dragon's vulnerable abdomen. With its defenses already weakened and distracted by the pain of its severed claw, the dragon could not react in time. Thud! The spear penetrated effortlessly into the dragon's belly, creating a gaping wound. A howling cry resounded as the dragon trembled violently. Yi Chen pressed his advantage without hesitation, raising the swift phoenix sword once more, directing it toward the dragon's head. Terrified, the dragon instinctively turned its head to evade. The sword grazed its cheek, leaving a trail of flesh and blood. Spare me! Spare me! The dragon pleaded in terror, its voice laced with desperation. I am willing to submit to you, like Qiongqi, acknowledging you as my master. At that moment, the dragon lowered its once proud head, imploring Yi Chen for mercy, aware that continuing the fight would undoubtedly lead to its demise. Yi Chen's derisive laughter echoed, devoid of any compassion. Did you ever consider this day when you ambushed me? When the dragon had initially attacked Yi Chen, it had been thwarted by the demoness, leaving her severely wounded and on the brink of death. In that moment, Yi Chen had already decreed its fate. Yi Chen ceased his idle chatter, and with a swift motion, the stunning sword was once again unleashed, its radiance cascading down like a torrential downpour. The demoness harmonized her assault with Yi Chen's, her demonic spear incessantly piercing the belly of the flood dragon, exacerbating the wounds. The flood dragon found itself utterly defenseless, its colossal form tumbling through the air, scales shedding in large patches, while blood rained down like droplets from the heavens. Howl! Howl! The anguished cries of the flood dragon reverberated throughout the demonic cavern, each note infused with suffering and despair. Its vitality was swiftly waning, the shadow of death looming ominously over it. The ferocity of Yi Chun and the demoness' onslaught intensified, leading to the complete collapse of the flood dragon's defenses. Its body was riddled with countless wounds, blood staining its scales a deep crimson. A sense of dread enveloped the flood dragon, a realization dawning that it would not escape this day unscathed. Its eyes widened, filled with resentment and fury. How could a noble flood dragon meet its demise in such a manner? No. The flood dragon let out a thunderous roar, its body beginning to expand violently. A cataclysmic aura emanated from within as it prepared to detonate its demon core, intent on perishing alongside Yi Chun and the demoness. The explosion of a demon core at the golden immortal level possessed the power to obliterate this vast expanse, potentially leading to the collapse of the entire realm of gods and demons. Chapter 170. Are all women of the demon clan so direct? Yi Chen's expression shifted. He could not allow the dragon to self-destruct. At that critical moment, he acted decisively. Law of annihilation. He bellowed, and a surge of gray law power, akin to a bolt of lightning, instantly ensnared the dragon. The dragon's impending explosion was thwarted, and it writhed violently, attempting to break free from the constraints of the law of annihilation. Yet, breaking free from such a formidable force was no simple task. A golden opportunity arose. The demoness' eyes sparkled with determination, and her magical spear transformed into a streak of black lightning, ruthlessly thrusting towards the dragon's vital spot. Simultaneously, the weakened Xiongqi, lying prostrate on the ground, summoned its last vestiges of strength at this pivotal moment. With a fierce roar, it unleashed chaotic power, momentarily stunning the dragon. Seizing the moment, Yi Chen raised the Jinghong sword high. Jinghong sword strike. He aimed the blade at the dragon's neck, severing its carotid arteries. Instantly, blood gushed forth, staining the sky a vivid crimson. At that moment, the demoness' spear pierced the dragon's heart. With a sickening sound, blood erupted, and the dragon emitted a final, anguished wail. As it could bear no more, its massive form plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. The earth trembled, clouds of dust rising around it. The dragon's breath grew increasingly faint until it finally faded away. A legendary beast had fallen. Yi Chun and the demoness exchanged glances, both releasing sighs of relief. Having finally resolved this great dilemma, Xiongqi struggled to its feet and approached Yi Chun, bowing its proud head in a gesture of complete submission. The speed of Yi Chen's growth and his combat prowess had utterly conquered it, extinguishing any remnants of defiance. "You did well," Yi Chen said, patting its head and tossing a healing elixir for Xiongqi to consume. Finally, it was over. The demoness walked over after taking an elixir herself, a hint of exhaustion gracing her smile. Yi Chen nodded. "You may take the dragon's remains," he indicated, feeling a twinge of guilt since the demoness had gained nothing within the divine cave, while he had acquired 2 treasures. The dragon's flesh was rich in spiritual energy, capable of enhancing one's cultivation, making it an exceedingly rare delicacy, also suitable for medicinal concoctions. Its scales were incredibly hard and could be utilized in crafting, rendering them immensely valuable. The demoness approached the dragon's carcass and extracted its demon core with her spear, tossing it to Yi Chun. As the demon clan cultivates demonic energy, this core, which harnesses spiritual energy, was of no use to them, unlike the dragon's flesh, which could be consumed or used for medicine. Yi Chun grasped the core, which emanated a potent spiritual energy, and Xiongqi watched with eager anticipation. This core would be immensely beneficial for it, rapidly enhancing its cultivation. Yi Chun tossed the core into Xiongqi's mouth, hoping for its further empowerment, as it had now completely submitted. Xiongqi caught the demon core of the flood dragon and swallowed it whole. By refining this core, its cultivation would ascend to a new level. After extracting the demon core, the demoness swept her spear from the head to the tail of the flood dragon, cleaving it in 2. She stored 1/2 of the dragon in her spatial ring. "Let us each take a half," she proposed. "Agreed," Yi Chun replied, not refusing, and he placed the other half into his own spatial ring. The trio, 2 humans and 1 beast, turned away from the center of the mist, a place steeped in bloodshed and slaughter, leaving behind a desolate battlefield that bore witness to a thrilling clash. Upon departing the misty center, Yi Chun, the demoness, and Xiongqi continued their exploration of the mysterious cave heaven. After walking for some time, they arrived at a serene valley. The valley was lush with verdant grass, and a gentle stream flowed, forming a stark contrast to the previous bloody battlefield. "Let us rest here," Yi Chun suggested. Both the demoness and Xiongqi concurred, and they settled on a flat area. Yi Chun retrieved a barbecue grill from his spatial ring and ignited a spirit flame. The demoness then produced the flood dragon meat and began to roast it. Before long, the aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air. Xiongqi, salivating, circled around the grill, utterly captivated by Yi Chun, realizing that being under such a prodigious master heralded an immeasurable future. "Do not rush, it will be ready soon," Yi Chun said with a smile. The demoness divided the cooked meat into 3 portions and handed them to Yi Chun and Xiongqi. They feasted heartily, savoring the nourishing essence of the flood dragon meat. After satisfying their appetites, Yi Chun and the demoness began to cultivate, absorbing the spirit energy within. Meanwhile, Xiongqi lay nearby, refining the demon core. During their cultivation, Yi Chun felt his meridians filled with spirit energy, leading to a noticeable enhancement in his cultivation. The demoness also reaped substantial benefits, the weariness on her face gradually fading. Yi Chun was somewhat astonished that the demoness could absorb spirit energy for cultivation. However, he refrained from inquiring. In the realm of immortality, everyone harbors their own secrets, and there was no need to pry. After their cultivation session, Yi Chun slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air. A powerful aura emanated from him. This time, the gains are significant, he mused, clenching his fist and feeling the surging power within. The demoness also concluded her cultivation. She stood up, stretching gracefully, her enchanting figure fully revealed. Yet, a hint of melancholy lingered on her face. "Yi Chun, I must return." Her voice was subdued. Yi Chun was taken aback for a moment, but then nodded in understanding. The demoness had come in search of the heavenly demon pearl. Now that it had merged with his heavenly Tao pearl, her presence in the secret realm was no longer meaningful. "Be careful on your journey," he advised. "Yes." The demoness' cheeks flushed slightly, a look of hesitation crossing her features, as if she wished to say something but found herself shy. "Yi Chun, I like you." She finally summoned the courage to confess, biting her lip as she spoke the words she had held within. She had truly developed feelings for Yi Chun. In a world where immortals and demons could not coexist, she feared that if she did not express her emotions now, she might never have another chance, and any future encounter could result in enmity. Yi Chun stumbled, rendered speechless by this unexpected confession. Are all demon women so direct? Is there no need for any subtlety or foreplay? He stared blankly at the demon princess, momentarily at a loss for words. Noticing his silence, the demon princess felt an increasing sense of anxiety. "This is how we, the demon clan, are. We either like someone or we do not. Do you? Do you like me?" Her voice was soft yet unmistakably clear in Yi Chun's ears. Regaining his composure, he gazed into the earnest eyes of the demon princess, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. He had never contemplated such a possibility. His heart belonged solely to Luo Qingqing. "It is impossible for us." After a brief pause, Yi Chun took a deep breath and spoke with unwavering conviction. The demon princess's face paled. She assumed Yi Chun's rejection stemmed from concerns over the incompatibility of their worlds, fearing societal constraints. "Is it because I am of the demon race? If that is the case, I can." Yi Chun shook his head, interrupting her. "No, that is not it. I have never cared for such worldly opinions. If I wished to pursue something, I would not be hindered by societal norms." A flicker of complexity crossed Yi Chun's gaze. "I already have someone I care for. I cannot offer you anything." Upon hearing this, the demon princess felt a pang of discontent in her heart. Chapter 171. The Forging of All Laws. I do not care. The demon princess smiled sadly, her eyes shimmering with a defiant light. "What does it matter that we belong to different realms? What does it matter if I admire someone? My heart yearns for you, and I am indifferent to all else." Yi Chun sighed inwardly. He understood the demon princess's feelings well, yet his heart was already occupied by another. "You are truly remarkable." Demon Princess, genuinely so. However, within my heart, there is only one, Qingqing. I do not wish to deceive you, nor do I desire to cause her sorrow. His tone was earnest, tinged with regret. The demon princess fell silent, realizing that Yi Qin's rejection stemmed not from her being a demon, but from his deep-seated love for another. I understand now. She inhaled deeply, striving to calm the tempest within her. She must be very happy. A hint of envy colored her voice. The one who holds your affection must surely be the luckiest person in this world. Yi Qin remained silent, simply observing the demon princess. She sat beside him, her gaze somewhat distant. Do you know? My mother was of the human race. Yi Qin was taken aback. The demon princess's father was the ruler of the demons. The demon emperor. How extraordinary that he wed a human woman. The demon emperor was no ordinary man. Marrying a human would subject him to immense pressure from within the demon realm. My father loved my mother dearly. The demon princess's voice grew somber. Because he is the demon emperor, no one dared to openly oppose him. No one dared to treat me differently, because my mother was human. At last, Yi Qin comprehended why the demon princess could cultivate spiritual energy. She was of both celestial and demonic blood. However, a trace of anguish crept into her tone. Behind closed doors, some still looked upon me with disdain because my mother was human. After a brief pause, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. My mother died in an accident. Yi Qin fell silent, sensing the sorrow that enveloped the demon princess. I have long suspected that the accident was orchestrated by someone within the demon realm, someone who took my mother's life. Her voice trembled. Yet to this day, no useful leads have emerged. She fought back tears, struggling to muster a faint smile. Yi Qin gently embraced the demon princess, offering solace, unsure of what to say, merely choosing to stand by her side in silence. After a moment, the demon princess regained her composure and rose from his embrace. I apologize for the disturbance. I must take my leave. With that, she turned to depart, her figure appearing desolate and forlorn. Yi Qin watched her retreating silhouette, feeling a pang of discomfort in his heart. Yet he understood that prolonging the inevitable would only lead to greater pain. He could not afford to give the demon princess any false hope. Alas, what a calamity! It is all due to my cursed charm that this misfortune has arisen. He sighed, casting his gaze toward the horizon. He and the demon princess were ultimately inhabitants of two disparate worlds. Their encounter may have been nothing more than a beautiful mistake. Yi Qin withdrew his thoughts and turned to the side where Qiongqi stood. Let us depart. It is time. Qiongqi nodded, trailing behind Yi Qin as they advanced toward the exit of the divine demon cave, leaving behind the solitary figure of the demoness, gradually vanishing into the mist. Perhaps this was the design of fate. Some souls are destined to merely brush past one another. Yi Qin and Qiongqi did not hasten their pace, but rather moved toward the exit of the divine demon cave, all the while searching for any remaining opportunities. This realm was undoubtedly rich in treasures. Let us explore leisurely, for we may yet uncover something remarkable. As they walked, Yi Qin employed his divine sense to investigate their surroundings. Days later, they arrived at the exit of the divine demon cave. At this location, the forces of various laws remained tumultuous, as if they could rend anyone apart at a moment's notice. My word, the power of the laws at this exit is exceedingly fierce, Yi Qin exclaimed, observing the distorted space around him with astonishment. When he had entered, he had been thrust in by demonic flames and had not taken the time to scrutinize the laws governing the entrance and exit. Now, upon closer inspection, he realized just how violent these laws were. Suddenly, a thought flickered in his mind. I am the embodiment of myriad laws. The heavenly Tao Pearl has merged with the heavenly Spirit Pearl and the heavenly Demon Pearl, allowing me to refine all laws. A glimmer of brilliance shone in Yi Qin's eyes. Could it be possible to absorb and refine all the laws surrounding the divine demon cave for my own use, thus making them my own? The notion, once ignited, could not be easily dismissed. Fortune favors the bold. I shall take the plunge. With determination, Yi Qin settled into a cross-legged position at the exit of the divine demon cave. Qiongqi, safeguard me, he commanded. Qiongqi let out a low growl in acknowledgement. Yi Qin activated the heavenly Tao Pearl, beginning to absorb the surrounding tumultuous forces of the laws. The ferocious power surged into his body like a tide, crashing against his meridians. Hiss! Yi Qin inhaled sharply. The intensity of the laws was even more overwhelming than he had anticipated. Yet, he did not relent. Gritting his teeth, he persevered, utilizing the heavenly Tao Pearl to refine this power gradually. As time slipped by, Yi Chen became utterly engrossed in the process of law refinement. He lost track of time, forgetting everything, with only the ceaseless influx of law power in his vision. The heavenly Tao Pearl radiated a gentle glow, transforming the violent forces into pure law essence that merged into Yi Chen's being. Xiangqi vigilantly stood guard beside him, keenly observing their surroundings. It understood that Yi Chen was engaged in a crucial phase of cultivation that required unwavering focus. Before long, a year had nearly elapsed, yet Yi Chen remained seated, motionless. An enigmatic aura emanated from him, as if he had become one with the laws surrounding him. The once tumultuous forces had become gentle, flowing into his body like a serene stream. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Chen's cultivation had undergone a significant transformation, propelling him to the 9th level of the human immortal realm. If this were to occur outside the mystic realm, such a rapid advancement would be utterly inconceivable, even if progress were to be made. It would demand an immense expenditure of spiritual stone resources. At a certain moment, all the surrounding laws were completely absorbed by Yi Chen as he slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. In his gaze, a flicker of brilliance sparkled, as if it contained boundless power of the laws. All refined, a faint smile graced Yi Chen's lips. He had successfully transformed the surrounding power of the laws within the divine demon cave into his own essence. Meanwhile, Bai Li Hong, who had been vigilantly guarding outside the divine demon cave, sensed the disappearance of the surrounding laws and opened his eyes, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. He knew that only his junior disciple Yi Chen could cause such a violent disturbance in the laws to vanish. Junior brother, you have taken a significant step forward. Bai Li Hong gazed towards the direction of the divine demon cave, feeling a sense of satisfaction. This junior brother's talent far exceeded his expectations. Chapter 172. The Edge of Annihilation within the realm of deities and demons. Yi Chen, having refined all laws, focused his thoughts and began to guide the recently assimilated laws to merge with the law of annihilation. Come forth, my treasures, merge. Under his guidance, the myriad hues of law power flowed like gentle streams towards the law of annihilation, akin to rivers converging into the sea. The law of annihilation is one of the supreme laws of destruction, possessing the potential to consume all. Initially, the other laws exhibited a hint of resistance. Yet under Yi Chen's direction and the allure of the law of annihilation, they gradually began to coalesce. A thread of terrifying annihilation aura emanated from the merging laws, causing the surrounding space to subtly distort. It is accomplished. A flicker of excitement danced in Yi Chen's eyes as he opened his palm to reveal a small orb of black annihilation law, slowly rotating in the center of his hand. The other law powers, resembling colorful threads, continuously wove into the black orb of annihilation law. The black sphere began to swell, its color shifting as vibrant hues gradually emerged from within. Ultimately, the orb blossomed into a resplendent flower of myriad colors, resting quietly in Yi Chen's palm. The petals of this flower shimmered with a kaleidoscope of light, each petal imbued with a unique law power. Yet beneath this vibrant facade lay a more terrifying force of destruction, capable of obliterating all. Not far away, the creature Qiongqi, previously languidly sprawled on the ground, suddenly sprang to its feet like a startled cat. Its eyes widened in horror as it beheld the flower of myriad laws in Yi Chen's hand. With a low growl, Qiongqi instinctively recoiled, attempting to distance itself from Yi Chen, or more precisely, from the flower he held. It believed that this seemingly beautiful blossom, if unleashed upon it, would spell certain doom. This creation must possess immense power. Yi Chen mused, gazing at the annihilative flower of laws in his hand, eager to test its might. Without hesitation, he hurled the law flower deep into the abyss of the divine and demonic realm. The brilliant flower streaked through the void like a meteor, vanishing into the darkness in an instant. Moments later, an earth-shattering explosion reverberated through the air. Boom! The entire realm of deities and demons trembled violently, akin to a cataclysmic earthquake of magnitude 10. Mountains crumbled, colossal boulders tumbled, and the ground fissured, as if to consume all. Rocks from the collapsing mountains fell, striking the earth with a deep thud. A powerful shockwave radiated outward. Wherever it traveled, fierce winds howled, and dust and debris flew. Qiongqi was thrown to the ground by this overwhelming force, its terrified roars echoing as it struggled to regain its footing. At the epicenter of the explosion, light blazed forth, and the law power rampaged, seemingly intent on tearing the very fabric of this space asunder. Time became a blur, and after what felt like an eternity, the tremors gradually subsided and the dust settled. The once mysterious and tranquil divine demon cave has been ravaged, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. The power unleashed is truly terrifying. Yi Chen gazes upon the sight before him, his heart a mixture of exhilaration and trepidation. This force is far more formidable than he had envisioned. Had he possessed the ethereal flower, he could have effortlessly vanquished the dragon he had slain. It deserves a name. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chen realizes that the law of annihilation, embodying destruction, has melded with myriad principles to take the form of this flower. Thus, I shall name you the Flower of World Annihilation. The Flower of World Annihilation symbolizes both its terrifying destructive power and its exquisite appearance. I hope never to wield you again. Yi Chen harbors no love for bloodshed. Yet in this realm of cultivation, one must possess power or become prey. He cannot perpetually rely on the protection of his elders. He needs strength to safeguard himself and those he cherishes. Qiongqi rises unsteadily from the ground and approaches Yi Chen. Boss, this is utterly terrifying. In this moment, Qiongqi feels a newfound reverence for Yi Chen. On the first day of their encounter, it was the one pursuing Yi Chen, yet in less than a year, Yi Chen has grown to a point where he could easily eliminate it. Let us depart, little Chi-Chi. It is time to leave. Yi Chen looks at Qiongqi, and together they head towards the exit of the divine demon cave. Unbeknownst to Yi Chen, the explosion of the Flower of World Annihilation has sent shockwaves throughout the entire immortal spirit cave. Bai Li Hong, who had been meditating outside the divine demon cave, suddenly stands up, closing his eyes to sense the overwhelming aura of destruction emanating from within, astonished. He never anticipated that Yi Chen could harness the laws to forge such a devastating weapon. Cultivators throughout the immortal spirit cave feel the tremors and buzz with speculation. What has occurred? Why does the cave tremble so? Could it be that a peerless treasure has emerged? Surely, a rare artifact must have appeared to cause such a commotion. Let us investigate. They rush from all directions towards the divine demon cave, eager to discover what extraordinary treasure may have manifested and whether they might be deemed worthy of its recognition. Senior brother. Upon exiting the divine demon cave, Yi Chen spots Bai Li Hong standing at the entrance, arms crossed. He excitedly rushes forward and envelopes Bai Li Hong in a hearty embrace. Qiongqi, sensing the formidable aura radiating from Bai Li Hong, shudders and hastily hides behind Yi Chen, secretly relieved that it had abandoned its initial intent to harm him. Had it dared to strike, it likely would have been swiftly dispatched by Yi Chen's senior brother before even reaching him. You've grown, little one. Bai Li Hong chuckles, patting Yi Chen's shoulder, his eyes brimming with pride. Thanks to you, senior brother, I've gained much in the divine demon cave, Yi Chen replies, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. Indeed, when he initially fell into the realm of gods and demons, had it not been for the appearance of Bai Li Hong, the safety of Luo Qingcheng and Lin Shuo would have remained uncertain, and he certainly would not have found solace in seeking opportunities within that celestial domain. Just as the two brothers were engaged in amiable conversation, a melodious call suddenly resonated through the sky. A magnificent Qinghuan bird, akin to a streak of azure lightning, swiftly descended from the horizon, bearing upon its back two enchanting figures, Luo Qingcheng and her senior sister, Yu Chuman. This splendid Qinghuan was a steed tamed by Luo Qingcheng during her trials in the immortal spirit realm. Luo Qingcheng and Yu Chuman had been searching for opportunities nearby when they sensed the explosive disturbance from the annihilation of Yi Chen, prompting their immediate rush to the scene. The Qinghuan gracefully landed beside Yi Chen, its wings fluttering and conjuring a gentle breeze. Luo Qingcheng and Yu Chuman alighted from the bird's back. Luo Qingcheng touched down with a lightness that seemed ethereal, adorned in a delicate azure gown that billowed with the wind, resembling a celestial maiden descended from the heavens. Chapter 173. The end of the secret realm. After a year of arduous training, Luo Qingcheng's aura had transformed into one of calmness and restraint, her cultivation having significantly advanced to the realm of human immortals. Her beautiful eyes were instantly fixed upon Yi Chen, as if everything around her had faded into insignificance at that moment. Her lips trembled slightly, as though she wished to utter something. yet found herself at a loss for words. With unwavering focus, she gazed at Yi Chun, her eyes gradually reddening, tears welling within their corners. Yi Chun, unable to contain herself any longer, Luo Qingsheng leapt into Yi Chun's embrace. Since the moment he had been gravely injured and thrust into the abyss of gods and demons, her heart had been consumed with worry for his safety every single day throughout the past year. Now, seeing him unscathed, her anxiety transformed into tears of joy. "I'm sorry for making you worry," Yi Chun said, gently stroking Luo Qingsheng's hair, his tone tinged with a hint of remorse. "Silly, as long as you are safe. That is all that matters," Luo Qingsheng replied, holding him tightly, fearful that if she released him, he might vanish once more. On the sidelines, Yu Chuman felt a wave of relief wash over her upon witnessing Yi Chun's well-being. "Ahem, I must say you too. Could you perhaps be a tad more mindful of your surroundings?" Bai Li Hong coughed lightly, jesting. "Senior brother," Luo Qingsheng finally realized, hastily extricating herself from Yi Chun's embrace. Her cheeks flushed. "Qingsheng pays her respects to senior brother." She and Yu Chuman quickly bowed in greeting. "There is no need for such formalities among us," Bai Li Hong replied with a smile, nodding. "Little Chi-Chi, why don't you come out and say hello as well?" Yi Chun encouraged, patting the creature behind him. Cautiously, Xiongqi peeked out from behind Yi Chun, glancing at Bai Li Hong, then at Luo Qingsheng and Yu Chuman, before obediently stepping forward. "I pay my respects to the esteemed elder and the matriarch," Xiongqi said, lowering its head and bowing respectfully to Bai Li Hong and Luo Qingsheng, filled with reverence for Yi Chun's senior brother. At that moment, Lin Shuo, Su Chun, and Zhuge Kong arrived, drawn by the commotion. Upon seeing Yi Chun emerge from the abyss of gods and demons unscathed, their anxious hearts finally found respite. "Junior brother, it is truly wonderful that you are safe," Su Chun exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace Yi Chun in excitement. "Good lad, you are finally out. I was dreadfully worried." Lin Shuo laughed heartily, stepping forward to give Yi Chun a hearty pat on the shoulder. "Brother Yi, you truly possess profound fortunes," Zhuge Kong remarked, his demeanor nonchalant, as if everything had unfolded according to his expectations. "Thank you for your concern. I am perfectly well," Yi Chun reassured them, smiling as he surveyed his three companions. After a year apart, he noticed their auras had grown considerably stronger, evidently having reaped substantial rewards within the celestial spirit realm. "It seems everyone has garnered quite a bit of fortune," Yi Chun said, his face lighting up with a smile of contentment. "Junior brother, was that commotion just now caused by you?" Su Chun inquired with curiosity. "Hee, purely an accident." Yi Chun scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The others exchanged knowing glances with Yi Chun, clearly skeptical of the notion of mere chance. "Well, it's good that everyone has returned," Bai Li Hong remarked with a smile. "With only a few days left before the closure of the Immortal Spirit Cave, we should refrain from further adventures. The senior brother speaks wisely. We shall remain here until the secret realm closes," Lin Shuo agreed with a nod. As boredom set in, Yi Chun produced a barbecue grill and retrieved a substantial piece of dragon meat from his storage ring, preparing to roast it. Dragon meat. The others gasped in astonishment. Such meat was a potent nourishment, rich in energy, immensely beneficial for enhancing one's cultivation. "Yi Chun, you actually hunted a dragon." Lin Shuo's eyes widened in disbelief. "This dragon pursued me for over half a month, but I managed to turn the tables in the end," Yi Chun replied, a smirk on his face. Without hesitation, the group gathered around to assist in preparing the dragon meat. Yi Chun set up the grill, igniting a roaring fire to commence the roasting. An enticing aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing their senses. They sat around the barbecue, savoring the grilled meat, sipping fine wine, and recounting their experiences and achievements from the past year. The atmosphere was vibrant and lively. As time passed, an increasing number of cultivators flocked toward the direction of the Divine Demon Cave, drawn by the earlier commotion, believing that some rare treasure had emerged. However, upon noticing the presence of Bai Li Hong, the Celestial Emperor, they fell silent, hesitant to approach. They understood well that with the Celestial Emperor present, even if there were treasures, they would not have a chance to claim them. Consequently, they gradually dispersed. Some cultivators chose to remain seated in the vicinity, waiting for the closure of the Immortal Spirit Cave. A few bolder cultivators cast envious glances toward Yi Chun and his companions from a distance, longing for the honor of sharing a meal with the Celestial Emperor. Yi Chun and his friends noticed the onlookers but paid them no mind, continuing to relish their barbecue and fine wine, savoring this rare moment of leisure. As the sun set, gilding the horizon with a golden hue, the time for the Immortal Spirit Cave's closure drew near. The group gradually quieted, each lost in their own thoughts. Yi Chun gazed at those gathered around him, filled with reflection. So much had transpired over the past year. He had faced life and death trials and forged invaluable friendships. He believed that the path ahead would be walked with greater resolve and brilliance. As the moment for the Immortal Spirit Cave's closure approached, the group rose to head toward the exit. The Immortal Spirit Cave, being a vast secret realm, did not automatically transport cultivators out. They could only exit through the main gate, and should they miss this opportunity, they would have to wait another millennium for the realm to open again. At the exit of the Celestial Spirit Cave, a portal shimmering with hues of the rainbow gradually opened. The exit is revealed, someone exclaimed, prompting all the cultivators to surge toward the opening. Yi Chun, holding Luo Qingqing's hand, smiled gently. Let us proceed. Qing Wan and Xiong Qi followed closely behind. Stepping into the spatial gateway, in a flash of white light, Yi Chun and Luo Qingqing emerged outside the secret realm. Beyond the realm, a throng of people had gathered. General Yulong and the high-ranking officials of various sects awaited with grave expressions. The opening of the Celestial Spirit Cave had resulted in the loss of numerous prodigies, compelling them to take the matter seriously and anxiously seek to uncover what had transpired within the secret realm. The elders of the various sects impatiently inquired about the circumstances faced by their disciples inside. The disciples recounted the bizarre occurrences within the realm, with particular emphasis on the emergence of demonic beings, which sparked an uproar. What? Demonic creatures have appeared within the secret realm? It is indeed the demon clan orchestrating this. The elders of the various sects were taken aback, realizing that the demonic forces had infiltrated the celestial realm. Chapter 174. Investigating the traitor within the demon clan, Yi Chun paid no heed to the surrounding discussions and astonishments. The Heavenly Emperor's palace would naturally investigate the infiltration of the demon clan. De Huang spotted Yi Chun at once and excitedly leaped toward him. Woof woof. It affectionately rubbed against Yi Chun, wagging its tail in joyous reunion. Good boy, De Huang, Yi Chun said with a smile, gently patting its head. Xiong Qi, trailing behind, gazed at De Huang with a hint of trepidation, sensing the suppression of bloodline emanating from it. Young Master Yi Chun, it is a pleasure to see you well. General Yulong hastened to approach Bai Li Hong and Yi Chun, clasping his fists in salute. You are too kind, General, Bai Li Hong replied with a slight nod, his expression somewhat grave. Have you come to inquire about the situation within the Immortal Spirit Cave? General Yulong nodded solemnly, stating, Indeed. I have come at the behest of the Heavenly Emperor to await the young master. There are confirmed infiltrations of the demon clan within the secret realm. Further details shall be discussed upon our return to the Heavenly Emperor's palace. Bai Li Hong glanced at the noisy crowd surrounding them. Upon hearing this, General Yulong's expression shifted, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Very well, let us return to the palace to discuss this matter. Bai Li Hong nodded and turned to Yi Chun, patting his shoulder. Junior brother, I shall return to the Heavenly Emperor's palace to assist in the investigation of the Demon Clan's incursion. You may head back to the academy first. All right, take care. Senior brother, Yi Chun replied, nodding in response. Bai Li Hong and General Yulong exchanged a glance, and in unison, they tore through the fabric of space, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Let us be on our way as well. Yi Chun gently took Luo Qingqing's hand and spoke softly. The others nodded in agreement, following Yi Chun and Luo Qingqing toward the flying vessel bound for the Heavenly Palace Academy. The vessel soared through the skies and soon arrived at the academy. Finally back. Su Chun stretched lazily, a contented expression on his face. Indeed, this past year in the Immortal Spirit Cave has been fraught with anxiety, Lin Shua echoed. After bidding farewell to Zhuge Kong, Yi Chun, Su Chun, and Lin Shua returned to the Wujixiang Palace with Luo Qingqing and Yu Chuman. The Academy granted a 10-day leave to the disciples who participated in the Immortal Spirit Cave, allowing them to visit their sects or families. In the Wujixiang Palace, on Yi Chen's own cultivation peak, Yuping Peak, Luo Qingqing nestled in Yi Chen's embrace, her cheeks still flushed from their previous ardor, her breaths gentle. Qingqing, you have worked hard this past year, Yi Chen murmured, gently stroking her silky hair. As long as I can grow stronger and assist you when it matters most, Any hardship is worth it, Luo Qingqing replied, gazing deeply into Yi Chen's eyes. Yi Chen's heart warmed, and he held Luo Qingqing tightly in his arms. In that moment, both felt an incredible sense of relief, dispelling the fatigue accumulated from a year of combat and trials within the secret realm. Outside the window, the night was as dark as ink, adorned with countless stars that twinkled like dreams in the vast sky. The bright moon hung high, casting a silvery glow that draped the earth in a delicate veil. Within the room, a warm tranquility enveloped them. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Emperor's palace, within the grand hall of the Celestial Emperor's palace, resplendently adorned and exuding an imposing aura, the Celestial Emperor Qin sat solemnly upon his dragon throne, his countenance grave. Flanking him were the formidable figures of the Infinite Immortal Emperor and the Void Immortal Emperor, their presence rendering the atmosphere intensely solemn. In the center of the hall stood Bailey Hong, recounting in detail the events that had transpired within the Immortal Spirit Cave. The infiltration by the demon race, with their nefarious intent to seize the Immortal Spirit Cave, was a crime that warranted their demise. His tone was heavy, resonating with conviction. As he spoke, Bailey Hong retrieved the demonic flame from his spatial artifact, casting it casually upon the floor of the hall. The bound demonic flame twisted in agony, emanating an unsettling aura of malevolence. This was the demonic flame, the very source of the calamity that had befallen the Immortal Spirit Cave. Bailey Hong pointed emphatically at the flame, his resolve unwavering. The demonic flame, now discarded on the ground, trembled in fear. Glancing around at the assembly of immortal emperors and the celestial emperor, dread enveloped its heart. It was finished, its fate was sealed. The demonic flame despaired, realizing it had fallen into the hands of the celestial realm, with no hope of survival. Speak. Who led you into the Immortal Spirit Cave? The celestial emperor's gaze was piercing, his voice frigid. The celestial emperor was the most incensed. For the Immortal Spirit Cave had always been under the dominion of the Celestial Palace, and the incursion by the demon race was a blatant affront. Most critically, the Immortal Spirit Cave had witnessed the fall of numerous prodigies from the celestial realm, the very future of their kind. The demonic flame remained silent, knowing that whatever it might say, it could not escape death. Incorrigible. The infinite immortal emperor scoffed, a murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. Since you refuse to speak, we shall resort to soul-searching. The void immortal emperor, Su Tai Su, declared ominously. Soul-searching could extract a person's memories from their mind, subjecting the victim to excruciating torment akin to the tearing of their very soul. Typically, those who underwent such a process met a grim fate, often resulting in death, or at the very least, a descent into madness. As an immortal emperor, one would generally disdain employing such a method, considering it a transgression against the heavens. However, against the demon race, such moral qualms dissipated. It was imperative to utilize soul-searching on the demonic flame to uncover any traitors lurking within the celestial realm. The void immortal emperor seized the demonic flame, initiating the soul search. The demonic flame emitted a harrowing scream. The agony of its soul being torn apart surpassed that of its corporeal form 100-fold, rendering it desperate for release. Memories surged forth like a relentless tide, unfurling before the gathered assembly like a distorted tapestry. Within the visions, a towering demonic figure sat regally upon a throne. Exuding a suffocating aura of authority, it was the Demon Emperor. Demonic flame, on your journey to the Immortal Spirit Cave, exercise utmost caution and safeguard Jir. The Demon Emperor's voice resonated, deep and commanding, imbued with undeniable authority. The purpose of this expedition was to seek out the treasured Tianma pearl of our clan. The Demon Emperor conjured a jet-black orb of demonic energy, precisely resembling the coveted Tianma pearl. Remember, do not engage in conflict with the celestial prodigies, and refrain from indiscriminate slaughter. A note of warning tinged the Demon Emperor's tone, clearly indicating a desire to avoid confrontation with the celestial realm. As the scene shifts, within the ethereal realm of the Immortal Spirit Cave, the figure of Mo Yin stands respectfully behind a woman clad in black. This woman, possessing unparalleled beauty and an air of nobility, is none other than the daughter of the Demon Emperor, Mog. Young mistress, we have uncovered clues regarding the celestial demon pearl. It lies within the depths of the divine demon cave in the secret realm. Mo Yan's voice carries a hint of exhilaration. as if the retrieval of the celestial demon pearl would enable an immediate return to the demon realm. Emoji nods subtly, her eyes glinting with a spark of determination. Excellent. Once we acquire the celestial demon pearl, we shall return to the demon realm. However, the scene shifts once more, revealing a figure shrouded in ominous black mist, appearing before Mo Yin. This figure exudes a terrifying demonic aura, unmistakably a demon lord. Mo Yin, do you dare defy my command? The demon lord's eyes blaze with fury, the dark energy surrounding him surging as he points a finger at Mo Yin, seemingly poised to strike at any moment. My lord, the demon emperor has commanded us to avoid conflict with the human race, and we must not slaughter their prodigies. Mo Yin's voice trembles, clearly filled with trepidation towards the formidable demon lord. Chapter 175. The Supreme Ranking Unveiled. Astonishing rewards. The command of the demon emperor has become obsolete. Now, your task is to annihilate all the human prodigies within the immortal spirit cave. The voice of the demon lord was cold and merciless, tinged with a hint of frenzied bloodlust. Instigating conflict between the human race and the demon clan is the true purpose of our mission. The demon lord's words reverberated in the mind of Mo Yin like a thunderclap. A look of struggle crossed Mo Yin's face. He realized he had become entangled in a colossal conspiracy. Just as the scene reached this point, the memories regarding the traitor within the immortal realm and how to enter the immortal spirit cave were blank, as if erased by an unseen hand. Damn it! This memory has been tampered with. An immortal emperor roared, his face ashen. The clues have been severed. The tone of the Tai Su immortal emperor carried a hint of helplessness, for he understood that uncovering the traitor within the immortal realm would be exceedingly challenging. As long as the demon clan's spies remain, the immortal realm shall never know peace. The Wujia immortal emperor sighed, his voice laced with resignation. After having his soul searched, Mo Yin collapsed to the ground like a lifeless dog, barely clinging to life. Cough, cough. Mo Yin coughed violently, black blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The immortal realm will inevitably be ruled by my demon clan. With his last ounce of strength, Mo Yin rasped. Following his words, he succumbed to death, his eyes filled with bitterness and resentment. Within the grand hall, the atmosphere grew intensely grave. The face of the Qin celestial emperor was terrifyingly dark. The presence of the traitor weighed heavily upon him like a colossal stone. Yet now, with leads exhausted, he found himself at a loss. Random speculation would incite panic among the various sects and disrupt unity within the immortal realm. The matter of the traitor must be deliberated over time. Rubbing his brow, the Qin celestial emperor spoke wearily. General Yulong, you are to conduct a thorough investigation discreetly, ensuring not to alarm the serpent. I shall obey. General Yulong clasped his fists in acknowledgement, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. The demon clan stirs restlessly. It is time for our immortal realm to take action as well, the Wujia immortal emperor stated solemnly, his gaze sweeping across the assembled immortal emperors. It is time for the younger generation to accelerate their growth. The Tai Su immortal emperor nodded in agreement. What I mean is, we shall initiate the supreme ranking ahead of schedule, the Qin celestial emperor declared with unwavering conviction. Initiating the supreme ranking ahead of time? A flicker of surprise crossed the eyes of several immortal emperors. The supreme ranking is a grand event that occurs only once every 10,000 years in the immortal realm, with the next occurrence still 3,000 years away. The supreme ranking is a contest of prodigies, and those who ascend the list will receive rewards and benefits. This is an excellent idea. The Wujia immortal emperor clapped his hands in admiration. The unveiling of the supreme ranking will undoubtedly inspire the prodigies of the immortal realm to strive for greatness. The Tai Su immortal emperor also expressed his concurrence. Meanwhile, at the Wujia immortal palace, on the Yuping Peak, Yi Chun and Luo Qingcheng had enjoyed a few days of tranquility, dispelling the fatigue accumulated over the past year. Yi Chun, let us return to the Pear Blossom Immortal Palace and pay a visit. Luo Qingcheng nestled in Yi Chun's embrace, softly murmuring, indeed, we ought to return. Yi Chun tenderly caressed the hair of the enchanting woman in his arms, responding gently. Both Luo Qingcheng and Yu Chu Man had joined the Pear Blossom Immortal Palace, and it was only fitting for them to make a return visit. Accompanied by Su Chun and Yu Chu Man, the two made their way to the Pear Blossom Immortal Palace. The Pear Blossom Immortal Palace, shrouded in ethereal mist, boasted picturesque scenery. Upon their return to the sect, Luo Qingcheng and Yu Chuman were met with a warm welcome, particularly Luo Qingcheng, who, as the new generation's holy maiden, garnered significant attention. The palace master, Lu Nanshuang, received Yi Chun and Su Chun with great enthusiasm. Increasingly fond of the two prodigies, who were destined to be the future sons-in-law of the Pear Blossom Immortal Palace. 3 days later, the appointed day arrived. Yi Chun and his companions bid farewell to the Pear Blossom Immortal Palace and returned to the Heavenly Academy. Hardly had they settled back into the academy when a grand voice reverberated through the skies of the immortal realm across various states. By the decree of heavenly providence, the Heavenly Emperor proclaims, the supreme ranking will commence today, lasting for a decade. This proclamation echoed like thunder, shaking the very foundations of the immortal realm. Simultaneously, a blank ranking board materialized in the heavens above the major states. The rules and rewards of the supreme ranking were subsequently unveiled. Those below 10,000 in cultivation, at the true immortal realm or below, were eligible to participate. Talented individuals within the rules could enter the world at any time, challenging opponents and those ranked on the board. Victors would replace the original rankings. Those within the top 10,000 could ascend the board. Upon the announcement, the entire immortal realm erupted in excitement, countless prodigies rolling up their sleeves, eager to compete. The supreme ranking represented the pinnacle of honor for the younger generation in the immortal realm. Those who ascended the board would gain renown throughout the realm. Most significantly, previous rank prodigies received an abundance of resource rewards. Following this, the rewards for the rankings were disclosed. First place would receive 3 supreme immortal artifacts. A grand voice resonated again across the immortal realm. 1 defensive immortal robe, a number of spirit stones and elixirs. Heavens! Such bountiful rewards. Countless prodigies exclaimed in awe. Second place would earn 1 supreme immortal artifact, 1 defensive immortal robe, and several spirit stones and elixirs. The voice continued to announce the rewards. Third place. As the rewards were revealed, the entire immortal realm buzzed with fervor. The previous supreme ranking's first place only received 1 supreme immortal artifact, yet this time there were 3, along with an additional immortal robe. Supreme immortal artifacts are exceedingly rare, closely approaching imperial artifacts, while most cultivators in the immortal realm possess only inferior, middle grade, or superior immortal artifacts. The top 10 would gain entry to the Heavenly Emperor's palace to cultivate in the pool of transformative spiritual liquid for a year. This announcement stirred a tremendous uproar. The transformative spiritual liquid, a legendary substance, it currently only existed in limited quantities within the Heavenly Emperor's palace. It was said that a single immersion could elevate one's talent by at least 1 level. And now, the opportunity to cultivate in the pool for an entire year had arisen. The Heavenly Emperor had indeed revealed such a treasure. All factions were stirred by the news. The Celestial Emperor had indeed made a considerable investment, even offering foundational resources as rewards. The top 100 would have the opportunity to cultivate under the Enlightenment Tree for an entire year. This reward was equally tantalizing. The Enlightenment Tree. It is a sacred artifact capable of enhancing one's comprehension of the profound laws of the universe. Cultivating beneath the Enlightenment Tree accelerates the understanding of these cosmic principles. How many cultivators yearn for such an opportunity? The Celestial Emperor truly displayed his magnanimity. Countless prodigies were filled with exhilaration. The Enlightenment Tree, a singular entity in the entire celestial realm, demands an exceptionally stringent environment and requires a substantial amount of spiritual stones for nourishment. Each session of comprehension beneath the Enlightenment Tree necessitates the nurturing of vast resources over a millennium before it can be utilized again. Otherwise, the tree would wither. Thus, the rarity of gaining insight under the Enlightenment Tree is abundantly clear. The announcement of rewards for the top 1,000 continued. Chapter 176. Home, is it not returnable? All those who ascend the ranks of celestial prodigies can avail themselves of the vast cultivation resources provided by the Celestial Emperor's palace. A plethora of exceedingly rare rewards has emerged on the leaderboard, igniting immense excitement. This edition of the Supreme Rankings is nothing short of a monumental opportunity. Indeed, merely making the list guarantees substantial benefits. Countless prodigies are eager to showcase their prowess. The Celestial Emperor has successively presented unparalleled treasures as rewards, underscoring the significance he places on this supreme ranking event. Upon hearing this news, A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Yi Chen's eyes. The elixir of creation. His interest in this elixir was piqued, for it would significantly enhance his cultivation, rivaling that of celestial stones. It seems I too should join in the fervor. A slight smile graced his lips, radiating confidence. Luo Qingcheng gazed at Yi Chen, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Yi Chen, I believe you will undoubtedly rank among the top 10 of the supreme rankings. Her faith in him was unwavering. Fear not. Merely the top 10 is no challenge at all. Yi Chen chuckled, harboring ambitions to claim the pinnacle of the supreme rankings. However, he was in no rush. He preferred to let the situation unfold. With a decade at his disposal, he planned to return to the infinite celestial palace for 9 years and 11 months of repose before emerging to topple the reigning champion. With such a strategy, would the top position not be effortlessly seized? Why rush into battle now, only to be challenged repeatedly? It would be exhausting. How delightful it is to return home and embrace one's beloved in slumber, rather than engage in the chaos of combat. The thought of 9 years and 11 months of blissful ease brought an unbidden smile to his face. As the supreme rankings commenced, all eligible prodigies prepared to leave the academy and venture into the world to challenge the rankings. Yi Chen hurriedly returned to his cave dwelling, packing his belongings in readiness to return to the infinite celestial palace for a well-deserved slumber. Brothers, the world is vast. Until we meet again. Yi Chen smiled as he bid farewell to Zhuge Kong and the others with a gesture of reluctance. Yi brother, see you on the supreme rankings. Zhuge Kong reciprocated with a fist salute, his eyes gleaming with expectation. Safe travels, big brother. Wang Xiaodian and Lu Bidi also offered their farewells. Off I go, home to embrace my wife and rest. Yi Chen chuckled, eagerly taking Luo Qingcheng and Yu Chu Man, along with Su Chun and Lin Shua, on the journey back to the infinite celestial palace. Along the way, Yi Chen hummed a cheerful tune, reveling in his contentment. 9 years and 11 months. What a delightful prospect. He envisioned lounging in a rocking chair under the sun, sipping a drink, and relishing life with Luo Qingcheng, his smile stretching from ear to ear. However, upon reaching the entrance of the infinite celestial palace, Yi Chen's smile abruptly faltered. A transparent barrier, akin to a formidable fortress, barred his entry. Oh dear, what is happening? Yi Chen collided with the barrier, nearly twisting his nose in the process. Luo Qingcheng, Yu Chu Man, Su Chun, and Lin Shua successfully traversed the barrier. Gazing at him with perplexity, Yi Chen, why can't you enter? Luo Qingcheng inquired, bewildered, for the infinite immortal palace was Yi Chen's home, yet he was unable to return. I have no idea. This is my home. Yi Chen replied, utterly flabbergasted, as he struck the barrier with force, yet it remained immovable. Could it be the old man's trickery, preventing my return? A foreboding sensation flickered within him, suggesting that his dreams of returning home for a leisurely slumber might be dashed. Old man, show yourself. Yi Chen bellowed towards the infinite immortal palace. No sooner had his voice faded than 2 figures appeared at the entrance. It was none other than the infinite immortal emperor and Su Taishu. Both of them regarding Yi Chen with amused expressions and a glimmer of mockery in their eyes. You rascal, why are you making such a fuss? The infinite immortal emperor chided with a laugh. Old man, what is the meaning of this? You wish to prevent my return home? Yi Chen exclaimed, pointing at the barrier, exasperation evident in his voice. The supreme ranking is commencing. All participants must venture into the world for training. Do you still wish to laze about at home? Su Taishu replied with a knowing smile, having seen through Yi Chen's intentions. You need not return home. Simply enter the world directly. The infinite immortal emperor added. Yi Chen was left utterly stunned. His idyllic vision of returning home for a restful sleep had indeed been shattered. Chapter 177. This time I must venture alone. Is this for real? Are you truly serious? He gazed incredulously at his 2 masters. When have we ever jested with you? The infinite immortal emperor raised an eyebrow. Am I no longer your genuine disciple, you 2 old codgers? Yi Chen questioned, his teeth clenched in frustration. Ha! The infinite immortal emperor and Su Taishu erupted into hearty laughter, utterly dismissing Yi Chen's grievances. Yi Chen understood that reasoning with these 2 elderly men was futile. He did not wish for his dreams of returning home to be shattered. 3rd senior sister. 4th senior sister. Save me. Yi Chen shouted at the top of his lungs within the infinite immortal palace, his voice so loud one might think a pig was being slaughtered inside. His 3rd senior sister, Nangong Zhuxian, and fourth senior sister, Tao Sha, were the ones who typically spoiled him. Whenever their master reprimanded Yi Chun, the two sisters often came to his aid, confronting their master on his behalf. Yi Chun thought to himself, the old man was most afraid of the two sisters' entanglements, hoping they would assist him in dealing with the two elders. Little brat, it's useless to call anyone this time. The infinite immortal emperor shook his head helplessly, exasperated by his disciples' antics. Su Tai Su watched with a smile, appearing to relish the unfolding drama. Soon, two graceful figures flew out of the palace. It was none other than Yi Chen's third senior sister, Nangong Zhuxian, and fourth senior sister, Tao Sha. Trailing behind them was a dignified young man, Yi Chen's senior brother, Bailey Hong. Upon seeing the trio, Yi Chen felt as though he had spotted a savior and hurriedly approached them. Senior brother, third senior sister, fourth senior sister, you must advocate for me, Yi Chen cried, tears streaming down his face, his acting skills so dramatic that it would be a shame not to join a theater troupe. What's the matter, little junior brother? Who has wronged you? Nangong Zhuxian and Tao Sha asked with genuine concern, as they were particularly fond of this younger disciple. It's the old man. They want to let me go home. Yi Chen pointed at the infinite immortal emperor and Su Tai Su, feeling utterly wronged. Sighing, Nangong Zhuxian and Tao Sha exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation without uttering a word. Bailey Hong observed Yi Chen quietly, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. He was quite astonished by his younger brother's rapid growth. Little junior brother, your strength has indeed improved swiftly, but you still lack experience, Bailey Hong remarked. This upcoming supreme ranking is an excellent opportunity for you to hone your skills. You should seize it. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen realized there was no hope from his senior brother. He could only place his hopes on the two senior sisters. Third senior sister, fourth senior sister. Won't you please speak a few kind words on my behalf? Yi Chen implored, his eyes filled with desperation. However, this time, the two senior sisters unexpectedly deviated from their usual unconditional support for him. Little junior brother, what senior brother said is indeed correct. You truly need experience, Nangong Zhuxian stated. This supreme ranking is a rare opportunity. You should cherish it, Tao Sha added in agreement. Yi Chen was taken aback. How could his two senior sisters stand by their master? Sisters, are you not going to help me? He exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Little junior brother, it is not that we refuse to assist you, but rather that we seek your best interests, Nangong Zhuxian replied gently. Indeed, little junior brother, a flower nurtured in a greenhouse cannot withstand the tempests. Only through enduring the storms can one blossom in splendid glory, Tao Sha added in agreement. Yi Chen realized that this time, there was truly no hope. Although these two senior sisters indulged him, their affection was not thoughtless. When it came to matters beneficial for his growth, they would never compromise. Fine, I understand, Yi Chen sighed resignedly, recognizing that his dream of returning home for a restful slumber had indeed been shattered. At that moment, Nangong Zhuxian and Tao Sha approached Luo Qingcheng, taking her hands and leading her into the Wuji Immortal Palace. Qingcheng, let us enter, Nangong Zhuxian urged. Yes, the wind is quite strong here. You might catch a chill, Tao Sha echoed. After all, she was their little junior brother's wife. They could not allow her to fall ill. They were eagerly awaiting Luo Qingcheng to give birth to a third-generation disciple in the Wuji Immortal Palace. Luo Qingcheng cast a reluctant glance back at Yi Chen, wishing to embark on the journey of worldly experience with him. Third sister, fourth sister. I wish to accompany Yi Chen, she began, but was abruptly interrupted by her two senior sisters. Qingcheng, do not create further chaos, Nangong Zhuxian admonished. Little junior brother needs to undergo this experience alone. Your presence would only distract him from his training, Tao Sha concurred. With that, the two senior sisters firmly ushered Luo Qingcheng into the Immortal Palace. Yi Chen watched her disappearing silhouette, his heart heavy with resignation. It appeared that he was indeed destined to navigate the world alone. Chapter 178. The talents from all regions emerge alas. My dream of lying flat for 9 years and 11 months. Yi Chen sighed deeply, his heart brimming with indignation, realizing that this time escape was futile. Junior brother, hold strong. It won't be long before we join you in the mortal realm. Lin Shuo patted Yi Chen on the shoulder before turning back to the Wujixian Palace. Yi Chen, you go ahead and pave the way for me and junior sister, Yu Chu Man said with a mischievous smile, relishing his predicament. It seems the burden falls on you, junior brother. Suchin added, giving Yichun a reassuring pat on the shoulder before taking Yichu Man's hand and walking into the palace. Why are you still here? Do you need me to escort you? The Wajixian emperor observed Yichun's face, still etched with sorrow and rage, and began to urge him to leave. Humph. No need. If I must enter the mortal realm, so be it. Who fears whom? Yichun feigned bravado, thumping his chest before turning to depart. The challenge for the supreme ranking is merely a contest of strength. I have never feared anyone. The world deems me the greatest scourge of the celestial realm. Now that I am compelled to re-enter the mortal domain, let them tremble in anticipation. But wait. The title of the greatest scourge is merely a prejudice held by the world against me. I have always sought to persuade with reason. Yichun reclined lazily on a massive sword, propping his head on one hand, aimlessly gliding through the sky while muttering to himself. After achieving immortality, one no longer needs to control a sword for flight. However, Yichun lacked a clear destination, hence he lounged upon the flying sword. Meanwhile, Xiongqi slumbered within the starry soul tower, diligently refining the dragon demon pill. Alas, what a pity for my 9 years and 11 months. Yichun mused, his thoughts lingering on that cherished dream. Wait, if I enter the mortal realm to compete, would I not become a free laborer? He recalled his previous plans, sighing with a face full of despondency. No, I must first find a place to hide and emerge only after 9 years and 11 months. With a flicker of inspiration, Yichun suddenly smacked his thigh, excitement coursing through him. Yes, I shall bide my time. Working is not an option, not in this lifetime. Simultaneously, the prodigies of various sects, sacred lands, ancient clans, and hidden families across the celestial realm emerged from their secluded abodes, stepping into the world. Among them were both newly risen young talents and many established figures renowned for their prowess. As long as they adhered to the rules, all would engage in fierce competition for a place on the supreme ranking. In the eastern region, a man clad in white stood proudly atop a mountain peak, holding a long sword. I, Dongfeng Bai, shall carve my legend upon this supreme ranking. He pointed his sword towards the heavens, full of ambition. In the southern region, a woman donned in a fiery red gown was enveloped in flames, resembling a goddess of fire. Humph, the first place on the supreme ranking is rightfully mine, she huffed, confidence radiating from her eyes. In the western region, a burly man wielded a colossal axe, exuding an overwhelming presence. To ascend the supreme ranking? It is but a trivial matter. His tone dripped with disdain, yet could not conceal the ambition glimmering in his eyes. In the northern state, a figure clad in a black robe lurked within the shadows, rendering his visage indecipherable. A chilling laughter escaped his lips. Ah, the supreme ranking, I have arrived. In the central state, countless prodigies congregated, each vying for supremacy, eager to distinguish themselves amidst this grand spectacle. The 5 great domains of the celestial realm encompass the eastern, western, southern, and northern states, along with the central state nestled at their heart. Each domain boasts a staggering population nearing 1 billion, an unfathomably vast number. Yet, the supreme ranking offers a mere 10,000 slots, underscoring the fierce competition that ensues. Achieving a place on the supreme ranking not only grants access to the abundant resources of the Heavenly Emperor's palace, but also bestows great renown. Furthermore, the sect or family to which one belongs is propelled to unprecedented heights alongside their ascension. Thus, every eligible prodigy yearns to ascend the supreme ranking. There exist 2 avenues to attain this esteemed status. The first involves setting up a challenge arena, where one must either accept the challenges posed by other prodigies or proactively confront them, achieving victory in 100 consecutive battles to secure a place on the list. The second method entails challenging an already ranked prodigy. By defeating them, one can usurp their position. Once on the supreme ranking, one must remain vigilant, ready to accept challenges from other prodigies at any moment. A victory preserves one's ranking, while a defeat results in a demotion, with the victor taking one's place. Additionally, lower-ranked prodigies may challenge those of higher rank. A triumph would allow them to ascend in place of the defeated. It is evident that the first method of entry is only employed at the outset. As more prodigies ascend the ranks, direct challenges to those already listed become the norm, rendering the arduous path of 100 battles unnecessary. This is a ruthless contest, where only the true victors shall ultimately prevail. Chapter 179, Good Brothers. Xiao Wuhan at this moment. Yi Chun lay leisurely upon his flying sword, contemplating where to seek a place of auspicious fortune to conceal himself. Meanwhile, the external strife surrounding the supreme rankings intensified with fervor. The prominent figures of the realm began to emerge, and news of their battles circulated incessantly. Yi Chun, possessing remarkable hearing, caught snippets of conversations among the young prodigies below. In the eastern state, Dongfang Bai, renowned for his exceptional swordsmanship, had achieved a series of victories, garnering widespread acclaim. In the southern state, a fiery-clad woman known as Hong Yin Nu wielded her flames with increasing potency, incinerating her adversaries into ashes wherever she tread. The robust man, Hu Lingren, from the western state, wielded his colossal axe with unmatched force, leaving no one able to withstand his might. Meanwhile, the enigmatic figure, Yin Mianjun, from the northern state, employed a bizarre agility and venomous techniques that rendered his opponents helpless. The central state witnessed fierce clashes with many esteemed prodigies, typically reclusive, stepping forward. Have you heard? The woman named Fu Jingxian has achieved an astounding 60 consecutive victories, unmatched by any. Indeed, Fu Jingxian may very well be the first prodigy from this realm to ascend the supreme rankings. I hear the battles are thrilling. Let us hasten to witness them. Two young prodigies soared past Yi Chun, engrossed in discussing the latest developments of the supreme rankings. Fu Jingxian. That name rings a bell. As Yi Chun reclined on his sword, he scratched his head, pondering the familiar name. Wait, could it be Fu Jingxian, the saintess of the Tianyin immortal sect? His eyes widened in realization. A long-buried illustrious history began to resurface in his mind. Back when Yi Chun was in dire need of spirit stones for cultivation, he chanced upon Fu Jingxian while contemplating ways to earn some. With his strikingly handsome visage and demeanor akin to that of a refined gentleman, he caught the attention of the newly emerged Fu Jingxian, who stole several glances at him. In a moment of jest, Yi Chun, fraught with concern over his lack of spirit stones, noticed Fu Jingxian gazing at him and dramatically accused her of coveting his beauty, claiming it had deeply wounded his spirit. Thus, he found himself compelled to kidnap her, demanding 100,000 high-grade spirit stones from the Tianyin immortal sect as compensation for his emotional distress. The sect master, Su Wanru, mindful of Yi Chun's sect and her profound friendship with his master, indeed acquiesced to his demand and provided him with the 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. However, shortly thereafter, Su Wanru sought out the Wujizhen immortal emperor to lodge a complaint. At that time, she was not the only one to do so. During those years, countless individuals approached the Wujizhen immortal emperor to report Yi Chun's antics. Exasperated, the Wujizhen immortal emperor ultimately decided to send Yi Chun down to the lower realms for reflection. The memories bring forth a tide of sorrow. Yi Chun sighed heavily, his visage reflecting the weight of past misdeeds. However, now that Fu Jingxian had also entered the fray, he pondered how she would confront her savior. He stroked his chin, a hint of resignation flickering in his eyes. Perhaps it would be best to keep his distance for now. Yi Chun's expression turned somewhat uneasy, for the repercussions of that incident had significantly impacted Fu Jingxian. In the realm of cultivation, women are traditionally quite reserved. Yet, Yi Chun had carelessly remarked that a woman was coveting the beauty of his male form. This statement, once uttered, quickly morphed into scandalous gossip. Whispers spread that Fu Jingxian had fallen hopelessly in love with Yi Chun, relentlessly pursuing him and vowing never to marry anyone but him. The tales grew increasingly absurd. Yi Chun pondered that Fu Jingxian must harbor a deep-seated resentment towards him. In order to vindicate herself, she would undoubtedly feel compelled to confront him, whether to challenge or outright pursue him, seeking to prove her innocence. Yi Chun, however, wished to remain free from her fixation. As he contemplated how to evade Fu Jingxian, his peripheral vision caught sight of a figure standing atop the mountain. This individual, holding a wine jug in one hand and a cup in the other, was drinking heartily while observing the fierce battles of the prodigies in the valley below, exuding an air of authority. Was that not Xiao Wuhan? Yi Chun recognized him instantly as one of the few true friends he had in the celestial realm. Xiao Wuhan, with a graceful movement, he sheathed his flying sword and descended elegantly beside him. "Brother Xiao, what a refined pastime you have," Yi Chun exclaimed, not bothering with pleasantries as he snatched the wine jug from Xiao Wuhan's grasp. Without the need for a cup, he tilted the jug back and drank deeply. Startled by this unexpected gesture, Xiao Wuhan turned to see Yi Chun, his expression morphing into one of surprise. "Brother Yi, when did you return?" "I've been back for 2 years," Yi Chun replied, setting the jug down and wiping his mouth, a hint of longing in his gaze. 2 years. Xiao Wuhan was taken aback. Given Yi Chun's notorious reputation, the celestial realm should not have remained so tranquil during his absence. Yi Chun was famously known as the greatest scourge of the celestial realm, notorious for his past exploits of kidnapping and extortion. His return after a 7-year disappearance should have stirred up a storm. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun sighed, exuding a sense of resignation. "Ah, do not mention it. Upon my return, my father immediately enrolled me in the Heavenly Palace Academy. I have had no opportunity to step outside. The Heavenly Palace Academy, established by the Celestial Emperor, was a realm unto itself, impervious to external interference. Enrolling in the academy effectively severed one's ties to the outside world. Moreover, Yi Chun's ascension had gone largely unnoticed, and those who were aware dared not speak of it, intimidated by the oppressive might of the Wajixian Emperor. Thus, few knew of Yi Chun's return. The Heavenly Palace Academy? Xiao Wuhan paused. Then his expression shifted to one of realization. Now it makes sense. The two of them settled upon a flat boulder at the mountain's peak. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Wuhan conjured a jade table that appeared before them, adorned with 2 jugs of wine and 2 cups. Yi Chun took up the jug once more, filling both their cups to the brim. "Brother Xiao, why did you not join the Heavenly Palace Academy?" Yi Chun inquired with curiosity as he raised his cup. "I had assumed you had succumbed to madness and been sealed away." Xiao Wuhan, the saint son of the ethereal celestial sect, practiced the sect's secretive technique known as the ethereal void-breaking art. The ethereal void-breaking technique demands an exceptionally high state of mind from its practitioners. Those whose mental fortitude is lacking may easily succumb to madness during cultivation, which is precisely why Yi Chun posed such a question. Given their relationship, Yi Chun felt no hesitation in expressing his thoughts candidly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wuhan let out a wry smile and shook his head, acknowledging Yi Chun's audacity to speak his mind without fear of offending him. "I would indeed wish to embrace madness, but alas, my mental state is too steadfast. Even the desire to go astray proves difficult." Xiao Wuhan shrugged, taking the opportunity to counter Yi Chun's remark. "Oh, so, does this imply that Brother Xiao intentionally refrained from joining the Heavenly Palace Academy?" Yi Chun raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. "Certainly not," Xiao Wuhan replied, lifting his wine cup and taking a gentle sip. "At that time, I was in the midst of a crucial stage of cultivating the ethereal void-breaking technique, engrossed in seclusion, and thus missed the opportunity to enroll in the Heavenly Palace Academy. Furthermore, while the Academy is indeed commendable, its myriad of regulations does not suit my nature. I prefer to live freely, unencumbered by constraints." Chapter 180, To Battle or Not. Each to their own, huh? Brother Xiao is indeed a person of temperament. Yi Chun laughed heartily, raising his wine cup. Xiao Wuhan mirrored the gesture, clinking cups with Yi Chun before both tilted their heads back and drained their drinks. "Alas, it is unfortunate that I am not as fortunate as Brother Xiao. My old man is insistent that I join the Heavenly Palace Academy. He has even cast me out of the house to experience the world." Yi Chun set down his cup, a look of melancholy crossing his face, as he still harbored an obsession with his 9 years and 11 months of idleness. At that moment, a group of young prodigies clad in matching attire descended upon the mountaintop with great fervor. Their imposing demeanor suggested they were not to be trifled with. "Oh, we have visitors." Yi Chun caught sight of the group from the corner of his eye, a playful smile curling at the corner of his lips. Xiao Wuhan turned his head as well, his brow slightly furrowed. "Gentlemen, we are disciples of the Lingyu immortal sect, and we wish to test our skills against you." The leader of the group, brimming with arrogance, encircled Yi Chun and Xiao Wuhan, exuding an air of confidence, as if victory were assured. According to the supreme ranking rules, any qualified prodigy may challenge others, though they must not take lives indiscriminately. With his back turned to the group, Yi Chun lazily replied without lifting his head, not interested. "Brother Xiao, it's your turn. I still wish to drink." He unceremoniously passed the troublesome matter to Xiao Wuhan. "Brother Yi, perhaps you should handle this. I am disinclined to move." Xiao Wuhan chuckled helplessly, and the two exchanged glances, each displaying a hint of resignation. They were both reluctant to engage. As they regarded the challengers as mere small fry, and found no thrill in combat. The rules of the supreme ranking stipulate that one cannot refuse a challenge. Otherwise, any prodigy listed on the supreme ranking could exploit loopholes to avoid combat, remaining on the list indefinitely. The disciples of the Lingyu immortal sect, incensed by the dismissive attitude of the two, seethed with anger. "Are you too afraid of us?" The leader scoffed, his voice laden with provocation. "Afraid?" Yichen finally turned to face them, a half-smile gracing his lips as he regarded the assembly. "You lot are but small fry. We simply lack the inclination to engage. You are courting death," the leader bellowed, drawing his sword to strike at Yichen. "Alas, why must you go to such lengths?" Yichen frowned, feeling a twinge of exasperation. Since they had chosen to make a move, he too would have to respond. "Thunder, come forth." Yichen snapped his fingers in impatience. Boom. A bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a barrel, descended from the heavens, aiming directly at the disciples of the Lingyu immortal sect. With no avenue for escape, the group was instantly struck, leaving them charred and smoldering, wisps of smoke escaping their lips. Their garments were rendered tattered and torn as they lay helplessly on the ground. Streams of electricity continued to dance across their bodies, causing them to convulse uncontrollably, their mouths agape, yet producing no sound. The air was suffused with the aroma of roasted meat. This sudden turn of events left Xiao Wuhan momentarily stunned. He gazed in astonishment at Yichen, taken aback by the sheer ferocity of Yichen's thunderous laws. The disciples of Lingyu Xian's sect were utterly terrified, fleeing the mountaintop in a frantic scramble. "Wait. If you have the guts, don't run." Before departing, one of them managed to hurl a spiteful remark. "Brother Xiao, let us continue our drinking." Yichen paid them no heed, brushing off the dust from his clothes as if nothing had transpired. Xiao Wuhan took a deep breath, striving to calm his astonishment. He was unaware that Yichen's thunderous laws were derived from the very essence of thunder itself. Had he known that Yichen wielded a primordial law typically reserved for celestial emperors, his jaw would surely have dropped in disbelief. Indeed, Yichen had held back. Otherwise, the outcome would have been far graver for them than mere charred exteriors. "Brother Yi, your thunderous laws are truly remarkable." Xiao Wuhan raised his cup, genuinely praising him. "Haha, just a trivial matter." Yichen waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor serene, choosing not to disclose the matter of the primordial essence to Xiao Wuhan. The two resumed their drinking, engaging in light-hearted conversation while observing the battle below. At that moment, Yichen noticed that the one presiding over the arena at the foot of the mountain was none other than the saintess of Tianjin Xian sect, Fu Jingxian. Yichen's expression shifted slightly. He contemplated leaving to avoid being detected by her. However, the group of Lingyu Xian sect's prodigies, recently vanquished, returned, this time accompanied by two senior brothers of the true immortal realm. "Oh, so you've summoned reinforcements so swiftly?" Yichen sensed the approaching presence and playfully swirled the wine in his flask. At that point, he felt no urgency to depart, as Fu Jingxian was still far below, making it difficult for her to notice him. Xiao Wuhan, equally intrigued, observed the newcomers. The presence of two true immortal powerhouses added a layer of interest. The previously charred disciples of Lingyu Xian sect, now emboldened by the arrival of their seniors, pointed accusingly at Yichen and Xiao Wuhan. "Masters, it was them. They did this to us. Is it true that you have harmed my junior brothers in such a manner?" The two true immortal brothers from Lingyu Xian sect approached Yichen and Xiao Wuhan with an air of arrogance, their gazes sharp and scrutinizing. "It was I who did it." "What of it?" Yichen replied languidly without turning around, not even lifting his eyelids. "You have quite the audacity." The second senior brother of the true immortal realm bellowed, preparing to strike. "Wait." The master brother of the true immortal realm halted him, sizing up Yichen and Xiao Wuhan. "Might I inquire your names?" "My Lingyu Xian sect does not engage with nameless individuals." "Xiao Wuhan," he replied nonchalantly, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. "Xiao Wuhan, the holy son of Kongling Xian sect?" The expressions of the two true immortal brothers shifted, clearly having recognized Xiao Wuhan's name. "Brother Yi, shall we engage in battle? 1 against 1? Xiao Wuhan turned to look at Yichen, a glimmer of combat spirit flashing in his eyes. The true immortal realm? Quite intriguing. Yichen, stirred by interest, set down the wine flask, rose to his feet, and faced the two senior brothers from the Lingyu immortal sect in the true immortal realm. However, upon turning, the two senior brothers were taken aback. "Yi, young Master Yi?" They widened their eyes, disbelief etched across their faces as they gazed at Yi Chun. "What? Do you not recognize me?" Yi Chun raised an eyebrow, looking at them with a smile that was neither here nor there. At this moment, the two senior brothers from the Lingyu immortal sect confirmed that the youth before them was indeed Yi Chun, their hearts filled with trepidation. Vivid memories of past encounters flooded their minds, and they were acutely aware of the formidable power backing Yi Chun, regretting their reckless decision to approach. The faces of the two senior brothers turned ashen, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. A decade ago, a reckless disciple from the Lingyu immortal sect, relying on the influence of his master, an elder of the true immortal realm, had been brazenly arrogant, causing chaos wherever he went. Chapter 181. Which of you will come first in the midst of his brazen antics? This young scion inadvertently provoked Yi Chun. With righteous indignation, Yi Chun subdued him and demanded reparations from the Lingyu Xianzong. The scion's master, showing blatant favoritism, insisted that it was Yi Chun's fault. Ignoring the principle that forbids the older generation from striking the younger, he took it upon himself to discipline Yi Chun. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Chun's third senior sister, Nangong Zhuxian, had been concealing herself in the void, shadowing Yi Chun. Witnessing this old man's attempt to chastise her junior, her fury ignited. How dare this decrepit elder presume to correct her disciple? Stepping forth from the void, she delivered a resounding slap that sent the scion's master hurtling through the air. The audacity of an ancient Xianxian attempting to discipline her junior was infuriating. Enraged, Nangong Zhuxian vowed to dismantle the Lingyu Xianzong in retaliation for her junior's honor. Ultimately, it was the sect leader who intervened, offering profuse apologies and compensating with a substantial amount of spirit stones, nearly emptying the coffers of Lingyu Xianzong to reach an accord. The two true immortal realm brothers present at the scene still vividly recall the entire episode. In the aftermath, the sect leader issued a decree. They must avoid provoking Yi Chun at all costs, lest they be expelled from the sect. The scion was discovered to be the instigator of the chaos, having recklessly crossed paths with Yi Chun, resulting in his subsequent subjugation. Ultimately, he was expelled from the sect, and his elder vanished, rumored to be confined. "Why, young Master Yi, it is truly you," stammered the true immortal realm senior brother, his voice trembling. "What? Do you wish to avenge your junior?" Yi Chun inquired, a playful smile gracing his lips. "And no, we wouldn't dare." The two true immortal brothers hastily waved their hands, retreating in trepidation. They were keenly aware that provoking Yi Chun would be akin to courting death. "Why, young Master Yi, it's all a misunderstanding." At this moment, the senior brother realized the gravity of their situation. His legs quivered slightly, fear evident in his eyes, as beads of cold sweat cascaded down his forehead like a waterfall. He understood his juniors. They typically exuded arrogance, and it was undoubtedly them who had instigated Yi Chun. Moreover, after the incident a decade prior, he had discreetly inquired and learned that Yi Chun seldom acted without just cause. Targeting a group of insignificant figures would only diminish his status, a notion that a paragon such as Yi Chun would find beneath him. Internally, he cursed his juniors for their lack of foresight. Why provoke anyone at all, especially this harbinger of doom? The haunting memory of that day a decade ago remained etched in his mind, impossible to forget. He had witnessed an elder of their Xianxian realm being sent flying by a single slap from a woman, a scene that sent chills down his spine. Following that incident, the sect leader had issued an irrevocable order. Under no circumstances should they provoke Yi Chun or face expulsion from the sect. Should the sect master learn that they have once again provoked Yi Chun, the consequences would be dire. He dared not dwell further on that thought. A misunderstanding? You have beaten my junior brothers to such a state, and yet you speak of a misunderstanding? The second senior brother, still in shock, retorted with indignation. At that moment, the air around them seemed to freeze, enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the anxious breaths of the eldest brother. With a sharp slap, the eldest brother struck the second senior brother's face without a moment's hesitation. "Silence!" he barked, glaring at him with a fury that seemed capable of annihilating him. This fool still did not comprehend the gravity of the situation. "Eldest brother, why are you hitting me?" The second senior brother protested, clutching his face. A look of grievance etched upon him. "Hitting you? Even killing you would not quench my anger." The eldest brother spat through gritted teeth. He hastily retrieved all his spirit stones from his storage ring, cradling them in his hands as he presented them to Yi Chun. "Young Master Yi, a mere token of my regard, Please accept it." He bowed his head, adopting a posture of servility. "Yes, indeed, young Master Yi. We were blind to your grandeur and have offended you. We beseech your magnanimity to overlook our transgressions." The second senior brother, having regained his senses post-slap, quickly produced all his spirit stones, joining in the apology. The disciples of Lingyu Xianzong, charred yet tender from their earlier encounter, watched in dismay and hastily offered their spirit stones as well, their faces a portrait of despair as they sought forgiveness from Yichun. Observing the mountain of spirit stones before him, Yichun's lips curled into a faint smile of appreciation. How considerate! With a casual wave of his hand, he stored the spirit stones within his own storage ring. "Brother Yi, shall we engage in battle?" One-on-one. Xiao Wuhan, unable to contain his amusement at the scene, turned to Yichun, a glimmer of combativeness flashing in his eyes. Eagerly rubbing his hands together, his excitement was palpable. It had been far too long since he had tasted the thrill of battle, and with two true immortals present, the prospect seemed invigorating. True immortals? If a fight was to ensue, then let it be. Yichun set down his wine flask, rising to his feet and stretching lazily. "You two, who will come first?" His gaze swept over the two true immortals of Lingyu Xianzong, his tone nonchalant. The two true immortals exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions clouded with confusion and trepidation. Yichun and Xiao Wuhan each stood at an impressive level, yet the two of them had already attained true immortal status. To challenge someone 3 major realms beneath them? Was this a jest? Even with 100-fold courage, they would not dare. Although Yichun had reached the 9th level of the human immortal realm, he had chosen to suppress his cultivation at the 9th level of the virtual immortal realm. Young Master Yi Wei, one of the true immortal brothers, attempted to decline, but Yichun interjected. "What? Are you afraid?" He raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded the duo. "It's not that we lack courage, it's simply, fear not. The supreme ranking challenges are but a game of fate. Victory or defeat, both are preordained," Yichun reassured them, recognizing their hesitations as he spoke slowly. "In the realm of cultivation, there exists an unwritten code. As long as both parties agree to a fair challenge, regardless of the disparity in their cultivation levels or the esteemed status of the opponent, the defeated cannot seek retribution. To be candid, it would be disgraceful to cause trouble after suffering defeat. Such behavior would invite scorn from the world, branding one as unable to accept loss." Upon hearing this, the two true immortals from the Lingyu immortal sect let out a sigh of relief. Since Yichun had spoken thus, what was there for them to fear? "Very well. Young Master Yi, my brother and I shall indulge you too in a friendly match," declared the elder brother of the true immortal with a respectful gesture. "Let us begin." Xiao Wuhan was the first to step forward, his sword pointed ahead, exuding an aura of valor and combat spirit. In an instant, Xiao Wuhan transformed into a streak of azure sword light, racing toward the second brother of the Lingyu immortal sect. "Come forth." The second brother of the Lingyu immortal sect bellowed, drawing his celestial sword to meet the challenge. In the blink of an eye, the two were locked in an intense battle, their sword lights intertwining, their momentum soaring like a rainbow.